In the high school group chat, I bragged about being a billionaire, and immediately the class flower and her roommate said they would fly over to join me, but in reality, I couldn't even afford the rent. Unexpectedly, I received a call from the system, telling me to inherit $100 billion airline company. If I could make her roommate believe that I was a big shot, I would also receive all the shares of the $20 billion Shangri-La Hotel. I immediately replied to my classmate, asking her to choose a flight. On the other hand, the girls in the university dormitory were chatting enthusiastically. Based on just one sentence from him, you would fly all the way over. What if it's a pyramid scheme? It's better to ask clearly before you go. You've said before that his family is ordinary. He didn't even get into university. How could he be a big shot? The other two roommates also nodded frantically. And we have also checked his circle of friends in space, and we can't see any resemblance to a big shot at all. Personally, I really don't find his words very credible. My classmate Song Wenru was about to refute for me when she saw my reply. Choose a flight time. Then send me the ticket information for you and your roommate. The roommate beside her said, judging from his tone, he is going to help us book the flight tickets. It's better to give him the chance to perform well and not make him feel like an outsider. Although Song Wenru was a bit suspicious of your motives, she thought it made sense and picked a flight and sent the ticket information together. After she sent the message, the other two roommates were probably looking forward to what would happen next and gathered around. But unexpectedly, after the message was sent, there was no reply for a full 3 minutes. Song Wenru began to feel uneasy, wondering if she should say something, when suddenly her phone vibrated. It was a call from China Sea Airlines Group. Song Wenru was stunned, and her 3 roommates were also caught off guard and a bit confused. It wasn't until a moment later that her phone vibrated again. Song Wenru then realized and quickly answered the phone in a fluster, while activating the hands-free mode. MS. Song, hello, I am a staff member of the airline's VIP hotline. I have received instructions from the chairman of China Sea Airlines headquarters to assist you with boarding services. Song Wenru looked at her roommates, who were clearly still in shock, staring at her in disbelief. Around 10 o'clock tomorrow noon, a dedicated driver will arrive on time to pick you and your friend up at the entrance of Building 9 of the female dormitory at Huaqing University. May I ask if the VIP prefers a Maybach or a Rolls-Royce for pickup? Song Wenru was a bit confused again, turning to her roommates for the second time. They were all staring at her and her phone in disbelief, as if they had heard some incredible tale. Even the sweet girl who had been calm before couldn't hide her surprise and randomly chose a Maybach before hanging up the phone. Her roommates who had gathered around her seemed to still be in shock, their expressions quite stunned. China Sea Airlines Group, VIP hotline full service, booking the entire first-class cabin, dedicated driver, top luxury car pickup and drop-off. Could all of this be arranged by your high school classmate? This is too extravagant and high-end, isn't it? Song Wenru was also a bit dumbfounded. It should be him. Besides him, no one else knows that we are going to China Sea. The other two roommates were instantly filled with envy and jealousy. This kind of treatment, even the domineering CEO novels I've read don't dare to write like this. Just booking the entire first-class cabin would cost tens of thousands, right? The sweet girl beside her shook her head, saying that booking the entire first-class cabin only costs 66,000. Anyone with money can do it, but enjoying the VIP hotline luxury car service is not something that money alone can achieve. Moreover, from sending the message to receiving the call, within just 3 minutes, China Sea Airlines was able to make so many arrangements from top to bottom, which is truly terrifying upon closer inspection. What is the background of your high school deskmate? Song Wenru's eyes widened with a hint of innocence, her big eyes filled with a little doubt. Then the phone rang again. Mrs. Song, hello, this is the VIP Logistics Department of China Ocean Aviation Group. I am a VIP logistics officer. Do you have any requirements for the hotel you will stay in after arriving in Zhonghai City? The 5-star hotel near Zhonghai International Airport has been arranged in advance. As long as you agree, we can immediately book the presidential suite for you. There was a strange silence in the girls' dormitory until Song Wenru agreed to stay, hung up the phone, and they couldn't help but be amazed. VIP hotline full service, including booking a first-class cabin and luxury car pickup, arranging the hotel in advance, and even the 5-star Shangri-La presidential suite. Who exactly is your high school deskmate? I have no demands. As long as I can shine for Shangri-La again and also help you to share your worries, I can accept any position. Wang Yi nodded and said directly, I've already read the information on Shangri-La Hotel Group. The business involves a total of 34 provincial administrative regions, 93 first-tier and new first-tier and second-tier cities, and a total of 93 outlets across the country. To be honest, it's too complicated and too big for me personally to manage with the mind and energy that I definitely don't have. Lu Yuanzheng obviously heard Wang Yi's meaning but wasn't quite sure. After swallowing hard again, he asked with a somewhat incredulous expression, So, what do you mean? I wonder if you're willing to replace me and continue to manage the Shangri-La Hotel Group. Wang Yi looked at him. Lu Yuanzhang didn't say anything this time. He just stared blankly at Wang Yi once again. It was only after a long while that he violently stood up and made a 90-degree to the end bow to Wang Yi. There were no thousand words or any show of loyalty. Just one gesture. However, Wang Yi sensed his gratitude and emotions at once. After helping Lu Yuanzhang up, he directly said, "It's still the same sentence. There's no need to be so polite. I believe in you." Lu Yuanzhang clenched his fists and nodded before taking a deep breath and said, "Since you said so, boss, then I won't be polite or anything. I'm going to turn on my computer and gather all the executives of our Shangri-La Hotel Group for a teleconference to announce to them that you are the new boss. By the way, let them all familiarize themselves with you." Saying that, he immediately opened the laptop he was carrying and opened the remote work conference. A few minutes later, all the executives of Shangri-La Hotel, including the heads of each branch, all entered Lu Yuanzhang's video conference. Lu Yuanzhang also changed in front of Wang Yi's coyness. The body of the long-time high position of the aura is very natural and then exudes. The many Shangri-La Hotel Group executives involved in the video conference were clearly in awe of him, and each watched him intently as he moved. Wang Yi saw this from the side and nodded his head darkly for a while. It was no wonder that the system was able to give an evaluation of S-rank outstanding level business-oriented talent. This is evident from the fact that Lu Yuanzhang was able to build the Shangri-La Hotel Group with a market capitalization of more than $20 billion from nothing, and to make so many numbered executives of the Shangri-La Hotel Group obedient. Extraordinary indeed. Lu Yuanzhang at this time also showed a lot of boldness. After gathering everyone's attention directly announced, today suddenly called everyone to a meeting. Nothing else is to declare a thing. The Shangri-La Hotel Group, yesterday, has been wholly and fully acquired by Mr. Wang. From now on, Mr. Wang is the new boss of our Shangri-La Hotel Group. What? Inside the video conference room, the crowd was clearly stunned, and there was an uproar. Mr. Lu, you're not kidding, are you? Wholly owned rights share acquisition? How come we didn't hear any wind or movement before? You know, Shangri-La Hotel Group, that's one of the benchmark companies in the hotel industry. The market capitalization, moreover, exceeds $20 billion, which can be called a giant. An existence of this level, if it was really acquired, logically speaking, the executives of the group, should have heard the news a long time ago. Lu Yuanzhang was obviously aware of everyone's shock and confusion, but he still behaved in a very thunderous manner. Regarding some of the inside information, I will slowly explain to everyone afterward. Now, please start with a warm round of applause and welcome our new boss, Mr. Wang. After controlling the scene and rhythm of the video conference room, it was natural to fine-tune the computerized camera lens a bit, facing Wang Yi right next to him, and with Wang Yi's appearance in the live broadcast of the Shangri-La Hotel Group's executive meeting, the conference room was once again roiled by the, "Did I turn on my computer the wrong way today? Is the new boss so young? By the looks of it, I'm guessing he's about 20? You're so young and you've acquired all the shares of our Shangri-La Hotel Group? Is he the second generation of some family?" Lu Yuanzhang also heard everyone's murmurs, but he didn't rush to speak to control the scene, but first asked Wang Yi for some advice. Waiting to get Wang Yi's approval, he then turned to the many high pipes in the video conference room. "Mr. Wang has a recreating grace for me, Lu, although I was fully appointed by Mr. Wang to continue to operate and manage the group on his behalf during the next operation. I hope that everyone will remember, as long as I, Lu Yuanzhang, am still around for one day, then this Shangri-La Hotel Group will be surnamed Wang. Mr. Wang's words are the holy orders of our Shangri-La Hotel Group. Do you hear me? Quiet. Deadly quiet." This time, Lu Yuanzhang's explosive speech, instead of triggering a heated debate, made all the participating executives in the entire Shangri-La Hotel all quiet. None other, because people are just so shocked. The words were like thunder in the ears of many Shangri-La Hotel executives. Outsiders didn't understand, but they all knew Lu Yuanzhang's character and style too well. Lu Yuanzhang, who has always been proud and unshakable, has unrivaled authority within the Shangri-La Hotel Group. Since he said this in public, it means at least two things. 1. He very much respected that looks quite young, has been as stable as Mount Wang. 2. He was from the bottom of his heart wanting to be a companion to that Mr. Wang next to him, and either of these two things is incredible to everyone who is familiar with Lu Yuanzhang. Therefore, after a long period of shock and silence, many gazes that were originally quite curious about Wang Yi once again focused on him. As for Lu Yuanzhang himself, he seemed to have just said some sparse words, and after everyone's gazes were turned to Wang Yi, he quickly gathered his might and took the lead in applauding. "Next, please ask the new boss of the group, Mr. Wang Yi, to give us a few words." Inside the video conference room, a dense applause immediately rang out. Everyone who looked at Wang Yi invariably had a little more awe in their eyes. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't hold back, directly cleared his throat and said aloud, "I came to Shangri-La Hotel Group for 3 things only. Get rich together, or fucking get rich together. Everyone work well with Mr. Liu, money and women. We'll all be there." With that, he waited until the video conference room resounded with a dense applause again after a short period of calm, and walked straight out of the video conference room. After handing over the Shangri-La Hotel Group and bidding farewell to Liu Yuanzhang, the time was approaching the moment of appointment with Song Roren. Seeing this, Wang Yi immediately simply washed up, changed into his newly purchased clothes and watch, and went straight to the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel, as a Mercedes-Benz S600 stopped, the duo of Song Rowan and Sweetie soon got out of the car. As soon as they stepped out of the car, they immediately attracted a large amount of attention from the surrounding area. Song gentle and lovely, child face huge R, coupled with more than 90 points of face value, absolutely hanging all the netroots and even the vast majority of stars. As for Sweetie and beside her, that was no better. Incredible sweetness and extraordinary temperament, not to mention a face value of about 90 points. These two stood side by side, neither needing much movement or words, shining like fireflies in the darkness. Perceiving the many gazes around her, Song Roro was a little embarrassed and subconsciously moved a little closer to Tian's side. On the other hand, Sweetie was quite generous, and after naturally holding on to her, she directly began to survey the Shanghai branch of Shangri-La Hotel, waiting to notice the Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch atmosphere luxury, and in and out of the apparently elite level of handsome men and women. Her eyes immediately flashed a wipe of accident. Wang Yi is very a little something well. This hotel grade quite can be. Although Song Render was also quite happy, she still humbly said for Wang Yi, "The hotel is nice. And it's not like it has much to do with him. It's not like he owns this place." And sweetly smiled and was about to flirt with her for a couple of sentences when she heard a surprised voice suddenly coming from the back. "Gentle, why are you here?" Looking around, he saw a young man wearing a suit and tie, with a Shangri-La Hotel Administration Division work plate on his chest, quickly welcoming him. The man also looks like the appearance of the early 20s. Hair combed greasy, not to mention that at first glance there is a little bit of a table of talent feeling. However, Tian felt that when that man came over, his eyes quickly swept Song Wen-ro once, and when he saw Song Wen-ro's female features, his eyes obviously lit up for a moment. She immediately gently reminded Song Rowan with a movement and asked, "Rowan, this one, you know?" Song Ro naturally also saw the man, moreover perceived the other party's gaze, and immediately frowned slightly. "There is a little bit familiar, but can't remember who it is?" Saying that, he made a gesture and was ready to pull in Tian and leave here first. But what I didn't expect was that the man seemed to be very excited, and hurriedly took the initiative to introduce himself. "I'm Fong Tianshang, your former high school classmate. Ah, gentle, have you forgotten? I, Fong Tianshang." Song Ro had actually recognized him a long time ago, and the reason why she pretended not to know him was just that she didn't want to have any further involvement with this person. This guy, back in the day, had done a lot of classless things after pursuing her in high school and being rejected by her with determination, especially because Song Wen-ro and Wang Yi were closer. Fong Tianshang often looked for trouble with Wang Yi, which made Song Wen-ro feel nauseous when she saw him. At this moment, seeing that Fong Tianshang had to come up, Song Roren could only stop her footsteps. "Oh, so it's you, Fong Tianshang." However, apparently didn't see her impatience and hastily nodded. "Thinking about it, right? It's been a long time. Gentle, you are getting prettier and prettier." "Ha." Song Wenling smiled and didn't answer. "Speaking of which, I still don't know how you came to Shanghai." "Gentle." Fong Tianshang was still gushing. "Seeing that you're still holding your luggage and bringing your friends, you should have just arrived in Shanghai to land over here, right? Is the hotel room booked? Would you like me to help you out and get you guys a fancier room?" "No need." Song Wenling flatly refused. Fong Tianshang, however, seemed to have misunderstood something and hurriedly explained, "You guys mustn't be afraid of troubling me, and don't ever be polite to me or anything. I'm the assistant manager here now, and my dad is the vice president here. If you guys want any rooms or have any requests, it's just a matter of my word." When he said these words, there was an unconcealed smugness between his brows. Song Ro could hear the strong flavor of bragging in his words, and after a snort in her heart, she immediately shook her head again. "There's really no need. Wang Yi has already booked a room for me and my friend." "Wang Yi?" Fong Tiansheng seemed to have heard some kind of joke. "Gentle, you're joking with me, right? He's a small-time employee who can book a room at the Shangri-La Hotel for you and your friend?" What do you mean by that? Song Won-ro was not happy when she heard this. So, in your eyes, Wang Yi is not worthy of booking the Shangri-La Hotel? Although Fong Tiansheng could see her displeasure, he still waved his hand repeatedly. I didn't mean that. All I'm saying is that a room at the Shangri-La Hotel, even the most ordinary standard room, costs more than 1,088 a night, topping his salary for 10 days and half a month. So, you still think Wang Yi can't afford to book this place? Song Wenling laughed coldly for the first time. On the side, and Sweetie also saw something, and similarly looked at Fong Tiansheng with a smile or not. Although Fong Tiansheng sensed Song Rujan and Sweetie's expressions, he was still quite confident. It's not that I think so, but with Wang Yi's strength, he just can't afford a place like this. He knew very well that Wang Yi was just the lowest level of sales in a small real estate company, not to mention the money to book a 5-star hotel like the Shangri-La. Even to maintain the daily living expenses are completely difficult. And as to why he understands, and why Wang Yi lifts his feet, it starts with his chance acquaintance with McMahon Kang. Strictly speaking, the reason why Wang Yi is having such a hard time in Sitsuan real estate is that he has been fanning the flames next to McMahon Cheng. However, seeing Song Ro-ro's eyes with a little anger, Fong Tiansheng didn't say any more harsh words, but only explained with a meaningful meaning. Don't be in a hurry to get angry first. I'm just analyzing it realistically, to the matter and not to the person, and I have absolutely no intention of targeting Wang Yi. Song Rowan, however, didn't believe him at all with these words. Hearing that Fong Tianshan was still explicitly and implicitly belittling Wang Yi, he directly laughed coldly and said, "Then you've misjudged Wang Yi. This time, not only did he book me and my friend a room at the Shangri-La Hotel, but he also booked the presidential suite here." Fong Tiansheng froze for a moment. The presidential suite at the Shangri-La Hotel? Song Gentle nodded. Impossible. Fong Tiansheng obviously didn't believe it. Gentle, you've been tricked by him, haven't you? Have you contacted our hotel for verification? The presidential suite at our Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel is at least 12,888, plus service charge tax. It's close to 15,000 a night. Song Rowan didn't explain anything to him this time. She just pulled out her ID card and handed it to the front desk. "Check the room for me." And soon the receptionist respectfully handed her ID back. "It checks out, ma'am. Your reservation is, indeed, the presidential suite of our hotel. And the scheduled length is 7 days. Song Rowan had received a call from the VIP service office of China Shipping Airlines before, and was not surprised by this result. However, Fong Tiansheng on the opposite side was stunned. The presidential suite starts at 15,000 a night, booked for 7 days. That's more than 100,000 smashed down all at once. He looked at Song Rowan, somewhat incredulous. Where did Wang Yi get so much money? Song Won-ro took back her ID card and sneered once again. "Do you have a village pass network? Don't you know that Wang Yi has long said in his classmate group that he is already a big shot in Shanghai City? Him, big brother?" Fong Tiansheng seemed to have heard something heavenly. "That's him bragging in the group, oh my god. I know his supervisor. His supervisor told me that he's just a small salesman for a real estate company." Song Roran didn't bother with him. Fong Tiansheng, however, seemed to understand something. "You wouldn't have believed those words of his, right?" Song Won-ro remained lazy and ignored him. "And then, you told him in advance that you were coming to Shanghai?" Song Wenling just looked at him. Fong Tiansheng, however, slammed his head. "Got it. Now I kind of understand what's going on. It must be tender you believed Wang Yi's bullshit, thinking he was really a big shot, and then having told him in advance that you were coming to Shanghai. He's trying not to lose face in front of you, swelling his face, breaking his teeth and swallowing them in his own stomach." Song Rouge looked at her cell phone and sent a locator over to Wang Yi. Fong Tiansheng, however, seemed to come on strong, and after a snort of laughter, he directly took out his cell phone and, "It doesn't take much thought to guess that in order to force a wave in front of you, Wang Yi will definitely have to sell his blood next. This old classmate of mine can't just sit back and do nothing. I have to give him a call and care for him quickly." Ha 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 ha. Saying that, he was about to give Wang Yi a call when he saw a Rolls-Royce special customized model slowly drive over. The shiny double-R badge exudes an invisible charm. The understated yet luxurious body, on the other hand, is unconsciously appealing. The gazes at the entrance of the entire Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch were sucked over at once, and Fong Tiansheng's movement of preparing to make a phone call immediately stopped with it. Because, as the deputy manager of the Shanghai branch of Shangri-La Hotel, who had been receiving all the VIPs coming in and out of the hotel for a long time, he knew too well the weight of this car. Definitely only the top bigwigs in Shanghai would dare to use it. But which bigot is it? There doesn't seem to be such a person in the list of VIPs that need to be focused on today. Fong Tiansheng was about to search his brain rapidly for the list of distinguished guests who had booked hotel rooms today. The door of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom model, however, had been pulled open by the driver. The one sitting in the back stepped out of the car. That person is in his early 20s, looks quite handsome, a dress only highlights a low-key luxury. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he triggered a flurry of heated conversation among many onlookers. However, Fong Tianchang was instantly dumbfounded when he got a good look at that person's appearance. Wang Yi, Song Rowan, who was on the side, also recognized Wang Yi at the first moment. When she saw Wang Yi getting out of the car with a new level of handsomeness, she just couldn't help but smile, before taking the initiative to welcome her. Wang Yi, we're over here. Wang Yi naturally saw the duo of Song Rowan and Sweetie. These two beauties standing over there were the prettiest cubs in the entire Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch, and he didn't even need Song Wen-ro to call out for him to notice. Seeing Song Ro-ro pulling in Tian over, he immediately smiled faintly and similarly walked over. At that moment, Wang Yi immediately realized clearly that the surrounding area was instantly casting an envious and jealous gaze. However, he didn't care, and when Song Wen-ling and the two of them walked in front of him, he directly greeted them. How was it? Didn't keep you guys waiting, did he? Song Ro-ro shook her head repeatedly. No, Sweetie and I just arrived. Wang Yi, you're getting more and more handsome now. It seems like you're even more handsome than in the photos. Wang Yi guffawed. You also look better than in the picture. Song Ro-ro heard his praise, obviously a little joyful. Her face was slightly red, which is not. I'm very ordinary. That's all you can say to make me happy. On the side, when Fong Tiancheng saw this scene, for the first time, he deeply perceived what it meant to be stormed. Just now, Song Wen-ro faced herself, but she was completely unapologetic and didn't even bother to say much. But now, in the face of Wang Yi, that pussy, actually like a spring breeze on the face. See Wang Yi, a face of understatement, and Song gentle talk, and Song gentle in front of Wang Yi actually blushed. Fong Tiancheng couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately sneered as he came over. Yo, Wang Yi, you're willing to shed blood. Wang Yi had actually noticed Fong Tiancheng on the sidelines and recognized him, but deliberately ignored him selectively. At this moment, seeing that Fong Tiancheng was mocking as soon as he opened his mouth, he originally didn't even bother to answer. But I didn't expect that right at this moment. A familiar system tone suddenly appeared. High school classmates suspect you are pretending to be rich. Trigger a new mission. Punch Fong Tian in the face on the spot and make him believe that you are a big shot. Reward, Blackwater International Security Group worth $30 billion. Wang Yi changed his mind all of a sudden. Looking at Fong Tiancheng's face that was full of mockery, he also deliberately sneered and squinted at Fong Tiancheng with a very beaten expression. Which one are you? Sure enough, Fong Tiancheng was immediately enraged. His face instantly reddened. Not to mention his voice got louder all of a sudden. I am Fong Tiancheng. You went to high school together. And being yelled at by him, almost everyone's gazes in the entire lobby of Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch turned around at once. Wang Yi smiled lightly at the sight. What's the point of being so loud? It's not like I can't hear you. Coming only to chicken feather pretending. They are all classmates pretending to be chicken feathers. Fong Tiancheng roared again. Do you think I don't know what's going on with you? The Shangri-La Hotel presidential suite you booked for Gentle must have been scraped together and borrowed money from everywhere. And the clothes you're wearing. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom Edition you just sat in, all of this was rented at a cost. The surrounding people were a bit surprised. What kind of grudge is this? A father's murder is nothing more than that, right? In all my life, I've never seen such tough talk. Wang Yi also sized up Fong Tiancheng with a surprised look on his face before asking, You're Fong Tiancheng? Nonsense. Fong Tiancheng looked furious. You're still a staff member of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel. Assistant manager of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel. Wang Yi looked more and more surprised. That shouldn't be, the quality is so low. Fong Tiancheng was obviously caught off guard, and all of a sudden his face turned red again. His face flushed red while he probably hadn't thought of how to react, and he got stuck after. Damn. Wang Yi, however, didn't care about his reaction at all and just continued to look at him with a surprised expression. I don't seem to have offended you either. I haven't offended you, and I'm still the VIP of your Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch. Is this how your Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch treats me? Inexplicably, it's just a cleaver at me? On the side, Song Wen-ro originally didn't understand why Wang Yi had been holding himself down and not allowing himself to come out and fight back against Fong Tiancheng. But at this moment, when she saw that Fong Tiancheng was dumbfounded, and the people around him even started pointing at him, she instantly reacted. Wang Yi, this is to kill and kill again. The many guests around them were obviously stunned by Wang Yi's questioning. At this moment, everyone was looking at Fong Tiancheng's side and couldn't stop whispering. Crap, what's the situation? The two didn't have any grudges before? this deputy manager of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel, inexplicably came up to find trouble with someone? What the hell? The deputy manager of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel. Is this quality and level? Fang Tiancheng heard the crowd's comments and vaguely sensed that something seemed to be wrong. But what I didn't expect was that before he could think more, Wang Yi had already taken out his cell phone and shook his head with a smile. It seems that I have to have a good chat with the relevant person in charge of this side of the Shangri-La Hotel's Shanghai branch yet. When Fang Tiancheng heard this, he instantly regained his bottom. If Wang Yi continued to stand in the customer's perspective and attacked him as a staff member of Shangri-La Hotel for his worrying service quality, he would really have to balk. But if Wang Yi wanted to go directly to the person in charge of this part of the Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch, it would really be like a sheep entering a tiger's hole, sending it to his door. His father, Fang Buwei, that was the vice president in charge of administration and personnel of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel, and his dad's boss, Chen Haijin Chen, is used to being a good old boy on weekdays, never going to get into any conflicts with a few vice presidents in the hotel over some small things. As for the head of the Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch Zhang Dong, that although in the Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch say nothing, but the god of the head of the tail, almost will not ask the specific operation of the hotel. Think about it, Wang Yi cannot be contacted. In short, the referees and judges were all his Fang Tiancheng's people. So what could Wang Yi do to fight him? Seeing that Wang Yi had finished his phone call, and when there was nothing strange around him, Fang Tiancheng also smiled faintly like Wang Yi had just done. Remember to be mentally prepared. You might be disappointed later. Oh, as for the reason, I won't explain more. Just ask gentle later. Wang Yi was also too lazy to bother with him, just catching up with Song Rowan while checking his watch from time to time. Fang Tiancheng thus also noticed the Bulgari Octo watch on his wrist, and couldn't help but sneer once again. Finally, a free word of advice. For the sake of classmates, if you're not capable, don't act like one. Pretending is fun for a while, but getting punched in the face can be a direct crematorium. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden noise coming from the elevator entrance, and the greetings of good day, Mr. Chen rose and fell. Fang Tiancheng looked around at the sound, only to realize that it was Mr. Chen Haijin Chen. Mr. Chen still seems to be searching for something in the crowd. Seeing this, Fang Tiancheng was originally prepared to rush to greet him, but unexpectedly, after seeing this side, Mr. Chen immediately fixed his gaze and then rushed over with a trot. Mr. Chen. Fang Tiancheng was about to ask about the situation when he saw Mr. Chen take the lead with a smile on his face and extended his hands at Wang Yi. Hello, you're Mr. Wang, aren't you? Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Fang Tiancheng's body suddenly shook. Chen Haijin, however, didn't seem to have heard him at all, but just continued to shake Wang Yi's hands with a smile on his face. My humble self, Chen Haijin, is responsible for coordinating the internal work of Shangri-La Hotel's Shanghai branch. Wang Yi had originally wondered why he hadn't seen this one before when Lu Yuanzhang held a video conference. At this moment, when he heard him introduce himself like this, it was only then that he reacted to the fact that the other party was just a branch store's boss. The boss of a branch, not even the head of the branch, is not even qualified to attend the meeting. Wang Yi didn't explain anything when he saw this, and after shaking hands with Chen Haijin, he just said directly, the situation has been understood by Mr. Chen, right? Chen Haijin nodded repeatedly. It has been understood. It is indeed a dereliction of duty on the part of our Shangri-La Hotel. Saying that, he steeply raised his pitch and turned to look angrily at Fang Tiancheng. Fang Tiancheng, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Wang? Fang Tiancheng hadn't slowed down at this moment. When he heard his own boss cue himself, his scalp instantly exploded for a moment. Mr. Chen, I asked you to apologize, didn't you hear me? Chen Haijin still had a very imposing presence on him. When these words came out, the air around him froze a little. Do you still think that you haven't disgraced our Shangri-La Hotel enough? Fang Tiancheng's face reddened almost to the point of dripping blood, and he looked at Wang Yi with his mouth wide open, but he couldn't even break out a word in the middle of the morning. Seeing this scene, Chen Haijin apparently also became more and more annoyed and directly called Fang Buwei on the spot. Fang Buwei was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s. When he walked out of the elevator with a beer belly, he had more faction than Chen Haijin, the old boss, walking slowly, not to mention, the moment he opened his mouth was also a gesture of making peace. What's the matter? Make such a big deal. You have alarmed Mr. Chen. Saying that, he also looked at Fang Tiancheng. As soon as Fang Tiancheng saw his own father, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly hid behind him. Dad, actually it wasn't a big deal. It's just that I ran into a couple of high school buddies and I couldn't help but see that one of them was being too pretentious and talking a little emotionally. I don't know why, just for such a small thing. Mr. Chen has to be so aggressive. Deliberate. Fong Buwei pretended to glare at him. Is Mr. Chen also something you can criticize? I've overstepped my bounds. Dad, you said so. Fong Tiansheng immediately shut up resentfully. Fong Buwei, on the other hand, asked once more to confirm that Wang Yi and Fong Tiansheng were indeed former high school classmates before looking at Chen Haijin. Mr. Chen, things should be clear now. Although assistant manager Fong did make some verbal transgressions, you should have heard it as well. He just made some overly aggressive remarks from the perspective of a fellow student. It's a matter of, let's just point it out. So there's no need to make such a big deal out of it, right? Chen Haijin was actually called down by a phone call from Zhang Dong, saying that he wanted to treat and deal with Wang Yi's matter with 12 points of caution. He really didn't know exactly what Wang Yi's identity was, and what was the relationship between Wang Yi and Fong Tiansheng. At this moment, when he heard that Wang Yi and Fong Tiansheng were actually old classmates, and that Fong Buwei had made it clear that he wanted to protect his son, he was really a bit torn. On the side, Wang Yi naturally saw Chen Haijin's entanglement. Seeing that Fong Tiansheng was obviously relieved and brought a colorful look in his eyes when he looked at his side again, Wang Yi didn't say anything more to Chen Haijin, but just picked up his cell phone and directly called Lu Yuanzheng. Behind Fong Buwei, Fong Tiansheng saw Wang Yi's action of picking up the phone, and immediately smiled at him, and with a very exaggerated mouth and said, "Calling again?" Wang Yi ignored his provocation, and after making the call, he turned to Chen Haijin as if he had a deeper meaning. Mr. Chen, as the boss of Shangri-La Hotel's Zhonghai branch, you should have certain sensitivities. This matter, however, has a direct impact on the reputation of the Zhonghai branch of Shangri-La Hotel, and even the entire Shangri-La Hotel group. Chen Haijin's face was struggling, obviously still tangled up, and Fong Buwei on the side had already picked up. Young man, I know you're angry, but there's no need to be so relentless and purposely make a big deal out of a small matter. You and assistant manager Fong were classmates after all. To intentionally expand things like this is a bit too evil-minded. Although Wang Yi already knew who Fong Buwei was, when he heard him pick up, he still deliberately asked, "I'm talking to Mr. Chen. I don't know who you are." Fong Buwei, one of the vice presidents in charge of administrative work here. Fong Buwei carried his hands behind his back and answered in an earnest fashion. Only then did Wang Yi look as if he was enlightened. So it's Vice President Fong. No wonder Mr. Chen had to dwell on it for so long even though he knew that your son had major problems. Sharp-tongued, Fong Buwei obviously didn't like him talking like that, and immediately frowned. No wonder assistant manager Fong lost his temper just now. He must have been pissed off by you too. TSK, you and your son are really not a family. Wang Yi shook his head. As soon as you opened your mouth, I knew that you are also an old know-it-all king. Haven't even confirmed the situation yet, and you're already helping your son make a big deal out of it and putting a label on my head. Someone like you is worthy of being the vice president of Shangri-La Hotel's Zhonghai branch, and preside over administration? You, Fong Buwei pointed one hand at Wang Yi, but just then, the boss is calling. The boss is calling. A cell phone ringtone suddenly came from Chen Haijin's pocket on the side, and upon hearing this cell phone ringing, Chen Haijin's face obviously changed. After making a rare shushing gesture at Fong Buwei and removing his cell phone from his pocket with his hands and feet, he answered the call almost immediately. Hey, Dong Zhang. What are your orders? When he answered the phone, Chen Haijin was still half bent over. His posture was respectful. As soon as Fong Buwei took a look at the situation, he knew who the caller was. He could only swallow back all the words that came to his mouth, and turned his ears to listen to what Chen Haijin and Zhang Dong were talking about, waiting to hear Zhang Dong said on the phone to let Chen Haijin open the speakerphone. He was originally curious about how Zhang Dong would mention such a request. Did not think. Chen Haijin only opened the speakerphone to inform Zhang Dong. The phone split face as a scolding. Chen Haijin, I'm telling you to go downstairs and unconditionally follow Mr. Wang's orders. Are you in your fucking head in the shit? You're even hesitant and indecisive when it comes to meeting a tiny vice president. Just now Mr. Lu all called personally and scolded me, asking me how my men were doing their jobs. You are now at your own discretion. Do you want to pack up and leave? Or do you want to let the Fong father and son, who have tarnished the reputation of our hotel, leave? Fong Buwei's body instantly shook. And at the same time, his gaze was extraordinarily solemn as he looked at Wang Yi anew. The general manager Lu in Zhang Dong's mouth was only one person, and that was Lu Yuanzhang, the owner of the entire Shangri-La Hotel group. Lu Yuanzhang first time personally called to scold Zhang Dong. That shows what? The young man in front of him definitely came from a huge and incomparable head. Even Mr. Lu has to treat the kind with caution. And Chen Haijin obviously also thought of this layer. And then when he looked at Wang Yi, the cold sweat on his forehead, fluttering immediately fell down. Mr. Wang. His voice was shaking. But on the phone, Zhang Dong's furious voice came again. You disappoint me too much, Chun Haijin. You're no longer fit to be a leader. Go take charge of presiding over the hotel's administration in the future. As for that father and son surnamed Fong, tell them to pack up their bunks and get the hell out of the Shangri-La Hotel right now. Chen Haijin's entire body instantly trembled, and his hand holding the cell phone shook for a moment. On the side, Fong Tiansheng, on the other hand, seemed to have heard a thunderbolt from the clear sky, and at the first moment, his face was deathly white as he looked at his own father. Fong Buwei and tasting out Zhang Dong just the amount of information in those words. In fact, probably in the heart already know their own end and downfall. At this moment heard Zhang Dong to make a pronouncement, although the bottom of the heart still cannot help but trembled a little bit, but on the surface is still to maintain composure. Seeing that his son was as lost as a mother, he just looked at Wang Yi once again before patting Fong Tiansheng's shoulder. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and apologize. Dad. Fong Tiansheng obviously didn't believe that this was something Fong Buwei, who had always protected himself, could say. Fong Buwei, but an instant vicissitude of many like, with only father and son can hear the voice of the low said, this classmate of yours, come too scary, go and apologize. Otherwise, our family's future days in Shanghai will be difficult. I'm afraid. Saying that, he also took a deep breath and took the lead in bowing deeply to Wang Yi's side. When Fong Tiansheng saw that his own father, who had always been omnipotent, had put down his stature and bowed to Wang Yi in front of so many people, he felt nothing but a thunderclap. When he walked in front of Wang Yi again, he didn't even dare to raise his head or make any more eye contact with him. After swallowing hard, trembling, he bent his waist completely. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. Before, it was my eyes that were blind to the fact that I apologized. I'm sorry. Around them, the many people who had witnessed the whole incident were in an uproar when they saw it. Crap. This reversal. God. I just watched this assistant manager Fong being quite villainous, especially when that vice president of his, Papa, came downstairs. That look was almost as if smugness was written on his face. I didn't realize that in just a little while, his father had planted, not to mention that he had to run and beg for forgiveness. The great joys and sorrows of the world come too quickly. Song Rowan was also a bit surprised, her cute little mouth closing a bit as she stood beside Wang Yi, and Sweetie, who was beside her, was obviously shocked, and when she looked at Wang Yi again, her eyes unconsciously took on a different color. Wang Yi naturally also perceived the gazes and comments of the surrounding crowd, but he did not mean to pay any attention to them. Seeing that Fong Tiansheng had become coy in front of himself at this time, and didn't dare to get up even though his body was trembling when he bent down and bowed, he just looked at Chun Haijin. I'll leave it to you to deal with this place. With that, he took Song Rowan and Sweetie to check into the hotel. At this moment, the front desk of Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch obviously also knew that he was a superb man, and when they saw that he was going to bring Song Rowan and Tian to check in, they took the initiative to help press the elevator and lead the way in the first place. Wang Yi was somewhat accustomed to all of this and didn't feel anything special when he got on the elevator. Song Rowan, however, couldn't help but whisper, Wang Yi, you're so powerful. I saw that nasty guy say those nasty things, and I had thought that you must be furious too. I didn't realize that you lifted your weight the entire time and got those nasty guys what they deserved with just one phone call. Wang Yi ruah her little head. Forget this little episode. Don't let some trashy people affect your mood. Song tenderly nodded obediently, and a little embarrassed, gently topped his ruah's hand on his own head. Wang Yi was a little bit adorable by her. However, by her so top, also realized that this action of his seems to be a bit ambiguous. Immediately retracted his hand to change the topic. It's almost lunchtime. Are you guys hungry? Not hungry. Song Gentle shook her head at the first opportunity. However, my stomach was rumbling uncontrollably. So, is this your stomach making a protest? Wang Yi immediately teased, and Sweetheart on the side couldn't help but laugh when she heard the teasing. Song Render, on the other hand, swished and blushed. Wang Yi once again ruah her head. There's no need to say anything. Later you and your classmates go up and settle down. Take a little break and we'll all go to lunch. There's a Michelin-starred restaurant in the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel, and I've heard that the environment and class are quite good, so I was thinking of going to experience it. Song Rowan didn't say no again this time. Nodding curtly, he waited for the elevator to reach the exclusive floor where the presidential suite was located and immediately went to his room to settle in. Entering the presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel and settling in, she couldn't help but take a few pictures to remember when she saw the luxury and comfort inside the presidential suite. On the other side, at the elevator entrance, Wang Yi was unaware of Song Rouge's surprise when he asked the receptionist to go and help book a place at the Star Chef restaurant and arrange for lunch ahead of time. He just heard the heartfelt system beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. punching Fong Tianqing in the face on the spot and convincing him that you are a big brother. Rewarded, Blackwater International Security Group worth $30 billion. The system has acquired Blackwater International Security Group for the host, and has completed the relevant procedures. Please reserve time in advance within 24 hours to prepare for the handover. Wang Yi instantly couldn't help but smile gently. Such a generous reward. Thank you, Fong Tianqing student. Song Rowan and Sweetheart happened to settle down and walked out from the presidential suite yet. Vaguely hearing Wang Yi's voice, she was a bit surprised. Why are you thanking that guy? Wang Yi retrieved his mind and smiled. Of course I have to thank him. If he hadn't come forward to pick a fight today, how would I have known that you, gentle, were so defensive of me? Song Ro mentioned this and was a bit embarrassed again, speaking with a bit of an incoherent feeling. I just simply can't stand to see Fong Tianqing's look down on people's face, as well as hating him as a person. Wang Yi, you mustn't think too much. Wang Yi wanted to laugh more and more when he saw this. I didn't say I thought about it more either. Gentle, what are you so excited about? You. Song Rowan's face was a little red. Who's excited? Wang Yi smiled and didn't answer. On the side, and Sweetie but gently poked Song Rouge and reminded in a small voice. You're blushing. Ha! Song Render immediately covered her face and looked at Wang Yi again in panic. Wang Yi didn't flirt with her anymore, and directly pressed the elevator and said, let's go eat first. Song Wenro nodded and changed the topic while fluttering her hands to fan her face. I've never been to a Michelin-starred restaurant. I've seen a lot of videos of reviews online before, and it seems like it's expensive and high-flying. Wang Yi, going to a restaurant like this won't break your bank too much, will it? Wang Yi smiled. Not so much. It's just a meal. Song Wenro nodded once more, before saying no more. When the elevator reached the floor and followed Wang Yi to his seat, he took the initiative to hand Wang Yi the menu. I haven't been to a restaurant of this level. You order. Seeing that she was so unpretentious, Wang Yi didn't push too much and took the menu and started ordering things. But what I didn't expect was that just then, a sudden commotion came from the direction of the restaurant's entrance. Crap! It's Chun Haijin from Shangri-La Hotel Zhenghai branch. Mr. Chun, why is he wearing a chef's uniform and pushing a food truck? What kind of painting style is this? Why don't I quite understand what kind of game is Mr. Chen playing? The commotion came with a burst of hello. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Mr. Chen, do you need any help? The sounds of greetings also followed. Then, he saw Chen Haijin pushing an exquisite sterling silver food cart, slowly arriving at the table. He was dressed in a chef's uniform, with sterile gloves on his hands and a mask over his face. At first glance, it's kinda chef-ish. Wang Yi was also a bit confused as to what kind of game he was playing, and after seeing him walk over, he immediately gave him a questioning look. Chun Haijin, on the other hand, apparently read his meaning and immediately bowed to Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry about what just happened. It was my indecisiveness that affected your and your friend's perception of the Zhenghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel, and I would like to apologize. Also, as an apology, I have taken the liberty of preparing a special table for you and your friends. As he spoke, Chen Haijin uncovered the sterling silver dinner plate of the first course and carefully presented it to Wang Yi and the others' table. It was a crab sashimi, and at first glance, it didn't seem like anything special. Nothing more than a more elaborate presentation, and the crabs looked quite pleasing to the eye. Wang Yi was puzzled why Chen Haijin looked so careful when he heard a sudden crouching sound coming from the periphery. This damn thing can't be the previous legend in the food world. The island country's national treasure crab, the 5 Glory Star, right? I heard from my friend at Star Chef Restaurant earlier that a total of 2 5 Glory Star crabs were auctioned from the island nation in China this month, and one of them is inside Star Chef Restaurant, but it hasn't been brought out for cooking yet. Look at Mr. Chen. Damn it, it can't be this one, right? Song Render had never heard of these exclusive terms at all and subconsciously asked, is this crab very powerful? Quite a few of the surrounding old Thai immediately swallowed their saliva madly. It's not whether it's awesome or not, it's really one of those very rare crabs. Even a seafood-rich country like the island is regarded as a national treasure crab, understand? Song Ro was still a bit uncertain, but it doesn't seem like it's that exaggerated. That's because you don't understand what the 5 Glory Star represents. The diner who was lying down at the very beginning stared at the plate of crab on Wang Yi's table with glowing eyes. Let me put it to you this way. In 19 years, there was a 5 Glory Star crab in the island country that had been auctioned off for $5 million island dollars. And by now, while the price of a 5 Glory Star crab rarely reaches that exaggerated level, each one is at least enough to pay for a car in full. Now, Song Wenling instantly knew why everyone was so excited. A crab topping a car? That diner, however, remained agitated. The 5 Glory Star, Must be a Matsuba crab that originates from Tottori Prefecture in the island nation of Tottori, and it must be a king crab that has a nail width of 13.5 centimeters or more, a crab weight of 1.2 kilograms or more, no broken or mutilated legs, a shiny shell, and meat that's full of flavor. The global annual production of this level of crab would not exceed 100 in total, and, if I remember correctly, of the 2 that were captured in the country last time, the other one should be the one captured by the young master of torn onion who was making a lot of noise on the internet some time ago. As the words landed, there was first an eerie silence throughout the Star Chef restaurant, followed by the sound of all sorts of cutlery going all over the place. Song Render was obviously stunned as well, and after looking at the 5 glory star crab on the table once again, she looked at Wang Yi for the first time. Wang Yi, this one is too scary as well. What are you going to make of me and sugar? It was obvious that she was a little rattled, a little overwhelmed. On the side, and Sweetheart, who had been looking relatively calm, also had some different colors on her face. Indeed, this thing is too expensive. Wang Yi, however, waved his hand and looked at Chen Haijin who was on the side. The 2 ladies don't need to worry. Chen Haijin immediately stepped forward very self-consciously. I've just said that as well. These treats are some of my personal apologies and some of my personal thoughts. You few can feel free to enjoy it to your heart's content. Although Song Ro understood that he meant free of charge, she was still a bit surprised. These are also too expensive. And Sweetie nodded on the side and agreed. The same was true for many of the surrounding diners, each and every one of them looking at Chen Haijin rather curiously, completely unable to understand why he was so respectful and cautious of the protagonist, specializing in sending crabs of such a level as the 5 glory star and a table of customized delicacies not to mention. He also acted as a deliveryman and personally sent it over to Wang Yi. Chen Haijin, however, just carefully glanced at Wang Yi, because, just when he had just finished dealing with Fang Bui's father and son, Zhang Dong had made another call to him. He had been reminded on the phone that if it wasn't for Wang Yi's magnanimity, he would have had no chance to even be the vice president of the Shangri-La Hotel's Shanghai branch, and he could have just rolled up his sleeves and left. Therefore, Chen Haijin actually had a few points of gratitude towards Wang Yi in addition to fear and awe. At this moment, seeing that Wang Yi didn't seem to have the intention of rejecting himself, he immediately set the other dishes on the table, said you and your friend, please enjoy your meal, and consciously retired. And the more he did, the more surprised the many diners around him became. When everyone looked at Wang Yi again, they unconsciously felt that a mysterious aura seemed to be shrouding this young man. Within the Star Chef restaurant, many speculations and whispers about Wang Yi immediately ensued. Not only those diners, Song Rowan was also a bit shocked. Wang Yi, your face, it's too big. Apart from the crabs from the 5 glory star, the other few dishes that Mr. Chen gave us are all great at first glance. This table, I'm afraid the total price is frighteningly high. Wang Yi smiled faintly. What's the point of thinking about this? Hurry up and taste the flavor. Saying that, he raised his chopsticks and picked up a crab leg from the 5 glory star, dipped it in a bit of wasabi soy sauce, and then naturally sent it to Song Wenro's mouth. Song Render originally hadn't reacted yet, and subconsciously opened her mouth and ate that crab leg into her mouth. After eating it, he couldn't help but brighten his eyes and shouted vaguely, wow, good times. But after noticing in Sweetheart on the side, who was staring at herself with a strange look in her eyes, all of a sudden, she realized with a jolt that something was wrong, especially after seeing that Wang Yi also used the same pair of chopsticks to pick up a crab leg and ate it by himself. Her face instantly reddened into a small apple. Does it suddenly seem that the crab leg's in your mouth it smells better? On the side, and Sweetness whispered in a teasing manner. Song Wenling immediately lowered her head and gently punched her under the table while glaring at her in shame. Opposite the two, Wang Yi originally hadn't noticed any abnormalities, and was just silently savoring the food. However, after eating for a while, she inadvertently realized that Song Wenling didn't seem to say anything for a long time, and in Sweetheart's eyes became somewhat ambiguous as she looked at herself and Song Wenling. It was then that he snapped back to his senses. It seemed like he had just indirectly kissed Song Wenro. Wang Yi's mind instantly fluctuated, and his gaze also glanced at Song Render intentionally or unintentionally. At that time, Song Rowan was obviously still shy, keeping her head down without saying anything, and her face was red. When he eats, he's like a little squirrel, slowly nibbling and nibbling. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing or being noticed by someone else at the table. Seeing this, Wang Yi simply continued to act confused and gave her some more dishes. Eat more if you like it, don't be so formal. Unsurprisingly, when Tian saw his movements, she immediately looked at Song Rowan with ambiguous eyes again. But Song Rowan, although her face became redder and redder, but after nodding her head, she actually ate all the dishes that Wang Yi gave her. Now, Not only did Sweetheart's eyes become playful when she looked at Song Roran, even the diners around her who were paying attention to this side of the room changed their complexion. Sharing a pair of chopsticks with the opposite sex and not resisting indirect kiss. These, in a way, can be sending a signal. It was completely understandable that Song Rowan was completely unguarded towards Wang Yi and was somewhat fond of him. You just spoil him. And Sweetness couldn't help but whisper a flirtatious comment. Immediately, without waiting for Song Wen-ro to make small moves under the table again, he grabbed her small fist and turned to Wang Yi. Wang Yi vaguely heard her flirting with Song Wenling. At this moment, noticing that when she looked at herself again, there still seemed to be some measuring implications in her eyes, she immediately took the initiative to ask, "Is there a problem?" "I don't really have anything, I'm just tenderly in a bit of a pickle, and I was wondering if you could help." Wang Yi had originally thought that Tian would flirt with himself about those little flirtations just now. At this moment, when he heard her actually say that Song Wen-ro had encountered a bit of a problem, he immediately put down his chopsticks. "What's the situation?" And Sweetheart glanced at Song Rowan. As you know, Rowan came to this side of Shanghai to look for an internship this time. She originally wanted to apply for a job as a legal assistant at some head big business, but after asking around for the past few days, she realized that none of the big businesses over here in Shanghai accept interns for their legal assistant positions, and while some of the other non-major corporations have snapped her up, the platform is too small and the amount they can learn is too limited. Wang Yi didn't rush to answer for the time being, and just waited for her post. After Sweetie introduced the situation, she didn't let him wait long, so she directly said, "I see that you are over at China Shipping Airlines, and it seems like you have some connections, so just thought I'd ask if you could help out and get Gentle an internship over there." Gentle's learning ability and professional skills are very strong. Even in our Huaqing University belongs to the group of schoolmasters. Song Wenlian, however, was obviously afraid that Wang Yi would have a hard time, and took the initiative to say after gently pulling in Dang Dang under the table, "Wang Yi, Dang Dang is just mentioning it casually, so don't take it too seriously. Internships at China Shipping Aviation Group are so rare that even if you could help, it would certainly cost you a small fortune. Besides, their legal assistant positions are saturated and stopped hiring a long time ago." Hearing that she was still thinking of herself at this moment, Wang Yi was a bit touched in his heart and immediately interrupted her. "It's fine. I do have some contact with the China Shipping Airlines side. Gentle, send me a copy of your resume and I'll try to hand it over for you first." Saying that, he waited until Song Wen-ro sent his resume over and directly forwarded it to Yi Qingcheng. "This is a high school friend of mine who wants an internship for a legal assistant position. Take a look at her resume." And not a moment after he sent the message, Song Wenling received a call from China Shipping Aviation Group. After answering the phone, she was obviously quite excited. "Just now, the personnel director of China Shipping Aviation Group personally contacted me, saying that my resume was excellent and that he could make an exception to give me an interview." With that, she looked at Wang Yi and said with a red face, "Thank you Wang Yi, really thank you so much. I've been super tempted to apply to study at CNA before." Wang Yi smiled faintly, "I'm just helping you deliver your resume. It's you who are excellent." Song Ro shook her head repeatedly. "Not at all. All their job postings say the legal assistant position is filled. It must have been for your sake that you made an exception and gave me an interview." On the side, although Tian didn't say a word, her eyes towards Wang Yi clearly showed a little more color. Previously, when Wang Yi was able to get the director's office of China Shipping Airlines to give special instructions to receive Song Wenlang and her in accordance with VIP standards, she suspected that Wang Yi was very influential within the China Shipping Airlines group. Now that this was out of the way, she was more and more certain that her assumptions were correct. At this moment, seeing Song Rowan's face redden with excitement, she immediately picked up the teacup on the table to honor Wang Yi. "Rowan has a point. Here's to you, and thank you for helping Gentle get this opportunity." Wang Yi picked up his teacup and clinked it with her. "You're welcome, it's just a show of hands." Saying that, he casually asked, "What about you? Have you found an internship yet? Is there anything you need my help with?" And sweetly smiled. "I've already submitted my resume to the Shanghai office of the Bovis International Law Firm, and I'm going to attend their interview tomorrow." Wang Yi nodded and casually wished her well before turning his attention to Song Rouge once again. Song Rowan was obviously a little nervous when she heard the topic of interviews. "China Shipping Airlines is also asking me for an interview tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, but I haven't prepared at all until now." "So nervous?" Wang Yi smiled. "With your strength, normal play should be solid. It's not that simple." Song Ro shook her head. "I've looked for my sisters to find out before. Interviews for large corporations like this are difficult. Besides, this interview opportunity is still something that you, Wang Yi, helped me secure. If I don't perform well, I might bring shame to your face too." Wang Yi originally wanted to say that with himself here. She would definitely be fine. But I didn't expect Song Ro to rush through the bowl of rice just after saying all this. I'll go and have a good review in preparation later. Wang Yi, do you have time tomorrow? Can you accompany me to the interview? Wang Yi guessed that she should still be a bit nervous, and seeing her staring at him with a hopeful face, he immediately nodded. Let's meet at the Zhenghai Aviation Building in the morning, and I'll give you a boost. Aha! Song Ro nodded heavily, and after looking at Wang Yi's face for a few more moments, she couldn't help but giggle. Wang Yi, you're so nice. Wang Yi rolled down her head and didn't say much. On the contrary, it was in sweetheart on the side, as if she had tasted something again, who bantered with Song Wenling for a few more moments. After the duo bantered, everyone had pretty much eaten their fill and simply left the restaurant together. When he left the restaurant and waited for the elevator, Wang Yi was originally prepared to say goodbye to the duo, but I didn't expect that. Only when the elevator door opened, a slightly frivolous voice came out from inside first. Yo, and schoolgirl? Looking around, he saw a studded man standing at the far end of the elevator. Earring man is quite handsome. There is also a kind of gangly and handsome temperament. The face value of this part is quite able to fight. And, accompanied by two burly bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, Wang Yi guessed that he was a bit of a come-on and was about to ask in Tian. Unexpectedly, after the studded man saw their group enter the elevator, he immediately scanned over in Tian very nonchalantly. He frowned momentarily. As in Tian ducked behind herself, she naturally moved a little closer to the man with the earrings, blocking his nonchalant gaze, and the earring man obviously noticed his movements, and immediately glanced at Wang Yi with quite a bit of dissatisfaction. Schoolmate in. Who is this one? Why does he seem to be not very friendly? Zhang Yaoyang, you can call me by my name, don't act like we're familiar. And Tian clearly disliked him and frowned as she spoke. Zhang Yaoyang but frivolous smile, so out of the ordinary. Why? You originally is also my schoolmate. Well, it's just that I used to go to the same high school, and since you're 1 year older than me, the two of us haven't crossed paths much, and sweetness did not hide the disgust in her tone at all. Zhang Yaoyang, however, as if he couldn't hear it, still with a smile on his face, so eager to clear the relationship, he said and looked at Wang Yi, is this your boyfriend? Afraid he'll misunderstand? This is my best friend's boyfriend, and Sweetie tried not to look at him. Your bosom friend? Zhang Yaoyang, however, as if he realized something, turned his head to look at Song Ro for the first time. Then again, his eyes lit up in a flash, and his hand immediately went to Wang Yi's shoulder. It's okay, buddy. How did you get such a hot chick? Teach me too? Wang Yi directly shook off his hand and glanced at him lightly. Am I familiar with you? When Zhang Yaoyang was thrown away, he obviously did not expect to be simply thrown away by Wang Yi's hand, and froze there for a while, until the elevator door opened again. Only the eyes are still slightly quickly flashed a touch of sinister, showing a smile to Wang Yi. Very good. You are very good. Wang Yi didn't goad him at all and just looked at him condescendingly, waiting for his post. On the side, and Sweetness and Song Ro, however, lest he suffer, hurriedly pulled him out of the elevator. As he walked out of the elevator, he also whispered, don't get on the wrong side of trashy people like that. It's not worth it. Just stay away from it if you run into it in the future. And within the elevator, Zhang Yaoyang, after the elevator door closed, but instantly converged his smile, but changed to a grim posture, directly to the two bodyguards around him, said, go check on that brat for me, and the information about his horse, MD, give him back his face. Wang Yi also estimated that Zhang Yaoyang would be a shady master, and after walking out of the Shangri-La Hotel's main entrance, he directly asked in Sweetie, this Zhang, what's his origin? Specifically I didn't bother to find out, but anyway, it's not a decent person is all. And Tian shook her head. I heard some of my high school classmates say before that his father seems to be one of those half-gray characters, and he, himself, hasn't been doing much serious business over the years, mainly lending money, meeting houses and the like. So if you ever see a trashy person like that again, just stay away. Wang Yi nodded and did not say that he suspected that Zhang Yaoyang held a grudge against him or anything like that, and simply greeted the two women before leaving. On the way back to the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi was still thinking about how to deal with this kind of trash like Zhang Yaoyang and eliminate future problems, when a phone call from outside the country suddenly came in. Caller ID, Rice. Wang Yi estimated that it should be a handover call from the Blackwater International Security Group side, and directly chose to connect. What I didn't realize was that it was only connected, and immediately there was a series of hot words coming from that side. Wang Yi was a bit displeased, and immediately said to the other side of the phone, can you speak Dragonese? If not, find someone who can speak Dragonese to communicate with me. The gibbering on the other side of the phone stopped immediately. It took a while before the greeting in Duolongwa came in a less than fluent manner. Hello boss, I'm the former head of the Blackwater International Security Group, Brian. As agreed in the acquisition agreement, we have taken the earliest cross-country flight and are on our way to the Dragon Kingdom. It is expected that tomorrow morning, Dragon Country time, our first batch of Blackwater International Security Group's elites will be able to meet up with you, boss, in Shanghai City. Wang Yi was instantly distracted. You can arrive tomorrow morning? Isn't your Blackwater International the best at solving some troubles? Although he hadn't specifically gone in depth, he had heard of it, the great name of the Blackwater International Security Group. Blackwater International Security Group is called Security Group in name, but in reality it is the world's top mercenary team, in which every member is definitely the existence of the elite special forces level of each country. Before that, they had served many of the world's top countries, consortiums, and powers escorting them, or specializing in unseen matters for them, or even helping with important beheading missions. Even, they can play an important role in the middle of some countries' wars. It's just right that they should be the ones to deal with Zhang Yaoyang. And on the other side of the phone, Brian was obviously quite confident when he heard Wang Yi mention this. Boss, we at Blackwater International are born to help our customers out. Where Blackwater goes, gold and stone go. This is a common comment from all our peers in the industry. When Wang Yi heard him say this, he also smiled. The words are so beautifully said. I just don't know how it's like to really get things done. Brian, the foreigner, actually understood his off-picture voice and immediately took over the conversation. Boss, what do you need us to do? Just order. It seems like you don't know much about Dragon Kingdom culture. Wang Yi complimented before saying, I met someone named Zhang Yaoyang today. Just now. He went down passenger elevator number 3 at the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel. I want to know everything about him and his movements within 36 hours. Can I do that? You've provided more than enough information, boss. Brian was confident beyond belief. It won't take 36 hours. When we go to see you tomorrow, we can guarantee that we'll be able to give you an answer that will satisfy you. What Wang Yi wanted was this effect, and the corners of his mouth immediately rose at the sound. Then I'll wait for your good news, he said, waiting until the other side answered, and hung up directly. After talking to Brian on the phone, Wang Yi originally thought that this matter would come to an end, or at least wait for Brian and his men to arrive in Shanghai before there would be any follow-up. But he didn't expect that the next morning, when he was only primping and ready to go to Song Wen-ro's appointment and accompany Song Wen-ro for the interview, Brian's phone call came first. Boss, the person you wanted to check out, we've already found out. We have one of the world's top hackers on our team, and she hacked into the surveillance system of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel and found that person's facial information and customer information, and then after that, she mined a lot of things based on that basic information through the internet and big data in the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Yi was a bit surprised. So efficient? On the other side of the phone, Brian was obviously a little proud. Like I said, boss, in these areas, we at Blackwater International are the professionals. Moreover, if we, Blackwater International, dare to say second, no one dares to call us first globally. Wang Yi was satisfied with his reply, but after thinking about it, he added, you guys continue to investigate first, and make sure to find out some fierce information. Wait for the meeting and then summarize it together for me. After giving the order, he hung up the phone again and headed directly to the China Shipping Airline building. When he arrived at the China Shipping Airline building, the time was exactly around 9:45, and there were still 15 minutes before Song Gentle's interview began. Wang Yi looked towards the hall from the doorway for a while. Not seeing Song Rawan's figure, he subconsciously took out his cell phone and prepared to give her a call. But what I didn't expect was that only when I took out my cell phone, my arm was hit hard by a piece of tenderness, the phone all but flew out at once. What's going on? The first thing he did after he managed to hold onto his cell phone and avoid doom was to turn his head and look over. But what I didn't expect was that the other party was actually even fiercer than him, directly cursing angrily. You're asking me what's going on? I still have to ask you what's going on. Where did you just hit me on purpose? Stinking hooligan. Wang Yi fixed his eyes on the other party and realized that the other party was a woman with a face value of 60 points or less, wearing a revealing dress, and a Netflix face. At this moment, she was covering the position of her heart with a face of shame and horror, and still staring angrily at herself. The gesture was as if she was the victim. Wang Yi was instantly enraged. Auntie, it was clearly you who hit me just now, wasn't it? Auntie, who the hell are you talking about? I'm 28 years old this year. Auntie, your grandpa. The net red face was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and when she shouted with such a sharp voice, the passers-by around those who came and went to China Shipping Airline immediately all looked over. As soon as there were more people watching, the net red face seemed to have more and more confidence, and immediately pointed at Wang Yi again and said to the surrounding people, let's all comment on this. Is this person too shameless? Not only did he just intentionally hit me in the hun part, but he actually backtracked and said I hit him first. Many of the surrounding passers-by were completely unaware of the situation, and when they heard her say so, they immediately turned their attention to Wangi. The face value of that net face after makeup is actually not bad, plus now wearing cool and exposed. At first glance it is really a bit of a model. On the contrary, Wangi, due to the fact that today just to accompany the song Gentle, in order to low-key dress very ordinary, passers-by were subconsciously inclined to believe what that webface said. As a result, there was immediately a lot more contempt and dislike in everyone's eyes when they looked at Wangi, and a few of the more righteous ones simply stood out from the crowd, vaguely meaning to block the retreat of Wangi, the salty piggy man. After seeing this scene, the net red face obviously got more and more full of energy, and directly directed at Wangi, "Apologize to me right away, or don't blame me for exposing you on the internet." As she spoke, she actually took out her cell phone. Wangi was going to be pissed off and laugh at this moment. Seeing that she really made a gesture to take a video, she immediately looked at the top of her head, before turning black and white. "I have to advise you that there are high-definition cameras everywhere here. Whether you just hit me or I hit you is clearly recorded on these cameras. Before you turn black and white upside down, think about the consequences." When Netflix noticed that there were still cameras literally everywhere around him, his aura visibly weakened a bit, and the cell phone he had been preparing to shoot was silently put away. However, even so, she still pointedly said, "So what if I accidentally bumped into you? Do you dare to say that you didn't take advantage of me while you had the chance? Don't think I don't know what you stinking losers are like. If I hadn't just ducked so fast, your hand would have been plastered all over the place." Wangi had already seen what kind of goods this was at this moment, and instead calmed down. Hearing that Netflix was starting to brainstorm hats for himself, he didn't hide his disdain in the slightest as he looked Netflix up and down before sneering. "You're probably the one that was so hot on the internet before, the paragon of common and confident, right? Putting aside your ugly face that can't be covered with several layers of powder, with qualities and a body like yours dash. To put it mildly, I wouldn't even take a second look at you if you were sent to me naked and begged me." That's a really hurtful and insulting statement. The surrounding crowd was instantly dumbfounded, not to mention that Netflix's entire body instantly exploded. "Who the fuck are you calling ugly, asshole? Before you speak, you don't take a piss and look in the mirror. Even if your ancestors' graves are smoking, you can't afford a girl like me, okay? And let's not talk about a girl of my level. I guess you can't even afford a live female one. Stinky loser." She was jumping with excitement when a voice as gentle as a spring breeze suddenly came from outside the crowd. "What's going on, dear?" Then, a figure with a face value of at least 90 points, pretty and innocent, suddenly walked over, and gently took Wang Yi's arm with a face full of concern. All the words that Netflix had been saying up to his mouth came out all at once, and around her, the many passers-by who were still predisposed to favor her, their eyes became weird all of a sudden when they looked at her again. Wang Yi also perceived these, after seeing Song Ro Ro come over. Just like his obedient little girlfriend, he immediately replied aloud, "Nothing, just got bumped by that woman across the street. As a result, that woman backtracked and falsely accused me of hitting her, not to mention that I had to take advantage of her." Song Tenderness had just been outside and didn't know exactly what had happened yet. At this moment, when he heard Wang Yi say this, he was instantly fired up as well. The first thing she did was twist her head to look at Netflix and put on a look of confusion and disbelief. "You're saying my boyfriend took advantage of you?" While talking, he was also very bluntly looking first at the face and body of the Netflix face, and then at his own face and body. Song Gentle's face value, body shape, and even temperament, that is absolutely hanging or crushing the net red face. These words and actions are murderous, to say the least. Netflix's old face, all of a sudden, turned red. She stammered for half a day, unable to find any other defense. In the end, he could only pretend to have a stomachache and flee to the restroom in a catatonic mess. And as she fled like this, the surrounding crowd instantly reacted to the fact that they had been tricked and misunderstood Wang Yi. Damn, this ugly ratio is really too hateful. Ugly people with dirty hearts. Handsome, I'm really sorry, I almost misunderstood you just now. I just stood up to block you and thought it was righteousness, but I didn't realize that it almost turned into doing a favor for the tiger. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. No way. I have to go and block that bitch. I can't let her off so easily. Doesn't she like to expose people online? So I'll go make some videos and let her taste the feeling of being exposed too." The crowd of onlookers that had originally gathered at the entrance of the China Shipping Airlines building quickly dispersed. Song Rowan was still a bit indignant. "Bad woman. Really too vicious. How can there be such disgusting people in this world?" Wang Yi shook his head. "Forget about this for now. Just like you guys said before, don't let these trash people affect your mood. Also," Song Ro Ro nodded. Then, as if she thought of something else, she said with some anticipation on her face, "What do you think of my performance just now? Isn't that killer? Extremely hurtful and insulting." Wang Yi smiled, rounded up a bit, and it's a descending blow. When Song Ro Ro heard his compliment, she instantly smiled cheekily. "I'm also too angry. That woman is so bad, to accuse you so falsely, and to try to expose you online. If it weren't for all these people, I'd have wanted to kick her twice. So protective of me?" Wang Yi smiled, suddenly noticing that her hand was still holding her arm, and immediately couldn't help but flirt. "Speaking of which, you just called me those two quite naturally?" Song Ro Ro probably hasn't reacted yet, and subconsciously asked, "Which two sounds? The 2 times you called me darling, and the 2 times you said I was your boyfriend?" Wang Yi looked at her little face. "Ah, that." Song Wen Ro was obviously a little flustered. That wasn't the situation. Wang Yi glanced at her holding his arm and continued to flirt. "And the way you hold my arm, it's quite natural." Song Ro Ro hastily retracted her hand and said with a red face, "Annoying. I'm obviously doing this to help you. Ignore you and go to the interview." With that, he jogged over to the elevator entrance. Wang Yi didn't care about her reaction and silently followed her, waiting to follow her to the interview waiting area before whispering to her, "Go for it." Song Ro Ro obviously wasn't really angry with him either. Sniffing, she immediately nodded. "I'll try my best." Wang Yi saw that she began to take deep breaths to adjust the state. Originally was about to go to the side to find a position to sit down and so on, but did not expect to see a familiar figure, the web-slinger face that just bumped into him at the door. Netflix probably had a hard time getting here, and not only was his body a bit of a mess, but his entire body was sweating profusely. After rushing to the interview waiting area, she seemed to be in a hurry. Hastily wiping the sweat from her head, she drew a resume from her bag and hurriedly stepped into the formal interview area. This kind of person is actually coming to China Shipping Aviation Group to seek employment? Wang Yi instantly laughed. After briefly greeting Song Wen Ro, he hurriedly followed in the footsteps of the online red face and stepped into the official interview area together. At that time, Netflix face was closing the door to the interview area and was taken aback when he saw Wang Yi suddenly follow him in. "What are you doing here?" Wang Yi, however, didn't bother with her and directly said to the several interviewers sitting in the interview room, "No need to waste time for this woman. Just eliminate her." A few interviewers were originally a bit upset when they saw him suddenly barge in. At this moment, when he heard that he actually had a posture of teaching them how to do things, he was about to have a seizure right away. But just then, the one sitting right in the middle of them suddenly pulled them and, in addition, scowled frantically towards them. Several of the interviewers froze for a moment, because the one sitting in the center is no one else, officially their top boss's boss, the lead interviewer who conducted the interview this morning, one of the real executives of China Shipping Airlines, a handful in the personnel department. "Director Huang. Superintendent Huang. What are you doing?" Someone didn't understand what was going on and hurriedly lowered his voice to ask. Director Huang, however, had already stood up and looked over at Wang Yi with a smile piled on his face. At the door of the interview room, the net red face hadn't yet noticed the dissimilarity of the several interviewers, and when he heard Wang Yi's words, he immediately sneered. "How old are you?" Throwing down one sentence lightly, "You want so many interviewers to eliminate me? When China Sea Airlines is run by you." Wang Yi didn't bother with her either and just looked at Superintendent Huang. Superintendent Huang had greeted him by now. Hearing this from the net red face, he didn't need Wang Yi to say anything more, and immediately returned a sneer. "I'm really sorry to disappoint you. Zhonghai Aviation Group. It's really our Wangdong's industry." The net red face was obviously confused all of a sudden, looking at Wang Yi with disbelief. The several interviewers who were originally quite puzzled why Director Huang reacted in such a way also looked stunned, and then hurriedly stood up with their hands in a frenzy. Welcome the mysterious new boss of China Shipping Air Group who has been known only by name but not by sight. As they stood up, these interviewers could not help but secretly measure Wang Yi one by one, and their hearts were shaken. Prior to this, although they knew that China Shipping Aviation Group had changed its boss, and the other party was very generous and directly acquired China Shipping Aviation in a one-time wholly owned acquisition today, but they never knew who the new boss was in the end. At this moment, seeing that Wang Yi was actually so young, they really couldn't help but be surprised. Wang Yi naturally noticed the gazes of these people. However, he didn't care. After naturally sweeping the crowd of interviewers, he turned his gaze to Director Huang once again. Superintendent Huang obviously read his meaning and directly said to Netflix, "Ms. Fong, you can go out now." On what grounds? The net red face, also known as Fong, seemed to have reacted at this moment. The boss of the China Shipping Aviation Group can arbitrarily deprive me of my right to participate in the interview? The sky is not as big as a rationalization. I need a rational explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for going to the media to expose you right after you leave this interview room. When Director Huang heard her words, his head instantly became as big as a bucket. For a giant one-place company like China Shipping Airlines Group, it's definitely not a good thing to get caught up in any negative news. And it's easy to get into trouble if you're not careful. So, if Fong Fong really went out and talked nonsense, China Shipping Airlines might really be in a bit of trouble. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Wang Yi. Wang Dong. Wang Yi also knew what he was worried about, and after waving his hand to interrupt him, he looked at Ms. Fong Fong for the first time. What position are you interviewing for? Flight attendant, also known as stewardess. Fong Fong toed the line. Wang Yi nodded and continued to ask, what's the most important thing about being a flight attendant? Love of the job. Strong service concept and service consciousness? Affinity and sweet smile. Fong Fong has obviously worked hard in this regard, and answered the question fluently. Wang Yi nodded again and waited until she had finished all in one breath before this sudden turn of phrase. Then let me ask you, which one of the above mentioned do you think you fit into? Fong Fong immediately jammed for a moment. However, it doesn't end there. Not waiting for Fong Fong to slow down, Wang Yi continued. Also, if I remember correctly, flight attendants also have higher requirements for personal qualities. Do you self-evaluate yourself as high quality? Fong Fong's face went red now. If she hadn't had all that friction with Wang Yi at the entrance of the China Shipping Airline building just now, she would have dared to make a cheeky remark now that she felt she had high quality. But now since this had happened and the rightful owner was right in front of her, she wouldn't dare to say that even if she was shameless. However, while her face flushed red, she also instantly realized what Wang Yi was trying to express. You're deliberately setting me up. Poor me. Wang Yi had originally thought that she would retreat in shame when things had come to this point. At this moment, hearing that she actually did not forget to backtrack even at this time, he immediately looked her up and down again. You are really common and confident enough. Okay, I don't have time to make up and play any debate games with you. Get out. Feel free to get media exposure or whatever. When Fong Fong heard him act as if he didn't put himself in his eyes at all, he obviously couldn't hold back any longer and violently fished out his cell phone from his pocket. You asked for it. I recorded everything that just went on in the interview room. When I get out, I will definitely expose you guys. Recording? Wang Yi really didn't think that she had this kind of tawdry maneuver. Fong Fong, however, misunderstood something and was quite pleased. Now you know you're afraid? Late. Wang Yi, however, ignored her and just turned his head to look at Director Huang. Recording in our group's interview area without permission. Wouldn't that be suspected of stealing our company's trade secrets? Superintendent Huang also didn't expect Fong Fong to give away her head at this moment, and was stunned for a moment before answering. Yes, there's nothing more to say then. Contact the legal department and take care of it. Wang Yi glanced at Fong Fong. In addition, have the security department copy that part of the surveillance at the entrance of the China Shipping Airline building from 10 minutes ago and hand it over to the legal affairs department as well. There, too, can be quite a bit of Ms. Fong's glory hidden. Fong Fong was completely dumbfounded now. She really didn't expect that this wave of maneuvering was moving a stone and hitting her own foot, hearing that her move was likely to break the law, and that Wang Yi was going to have the group's legal department liquidated altogether. The first thing she did was to open her cell phone and prepare to delete the recording. Wang Yi, however, was too lazy to pay attention to her or remind her that technology can now recover deleted data from cell phones. After allowing her to operate with her hands and feet, she turned to Director Huang and said, in the process of interviewing again later, in addition to the professionalism of the interviewer, you should also pay attention to the character of the interviewer. After all, things can be taught if you can't do them, but it's hard to change a low character. Yes, Director Huang hurriedly answered, while quickly contacting the legal and security departments of China Shipping Aviation Group by phone. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't say any more, and after glancing at Fong Fong, who was so anxious that she was close to crying, he shook his head and left the interview room. Inside the interview room, with Wang Yi leaving and Fong Fong being taken away again by the joint efforts of the security and legal departments of China Shipping Aviation Group, the several interviewers but all of a sudden sensationalized. Crap, our new boss is quite something. Just now that Ms. Fong said to go to the media to expose us. I originally thought that we Shanghai Airlines to encounter trouble it. I did not expect the boss directly. The great power of the sun will dissolve the problem in the form of invisible. No offense. If I were at that juncture, I would have scratched my head and never imagined that this could be done. Superintendent Huang also nodded deeply, not to mention these few HR staff under his hand, but he himself, his heart was in his throat just now. I am afraid that Wang Yi's impulsiveness will intensify the conflict and make the problem even bigger, and Wang Yi was at that moment in danger, still standing as a professional interviewer, asking a series of tricky questions. and finally using magic to defeat magic. This series of operations could be said to make him all admire at once, thinking that this person is obviously so young. But when acquiring the China Shipping Aviation Group, he also deliberately emphasized that he must keep some identity information confidential for him. Director Huang subconsciously felt that this person must be too mature, out of a low profile to do so. Looking at the direction that Wang Yi had just left, he returned to the main interviewer's seat while immediately instructing the personnel department staff under him. In future interviews, in addition to examining the professionalism of job applicants, we must also pay more attention to the character of job applicants. The many interviewers had just heard Wang Yi's command and immediately responded at the sound of his voice. Understood. Superintendent Huang nodded. Thinking of Yi Qingqing's previous special greeting to himself, he added, "Also, there is another thing. Secretary Yi specifically mentioned it to me before, saying that one of the job applicants later on is named Song Rowan, who may have some special relationship with our boss. When everyone interviews her, make sure you're on top of things. Understand?" Several of the interviewers present hadn't thought much about it originally, and subconsciously expressed their understanding. But when they reacted, Wang Yi himself just came to the interview room in person. Obviously there are many opportunities to mention this after. They were all stunned in an instant. Eyes, subconsciously, looked at Director Huang in unison. Superintendent Huang actually tasted this level. After realizing that everyone was looking at his eyes, he immediately looked admiringly at Wang Yi's departing direction again. Everyone don't just stand there either. Get to work. Anyway, this new boss of ours is at too high a level. I can't see through it either. Outside the interview area of China Shipping Aviation Group, Wang Yi sat down for a break shortly after Song Wenling's interview ended. She was still looking a little dazed as she walked over. Seeing this, Wang Yi thought that something had gone wrong, and immediately said with concern, "What's with this expression? Did the interview not go well?" Song Rowan, however, shook her head. "It's not that it's not smooth, it's that it's too easy. I had prepared a whole lot more, and I didn't expect the interviewers to give me a pass on the spot before I even started to power through it all." Wang Yi looked at her. "Can I understand that you're in Versailles?" "No." Song Ro spat out her little snake head playfully. "It's just that the interview went too well. I didn't slow down for a moment and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I'm actually heartily happy. That main interviewer just praised me, saying that I was the candidate with the best attitude and foundation he'd ever seen, and that he was going to break the mold and let me go straight to being the assistant to the Director of Legal Affairs." Wang Yi smiled at the sound. "I told you there was no problem. Congratulations. I should be the one to thank you." Song Ro glanced at him. "You're the one who helped me create such an opportunity. Wang Yi, you are simply my lucky star. Let me buy you a meal after work later." Wang Yi was about to rue her head again when a staff member with a Ministry of Personnel work tag on his heart suddenly walked over. "Hello, may I ask who is MS? Song Gentle Song?" Song Gentle immediately raised her small hand in a cute and cuddly manner. That HR staff immediately smiled. "Hello MS. Song, Director Huang asked me to bring you here to familiarize yourself with the environment. After I take you to familiarize you with the entire group later, I'll take you to meet our group's legal director. Afterward, that superintendent himself will take you." When these words came out, Song Wenro did not have much of a reaction. The job seekers around them who were still waiting in line for interviews, on the other hand, had eyes that were almost red with envy. They are still looking for a job and can't get one. Song Rowan actually joined the job on the spot, not to mention, or by the group's Director of Legal Affairs personally. This treatment, the gap is too damn big. Wang Yi wasn't surprised by all this, and waited until Song Rowan followed the staff out, and Director Huang walked out of the interview room at the right time, and immediately asked casually, "Did you arrange this?" Director Huang, however, lest he misunderstand, waved his hands repeatedly. "There is absolutely no such thing, Wang Dong. MS. Song is truly outstanding, both in talent and attitude and character. Rare in all my years as a personnel person. I feel from the bottom of my heart that she deserves this treatment and will be successful in the future." "Well done." Wang Yi nodded. Saying that, he signaled Director Huang to go back and continue to be busy, and was about to turn around and leave. But I didn't expect that just then. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. Caller ID, Yi Qingqing. Connecting. There immediately came Yi Qingqing's familiar yokai-level voice. "Boss, is it convenient for you at this moment? What's wrong?" Wang Yi stopped in his tracks. "Regarding the operation of the China Shipping Aviation Group, there are some tasks that I need to report to you and ask for instructions." Yi Qingqing's voice was soft. "Wait for me for 2 minutes." Wang Yi didn't ask any more questions and went directly to the president's office. When he arrived at the president's office, Yi Qingqing had obviously been waiting for a long time, and was bending towards the president's office door to make tea. Wang Yi didn't even have to deliberately look at it, but could clearly notice the huge sin that her little white suit couldn't even cover. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, obviously did not expect Wang Yi to come so quickly. Noticing that his collar seemed to be a bit open when he bent over with his face toward Wang Yi's side, she immediately blushed and straightened up in greeting. "Boss, you're here." Wang Yi ignored that little bit of flirtation and nodded before sitting in his boss chair. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, nimbly poured a cup of tea for him first, before obediently standing aside. It was at this time that Wang Yi suddenly realized that Yi Qingcheng was wearing a set of white lace stockings today in addition to a white small suit and a white short skirt, the same set he had seen on the back seat of Yi Qingcheng's BMW that day. Hiss? Subconsciously, Wang Yi looked up at Yi Qingcheng who was standing next to him. Yi Qingcheng was also observing Wang Yi's every move at this moment. Noticing that Wang Yi realized that she was wearing the stockings that had triggered the embarrassment between the two of them that time, and that the way he was looking at her seemed to have become subtle, her head instantly became a hot mess. For once, it really wasn't so much that she wanted to leave the city overnight as it was that she was tempted to leave this planetary life overnight. "Boss, the air conditioner in your office seems to have forgotten to turn it on." "Wait a moment, I'll go get the remote control and turn it on for you." Finding an excuse, Yi Qingcheng hurriedly twisted her head, covered her face and ran out of the president's office. While Wang Yi saw this, he silently breathed a sigh of relief once again. Seriously, getting along with someone like Yi Qingcheng, who was at the level of the reincarnation of Suda Ji, was truly testing, especially since right now Yi Qingcheng had also, twice in a row, made such misunderstandings with himself. Really hard to top. Half a minute later, Yi Qingcheng didn't know whether she had slowed down her emotions or actually found the air conditioner remote control and returned once again. Wang Yi watched as she turned on the air conditioner and stood across from herself, and immediately went straight to the point, getting down to business. What are these people's thoughts? Mr. Zhong? Straight to the point. He also casually called up the system, scanning Yi Qingcheng's loyalty information. The system's beep, too, soon followed. Yi Qingcheng, a plus-class secretary-type talent. Loyalty 60. Loyalty 50 to 70, willing to serve you, but may betray the host when their own interests are jeopardized. Loyalty 60, not bad. With an A+ level talent, you can also say that it's a 1 in a million talent. Wang Yi nodded secretly for a while. Yi Qingcheng, however, reported with a straight face. General Manager Zhong personally led a team to some internationally renowned airlines for a few months some time ago, and based on the results of those months of study, he proposed a kind of program for the future direction of China Shipping Aviation Group's development. This program has been discussed and studied by the group's senior management, and is very feasible and promising. What program? Wang Yi sipped his tea and glanced at Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng immediately presented a copy of the plan to Wang Yi with both hands and synchronized the introduction. Zhong's proposal is to make good use of our airline group's innate tourists' advantages, linking hotels, high-end shopping malls, and must-see tourist attractions, so as to provide tourists with a good one-stop tourism service while fully tapping the commercial value of each tourist. To make a simple analogy, every tourist who comes to our Shanghai by plane must find a hotel to stay in, must go to a dining establishment to eat local food, must go to a must-hit attraction to finish the tour, and must also buy some souvenirs with local characteristics, right? If we can link up hotels, dining establishments, classic, shopping malls, these links, is it not possible to provide tourists with a good set of high-quality travel services at the same time, but also let them spend all those funds that must be consumed in the upstream and downstream of our industry chain? Although Wang Yi didn't understand business operations, he couldn't help but light up when he heard Yi Qingcheng give such a concise example. Airline presence plus hotels and restaurants. These are just what tourists need when they come to Shanghai. Sounds like a great deal. Thinking of this, he said directly, let the professionals do what the professionals do. I am also assured of the level of Mr. Chung and the executives. Since we all feel that it is highly feasible and promising, let's follow this idea and strategy. Mr. Zhong also said that you definitely won't miss such a great opportunity either. Yi Qingcheng nodded before revealing a difficult look. But what? Wang Yi took another sip of tea. Our vision is beautiful, but the reality is bone dry. Yi Qingcheng sighed. Mr. Zhong originally wanted to give you a surprise and go ahead and take the cooperation with a high-end hotel. But what I didn't expect was that in the past 2 days he personally went to visit several 4-star hotels in Shanghai's local heads, but they all ate closed doors. I've been trying to get out a lot of phone calls over the past 2 days to try to find someone to help with matchmaking, but it's also been to little avail. Wang Yi could feel that she was genuinely sorry and helpless. Hearing that China Shipping Aviation Group's current grand strategic direction was stuck by the high-end hotel cooperation link, he waved his hand to interrupt Yi Qingcheng's words and directly said, you don't need to call again, and also tell Mr. Zhong not to run the wrong way again. I'll take care of the problem of linking up with high-end hotels. You'll solve it? Yi Qingcheng looked at Wang Yi with great surprise. Wang Yi, however, did not explain, but asked directly, is the Shangri-La Hotel high enough grade? That's definitely enough. Yi Qingcheng hurriedly replied. The Shangri-La Hotel chain group, in the world's high-end 5-star hotels, all belong to the existence of a reputation. The grade is absolutely nothing to speak of. However, their market capitalization seems to be over $20 billion, so it should be unlikely that they would be willing to cooperate with us. China Shipping Aviation Group. When Mr. Zhong went to visit the bosses of some 4-star hotels, he ate a lot of closed doors to come, like this well-known 5-star hotel. I'll make a call. Wang Yi picked up his cell phone and dialed Lu Yuanjing's number. When Yi Qingcheng saw this, although she did not understand the meaning, she immediately quieted down. The phone was quickly connected, and Lu Yuanjing's respectful voice followed from the receiver. Boss, what are your instructions? Wang Yi went straight to the point. Mr. Zhong, on the side of China Shipping Aviation Group, thought of a new model, linking the aviation, hotel, catering, and tourism industries, and now needs to find cooperative hotels. Lu Yuanzheng's loyalty and professionalism at this time instantly manifested. I've heard about this. I heard that Mr. Lu went to visit several 4-star hotel owners, but they all hit a snub. Personally, I'm quite optimistic about this model, but the point I was thinking more about is that if the CNA group and the hotel are working together, who is going to take the lead in that partnership? Wang Yi had worked for a while before after all, and when he heard Lu Yuanjing say this, he reacted at once. Admittedly, Cheng Qixing's idea is good and the prospects are promising, but the companies that China Shipping Airlines wants to cooperate with are all giants at the tens of billions of dollars level. Before this, we were all used to being the king of the mountain. Now, once the deep cooperation is launched, will it be up to you or up to me after the cooperation? That's an issue that's pretty important and pretty hard to reconcile. After all, in essence, this one involves the division of discourse and cake between the two sides. When the average business advances to this point, or realizes this layer, the odds are that they will not be able to move forward with the collaboration or will feel great resistance. However, to Wang Yi, these were not a problem at all. Hearing Lu Yuanzhang point out the crux of the problem, he directly smiled and said over there, Mr. Zhong is also working for me now. What do you mean? Lu Yuanzhang on the other side of the phone was clearly stunned. Zhonghai Aviation Group is also your industry. Wang Yi smiled. Since you, old Lu, are also optimistic about this model, you guys should sit down and talk together later. Understood, boss. Lu Yuanzhang took a deep breath. I'll have my secretary call Mr. Zhong and ask him for an interview. Wang Yi hung up the phone and turned his head to Yi Qingcheng. It's done, boss. Yi Qingcheng is dumbfounded at this moment. The phone call just now was directly to Shangri-La Hotel's Lu general manager? Wang Yi nodded and took another sip of tea. Go and give Mr. Zhong a call. Just say that Mr. Lu from Shangri-La Hotel will contact him later, and understand and communicate with him about the specific details of the airline plus hotel linkage model. Let him get ahead of himself. Yi Qingcheng hurriedly came over again and helped him pour tea with his hands. When she poured the tea, she probably had her heart completely messed up and subconsciously bent over to Wang Yi's side again. Hiss! This tea is so white. Wang Yi unconsciously leaned his body back a bit. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, seemed to be completely oblivious, and after pouring the tea for him, she hurriedly walked to the side to call Zhong Zhicheng. By the time she returned from the phone call, she already had a bit more admiration in her eyes when she looked at Wang Yi again. Boss, Mr. Zhong asked me to thank you on his behalf. He said that he had received a call from the Shangri-La Hotel Group. At this moment he can't wait to prepare the information and go to meet with Mr. Lu for an appointment. You are really, really good. At the same time, Wang Yi also heard a system beep. Congratulations to the host, solving the problem of aviation development in China Sea and making Yi Qingcheng look good. Loyalty plus 10. Loyalty boost? Wang Yi scanned Yi Qingcheng's loyalty information once again. Sure enough, it's been boosted to 70. He immediately smiled lightly. Just a show of hands. Is there anything else? No more. Yi Qingcheng shook her head repeatedly. If this cooperation can be successfully concluded, it will be enough for the group to digest for a period of time. Wang Yi didn't say anything more, and after finishing the last bit of tea in his cup in a flowing manner, he got up and left. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, followed him and got up together, sending him all the way to the entrance of the China Shipping Airlines building. As he was sent to the door by her, Wang Yi could clearly notice that quite a few staff members of the China Shipping Aviation Group were stealing glances at his side from time to time. Obviously, it was curious and amazed at his own identity and why he was personally escorted by Secretary Yi or something like that. Wang Yi didn't care about the gazes. and was about to wave goodbye to Yi Qingcheng when a domineering hummer suddenly came whistling. After playing a handful of prominent a flirty tail drift, it was unbiasedly parked directly at the entrance of the China Shipping Airline building. After the Hummer SUV came to a stop, the four doors on both sides pulled open almost simultaneously. Three tough gringos and two dainty foreign beauties jumped down with them. When Wang Yi saw these people, he basically knew what was going on in his heart. On the side, Yi Qingcheng, however, was clearly nervous. Seeing these few foreigners coming over in a murderous manner, the first thing she did was to pull out her cell phone, ready to call the security department of the China Shipping Airline building. However, right at this moment, one of the big blonde men took a step ahead and walked up to Wang Yi, performing a standard knight's salute at the first opportunity. "Greetings, boss," Bryce along with his comrades from Blackwater. "Salute you." As the words fell, those four behind him similarly performed a knightly salute to Wang Yi. "Good day, boss." Blackwater warrior. "Salute, boss." Yi Qingcheng probably didn't react at once, and when she subconsciously turned her head to look at Wang Yi, the action that was about to dial the number suddenly stalled. The China Shipping Airline staff who were originally concerned about Wang Yi's side because Yi Qingcheng was personally sending him off were all stunned. Only Wang Yi, who only smiled faintly at the sound, returned, "Hello, you guys, you've all worked hard for coming all the way here." As he spoke, he also quickly turned on a loyalty scan on Brian. "Brian, Class S military, loyalty 80. Loyalty of 80 is a pretty good loyalty, and basically gives a relatively large amount of trust." After determining all of this, seeing that Brian was still starting to be polite with himself, Wang Yi twisted his head and glanced at Yi Qingcheng. "There's no need to send them back. Go back." Then, it was straight into the Hummer that Brian and the others had driven over. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, was obviously still a bit worried about him, waiting for him to get on the car and still not forgetting to send a tweet asking, "Boss, these guys look murderous. Should I send some security personnel to follow you to pick up the slack?" "Don't worry, they're all my bodyguards." Wang Yi returned a message. When he saw that Yi Qingcheng quickly returned a surprised dumbfounded expression, he directly put away his cell phone. Brian and the others had followed him back to the car by now, and were now looking at him with bated breath, obviously waiting for further instructions. Seeing this, Wang Yi was not polite, and after looking around the circle of several people, he directly said, "What do you call everyone? Let me introduce you." Brian started by pointing to the big bald guy who was driving and kind of looked like Johnson. "This is Arrows, nicknamed the Mechanic, the best pilot we have in Blackwater International. You can just address him as Mechanic afterward. Whether it's a car, an airplane, a tank, a submarine, a cruise ship, as long as there's transportation on this planet, there's nothing he can't drive and drive well." The mechanic heard the introduction and smiled nervously at Wang Yi. Wang Yi nodded, memorizing this one, and then looked at a beautiful woman with long hair covering her eyes that Brian pointed to. "This one is called Javanka, nicknamed Spider. It's what we call the top hacker in Blackwater and even worldwide. She was the one who hacked into the Shangri-La Hotel Group's surveillance system in the first place before, got Jiang Yayang's facial data, and followed the trail to find out a series of information. Globally, there's almost no website or firewall system she can't infiltrate, including Rice's intelligence databases." The Spider was probably still not very old, and playfully danced her fingers a few times as she waved at Wang Yi. Wang Yi nodded at her as well, and then looked at the next beautiful woman who looked quite a bit like Wonder Woman but extraordinarily sexy and provocative, as pointed out by the other Brian. "This one, Freya, is nicknamed Owl. You can just call him Owl. We are the most elite intelligence experts in Blackwater International and the top intelligence assassins in the world." Previously, a high-ranking executive of the Rice intelligence system had suffered a loss at her hands. Owl threw a wink at Wang Yi and made a flying kiss. "Boss, I really like the food and environment of Dragon Kingdom, so please take care of me in the future." Wang Yi returned a faint smile and looked at the last one. Brian didn't need him to ask much and immediately helped introduce him. "Valen, nicknamed Hummer. You can just call him Hummer. Former Navy SEAL triple amphibious soldier king, proficient in fighting, firearms, heavy firepower and a series of other special forces professional skills. We this team's combat power bear." He had previously infiltrated a Black Continent KB base with hundreds of advanced weapons, completed a decapitation operation and returned in one piece. Wang Yi used the system to scan the loyalty of a few people and found that none of them were too low before he looked at Brian again. After introducing them, "What about you? What are you good at?" Brian smiled. "I'm good at scheming. In your Dragon Kingdom parlance, it's military counselor." Wang Yi nodded. "It all sounds quite bluffing." Brian actually caught his drift again this time, and immediately scowled toward Spider before saying, "Empty words. So, this time, before coming to see you, boss, we specially prepared a gift for you in advance." I'm sure you'll be satisfied when you see it. Oh, Wang Yi came to be interested. Spider, turn on the computer and show the boss the gift we've prepared. Brian smiled and looked over at Spider. Spider quickly opened a laptop, crackled and operated a pass on the keyboard, and sent it to Wang Yi. Boss, please take a look at the gift we have carefully prepared for you. Wang Yi followed her guidance to look over, only to realize that the computer presented is a dark and shaky picture and a little human voice conversation. This is? Wang Yi was a bit puzzled. Spider quickly crackled on his computer for another round of operations, bringing up 8 synchronized images on his computer screen. Heck, they were all videos taken of Jiang Yao Yang at different points in time, doing different things. There's even restricted footage and recordings of him seeking out young models, the kind you can't watch if you're under 18 in it. At first glance, Wang Yi originally didn't see anything special, but wait for the 8 images or probably look at this only to suddenly realize these video content actually is Jiang Yao Yang from last night to now all the moves of the monitoring. Brian apparently also saw that Wang Yi had perceived this, and said with quite a bit of pride, Spider directly cracked Jiang Yao Yang's cell phone firewall. These are the contents that are monitored and recorded for us in real time through the cell phone's own camera and earpiece. One of the first images you saw that was pitch black and still shaking was Jiang Yao Yang's state at this moment. He should have his cell phone in his pocket or wallet at this point. Spider took over, one hand slamming down on the keyboard with another pass. But that's not going to be hard to beat. I can use his cell phone's location information to find out all the surveillance probes around him and hack into the surveillance system in that area. Here, boss, please look dash. As the words fell out of her mouth, she pressed the last enter key, and a surveillance image followed on the screen. In the scene, Jiang Yao Yang is sitting in a place that looks like an abandoned factory, drinking tea, and while he sipped his tea, a couple of what appeared to be his henchmen were grinning and taking fruit photos of some of the young women lined up. Wang Yi had never seen this kind of battle at all, and although there was inexplicably some discomfort in his heart, he was still a little confused as to what this was all about. This is Jiang Yao Yang's men, taking some fruit photos for some of his clients to use as collateral and for loans. Brian explained in a small voice. This is also the second gift we are going to give you, boss. Wang Yi reacted at once. Under Jiang Yao Yang's banner, there's a fruit loan business? Yes, Brian responded. Not only fruit loan, this Jiang Yao Yang is also tainted with yellow and poison. These women he lent out. If they can't pay back the loan on time, they will be exposed to fruit photos, or directly classified into 3, 6, 9 grades, and sent to different grades of clubs and bathing centers under his banner to receive customers. And in the event that these people start picking up customers, Jiang Yao Yang's men will also try to get these people poisoned at the same time, in order to achieve complete control over these people. No wonder Brian had just said that he would be satisfied with this gift. Wang Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Dare I say that this guy is full of evil? Brian was also staggered for a moment. Honestly, boss, I such a sword-licking blood have seen a lot of people who will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. When I saw this I was greatly shocked. This man, he's even more ruthless and black than us mercenaries. We mercenaries who have grown big and strong will at least talk about rules. But this man has no limits or humanity at all. What have you all found out? Wang Yi looked at the image of Jiang Yao Yang lazily observing his men at work with a playful expression. Originally, he let Blackwater International Security check Jiang Yao Yang. Just want to find out something useful from it. Ruthlessly give Jiang Yao Yang to give a lesson, so that this guy later see himself and his side of the people honestly. But now that he saw Jiang Yao Yang's heartlessness, he suddenly realized that it seemed like he could come up with something more fierce. Maybe be bold and just shoot the guy in one fell swoop? Brian was obviously prepared ahead of time as well, and immediately had Spider pull up another portion of the information. Please look, boss. Wang Yi followed his guidance and saw that almost all of Jiang Yao Yang's information had been summarized here. Jiang Yao Yang, age, 23, from Yangchang, now lives and operates mainly in Zhonghai City. Ostensibly operates a large chain of KTV brands, a chain of sauna and bath center brands, a chain of fitness centers and security companies. Behind the scenes, however, they mainly rely on blackmail, high lending, fruit loans, pornography and drug-related profits. The total asset size of the black properties under the name plus the regular operating industries is about $1.2 billion and the liquidity on the books is about $293 million. Privately, he also runs a live-fire shooting club, which serves as a base camp for his daily activities, training his team and providing activities for his underlings. The information was combed through in great detail, and included some photos and video information from who knows where, exactly as Brian had just presented it. With such a detailed information, if the right person gets some more key evidence, then Jiang Yao Yang will be dead, the kind that Jesus couldn't save even if he came. Therefore, after reading these materials, the first thing Wang Yi did was to look at Brian. Can you get the key evidence that Zhang Yaoyang did those things? Brian didn't rush to answer this moment, but looked at Spider and Owl. Spider immediately began to present the situation. Currently, I was able to find quite a bit of incriminating evidence about Zhang Yaoyang from various databases. However, these are all skin and bones, and they can't hurt him. To really find that kind of critical evidence, based on my monitoring and analysis of him, it might still be a good idea to infiltrate his base camp to find it. When she finished, Owl picked up the conversation with a straight face. Spider's analysis is pretty close to my conclusion. Based on the surveillance intelligence I've acquired from Spider's side over the course of this day, as well as the satellite maps as well as surveillance layout maps provided by Spider, I'm basically certain Zhang Yaoyang has what you need, boss, in the live fire shooting club's home base office area, which is his own private office. Next, we just need to plan an operation or find an opportunity to sneak over there, and odds are we'll find those things. Wang Yi didn't ask them exactly how they analyzed it. He believed that professional things should be left to professionals. And he also believed that Brian wouldn't bring a few straw men all the way over here to disgrace Blackwater International at this moment. At this moment, hearing that they already had a clear direction, they directly said, I won't ask about the specific implementation process in detail. Now I only have 2 questions. First, how soon can you find those things for me? Second, what do you need from me? Please don't worry, boss. Within 72 hours at the most, we're 100% sure we'll have these things, Brian said and paused. As for the second question, boss, we might actually need some help from you as well. As you know, it's hard for us mercenaries to get a passport for the Dragon Kingdom, so we have to feed, clothe, and house ourselves over here. Although he didn't say the latter words, Wang Yi understood them at once. He immediately glanced at a few of the men in the car. How did you guys usually work it out when you were out on missions before? Wind and sleep. Brian was a bit bemused. A lot of times there's no way to even get sleep or 3 meals a day. As you know, our kind is not well received in many places, and most of the environments in which we carry out our missions are harsh. So, Wang Yi didn't ask any more questions, and directly took out his cell phone and called Lu Yuanzheng before he turned to the few people. You guys can stop living like that in the future. Shangri-La Hotel, Shanghai branch, 5 executive suites, 1 for each, no papers, unlimited hours of occupancy, 24-hour room service to order whatever you want. Brian and the others were clearly stunned. After hearing Wang Yi finish this series of generous treatment, they all froze in place. It wasn't until a few moments later that a few people seemed to react as if. Spider was the first to give Wang Yi a hard hug. Owl was even more enthusiastic, wrapping his arms around Wang Yi and fiercely kissing him on the face. Boss, I simply love you to death. And although Hummer and Mechanic were not so out of sorts, they could not hide the excitement in their eyes one by one, and were full of gratitude when they looked at Wang Yi. Boss, thank you for your generosity and generosity. Brian once again rushed to give a knight's salute. Please believe me, this will be an investment you will never regret in your life. Wang Yi had already seen that the system suggested that their loyalty had all risen by 3 to 5 points. He immediately smiled. I can tell by looking at you guys that you haven't found a place to stay yet, so let's go to the hotel and settle down first. Yes. Brian and the others were in high spirits and immediately turned the car around and drove towards Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch. Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch. Zhang Dong has personally arranged 5 executive suites. When Wang Yi arrived with Brian and his party, someone came out to greet them, and then took Brian and his party to check in. Watching them go up the stairs, Wang Yi had originally thought that he might have to wait for a while, but what I didn't expect was that it was only about 10 minutes of work before Hummer and the others returned. When they came back again, everyone's face still carried an undisguised excitement and leap of joy, and it looked as if they were very satisfied with the environment and conditions of the place. When Wang Yi saw this, he was going to ask them how they were so fast, but he saw that Hummer and the others' gazes were drifting behind him intentionally or unintentionally. The words that came to his lips immediately became, "What's wrong? Found a little bug." Hummer's eyes remained fixed over there as he spoke. Little bugs? Wang Yi was a bit puzzled. The Hummer, however, had already missed him with a quick step. There's a guy staring at you and not looking right. Boss, wait a moment. I'll go and uncover him for you. Wang Yi's mind was in a state of awe. Did someone just stare at them? Who? How did he not perceive it in the slightest? Subconsciously, Wang Yi looked in the direction where the Hummer had stepped. At this moment, the Hummer was striding outside the hotel. There were several groups of people at the entrance of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel, and the Hummer seemed to be approaching towards those people. Wang Yi searched through these sets of people and didn't see anything unusual at all. The other guy would be an old hand with some stalking experience, Brian duly explained. Just the white t-shirt playing with his cell phone one. His state seems to be relaxed, but in fact his muscles have begun to tense up and build up strength, obviously also sensing that something is wrong and ready to run at any time. If you don't believe me boss, try looking his way. Wang Yi followed his guidance towards the white t-shirt man. Sure enough, the white t-shirt man immediately blushed a bit, and then, rushing to put away his cell phone, he turned his head and ran. Wang Yi immediately turned his head to look at Brian. Here's the Hummer's chance, Brian explained with a grin. We've had a lot of contact with this kind of experienced stalking veteran, and one of the toughest is the kind that sinks his teeth into it. If he's composed and we can't catch him with a substantial handle, it's really hard to do anything to them in a crowded setting, but now that the other side has run away, it's basically a thief and will take shortcuts through alleys and such whenever possible. Wang Yi understood his scheme in an instant. So you just showed me the white t-shirt man, deliberately trying to scare the snakes to create an opportunity for the Hummer? I love the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Brian smiled subtly. Works like the 36 stratagems, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and MAO selection have always been my pillow book. Wang Yi now believed that he was worthy of the nickname Military Master. A few minutes later, the Humvee returned. Without even needing Wang Yi to ask more, he took the initiative to report. Boss, it's been asked out, and indeed he just came over to follow you. Stalking me? Who sent him and what's the point of tracking me? Wang Yi was puzzled. He originally refused to give an account of the mastermind, but after I put some tricks on him, he gave an honest account. Hummer smiled nervously. He is Zhang Yaoyang's man. Zhang Yaoyang asked him to keep an eye on your every move and feel out your bottom line. And from what he's saying, Zhang Yaoyang is not only sending people to keep an eye on you, but he's also going to send people to keep an eye on your friend. MS. Song. Does he want to die so badly? Wang Yi was truly enraged this time. I haven't gone to find this guy's trouble yet, but this guy actually dared to hit himself and Song Wenling first. Did the stakeout explain anything else? Explained. Hummer added. The stakeout said that Zhang Yaoyang already knows that your friend will invite you and MS and sweetheart to finish dinner together tonight, and also knows that you are rich. He's going to go to where you're having dinner tonight, pretend to meet you by chance, and then invite you to his live fire shooting club. He wants to invite us to his live fire shooting club? Invite us there for what? Wang Yi asked. The stakeout said that Zhang Yaoyang might be trying to provoke you into making a bet with him at the club. Then he'll use the bet as an opportunity to kill you and make you lose face in front of your friends and MS. This one is Zhang Yaoyang's usual routine now. He sent someone to keep an eye on you, also toward figuring out how rich you really are, so that he can facilitate his lion's share tonight. Good guy. Wang Yi exclaimed outright. He really thinks his life is too long. Boss. At that moment, Brian suddenly came over. What's wrong? If Kang Yaoyang's mind is on counting on you tonight. Brian's eyes sparkled. Then you will most likely see Kang Yaoyang in the land of doom tonight. Why do you say that? Wang Yi's mind moved slightly. Because. Brian smiled subtly and came to Wang Yi's ear to explain in a whisper, and by the time he finished listening to his explanation, Wang Yi's eyes lit up all of a sudden. So what you're saying is, let me pretend I don't know first, cooperate with Zhang Yaoyang to go to their live fire shooting club, and pretend to be successfully provoked by him. Brian nodded. Yes boss, when the time comes, you'll only need to briefly hold his attention for 15 minutes or so over there. We'll take care of everything else. Good. Wang Yi felt that Brian's proposal was still very much in the works, and immediately responded. After the plan was discussed, that afternoon, Brian took Spider, Mechanic, and Owl and began preparations. Wang Yi, on the other hand, took Hummer, the bodyguard, and went to have dinner with Song Gentle and Sweetie. After sharing dinner, Wang Yi and his party were about to leave the restaurant when, sure enough, Zhang Yaoyang appeared. He was still followed by two lanky bodyguards in black. There was also a look of surprise when she saw in Sweetness and Song Wenro. Schoolmate in. It seems that we are really destined to be together. I didn't expect to meet again after only one short day. And Sweetheart silently stood behind Wang Yi, not hiding her disgust at all. Please call me by my name. Thank you. Zhang Yaoyang didn't care, and after a hefty smile, he looked at Wang Yi again. Buddy, we're also very destined to meet again so soon. Wang Yi was waiting for him, but still showed a look of impatience. Something wrong? There's nothing much. It's just a rare chance to bump into each other. So let's talk casually. Zhang Yaoyang looked like a hangdog. Just finished dinner, right? There's something to say. Wang Yi still looked impatient. The bottom of Zhang Yaoyang's eyes obviously flashed through a coldness, but on the surface there was still a smiling look. A little something. Ah buddy. I was going to get close and talk about it, but I didn't think I'd let you see it so easily. Okay, in that case, I won't beat around the bush. Wang Yi didn't answer and just looked at him. Zhang Yaoyang did have some acting skills and actually showed a few embarrassed gestures. It's like this buddy. You look like a rich man to me too buddy. I wonder if you'd be interested in experiencing some live fire. Thieves bring in. The live fire shooting club that my little brother I run happens to be not doing too well lately. So if new users go over to experience it, I can let you guys play with a shuttle of bullets for free. Although Wang Yi knew that he was trying to lure him into a trap, he still said nonchalantly, in your eyes, am I the kind of person who lacks the money for your bullets? When Jiang Yaoyang heard this, a flash of coldness clearly flashed under his eyes once again, but he actually held back. His face stiffened for just a moment before he added a slightly curt explanation. No, man, I definitely didn't mean that. I'm not looking at you to see that you think you might be a potential long-term customer for our live-fire shooting club. And I want to give away some discounts to give you guys a taste of what's to come so you can keep your customers. Plus, the last time I mouthed off in the elevator got a little unpleasant for everyone, and I'd kinda like a chance to make up for it. On the side. And Sweetheart didn't believe that Jiang Yaoyang would have this kind of realization at all, and subconsciously sneakily pulled Wang Yi's coat behind his back, reminding him not to believe in such nonsense. But what I didn't expect was that Wang Yi held her hand and gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to stay calm. And Sweetheart's body instantly stiffened unconsciously, especially after realizing that Wang Yi's grip on her hand hadn't been loosened immediately. Her heartbeat had unconsciously messed up its rhythm. Panicked, retracted his hand, and stole a glance towards Songwon alongside, and Sweetheart rushed to sneak a deep breath. Ahead, Wang Yi still didn't have the slightest idea what was happening behind him. After realizing that Sweetie's hand retracted, he just pretended to think for a moment. Then, only then did he say to Jiang Yaoyang, speaking of which, I really haven't experienced live-fire shooting yet, so it's good to go and experience it. Right. Life is all about experience. Jiang Yaoyang was obviously a bit overjoyed, and hurriedly nodded and led the way in front. Wang Yi, on the other hand, turned his head and shot a glance towards Song Ro and Sweetie. It just so happens that we don't have any arrangements for later, so let's go over there and open our eyes. Although Song Ro did not understand what Wang Yi had in mind, when she saw him winking, she immediately nodded her head in agreement. As for Sweetheart, her heart was still a little messed up at this moment, and she didn't say anything against it after avoiding Wang Yi's gaze. Seeing that they were all fine with it, Wang Yi followed Jiang Yaoyang and his party to the parking lot, and after getting into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model assigned to him by China Shipping Airline, he immediately secretly gestured at the Hummer. Hummer, who doubled as a driver and bodyguard, naturally understood Wang Yi's meaning, and immediately used the Blackwater team's special encryption equipment to send a signal to Spider and his party. Half an hour later, when the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model followed Jiang Yaoyang's Toyota Bully and parked, and the group formally stepped into the entrance of Jiang Yaoyang's live-fire shooting club. Boss, the captain and the others are already in position. When Jiang Yaoyang starts to set up a trap and prepare to trap you later, you only need to pretend to cooperate with them and attract their attention for 15 minutes. Hummer came to Wang Yi's ear and whispered in a low voice. Wang Yi smiled and signaled that he knew before following Jiang Yaoyang and his party into the area of live fire. As for Jiang Yaoyang, after seeing Wang Yi formally stepping into his base camp with Songwon Rowan and Sweetie, he also secretly gestured at a security officer who was in charge of standing guard not far away, and his face quickly flashed with a sinister smile of triumph. Jiang Yaoyang's live-fire shooting club is still quite classy, not to mention the vastness of the venue. The decoration was also very military-like, coupled with the wide variety of firearms available for live-fire shooting inside. Even Wang Yi, who was experiencing live-fire shooting for the first time, played with it, and the feeling was quite energizing. And just a little while after Wang Yi had touched several firearms he wanted to try and got addicted to target shooting. A few figures that all looked like they had a bit of money came over. You're back, young Jiang? Just in time. The brothers were looking for you. Same old rules, 10, 000 a ring. Play a few games together? Jiang Yaoyang was obviously an old acquaintance with those people, and when he heard the greeting, he immediately stood up and smiled. I won't play today. I have friends coming over and I have to keep them company first. Some other time. Don't change the day. Those people yelled. It's rare that a few brothers have time to get together, so you can play with them for a while. As for that new friend of yours, big deal. Yell at him to hang out. Jiang Yaoyang glanced at Wang Yi, or waved his hand. Not too good. This friend of mine, who still looks like a novice, is a bit of a bully to play with us? That's okay. A few people seemed blissfully unconcerned. We can give him a break. Anyway, it's just a lot of people having fun together. If we can't, we can change the rules so that the rings your friend hits can count as double or triple the points. Only then did Jiang Yaoyang look at Wang Yi with some graciousness. Buddy, look at this. Wang Yi mentally called out good guy. Isn't this a fucking variant of the WeChat group of people cheating a person's pig-killing disc set? But on the surface, it pretended to hesitate for a moment before answering. My level is still too rookie. Saying that, without waiting for Jiang Yaoyang and a few actors to get anxious, he added. However, a few of your friends from Brother Jiang also have a good point. It's not easy for those friends of yours to get together once, and you can't let you spoil their fun just for us. When Jiang Yaoyang's few friends heard this, they immediately all gave a thumbs up. Brother, open enough. With these words of yours, the few of us will recognize you as a brother today. Say bro, what do you want to do for fun tonight? Jiang Yaoyang also looked a bit touched. Man, thank you for being considerate. However, you're right in that statement you just made. You're still too young at your current level. Me and these friends of mine are old hands at playing with guns, and one at a higher level than the other. So it's too much of a disadvantage to let you play with us. So yeah. Wang Yi smiled slightly and looked at the Hummer behind him. Let my bodyguard represent me and go have some fun with you guys. Your bodyguard? Jiang Yaoyang was a bit wary. Can he play with guns? Hummer, go show Boss Jiang and his friends. Wang Yi shot a glance towards Hummer. The Hummer, on the other hand, actually understood Wang Yi's meaning and ended a pistol in a slightly rusty stance. Then again, aiming for several moments each before carefully releasing a shot. 6 rings. 6 rings. 8 rings. The level is moderate. Not too rusty and not too sophisticated. As if he knows how to shoot live ammunition but not completely. Wang Yi secretly gave the Hummer a nod in his heart before looking at Jiang Yaoyang. How is it? Is the level okay? Enough to play with you guys? Jiang Yaoyang visibly relaxed a bit at this moment and laughed. It's okay. I can see that this bodyguard of yours has also played with live fire and is basically at the same level as those friends of mine. Hanging out with the rest of us is just right. A couple of his friends, however, couldn't help but frown. But that makes it a lot less fun. We're all at about the same level. And we're probably only a few rings off in a pike shot. The stakes are only tens of thousands of dollars for a couple of rings. No tension or excitement to speak of. Jiang Yaoyang seemed to be in a bit of a bind as well. Looking at Wang Yi, why don't we raise the stakes a bit? If you're afraid of losing, it's okay if the losing share is on me. We're all about the same strength and the stakes are small. So there really isn't much to play for. Wang Yi had known that they would come around to this and was not surprised when he heard it. On the other hand, and Sweetness and Song Wen-ro beside him vaguely smelled something unusual and looked over in unison. Wang Yi didn't wait for the two to speak before waving his hand to interrupt them, while turning his head to look at Jiang Yaoyang. What kind of bet do you think will make everyone enjoy themselves a bit more? Let's say 50,000 for 1 ring. Jiang Yaoyang carefully watched Wang Yi's reaction as he spoke. Wang Yi, however, smiled faintly. Smaller pattern. Since everyone wants to have a tense and exciting game, let's simply bet bigger. How about $10 million a ring? A ring of $10 million? Not only was Jiang Yaoyang shocked, even those friends of his were all stunned. Dude, you're not kidding, right? This bet, it's too big. My blood boils just listening to it. As for Song Render and In Sweetness, coincidentally, they both couldn't help but sneakily and fiercely tug on Wang Yi's coat corner from the left and right sides. Wang Yi, they all look like old patrons at first glance. The level is definitely not low. And Jiang Yaoyang, needless to say, as the owner of this live fire shooting club, the level must be very high. You mustn't be impulsive. While Song Wen-ro tugged on Wang Yi's coat, she seemed to be afraid that he wouldn't listen to advice, and simply tugged on his arm directly. On the side, and Sweetie and Wang Yi were not so close, but they did not make any more overly aggressive moves. After gently tugging on Wang Yi's coat, Ku followed suit and agreed. Gentle is right. $10 million a ring is no small thing. Wang Yi, I suggest you reconsider carefully. Wang Yi, however, smiled blandly. I know you guys are doing this for my good, but it's not necessary. It's only $10 million a ring. At that price, I can still afford to play. I just don't know if Boss Jiang dares to play. He's being completely anticlimactic. When Jiang Yaoyang first heard that Wang Yi said that he wanted a ring of 10 million, he originally had a little bit of muttering in his heart, wondering if Wang Yi had any undercard. However, when he just saw the reactions of Song Rowan and In Sweetie beside Wang Yi, which did not seem to be fake, coupled with the fact that the Hummer's marksmanship and even maneuvering really did not seem like any kind of an expert, the little bit of criminal muttering in his heart instantly disappeared. At this moment, when he heard Wang Yi's agitation, he immediately laughed out loud. Customers have needs. We have always been with them to the end. Why wouldn't we dare to do this? However, let's make a deal beforehand. Once the bet is established, we can't break it. Dude, are you really sure you want to play this big? Totally sure. Wang Yi nodded. Seriously, a bet that's too small is no fun for me to watch. $10 million a ring. And that's just barely enough. And a slight sense of tension and excitement, I guess. Yes, a big mouth. Jiang Yaoyang smiled and nodded. Then we have a deal. $10 million a ring. 50 meters of fixed target shooting. 10 rounds each. The total number of rings from the final 10 rounds will add up to the overall score. Wang Yi made an okay gesture. And then he intentionally said to Hummer, Hummer, did you hear the rules? Be ready for a good time later. But don't let your boss me lose too badly. Hummer looked a little nervous. Got it, boss. I'll do my best. After saying that, while pretending to go aside to do warm-up and preparation work, he secretly signaled Brian and his party. Also not a short while after he sent the signal, Wang Yi received a message from Brian. Alright boss, we've cut off the signal between Zhang Yaoyang's office area alarm system and his cell phone. All you need on your end is to hold his attention for another 15 minutes, so he doesn't have time to scrutinize the phone. Wang Yi instantly smiled and returned an OK emoji before looking at Zhang Yaoyang once again. My bodyguard is a bit nervous, so you guys can start first. Zhang Yaoyang nodded and looked at the buddies, and the guys didn't need him to say much. They immediately went up to the field to get their guns and shoot. A ring of $10 million in bets brought unrivaled excitement while obviously putting a lot of pressure on them. The lean man who was first on the field had been aiming and readying for half a minute before he fired his first shot, and then, a few deep breaths to adjust his form and posture a few times, which led to the second shot. Zhang Yaoyang was obviously very nervous at this moment as well, staring at his friend with unblinking eyes the entire time. His body's also tensed up very tightly. Seeing this, Wang Yi smiled once again while silently glancing at the time. Seeing that the first lean man took close to 4 minutes to shoot 10 rounds, the smile on his face grew even more, and he immediately walked over to Zhang Yaoyang and asked, "How about it? What's the total ring count?" Zhang Yaoyang pulled out a walkie-talkie. Soon, the voice of the target inspection staff came over the intercom. 3 rounds of 8 rings, 6 rounds of 9 rings, and 1 round of 10 rings, a total of 88 rings. This level, it's not ordinary. Wang Yi glanced at Zhang Yaoyang intentionally. At this level, even in an Olympic shooting competition, you can get into the repechage. Doesn't seem like much of an amateur. Zhang Yaoyang at this moment but did not pick up the stakes, playing a witty remark. This one usually does not have this level. Today is properly considered to be overplaying. With that, he simply dodged Wang Yi and signaled for his next friend to come on. The one he signaled didn't say a word, and likewise stepped forward and picked up his gun, and began to make preparations. And then, 100,000 times more carefully, one slow shot at a time. Wang Yi noticed that the level of this one was obviously a bit higher than the lean man just now. Each shot was still fired slowly, but each shot felt very steady as it was fired, and his final score was pretty much what Wang Yi had expected. 2 shots in the 8 ring, 6 shots in the 9 ring, and 2 shots in the 10 ring for a total of 90 points. With this kind of performance, you might even have a chance to make the finals if you're lucky. Although Wang Yi laughed in his heart when he saw that these two alone had consumed about 10 minutes on the field, he still narrowed his eyes at Zhang Yaoyang at the first opportunity when he heard the target inspector report the results. So this one is overplayed as well? Overperforming. Absolutely overperforming. Zhang Yaoyang was certain. I understand this, buddy. Usually just 70 or 80 rings, said Wang Yi, fearing that he would ask more questions. He hurriedly changed the topic. It's time for us too. Your bodyguard first or me? You go first. Wang Yi deliberately blackened his face. Zhang Yaoyang really is a thief. Answered okay, and then rushed to the field. Taking advantage of the fact that he was on the field, Song Rowan and Sweetie immediately came over once again. The duo had obviously seen the doorway at this moment, and their faces were somewhat worried. Wang Yi, what should we do now? These people, it seems like they're working together to screw you over. Now you're in the game. Wang Yi could notice that a few of Zhang Yaoyang's friends were staring this way. Sniffing immediately, he said, and don't be too quick to jump to conclusions. The Hummer hasn't gotten off the field yet, and it's not certain who the deer will be. After saying that, and signaling the two to be at ease, he walked over to the Hummer that was warming up. Boss. The Hummer immediately stopped its warm-up maneuvers. Later, play well. Wang Yi gave an explanation. Just about to look at the time again. But I didn't expect the phone to vibrate just then. Here's a new message from Brian. Boss, everything's fine. The owls have gotten what you wanted, and we are now evacuating the site. You're over at the live fire range, so you can properly show Zhang Yaoyang what it means to have a sinister heart. Wang Yi laughed at once and turned to the Hummer and changed his tone. Exert yourself to your heart's content. The Hummer probably received Brian's signal at this moment and smiled back at Wang Yi. I will, boss. Seeing this, Wang Yi did not say any more and turned towards the side of the live firing range. At this moment, Zhang Yaoyang had finished shooting 8 shots, 5 of which were 10 rings, 2 were 9 rings, and 1 was 8 rings. His 2 friends, who were watching with bated breath, Wang Yi was not in a hurry, returned to his seat, drank a large mouthful of juice, and waited until Zhang Yaoyang had finished the last 2 shots back before slowly asking, overplayed again? The target inspector had already reported the scores. 6 shots with 10 rings, 3 shots with 9 rings, 1 shot with 8 rings, and a total score of 95 rings. Zhang Yaoyang looked relieved and glanced at Wang Yi. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, it really makes you right. It's really over the top. Got it. Wang Yi didn't say anything more and directly turned his head to look at the Hummer. As for Zhang Yaoyang and his party, they were clearly victorious and were sitting on the chairs in the rest area, drinking juice while lazily watching the Hummer action. As for Song Render and Sweetie, they were sweating anxiously and couldn't help but turn their eyes frequently between Wang Yi and the Hummer. Be at ease. Wang Yi sensed the nervousness of the two and gave a gentle relief. However, Song Rowan and Sweetness were clearly not stabilized by a word or two at this moment, and although they temporarily suppressed their gaze after hearing Wang Yi's words, their fists were still both clenched tightly. When Zhang Yaoyang noticed this scene, the corners of his mouth visibly hooked into a smile, and the legs that were originally set up gently shook. However, just as he was immensely relaxed and ready to enjoy the fruits of his victory, Hummer made his entrance. When he stood at the edge of the live-fire range again, his entire aura seemed to have changed, just like a fierce beast awakening. Just standing there straight up inexplicably gave people a sense of shock. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yaoyang instantly thumped in his heart, and his shaking legs came to a screeching halt. Before he had a chance to speak, Hummer had picked up the pistol and held it skillfully. Bang! 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 10 shots in a row. After the fight, Self put down his gun and silently returned behind Wang Yi. Zhang Yaoyang had fully realized that something was wrong at this moment, and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "Report the number of rings." And on the other side of the walkie-talkie, it was apparently silent for a while, before a trembling voice came, "Old boss, there's only 1 bullet wound on the entire target. This guy, 10 rounds, all in one spot." Zhang Yaoyang's body jolted, looking up at Wang Yi and Hummer, his voice a little hoarse as he continued to ask, "Which point? How many points?" 10 rings. The voice on the other side of the intercom was still shaking. "And it's the exact center of the 10 rings." Minute by minute, Zhang Yaoyang's eyes dimmed and his body slumped in his seat. His two friends were also staring at Wang Yi and the Hummer with wide-eyed horror. The live-fire range, which was originally still bustling with activity, was instantly dead silent. Song Royo and Sweetie were obviously a bit unresponsive as well. The two looked at Wang Yi and the Hummer behind Wang Yi, half speechless. After a long time, it was Zhang Yaoyang who was the first to react. He scuffed up from his seat full of anger. "You've been acting me out?" Wang Yi slowly took another sip of juice. "Don't ask. Asking is overplaying your hand. Not only are you acting me out, you're insulting my intelligence." Zhang Yaoyang grew a little angrier. Wang Yi, however, was still in no hurry. "Boss Jiang, you and your friends all overplayed, and it makes sense for my bodyguards to overplay a bit as well, doesn't it?" How could Zhang Yaoyang believe this kind of nonsense? Hearing his original words, he was about to have a fit, but Wang Yi waved his hand. "All right, there's no point in exploring and discussing this at this time. Summarize the results. The Hummer has 100 rings, you have 95, and your two friends have 190 and 188. According to the previous agreement, $10 million per ring. You lost $50 million. One of your two friends lost $100 million, and the other one lost $120 million. At the sound of his voice, Zhang Yaoyang's two friends immediately turned their heads to look at Zhang Yaoyang. They were the ones that Zhang Yaoyang had called out to cooperate in killing the pigs, and it was categorically impossible for them to bear the bets and whatnot on their own, not to mention such a heavenly amount of numbers. Zhang Yaoyang naturally understood what they meant, and his face instantly became much uglier when he looked at Wang Yi again. "You calculated everything from the beginning, and deliberately lured and provoked me, right?" Wang Yi was simply too lazy to answer this kind of question from him, and he was also too lazy to point out that he was the one who counted himself first. After taking another sip of his juice, he stood straight up. "What I said. There's no point in discussing this now. All I know is that before the game started you said yourself that once the bet was set up no backing out was allowed. These my friends and Sweetness and Song Gentle and the others also heard it." And Sweetness and Song Rowan sniffed and immediately nodded their heads. "Indeed I heard it." Wang Yi smiled. "I just want to ask now, does what Boss Jiang said back then still count?" Kan Yeoyang actually wanted to renege on that. However, in front of Song Wenro and especially in Tian Tian, it was really impossible to do something so humiliating. Having no choice but to bite his teeth, he could only nod his head and say, "I, Zhang Yaoyang, have a mouthful of spittle and a mouthful of nails. Since what I said naturally counts, we three lose your bodyguard a total of 27 rings, not just $270 million. I'm out. But man, you screwed us over hard this time. I'll take credit for that." Wang Yi didn't take the harsh words he said seriously at all, and just smiled at the sound of his voice. "Just make it count. Other than that, feel free to do as you please," said the man, sending him his bank card number directly. After receiving the payment that Zhang Yaoyang had transferred through some unknown channel, he pulled Song Rowan and that and Sweetie to say goodbye. Alright, it's getting late, so we won't bother anymore. Thank you, Mr. Kong, for the invitation and hospitality tonight. We had a great time. As he watched Wang Yi take Song Rowan and Sweetie's shoulders and leave with a face full of pleasure, Zhang Yaoyang's teeth almost gritted. Beside him, the two friends he had called out to play along with the act could now see his outburst of anger. Waiting for news of Wang Yi and his party's figure, he immediately asked, Zhang Xiao, did you really just give him more than $200 million and let him go just like that? Should we call up a couple of people now and go? No need. Zhang Yaoyang took a deep breath. The one with him, and sweetheart, has a big head. It's not the right time to make a move. His two friends, immediately, gave him a startled look. I was prepared to send someone to check on her as well. Zhang Yaoyang's eyes were a bit hazy, but only after I sent someone out to make some moves. Someone came to warn me. The people who warned me, I can't afford to mess with right now. Those two men sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Yaoyang, however, still had a gloomy look on his face. Let the one surnamed Wang be complacent for a night first. Tomorrow, at the latest, I'll let him know that my Zhang Yaoyang's money isn't for everyone. On the other side, on the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom Model, after Song Rowan and Dang Dang were happy for Wang Yi, and Dang Dang said something similar to Zhang Yaoyang. Wang Yi, you counterpunched Zhang Yaoyang tonight though, but the money of someone like Zhang Yaoyang is not so easy to get. After that, you'd better be more careful. Wang Yi knew that she meant well, but she just smiled faintly. He won't have another chance to come and take revenge on me. Why do you say that? And Sweetheart was obviously a bit curious when she heard this. Wang Yi, however, had no intention of explaining, and after another slight smile, he picked up his cell phone to send a message to Brian. While Sweetness saw this, she didn't know what came to her mind, and after looking at Wang Yi and the Hummer, she pulled Song Rowan and whispered in a low voice. The probability was that what she was talking to Song Wen-ro was about Wang Yi. After Song Wen-ro heard her whisper, her gaze obviously drifted towards Wang Yi's side intentionally or unintentionally as well. Seeing this, Wang Yi put down his cell phone after sending a message to Brian to precisely place the harvested materials tonight. What are you two talking about? Being so secretive? Song Gentle seemed a bit embarrassed, gently whacking Sweetie before saying, No, didn't talk about anything. Sweetie likes to joke with me. Just joked with me. And Sweetie, however, smiled and said, I'm not kidding. Saying that, he also glanced at Wang Yi. This old classmate of yours is indeed quite outstanding. Gently, you're not too old and you've been a single mother for 21 years. You can really think about it. Sweet, what are you talking nonsense about? Song Gentle lightly whacked her again, her delicate and lovely face so red that it was almost dripping blood. Wang Yi really didn't expect that the two just actually talked about this, and with a surprised face, he said, Are all of you high achievers from Huaqing University so straightforward? Wang Yi, don't mind it. Sweetie, she's just like this. Song Ro waved her hand back and forth, just likes to joke around, and Sweetie didn't explain. She just looked at the two of them and smiled subtly. Song Render, however, hurriedly continued to explain. She is good in all aspects. Just this point is very that. You mustn't think much of it is all. Wang Yi had already tasted out her mind at this moment, and sniffed Ru at her head and did not answer. Song Wen-ro was intimated by her like this, but seemed to be more and more embarrassed, turning her head out the window with a red face. Meanwhile, while fanning her reddened face with her hand, she pulled out her cell phone to distract herself. Wang Yi was about to take back his hand when he saw her appearance, but he didn't expect Song Rowan's face to suddenly become ugly after sliding her cell phone for a while. What's wrong? He asked immediately. Eyes, at the same time, looked at Song Render's cell phone screen, waiting to find Song Tender's cell phone screen display. Here ran his high school classmates' WeChat group, and Song Tender looked at the group and did not say a word. Wang Yi also immediately took out his cell phone, followed by clicking on the high school classmates' WeChat group, and it was with such a point to open the WeChat group of his high school classmates that he had bragged about before and almost died socially that Wang Yi instantly understood why Song Wenlong's face became ugly after reading the WeChat message. Dare I say, is the high school that little rich second-generation classmate sure Junhong today promotion and salary increase? Justin the group sent a big red packet of $1,000, attracted a burst of old classmates blowing a burst of laughter, secretly poking irony their own it. At this moment, in the face of everyone's bragging and questioning, sure Junhong is still shady in the group. Ha ha, everyone don't ask too many questions and don't guess. Just got promoted to city manager in my hometown. The income isn't that great, and after all this time, I barely managed to save a good $400,000 or $500,000. There's no comparison to a certain student in our class who's already a big shot in the Middle Sea. Zhonghai is a second-tier big city, and I don't need to tell you how gripping the bigwigs there are. Those who understand understand. This little achievement of mine, in front of others, oh, it's not worth mentioning. I'm afraid this person is more or less brain dead. Song Render obviously also noticed that Wangi had also seen the group message and actually cursed in a rare manner. Wangi sniffed, was about to relieve her that she didn't need to be angry with this kind of yin and yang people, but I didn't expect Song Ro Ro to have already lowered her head. I can't stand to see this kind of people. They have to step on other people when they are full of food. You didn't provoke him. What's he doing? Shelving this is so close to reporting your ID number to open taunting, trying to get a sense of superiority over you? While lowering her head to speak, she found a screenshot of something in her phone's album and sent it directly to her high school group. I'll show this fool what it means to ask for the hammer. When Wangi heard how sharp Song Render was, he immediately clicked on the screenshot she had sent to the group. It was a screenshot of a text message from China Shipping Airlines confirming the booking. The images are mosaic to block out a lot of important private information though. However, anyone can see at a glance the words China Shipping Airlines VIP Service Office and Chartered First Class on Flight ZH3329 in the screenshot. Apparently, it was the same confirmation text that China Shipping Airlines had sent them after Wangi had helped her bag first class at the time. Wangi immediately looked up at Song Rouge, and then, when he noticed the rare determination in her stare at the screen of her cell phone, that's when he looked at the high school group conversation message again. At this moment, as soon as this screenshot of Song Rouge came out, the entire high school group of classmates had gone quiet. After several seconds, everyone seemed to react, and a 666 emerged. Is Gentle getting rich? Packing first class is too extravagant. I don't want to brag about it. I have a classmate who chartered a first-class airplane, and I feel proud when I go out and brag about it to people. Squad leader, begging for a hug. Even Sher Junhong seemed to be shocked and followed back. At Song Gentle, class president, this wave of yours is really a bit of a show. The ZH prefix is a China Shipping Airlines flight. I believe. Their flights, usually Boeing 737 type airliners, start at $5,000 a ticket for first class. It's going to be at least $60,000 to charter first class. Song Gentle, on the other hand, just returned a smile. JPG expression. Then again, this came out as, that classmate of ours who has become a big shot in Shanghai you mentioned, helped me set it up with my roommate. The group, in an instant, was quiet again. However, these are just the beginning. After a succession of shocking words, Song Gentle sent a few pictures to the group one after another. As you can see from the pictures, they were all taken in real life. The kind of purely natural shots that don't even have beauty colors or filters added to them. The content is not complicated. It is the luxurious living room, luxurious bedroom, luxurious balcony and luxurious restroom and the presidential suite of Shangri-La Hotel and so on. Wangi could tell at a glance that this was the interior of the presidential suite of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel. In the group, many students, however, were uncertain. Class president, where is this? It looks so dang good. I've seen a lot of hotel room experiences in some Netflix videos before, and none of them seem as luxurious as this? And, squad leader, weren't you just talking about chartering first class? Why are you suddenly posting pictures of the hotel again? Song Rowan replied in seconds. Because, this hotel room, which was also just named and mocked by Sher Junhong's classmates. A certain classmate in our class who has already become a big shot in Shanghai helped me and my roommate book it together. The presidential suite at the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel is about $15,000 a night. Smile, JPG. There was an instant crouch within the group of high school classmates. $15,000 a night. That's my living expenses for a year in college. Squad leader. Really? Is Wangi so fierce now? At Wangi, big brother, still missing a bag carrier? However, Sher Junhong was clearly not too convinced. At Song Gentle, class president, we know that you and Wangi are close. But there's no need to protect him like that. Is there? Who in our class doesn't know about him? Can he really afford first-class travel and a presidential suite at the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel? And a few of his lapdogs, too, were obviously very skeptical of these things that Song Wen-ro posted. At Song Wen-ro, class president, what brother Junhong said is still very reasonable. We believe the pictures you posted up are real. However, if you want to say that Wangi helped you and your classmates set these up, that would be more or less an insult to our intelligence. On the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, Song Rowan was obviously a bit angry when she saw these skeptical voices. How can these people be like this? The facts are right in front of their eyes and they still have to disbelieve. Wangi, however, smiled involuntarily, because just as this chorus of skepticism bubbled up, the system's beeps appeared again. A high school friend suspects you of being a bigot in a group of classmates. Trigger a new mission. Hit the face of a group of high school classmates led by Sher Junhong who doubted you. Mission reward. Worth 40 billion 4C's commercial real estate group. Wang Yi immediately gently patted Song Wenling's shoulder. You've already done a good job. There's no need to be angry with them anymore. Song Ro, however, was still a bit indignant. But this group of people is too annoying. Shady taunts you, not to mention the fact that you are all like a barbarian. The facts are in front of you and you still have to bar. Wang Yi patted her shoulder once again. Even if they are barflies, I'll shut them up later. Song Wenro sniffing, obviously some do not understand. Wide open watery eyes. Some dumbfounded looking at Wang Yi. Wang Yi didn't sell the story and directly laughed. You forgot Fong Tiancheng? Fong Tiancheng? Song Roren hadn't reacted originally, but after waiting for a moment to savor it, he snapped to attention. Yeah, why did I forget about him? These people, Shi Junhong, used to look up to him. Wang Yi smiled once again. Yes, there are 3 or 6 classes of people even among the rich. Shi Junhong, although at first it is also considered Wang Yi high school period. The family is very generous, that type of student. However, compared to Fong Tiancheng's family, the family's situation was far worse. So the group of stinky skinheads, including Shi Junhong, had been dominated by Fong Tiancheng, whose family was the richest, ever since high school. There were some things that Song Wenro said that these people might not believe, but if a different party were to say it innately, the effect would surely be very different. Song Render obviously comprehended this layer and immediately directly at Fong Tiancheng within her high school classmate group. Fong Tiancheng, these people, Shi Junhong, said that it's impossible for Wang Yi to book the presidential suite at the Zhenghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel. Within the high school classmates group, everyone saw that she actually at Fong Tiancheng, and was instantly shocked again. This matter, does it still have something to do with Fong Tiancheng? But this question, how did it involve Fong Tiancheng? At Song Gentle, class president, what the hell is going on? How come things seem to be getting more and more complicated by the minute? And Shi Junhong's group was a bit puzzled. Although they all knew that Fong Tiancheng's father seemed to be the vice president of the Zhenghai branch of Shangri-La Hotel, they couldn't figure out for a moment how Song Wenro could at Fong Tiancheng at this time. Confused, and thinking that they didn't seem to see Fong Tiancheng bubbling away in the group chat these past few days, a few people simply had a private discussion. With that, representatives were sent to contact Fong Tiancheng by private chat and phone respectively. On the other hand, in a large flat in Zhenghai City, Fong Tiancheng, who has just been scolded by his own mother, is getting annoyed. Ever since their family was kicked out of the Zhenghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel for offending Wang Yi and dragging their own father, Fong Buwei, along with them, their family's situation has gone downhill. Even if his dad, Fong Buwei, had regained a decent job with the contacts he had made over the years, Fong Tiancheng could clearly perceive that his parents had developed a strong sense of crisis and were ready to tighten their belts to get by. The most intuitive is that Fong Tiancheng witnessed his father, Fong Buwei, replaced the Mercedes-Benz GLS that he previously drove with a low-profile Volkswagen Golf, and his mom also found a way to get rid of the high-end cards and savings that she previously had in some high-end beauty salons and health clubs. Therefore, Fong Tiancheng was now truly remorseful and truly realized how horrible Wang Yi's weight was. At this moment, being scolded by his own mother again, what he was really annoyed with wasn't Wang Yi, nor was it his own mother scolding him, but rather, he was annoyed at himself for being such a fool at that time, and having to offend Wang Yi so hard. Lying in his room, when he saw his cell phone flashing at times and the constant reminders of WeChat group and private chat messages, Fong Tiancheng was not interested in clicking on them at all. Not only did he not want to click on it, he even kind of resented the message alerts, because, in a way, he was egged on by those dog-meat friends he had made in high school before who had become tigers and threes to harbor so much malice towards Wang Yi. However, heaven forbid, the more Fong Tiancheng didn't want to be annoyed by these message alerts, the more cell phone messages there actually were. WeChat popped up a message from someone in the group at him, not to mention that another dog friend actually came to privately chat with him to find out what was going on. Marred, Fong Tiancheng was furious as he watched, and made a gesture that he was ready to turn off the phone directly. But what I didn't expect was that the hand only picked up the cell phone. Shi Junhong's phone call this moment suddenly called again. Is TMD still finished? After ruthlessly pressing the phone, he couldn't help but curse directly. On the other side of the phone, Shi Junhong, however, obviously didn't understand the situation and just said somewhat cautiously, Brother Fong, are you alright? Old me is bad. Fong Tiancheng was furious. If you have an ass, let it go. Shi Junhong was probably stunned by him and hurriedly said, Brother Fong, I can't tell you much over the phone, so go look at our classmate group. When Fong Tiancheng heard the group chat, he was on fire again and was about to angrily spray, when he suddenly heard Shi Junhong say, it's about Wang Yi, and also, our class president has something to look for you. Class president? Song Gentle? About Wang Yi? Fong Tiancheng was instantly in a daze. rushing out of bed. He sat up and clicked on his classmates to see the history messages. And when he saw the message sent by Shi Junhong and these people in the group, Fong Tiansheng instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his entire body went mental. These people usually play well with me. But don't let Wang Yi mistake these people saying these things for having any connection with me. After hurriedly sitting up straight, Fong Tiansheng took out the fastest hand speed he had ever had in his life and frantically started typing. Within the classmate group, with Song Rowan just sending a message calling out Fong Tiansheng to come out and corroborate, the messages in the group couldn't stop. Everyone had been speculating on why Song Wen-ro had implicated Fong Tiansheng in this matter. At this time, a message suddenly appeared. At Song Gentle, class president. Let me make a statement first. From just now, I'm drawing a line with Shi Junhong and these people. What they just did, I really didn't know anything about it before, and it had nothing to do with me personally. If you don't believe me, I can show you all the records in my cell phone. I haven't even contacted them much in the last 2 days. Within the group of classmates, after a brief silence, it exploded all at once. Because, the one who sent this message was not someone else. It was the leader of Shi Junhong's group before, Fong Tiansheng. At Fong Tiansheng, crikey, Fong Tiansheng, what's going on? Why do you seem to be afraid of our class president? To not be so exaggerated, only just bubbling directly in Shi Junhong these old friends to draw a line. This is how big a shock Fong Tiansheng, blink if you've been kidnapped. A piece of news bubbled up as intensively as a brush screen. As for Shi Junhong and the others, they were all confused. At Fong Tiansheng, brother Fong, what happened? At Fong Tiansheng, brother Fong, didn't you take us to get high with brother Junhong a few days ago? Why do you suddenly have to draw the line with us? At Fong Tiansheng, brother Fong, what's going on? Fong Tiansheng, however, as if he hadn't seen so many messages, just chose to reply to the one that Song Rowan had it himself earlier. I can testify that the presidential suite of our class president's Shangri-La Hotel's Shanghai branch was indeed booked with Wang Yi's help. Moreover, I can also responsibly tell everyone that Wang Yi's current car is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model. He's a veritable true Shanghai bigwig. Even the boss of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel has to be careful when he sees him. This speech was like a deep water bomb. At first, there was silence. And when the silence is followed by an explosion of terror. Crap, is it so exaggerated? Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model. The boss of Shangri-La Hotel is treated with care. This has to be at least a multi-billion-dollar deal for a fucking person, right? No wonder at Fong Tiansheng you were so scary just now. As soon as you bubbled up, you first drew a line in the sand with these people like Shi Junhong. This is the rhythm of being scared by Wang Yi. Countless messages, like raindrops, went out in a frenzy. Wang Yi's cell phone, too, vibrated madly along with it. In the high school group of classmates, many people originally did not add his friends. This moment a brain all sent friend applications. However, these are not the most important. Most importantly, right at this moment, Wang Yi's long-awaited system beep finally appeared. Congratulations to the host, completing the mission, hitting the face of a group of high school classmates led by Shi Junhong who doubted you, and obtaining the reward. The 4C's commercial real estate group worth $40 billion. The system has acquired the 4C's commercial real estate group for the host, and handled the relevant formalities. Please reserve time in advance within 24 hours for the host to prepare for the handover. Wang Yi instantly smiled, just about to put down the cell phone. Song Rowan on the side suddenly said, the probability is that Shi Junhong and these people won't dare to appear in front of you again. I'm the group administrator, and I just saw the group message alerting me that they all quit the group. Also, Fong Tiansheng sent me a bunch of screenshots, testifying to himself that he has no involvement in what Shi Junhong and these people did today. Wang Yi wasn't the least bit surprised by the reaction of Shi Junhong and the others, but was somewhat surprised by Fong Tiansheng's overreaction. Seeing Song Wen-ro's eyes looking at him somewhat oddly, he was somewhat stunned and said, what's Fong Tiansheng reacting so much for? It's not like I'm some kind of demon. Could it be that just because he used to be closer to these people like Shi Junhong, could he be directly penalized along with the guilt by association? Song Wenling shook her head. I don't know, but he looks like he's so scared. He's all a little freaked out. With that said, she was probably quite relaxed and hummed an unknown ditty as she put down her cell phone. Listening to the melody of that ditty, it sounds like the same song that plays on the car radio. Wang Yi heard the sound and immediately said to Hummer, Hummer, turn up the sound slightly. Hummer immediately complied. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customization, an almost immersive surround music ensues, and judging from the melody, it was clearly the song that Song Gentle had just hummed. Song Wen-ro obviously also liked the song, and when she heard the music getting louder in the car, she subconsciously shook her body to follow along with the chorus. On the side, When Sweetie saw this scene, as if she thought of something, she suddenly said, "Wang Yi, are you free the night after tomorrow? If you're free, I'll invite you and Gentle to Lin Xingqian's concert." Wang Yi was a bit unresponsive. Why did the topic jump to the concert all of a sudden? When Sweetheart heard him ask this, she didn't seem to have figured out why he had this question. "Didn't you just ask Hummer to play Lin Xingqian's song louder? Lin Xingqian happens to be having a concert over here in Shanghai the night after tomorrow." Wang Yi sort of got it now, but then again, don't quite get it. He asked sincerely, "Does Lin Xingqian's concert in Shanghai have anything to do with us?" And Sweetheart seemed to have just tasted something, and immediately tried to ask a rhetorical question. "Do you, by any chance, not even know who Lin Xingqian is?" "I've heard of the name, but I don't have a deep impression," Wang Yi answered honestly. He had never been a fan of the entertainment industry, and really didn't understand the name Lin Xingqian at all, what it actually meant. And Sweetheart, however, revealed a look that said it all. "Then are you also unaware that Gentle is super fond of Lin Xingqian? Like this?" Wang Yi finally understood completely this time. "No wonder you jumped the conversation to the Lin Xingqian concert all of a sudden." And Sweetheart also nodded seriously at him. Gentle appreciates Lin Xingqian's works, and the pure spirit of Lin Xingqian that is bent on studying music and movies and these arts. And this person, Lin Xingqian, is indeed very positive, and can be called a clear stream in the entertainment industry. More than a year after her debut, she has not had any scandal, not to mention that the quality and standard of her work is also well known. When Wang Yi heard her say that, he immediately looked at Song Rowan. "Want to go to Lin Xingqian's concert?" Song Gentle gently nodded her head, a little embarrassed. "I wanted to go listen to her when she had a concert in Kyoto before, but she's so popular that tickets are too hard to come by. I grabbed it twice and didn't get it," which is more than twice. And Tian took over the conversation. "This time Lin Xingqian's concert in Shanghai, didn't you also fail to grab a ticket, and regretted it for a long time afterwards? On the plane to Shanghai, you even mentioned this to me, saying that you were all a bit tempted to buy scalped tickets." When Wang Yi heard this, he immediately knew what the situation was and directly picked up his cell phone to call Yi Qingcheng. On the side, Song Wenro, however, clearly didn't want to trouble Wang Yi and hurriedly whispered, "Wang Yi, don't listen to Sweetie's nonsense. She's a person who likes to exaggerate. As much as I like Lin Xingqian's work, it's not to this extent. Plus, Lin Xingqian will have many more concerts in the future. I'll still have plenty of chances to grab tickets." Wang Yi, however, made a shushing gesture at her and waited until the call was connected before directly ordering, "Qingcheng, go get me 3 tickets for Lin Xingqian's concert in Shanghai." Saying that, and waiting for Yi Qingcheng on the other side of the phone to indicate that she understood, she directly hung up the phone. And a few minutes after he hung up the phone, Yi Qingcheng's message came, "Boss, 3 super VIP seat tickets for the first row of Lin Xingqian's concert in Shanghai." "Got them." Wang Yi returned an okay expression and looked up at Song Rowan. "It's done." Song Rowan was a bit stunned when she heard that it was done so quickly. "So quickly? Tickets for Lin Xingqian's concert in Shanghai sold out long ago. Did you find a scalper?" "Scalped tickets aren't cheap. I've asked around before. And regular seats that were originally priced at 580 are at a premium of 1,880. Wang Yi smiled. "I didn't ask who exactly I found to buy it, but it's not a ticket for the general section. It's a ticket for the first row." Song Rowan was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close. "First row? Wouldn't that be a ticket for the super VIP section? My goodness, didn't these first 3 rows of tickets say that they were basically not for public sale and were only given to some heavyweight VIPs? I was reading in some of the scalper groups earlier that some people were offering $20,000 a ticket for collecting third row tickets." And Sweetheart, who was on the side, was likewise a bit surprised, because, as a part of the people who had gone to specialize in getting tickets for the VIP section of Lin Xingqian's concert only a short while ago, she knew too well. Tickets for the first row of Lin Xingqian's concert in Shanghai, that coefficient of difficulty in the third row, are not even on the same level. Wang Yi had gotten 2 of these tickets in less than a few minutes after a phone call, which could be considered quite a bull beer. At this moment, seeing that Wang Yi was still in a cloudy state, she smiled graciously after another burst of surprise in her heart. "It seems that you really are a capable person. Tickets for the first row of the Lin Xingqian concert. This kind of stuff isn't easy to get." "Thanks." Wang Yi nodded and smiled at her and was about to say "You're welcome." Song Wenro by the side, however, waved her hand repeatedly. "No, no, no, Wang Yi, you'd better return this ticket. It's too costly. Originally, you have already broken the bank by chartering first class and opening a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel for us. I can't still let you." Wang Yi had originally thought she was going to say something. Hearing that she turned out to be heartbroken about her wallet, she immediately rued her head, interrupting her spell casting. You're forgetting that I just made $2.7 billion tonight just because of you and Sweetie Anne. But, Song Royo obviously wanted to say something else, but didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Wang Yi simply said, no need for buts. It's so happily decided. It's just a couple of concert tickets. Not a drop in the bucket compared to a $2.7 billion profit. Saying that, when he sent the two of them to the entrance of Shangri-La Hotel Shanghai branch, and made an appointment with the two of them about the time and place to meet up the day after tomorrow, he went to meet up with Brian and his party. In an abandoned alley not far from the Shangri-La Hotel, Brian and his party were already waiting. When Wang Yitsai arrived with the Hummer, the four immediately took the initiative to welcome them. Boss, where's the stuff? Wang Yi didn't have much to say. Brian immediately handed over a file pouch. The text files are all here. The digital files and such are on Spider's computer. Spider also sent the computer to Wang Yi. Wang Yi walked around and looked at it once. Then he couldn't help but call out, good guy. Jiang Yao Yang. This guy, the way is really wild, but also really bold. After scanning this information, Wang Yi turned his head to look at Brian and his party. What are you guys going to do next? Brian was obviously prepared for this and immediately replied, boss, if you don't have any other special requests, we will use a little bit of trickery tonight to send this information within the whistleblowing mailbox of the relevant authorities in the Dragon Kingdom. Spider has previously verified the authenticity of this material and chain of evidence by comparing it to various databases, and the Owl has studied the system of the Dragon Kingdom. With the legal system of the Dragon Kingdom, these materials and the chain of evidence in the materials are enough to make Jiang Yao Yang eat a pike of bullets. Wang Yi nodded. Feasible. Let's do it, said Spider, waiting for him to go immediately to the execution before adding, good job on tonight's operation. Everyone, after Jiang Yao Yang is caught, I'll give everyone 3 days of paid vacation, so you can take advantage of the few days to have fun in Shanghai. During that time, all reasonable and justified spending. I paid for you too, boss. You are too generous. Brian and his party were obviously a bit excited again, and one of them hastily thanked, I've fallen in love with this place in Shanghai. Spider and Owl, on the other hand, couldn't help but hug and kiss Wang Yi fiercely again. Boss, we love you too. Wang Yi was dumbfounded for a moment. After scanning a few people again with the system and realizing that the loyalty of Brian's party had increased by an average of 2 or 3 more points, he didn't say anything more. After telling Brian and his party to go back early to rest after their busy day, they went ahead and went back to the hotel in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model. After returning to the hotel, Wang Yi thought back to the loyalty growth of the last few encounters, and in his heart, he probably had some judgment about this value. First, it's clear from these experiences that the loyalty of each talent collected is not set in stone. Secondly, the way loyalty growth is adopted for different talents is also very different. Take the most typical Brian line. These people would fall into the category of being more into money and respect. After dropping money on them twice themselves and giving them the proper respect, their loyalty went up immediately. And in the case of a workplace whiteness and earthly beauty like Yi Qingcheng, it seems that the reason why her loyalty grew last time was because of the display of some energy that was beyond her imagination. It's getting more and more interesting. Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. I wonder what other surprises the system will bring to me later. With these expectations in mind, he soon fell asleep. And accordingly, just as Wang Yi fell into a deep sleep, the law enforcement departments of Shanghai City, and even those of southern Guangdong province, were all awakened at once, because, just now, in just 10 short minutes, almost all law enforcement officers received an emergency transfer order from their superiors. All the relevant departments in the province have received reports of major cases. The reporting information is incredibly detailed. All law enforcement officers must be the first to arrive and check for evidence on an emergency basis. In the meantime, rush to the scene and contain every suspect. On the other hand, inside a presidential suite of the Shanghai branch of the Shangri-La Hotel, with the law enforcement officers from Shanghai and even southern Guangdong mobilized, and Sweetie also received a call at the first time. Miss Jiang Yao Yang, who you asked me to arrange someone to keep an eye on before, is on the ropes. Someone just anonymously dropped off all of his criminal materials and evidence to the relevant departments throughout southern Guangdong. The materials and evidence are detailed beyond belief. He's dead. And Sweetie sat up from the bed in a flash. After hanging up the phone, even in the darkness of the night, his eyes sparkled, because she thought of something. On the way back from Jiang Yaoyang's live-fire range today, Wang Yi had said that Jiang Yaoyang wouldn't have another chance to trouble him. And Jiang Yaoyang rampant for so long, as early as not to have an accident late. On the contrary, tonight there is an accident. This thing, it definitely has something to do with him. This guy, he's so uncomplicated, to do so much under our noses without saying a word. At the same time, in the capital of southern Guangdong province, within a certain luxurious and incomparable manner in Yangchang. A man with a lordly aura was also the first to receive the call. Learning that Zhang Yaoyang had been reported anonymously on a large scale and was already on the ropes, the man's body steeply erupted with a wave of hostility. Look into it, go and look into it for me right away. Within 7 days, find out for me who is targeting my son. At that time, I'll take a vacation from my boss and go to Zhonghai myself. Inside the presidential suite within the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi just felt that he slept exceptionally well this night, especially when he only woke up the next morning and received a phone call from Brian, from which he learned that Zhang Yaoyang and the core cadres under his command had all been arrested. He felt even more cheerful. After giving Brian and his party a vacation on the spot, he couldn't even resist sitting on the balcony and humming a little tune. Wang Yi, I heard from Sweetie that Zhang Yaoyang was arrested. And just when Wang Yi was in a happy mood, a new group chat popped up. In the group chat, there were only 3 people, Wang Yi, Song Rowan, and Sweetie, and the one who spoke was none other than Song Gentle. As soon as Song Rouge bubbled up, and Sweetheart immediately posted a picture as well. The picture was of no other than Zhang Yaoyang in handcuffs, being received in the interrogation room. I have a schoolmate who was in Zhang Yaoyang's class, and she works at the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. This is the picture she took this morning. Song Wenro was obviously extraordinarily jumpy. Great. I hope this guy sits in jail for a long time. This way, he definitely won't have the chance to find trouble with Wang Yi again. Prayer. JPG. Wang Yi didn't think much of it and casually replied, this is really good news. Speaking of which, I've long thought that this guy wasn't a good guy to begin with, and now he's finally been brought to justice. At Answeet, do you know what Zhang Yaoyang was arrested for? Is the offense serious? Aren't you the big man in Zhonghai, the one who knows more about these hidden secrets? And Sweetheart's tone seemed a bit subtle. Wang Yi immediately snorted. I don't know anyone at the Bureau of Public Affairs in Zhonghai. Laughing without saying anything, JPG, and Sweetie said, returning another emoji in seconds. Wang Yi now really felt that she might have suspected or guessed something, and immediately ignored her emoticon. At and Sweetheart, turn around and remember to tell us the first time if there's any new news about Zhang Yaoyang from your schoolmate's side. And then, changing the subject directly. Then again, it's this time of day. Haven't you guys gone to work yet? That's probably all Sweetie was trying to do. Seeing Wang Yi change the topic, he didn't continue to hold on to Zhang Yaoyang's matter, but immediately took over his words, already almost to the company's door. Back to chat. Song Rowan followed back. I've also arrived at China Shipping Airlines. He. At Wang Yi, I forgot to tell you yesterday. The atmosphere of China Shipping Airlines is really good. The co-workers here are exceptionally great. And the director who personally took me on was exceptionally nice to me. I love it so much. Wang Yi smiled. It's good if you like it. Remember to tell me if anyone bullies you. I'm going to help you teach TA a hard lesson. Won't drop. Song Rowan replied back in seconds. The co-workers here are all really very nice to me. Not to mention Director Ma of the legal department who personally took me said that he's going to take me along to the signing ceremony of the Strategic Cooperation Agreement between China Shipping Airline and Shangri-La Hotel later. So I'm going to start making some preparations. I'll find you later after work. Wang Yi returned an okay gesture, cut out of the group chat, and was thinking about what to do today when Yi Qingqing's call came. Boss, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, our China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel officially signed a cooperation agreement. At that time, there will be a number of media reporters present, as well as lawyers from Bovis International Law Firm to participate in the notarization. Do you see? You want to come over and give a few words? Her voice was respectful, but still so soulful and provocative. After Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a burst of emotion in the bottom of his heart, he directly refused. There's no need to shout at me for this kind of head-throwing. Just let Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhong go in front of the media and take full responsibility. I'm sure they can handle it. Understood, boss. Yi Qingqing immediately responded. Then, regarding the details of the strategic cooperation agreement between China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel, do you need me to send it directly to you for your finalization? Wang Yi originally subconsciously still wanted to refuse. However, on second thought, this kind of big strategic agreement of the group needs to be signed and sealed by himself as the chairman himself, so he immediately changed his words again. No need to be so troublesome. I'll make a trip to CNA around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Turn around and notify Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhong. When the time comes, a few of us will sit down and talk. Okay, boss? I'll go make arrangements. Yi Qingqing immediately answered. Wang Yi, on the other hand, directly hung up the phone. When it was about time in the afternoon, that's when they rushed to the China Shipping Airline building. In the conference room of the China Shipping Airlines building, Lu Yuanzhang and Zhang Zhicheng had obviously been waiting for a long time. Wang Yixai brought Yi Qingqing over, so the duo immediately stood up and took the initiative to greet them. Boss, sit, no need to be so formal, Wang Yi beckoned, while, naturally, he walked over to the main seat and sat down. Only then did Lu Yuanzhang and Zhang Jiqing sit down and hand Wang Yi a paperwork. Boss, this is the final cooperation solution that the two of us have discussed, please take a look. Wang Yi took the document and was about to take a serious look at it when he didn't expect a familiar tone to suddenly emerge. Congratulations to the host, exposed to a large investment event, unlocking the new function investment yield. The new function has been officially unlocked. The host can redeem and use it at any time. Investment yield, depending on the investment scale of the project. Spend different currencies to unlock the view of the project's investment yield. Wang Yi instantly brightened up, turning his attention to the framework for the initialization of the cooperation agreement in his hand. A selection bar did appear in front of you. China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotel Strategic Cooperation Agreement Project Book. Spend 10 million can be unlocked to view the project yield. Whether to unlock? Wang Yi chose to unlock it. The phone instantly vibrated twice in quick succession. Both WeChat and mobile banking sent alerts about moving accounts, and a fine analysis immediately followed in his mind. Wang Yi didn't even need to look at the draft framework of the cooperation agreement to know what the pros and cons of the agreement were. The system's final assessment, given quite high as well. Strategic cooperation agreement between China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel. Project rating, S-level. Projected yield, expected to add at least $15 billion in revenue to CNA and Shangri-La Hotels over the next year. It is also expected that this cooperation will increase the capital market valuation of the two companies by at least $8 billion. After hearing this, Wang Yi immediately pretended to briefly turn over the cooperation agreement in his hands. After his eyes only lingered briefly on the important entries of the agreement, he looked up at Lu Yuanzhang and Zhang Jiqing. The cooperative project proposal was done very well. Let's sign and execute on this version. Lu Yuanzhang and Zhang Jiqing were obviously a bit surprised to see Wang Yi pass so easily. Boss, some of the details within the cooperation involve leaking some of the group's internal business secrets to the other party. Do you have no opinions on these as well? Wang Yi smiled bashfully. My own left hand and right hand. Do I need to guard against each other like outsiders? Let go and do it. Believe me, follow this version of the cooperation agreement and the capital market will soon give the truest return. Lu Yuanzhang and Zhang Jiqing both understood what he meant now. After Zhang Jiqing signaled Yi Qingqing to go and prepare the formal cooperation agreement, he somewhat jumped into action and said, after I had a serious and in-depth chat with Mr. Lu about the specific details of the cooperation, I also feel that this model may be more promising than the one that I had roughly planned at the very beginning. And, both Mr. Lu and I have a premonition that after the signing of this cooperation agreement between China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel, it should trigger a certain sensational effect in the entire capital market, altogether. And the most intuitive effect of this sensational effect is bound to be that they will raise their valuation expectations for our China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel. Wang Yi glanced at Zhang Jiqing. Then how much do you guys predict that the capital market will raise the valuation of Shangri-La Hotel and China Shipping Airlines this time? As he spoke, thinking that he hadn't looked at Zhang Jiqing's loyalty before, he turned on the system to scan it again. Cheng Qixing, loyalty 75, A+ business class. It also belongs to the 1 in a million or even a rare class of business management talent. Loyalty, too, is substantial, and Zhang Jiqing's performance was indeed worthy of the evaluation given by the system. After a slight moment of deliberation, he cautiously said, Mr. Lu and I have probably deduced that, with the practice of the capital market, after this unprecedented upstream and downstream deep linkage cooperation is reached, the market value of our China Shipping Aviation Group can be pulled up by at least 3 billion, and Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, the valuation can also rise by at least 3 to 4 billion. So, after this wave of cooperation is reached, it is conservatively estimated that the valuation of our two businesses can also be raised by $6 to $7 billion. Wang Yi smiled. My opinion is similar to yours, but I'm a bit more optimistic than you guys. I estimate that China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotels will be able to raise their market capitalization by at least around $8 billion this time. Saying that, and ignoring Zhang Jiqing and Lu Yuanzhing's stunned gazes, he took the official document handed over by Yi Qingqing who had gone and returned, and quickly signed his name and stamped his seal on it. Next, it's all yours. After signing and stamping his name, Wang Yi directly got up to take his leave, and Zhang Jiqing and Lu Yuanzhang followed and hurriedly got up to see them off. When he was sent to the elevator entrance of the floor where the conference room was located by Zhang Jiqing, Lu Yuanzhang, and Yi Qingqing, Wang Yi saw that the time was not too early, and it was almost time for the official cooperation signing ceremony. So he immediately drove them all back. However, what Wang Yi didn't expect was that right after Zhang Jiqing and his party had just turned back to the conference room, A voice full of surprise suddenly came from inside the elevator door that had just risen up. Wang Yi, why are you here? Wang Yi looked at the sound and realized that inside the elevator, it was Song Rowan. She probably came up in advance to do the preparatory work. A professional outfit to wear, a meticulous not to say, hands also holding a thick stack of information. Seeing Wang Yi standing here at this moment, she was obviously pleasantly surprised, and her brows were filled with happiness and laughter. Is it possible that you guessed I'd be nervous today and came here specifically to surprise me? When I was chatting with you guys in the WeChat group this morning, I actually wanted to say that it would be nice if you could come and keep me company. It's my first time to attend such a formal and high-profile meeting, and honestly, I'm really more nervous than my last interview. I didn't expect, don't even need me to say, Wang Yi, you are so good. Wang Yi originally subconsciously wanted to explain, but seeing that she had spoken so far, and that she was evidently much more confident and cheerful after seeing herself, the words that came to my lips immediately became, believe in yourself. Since Director Ma of your legal department is willing to bring you to a meeting like this, it means that she also believes that you're capable of doing today's work. Go for it. Aha! Song Wenling nodded repeatedly. My coworkers say the same thing. Thank you for coming to encourage me, Wang Yi. I'm not nervous at all now. Wang Yi was about to nod his head when he didn't expect the door of the one right elevator to open as well. After the elevator door opened, a man, 2 women and 3 people soon walked out, and among the man and woman following behind, one of them was clearly in Tian. She was probably here today because of official business as well, also dressed in a professional outfit and holding a folder in her hands. Sweet, Song Render was obviously quite happy to see her. Why did you come to Shanghai Airlines as well? I'm a trainee lawyer of Bovis Law Firm and Tian smiled. When the strategic cooperation agreement between China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel was signed this time, it was our Bovis Law Firm's Shanghai branch that did the third-party notarization. That's great. Song Ro's eyes sparkled. You're here too, so I'll be even less nervous when I enter the conference room later. And Tian had long noticed Wang Yi on the side and was feeling surprised. At this moment, when she heard Song Ro mention this, she immediately turned her gaze to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, why are you over here as well? I just happened to come over to run some errands. Wang Yi smiled. By the way, I'm cheering up gentle. Song Render heard this and smiled happily again, and Sweetie was unconsciously surprised for a moment. Come to the 26th floor of CNA on business? On the 26th floor of the China Shipping Aviation Building, excluding the conference room of China Shipping Aviation Group, there could only be the offices of the chairman and the senior executives of China Shipping Aviation Group. Wang Yi came here on business? Although Wang Yi also sensed the oddness on her face, he didn't say anything more. After encouraging Song Ro again and briefly saying goodbye to the 2 of them, he rode down in the elevator. When he left the China Shipping Airlines building, Wang Yi was originally prepared to go straight back to the Westin Hotel, but when I think about it, it's just before 3 in the afternoon, and there's no point in going back to the Westin. It's just to watch a movie and enjoy the various amenities inside the hotel. It's too much of a one-size-fits-all to be comfortable. After walking out of the China Shipping Airline building, he simply stepped into a park opposite the China Shipping Airline building. What exactly was the name of the park? Wang Yi didn't pay attention to. However, he vaguely remembered that this park was created by Shanghai City at that time with a huge amount of money. With a claimed investment of $800 million, the park caused a stir throughout the province when it was built. Wang Yi had wanted to come over for a stroll before, but, for one thing, work is too busy, simply cannot find the time, and secondly, this place is too far away from where he used to work. All the time, he wanted to come here to stroll. The idea always just stay in the stage of thinking. Right now, on the rare occasion when he had the time to come here for a stroll, Wang Yi had originally thought that there would be a lot of people here. At this moment, the weather outside is scorching hot, but inside this park is exceptionally cool, and the scenery in this park is truly one of a kind. However, to his surprise, there were actually very few people free to hang out in the entire park. Although there were a number of scantily clad men and women walking through the area, it was clear that everyone had no time to watch. Either your feet are in a hurry to get somewhere, or your head is down and you're busy messaging a client or superior back. Wang Yi involuntarily sighed for a moment. It seems that being rich really isn't all good. Now, I've got money, but I've lost my worries. The old saying is true. What goes around comes around. Said. Also, do not care. Next to the 2 are playing chess. Grandpa, look at their eyes gradually become bizarre. Directly turned back to the Shanghai Aviation Building parking lot. When he returned to the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi had thought that the day would be over here. But I didn't expect my cell phone to vibrate until I had been lying down for a short time. Connecting. There immediately came a 12-minute respectful female voice. Hello, may I ask, is Wang Yi Wang general manager? I am. Which one are you? Wang Yi asked casually. Hello Mr. Wang. I'm the legal affairs of 4C's Commercial Real Estate Limited. You can address me as Xiao Zhang. The voice on the other side of the phone was still polite. The former owner of 4C's Commercial Real Estate has fully entrusted me with the responsibility of completing the equity handover with you. I've done all the preliminary preparations on my side, and I've also compiled information about 4C's Commercial Real Estate in documents such as the resumes of the core staff. I don't know when it's convenient for you on your side. Mr. Wang, I'll go to your side and complete the handover with you. Wang Yi already kind of didn't want to go out today, and didn't really want to deal with these chores anymore, so he casually said, "It's not too convenient today. Another day." Speaking of which, I don't quite understand what core industries 4C's Commercial Real Estate has, and which one we mainly deal with. On the other side of the phone, Chang was apparently silent for a moment. It was only after a while that he said with slight incredulity, "You, Mr. Wang, didn't even know about 4C's Commercial Real Estate before? What's the problem?" Wang Yi asked rhetorically. No. Xiao Zhang on the other side of the phone hurriedly explained. "There's no problem. I'm just so surprised. 4C's Commercial Real Estate has a market value of $40 billion, which is considered a giant among all the companies in the entire Shanghai. With such a sky-high acquisition, I originally thought that your side, Mr. Wang, would make the decision only after a long period of careful investigation and consideration. That's complicated when it comes to this." Wang Yi played a sloppy game. At the same time, make a silent mental note to never ask such questions in the future. And, in order to avoid a similar situation again, the next time after harvesting the system rewards must be the first time to check the relevant information and so on. On the other side of the phone, Xiao Zhang obviously knows what it means not to ask what you shouldn't ask, and after marveling at it, he respectfully introduced, "Our 4C's Commercial Real Estate Group is just as literal as it sounds, and our main business is commercial real estate. For example, one of the landmark buildings in Shanghai City, Changlong Stadium, is one of the properties of our 4C's Commercial Real Estate Group. Another example is the largest integrated shopping experience plaza in Shanghai City, Dream City Plaza, which is also the flagship product of our 4C's Commercial Real Estate Group." Wang Yi listened to her introduction, and then he reacted to the fact that the 4C's Commercial Real Estate was so powerful. The fame of Dream City Plaza, not to mention those like him who don't hear anything outside the window, even for the 60-year-old women and 3 or 4-year-old children in Shanghai City, it is like a thunderclap. It was not only the largest integrated shopping plaza in Shanghai City, but also claimed to be the largest integrated shopping plaza in the entire southern Guangdong province. It is said that more than $13 billion was invested in the construction of the project in the first place. When the project was completed, not only did all the media come to watch the ceremony, even all the relevant competent units in Shanghai City were there to congratulate. And not to mention the Changlong Stadium, the landmark building of the whole of Shanghai, the designated host venue for all large-scale tournaments in the whole of Shanghai City. Even all the big-name artists and celebrities without exception choose it when they tour to the Middle Sea. Lin Xingqian came to Shanghai to hold a concert this time. Was the venue chosen at Changlong Stadium? When he thought of this latter, Wang Yi coldly thought of it and immediately asked, "That's right, Mr. Wang. Lin Xingqian's Shanghai concert was held at the Changlong Stadium under our banner." Xiao Zhang replied back in seconds. Is there anything you want to know?" "No." Wang Yi smiled. "It's just that I happen to be taking 2 friends over for a concert tomorrow night. Since that site is also the property of 4C's Commercial Real Estate, let's meet there tomorrow night and complete the handover by the way." "Okay," Chang answered. And then, as if she had thought of something, she tried. "Mr. Wang, there is a special sky room in the Changlong Gymnasium under our command. That private room is one that is only opened exclusively for some special VIPs with sensitive identities when they arrive. Do you need us to make arrangements ahead of time to get that private room cleaned up and reserved for you and your friends tomorrow?" Wang Yi, who disliked the idea of a bunch of people crowding together and making a scene, sniffed and said without thinking, "That couldn't be better." Saying that, he waited for Chang to ask some more questions about his preferences, and then simply hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yi searched the internet for information on 4C's Commercial Real Estate, but after waiting for a while to search, he reacted to the fact that he had also asked Yi Qingcheng to get 3 super VIP tickets for the first row of Lin Xingqian's concert site. Right now, even though he had his own separate air room, those tickets were worth a lot of money, so he couldn't afford to waste them. He immediately called Yi Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, are you free tomorrow night?" Yi Qingcheng on the other side of the phone obviously hasn't reacted yet. "Yes, I have time." "What's wrong, boss?" Wang Yi immediately smiled. "Then I'll invite you to see Lin Xingqian's concert tomorrow night. Those 3 tickets, they're yours. Have fun." Outside the president's office of China Shipping Airlines, inside the secretariat office, Yi Qingcheng looked at the hung-up phone. Her complexion was still a bit bewildered. Wang Yi had asked her to get Lin Xingchen's concert tickets before, but she had spent a lot of effort and finally used the name of China Shipping Airlines to get 3 super VIP seats in the first row. But now, Wang Yi actually said that the 3 tickets were given to her? How did he know that I loved Lin Xingchen and wanted to go to Lin Xingchen's concert too? And how does he know that I'm free tomorrow night? It's not possible that he's actually secretly checked his preferences or something, is it? When these strange thoughts unconsciously popped up in her mind, Yi Qingqing's heart, which had originally been a well, unconsciously rippled a little, especially when she thought of Wang Yi's young and handsome posture, and his always surprising mannerisms. Her heartbeat was inexplicably accelerated for a while. Inside the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi did not know that his thoughtless actions would lead to Yi Qingqing's whims. When he received a thank you and a shy JPG emoji from Yi Qingqing, he didn't care, scanning it and then forgetting about it. In the afternoon of the next day, Wang Yi just went to a morning tea store first to meet up with Song Rendering and In Sweetness as promised. After meeting up, the 3 of them sat down together for a refreshment and got ready to go to the concert. But what I didn't expect was that Song Wenro was probably too thankful to Wang Yi, and after sitting down for refreshments, she had been extraordinarily well behaved, serving tea and dishes to Wang Yi, causing the gazes of many people around her to drift over Song Wenro and In Sweetie. That even put into the entertainment circle, can be called dazzling level of face value and figure? In this kind of morning tea store, originally is the existence of the firefly in the darkness like a shining firefly. Right now, seeing that both of them were circling around Wang Yi, especially Song Wenro was still so attentive to Wang Yi, a lot of males' eyes were really red when they looked at Wang Yi. When Wang Yi noticed the gazes of the people around him, he originally felt that this was a bit too conspicuous and was about to advise Song Wenlian not to be so polite. At a table not far from the side, suddenly came the voice of a yin and yang. Martyr, I don't think that kid is anything special. How can he enjoy this kind of blessing? These 2 beauties are much prettier than all the anchors we've seen, and all those stars who speculate on hot searches every day on the internet. So how the hell did they go blind and treat him so well? By the looks of him, even though the clothes he's wearing aren't cheap, he doesn't look like one of those really rich second-generation guys, does he? Wang Yi followed the sound of the voice and realized that it was a couple of effete men and women who were clustering around a well-dressed handsome man, stealing glances at his side from time to time. Obviously, the words they had just said were also directed at their side. His heart burst into a sneer, and the words he was originally prepared to advise Song Wenro also stopped immediately. Not only that, when he saw Song Wenro obediently pinch another shrimp dumpling, he also intentionally opened his mouth directly to catch it. When Song Rouge blushed and retrieved her chopsticks, she smiled at her and gently rouged her head, and as expected, with such a series of movements from him, a coughing sound immediately came from the table just now. Fuck, this pussy must be doing it on purpose. Damn it, there's more to killing people than putting their hearts out. This big bite of dog food that caught me off guard is too much. I really can't stand it. In the midst of the coughing, the handsome man who was surrounded by this group of people on the main seat, who was dressed in designer labels, his face was obviously also a little unsightly. He naturally knew that those people around him who said those things were actually looking at his face and saying them. These people obviously all saw that they had their eyes on Song Rowan and In Sweetness, so they threw their weight around and said such things. Seeing that Wang Yi didn't seem to be a famous second generation in Shanghai that he could at least recognize, he followed suit and said conspiratorially, a small person is just a small person. Looking at him, it's obvious that he's just got a little bit of money and the luck to happen to run into 2 rather innocent beauties. Later on, as long as I show a little bit, I'm afraid he'll know what it means to be someone else. Those people beside him indeed immediately followed and bragged. Young Yi is right, that kid is nothing compared to you. Other than that, just your face, Yi Xiao. And that Mercedes GLS you parked outside would probably make this kid piss himself. And nowadays, most of the women worship gold. After seeing you show your face, maybe the 2 beauties beside him will immediately switch to your embrace. Yi Xiao listened to those boasts, although he felt that it was a bit too much. But it probably wouldn't be too different from the actual situation, when he was silently picking up his teacup and taking a sip, while pondering in his mind how to show off a little bit without a trace later on. A noise suddenly came from the other side of the private room. Isn't this that internet celebrity that's been so hot lately in our Central Sea? What's his name, Su Kuan? What's this guy doing over here for refreshments too? Moreover, how come he didn't bring a large group of people with him this time like his usual flirty self, but instead, he just brought a few attendants in such a low profile? Yi Liangchen followed the sound and looked over, and sure enough, it was Su Kuan walking out of a private room. Today's Su Kuan appears to be a lot more low-key than in the past days. Removed from the side of 2 bodyguards and an agent, there is no longer with anyone, but even so, his appearance triggered a sensation in the morning tea store. Many Chinese and Haitians who recognized him gathered around for his autograph and photo. Young Yi, aren't you Su Kun? This is a great opportunity. To the side, the voices of a few doglegs rang out at the right time. Yi Liangchen's mind moved. That's really what happened. In the past 2 years, the live bandwagon market is hot, and their cosmetics products. Naturally, they have thought about finding some popular netizens to cooperate with. Su Kun, as the most popular netizen in Zhonghai City right now, was originally their first choice. At that time, Yi Liangchen was the one who represented his family's company and went to talk to Su Kun and his agent. Although the cooperation eventually because their cosmetics brand is too small, Su Kun and their team did not look at. But Yi Liangchen is really considered to know Su Kun. Right now, Su Kun's appearance was just the right opportunity to show off his identity and strength. Yi Liangchen sneaked a glance at Song Rawan and Tian Tian, seeing that these two beauties were obviously also attracted by the movement on Su Kun's side, and both of them looked over there. His heart was getting hotter and hotter. Yi Xiao, Su Kun seems to have seen you as well, and is about to come over this way. Hearing the dog-legger beside him reminding him, Yi Liangchen immediately took a deep breath and organized his appearance as fast as he could, turning his head towards Su Kun's side. After realizing that Su Kun had indeed walked over this way, he stood up at the first opportunity and took the initiative to extend his hand as if he was pleasantly surprised. Brother Kun, you're also over here having refreshments? And as he stood up like this and took the initiative to greet Su Kun so intimately, Yi Liangchen immediately and clearly perceived that a large swath of gazes around him instantly gathered over. Even Song Rawan and Sweetheart, whom he had been pining for, glanced towards his side. His entire soul was suddenly in a state of euphoria. The smile on his face, too, grew a little stronger. On the other side, Su Kun's line of sight had originally been on Wang Yi. Ever since that night when he had hit the wall at the Westin Hotel and nearly made a big mistake, he had been the first to ask a friend for help in finding out who it was that he had nearly offended that night. And the friend he sought out, who was originally quite a charlatan, was actually quite frightened after inquiring for him, claiming that it was fortunate that he chose to apologize and calm the situation in the first place. After that, although the friend did not tell him the specific identity of Wang Yi, but gave him some Wang Yi checked into the Westin Hotel when the surveillance video information, let him be sure to remember this face. Therefore, Su Kun just instantly recognized Wang Yi and also instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Almost immediately, he came over to Wang Yi's side. At this moment, when Yi Liangchen suddenly stood up and rushed this way to actively extend his hand, he was still a bit caught off guard. It took a slightly stunned moment to recognize that this seemed to be a guy he'd talked to about working with before. Su Kun just smiled perfunctorily and also briefly shook Yi Liangchen's hand gently. On the other hand, when Yi Liangchen saw that Su Kun had indeed shaken his hand, he immediately realized that more and more gazes around him were focused on him. He was about to use the handshake as an opportunity to have a couple more family conversations with Su Kun to show their familiarity. Su Kun had actually let go of his hand and walked quickly towards the table behind him. The original smile on Yi Liangchen's face froze all of a sudden. The outstretched hand was also awkwardly just exposed for all to see. Fuck. He was in a state of annoyance, thinking what's so dickish about an internet celebrity, when someone next to him suddenly touched him frantically with their arm. What's wrong with you? What's the rush? Don't you know what proportion means? Yi Liangchen directly cursed at the one beside him who touched himself with his arm. That person, however, didn't seem to hear it. His eyes were still looking straight behind Yi Liangchen. Yi Xiao, look back quickly. Big news. Yi Liangchen was still a bit annoyed, and looked back with great impatience, but it was just such a look that his original gaze, which had been casually swept over, directly froze. For, at this very moment, right behind him, with all eyes watching, Su Kun actually bent down and walked over to Wang Yi's table, and then, without any further ado, he made 3 big 90-degree bends and bows to Wang Yi. What's going on? At this moment, not only Yi Liangchen was a bit confused, Song Rawan and Sweetie, who were sitting opposite Wang Yi, were also a bit dumbfounded. The two looked at Su Kun and then Wang Yi, their large eyes filled with small question marks. Wang Yi himself was actually a bit confused about the situation. When he realized that almost everyone's eyes around him had turned, he glanced at Su Kun, and then at his front and back. After determining that Su Kun was indeed bowing at him, he then asked with some uncertainty, "You know me? Never met you before." Su Kun hurriedly replied, "But I've heard a lot about you. Nearly contradicted you earlier at the Westin. I didn't expect to run into you here again today, so I came over to apologize to your face and hope you'll forgive me." Wang Yi really didn't know how he had almost contradicted himself, but looking at his expression at this moment it didn't seem like he was faking, and Yi Liangchen was looking at himself at this moment with a look of a ghost in the sun. Instantly, he nodded casually, "No need to be so careful, I don't eat people." Saying that, seeing that Su Kun was still cautious, he directly asked, Is there anything else? No, no more. Su Kuan hastily shook his head. While shaking his head, he obviously saw that Wang Yi didn't want to be disturbed anymore and took the initiative to say, if you have no orders or instructions, then we will take our leave first. Wang Yi waved his hand. Su Kuan immediately flew away with his men. As soon as they left the morning tea store, the diners, who were still in shock, seemed to have reacted. A sound of cold breath was heard in all directions in the morning tea store. Countless murmurs, too, sprang up. This nigga is definitely a bigot. Who doesn't know about this guy Su Kuan? He's notorious for being high-minded. But you all saw it just now. Over at that handsome guy who hasn't dared to breathe a word. Yi Liangchen this table. Several of Yi Liangchen's lapdogs' faces also changed a bit. Yi Xiao. It seems like we've encountered a fierce man. What should we do? Looking at Su Kuan's reaction just now, it's obvious that he knows that little, handsome man and is very much in awe of the other party. And that little handsome guy, he seems to have heard the conversation we just had at our table. Damn it, what else can I do? Yi Liangchen dabbed his head and stood up from his seat. Several of his dog legs were immediately frightened. One by one, looking at his imposing appearance, they thought he was going to be impulsive, and they all hurriedly pulled him. Yi Xiao must not be impulsive. That little handsome guy, it seems to be a big head. We already have a mistake in the first place. Now if you are impulsive, then when the time comes the trouble will be big. A great man can bend. What's the point of being able to bend and bend? Yi Liangchen, however, shook them off. Then without waiting for these people to react, he directly picked up the bottle of the strongest whiskey on the table and quickly walked over to Wang Yi's table. Sorry big guy, I was the one with the doggy eyes and foul mouth just now. I slapped my mouth, me and my gang of brothers, and apologize to you. Saying that, Yi Liangchen literally slapped himself a few times, and then, straight away, he picked up the bottle of whiskey and blew through it in one gulp into the bottle. At Yi Liangchen's table, the guys were originally worried that he was going to have a hard time with Wang Yi with this stance. At this moment, when everyone saw that he was actually taking spirits and going over to apologize with a big horse, they were all dumbfounded at once. Is this, in fact, the legendary, most abysmal words spoken in the most ruthless tone? Wang Yi was also somewhat dumbfounded. After seeing Yi Liangchen blowing down a bottle of whiskey, his entire head turned red, and he directly waved his hand at him, signaling that the matter was over. Then, he stopped paying attention to the surrounding gazes of surprise or shock or awe and continued to eat. When he finished eating and was ready to pay the bill, I don't know if it was the actions of Su Kuan and Yi Liangchen's two waves of people one after the other, but the owner of this morning tea store actually came out to receive him personally. Personally received Wang Yi not to mention, but also non-exempted Wang Yi the single, and gave Wang Yi a business card. You say, what is all this called? When he returned inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, looking at the business card in his hand, Wang Yi shook his head for a while. Song Wenling, however, burst into a cheeky laugh, and said with some admiration in her eyes, this shows that you have a big face. I heard from many diners that the first one who came to apologize with a bodyguard behind him seems to be a big internet star. The one who sat at the table next to ours and came over to make a toast seems to be a bit of a big shot as well. When they see you, they're all so submissive. What a great honor. Wang Yi shook his head again. The face is there, but you can't eat the meal. Surrounded by so many people, who can eat this? Okay, enough about that. Let's go to Changlong Gym. In front, Xiao Wu's driver was on standby at all times, and when he heard Wang Yi's command, he immediately answered, and then directly started the car. At the entrance of the morning tea store, Yi Liangchen wobbled out with the help of a few lapdogs. When he walked out, several of Yi Liangchen's lapdogs originally flirted with him about what had just happened, and Yi Liangchen himself was red in the face. However, after seeing Wang Yi and the others ride away in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, the flirting words on the lips of these dogs immediately came to an abrupt end. As for Yi Liangchen himself, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement. Damn, it's a good thing I just reacted quickly and apologized early. Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model. This is not a big man. It's a giant man. If I offend this kind of person, I don't need the other party to speak. My father is afraid that he can beat me to death alive. On the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, Wang Yi and the others were unaware of the hiccup that took place in front of the morning tea store. However, they did discover that the most intuitive feeling of riding in such a top-of-the-line luxury car, because of Lin Xingchen's terrifying popularity, the traffic was already very crowded on the road that was roughly 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Changlong Stadium. However, at the sight of Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, these originally watertight roads can actually be very magical in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model before and after the left and right to leave a gap of more than 3 or 4 meters. Leaving a gap not to mention, Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized models before and after the traffic seems to be afraid of rubbing against the car in general. None of them dared to drive a little closer to the car. Song tenderness after seeing this scene. All cannot help but sigh a sentence. This is the ability of money. Love, love, love. When the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model drove to the entrance of the Changlong Stadium, Xiao Zhang, the legal representative of the Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group, was already waiting. She wasn't the only one. Some executives from the Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group had apparently heard the news and were waiting together in the VIP parking area. When they saw the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special custom model drive up, the men greeted them almost neatly together. When Song Rowan and Sweetie saw this situation, they were stunned again and unconsciously looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi had already received Xiao Zhang's message before and was not surprised. Seeing all these people welcoming him, he directly said to the one walking at the front of the line, "Let's arrange for someone to take my friends into the scene first." That person obviously also respected Wang Yi, and immediately commanded an executive behind him, who personally led Song Rowan and Dang Tian into the Changlong Stadium. Only when that executive disappeared with the figure of Song Wenling and the others did he respectfully say, "Hello boss, I'm Fong Zhengyi, the previous CEO of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate." And with his greetings and self-introductions, a chorus of greetings and self-introductions immediately emerged from behind him. "Hello boss, I'm Wang Situ, the previous general manager of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate." "Hello boss, I'm Chen Zilai, one of the previous vice presidents of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate." "Hello boss, I'm Zhang Enhui, the previous legal director of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, and also the little Zhang who contacted you before." Wang Yi could perceive that with such a large group of people with extraordinary temperament taking the initiative to greet each other, quite a few gazes gathered around him. He smiled slightly. "Everyone, let's go to the conference room and talk," he said, taking the lead and stepping inside the Changlong gym. And when Xiao Zhang and Feng Shuyi and the others saw this, they immediately followed consciously, while one of them intentionally or unintentionally helped to show the way. The group went to the conference room inside the Changlong gym without noticing the VIP parking area just a short distance away. A rather dignified young woman's eyes involuntarily flowed after witnessing this. With that, she took another look at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model and hurried straight to the backstage area of the concert at the Changlong Stadium. Upon arriving at the conference room of the Changlong Gymnasium, Wang Yi didn't have much to say. After using the system to scan the several core executives present and determining that their loyalty was not in question, and that there was no problem with the current investment direction of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, he directly signed his name on the handover agreement, completing the formal handover of shares and equity. After the handover was completed, and after declining the generous invitation from a group of executives from the Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group, Wang Yi went straight to the special Sky private room under the personal leadership of Little Zhang Legal Affairs. Upon arriving at the Sky room of the Changlong Stadium, Wang Yi instantly realized why there was only one unique room like this. This Sky booth is actually right over the middle of the Changlong Stadium, right in the C section of the performance stage. Access relies on an exclusive direct elevator that requires a specific card to be activated. The entrance to the elevator, however, is located in the parking lot on the negative floor, which ensures absolute privacy when entering the special private rooms. There is absolutely nothing to say about the privacy or the location. As for the air booth itself, Wang Yi didn't have much to say, and a bullseye would be the end of it. The whole package room is used, actually as the kind of 360 degrees surrounded by no dead angle one-way translucent privacy glass. The interior height and area and even the layout are comfortably just right. When you sit inside and watch a concert, it totally feels like the whole stage is playing for this private room. The immersion is so great. Song Render and Sweetie were obviously quite surprised as well. Waiting for the Little Zhang Legal Affairs to leave, Song Rowan immediately all came to Wang Yi's side and couldn't help but say, "Wang Yi, how did you manage to get this kind of seat? When we were just brought here with Sugar, we both had the feeling that we were dreaming. Seriously, I've followed so many concerts and I've never heard of a place this classy before." As for Sweetness, she also followed with the same rare and continuous nodding. "Previously, I heard from the Vice President Lee who brought us here. It seems that this is a special air private room that will only be opened exclusively for certain dignitaries when they come. Wang Yi, how did you get Changlong Gym to open up just for you? Also, what about the group of people who received you with great aplomb just now at the entrance of the Changlong Gymnasium? Some of the backbone of the company, just looking for me for a bit." Wang Yi lightly brought over the topic, and then he ruined Song Rowan's head. "Do you like it here? Love it too much." Song Ro's face was a little red with excitement. "I couldn't help but take quite a few pictures just now. Following you was really too eye-opening. The feeling of a new surprise every day." Wang Yi smiled and was about to pick up the conversation when a timid voice suddenly came from the private room's service summoning panel. "Mr. Wang, Is it convenient to bother you at this moment? Mr. Fong and the others asked us to prepare some fruit snacks, drinks and such. If it's convenient for you, we'll enable the elevator to take you up now. Come up. Wang Yi answered. Soon the elevator that went straight to the private room rose. Several staff members wearing cheongsams with quite a good temperament, each comparable to a model, carefully placed an exquisite portion of fruits, snacks, and drinks onto the coffee table in front of the sofa in the private room. Good lord! All of them are luxury-grade items, and Tian's eyes once again looked at Wang Yi in a somewhat strange manner. Shizuoka honeydew melon, pineapple berries, ruby Roman grapes, Pierre Helmer macaroons, Louis XIV imperial mineral water, Roman A. Conti red wine. Just these fruit snacks and drinks alone, you can't manage without $200,000. Although Song Ro could tell that these things were all very fine and advanced, she totally didn't expect it to be so exaggerated, and instantly opened her cute little mouth wide. $200,000? And Tian nodded her head, and then looked at Wang Yi with some color in her eyes. This high school classmate of yours, his face is quite big. I reckon that even VIPs who are able to enjoy this kind of special class air room are afraid that they may not be qualified to enjoy such a gift. But your little brother, Wang Yi, was able to enjoy it, and most importantly, I saw his reaction, as if he wasn't surprised at all. It was only at this moment that Wang Yi realized that not only was Tian's eyesight far beyond the norm, her observation skills were also very impressive. He really wasn't surprised in the least when he had just received the request below the elevator, and when he had seen what these henchmen had delivered. He himself didn't think anything was wrong when he gave those reactions at the time, but now that he heard and Sweetie pointed out, Wang Yi realized that he should have been a little more alert, or at least acted out a little. Wang Yi also glanced at Tian. You're not simple either. You can count so many expensive things as if they were your own. Seriously, if you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have known there was so much to these things. And Sweetheart was backhanded by him. Obviously her eyes dodged for a moment, and her tone softened. My family still has some conditions, and I've followed my dad before to get in touch with some of these high-end items. Wang Yi did not have the habit of getting to the bottom of the matter, and hearing that she did not want to talk about this in detail, he was about to signal Song Wenlian and Sweetie to come over and sit down and enjoy the gifts from his men, but he did not expect that the service summon panel in the private room would come back with a voice of request. Boss, may I ask if it is convenient for you to do so at this moment? There are 2 special guests who would like to go up and pay a visit to you. When the requesting voice came, I don't know if it was Wang Yi's illusion, but he actually vaguely felt that the other party's voice seemed to be a little bit strange. Wang Yi glanced at Song Rowan and Sweetie and asked directly, what special guest? It's Ms. Lin Xingqian and her manager. The staff obviously didn't dare to hide it. They said they wanted to come up and pay a visit. Wang Yi was a little confused as to why Lin Xingqian and her manager had come to pay themselves a visit, and pondered for a moment before replying, let them come up. On the side, Song Wenro, however, couldn't help but open her mouth wide once again. Then, as if he had heard something heavenly, he twisted his head to look at Tian, and Sweetie was probably surprised at this moment. After exchanging a glance with her, she hurriedly turned her head to look at Wang Yi's side face, her eyes filled with curiosity and disbelief. Wang Yi also sensed the duo's surprise, but at this moment, it was too late to have a conversation with the duo. The elevator that leads directly to the Sky Suite is up. A beautiful figure that was truly as bright as a star in the night sky walked out of the elevator one after the other with a young woman who looked quite charming. The pretty figure has a face value of at least 93 points, and a body of at least 90 points, and the whole thing looks a little bit cooler. It's really Lin Xingqian. With just one glance, Song Roran recognized the visitor, and the beautiful young woman behind Lin Xingqian was obviously her manager. When the beautiful young woman heard Song Wenro recognizing Lin Xingqian, she immediately smiled kindly at Song Wenro before turning her head to Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, I've taken the liberty of coming here to bother you. Wang Yi smiled and didn't rush to answer. You two are polite. However, I don't know if you two have come all of a sudden. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chiu Sijin. Those who look up to me in the industry call me Sister Chiu. I'm Star's agent. The beautiful young woman smiled sweetly. We didn't mean anything else by coming over this time. It's just that we just saw that Mr. Fong and Mr. Wang from Changlong Gym and you seem to have an extraordinary relationship. And we have a pretty good relationship with Mr. Fong and Mr. Wang, so we thought we'd come over to get acquainted with you. Wang Yi wouldn't believe all of these people's words. After hearing a smile, he said, Sister Chiu is polite. Chiu Sijin, however, still piled on the smile. It's not polite, it's the right thing to do. We're having a concert in the Changlong Stadium, and the VIPs of the Changlong Stadium, that's our VIPs, Star and I, deserved a visit. With that, both she and Lin Xingqian shook Wang Yi's hand one after another. and smiled slightly politely. After shaking hands, Xiao Xijin obviously relaxed quite a bit, and with a smile on her face, she looked at Song Rowan again. Sister, judging by your appearance you should have known something about Star before, right? Aha. Song Ro nodded repeatedly. I really like Sister Star's work. So what's Sister's favorite song by Star? I'll think of something later and see if I can get Star to arrange something for my sister in the concert. Can it still be like this? Song Ro was a bit incredulous. Xiao Xijin, however, smiled softly. If it was someone else who made the request, it would indeed be a bit difficult. However, sister, you are Mr. Wang's friend, so this is no longer a matter. It's just a matter of cramming a song into an impromptu show. When Song Ro heard this, it was obvious that she had also tasted something. After glancing at Wang Yi, he was busy shaking his head. Then there's still no need to be so troublesome. Can Sister Star sign an autograph for us? I'd be happy with an autograph or something. Of course there's no problem. Xiao Xijin was still full of smiles. When Lin Xingchen finished signing for Song Ro and Sweetie, and took the initiative to take a picture with the two of them separately, he consciously took his leave of Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, I've taken the liberty of interrupting. It's almost showtime, so we'll just go down and get ready. Wang Yi didn't retain anything, and after nodding his head, he watched them leave and then fell into thought. On the other hand, beside him, Song Ro was so excited that her face turned red. My god, Wang Yi, you're really too good. I can't believe I even recognize Lin Xingchen. And Sweetheart also looked a bit curious. Wang Yi, the way I see Lin Xingchen and her agent, it seems like they are trying to curry favor with you. Have you had any contact with each other? Not at all. Wang Yi shook his head. Before that, I didn't know them at all. I was just hearing that the two of them were coming to visit, and I was a little surprised to come. Originally, I wanted to see what kind of drugs they had in their gourds after they came to visit, but I didn't expect them to mix it up and leave. Like this? A flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of Tian's eyes. Then it should be that they've seen you somewhere before and then intentionally wanted to befriend you. I've met some of these people before when I was studying with my dad, and they all do pretty much the same thing. If you want to befriend someone, be more subtle and introverted to mix it up and sell it first, and then work your way up after that. Maybe. Although Wang Yi felt that what she said was very close to what he had just encountered, he didn't think too deeply about it. After sending a message to Brian to turn around and help him look into it, he turned his attention to the middle of the stage. Forget all that, let's watch the show. The concert is starting to warm up. Although Tian and Song Ro still had a stomach full of curiosity and surprise, they didn't ask any more questions at the sound of the voice and nodded their heads before looking at the stage in front of them in unison. It had to be said that Lin Xingchen was still quite level-headed. The concert has only just begun, and the excellent artwork and the heavenly voice have pushed the whole concert to the peak. Song Render and Sweetness, both apparently infected by that atmosphere, quickly forgot about all that had just happened. Wang Yi, too, finally understands why a Huaqing University schoolteacher like Song Rendering would also like Lin Xingchen's work. At the end of the more than 3-hour-long concert, Wang Yi actually felt a bit unfulfilled. As for Song Ro and Tian, they clearly hadn't slowed down from the exuberance they had just experienced. As they walked down from the exclusive elevator, their little faces were still red. No wonder everyone says you must hear a concert once in your life. Listening to a concert is really a very different experience than listening to a song anywhere else. The atmosphere and feel of the venue was fantastic. Wang Yi didn't feel too deeply about this. Seeing that many people were flocking to the restroom not far ahead, he directly laughed and said, "We're not going to discuss about the atmosphere and experience now. We've just sat for 3.5 hours, and we've also eaten so many fruits and drank so many beverages. So regardless of whether you guys want to go to the restroom or not, I do want to go to the restroom for a while first." It was fine if he didn't mention this, but as soon as he did, both Song Rowan and Sweetie reacted. Crap, almost forgot about that. The girls' restroom is sure to explode with traffic later. Let's hurry over there first. Saying that, the two of them actually jogged, directly rushing over towards the ladies' restroom. Wang Yi hadn't experienced such a battle before, and originally thought that Song Rouge and Sweetie reacted too much, but when he rushed to the restroom, he realized that he had been careless. There's no flash. Even the men's restroom was filled with people. He was in line for several minutes before he managed to solve the problem. Not only that, when I came out of the restroom, there was almost no cell phone signal outside because of the heavy traffic. Wang Yi couldn't even get in touch with Song Ro and Sweetie. Having no choice but to wash his hands, he could only head for the place where the three had just parted. But what I didn't expect was that only a few steps forward, the front suddenly came a very exaggerated voice. "Yo, who's this?" Wang Yi followed the sound and looked over to see a figure dressed in a suit with a huge luxury logo and heavy makeup standing in front of him. When she stood still, She also quite a few pompous up and down Wangi, intentionally or unintentionally, and the LV bag hanging on her waist pushed forward. Hiyali? Wangi was a bit surprised and also shot a glance at the other party. 3 days apart. Do you not even recognize me? Hiyali was obviously a bit proud when she sensed Wangi's movements, and her waist was straightened a bit more. It's true that I didn't recognize some of them at once. Wangi nodded. Hiyali, a former senior who was responsible for bringing her up when he had just joined CCUN Real Estate in the past. At that time, because Wangi was more handsome and tender, she also hinted that she wanted to go out with Wangi. Although the other party left the job as early as the first month of Wangi's employment, Wangi clearly remembers that until the departure, Hiyali had always belonged to the more simple and less generous financial strength. Now, see Hiyali just like a new person, a luxury goods not to mention, but also heavily made up. He is a moment really a little afraid to recognize. Hiyali saw him like this, but she seemed to be extraordinarily satisfied with his reaction. It's right if you can't recognize it. I myself sometimes can't believe that I was in such a position later on to be able to fly off the handle all of a sudden. LV's bag, Hermes glasses, Prada shoes, these in the past. I do not even dare to think. Wangi was a bit embarrassed. He had seen pretenders, but it had been a long time since he had seen one. So forceful. It was so embarrassing that he could have stubbed his toe for a 3-room apartment. Favorably, Hiyali was still unaware of it and continued to say over there, intentionally or unintentionally. Do you know how much all of this costs? A bag is $30, 000 to $40, 000. A pair of glasses is over $10, 000. And a pair of shoes is tens of thousands. These things alone are worth more than a year's salary. Wangi smiled awkwardly without missing a beat and didn't answer, but Healy was gushing. It was only when Wangi was so embarrassed that he was about to pick out a neighborhood with his toes that the conversation turned. Look at you, coming to see the concert alone tonight. You're still alone, aren't you? Wangi was instantly alert. Healy, however, looked a bit saddened. If that's really the case, I should really thank you for rejecting me in the first place. If it wasn't for your refusal that made me make up my mind to leave civic real estate, maybe I wouldn't have had the chance to have what I have today. The encounters of this world. Really too marvelous. Then do you recognize this watch in my hand? Wangi didn't wait for her to finish, so he sneered and lit up the piece of watch on his wrist. Bulgari Octo 103195. The pinnacle of the Bulgari Octo collection, limited to 8 pieces worldwide. Current market price, 6,666,666. After speaking, Wangi ignored Hiyali's reaction and directly prepared to leave on the wrong side. However, I didn't expect that before taking the first step. A familiar system beep emerged in my head. Alice, he thinks you're pretending to be rich. Trigger a new quest to punch Hiyali in the face on the spot and let her know what it means to be truly rich. Quest reward, Zhongding Rich Club worth 10 billion plus skill golf proficiency. In addition to the richly valued industry, the system also rewards priceless life skills? That's a bit of a scent. Hiyali originally disgusting face, suddenly also much more smooth. How to break? Wangi's original pace that was about to step out was immediately and naturally stopped. And just like what the system described, Hiyali immediately snorted and laughed after the brief shock. Wangi, what are you pulling with me? And a watch limited to 8 pieces worldwide and worth 6,666,600. Talk such a bluff. Can I not understand you? Born in a small place with little background and resources. Not to mention a 600, 0006, 666 watch. If you can afford a 600, 000 watch, you're lucky to be able to afford a 600, 000 watch. Wangi smiled playfully. Are you that certain? Really? You come from a worse background than I do, don't you? You, an ordinary girl from the countryside with no education and not much of an outstanding appearance, can fly up to become a phoenix? So what makes you think that I can't have a better chance? Can you compare yourself to me? Hiyali arrogantly hummed. I'm a precious person that I met with great difficulty, okay? My precious man, my husband. That must have been a blessing from my ancestors for me to bump into him. With him, you'll never be able to match me again in your life, you know. Wangi deliberately looked at her with some surprise. You're all married? Although I haven't officially gone to get a license yet. But it's coming soon. Hiyali mentioned this as if she was extraordinarily proud. My husband has already said that he will take me to get a license on May 20th of next year. He can be excellent. He's only 40 years old or less, and he's already the deputy director of a listed company in Shanghai. Now the annual salary of more than 300,000 not to mention, but also can use the authority to make a lot of extra money. A year casually income broken 500,000, 40 years old or less. Isn't this just a godfather? Wangi was somewhat powerless to spit. Yali, however, was still not ashamed but proud. He went to the restroom at this moment. I am waiting for him over here. When he comes back later, I can still introduce you guys to each other. Maybe he can even promote you after he sees you. He can be excellent. When Wang Yi heard her praising her godfather as being unrivaled in the world, he was just thinking about how to do a good hardcore face-punching wave when he heard Yali take the initiative to shout, "Darling, this way." As she shouted, she tiptoed around with a smile on her face and waved over to the restroom. And as she beckoned, a balding, middle-aged man with a big belly walked slowly over. Wang Yi just took one look at that person, and his 3 views shattered to pieces. The older man, his whole head was Mediterranean, and his face was as deep as a decree line. It's fucking less than 40? It's more than 50. And the most outrageous thing is how the Hermes belt on that Mediterranean uncle still smells like thick plastic. This is your husband? Wang Yi looked at Yali. Yali, however, joyfully trotted over and held the middle-aged uncle's arm with a sweet face. Hubby, let me introduce you. This is my former colleague from the real estate company. When the Mediterranean middle-aged man heard her introduction, he actually just glanced at Wang Yi very casually. And then he said without any concealment of dislike, "Oh, the sales of that small real estate company you stayed at before, right? It's better to have a little less interaction in the future. Hanging out with such low-end people brings you down to a lower level, you know?" Wang Yi has not spoiled him. Heard him say such words without any concealment. Immediately also highlighted yin and yang. "Yo, what level are you? Big man? Listening to you. How can you be a resident guest of the Huru 100 richest lists Shanghai sublist? Or some kind of celebrity in Shanghai city?" The Mediterranean middle-aged man's face turned green as soon as he heard this grandmaster. And when he heard those latter elements, he was so angry that his face shook twice. "Look, Yali, I'm not wrong. That's what this low end is all about. No quality. Grossly incompetent, but sharp-tongued and mouthy." Wang Yi once again gave him a yin and yang performance. "Yo Moncler, you're saying this but you look too qualified. It was clearly you who were just there for no reason, with a mouthful of low-end people. And now you're actually calling someone else sharp-tongued. To be able to do such a thing, you must be of the same breed as that Zhenghuang banner nobleman with the Tongtian tattoo on his head before, right?" When the Mediterranean middle-aged man heard this, his mouth was originally almost crooked with anger. Immediately, he was about to throw his hand and point it at Wang Yi, but right at this moment, an incomparably soulful female voice suddenly came from behind. "Boss, why are you here too?" The middle-aged Mediterranean man's movements stopped at once, and the soul flew away all at once. Almost subconsciously, he turned his head to look behind him in the direction from which the voice had come, and also with such a look, the Mediterranean middle-aged man's holla, all of a sudden almost did not hold back the trickle down. Sure enough, the one who shouted out that soulful sound was a top-notch Yukai. At this moment, that top-notch Yukai was dressed conservatively and wearing a big sunglasses that covered half of her face. But the Mediterranean middle-aged man who had been LSP for many years completely dared to conclude that this was a super extreme product. Still far more eucalyptic and extreme than any beauty he'd ever seen before that bore the label eucalyptic. Seeing that Yukai approaching, he almost immediately shook off Yali's arm and looked over with what he thought was an incomparably affable smile on his face. However, that Yukai actually pinched her nose in some disgust and stepped around when she noticed his gesture. Then, ignoring his embarrassment, he walked directly to Wang Yi. "Boss, are you in some kind of situation?" The Mediterranean middle-aged man's expression was stunned. Beside him, Yali, who had just been shaken off by his hand, had a similarly lopsided look on her face. The two were on opposite sides of the room, but Wang Yi was not surprised at all. Upon hearing that signature pinning sound, he knew it was Yi Qingcheng coming over. At this moment, seeing Yi Qingcheng, who had wrapped herself up tightly, walking over to ask about the situation, he didn't have to be overly polite and directly laughed. "There's nothing else going on. Just met a former coworker and a former coworker's boyfriend. My ex-colleague's boyfriend called me a lowlife and told my ex-colleague to hang out with me a little less, and I just argued with him, saying that you are a low-end person?" Yi Qingcheng was obviously a bit surprised and annoyed. "Which one is your ex-colleague's boyfriend?" Wang Yi looked at the Mediterranean middle-aged man. Yi Qingcheng immediately followed and looked over. "Just this grandpa?" Mediterranean middle-aged man was full of smiles. "Beautiful woman. My humble self has just turned 39 this year." Yi Qingcheng, however, didn't wait for him to finish, and simply sneered. "I'm not interested in understanding your age Moncler outlet. I just want to ask you one thing. Where did you get the nerve to call our boss low-end? Is it your Mediterranean haircut? Or your protruding disc?" Mediterranean was obviously a bit embarrassed by this dislike and intentionally mentioned his Hermes belt. Yali, who was on the side, however, walked over as if she had heard something heavenly. "Did you just call boss Wang Yi? No shit beautiful? I'm a former coworker of his. but I don't know what kind of boss he is. Yi Qingcheng, however, did not even have the intention to look at her, but only pushed his sunglasses upwards, as if he had discovered some new continent staring at the Hermes belt in the Mediterranean Sea. Mediterranean sensed her gaze and thought she was attracted to this, and mentioned it again as if it were natural. On the side, Hiyali, however, was quite alert and hurriedly took his arm again. Now you know why my husband dared to say that Wang Yi is a low-end person, right? Hermes limited edition belts. One costs 88,800. This kind of thing, I'm afraid that Wang Yi will never be able to have it in his lifetime. That really makes you right. Yi Qingcheng picked her up in a rare moment, but before Hiyali could deign to get up, she suddenly changed her words again. I don't think our boss can go buy this kind of cottage goods in his life, said, not waiting for Hiyali to react to it. Directly open the cell phone WeChat in the address book. Click on a group chat with the subject line Hermes VIP Matchmaking Group and find a list of Hermes products. I am the VIP customer of a number of luxury brand counters such as Hermes in Zhonghai. I am familiar with every one of their products, and many of their VIP exclusive customer service have added me. Anyway, I've never heard of any cheap plastic factory that Hermes has ever collaborated with or produced such a limited edition. Hiyali was originally a bit unconvinced just by looking at the list of Hermes products she flashed out, and the words she said, but after opening the official website of Hermes, checking with the official website, and realizing that the list of products displayed by Yi Qingcheng was really exactly the same as the official website, her face changed instantly and eyes also subconsciously looked towards the Mediterranean Sea. Mediterranean was clearly embarrassed enough to find a crack in the ground at this point. Immediately, his eyes fluttered for a moment when he realized that Hiyali's gaze had turned. When Hiyali noticed this, her face obviously grew a bit more ugly. Your Hermes limited edition belt is fake? Mediterranean didn't say a word, just silently covered the conspicuous Hermes logo on his belt with his hand. Rolexes are also fake. The real Rolex has a handle with a typical open-mouth smile, and the process is impossible to fake for the time being. And this one of his is obviously made with a closed cataract mouth. Yi Qingcheng just glanced at it and silently made up for it. Mediterranean was obviously a little flustered now, and hurriedly went back to covering the Rolex on his wrist with his other hand. And in this way, it was undoubtedly confirming Yi Qingcheng's judgment. Hiyali's hand holding the Mediterranean Sea immediately loosened. You also told me before that this is Rolex's limited edition cosmic chronograph Daytona meteorite face. Mediterranean tightly covered his watch and belt logo, looking embarrassed and completely afraid to look at her again. However, after sensing that Yi Qingcheng's eyes were full of teasing as she looked at herself, and that Wang Yi was also smiling and laughing at the same time, Mediterranean middle-aged man finally still hardened his head, gently pulling Hiyali with his hand for a bit, and whispered, when we go back, I'll explain to you slowly, okay? There are outsiders here at the moment, so don't let the outsiders see the joke. Hiyali heard him say this, as if she also reacted to the fact that she would only make Wang Yi and these people look at the joke. After taking a deep breath, not only did she not pursue the matter for the time being, but instead, she also looked at Yi Qingcheng once again and said, it's also true. I almost fell for your divisive plan. Let's return to your original question. Didn't you ask my husband what qualifications he has to call Wang Yi low-end? It's not good for him to ask such a question himself, so I'll answer you. Yi Qingcheng looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi, however, waved his hand. Let her talk on. I'm really quite interested to hear what high opinions they can come up with. When Yi Qingcheng heard him say this, she didn't rush to have a fit anymore, but just looked at Hiyali with a cold smile. Hiyali, however, seemed to be oblivious to the meaning of Wang Yi and Yi Qingcheng's actions, and continued to gush over there. You know the Yuanfang Commercial Real Estate Group, right? It's the third largest commercial real estate group in Zhonghai City, and it's also a publicly traded company with a market capitalization of more than $5 billion. My husband is one of the deputy directors inside, and Wang Yi, before, but a small real estate company sales, even if now under the name of the company, it is estimated to be a small purse company that has not long been opened. In my husband's capacity as associate director of Fargo Commercial Real Estate, say he. Yi Qingcheng didn't ask for Wang Yi's permission this time, without waiting for Hiyali to finish, as if she had heard some funny joke. That grandpa next to you is the deputy director of Zhonghai Commercial Real Estate? What's the problem? Healy was clearly a little upset to see her react like that. Yi Qingcheng, however, ignored her reaction and instead looked at Wang Yi with a smile. Boss, I know how to help you out with this bad anger. Wang Yi was also a bit curious at the sound. How so? Do you still remember the 3 super VIP tickets for the concert that you sent me? Yi Qingcheng smiled sweetly. I have 2 good friends who happen to want to listen to Lin Xingchen's concert as well, so I did a favor with the tickets you sent me and asked them to come along to the concert. Wang Yi hadn't yet figured out what the connection was between all this and Yi Qingcheng's words about helping himself out of a bad situation. when two clear female voices suddenly came from the back. Ching Chang, what's the situation? Why are there so many people around? Meet a friend? Looking around, he saw two women whose auras were both quite impressive, both with some curiosity in their expressions coming over. On the other hand, the Mediterranean middle-aged man on the side, who had only just breathed a sigh of relief, turned white with a brush when he saw those two. These two, do they have any special origins? Wang Yi immediately looked at Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng obviously noticed Mediterranean's expression at this moment as well, and took the initiative to introduce himself after smiling at Wang Yi. Boss, let me introduce you. These are the two friends I just mentioned. This one with the short hair is my former senior sister at Harvard Business School. Very nice and used to take care of me. Now she's the general manager of the Far East Commercial Real Estate. And this one with the long hair, my former classmate at Harvard Business School, now secretary to the chairman of Fargo Commercial Real Estate. Wang Yi instantly understood why the Mediterranean middle-aged man had instantly changed his face, and why Yi Qingcheng had said her own words to herself after hearing the identity of the Mediterranean middle-aged man. Hearing Yi Qingcheng helpfully introduce himself to those two beauties again, who obviously looked a bit curious and in awe of themselves, he immediately offered his hand. Hello guys, nice to meet you. The two beauties must have heard something about Wang Yi from Yi Qingcheng's side before, and they shook his hand politely at the sound of his voice. Hello, Mr. Wang. I've heard a lot about you. I didn't realize you were so young and handsome. And thank you for the first row super VIP tickets for the concert. We had a really great night. Wang Yi just smiled and said a few polite words to them. The guest glanced in the direction of the Mediterranean out of the corner of his eye. And, not to his surprise, on the side, that Mediterranean middle-aged man who was originally quite arrogant in front of himself couldn't stop shivering at this moment. Yi Qingcheng's two friends were obviously both good at reading people. When he caught such a detailed movement of Wang Yi, his gaze immediately turned over as well. And when they noticed that Wang Yi was focusing on none other than an old acquaintance, both of them obviously frowned. Li Jipeng? When the Mediterranean middle-aged man heard the duo call out his name, he was obviously even more frightened. Hastily, he bowed 90 degrees to Wang Yi in succession. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It was me who had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai just now. It was me who couldn't spit ivory out of my dog's leg. Handsome. I apologize. Beside him, Yali obviously hadn't reacted to the situation yet, looking at the Mediterranean middle-aged man with the two beauties beside Yi Qingcheng for a while. Yi Qingcheng's two friends, on the other hand, were still somewhat confused about the situation. Seeing the Mediterranean so alarmed, immediately frowned again. Don't bow in a hurry first. Stand up straight and speak properly. What the hell happened? Mediterranean was obviously really afraid of the two of them. Hearing these words from the two, they actually did stop their bending and bowing for the time being. However, it was probably still a bit difficult for him to speak, and he stammered over there for half a day without daring to say anything. The two beauties were obviously getting a little more upset when they saw him like this, especially after noticing that Wang Yi was smiling on the side. He couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. We asked you to give us a truthful recounting of what just happened. Both beauties raised their tones, and their bodies invisibly emitted the pressure of belonging to the higher-ups. And in doing so, the middle-aged Mediterranean man was probably completely terrified. With a plop, he actually knelt down directly to Wang Yi's side. Secretary Lu. Mr. Chen, it was all because I was ghosted by this bitch beside me before. I really didn't know that, Mr. Wang next to you was so big. I was just misled by that bitch beside me into thinking that Mr. Wang next to you guys is just a small person. And that's why I mouthed off to him and called him an inferior person or something like that. I really. So, what you're saying is that you just called Mr. Wang an inferior? The moment these words came out, both of Yi Qingcheng's friends' faces obviously turned dark green. The middle-aged Mediterranean man knelt on the ground without uttering a word. Yi Qingcheng's two friends, however, already knew what was going on. The duo took a deep breath and almost immediately turned to look at Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry that I actually caused you to encounter such a thing. On behalf of Fargo Commercial Real Estate, we both apologize. And please don't ever let a single rat turd cause you to have any misconceptions or perceptions about us at Fargo Commercial Real Estate. While looking at Wang Yi, the duo also bowed deeply to him. Please follow us for a minute. Within a minute, we'll make sure you're satisfied. Wang Yi nodded, his expression not fluctuating much, because as early as when Yi Qingcheng had revealed the identities of these two people, he could basically guess that this scene would be staged. After all, that middle-aged Mediterranean man was doing all this shit under the title of Associate Director of Fargo Commercial Real Estate, and he, Wang Yi, was the owner of the Honorable Zhenghai Aviation Group and the owner of the Shangri-La Hotel Group. But wherever these two friends of Yi Qingcheng, these two executives of faraway commercial real estate had a little bit of political governance acumen. they were bound to do so. Therefore, seeing that the two of them once again turned their heads to look at the Mediterranean middle-aged man, Wang Yi was basically certain that, next, one only needed to wait for the system tone of mission completion to arrive. On the other hand, Mediterranean had probably predicted what fate awaited him next. When he saw the two executives of the far-flung commercial real estate looking over at him again, he actually ignored the astonished and bizarre gazes of the people around him and kowtowed to Wang Yi as if he were pounding on his head in the crowded concert venue. Mr. Wang, please, Your Honor, give me a chance. I really know it's wrong. I promise, I'll never do it again. Wang Yi pulled out his ears with a look of unconcern. Yi Qingqing's two friends, on the other hand, sneered with a black face. Now you know it's wrong? How come you didn't know that when you just ruined the reputation of our Fargo Commercial Real Estate by playing the name of our Associate Director of Fargo Commercial Real Estate? Go straight to the office first thing in the morning and pack up and get out. In addition, in view of the fact that you are out there acting recklessly and tarnishing the reputation of Faraway Commercial Real Estate under the name of Faraway Commercial Real Estate, the legal department of Fargo Commercial Real Estate should be contacting you and pursuing charges soon as well. The middle-aged Mediterranean man was probably really scared at this point. Not to mention shitting and pissing all over the place. While kowtowing to Wang Yi, he also slapped his own big mouth violently. Mr. Wang, please, give me a chance to reform myself. Please, I've got an 80-year-old mother up there and 2 kids down there to raise, and I really can't afford to lose this job. When Wang Yi heard that he was still thinking of playing the moral abduction thing at this moment, he immediately laughed and shook his head. I'm just a low-end person as you put it. Ah, low-end people are grossly incompetent, underqualified, and sharp-tongued. How can I possibly help you with such a high-end decision involving a publicly traded company? You begged for the wrong recognition. Saying that, he also no longer looked at the dumbfounded Mediterranean middle-aged man, and directly raised his head and left. Poof! Yi Qingqing saw Wang Yi walking away and also instantly hummed and followed him. Her two friends naturally need no introduction. He once again looked at the Mediterranean middle-aged man on the ground, left a sentence of "take care of yourself," and similarly left with Yi Qingqing. Soon, the scene was left with only the Mediterranean middle-aged man who was as bereft as a mother and Hiyali whose face was quite ugly, as well as the surrounding passers-by whose attention had been attracted by the Mediterranean's just astonishing commotion. As he watched Wang Yi and the others go away, and the two executives from Faraway Commercial Real Estate followed behind Wang Yi with apologetic faces, Mediterranean slowly stood up. Then, unexpectedly and ruthlessly, he gave Hiyali a big mouth. The expression on his face was no longer as humble and wretched as it had been just now, but turned vicious. Stinky cousin, is this what you fucking call a small sale for a small real estate company? Old man, fuck you. What did I do to you? You want to victimize me like this? After all these years of dating you, I've dropped so much money on you, and this is how you repay me? Hiyali was originally still immersed in the amount of horrifying information that had just been conveyed in that small amount of time. The whole thing sobered up at once when he was slapped across the face with such a big mouth. He saw that Mediterranean was going to whip himself again. She also had a nameless fire, and ruthlessly pushed him. Old bastard, who are you cursing? Your mouth stinks. Also, don't blame me for this. I didn't know beforehand that this ex-colleague of mine was so powerful now. There's only one thing I want to find out right now, and that's what happened to you saying that you had 2 more kids down there when you were just on your knees begging Wang Yi to let you go. Mediterranean was obviously weakened all of a sudden when she asked about this, and her gaze became fluttering once again. Hiyali's voice became shrill when she took a look at the situation. The whole person was also a bit hysterical, and couldn't help but pick up the bag again and slam it hard into the Mediterranean brain. You old liar, before you pursued me, you obviously told me that you were single so far, and you said you'd take me to get a license next May 20th. The middle-aged Mediterranean man let her slam him, standing there and not saying a word. But in this way, Hiyali became even more angry. So, all of these are all lies to me, right? Her voice was like a cry and sharp. It was a lie to me that you had been single before. It was a lie to me that you wanted to marry me. And the Rolex and Hermes on you are fake. Is there anything else in you that I can trust? It's not possible that all these luxuries you've bought me are fake, too, is it? Mediterranean still didn't say anything. That's, like, a total default. Healy is really mad. She sold her body. She sold her youth. Moreover, she had been showing off these luxuries as treasures for a long time before. You old son of a bitch. It takes 2 minutes to take a pill and you're always bragging about how big you are to make me put up with it for a while, old turtle. I'll fight you. Screaming, she lunged straight at him with open teeth and claws. Soon, Mediterranean's brain and face were scratched and skinned. Mediterranean was so screwed up and exposed to her in public that it was obvious that the fire was coming up. The two actually wrestled in front of so many passers-by. However, even though both of them were fighting to the point of seeing red with each other, There wasn't a single person around to go up and talk them out of it. Even when the occasional uninformed enthusiast came by and tried to talk them out of a fight, they were pulled back by those in the know. Bro, you'd better stay out of this. Let them tear themselves apart. It's a complicated thing to say, but all in all, it's all blood feuds. If they don't see some blood today, they're afraid they won't be able to finish. Wang Yi sighed. They also heard some movement. None of them glanced that way anymore. Though, not only did no one look over there anymore, but Yi Qingcheng's two friends were obviously apologizing. Following Yi Qingcheng, after following Wang Yi, he apologized to him again in a good way. Wang Yi didn't care, and after relieving the two of them and seeing the three of them off, he returned to the position where he had just parted ways with Song Rowan and Sweetie. And not surprisingly, not long after he returned to his original position, the system beep for quest completion came. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and punching Hiyali in the face on the spot, letting her know what it means to be truly rich. Reward, Zhongding Rich Club worth $10 billion plus skill golf mastery. The system has acquired the Zhongding Regal Club for the host and has completed the relevant procedures. Please reserve time in advance within 24 hours for the host to prepare for the handover. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the skill golf mastery. The moment the system beep came, a subtle force instantly poured into Wang Yi's mind. At the same time, a warm feeling swept through Wang Yi's entire body. Countless plays, rules, and techniques about golf were etched into his mind in an instant. By the time he detached himself from that subtle sensation, he was no different than a master golfer who had been immersed in golf for decades, without even needing to try. Wang Yi had a feeling that his golfing skills should have reached the world's ceiling level. It's so fragrant. Wang Yi, I've kept you waiting. A few minutes later, Song Rouge and Sweetie finally returned from the restroom. The two are probably afraid of Wang Yi waiting. A trot back, talking slightly gasping. Wang Yi smiled slightly at the sight. You guys slow down. There's no rush. There are too many people in the women's restroom. We lined up for a long time. I'm afraid you'll wait too long, Song Rowan said, turning her head to look at Hiyali and the Mediterranean middle-aged man sighed. Is something happening over there? When I just came back with Sweetie, I saw a lot of people gathered around there. And security personnel from the Chanlong gym went over. And a lot of people taking pictures and recording videos and stuff. It's not much. It's just that there's an odd couple who got exposed to each other and fought. Wang Yi ruah her little head. Let's go back. I thought it was something. Song Rowan was obviously a bit disinterested. And after withdrawing her gaze, she answered in a good-natured manner and turned to leave with Wang Yi. And Sweetheart obviously had little interest in that sort of thing. And after sweeping a glance that way, she followed along and left. That is, as the three turned to leave, they were oblivious to the fact that, surrounded by passers-by right in the middle of, after being pulled away by the security personnel of the Chanlong Stadium, Hiyali, who already had a disheveled, bloodied face and some of her clothes torn, was looking at their backs for a while, lost in thought, especially after seeing Wang Yi ruah Song Wenling's head, while Song Wenling obediently let him ruah, and the three of them actually ended up on a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Hiyali is like a moment was drained of vitality. Looking at the three of them left the direction, slowly paralyzed down. After leaving the Changlong Stadium, Wang Yi first sent Song Wenlian and Sweetie back to the Shangri-La Hotel, and then looked out the window at the night sky for a while to let go. Tonight, if Yi Qingcheng and her two friends hadn't shown up, he had originally prepared an upper, middle, lower, and at least 3 thoughts to punch Hiyali in the face. But now, these are no longer useful. The odds are that a person like Hiyali will not be able to appear in his life again in the future either. Looking at the stars twinkling high outside the window, his mind was flashing with all the things that had happened during this period of time when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Brian sends a message. Boss, Kang Yeo Yang was officially convicted tonight. The criminal records and evidence we sent to the authorities earlier have been verified. Count the crimes. He's dead. Wang Yi smiled. No wonder I inexplicably feel soothed tonight. This is really good news. I'm sure you'd be happy to hear that, boss, so I rushed to tell you as soon as I got wind of it. Brian replied back in seconds. Also, in addition to this message, Owl and Spider have poked around some more. Some of the relevant departments in Zhonghai and Lingnan provinces are trying to find out exactly who pitched this information to them. Spider asked me to ask you if you would like to subtly reveal a little information to the authorities so that they can take credit for this? Wang Yi guessed that they definitely didn't understand how the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom acted, and directly returned. Don't ever let the relevant departments catch the traces. Roger that. Brian didn't ask why. I'll convey it to Spider. Finally, another thank you to the owner. We're on vacation at a spa resort in Zhonghai. And the food, the views, it's really fantastic. Have fun. Wang Yi finally returned 4 words and ignored the phone. Meanwhile, inside the most upscale hot spring resort in Zhonghai, Spider, after receiving Wang Yi's instruction, then immediately returned to his computer and operated it lightning fast. On the side, the owl that was originally soaking in the hot springs with her took the opportunity to rush and binge on the spicy crayfish that was originally dominated by the spider. When the spider went and returned, a wail immediately rang out from the originally harmonious hot spring resort. The owl, are you still human? My spicy crawfish, my joy, all gone. When I just asked you to buy it, you clearly said that this kind of shrimp has too much less meat than the sea shrimp, and it's definitely not good. Owl, however, couldn't help but instigate the crayfish in his hand. Oh damn, how was I to know that it was so evil that it would get better and better and more and more? This thing must have been enchanted by the Dragon Kingdom, or else, hiss, while she was inhaling from the spice, she also quietly, again, reached for the box containing the spicy crawfish. Ah, you don't move. It was also just as Spider and Owl were fighting over a serving of spicy crawfish. Inside a spacious and incomparable conference room at the headquarters of the law enforcement group in Lingnan province, the atmosphere was exceptionally dull. Several men with what looked to be strong hairstyles were sitting in front of a computer, operating something on the fly. On the main seat of the conference room, a middle-aged man, who was not angry and authoritative, waited patiently while sipping tea and tapping his fingers on the desktop. After a long time, when those men with strong hairstyles finally stopped their movements, the middle-aged man terminated the action of tapping on the desktop at the first time, and turned his eyes sharply sweeping to everyone present. Experts, how is the situation? Have you found out the source of the whistleblowing materials? Sitting on the left-hand side of the middle-aged man, apparently several experts in the lead of the young man sniffed, immediately gently pushed the glasses. Color with some complexity said, we tried our best. What do you mean by trying your best? The middle-aged man on the main seat of the conference room who was not angry and authoritative, that is, immediately unconsciously frowned when he heard this, and the majesty of a long time in a high position also naturally emanated. This time Jiang Yaoyang case, although officially determined to solve the case, human evidence and material evidence is conclusive, but he can clearly remember this one report material was delivered over when the sensation. Fully dozens of different units at different ranks received a simultaneous submission of such shocking, anonymous information. Moreover, this information is so accurate that even the evidence is fully grasped. What a terrifying force must be behind this. Therefore, in arranging manpower to investigate and verify the authenticity of the prosecution materials and evidence, he also invited computer experts to come and help trace the source of the reported information at the first instance. But now, after a few days of scouting, these computer experts are actually saying tried their best? Very dissatisfied. Worker Chin, you are our topmost red guest. The phrase tried my best, that's not like what a top should say. Engineer Chin, the one sitting on the left-hand side, the one responsible for bringing many computer experts and redditors to cooperate in tracking down the source of the information, also looked bitter. I also know that it's funny coming from me, but I must admit one thing. The other side's computers are just too good. I've been trying to find a breakthrough for the past few days with the experts under my command, but I've found that the other side's trail is simply impenetrable. Wang Bureau knocked on the desktop. I don't understand things in the field of computer expertise, so you guys say something in the vernacular that I can understand. Engineer Chin once again let out a bitter smile, with a bit of responsibility and shock in his eyes as he said, the big picture is that the other party is at least a top global hacker. They're doing such an awesome job of information security that it's dripping. It's at least a level higher than some internationally recognized hackers I've met before. Wang Bureau was also shocked this time, and immediately sat upright. Qin Gong, this is not a small thing. Are you sure? Totally sure. Qin Gong nodded. I'm absolutely certain that the level of hackers who delivered these whistleblowing materials is absolutely top-notch worldwide. But, this top global hacker shouldn't have any malicious intent. All of our panel of experts carefully screened the reports that were dropped off, and there were no pitfalls or imprints. The other party should simply want to report Jiang Yaoyang as a person and draw the attention of the relevant authorities. Is that so? Recalling all the things that happened after receiving the reported information, he immediately smiled at Qin Gong and the others. Qin Gong, your words really woke me up. Alright, everyone just stop working for now and go back to rest, he said, taking the lead and leaving the conference room. Then, directly pulling out his cell phone to call his right-hand man, go and secretly investigate for me, which people Jiang Yaoyang has offended during this time. Make a list for me. On the other side, within a certain luxurious and incomparable manner, a man with a lordly aura on his body, after receiving a call and learning that Jiang Yaoyang's guilt had been confirmed and he was on the ropes, but he made the first call, immediately go and arrange for the best lawyers, and try to mitigate some of the charges for my son. Also, Send out another team of people to go and give me a good check on which people have had friction with Yao Yang during this recent period. If my son dies, I'm going to let all these people, all of them, go and bury him with him. As he spoke, an incomparably violent aura erupted from him. Inside the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi is still not the slightest bit aware that Zhang Yaoyang's accident has already tugged at the heartstrings of several forces. This sleep, he just felt, was extraordinarily good. The next morning, he didn't even wake up until after 9. Only a short while after waking up, Yi Qingqing's phone called. Boss, did you watch the news today? Good news. I just woke up from a nap. Where do I have time to watch the news? Wang Yi yawned lazily. What news? Calling me so early in the morning. Boss, it's already 9:30. We've been at work for more than half an hour. Yi Qingqing whispered a reminder. It's not early. It's not like I have to go to work. Wang Yi smiled. Let's get down to business. Qingqing, what's the good news about you calling me in such a hurry? The news that China Shipping Aviation Group and Shangri-La Hotel have reached a deep strategic cooperation has already spread. Yi Qingqing's voice was somewhat excited. This matter has really attracted the attention of the entire capital market. Before last night, several internationally recognized investment banks had already raised their valuations of our China Shipping Airlines Group and Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group. Moreover, it's a 30% increase in our valuation at once. Now all of China Shipping Airlines is overjoyed. Wang Yi, however, let out a faint 30%? How much is that? China Shipping Airlines originally had a market capitalization of $10 billion, and the valuation was adjusted upward by 30%, which is a $3 billion increase in market value. Yi Qingqing's voice still could not hide her excitement. The Shangri-La Hotel chain had a market capitalization of $20 billion, and the valuation was adjusted upward by 30%. That's a $6 billion increase in market capitalization. In short, it means that you, boss, have made $9 billion directly from such a wave of operation. It's only $9 billion. That's not much. Wang Yi was not the least bit surprised. On the other side of the phone, Yi Qingqing, however, seemed to be a bit showered. Boss, my fist is big, so bear with me. It's not much. I estimated before that this wave of in-depth cooperation would bring at least $8 billion in valuation enhancement to come. Wang Yi's tone was calm. Yi Qingqing, however, was again a little show to. Boss, you will not wu chat also daily, we're dead. Mr. Zhong and the others are saying that the harvest this time is unexpected. He also asked me to ask you if you have any comments or suggestions on where the group should go next. Wang Yi didn't rush to answer, but asked rhetorically, what do Mr. Zhong and the others have in mind? The in-depth cooperation between China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel Group this time around is progressing quite smoothly, and the results are also very good. Yi Qingqing deliberated on the wording. That's why Mr. Zhong sat down with Mr. Lu to communicate again. They all felt that this model of deep cooperation based on the aviation group and tourist resources to open up more upstream and downstream companies in the industry chain has something to offer. So, their idea now is to use the airline plus hotel as the foundation, and then go on to open up the upstream and downstream businesses such as tourist attractions, high-end shopping, high-end catering, etc. As Wang Yi listened to her description, he felt that it was a great deal. But, after all, he's not a professional. After a moment's thought, he was still prepared to get the full program and have the system scan the yields before giving a positive answer. The idea sounds good. You ask Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhong to communicate out a detailed project proposal again, and send it back to me for a good look. I'll read it and give you a definite answer. Okay, boss. Yi Qingqing answered obediently before adding, right now, Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhong are preparing to link up a commercial real estate group on top of the airline plus hotel. Take the high-end shopping malls that are part of the commercial real estate and merge them into our partnership chain. The rough version of the program is out. Do you need me to send it to you now? Wang Yi responded. And so Yi Qingqing sent the rough version of the program sent over. Spent 20 million yuan with the system's investment rate section scanned. Found that this is also a S-level investment plan. Immediately said, program, I looked at it. There are screwed up. Let Mr. Zhong and Mr. Lu go and let go and do it. Good. Yi Qingqing's tone obviously relaxed again when she heard this. My two good friends happen to be the executives of the Yuanfang Commercial Real Estate Group. I'll go talk to them later and ask them to help work with the board of directors to see if we can reach a deep strategic cooperation with our side as well. Going to work on the far side commercial real estate? Wang Yi smiled. What's the point of bothering with that? Wait for me. I'm going to make a phone call. A few minutes. Inside the office of Shanghai Aviation Group's director's office secretariat, Yi Qingqing hadn't even reacted to what Wang Yi's words meant before Wang Yi's phone call had already hung up, and before she could figure out why Wang Yi would say those words, another unfamiliar call came through. Picked up. There immediately came a neutral and incomparably polite voice over there. Hello, may I ask if it's Yi Qingcheng, Secretary Yi of China Shipping Airlines? Yi Qingcheng was a bit confused. Hello, I am Yi Qingcheng. I don't know if you are. Hello Secretary Yi, I'm Fong Jingxing from Four Seas Commercial Real Estate. Our President Wang just asked me to contact you. The voice on the other side of the phone was still polite and incomparable, but Yi Qingcheng's pupils unconsciously shrunk, and her body all of a sudden sat up straight from her seat. Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group, that was the leading commercial real estate company in the whole of Shanghai, and it was quite influential within the entire Lingnan province. Its market capitalization, on the other hand, is as high as $40 billion, which is higher than the valuation of China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group combined, especially the high-end integrated commercial center under the name of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, Dream City Plaza. That is the entire city of Shanghai no one knows and no one knows. As for Justice Fong, that's even more so. Who could not know the CEO of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, a celebrity in the entire city of Shanghai? Yi Qingcheng, a person who was the secretary of the chairman of China Shipping Airlines, was really familiar with his big name. So, at this moment, when she heard Fong Zhengyi on the other side of the phone actually respect that Mr. Wang so much, she subconsciously took a deep breath. Hello Mr. Fong, may I ask what your Mr. Wang's full name is? Wang Yi. Fong Zhengyi had received Wang Yi's authorization before, so he didn't deliberately hide anything at this moment. Mr. Wang is the new boss of our Four Seas Commercial Real Estate. He said that there's a good cooperation program on the side of China Shipping Airlines and asked me to contact you first. Yi Qingcheng really couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air this time. She didn't ask any questions about how Wang Yi became the boss of the Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group or anything like that, and hurriedly opened the piece of information on her computer that had just been sent to Wang Yi. There is such a thing as Mr. Fong. May I ask when is convenient for you? I'll bring the cooperation proposal and project plan over to you. Fong Justice on the other side of the phone, however, was still quite polite. There's no need to trouble Secretary Yi so much. I'm on my way to China Shipping Aviation Group right now. If it's convenient on your side, you can send me the project plan and cooperation program first now. Let's meet face to face when we get to the China Shipping Aviation Group later. No problem. Yi Qingcheng immediately asked for his work email address and sent the project plan and cooperation program over it the first time. After sending it over, Yi Qingcheng was too late to ask Wang Yi what he had or didn't have. Only after finishing the phone call with Fong Zhengzheng, he rushed to Zhong Zicheng's office in a hurry. Zhong Zicheng is arranging his work in his office at this moment. When he saw Yi Qingcheng rushing over in a hurry, he was obviously a bit surprised. What's the matter Secretary Yi? Is there any arrangement or command from the boss? Yi Qingcheng didn't make any polite remarks, and directly said, the boss has already agreed to the aviation plus hotel plus high-end shopping project plan that you discussed with Mr. Liu. This is a good thing. Zhong Zicheng's eyes lit up, but then, he was a bit puzzled. Then why do you look so hot and bothered? Secretary Yi? Mr. Zhong, you should hear me out first. Yi Qingcheng took a deep breath. Just now after the boss agreed to the plan between you and Mr. Liu, he ran off to make another call. Then, Mr. Justice Fong of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate contacted me directly, saying that he wanted to come and talk about cooperation with our China Shipping Airlines. Just now, Mr. Fong directly approached me to ask for our project plan and cooperation agreement, saying that he's already on his way to China Shipping Airlines. Splat! Zhong Xicheng's pen in his hand fell to the ground. The whole person was also struck by lightning. Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group, want to cooperate with our China Shipping Aviation Group? Yi Qingcheng nodded. Zhong Zicheng, however, still seems to be a little slowed down. They are the giant of the commercial real estate sector in Shanghai. The market value is 3 times higher than that of our Shanghai Aviation Group. Mr. Fong said that our boss is also the new owner of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate. Yi Qingcheng knew what he wanted to express and directly explained. Now, Zhong Zicheng stood up directly from his seat, his face filled with shock. Our boss, and the new owner of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate? He repeated. Yi Qingcheng nodded her head again. Mr. Fong also said that he would be able to arrive in about 40 minutes or so. Zhong Zicheng seemed to react only now, and hurriedly said, okay, I know. I'll call Mr. Liu. Let's all 3 of us sit down together later and talk about it. As he spoke, he also had a spirited look on his face. As for Yi Qingcheng, he naturally understood why he reacted the way he did. To be able to have such a godly boss, not to mention Zhong Zicheng, the boss of China Shipping Aviation Group, even she, the chairman's secretary, was highly encouraged. When she saw Zhong Zicheng go to the side to call Lu Yuanzhang, the whole person was full of red light. Yi Qingcheng was unconsciously lost in thought for a while. Speaking of which, Wang Yi seemed to be a real enigma. Obviously. I was living in a peasant house in the middle of a city village before, but it was always surprising. First, the acquisition of China Shipping Airlines Group. When China Shipping Airlines Group wanted to implement the aviation plus hotel strategy, it showed great power and made Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, which far exceeded the expectation of China Shipping Airlines, directly enter into an in-depth strategic cooperation agreement with China Shipping Airlines. Then today when China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel Group want to continue to expand the industry chain upstream and downstream depth of cooperation, once again domineering, directly to the 4 Cs of commercial real estate are mobilized. The new boss, who looked to be in his early 20s, young and handsome, seemed like an endless treasure waiting to be discovered. And while thinking about this, Yi Qingcheng somehow thought of the pair of lace stockings that were seen by Wang Yi earlier, as well as the 3 concert super VIP tickets that he had sent her, heart suddenly beating so fast. Fang Zhengzheng, CEO of 4 Cs Commercial Real Estate, suddenly visited China Shipping Airlines and made secret contact with 2 bosses of China Shipping Airlines Group and Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group. Although this matter happened in private, it could not be hidden from the attention of many people who were well versed in the world. Within the 9 Dragons Bay, the top villa area in Zhonghai City, located in a luxury villa in the most central area of the entire 9 Dragons Bay, a middle-aged man who looked rather elegant but with an introverted aura could not help but stop drinking tea when he received the news, his eyes fluctuating for a moment. The CEO of 4 Cs Commercial Real Estate, Fang Zhengyi, is notoriously arrogant, and he actually rushed to Zhonghai Airlines in person, and, judging by the word from his men, he was still putting off an important meeting to get there. In such a hurry, personally going to Zhonghai Airlines to meet with Zhong Jicheng and Lu Yuanzheng. Is this a preparation to negotiate some major cooperation? Beside the elegant middle-aged man, a young girl who looked quite fresh and sweet was standing by the side to make and pour tea for him in a well-behaved manner. And if Wang Yi was there, he would definitely be surprised to recognize that this young girl was actually in Tian. At this time, after Sweetie poured tea for the middle-aged man, she seemed to be a bit surprised as well. Dad, is there another action from China Shipping Airlines? The middle-aged man, also known as Nanjian, nodded and took the fresh tea she poured. And it's a big move. They joined forces with the Shangri-La Hotel chain just recently for an in-depth cooperation to create an airline plus hotel model. And the response has been very good. Today, Fang Zhengyi of 4 Cs Commercial Real Estate went forward for secret consultations, and I suspect that they are trying to take it a step further and directly build on the aviation plus hotel model to further create an aviation plus hotel plus high-end shopping mall model, or simply make a bigger picture. And Sweetheart at this time was not like the youthful ignorance she had when she was with Song Rowan, but a flash of essence flashed through her eyes. Then their scheming is too big. When tourists travel to a city by plane, they were originally going to stay in hotels, shop, visit attractions, taste food, and spend money in a number of fixed categories. If we really let China Shipping Airlines complete the integration of the resources that these tourists are bound to consume, and open up the upstream and downstream of the entire industry chain, then their group market value is afraid to go straight to the sky. It's such a logic. An and Jian nodded. So, I have 2 new questions now. What's the problem? And asked the question while adding some fresh tea to him in the process. And Nanjiang gently sipped his tea. First question. Should I dump the 5 points of Lingnan Airlines shares I hold before it's too late? Isn't this a matter that would be easy to handle with your unique vision, Dad? And smiled sweetly. And Nanjiang, however, shook his head. The prerequisite for making business decisions is all about enough information. Right now I don't know nearly enough information about all 3 parties, the China Shipping Airlines Group, the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, and the 4 Cs Commercial Real Estate Group. So, even I can't go easy on judgment in this situation. Learned. And Sweetheart silently memorized her father's teachings. And what is your second new question, Dad? When Nanjiang heard her mention this, he once again put down his teacup and said with deep eyes, my second question is just which high-ranking person is behind the scenes to set up this series of actions by China Shipping Airlines? Dad, do you mean that this recent series of actions by China Shipping Airlines is not led by China Shipping Airlines itself? And Sweetheart was also a bit surprised this time, and similarly stopped her tea-making action. It's definitely not Zhong Jicheng's own handiwork. And Nanjiang's eyes remained deep, although Zhong Jicheng is also a talented person. However, he doesn't have the strength. Shangri-La Hotel's market value is twice that of the China Shipping Aviation Group, and the market value of 4 Cs Commercial Real Estate is even 4 times that of the China Shipping Aviation Group. It's impossible for him alone to mobilize it. So, I'm basically certain that there must be another person or a powerful force behind this. And Sweetness savored her father's words. After a long time, as if he thought of something, Dad, you said so much. 2 problems are actually still 1 problem if it comes down to it. Yes. And Nanjian took a deep breath. We're missing some crucial information about these 3 groups. If you say so, Dad, I may well be able to help you this time. And Sweetheart looked at her father again. Oh, and Nanjian was obviously a bit curious now and looked at her as well. A high school classmate of my girlfriend's. And Sweetheart directly said the key point. He's very influential in the Shanghai Aviation Group. And he has a very big face over at the Shangri-La Hotel. And when we went to the concert together at the Changlong Stadium the day before yesterday, the side of the Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group also respected him very much. He may know some information. Your best friend's high school classmate. Who's the kid? And Nanjian seemed a little interested. He's an out-of-town laborer who came to Shanghai. And Sweetie weighed the wording. A very mysterious young man. Anyway, I kind of can't see past him. Rated so high? And Nanjiang seemed to be getting a little more curious this time. After sitting in his original position and pondering for a moment, as if he had just thought of something, he once again glanced at Sweetie. Since you put it that way, then in the near future you can make arrangements to invite them to join us for a meal. Your bosom friend is far away from home. It is only right that we should call on her to recognize her. When the time comes, I'll have a nice chat with that high school friend of your best friend's. Inside the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi was unaware of the series of undercurrents triggered by his call. He just experienced another great harvest. Shortly after he called Fong Justice, 2 system beeps popped up one after another. Congratulations to the host. Out of Yi Qingqing's expectation. Loyalty plus 10. Congratulations to the host. Out of Zhong Jiqing's expectation. Loyalty plus 10. Congratulations to the host. Out of Lu Yuanzhang's expectation. Loyalty plus 2. The information about the trio in the system loyalty scanning interface was immediately updated with it. Yi Qingqing, S-Class Secretarial Talent. Loyalty 90. Cheng Qixing, A+ Management. Loyalty 85. Lu Yuanzhang, S-Class Management Talent. Loyalty level 92. Loyalty is derived from the system's comprehensive scanning assessment of the loyalty of the defecting talent to the protagonist. Loyalty 90 plus, strong-minded, unable to be turned, completely trustworthy. Loyalty 70 to 89, basically trustworthy and willing to work for you, but there is a very small chance that you will be turned by someone exploiting an Achilles heel. And not long after Wang Yi heard the system beep, another unfamiliar call came in. Only when it was connected, a respectful voice came from there. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Wang Yi Wang? Wang Yi was already somewhat familiar with this type of questioning and gave a direct laugh. I am. You're over at the Zhongding Regal Club, right? Hello Mr. Wang. I'm Lu Sancher, the legal director of Zhongding Regal Club. The voice on the other side of the phone obviously became more and more polite. The former owner of our Zhongding Regal Club has completed all the transfer handovers. May I ask what time is convenient for you, Mr. Wang? I am ready to go ahead and complete the subsequent transfer of ownership with you, bringing with me the full proof of equity and related information. When Wang Yi heard this, he originally wanted to say that he could do it later. But what I didn't expect was that Song Wenling suddenly called. Seeing the new call-in alert, he immediately stopped talking and quickly said, Superintendent Lu, please wait a moment. There's a temporary call coming in. Lu San Ruler obviously respected him very much and immediately took over the conversation. It's okay, Mr. Wang. You are busy first. I'll bother you again in a while, said, and hung up quite consciously. Seeing this, Wang Yi chose to pick up Song Rawan's phone and directly said, What's up? Why are you calling me at this hour? By all rights, shouldn't our gentle schoolteacher be at work at this hour? On the other side of the phone, Song Ro apparently also heard the flirtation in his words and said with a slight hint of petulance, Wang Yi, don't flirt with me. What kind of schoolteacher am I? There are a lot of people who are better than me, and I'm pretty average compared to them. Wang Yi smiled cooperatively. Got it. The new Versailles routine. Not at all. Song Wenro retorted with a bite. Anyway, I really think I'm very ordinary is all. Saying that, as if he was afraid that Wang Yi would continue to flirt, he hurriedly brought back the topic. Sweetie just called me and said that her dad asked us to have a meal together today. Her father asked us to dinner? Wang Yi was a bit unresponsive and consciously increased the tone of the word we when repeating this. And Tian and Song Wenro are bosom friends. If her father called on Song Wenro to have dinner together, do the hosts honor and so on, it is quite reasonable. But you, who are not related to them, call yourself to go to dinner with them? Song Render obviously knew why Wang Yi reacted this way. When I received Sweetie's call, I was also very strange to come. But, from what I heard from Sugar, her dad's invitation should be a good thing. Her dad seems to be very good, and a lot of people beg to have dinner with her dad once in a while, and it's hard to get that opportunity. When Wang Yi heard her say this, he immediately put down his doubts as well. When and where isn't Tian going to ask us to eat today? Today at 6:30 p.m. Right here at the C.D. Regal Club. When Song Wenro said this, She was obviously a bit unsure of Wang Yi's attitude, and tried again in a low voice. How about it, Wang Yi? Is this a convenient night for you? Convenient. When Wang Yi heard that Sweetie's appointment was actually with the Zhongding Regal Club, he no longer had any concerns and continued with a slight smile. I'll pick you up after work today. Then I'll prepare in advance. Song Gentle's tone was extraordinarily cheerful. Wang Yi, on the other hand, waited to hang up the phone and then immediately called Lu Sanji again. When the phone was connected, he directly said, Superintendent Lu, around 6:30 this evening, I will go to the Zhongding Regal Club to have a meal with my friends. You can stop by after dinner and do another handoff. At 6 o'clock that afternoon, Wang Yi arrived at the downstairs of the China Shipping Airline building on time to pick up Song Rowan. By then, Song Wenling had obviously prepared in advance as well. A floral dress, coupled with a pair of simple and fresh canvas shoes, light makeup pavement, quiet and well-behaved standing downstairs in the Zhonghai Aviation Building, just like a delicate water lotus flower in general. Many of the pedestrians coming and going in the surrounding area were so amazed by her that they couldn't help but steal glances her way frequently. Wu's driver drove the car over, and then when she left, many other pedestrians subconsciously also glanced a few more times towards the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special customized model. Wang Yi was not surprised to see this, and after exchanging a few simple pleasantries with Song Wenro, he let Xiao Wu's driver drive directly to Zhongding Regal Club. The Zhongding Regal Club is located in the western suburbs of Shanghai City, not too far from Shanghai Airlines. Within 10 minutes or so, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom arrived near its destination, and it was at this point that Wang Yi was finally able to get a full view of this place. The main building of the club is a luxury clubhouse-like existence. The main building, on the other hand, was surrounded by an area enclosed by an unending network of iron fences. Although these areas had some privacy treatments and could not be seen clearly from the outside, Wang Yi had looked up the information before and probably knew that they were nothing more than high-end golf courses, international standard racecourses, tennis courts, recreational areas and so on. It is purely a comprehensive leisure and entertainment center for the rich to socialize and have fun. When the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom was driven outside the main building, there was also a professional staff that came first and had to verify the identity. Wang Yi was originally thinking of reporting in Tian's name when he saw that a man and a woman had already walked out from the main building, and as the man and woman came out, the staff of the Zhongding Regal Club immediately turned around very politely and bowed at the duo. Mr. Miss Wang Yi glanced at the visitor. The one walking in front was a middle-aged man who was quite elegant and extremely introverted in his aura, and behind the middle-aged man, it was clearly Song Rouge's roommate and best friend, Sweetie. At this time, upon hearing the staff's greetings, Sweetness fell to nodding her head before directly saying, "These are my friends." The staff member obviously understood her meaning in seconds, and after bowing once more, he hurriedly retreated to the side. Wang Yi could basically taste something when he saw the scene alone. As he stepped down from the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special customized model, he instantly looked at Song Gentle. Song Ro probably also noticed something strange at this moment, and some small formalities shouted at Tian. And Sweetie, however, immediately smiled. "Relax, my dad is very easygoing." Saying this, he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. "Dad, these two are my best friend Song Rowan, who I told you about earlier, and her high school classmate Wang Yi. Anna Jiang is apparently really easygoing." Hearing his daughter's introduction, he immediately smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, you two, welcome to your visit, and also welcome you to visit often in the future." Wang Yi sniffed and hastily reached out to shake his hand as well. "Uncle," and is polite. After a few people shook hands and briefly familiarized themselves, they stepped directly into the Zhongding Regal Club. When he officially stepped inside the club, what he experienced once again confirmed Wang Yi's suspicions. Almost every man and woman passing by, staff or members here, would greet Nanjiang with great politeness and respect when they saw him, and Nanjiang, on the other hand, although very casually also gave a response to each greeting given, but has been acting rather cloudy. Even Sweetheart, who was following behind Nanjiang, seemed to be used to all of this, and didn't have the slightest fluctuation. When Wang Yi saw this, his heart was slightly moved. Before he came to the Zhongding Regal Club, he had learned from his previous experience and had specifically checked some information, knowing that the threshold here was quite high. That's over $500,000 a year just for the lowest end of memberships, with spending counted separately. And if you want to become one of the more advanced members, the dues are as high as $1 million, $2 million, or even $5 million. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that all those who can become members here are rich. But now, when these tycoons met in Nanjiang, there was one of them, and all of them were actually so courteous. Obviously the waiter status of the Yan'an border was not generally high. following in Nanjiang's father and daughter to sit in a rest area at the edge of a VIP golf course. Wang Yi's brain spun rapidly as he watched Sweetie skillfully begin to make tea for everyone. When he was thinking about what big names surnamed in Shanghai, and Nanjiang suddenly took the lead after inviting everyone to drink a cup of tea. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Wang, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model you just sat in is the car of Shanghai Aviation Group, isn't it? Why does Uncle An ask that? Wang Yi was still a bit unresponsive at once. On the side, and Sweetie, who was originally making and pouring tea for the crowd, but her hand involuntarily trembled. Immediately, his eyes looked at Wang Yi with some surprise. Although Tian had also seen that Wang Yi's Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model was worth a lot of money, but she really didn't know that the car was actually owned by the China Shipping Aviation Group. Hearing her father, and Nanjiang, suddenly ask about it, she instantly associated it with many previous details. For example, when he was still at the girls' dormitory at Huaqing University, the VIP service of China Shipping Airline Group said, the board of directors personally gave the instruction. Then for example, Wang Yi a message passed. China Shipping Airlines made an exception to give Song Gentle a chance to interview, and allowed Song Gentle interviewer. China Shipping Airlines originally has been full of legal assistant position. For example, on the day of the signing ceremony for the in-depth strategic cooperation between China Shipping Aviation Group and Shangri-La Hotels and Resorts Group, she and Song Wenlian ran into Wang Yi, who said, I'm here to do some business, and Sweetie unconsciously had her brain racing for a moment. At the same time, the meaning of my father's words was understood at once. Wang Yi naturally also sensed Tian's intense reaction, seeing that she looked at her side a little lost in thought, while Nanjiang did not move, as if just casually asked. He smiled slightly, and instantly didn't try to hide it anymore. How did Uncle An know? I've had some not-so-deep cooperation with China Shipping Airlines before, and I once saw this hidden car in the VIP garage of China Shipping Airlines. And Nanjiang's face was as usual, as if he was really just chatting casually, but deep in the bottom of his eyes, a shock involuntarily flashed through. Of course, after the shock just flashed by, he continued to speak with a smile. At that moment, Zhonghai Aviation Group's general manager Zhong also bragged to me, saying that this car Zhonghai Aviation also spent not a small amount of effort and energy to customize from the original Rolls-Royce factory, and the whole of Zhonghai is also this one. The car is really impressive in person as well, and I just remembered it all at once when I heard Mr. Chung describe it that way. I thought I'd never see that car again after that time, but I never thought I'd see it become your ride today. Hearing this, Wang Yi keenly captured another detail, and Nanjiang previously went to China Shipping Airlines to cooperate, and actually Zhong Ziqing personally received. That only reaffirms one thing, the weight of the Annan border is definitely very heavy. Otherwise, according to the standard of business reception, some cooperation that is not considered deep, it is absolutely impossible to need Zhong Ziqing, the old general manager, to personally go to the reception. He nodded and followed with a smile. In that case, Uncle An and this car, it's a bit of a bond. Ha, not only with this car, it's also a bit of fate with you. And Nanjiang laughed aloud, lifted his teacup and gently touched it with Wang Yi. Speaking of which, I still don't know. Where are you from, Wang Yi? Wang Yi sipped some tea. My hometown is from Goosetown, not too far from Shanghai. Goosetown? And Nanjiang seemed to ponder for a moment. It seems like there's a family over there that does great restaurant chains that also has the surname Wang? Wang Qingshan, I think. Their family's restaurant chain is indeed spread all over Lingnan province. Wang Yi smiled, saying that, seeing that Nanjiang was still intentionally observing his reaction, he directly said, however, that has nothing to do with me is all. I'm just a regular guy, from a regular family, and Nanjiang just nodded at the sound of his voice, but did not comment much on anything, and Sweetheart on the side but couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, believe you hell, bad lad is bad, just like you, and from a normal family. Then I'm kind of a normal family. You don't believe me? Wang Yi had been paying attention to her reaction all along, and at this moment, when he heard her mutter, he immediately twisted his head to look over, and Sweetheart beamed, first refilling the tea for both her father and him before looking at him and saying, the seat is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, and the watch is a global limited edition of 8 pieces of Bulgari's pinnacle piece, Bulgari Octo 103195. He is 20 years old this year, but he is in a number of big groups, such as China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotels, and Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, all of which are influential. You call that a common family background? Wang Yi didn't rush to debate with her, but turned his head to look at Song Rowan who hadn't said anything. Rowan is sitting right here. She knows me. Don't believe me. Ask her? When Song Rowan heard Wang Yi naming himself, He didn't even need to wait for Tian to ask a question before he quickly started nodding his head. I can testify that Wang Yi is really from an ordinary family. And Sweetheart, however, was completely unconvinced. After pouting again, she glanced at Wang Yi again. Anyway, I just feel that you have a particularly deep set. Also, you're exceptionally good at acting. You played Jiang Yaoyang in Me and Gentle, in the Live Fire range before. Song Wen-ro heard her say this, and it seemed to make sense. The look that was still certain that Wang Yi was from an ordinary family became less certain all of a sudden. Seeing this, Wang Yi also knew that the probability of explaining further would only get darker and darker, and simply skipped the topic directly. Alright, let's not discuss this first. Tell me about the others. Say, why did you react so strongly when Uncle An asked me if that Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customization was the car of China Shipping Airlines? Said the man, looking once again at Sweet Anne. As for in Sweetheart, suddenly being asked about this by him and being stared at by him like this, her complexion obviously fluctuated again. However, Sweetie Anne's reaction was obviously quick as well. The look fluctuated for just a split second before he said matter-of-factly, "It's just so surprising, yeah. Earlier though I recognized the car you were in as a Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom and knew it was expensive, but I had no idea at all that it was actually a CNA Group car." And Nanjiang on the side seemed to be somewhat dumbfounded as well. You, how many times have I told you? Be still at every great event. The culmination piece still needs to be improved more. Dad, you are right to criticize. I will definitely pay attention in the future. And Tian looked a little apologetic. And only after that, it seemed to look at Wang Yi once again. As for why I would react so strongly when I heard that the car belonged to the China Shipping Aviation Group, there's actually another special reason. Oh, what special reason? Wang Yi met her gaze as well. And Sweetheart glanced at her father and said frankly, my father has been wanting to learn more about the China Shipping Aviation Group during this time. China Shipping Airlines Group has been making a lot of big moves lately. First establishing a deep strategic cooperation with Shangri-La Hotels, and more recently hitting it off with 4C's commercial real estate. And my dad holds 5% of Lingnan Airlines in his hands. And Lingnan Airlines has always been in the ring with China Shipping Airlines again. Wang Yi now completely understood why Nanjiang would call out for himself to come along when he invited Song Wenlang. At the same time, it also sort of reacted to why Nanjiang had just made that series of attempts out of what? Seeing that Nanjiang was intentionally or unintentionally paying attention to his reaction again when Tian finished saying this, he immediately laughed and said, Tian, Uncle, and if you guys want to ask anything, just be more direct. Hearing him say that, and Tian obviously looked at Nanjiang first, and Nanjiang, at this time, apparently also changed into a posture color with some serious look at Wang Yi said, just like Sweet just said different. I this time, has been concerned about the movements of China Shipping Airlines. Yesterday, I received wind that the 4C's commercial real estate's Mr. Fong Jingyifang personally went to visit China Shipping Airline, and China Shipping Airline also called on Shangri-La Hotels Mr. Lu Yuanzhan Lu to go there together. I was guessing China Shipping Airlines has not tasted the sweetness of the industry chain upstream and downstream of the depth of strategic cooperation, ready to take the Aviation Plus Hotel model further. Directly play into the Aviation Plus Hotel plus high-end shopping malls, or simply is to do a bigger picture of the layout of the preparation of the Aviation Plus Hotel as the basis for the tourism industry directly upstream and downstream are all packaged and linked to come in. Wang Yi listened to his speculative analysis, and although there was no fluctuation on his face, he couldn't help but feel a surge of horror in his heart, not to mention the fact that yesterday Fong Justice visited China Shipping Airline, which is private and secretive, and Nanjiang can actually be the first time to receive the wind of this energy is how big. And Nanjiang alone, just based on some clues, to judge the next direction of development of China Shipping Airlines, and even it wants to see the back of China Shipping Airlines a number of steps. This business sense and vision, it is really too amazing. Seeing that Nanjiang once again looked at himself after the end of his incisive analysis, Wang Yi immediately gave him a slightly admiring look. Uncle An has actually put a lot of things into perspective. So, without too much bullshit from me, I'll just say a little personal, immature tip. Ridge Air stock. Get out while you can. This little bit of advice is enough. And Nanjiang was clearly pleased, and hurriedly signaled Tian to pour the tea again. When Sweetie added tea to everyone, she even directly picked up her teacup and toasted Wang Yi. I'll arrange for someone to deal with Lingnan Airline stock. Later, let Sugar have a good time here with you. It's still got a great golf course, equestrian course, tennis courts, etc. With that, True thundered to his feet and stepped aside to start making phone calls to make arrangements. And Sweetheart then smoothly issued an invitation. Wang Yi, Gentle, what do you guys want to play? I'll take you there. Wang Yi wasn't really interested in this, and sniffed and looked at Song Rowan. Song Ro. However, was a bit embarrassed and spat out her little tongue. All these sports are so high-end. I don't know any of them. Yeah. I can teach you guys. And Tian smiled at the sound. Let's play a simpler one first. Golf. It's a sport that's hard to become proficient in, but it's pretty easy to get started. Song Won-ro heard this and seemed to jump a little. Seeing this, Wang Yi simply hammered out, "Let's go play this then." And Sweetie sniffed and immediately started arranging the ball boys and staff to get ready. When all the preparations were done, he took Wang Yi and Song Won-ro to the side of the court and gave the two of them a demonstration teaching. She was obviously quite good, and when she finished her first lesson and swung her club, even the caddy accompanying her couldn't help but shout beautiful. However, Wang Yi, who had already reaped the benefits of golf proficiency, was able to see some problems with her shot with just a glance. And not surprisingly for him, the ball struck by Sweet and was a bit of a blemish after landing and skidding. Although it eventually came to rest within the Kansas hole zone. It's a bit of a shame. Wang Yi subconsciously let out a soft sigh. Why do you say it's a pity? Song Ro was a bit puzzled. Didn't Sweetie play well? What about that staff member next to you who just said it was all a strike? And it only took Sugar one shot to get the ball in fast. Yeah. And Sweetie probably heard that sigh from Wang Yi as well, and similarly looked over. Wang Yi shook his head. There's still a little regret. Just now, if the angle of the shot was adjusted a little bit down and the strength was a little bit stronger, it would have been a straight hole-in-one. Song Won-ro felt as if it made some sense and nodded after giving an "oh." Sweet Anne, however, smiled. That being said, that shot was actually quite beautiful, hitting the ball into the approach area, which is already not far from the hole. In one shot is one of those scores that is hard to achieve, even among the pros. As for the hole-in-one you mentioned, that's more of an experience that top professional golfers can't even come close to. Wang Yi didn't refute anything. Song Ro, however, was a bit surprised. Like this? I've watched some people talk before and thought all golf was after was a hole-in-one. Forget who told me that the rules of a golf tournament are similar to a basketball set shot, where everyone hits a few shots and at the end of the day the winner is whoever scores the most goals. Those are all misinformation. And Sweetie smiled and shook her head. The rules of golf are actually quite complicated. I'm going to set aside the complicated rules of the batting process and just tell you about the most basic rules of score calculation. The rules for calculating scores in golf are completely different from basketball in that it is based on the number of strokes a competitor has made by going into a set number of holes. In 18-hole golf, for example, its final score is based on how many strokes the competitors hit in total going into the 18 holes. So complicated. Song Won-ro was a bit uncertain. It seems completely different from what I learned before. There are indeed more misinformation in the outside world. And Sweetie smiled once again. That's why Wang Yi just said that the situation where I could have gotten a hole-in-one if the strength of my shot had been a little bit more powerful and the angle a little bit more positive can actually only be thought about. The current world record for 18 holes on a standard golf course is 56, which, on average, is also about 3 strokes to get a hole-in-one. At the level of amateur players like us, it's already a stroke of luck to hit the approach area around the hole. The caddy on the side had originally scoffed a bit when he heard Wang Yi's amateurish remarks. However, after all, he was only a servant to the people, so he didn't dare to show anything. At this moment, when she heard Sweetie take advantage of the popularization of science and refute Wang Yi's words in such a way, she couldn't help but stifle her laughter. Wang Yi didn't explain anything when he sensed this, and just picked a smooth club from the side. Let me try? When Sweetie heard his words, she obviously didn't think much of it, and immediately pointed out, if you haven't played golf before, it's best to just use the natural style grip I just taught you. This is the grip that most beginners or untrained golfers use. Hold the club side by side with both hands, right hand on top and left hand on the bottom, while the pinky finger of the right hand is next to the index finger of the left hand, so that you can better utilize the strength of the right arm. However, before she could finish, bang! The distinctive crisp sound of a golf ball hitting the ground like the opening of champagne rings out. The golf ball at Wang Yi's feet had flown away in response. The club in Wang Yi's hands also completed a beautiful spin and returned steadily to its initial hitting position. And Sweetie was stunned. As his brain was blanking out, he heard another foul mouth suddenly come from beside him. Crap! Looking around, he saw that the caddy, who had been stifling his laughter earlier, had looked over at the golf course and dropped his jaw in shock, and Sweetie subconsciously looked at the golf course again. Results: the golf course was empty. There's nothing? She was about to turn her head to look at Wang Yi again when a heavenly light suddenly flashed in her mind and, no way! That shot you just took, straight into the hole-in-one? After looking at the empty stadium once again, and Tian hurriedly looked at Wang Yi and Song Won-ro again. Wang Yi just looked at the court with a smile on his face, as if he didn't notice her reaction. Song Render, on the other hand, opened her mouth somewhat dully to also look at Wang Yi, then looked at In Sweetness. Sweetie, didn't you say that even the world's top professional golfers can't get a hole-in-one if they want to? Why do I see Wangi fighting so easily? And Sweet Man was dumbfounded all of a sudden. Really got in? A hole-in-one? Wangi actually got a hole-in-one so easily. This shit. How did he do a hole-in-one so easily? I want to know too. As a player who had grown up with a Nanjiang, learning and touching golf, and was even considered to be very talented, and Sweetie could know too much about golf than Songwenling. The golf course they are on right now. It's a standard 18-hole course. Wangi was just in the hitting position. Although the hole is only 100 meters away from the hitting position, belonging to the easiest hole to score in the 18-hole course. But by international league standards, that's also a standard par 3, and even the top pros usually need 2 and up to put it in the hole. But Wangi, he actually scored in one shot? And Sweetie is having a blank brain. In the line of sight, Wangi had already walked to the other serving position. Swing! Bang! The familiar sound of striking a ball as if opening champagne rings out. The golf clubs made a graceful arc in the office, and along with them the golf balls flew through a graceful arc in midair. Snap! The ball went in again. That's fucking great. Big man. The caddy on the sidelines had apparently been dumbfounded. The jaw dropped in shock and never closed. The eyes were as wide as brass bells. 2. As for Song Rowan, she was obviously a bit bewildered and looked over to Sweetie's side again. Sweetie, is golf really hard? Why do I get the feeling that Wangi is playing a very simple game? And Sweetheart was completely messed up at this moment. When she heard Songwenro's question, she cried and laughed a little. And I don't know how to answer. She simply looked at Wangi. So, you're actually very good at golf, right? Wangi naturally also sensed the change in several people's expressions. Smell put down his club and smiled slightly. Would you believe me if I said that this is actually my first time playing golf? Absolutely impossible. And Sweetie shook her head without thinking. With your grip and batting proficiency, and the deadliest level of golf, if it's your first time playing golf, then I should really eat all the golf balls I've played over the years. Not so much, not so much. Wangi waved his hand. It's really my first time playing golf, but it's probably just a little bit of luck and it happens to be a little bit of talent. And Sweetie didn't answer this time, just nodded after looking him up and down. I'm now absolutely certain that you are an old actor. If the Oscars don't have you this year, they must be shady. Wangi shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain anything more. Song Rowan, who was on the side, was a bit eager to try. Wangi, you're so powerful. Can you teach me? Wangi smiled and naturally handed her the club. Of course. Song Gentle immediately joyfully took the club, began to stand to the tee area of another 100 meters of holes, and learned to grip the club in a decent manner. However, just so much as learning to hold the bar, she was clearly finding it difficult as well. After trying several times, I can't believe I couldn't use the natural grip best suited for novices. She had no choice but to spit out her little tongue and look at Wangi. It's so hard. Wangi naturally understood her plea for help, and immediately walked over and held her hand to teach her the standard techniques. After Songwenro could finally get a standard grip on the club, and independently tried to hit the ball but hit the air, she simply stood behind her and held her hands from behind, correcting her hitting posture and angle. When teaching Songwenro these, his body was pressed against Songwenro's back, and although he could perceive the warmth and softness of Songwenro's body, and breathed in the unique fragrance of a young girl on Songwenro's body between his nostrils, Wangi didn't think about anything more. He just taught with all his heart, correcting some of Song Gentle's details. But Songwenro himself, his entire face reddened, sensing the unique male scent coming from her back, especially when her hand was still being held tightly by Wangi. Her heart was pounding like a frightened deer, but even so, it was clear that it was the first time she had such intimate contact with the opposite sex, and she actually didn't feel the least bit repulsed, and even, vaguely, seemed to be enjoying it a bit. Geez, that seems a little too unreserved for myself, doesn't it? When she thought of this, Songwenro originally thought of slightly distancing herself from Wangi, but what she didn't expect was that just as she was about to make a move forward, Wangi had already taken her swing. The club snapped up, hitting the golf ball. Songwenro's body involuntarily shook, and her face completely reddened to the root of her neck. By the time Wangi let go of her and walked to the lounge area to have some tea, she didn't even dare to look back. But it was at this time that Sweetie even came over with an ambiguous face and said in a double entendre, "What a ball! You old hag! Can you restrain yourself? What about public occasions?" How could Song Render not understand that she was driving, and immediately gave her a small fist, and then, without waiting for her to continue the molestation, she directly put down the pole to cover her face and fled to the restroom. Wangi had actually just noticed that the teaching between himself and Song Gentle was a bit too ambiguous, especially the one at the end with Song Gentle swing. Therefore, after completing his swing, the first thing he did was to let go of Songwenro. pretending to get off the field to take a break and come over to the rest area to drink tea. At this moment, seeing Song Ro covering her face and fleeing to the restroom, while Tion's eyes were slightly strange as she walked over, he simply pretended that nothing had happened and continued to drink his tea in silence. You really are exactly the same as my previous assessment, a movie star level veteran actor. And Sweetie, however, meant to look like that. Wang Yi continued to pretend that he didn't understand anything. It's a bit unbelievable to say, but it's really my first time playing golf. And Sweetheart didn't mention this anymore, just helped him add a fresh cup of tea. Anyway, I won't even listen to the surface of your words anymore now. The boat of trust, it's capsized. From now on, I will only believe what I see with my own eyes. Wang Yi was dumbfounded for a moment. Instead, and Nanjiang walked over. Wang Yi, good golf game. I just looked over here when I was on the phone, and both of those shots were quite beautiful. Didn't used to play much, did you? Wang Yi could only smile. On the sidelines, and Sweetie but said quietly, he said he was playing for the first time. Playing for the first time, so good? And Nanjiang looked surprised. The first time I played, I hit the ball off and hit empty. And Sweetie suspected that her father didn't even know about Wang Yi's two-shot score, and was about to introduce him to Wang Yi's just now two-shot sky show score when Wang Yi's cell phone suddenly vibrated. And Tian immediately stopped talking and looked at Wang Yi. Excuse me, I'm taking a call. Wang Yi has already seen the caller ID, which clearly shows his own morning note. Lu Sanji immediately apologized to the two, smiled, walked to the side to pick up the phone, and not to his surprise, Lu Sanji called, and indeed submitted to pick up the matter of the Zhongding Regal Club. Wang Yi didn't talk too much nonsense and directly told him his location. When he hung up, he returned to his earlier position once again, and Nanjiang probably already knew about Wang Yi's 2 holes in a row at this moment, and was looking at him with some surprise in his eyes. And Sweetie, on the other hand, was beside Nanjiang and childishly skimmed her mouth at Wang Yi. Wang Yi couldn't help but be dumbfounded again, just thinking of finding some other topic to divert their attention. I didn't expect a staff member to come over, very respectfully asking Nanjiang for instructions. Mr. Director Lu of the Legal Affairs Department said outside that he wanted to come in and look for a Mr. Wang. You see, shall we let him in? And Nanjiang was obviously a bit surprised at the sound of his voice and looked at Wang Yi. Here to find you? Wang Yi hadn't thought much about it at the moment, and when he heard the staff say it was Director Lu, he immediately nodded at Nanjiang. Seeing this, and Nanjiang immediately waved his hand at the staff member, signaling him to let him go. Then, after that staff member left, as if he thought of something again, his tiger body shook violently and looked at Wang Yi with some surprise. It's you? When Wang Yi saw this reaction from him, he was still a bit confused, but right at this moment, a middle-aged man with some scholarly temperament walked in with information in his pocket. Walking in and seeing Nanjiang, he still had a surprised look on his face as he hurriedly greeted, Mr. You're over here too? And Nanjiang saw the visitor, but seemed to be all of a sudden sure of his guess, once again looked at Wang Yi before looking at the middle-aged man. Superintendent Lu, this is to do the handover of property rights to come? The middle-aged man, also known as Superintendent Lu Sanjie Lu, hurriedly responded, yes. Saying that, he also took a look at Nanjiang and Wang Yi beside Nanjiang with some tentative meaning. Mr. You and Mr. Wang this? And Nanjiang shook his head. It's too complicated to talk about. You should do the handover with Mr. Wang first. Saying that, he once again looked at Wang Yi with surprised eyes. Wang Yi also vaguely tasted something at this moment, seeing Nanjiang's eyes looking at himself with surprise, while Sweetie, who was originally brewing tea on the side, also stopped her tea brewing action and looked at herself with the same strange eyes. He directly addressed Lu Sanjie. Superintendent Lu, did you know Uncle Lin before? Lu Sanjie seemed a bit confused at the moment. After hearing Wang Yi's question, he looked at Nanjiang and scratched his head again before weakly answering. Zhongding Regal Club used to be Mr. An's property. I have worked under Mr. And for many years. To know Mr. Isn't it right? Wang Yi instantly understood why Nanjiang and Sweetness had this reaction. After quickly doing a title transfer with Lu Sanjie and seeing Lu Sanjie off, he turned his head at the first opportunity to look at the father and daughter. And Sweetie and Nanjiang were also looking at him. Perceiving his gaze turn around, and Nanjiang took a visibly deep breath. It seems that it's really the same as what I said before, that we're still somewhat destined to be together. I hadn't thought about you before when the Zhongding Regal Club was acquired and the acquirer was also named Wang Yi. I didn't realize that it was you. Wang Yi was also a bit dumbfounded, but didn't pick up on it. A person of Nanjiang's level has too keen a sense of smell. It's better to play it safe and take less of these pickups, so as not to lose more than you can say. However, even if Wang Yi didn't pick up on any of this, and Nanjiang's attitude towards him had obviously changed quite a bit. When they ate dinner together, he had stopped treating Wang Yi as a classmate of his daughter's best friend, and instead treated him as a big brother of equal status and position. Even in Sweetie, not knowing if it was because of a Nanjiang or what, followed suit and showed a little more respect for the protagonist. When Wang Yi and Song Wenro were once again sent to the entrance of Zhongning Regal Club by Nanjiang's father and daughter, and once again sat on the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, Song Wenro apparently also sensed something strange, and took the initiative to ask, "Did something happen just now when I went to the restroom? It feels like Uncle and Sweetie both seem to have become a lot more respectful towards you." Wang Yi rolled down her head and casually replied, "I recently acquired an industry. Just now the legal director over there came over to sit for the handover. I didn't realize that the acquired industry was originally under Uncle N's command." That way. Song Roro obviously didn't think much about it either. Only her eyes narrowed into two crescents. "That's pretty amazing. No wonder Uncle and Sweetie's attitudes towards you have changed." Saying that, as if she thought of something, she took another quick glance at Wang Yi's side face. Then again, "Wang Yi, you're so powerful now. There's face over at China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotel, and Changlong Gym not to mention. It seems like it will also have a lot of very powerful skills." Wang Yi looked at her soft and adorable face. "Is there any? I think I still know very little." Yes. Song Rowan, however, nodded her head repeatedly. "I secretly checked when I just went to the restroom. Turns out golf is really hard to get in the hole. But Wang Yi, you scored 3 shots in a row with ease. Really fried chicken." Wang Yi looked at her budding appearance, inexplicably a little want to tease her, and immediately said in a serious manner, "These are nothing. In fact, I have more powerful." "What's so great about it?" Song Roran was a bit curious and looked at Wang Yi with wide eyes. Wang Yi remained serious, but lowered his voice a bit. "This can't be detailed. Whenever you have the chance, you'll know naturally when you experience it at the place where I live." Ah, Song Roro clearly understood and was a bit caught off guard, and after a moment of budding bewilderment, her face brushed red, and then, as if somewhat alarmed, a burst of incoherence. Why are you suddenly?" Wang Yi pretended to be puzzled. "What am I suddenly? Why are you reacting so strongly?" Saying that, as if he only just reacted, he slammed his head. "Oops, what I said was that I'm particularly tasty down there. When I first came out to work in the past, I used to cook noodles for dinner to save myself money, and I'm pretty good at it, so you can experience it when you come to where I live afterward." "Where have you been thinking?" I didn't. "You're not allowed to talk nonsense." Song Render's face turned even redder this time. While blushing, she probably reacted that Wang Yi was deliberately molesting himself. Immediately, he lightly punched Wang Yi again. "Wang Yi, you've changed. You're so bad." When he finished, he was still red-faced and twisted toward the window, his heart fluttering violently. Wang Yi also stopped at the right moment and didn't flirt with her anymore. After gently ruining her head, she slumped unimaginatively into the back chair for a nap. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he closed his eyes, Song Wenling's slightly curious voice suddenly came from the side. "That, Wang Yi, you below, not cooking noodles, really delicious?" Wang Yi immediately tasted something. Eyes snapped open for a moment, and the whole person also instantly sat up straight again from the back seat. Meanwhile, inside the Zhongding Regal Club, and Sweetie couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in her heart after following her father back to the edge of the golf course again, because while others may not know, she couldn't be more aware of her father's weight. As the richest man on the Huruan 100 rich list in China's C sublist and the third richest man on the Huruan 100 rich list in Lingnan sublist, not to mention Wang Yi, the new owner of the Zhongning Rich Club, this kind of worth a mere $10 billion, the newest bigwig. Even if the top bigwig of Shanghai City came, and Nanjiang did not need to see him off in person, but tonight, and Nanjiang had managed to personally deliver Wang Yi, and he had done so in full view of everyone. The amount of information behind this can be quite amazing, especially associating to the last time Huruan 100 wealthy list Shanghai City sub-list on the third-ranked tycoon came to negotiate cooperation. Father in the talk after also just sent himself on behalf of the delivery of these when, and sweet even more cannot help but once again look at his father. "Dad, Wang Yi body have any details? Is I did not notice? The importance you place on him today is, with all due respect, a little lost on me." And Nanjian didn't rush to answer, but only tapped his fingertips on the teacup on the side. And Sweetheart immediately understood and hurriedly brewed another pot of good tea for her father, carefully filling it up for him. Only then did Nanjian reveal something of a childish look. "I'll briefly mention one detail, and there are 2 other pieces of information you might understand. Dad, you say." And Sweetie listened attentively with a sideways ear. "The first detail, the level of golf displayed by Wang Yi," and Nanjiang gently blew on the tea. "Although your golf skills are very good, and your insights are quite notable amongst your peers. You are still a bit short of the mark, but unlike your dad, the last thing I need around me is top people in every field. The most talented golf pros I've seen in all of Lingnan before are nowhere near as relaxed and easy to write about as Wang Yi when it comes to playing golf. And Sweetheart's eyes instantly twitched, vaguely realizing something. What do you mean, Dad? Golf? Ah, although it's easy to start, but it's not an easy thing to become proficient at. And Nanjian smiled. Even the top golfing genius I've met before. It took more than 10 years of day-to-day practice to reach the level of a top professional. Wang Yi is able to play so easily and casually, and his strength is still far above those top pros I've seen, so you can imagine how often he must usually play these. And as you know about golf course fees, it's costly for non-professional athletes who want to play often. And Sweetheart thought deeply. Over the years, as people's incomes and living standards have improved, golf courses, although they have been no longer as high as before, but most people can afford to experience nothing more than some unprofessional low-end golf courses. An international standard 18-par golf course like the one Wang Yi is playing today, that charge per play, is still quite amazing. Wang Yi's spending power, if he has often played this kind of standard golf course from a long time ago, is quite amazing. When she thought of this, when she saw that Nanjiang's teacup was a bit empty, she immediately added some new tea to her father with great insight, and Nanjiang perceived this and was apparently quite satisfied. Continuing leisurely, the next thing I'm going to say is 2 pieces of information that you don't know. The first piece of information is about his purchase of the C.D. Fortune Club, and Tian sniffed with some confusion. What's wrong with him acquiring the Zhongding Regal Club? Although the market value of the Zhongding Rich Club is also around $10 billion, to be able to acquire an industry of this level, its strength is indeed not bad, but it shouldn't be anything particularly noteworthy for you, Dad. Just hear me out first. And Nanjiang smiled and shook his head. Yes. And Sweetie immediately stopped talking and waited for her father's post. Wang Yi is the direct full payment, a one-time payment, for the acquisition of the Zhongding Regal Club. And Nanjiang just this one sentence, and Sweetness unconsciously her body shook violently. This, how is this possible? Full payment? Pay it all at once? Wouldn't that be a $10 billion cash flow all at once? The teapot in her hand nearly spilled because of the magnitude of the movement. But at this moment, and Sweetie had no time to care about that. She just rushed to look at her father. And Nanjiang, however, nodded his head, similarly somewhat shocked. You didn't hear it wrong. It is indeed tens of billions of dollars that came to my account at once. At the time, I was shocked, and Sweetheart couldn't say anything now. After all these years of following her father's side, she knew too well what it really meant to take out tens of billions of dollars in a single performance. That's definitely a masterstroke that is only possible for someone who was worth more than $100 billion. Under normal circumstances, a company with a market capitalization of billions of dollars would hardly have more than $100 million of liquidity on its books. And a company with a market capitalization of $10 billion can be said to be quite cash flow rich if it has more than $1 billion on its books. As for a performance to take out tens of billions of cash flow to acquire the industry, that even if you look at the entire Lingnan, absolutely also counted on a handful of. However, that's not all. After finishing these with a slight shock, and Nanjiang actually put down his teacup and directly sat upright. Moreover, these are not the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated thing is that when I had someone look up information about the China Shipping Aviation Group before, I also found out some information. Those messages are not at all noticeable when they stand alone. However, after hearing your description of Wang Yi today, as well as my personal contact with this young man, I suddenly realized that this information is thinly veiled. It was the first time that Tian had seen Nanjiang so out of sorts, seeing that her father, who had always been unperturbed by the collapse of Tarzan, was fluctuating in color like this. She immediately took over the conversation. What information? And Nanjiang took a deep breath. Zhonghai Aviation Group. There was a change in business information a few days ago. According to our friends over there in the industry and commerce, the legal person and shareholders over there have changed, and it should have been wholly acquired. However, all of the changed corporate and shareholder information is set to be highly confidential. Even they can't find out. At first glance, and Tian did not hear any connection between this news and Wang Yi, and was about to ask a question when suddenly, a bold idea popped up. She looked at her father with some disbelief, and Nanjiang, however, as if he had guessed what she was thinking, nodded before continuing. This is not the end. That time when China Shipping Airlines Group unexpectedly, directly reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Shangri-La Hotel, which has a market capitalization far exceeding that of China Shipping Airlines. I also asked a friend to help me check it out. As it turned out, it was discovered that the legal person and shareholders of the Shangri-La Hotel chain group, too, had undergone a secret change before the cooperation was concluded. And the information of the changed legal person and shareholders was likewise set to be highly confidential. And Sweetheart's eyes were unconsciously wide this time, and her breathing was a little difficult. And Nanjiang, however, continued. And then after that, it was this morning that I heard Fang Zhengzheng of the Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group personally run to the Zhonghai Aviation Group to meet Zhong Jicheng and Lu Yuanzhang in secret. After I heard about it, I had my friends over at the business and industry side check it out as well. As a result, guess what? The Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group also secretly carried out a few days ago the shareholding and legal person change. The new shareholders and legal person information is still highly confidential level. And Sugar choked a little. So, what do you mean, Dad? I have a bold guess. And Nanjian didn't answer directly, but twisted his head to look at her. And Sweetie, however, understood what he meant at once. Wait for me to make a call, and the answer will come out. And Nanjiang said, directly took out his cell phone and called one with the memo Old Son. And Sweetie knew that the one who was called Old Son by her own father, but was quite intimidating in the business world of Zhonghai. That is the real hand in charge of the industrial and commercial field in Zhonghai. When the phone was connected, that Old Son was obviously in awe of Nanjiang. His tone was all polite. Is there anything, mister? And needs me for at this point in time to contact me? However, and Sweetie didn't care about these details. She was also used to everyone around her being in awe of her father. She pricked up her ears after hearing her father and that Old Son chatting for a few moments, eventually cutting to the chase and asking about the change of the legal entity and shareholding of the Zhongning Regal Club. And at this moment, that Old Son on the other side of the phone was obviously also very strange. Zhongning Regal Club has actually secretly completed the change of legal entity and shareholding as well? Also, the level of secrecy of the new legal entity and shareholders is still very high, and we are not authorized to view it. Wicked Zhonghai sighed how net out of this kind of thing it cannot be which big family recently to come out of the activities? And Sweetie subconsciously then jerked her head towards her father. And Nanjiang, at this moment, seemed to have heard something heavenly as well. When he hung up Old Son's phone, he couldn't help but stand up directly from his chair. My intuition, it seems, was right. And Tian only felt her scalp tingle. China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotels, Four Seas Commercial Real Estate behind acquisitions, and behind the frequent interactions of these large corporations. Is it actually all Wang Yi? It's still not possible to assert that it's him, and Nanjiang's expression was equally incomparably shocked, but under his eyes he remained calm. But this is like the same style of doing things. We are absolutely certain that these must have a great deal to do with him. This guy, where is he in ordinary family? He's clearly a latent fierce dragon. Then Dad, what should we do next? And Sweetheart's heart was completely messed up at this moment, and Nanjiang didn't seem to dare to make a decision easily. After pacing back and forth for a few rounds, he then gruffly said, first, since he doesn't want outsiders to know, then we should also follow his wishes and continue to pretend that we don't know anything, not to mention that we can't divulge half of this information to the outside world. And Sweetie nodded her head in a hurry. Secondly, in addition to selling off the shares of Lingnan Airlines, we must also try to do everything we can to break into the strategic planning of China Shipping Airlines. I have a hunch that these moves should only be the beginning. China Shipping Airlines is sure to make more big moves that will shake up the entire business community. We must seize the first opportunity before anyone else reacts. And Sweetie continued to nod her head. Thirdly, I see that Wang Yi seems to have a pretty good impression of you, and he doesn't have any rejection or aversion when you joke with each other. If you have the chance in the future, you should also get in touch with him as much as possible. And Tian originally subconsciously wanted to nod her head, but when she reacted, she immediately looked at her father with a huh? She looked at her father. Was father trying to get himself to take the initiative and grasp Wang Yi? Wang Yi's figure surfaced in her mind during these several contacts with Wang Yi, and in Sweetheart's heart, which had just calmed down, seemed to have inexplicably messed up the beat a bit again. Early the next morning, it seems like it would be better to have a car of your own. Wang Yi couldn't help but shake his head for a moment as he woke up from the large bed in the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel. Last night, after Song Wen-ro did not care about being molested by herself, and suggested that she wanted to cook Wang Yi's noodles more often, the original signals released were already enough and the atmosphere was about right. If Wang Yi had a directly over at that moment, Song Rowan would not have refused, I'm sure, but just because there was still a Xiaowu driver sitting in front of him, Wang Yi restrained himself at that time even though he wanted to act. So, at this moment, he is beyond wishing to have a car of his own, have some private space of your own, the kind where you can do whatever you want without worrying about any outsiders interfering. Also, there was no longer any need to worry about encountering a knowledgeable person like an Nanjiang who instantly recognized the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special custom model he was sitting in as the kind from China Shipping Aviation Group. Simply wash up some and called a Westin Hotel Presidential Suite unique private order breakfast to eat. Wang Yi simply eat breakfast while searching the internet. This side of Shanghai can buy the luxury car related news to. Search to circle. See, the most upscale Ford store in Shanghai is actually just a Porsche, which in addition to the occasional high-end models of other brands, most of the time the top of the car is the Porsche Panamera. Wang Yi simply gave up the Ford store and turned his attention to a piece of news searched on the internet. From now until the end of this week, the annual Central Coast International Auto Show rocks. Free tickets, more than 100 car dealers, nearly 100 car brands, thousands of up-to models pouring in, 100 beautiful netizens added. Some of the mystery luxury supercars were even unveiled. After having breakfast, Wang Yi briefly primped and then directly took a taxi to the site of the Shanghai International Auto Show. There was indeed a sea of people over there, and outside the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center, where the International Auto Show was held, all kinds of vehicles were parked early, not to mention that there was a long queue at the entrance of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. Wang Yi naturally couldn't wait in line over there. After thinking that the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center was also the property of 4C's Commercial Properties, he directly called Fong Justice, and just 2 or 3 minutes after he made the call, a young woman with quite a bit of temperament contacted him, and in the envious gazes of a crowd of queuers, led Wang Yi directly into the scene by taking the staff-only channel. When she entered the scene, the young woman obviously knew Wang Yi's identity and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello Mr. Wang, I'm Niu Sijie, the person in charge of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. You can just call me Xiao Niu. Just now Mr. Fong said you want to buy a car. Is there anything we can do for you?" Many of the high-end models on display here today are staffed by our Shanghai commercial real estate staff, which should save you some trouble. Wang Yi didn't want to be surrounded by a bunch of people, and immediately waved his hand. "I'll just stroll around first, and call out to you later if I need to." "Okay." Niu Sijie hurriedly answered and took the initiative to point at a huge signboard in the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The signboard has the detailed divisions of this auto show. What first-tier luxury cars, super first-tier luxury cars, and even where the limited edition supercars that are the main attraction of this auto show are, they are all labeled in detail. "Mr. Wang, if there is anything else you need to know later, feel free to call me. I'll keep this phone open all the time." Wang Yi nodded, and without saying anything more, he directly walked over to the signage. As he walked past, he casually surveyed the exhibits on either side of him. At this moment, within the exhibition area of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center, almost every booth had models from major manufacturers on display, and next to these models, there are a group of LSP gathered around the car, next to the models to take pictures or make videos. The atmosphere was extraordinarily hot and a little bit of a douchebag. It felt less like coming to a car show and more like visiting a kiln. Wang Yi is secretly spit in the bottom of his heart, casually glanced at those wearing one less than a car model as ready to retract their eyes. Did not expect the surroundings. Suddenly came the voice of the yin and yang. "Hey, these poor losers if they weren't trying to make money, how could these beautiful women be smiling at them losers? And how could they be wearing so little for them to take pictures? At this moment, all these beauties must be mentally MMPING, and yet they're all still stupidly happy." At the time of the conspiratorial comment, that one seemed to be still disgusted in general. He spat a thick mouthful of phlegm fiercely towards the ground. After a long while, Wang Yi could notice that as that thick spit was spat out, several gazes around him looked that way. The one, however, seemed to be still fierce, and when the crowd looked over, he directly blurted out, "What are you looking at? Am I not right?" Wang Yi immediately twisted his head to look at the other party, ready to memorize his face before hurrying to hide far away. But to his surprise, he only looked over and saw a face that was extraordinarily impressive, deep enough that he couldn't help but gag at the sight of it before. F***ck. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Wang Yi hurriedly withdrew his gaze and turned around, pretending that nothing happened and he didn't see anything. Yeah, nothing was seen. Nothing happened. After turning around and leaving, Wang Yi made smoke on the soles of his feet and went straight to the C section of the exhibition area where the limited edition supercar was located, as labeled on the signage. But what he didn't expect was that before he could take a breath and start appreciating the limited edition supercars in the C-suite area and the car models whose quality level here was obviously a big step higher, a hand suddenly rested lightly on his shoulder. A nightmarish voice followed from behind. "Little King?" Wang Yi didn't need to turn around to know that it must be the old aunt who had just made him sick in the past who had caught up with him. He immediately covered his face and deliberately changed his tone. "Sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. My last name is not Wang." "Hey, are you teasing Auntie again?" The voice seemed to like Wang Yi quite a bit. His voice became more and more excited. Not to mention that the hand that was originally resting on Wang Yi's shoulder also patted him gently as if he was pampered. Crap, Wang Yi really. Goosebumps almost rose. He really did not expect this Aunt Lu rode so wild. Actually will follow all the way over. Auntie Lu, a regular customer of Sequin Real Estate when Wang Yi used to work at Sequin Real Estate, belonging to the typical eat to the dividends of urban development, with the demolition of overnight wealth, but also people old aunt. In the past, when Wang Yi was working at Sequin Real Estate, he had used the excuse of coming to hang some houses for rent to try to subvert Wang Yi 3 times, repeatedly forwarding some short video segments of Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore and Women's Big 3 hold gold bricks. Women's Big 30 give away rivers and mountains to Wang Yi in private, not to mention, even once, she also in the dead of night, more naked to Wang Yi, sent an ambiguous voice, so that Wang Yi does not want to make an effort to remember to find her Aunt Lu. Seriously, at that moment, even if Wang Yi had blacked out all her contact information on the spot, he almost didn't vomit his overnight meal in disgust. It's not that he dislikes Auntie Lu for being old, ugly and greasy, but mainly because it's not in his destiny to learn how to bend over and eat soft rice. At this moment, seeing Aunt Lu's behavior, Wang Yi directly took 2 steps forward and distanced himself from the figure behind him. Aunt Lu, please respect yourself, said the man, looking back, and not to his surprise, the figure was as greasy as ever, not to mention wearing a limited edition Givenchy t-shirt that doesn't hold up well at all in terms of temperament, but also wearing heavy makeup and a face so thick that one swipe of powder can take off a layer. On the contrary, Aunt Lu was still very unaware of her own feelings. Seeing Wang Yi looking over, she immediately gave him a blank look and said, pinching her orchid finger, I told you, you must be little king. When you turned around just now, I knew it had to be you. A man who pulls his weight like you, no matter where you are, is as distinct and outstanding as a firefly in the darkness, and it's impossible to hide. Aunt Lu, stop for a moment. Wang Yi reached out his hand and directly interrupted her spell casting. We are not acting in a movie at this moment. There's no entanglement between us either. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go on to the car show, so you can pretend you've never seen me. With that, he turned and prepared to leave. However, when he was ready to leave this time, Wang Yi slightly kept an eye out, and the rest of his gaze was still paying attention to Aunt Lu's movements. When she realized that Aunt Lu was making a move to follow her again, she simply stopped her steps and directly frowned slightly. Auntie Lu, you've rented out a few suites on my hands before, and I don't want to say anything unpleasant, but it's a little inappropriate for you to keep following me around like that, isn't it? Aunt Lu, however, seemed to be completely oblivious to Wang Yi's revulsion as she smiled and shook her head. You still have such character, said, not waiting for Wang Yi retort, added, previously see you seen to the house, car and these things are not much feeling, today why suddenly run to see the car show, want to buy a car? Wang Yi didn't want to take her words anymore and simply swept his eyes around the booth. Not to mention, this place deserves to be the C position of this international auto show. In addition to the car, model grade is obviously higher than the other areas of a cut. Even the car on display, obviously also a lot of high grade. Wang Yi simply scanned the car and saw a more desirable model. When Auntie Lu on the side noticed Wang Yi's reaction, but as if she misunderstood something, she once again showed a smile. Your situation. Auntie still used to know something about it from your store. I'm afraid it's a bit out of reach for you to get a decent car on your own. Tell you what, Auntie kinda appreciates you, and Auntie's plumbing at home happens to be a little clogged. How about you come over tonight and pass for Auntie and she'll give you a car for under $200,000? Wang Yi this time completely did not want to take care of her anymore, did not even bother to look at her again, directly turned around and left. After distancing himself from Aunt Lu, he walked straight over to the side of the booth of the car he had just spotted. But what I did not expect is that only to appreciate that car, not a moment, Aunt Lu and perseverance to catch up. This exhibition area of the car, or less to see it. Easy to dream. Too much class. You, Aunt Lu, and I, don't even dare to think about it, so don't hold any illusions. Wang Yi had originally subconsciously wanted to pull away from her again, but I didn't expect the system beep to appear just then. Auntie Lau thinks you're a soft touch. Trigger mission. Hit the face on the spot. Convince people with money. Let Auntie Lu know your strength. Mission reward, 20 billion worth of Shanghai banquet restaurant chain group plus Aka Mason car racing. Wang Yi did not expect that there would be this kind of unexpected joy. The foot that was about to be lifted was withdrawn. However, even so, he still didn't want to bother with Auntie Lu anymore. Standing in place and admiring that car for a moment, Wang Yi directly waved at a beautiful shopper. Beauty, this car, is it for sale now? That beautiful guide was obviously stunned for a moment when she heard this kind of question. A moment later, as if reacting, he hurriedly replied, sold, sir. In principle, All the cars on display at the car show today are sold. Wang Yi directly pointed at the supercar in front of him. Then I'll take this car. That beautiful guide sniffed and was clearly stunned once again. When they looked at the car that Wang Yi was pointing at, their expressions were a bit dumbfounded. A moment later, it was only after Aunt Lu next to her looked over with strange eyes and looked Wang Yi up and down that she reacted as if she had reacted, and reminded her in a low voice. Sir, this car is the grand finale of our international auto show. The Aston Martin DBS Queen's Secret Envoy, Bond's counterpart in the movie Agent 007, and a limited edition global supercar known in the supercar world as the Violent Gentleman. At our international auto show, although all the cars on display have certain purchase discounts, the price of this car after the discount is still quite exaggerated. You want to reconsider? The beautiful shopper's words were obviously giving Wang Yi a leg up. When Auntie Lu on the side heard this, she immediately turned her head to look at Wang Yi. You want to buy this car? Are you sure? This isn't a big guy that you can get with a down payment of a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars. Wang Yi, however, completely ignored her and directly said to the beautiful shopper, It's it. What documents do I need to provide and what formalities do I need to go through? So you can take me directly to them. The beautiful guide seemed to be a bit stunned at this moment as well. After a short while in a trance, this is the only time he replied in a panic. Sir, can you please wait for a moment? This level of luxury car for sale needs our leader to come over personally to deal with it. Moreover, the offer for this level of luxury car requires a joint consultation between our leaders and those on the side of the International Convention Center. Just a moment. I'll go and call our leader for instructions. Wang Yi didn't care about these details, and after letting her make the call, he once again looked around the car in front of him. Not to mention, the car's muscularity and gentlemanly temperament are indeed a good combination, and the multi-layered silver-gray body gives people the feeling of vaguely mysterious color. Completely in line with Wang Yi's aesthetic, needs not to mention that it also matches his temperament. When the beautiful guide came back from the phone call, she instantly pulled out her bank card and handed it over. That's it. The beautiful guide took the bank card with both hands and once again whispered a reminder. Our leaders and the leaders of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center are on their way. It's probably going to be like a minute or two more. Would you like to reconsider? Sir, this car, the global limited edition of 77, the domestic only less than 3. The price of this piece of words, plus a variety of taxes and fees, a conservative estimate needs to be tens of millions. Wang Yi wasn't surprised by any of this and didn't take it seriously. Aunt Lu on the side but could not help but exclaimed. A car conservatively estimated at 10 million. You're kidding. Why don't you go and rob it? $10 million? In a place like Shanghai, commercial properties can be bought in full for several sets. That's an outrageous price for a car. The beautiful guide looked a little embarrassed. Auntie, you may not know about cars. That's still a conservative estimate. After the car show discount, this car is very famous. Last year on the auction house of Sotheby's in Europe had auctioned a car. At that time the auction sold for more than $13 million. Said. She also opened the portable tablet computer, turned out the auction news bright to Aunt Lu to see, and after just a few glances, Aunt Lu's expression, which was still quite exaggerated, became sardonic. The beautiful shopper was not amused, and after putting away the tablet, she just looked at Wang Yi again. Sir, the current price of this car on our side after discounts is 11,880,000. After our leaders and the leaders of the International Convention Center come over later, I guess there will be some more appropriate concessions. But, knowing what I know about our leadership and the style of leadership on this side of the International Convention Center, it's still estimated to be around $11 million after another discount. Wang Yi heard that the beautiful shopper was giving herself steps. She was also quite impressed with her. At this moment, when he heard her mention this again, he immediately smiled at her. Do you have so little faith in me? The beautiful shopper was probably working not long ago, and when she heard Wang Yi break through her own little mind, she actually blushed slightly. Seeing this, Wang Yi felt more and more amused, and simply said, while your leaders and the leaders of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center side have not yet come over, hurry up and go for a capital inspection. If anything happens, I'll take care of it ahead of time. 2. Lest your leaders and the leaders of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center come over later. We have left any flaws on our side. After being reminded of this, the beautiful shopper seemed to have reacted and once again said, Sir, please wait before taking Wang Yi's bank card and going to the workstation. And it was with her leaving like this that Auntie Lu seemed to have slowed down again, turning her head to look at Wang Yi once more. Little Wang, you won the lotto? It's a $10 million car, not $1,000, not $10,000. Auntie's liver trembled a bit when she heard the price. Wang Yi continued to ignore her pussyfooting around. Aunt Lu, however, looked at him with some skepticism. Lotto I also buy every period. I have not heard of the recent winners in the sea have won the jackpot but if you hadn't won the lotto, over $10 million should be an astronomical amount for you. And just as she was about to be convinced, the beautiful guide just returned. When she came back again, the beautiful shopper respectfully returned the bank card to Wang Yi with both hands. No problem, sir, you are fully qualified to buy this car. As he said that, he seemed to be somewhat unable to hold back his curiosity and shock, and secretly glanced at Wang Yi's side face. Wang Yi guessed that she had seen the balance of 2.7 billion won from Jiang Yaoyang's side in her card, and was not surprised by her reaction. But Aunt Lu, who had just been filled with skepticism on the side, was stunned all of a sudden. After standing over there for a good while, as if she had only reacted, she looked at the beautiful guide with disbelief. Are you sure you're not mistaken that he actually has money left on his card that can afford this car? The beautiful shopper should have seen that Wang Yi was not at all fond of this aunt, and at this moment, hearing that tone of hers, she directly smiled and said, yes aunt, this gentleman's balance is not only enough to buy this car, but also enough to mention dozens of such cars at one time with full payment. Pa! The new model fruit cell phone in Aunt Lu's hand directly fell to the ground, and her mouth, unconsciously, opened wide. A few of the surrounding ones who had originally peeked at the beautiful guide were also surprised, and likewise turned their gazes to Wang Yi in unison. What's the concept of picking up dozens of Aston Martin DBS Queen's secretaries all at once? Isn't this statement by the beautiful shopper tantamount to saying outright that Wang Yi has a balance of several $100 million in this card? This mediocre little pretty boy is a complete fucking goddamned hoe. And just as the crowd was in a state of shock, not far away, there was a sudden burst of noisy sounds. Look, a big shot is coming over. Just the man and woman over by this entrance, the one with several others behind him. You guys noticed that the beautiful car models at each booth and the people in charge of them were obviously very polite when they saw them, and one by one, they were scrambling to greet them. In front of Wang Yi, that beautiful guide then rushed to introduce in a low voice. It's our Lingnan region's director Ma, and the person in charge of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center, Mr. Nyo, has arrived. According to the general rules of international auto shows, the luxury cars displayed at the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center, are all required to give them a draw of about 10% of the whole car price once they are sold. Sir, if you are really sincere in wanting this car, later on our director Ma will help you to fight for some concessions from Mr. Nyo's side, and get you the lowest price possible. Saying that, she obviously respected that Superintendent Ma and General Manager Nyo, and with a quick step, she greeted them in the direction where the noises came from. Superintendent Ma, General Manager Nyo. Wang Yi didn't feel much about the discount or not. To be honest, at his stage, not to mention a discount of a few thousand tens of thousands of dollars, even if it is a discount of 100,000 or 200,000, he does not feel anything. It's the same as seeing these unattainable car models in the past after seeing more superb beauties like Yi Qingcheng and Song Rawan, who scored more than 90 points. These mediocrities could no longer make any more waves in his heart. $120,000 in discounts sprinkled in. So, when he saw the beautiful shopper next to him welcoming him, he didn't even bother to return his head, but directly continued to survey the car in front of him, which was about to become his new seat. On the side, Auntie Lu, however, as if she had just reacted, also followed and turned her head to look at the direction where the beautiful shopper had greeted her. Seeing a middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament, apparently slightly awe-inspiring, followed by another young woman with extraordinary temperament, also intentionally or unintentionally lagging behind that young woman, and behind the middle-aged man, followed by several men and women, she instantly judged that the young woman would be the highest ranking of these people, especially hearing the whispers of a number of people around us. This should be General Manager Nyo of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center, right? The aura is so strong. I heard that she's only about 40, but with this charm and temperament, there's really no one else. Aunt Lu even couldn't help but look at the young woman twice more. Her eyes could not hide the flash of envy. However, envious as she was, Aunt Lu still knew how big the difference in status and position between herself and the other party was. Noticing that Mr. Nyo, after nodding at the beautiful shopper, was walking quickly towards the side with a high and cool posture, she took the initiative to take 2 steps back at the first time. Make way for Mr. Nyo and his party. However, just as Aunt Lu moved out of the way, making a gesture and preparing to avert her gaze to avoid the sharp edges of Mr. Nyo and his party, a scene that she would never have imagined even if her head had been broken appeared. Mr. Nyo, who had just been behaving in a full aura and high and cold manner, actually almost jogged over when he saw Wang Yi, and, while coming over, she let her waist bend some, intentionally or unintentionally, and a 12% enthusiastic smile bloomed on her face. Aunt Lu's brain, all of a sudden, exploded. It's not just Auntie Lau. The beautiful shopper who originally followed behind Director Ma almost didn't drop her jaw at this moment. She looked at Wang Yi's back and subconsciously turned her gaze back to her own director. Superintendent Ma was probably surprised at the moment, and likewise widened his eyes. This customer, what's the story? The pretty guide was about to say she wasn't sure. Ahead. However, Mr. Nyo seemed to have finished communicating with Wang Yi, and suddenly folded back with a quick step. Old Ma, our Mr. Wang has his eye on this car. Why don't you just give the most sincere price? The beautiful guide was instantly stunned once again. Seeing that her own director still seemed a bit confused, she hurriedly whispered and tried. Mr. Nyo, I don't know if this Mr. Wang is. I can't say too much about the specifics. However, what I can reveal is that the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center is Mr. Wang's property, and I'm just working for him. Nyo Sijie smiled. The beautiful shopper, however, subconsciously tilted her body back and viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. At the sight of the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy's car, Wang Yi didn't care about the discussions of those behind him, and even more so, he didn't care about the subtle changes in the gazes of the people around him when they looked at him after Nyo Sijie's action. When the beautiful shopper and Director Ma and his party came over again, he just said directly, "Can we check in now?" The beautiful shopper stood behind Director Ma, already not daring to say anything at random. Director Ma, however, lowered his waist and took the initiative to stretch out his hands with a smile on his face. "Yes, of course you can. VIP rest area next to you. Mr. Wang, please." Wang Yi nodded and followed Director Nyo Sijie Ma and his party, walking to the side to sit down within the VIP rest area. With that, the bank card and ID card were casually handed out. Mr. Wang, the price piece. After I just communicated with Mr. Nyo, I have already asked the president of our Aston Martin Dragon Country region for instructions. When Superintendent Ma received the bank card and ID card with both hands, he immediately handed these two to the beautiful shopper, signaling her to go and do it right away. The price piece, we at Aston Martin can give it to you directly at cost. Just 9.8 million for the bare car. On top of that, we'll throw in a full suite of exclusive value-added features and services for the top-of-the-line Aston Martin DBS at no extra cost to you. Look, is this acceptable to you? Wang Yi was not too attached to these, and after a slight smile he said, I can feel Director Ma's sincerity. There's a small problem now, though, in that I'm quite a good driver, but I've never had the time to get a driver's license. This car buying process and licensing and all that. Small matter, this is a small matter. Superintendent Ma's face was still full of smiles. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Within an hour, you are guaranteed to have your license. The back end of the car buying process, the licensing, will not be affected in any way. Wang Yi nodded and waited until Superintendent Ma went aside to make a phone call before looking at Nyo Sijie once again. Nyo Sijie seemed to be afraid that Wang Yi would misunderstand something at this moment, and hurriedly waved his hand. Boss, before I came over, I really didn't know that it was you who wanted to buy a car. It's just that old Ma told me that someone unprecedented is going to buy out their grand finale luxury car at the auto show today and asked me to come along for the ride. According to our cooperation agreement, the top models exhibited on our side do not have to pay the booth fee, but the sold models have to pay us 10% commission, and if they want to give customers too strong discounts, they must also go through my side's agreement. No need to be nervous. Wang Yi smiled, and after scanning her with the system and seeing that her loyalty was actually as high as 85, and that she was actually an A+ level talent as well, he directly said, You've done a great job this time. Just keep it up in the future. Yes, I will definitely bear in mind my boss's teachings. Nyo Sijie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, many of the staff members who knew Nyo Sijie were unconsciously dumbfounded, especially Aunt Lu, who had been paying attention to the side not far from the outside of the VIP rest area, had her entire body numbed. Nyo Sijie, that's the head of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The market value of the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. How much Aunt Lu is no very clear concept, but she can vaguely know how this place must also be 10 figures to start. The head of a 10-figure starting industry was actually so groveling and careful with Wang Yi, and just now that Aston Martin Group Lingnan director, when treating Wang Yi, also so terrified. Is this still the Wang Yi he knew so well? Or is it that, after all the fuss, one has never really understood Wang Yi at all? When Aunt Lu thought of this, she hurriedly escaped from the crowd in a mess, hid in a corner that Wang Yi could not see from his side, and took out her cell phone to call her old flame Mac Manching in the Sikuan real estate. Wait Auntie, to ask you something. You see CUN real estate sales department, that little Wang? Not right, is Wang Yi, he, but unexpectedly, Before she finished speaking, there immediately came a banging sound as if something had fallen to the ground. "What's up, Mai? Is there something going on over there?" Aunt Lu asked. "Nothing, it's just that when I heard you mention the name, I accidentally lost my temper and kicked over something on the coffee table." My Wenqing's voice on the other side of the phone was extraordinarily disheveled. Aunt Lu, however, had a tremor in her heart. "What's going on? Aren't you Wang Yi's supervisor? Is there a need to react so strongly when you hear Wang Yi's name only?" "Aunt Lu, some of the circumstances between you and Mr. Wang Yi, I have heard about it before." On the other side of the phone, my Wenqing seemed to have calmed down a bit. His voice was much more serious. "Today, when you made this phone call, I figured that the odds are that something has happened between you two again." Aunt Lu heard that my Wenqing actually did not dare to call Wang Yi by his name, but called him General Manager Wang. Inexplicably, his heart was a little chilly again. "My auntie used to treat you well. You just tell auntie directly. That Wang is not a big head." "Very big." My Wenqing's voice on the other side of the phone was bitter. "I didn't know before, and thought he was a newcomer who could be bullied at will, but it turned out that our boss seemed to be terrified when he saw it. Not only did he directly tell me to get lost, he also apologized to him in public in a very terrified manner. And to top it all off, just for offending him, there's no place for me in the middle sea now." "Disgruntled, you say, Aunt Lu? I'm ready to leave this place in Zhenghai and start over." Auntie Lu was really scared out of her wits now. The cell phone slipped out of his hand at some point, not to mention, the person also seemed to lose all his strength instantly, and like rotten mud, he slowly went limp along the wall. Inside the VIP rest area of the Aston Martin exhibition area, Wang Yi was following the guidelines of the beautiful shopper and Mr. Ma, simply signing in a few places to complete the car purchase procedures. Suddenly, the system beep popped up. "Congratulations to the host, completing the mission, hitting the face on the spot, convincing people with money, letting Aunt Lu know your strength, reap the rewards. The Mountain and Sea Banquet Restaurant Chain Group worth $20 billion. The system has acquired the Shanghai Banquet Catering Chain Group for the host and handled the relevant formalities. Please reserve a good time in advance within 24 hours for the host to get ready for the handover." And then, another familiar beep. "Congratulations to the host, you've acquired the skill, Akina Mountain Racing." At the same time as the beep appeared, a cool and refreshing aura quickly swept around Wang Yi's body. Then, a metaphysical power seemed to pour into his mind. Countless tips and tricks about driving fast and playing with cars were then burned into his bones. By the time he detached himself from that subtle sensation, Wang Yi didn't even need to try. He was almost as good as the Akamason car gods who had been immersed in car skills for decades. With just a glance, he could have at his fingertips all the performance data, strengths and weaknesses, and the best way to rack up the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secretary next to him. Very nice. Wang Yi couldn't help but nod his head secretly for a while. After speedily signing a few of his own names on a few documents, he turned his gaze to Director Ma and the beautiful shopper on the side. "After signing these things, when can I probably take the car away?" "You can wait for about 3/4 of an hour more." Superintendent Ma's face was full of smiles. "I've already greeted all the relevant departments. Our Aston Martin Lingnan branch side is also on fire to give you expedited processing. In 3/4 of an hour at the most, you'll be able to just bring in your new driver's license and drive this car straight away." Wang Yi no longer say more. Nodded. Left a contact information. Let them do well to contact themselves, then continue to go out to the car show. And Superintendent Ma and these people are obviously very efficient. More than half an hour later, Wang Yi had just finished a few booths. The new driver's license and temporary license plate, these are done. After Wang Yi got his hands on it, he thanked Superintendent Ma and his entourage and couldn't wait to drive the new car onto the Esplanade. The Esplanade, as anyone who knows Zhenghai City knows, is a sightseeing boulevard built along the coastline. The scenery along the way is pleasant, not to mention that the road was built to a high standard and is still over 20 kilometers long. In addition to the fact that there are basically no cars passing through here on weekdays, and there are few traffic lights and violation cameras along the way, it can be called the best biking road in Zhenghai City for bikers and biker lovers. When Wang Yi drove the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy onto this road, he looked for a section without any pedestrians, and directly opened up the fire, tried all the car skills of the Akira Mountains, and ruthlessly enjoyed his speed and passion. After enjoying these extreme driving fun, Wang Yi originally did not want to race again. The car speed down to the city's normal driving speed, but I didn't expect that just a few moments after he dropped his speed, a pop-up Civic suddenly swept past. The moment he flew past, the owner of the Civic also rushed to his side of the clamor like, ruthless o exempt a sound. Meanwhile, a deliberate twist of the cars butt and a tail drift ahead of him. It seems that the tiger still has to give out, or else it's easy for people to take it as a sick cat. Wang Yi unconsciously smiled, and the gas pedal, which had already been loosened, was directly blasted to the bottom with 1 foot. On the other hand, in the pop-up Civic, a man and a woman in the front and passenger seats were both extraordinarily exuberant. The female, that beautiful guest, is wearing loose. The collar is also intentionally open some. In the explosive modified Civic, all the way to the wind, every now and then will shake a white, attracted the small broken station live room of excitement. The male one, Wave, the million-fan video anchor of the car review category on the small, broken station, looked a bit bratty. While driving at the limit, he also turned his eyes to the live camera from time to time. How about it, brothers? Wave's skills aren't blown, right? Isn't the performance of the Civic, which has been blown up by Wave and cost just under $600,000 in total to remodel, unbeatable? During the course of this test drive, did Wave overtake any Ferraris, Mercedes-Benz Mini Steelers, Audi RS, and even hanged a rare Aston Martin? Small broken station live broadcast room. Many fans are obviously by his show too. A reward brush flying up. The 666 is one word, and we're only going to say it once. Wave's Wave is really unbeatable. That overtaking Aston Martin just really showed me. The beautiful guest on the side followed suit and said, "There's definitely nothing to say about your car modification, brother Wave, but your car skills are also high. Before you transition to being a car review video blogger on a small rag station, who didn't know that you, Wave, were a professional racer and had won the title of the first person to race in the marina? It's just as well that this pop-up Civic is in your hands. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't be able to perform so fiercely. A good man is not as brave as he was back then." Wave snorted on his lips, but where the camera couldn't capture. But secretly, he gave a thumbs up at the beautiful guest. Plus, after all, Wave is getting older. There's no way he can be as hard as he used to be. Inside the live broadcast room, many old fans saw him riding fast at the drop of a hat, and immediately swiped up a piece of reward. Longtime fans say the wheels are suddenly rolling in their faces. Cam. Familiar recipe, familiar flavor, worthy of my little rag station's #1 biker blogger, Brother Wave. Brother Wave, it's okay that you can't get any harder. We are already hard from watching the video of you and Xiaji anyway. Still, I wish you could drive a little faster, Brother Long, and the cameraman would give Xiaji a little more close-ups. Seeing this, the beautiful guest of honor by Xiaji immediately acted as if she had just realized that she was naked, and lifted her collar and slipped shoulder straps up a bit. "You guys, you're too bad." Saying that, after throwing a wink at the live feed, he looked at Wave once again. "You're too modest. Wave, you obviously just had a hard-on last night. Didn't you win a supercar team last night when you drove this car on the Esplanade and took the whole track in 9 minutes and 56 seconds straight away? In my opinion, you're clearly getting stronger and stronger with age." In the driver's seat, when Wave was driving at the limit, he saw another big wave of 666 and a large, dense swath of rewards in the live broadcast room, as well as a lot of people wanting blood letters begging for details of last night's Legends match, and was about to pretend to half-heartedly talk about last night's battle. On the side, the Aston Martin that he had just overtaken suddenly chased after him, rolled down the window, smiled faintly at this side, and raised his middle finger. Then, without waiting for Brother Long to react, and without waiting for the many viewers in the live broadcast room who saw the scene to react, the Aston Martin gave another wrong sound and directly took off. In the blink of an eye, it left the blown-up Civic, which had just been blown out of the water, as well as the Wave, a long distance away. It was only after a while that Xiaji seemed to be the first to react, looking at the Aston Martin that was getting farther and farther in front of her, and her voice was a little weak as she said, "Brother Wave, the other party just seemed to be retaliating against your previous taunts. He just overtook the car and also twisted the cars but a few times and did a few sets of tail drift moves in front of our pop-up Civic. What to do?" Wave was originally a bit embarrassed, but when it was noticed that the live broadcast room, after a brief silence, immediately swiped out a large swath of gifts. A large number of fans are also shouting the other side is too arrogant. Have to treat him. Have to let the other side know what is called the real god of the car. Wave brother rushed him. Today directly 50,000 gifts sent on, and so on. He instantly put on his righteous indignation as well. MD, that guy is so arrogant. It's just a crappy Aston Martin supercar. What's the big deal? Brothers, all ready to stand up. Next, the Wave brother will take the brothers to witness how the explosive modification of the ground Civic hanging Aston Martin whack. On top of his righteous indignation, Brother Long also hurried to sneakily gesture at Xiaji from an angle that the camera couldn't capture. Xiaji, as the resident guest on Wave brother's side, took one look at his gesture and clearly understood what he meant. Immediately, he looked like a florid gesture that was handsome by Brother Wave. Brother Wave really deserves to be the first person in the racing industry in Shanghai. This boldness really has no one. When I saw the Aston Martin overtaking just now, my first reaction was a bit of panic and embarrassment. But what Wave was actually thinking of was to just turn 7,000 and fuck the other guy. Families, everyone brush up your rewards and give Wave a little encouragement, okay? On the side, Wave brother was instantly happy in his heart when he saw that another wave of popping gifts immediately came to the live broadcast room. But on the surface, he still said with a serious face, "Brothers, I declare in advance that this is definitely not the script and the actors I found. It's just an unexpected situation during a live broadcast. Now, I'm going to rev it up to 7,000 RPM and really go at it with the other guy. When you're riding a bike, you may not have time to interact with everyone again, so the interaction is mainly in Xiaojia's hands." Saying that, he hurriedly gave a gesture to the guide in the back of the car, signaling the other party to give the camera mainly to Bai Xiaojie and himself for the biking action scene. When both the guide and Bai Xiaojie indicated that they were ready, they began to give it their all, bringing the performance of the exploded Civic to its limits. It must be said that he is still quite strong as the former number 1 in the professional racing scene in Shanghai. After really seriously racing the explosive modified Civic, in a little while, he overtook several fried street parties who were riding next to him, attracting another bounty in the live broadcast room. When Brother Long saw this, his heart was in the right place when he suddenly saw the Aston Martin that he had just overtaken stop not far in front of him. He subconsciously merged his car over, interacting with the viewers on the air in passing. And, what he didn't expect, however, was that just as he was bringing his car and the Aston Martin together, the other car actually backed up a few meters and, then, without waiting for him to react, he ejected again and overtook the Civic, twisting his butt a few times and drifting twice before the Civic. When he saw this scene, not only did Brother Wave's face darken, but Bai Xiaojie on the side also didn't know how to round it up. The other party reversed when the explosive Civic merged forward, so that the explosive Civic first speed up to run a few dozen meters, and then instantly overtake, and repeat the provocative action that Wave had previously used on the other party when overtaking. It's not only extremely humiliating, it's also extremely damaging. For fuck's sake. Inside the live broadcast room, many fans were obviously a bit confused when they saw this scene. What's going on? Didn't Wave just say he was going to blow up an Aston Martin? How is it that the owner of an Aston Martin voluntarily backed up for a while before starting again after the Civic merged, and overtook the Civic? Blowing so much before, and talking about being the first person to race in the Middle Sea, and this is what it turns out to be? Wave was able to make a car review video account in a small broken station before, relying on the title of the first person in the racing world in Shanghai, and now that he saw his fundamental being questioned, he naturally got nervous. After taking a deep breath, he directly said, "Brothers, just now I was careless and didn't flash. Disappointed everyone. However, my brother Long is not someone who can be defeated so easily." Saying that, Wave gripped the steering wheel tightly and looked at the rear of the Aston Martin in front of him with a grave expression. "I'm going to fight for it, not to prove how great I am, but I'm going to show everyone that what I've lost, I'm going to get it back with my own hands. Next, I'll really go all out. You'll see." The audience in the live broadcast room, hearing this declaration of his, and seeing him for the first time to show such gravity, originally also one by one, the blood boiled. Another round of reward encouragement. But by the time Wave was wildly racing the Civic to tie the Aston Martin was backing up again as the two cars merged, then ejecting to start back over the blown-up Civic, and showing off a floating rear end in front of the Civic. And after repeating the operation, humiliating the exploded Civic 7 times in a row and playing 7 in 7 out, everyone in the live room was instantly quiet. Then, there was a landslide, garbage up master, an operation as fierce as a tiger. The result is this? And bragging every day about being the number 1 in Central Sea racing. Can you stand up to us? RNM, refund. Within the explosive modified Civic, Bai Xiaojie, who originally tried to find a way to round up the scene for Long, also completely gave up on saving the scene when she saw this. Seeing the Aston Martin in front of them drifting away again and never stopping to wait for them, she craned her head to look at Wave and said, directly in front of the live camera, "It can't be saved. Go off the air. The other guy doesn't even bother to play with you anymore and walks away. Get off the air early and do something about it." Saying that, after waiting for Brother Wave to brake sharply and stop, he simply straightened his clothes, then quickly got out of the car and called a car to leave first. And in the Civic, that guide saw her leave and seemed to understand something. Seeing that Brother Long had completely lost his temper, his eyes were red and he looked like a wild animal on the verge of rage, she likewise didn't even bother to say hello to Wave again, packed up her equipment, and took a cab to leave. Over the years, She and Bai Xiajia have been working as resident guests and guides for Wave's video account. So, they know exactly the tone of those users and fans of the Little Broken Station. Video bloggers like Wave, who is today's main professional racer persona, flipped their cars directly into the trench during the live broadcast and were so repeatedly rubbed on the ground. Needless to think, the video account must be ruined. These people, they have no need to care about the follow-up of Lang, not to mention the other side of the waste what words, directly to seek a new way of life on the line. In the front, on the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy, Wang Yi, however, put on the music and hummed along with it. Just deliberately stopped and waited for the explosion-modified Civic, then waited for the Civic to catch up and then reversed, letting the other party run a few dozen meters before overtaking the other party, repeatedly humiliating the other party to the 7th time. He already knew that the other party's mentality was completely messed up by himself. Therefore, after humiliating the other party for the 7th time, he didn't wait for Civic, and directly took to the road leisurely once again with a heart full of pleasure. However, what he didn't expect was that just after Wang Yi drove leisurely for a while, a call from an unfamiliar number came. Connecting, the voiceover there was still exceptionally polite. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Wang Yi Wang? Wang Yi didn't even need to listen to his afterword, and instantly guessed the other party's origin. He smiled faintly and said directly, I'm Wang Yi, wait a moment, I'll pull over and say more, said the man, parking the car in the shade of a coconut tree. Then again, stepping aside to sit at a seaside stand and buy a fresh coconut. Now that'll do. You're from the mountain and sea feast side, right? Yes, Mr. Wang. The one on the other side of the phone had obviously been waiting. After answering the voice is still very humble. I am Song Minghui of Mountain and Sea Banquet. Before replacing the former boss to preside over the entire Mountain and Sea Banquet brand in group operation. You call me Old Song on the line. On the side of Mountain and Sea Banquet, the relevant information and proof of equity and so on have been prepared. I wonder when is convenient for you, Mr. Wang? I can come over anytime and work with you on these handoffs. Wang Yi didn't answer Song Minghui's question either, but instead asked a rhetorical question. What's the recent situation over at the Mountain and Sea Banquet? When he was working before, he often heard some colleagues bragging that the Mountain and Sea Banquet is a high-end route, plus a good combination of some local characteristics, belonging to the kind of middle and high end of the people sought-after chain hotels. There was a time when he heard his co-workers bragging about it more, and he even dreamed of going there once. On the other side of the phone, Song Minghui, on the other hand, was clearly stunned for a moment, a bit unresponsive. However, after the piece of reception, he still answered honestly, the business over here at the Mountain and Sea Banquet's Shanghai branch is very good, like our side of the table. As usual, it's almost all booked up a week in advance. Moreover, our Mountain and Sea Banquet has a very good reputation. Not only do most of the celebrities and high-end people in Shanghai treat us as the first choice for high-end banquets, but even some stars and middle and high-end people from abroad will prefer us when they come to dine in Shanghai. Very good. Wang Yi nodded, then directly said, I'll take my friend over there for dinner tonight as well. When the time comes, we'll just do the handoff by the way. Saying that, he waited for Song Minghui on the other side of the phone to answer and hung up. After hanging up the phone and drinking another coconut, Wang Yi was originally ready to go back to the car, but I didn't expect to just turn around and see that not far away, his Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret messenger was already surrounded by a group of people. There was also a very slightly sultry, beautiful young woman in loose-fitting clothes and huge old shoulders, who was looking at the live camera and looking exuberant and dancing around. That beautiful young woman, in fact, was no one else but Bai Xiajie, who had only left from Brother Long's side not long ago. Bai Xiajie originally took a taxi, was ready to go straight back to rest for a while, and then think about where to make a living next. But I didn't expect to see the same Aston Martin that had anti-fucked them several times halfway down the road. And it was at the sight of that Aston Martin parked on the beach that Bai Xiajie's sense of smell from so many years of being the resident guest of the live broadcast was instantly triggered. Wave is down. But this Aston Martin that stomped Wave down is surely an easy conversation starter on the little rag station. This would have worked a little bit, especially if you pulled Aston Martin owners up and got a little shitty station video account together. That's a lot of traffic. No worries about not making money later. So, Bai Xiajie let the driver stop the car at that time, and called Wave's guide over, and hurriedly used her own video account to open the live broadcast. And not surprisingly, right after she opened a live stream against this Aston Martin supercar, the live room was instantly packed with viewers. 666. This Aston Martin. Just now when this car hangs the Wave brother whack, a wave of reverse let Wave brother first run a few dozen meters, and then overtake the operation really dick. This owner is definitely a bigot, and an absentee kind of bigot at that. Countless pop-ups flew up while many gift rewards popped up. Seeing this, Bai Xiajia immediately looked exuberant and said to the live camera, "Right, family members, this is the same Aston Martin that just hammered brother Lang and messed up his mind. Everyone can see this Aston Martin supercar is very new in color. It should still be a new car that has only been on the road for a short time. And according to some of Xiajia's experiences I've had playing with cars, a new car that's only been on the road for a short time often hasn't reached its performance limits. So, as some of the families on the air have said, whoever was driving this car before must have been a racing superstar. Now what about when Xiajia saw this car parked on the beach and suddenly had a bold idea? Just want to be here live while waiting for that big guy to show up. And then see if there's a chance to do a live interview with that big guy or just collaborate and put out some shows together or something." And as soon as she said that, it became clear that the reactions of the many fans and viewers in the live broadcast room had once again perfectly fit her expectations. 2. This can be had. This Aston Martin just dumped and drifted. And the drain cornering was very Akamason God of Cars-esque. Xiajia must interview this big shot. As long as you can interview the owner of this Aston Martin, the reward will be yours. Countless pop-ups flew by while a reward for supporting her also floated up. Seeing this, Bai Xiajia was originally going to lead another wave of people to pay attention and reward her again. But I didn't expect a sudden cacophony of noise to come from the surroundings just as the smash hit. Then, they saw the crowd that had originally surrounded them silently make way. A handsome man, jiggling the keys to his Aston Martin, walked slowly over. "Families, it looks like we're in luck. The owner of the Aston Martin has come over." Bai Xiajia instantly brightened up. "And the other party is a young handsome man. Just a moment everyone. I'm going to deal with the other side and get their opinion. As soon as the person agrees to be on camera, I'll have the guide give the camera over and interact with them as everyone wants." With that said, and seeing another sensation and high dynasty in the broadcast room, she flashed out a makeup mirror. Then from the bag she carried, she took out the Chopper makeup kit, which she seldom touched on weekdays, and gave herself a quick touch-up of Chopper makeup. After making sure he was in top form, and immediately unbuttoning his collar one more time, he made his way to the driver's side of the Aston Martin. While walking to the driver's side of the Aston Martin, Bai Xiajia bent down at the first opportune moment and bloomed a 12-minute soft smile at Wang Yi inside. "Hello handsome, I'm Xiujie, a blogger in the car review category on the Little Broken Station. I just saw your superb driving skills on the Civic and was impressed, so I took the liberty of coming over to interrupt. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to give us an interview." When bending over, Bai Xiajia had the good sense to control the angle, just the right amount of time to properly give some benefits to Wang Yi in the car at the same time, and at the same time, perfectly show a little bit of her own body advantage, coupled with the kind of young woman's flavor that was unique to her. She believed that a man would definitely not be able to resist this charm and temptation. And the truth was just as Bai Xiajia had predicted. Aston Martin's side of the car. Many onlookers saw the scene, immediately cannot help but swallow hard saliva. It's great to be rich. People sitting in the car. There is a beautiful young woman with a beautiful surname so active to send benefits. Sitting in the car, watching this kind of superb young woman bending over. Must be a blast. While they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, these people also looked at Wang Yi inside the supercar with a somewhat envious and jealous expression. Bai Xiajie saw the situation, originally felt more and more stable, the smile on his face also more and more confident when, within the Aston Martin, Wang Yi, however, didn't even look at her and directly said, "Sorry, I'm not available." With that, he simply raised the window of the car and took off. The Aston Martin whistled away, bringing up a gust of wind, but Bai Xiajie was completely messed up in the wind. As she watched the car drift away, she looked at the guide with some bewilderment. "Am I so unattractive?" The guide she was playing with was also a bit confused at the moment and shook his head. Maybe he's just not understanding. Bai Xiajie also somewhat suspected that this was the case, and was about to nod her head when someone in the crowd on the side suddenly snorted a laugh. "Is this the legendary Common and Confident? People clearly don't see your little capital and heart, okay? It's a shame that you guys are still video bloggers in the car review category, and you didn't even recognize that the supercar wasn't an unusual Aston Martin. That car is an Aston Martin DBS Queen's Secret, the same model of Bond in the movie Queen's Secret 007, a super limited edition of 77 cars worldwide. The market value is at least $10 million. Would someone who can afford to drive a supercar like this look at your little care and posture?" Bai Xiajie followed the sound and looked over, and saw a middle-aged man with a rather unimpressive dress and demeanor sneer as he directly got into a Bentley. Apparently, it's a bigot, too. She blushed for a moment in embarrassment. When he looked over at the guide again, he was all a bit unsure how to continue the live broadcast behind him. On the Aston Martin DBS Queen's Secret Envoy, Wang Yi, however, did not care about everything behind him, and rushed directly to China Shipping Aviation Group after leaving the Esplanade. When he arrived at the entrance of the China Shipping Airlines building again, there was no need for Wang Yi to greet him. A staff member immediately greeted him and took the initiative to help him pull open the car door. At the same time a greeting sounded. Mr. Wang. Hello Mr. Wang. Good afternoon, Mr. Wang. All of these people apparently remembered Wang Yi's appearance even though they did not know his exact identity after Zhang Jiqing personally came to pick him up and Yi Qingqing personally sent him down several times. When Wang Yi heard the greetings from these people, he also smiled faintly at them, and then walked towards the hall. At this moment, Song Wenro had already gotten off work and was sitting in the hall early, quietly waiting for Wang Yi to come over. However, she probably came in a hurry, and she was actually wearing her work clothes. Her innocent face matched with her workplace white-collar outfit, which had a different flavor. It looks extraordinarily eye-catching when it sits nicely in the lounge area in the lobby. When Wang Yi walked over and she also got up to welcome him, Wang Yi immediately couldn't help but praise. Little Gentle is really getting prettier and prettier. And 1,000 workplace outfits can be worn with a different sense of beauty. Which has a Song Ro's expression was somewhat unable to conceal the surprise, but the voice is still very embarrassed. Look, I wear this has been strange twisted. Always feel particularly tight to come. Wang Yi glanced at her enormous sin. How could the designer designing the professional clothes probably not have thought that it would need to put up with such odd-sized breasts? Oops, what are you all babbling about? Song Wenro actually understood his stanza. After blushing slightly and giving him a blank look, he also silently contained his waist back a bit to make his huge sin less conspicuous. Wang Yi, however, didn't care about these small actions of hers, but just gave her a glance with a smile. So, has Little Gentle become bad now too, and actually understands these stalks? I'm not. Song Gentle's cheeks turned even redder. It's Sweetie, my other roommates who used to say these weird idioms all the time in the dorm. After hearing them talk more, I know a little bit even if I'm not that anymore. Seeing her in this position, Wang Yi didn't continue to flirt with her. Rua her head and said, let's go, take you to a good place. Song Rowan was obviously a bit curious, and immediately asked after following Wang Yi out of the China Shipping Airlines building, what kind of good place is it? However, when she saw that Wang Yi actually got into a cool silver supercar and waved at her, signaling her to get into the car, she immediately forgot about it and said, wow, Wang Yi, you bought a new car. Wang Yi nodded and waited for her to get on the car and close the door. Then smiled ambiguously and said, I bought it especially for you. Convenient for the two of us to be alone in the car, so as not to have a repeat of what happened last night. Ah, Song Ro's face instantly reddened into two small apples again. Why are you saying these strange words again? However, despite what her mouth said, her body was honest enough to fasten her seatbelt. There was no hint of resistance or revulsion at all. Wang Yi smiled at the sight and didn't say anything more as he started the car and headed straight to the Zhenghai branch of the Mountain and Sea Banquet. Beautiful car. Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy with such a superb beauty as Song Rowan. Along the way, not surprisingly, won a piece of envy and jealousy gazes. Even when the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Mountain and Sea Banquet and parked their car in the parking lot of the Mountain and Sea Banquet where there were clouds of luxury cars, there were quite a few guests who couldn't help but look at them sideways. Wang Yi was already somewhat accustomed to this and didn't have much of a reaction. Song rendered but a little staggered. The turnover rate of this car is too high. Driving it like a big star. Wherever you go, you can enjoy the attention of others. Wang Yi parked the car and smiled slightly. Aren't you just like a star yourself? Everywhere you go there are guys who can't help but steal glances, and girls who can't help but steal glances too kind of thing. It's not that exaggerated. Song Wenro did not know if it was because she had been flirted with by Wang Yi before, but she kept her waist contained when she walked, trying to make her huge sin look as unobtrusive as possible. Wang Yi couldn't help but smile when he saw this. With that, it turned its attention to the Mountain and Sea Feast. The entire Shanghai Banquet Zhenghai branch is really very Lingnan style, and the elements of mountains and the sea are perfectly integrated into the architecture and landscape. Just stepping into the area felt very intimate and comfortable. Nice. He gave a heartfelt sigh of approval. On the side, Song Wenro was a bit puzzled. What's not bad? The environment here, and the feeling it creates for people is great. Wang Yi smiled and nudged her nose. Of course, there's also the most important thing is the popularity of this place. It's obviously neither a holiday nor any kind of tourist season, but the place is packed with guests. Apparently, the people in charge of this brand, they're also very capable. Song Ro was so nudged by him, as if she also reacted. It seems like it's really like this. Looking at the tone of the place and the people coming in and out, the hotel should be quite high class and the spending level is on the high side. But under these circumstances, this place actually manages to remain so popular on non-holiday days. The ability of the person in charge concerned must be extraordinary. Hearing her decent analysis, Wang Yi immediately gave her an approving look. Not bad. It seems that little Gentle has not only grown up in her body, but also in her mind. It's still outside? Why are you talking about these strange words again? Song Wenro was a bit embarrassed and gently whacked Wang Yi. Wang Yi, however, couldn't help but smile as he looked down at her and said, "So, what you're saying is that the two of us can talk about this when we're in private?" Not at all. Song Render's face grew a little redder. I mean, you weren't like this before, because I've grown up too. Wang Yi smiled ambiguously at her once again. Then, without waiting for her to avoid her eyes in panic, she rolled her head. Okay, no kidding you. Let's go in and see what the food is like. In this place. Aha. Song Rowan immediately nodded her head obediently and followed Wang Yi inside. After walking into the mountain and sea banquet, seeing that it was in full swing and there weren't any empty tables, Wang Yi was originally thinking of giving Song Minhui a call. A surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Gentle, when did you come to Shanghai too? At the same time that this voice of surprise came, Wang Yi also clearly perceived that Song Rowan had almost immediately taken her arm, and half of her body along with her huge sin had also been attached to her arm almost simultaneously. Feeling the amazing touch, Wang Yi immediately put down the phone and gave Song Rouge an inquiring look. Song Rowan, however, seemed a bit flustered. Read this little face, her eyes didn't dare to make contact with Wang Yi. Do me a favor, pretend to be my boyfriend. This guy is a friend of mine from college who used to chase me and was annoying. Reject him any way you can. He's a stalker, won't let go kind of guy. Wang Yi didn't expect that it would actually be this kind of dogged situation, but sensing the pleading in Song Rouge's eyes, and the amazing tenderness at his arm, he didn't say anything. After letting Song Wenro hold on to him, he raised his head and looked in the direction the voice came from. At this moment, a man with a few handsome but slightly feminine looks was walking over to this side. The man is obviously a bit of status. A dress is very line temperament not to say. When he came over the hand also held a very high-grade red wine glass, and behind him, on a table, there were several other people of extraordinary temperament who followed his movements as he moved and looked over together. Wang Yi could clearly perceive the flash of gloom under the man's eyes as his gaze swept over him. However, he didn't point it out, but instead glanced at the man before looking at Song Rouge once again. At this moment, the man's gaze was also on Song Rowan, and his gaze was still very affectionate. Rowan, what a coincidence. Song Ro, however, apparently really hated him, and directly said nonchalantly, Li Zixiong, I've emphasized several times already, please call me by my full name. Thank you. As she said that, she also deliberately hugged Wang Yi's arm tighter, and her body also pressed a little closer to his side. Wang Yi could sense the amazing silky smoothness at his arm, and immediately cooperated by taking another look at Song Wenro, pretending to be puzzled. Wenro, this is? Li Zixiong, my classmate from Huaqing University. Song Ro said. As Li Zixiong looked at Wang Yi, she also shook Wang Yi's arm in passing. This is my boyfriend, Wang Yi. Wang Yi? When Li Zixiong heard this name, he seemed to ponder for a moment before looking at the table behind himself with some uncertainty. Is there anyone in Shanghai City with the surname Wang who was more powerful? The guests at that table obviously took him as their honor, and knew his intention of asking this. When they heard this even they all started shaking their heads. I don't think so. I haven't heard of it. There are more powerful ones in Shanghai with the surname Wang, and there are also more powerful ones with the surname Wang. I just haven't heard of any very powerful ones with the surname Wang. Ha ha, why are you asking this? Mr. Li, it's nothing. It's just that I've been in contact with more and more big bosses lately, so I'm afraid I'm going to forget. Li Zixiong laughed and looked at Wang Yi again. Man, me and all these friends of mine don't seem to know of anyone in Shanghai with the surname of Wang who is more powerful. I wonder if you could help answer our confusion and give us a long look? That's a statement that could be described as the mockery value being pulled right up to full capacity. Wang Yi hadn't even said anything yet, but Song Rowan on the side couldn't help herself. What do you mean, Li Zixiong? Li Zixiong lazily drank a mouthful of red wine. Nothing meaningful. If you do not understand, ask it. Isn't that what our teacher used to teach us? Be willing to ask questions when you don't understand something. Song Render was so angry that her heart was a violent rise and fall. Wang Yi could clearly perceive that the sides of his arms were like being set to vibration mode for a while. A duong. He immediately pulled Song Rowan and gently patted her back, signaling her to calm down. With that, it was only then that he looked at Li Zixiong again. Have we met before? Li Zixiong was obviously frozen for a moment when he asked this. Still, a moment later he shook his head. No. Seeing this, Wang Yi continued to ask, then where were we feuding before? Neither. Li Zixiong still shook his head. So is there something wrong with your brain? Wang Yi directly laughed coldly. Running over here without any offense is a mockery. Li Zixiong obviously did not expect that Wang Yi would directly spray himself angrily in public, and all of a sudden he was a bit speechless. And around Li Zixiong's table, originally still staring at this side of the gloating those people, the probability is also did not expect Wang Yi will be so just. The expression all stiffened for a moment. A few moments later, when the crowd reacted and was about to get up and come over to help, a burst of noisy sounds suddenly came from the vicinity of the Mountain and Sea Banquets building. Crap! It's Mr. Song from the Mountain and Sea Banquet headquarters, and a few vice presidents from the Mountain and Sea Banquet headquarters. Why are they all over here today? Did something big happen? Or are they discussing something? Looking over at the sound, he saw the head of the Mountain and Sea Banquet, Mr. Song Minghui Song, leading a group of people, walking down the hallway with a quick and imposing step. The crowd suddenly looked shocked, originally to the edge of the mouth ready to help the words, hurriedly swallowed back hard. On the other hand, opposite Wang Yi, Li Zixiong, who had originally been directly charged head-on, unconsciously looked puzzled. Seeing Song Minghui and the others walking down the stairs, he hurriedly greeted them with a smile on his face and lowered his waist to take the initiative. Hello Mr. Song, I'm Li Zixiong, of Li's Fresh Food. Aha! Song Minghui, however, only gave a perfunctory response, not even bothering to look at him. With that, he quickly walked over to Wang Yi and made a deep bow. Sorry Mr. Wang, we came over late. Wang Yi could clearly notice the exaggerated expression on Li Zixiong's face as Song Minghui bowed toward him. It could also be clearly noticed that the wine glass in Li Zixiong's hand was just a little bit short of falling directly from his hand. Seeing that Li Zixiong and Li Zixiong's friends at that table were all dumbfounded, he immediately smiled faintly. And, late, why do I think, Mr. Song, that you guys came at the right time? As soon as Wang Yi's words came out, the originally lively Mountain and Sea Banquet Hall was obviously strangely quiet for a moment, and the faces of Li Zixiong and his group all changed in unison. Mr. Wang, did something unpleasant just happen? Song Minghui was definitely also a shrewd person, and once he took a look at this situation, his face immediately became gloomy, his face sank, and the atmosphere within the entire hall of the Mountain and Sea Banquet instantly froze for a moment. The faces of Li Zixiong and his group, on the other hand, immediately became a few more ugly points, especially Li Zixiong himself. When he looked at Wang Yi again, the bottom of his eyes unconsciously took on a bit of fear and pleading color. Wang Yi, however, turned a blind eye and smiled faintly at Song Minghui. There's no need for Mr. Song to be so nervous. It's not a big deal. It's that Mr. Li Zixiong and his friends, whom I've only just met, who just told me they hadn't heard of a more powerful one in Shanghai with the surname of Wang, and were looking for me to ask for advice. He said this in a salty manner, but Song Minghui and his group, however, understood in an instant what had just happened. Is it not a naked slap in the face to ask for advice on which of Shanghai surnames is powerful in front of one whose surname is Wang? The faces of Song Minghui and the many other executives of the Mountain and Sea Banquet who were present all collapsed at once. Several people, almost simultaneously, turned their gazes to Li Zixiong. Li Zixiong, on the other hand, hurriedly begged for forgiveness towards Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, it's a misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. I really didn't realize just now that there was this relationship between you and Mr. Song In. If I had known that, I wouldn't have dared to make such a move even if it killed me. Shut the hell up. Song Minghui, however, directly interrupted him. Li Zixiong, Li's Rawhide's people. Your dad is Li Guobin, right? The one that specializes in supplying organic vegetables to our Mountain and Sea Banquet? Li Zixiong's face turned pale, and all of a sudden he seemed to associate something with it, and hurriedly waved his hands. Mr. Song, this matter has nothing to do with my father. The sin is not on him, nor on Li's Fresh. Please don't involve Li's Fresh. Business has been difficult these past 2 years. If the Mountain and Sea Banquet side stops the supply of Li's Fresh, all of our hundreds of employees at Li's Fresh will surely be out of a job. Playing the moral kidnapping bit with me? Song Minghui snorted coldly. When you were blabbering in front of Mr. Wang before, why don't you remember that you are still burdened with hundreds of employees behind you? Saying that, he directly looked at the assistant at the side. Call Li Guobin. Let him personally come to the Mountain and Sea Banquet himself and think about how to deal with this matter. The assistant answered and immediately went aside to make a phone call. Wang Yi could clearly see. After seeing this scene, Li Zixiong's body shook and he almost didn't sit down on his butt. Yet, Song Minghui seemed to think it wasn't enough. After the assistant went to make the call, he turned his head to look at one of the deputies again. Old Wu, you know more. Didn't Li Zixiong and his friends want to know what powerful ones with the surname Wang in Shanghai? You take them over to the security room right away and give them a good science lesson. After the science, Let them copy and memorize the names of those powerful surnamed kings 10,000 times each and alone. Said. Also added. These people if copy 10,000 times they still can't remember. Then let them copy 10,000 times again. And if 10,000 times again doesn't work, then continue to add 10,000 times more. Until they all roll with the punches and promise not to make similar mistakes again. And not surprisingly to Wang Yi, with Song Minghui's words, Li Zixiong and these people were completely scared shitless. Especially Li Zixiong. But also cannot help in the old Wu with security personnel around the past even shouted. Mr. Wang, Mr. Song, I know wrong Write 10,000 times the names of the ruthless people surnamed Wang in Zhonghai. This amount of transcription will kill you. I really know I'm wrong. Please, let us off the hook this time. Wang Yi continued to pretend that he couldn't hear. It wasn't until Lao Wu led the security personnel and cleared all these people away that he turned his head to look at Song Minghui once again. At this moment, Song Minghui seemed to be a bit apologetic and immediately bent down to apologize when he perceived his gaze. I'm really sorry, Mr. Wang, for making your first visit to Mountain and Sea Banquet come to such a thing. No harm done. Wang Yi was quite satisfied with the way he handled the situation, and after a slight smile he teased. It's not bad to have a bit of a special program to spice things up before dinner. Song Minghui obviously didn't dare to take this kind of words, and took the initiative after a dry laugh. This is not the place to talk. Let's go over to the elegant room. The heavenly elegant room over here has been vacated for you in advance. We can go over there and do a little handover and then take our time talking, he said, and made an inviting gesture. Wang Yi can also feel, with Song Minghui so ironic and decisive to support their own severely punished Li Zixiong gang, around a lot of diners are obviously very curious and surprised towards their own side looks. He didn't want to be surrounded by these people all the time. At this moment, when he heard Song Minghui's proposal, he immediately nodded and followed Song Minghui and his party to leave directly. When the group arrived at the Mountain and Sea Banquet's heavenly private room, Song Rowan could probably tell that Song Minghui and his group were looking for Wang Yi to talk about something important. Without even having to say anything more, he directly took the initiative to tell Wang Yi that he had to go to the restroom for a bit, leaving the place to Wang Yi and Song Minghui and the others. Wang Yi couldn't help but smile at the situation, ruah her head, and let her leave first. Song Minghui, on the other hand, gave her an approving look and waited until the waiting figure left the Mountain and Sea Banquet's heavenly character private room, then directly said, this friend of yours, Mr. Wang, is definitely a makeable talent as well. At such a young age, to have this insight, it's so much better than that no-good girl in my family. That's so much better. Wang Yi had already dealt with their kind too many times, and knew that these people were all human beings, and you couldn't just listen to the surface. He smiled and didn't answer. Song Minghui, however, didn't seem to be surprised by his reaction, signaling his deputy to close the door to the elegant room. He then invited Wang Yi to take a seat. Mr. Wang, please take a seat first. This side has already prepared tea and water and all these in advance. Our Mountain and Sea Banquet's heavenly elegant room, topped with Wui Mountain Dahongpo. Although it's not as good as the legendary kind of mother tree Dahongpo, but it's still a rare gem out there. A lot of celebrities and tycoons here in Zhonghai. Because of our Mountain and Sea Banquet's top quality tea, service and environment, we directly take our Mountain and Sea Banquet's heavenly rooms as the first choice for business talks. This place is indeed good. Wang Yi briefly looked around and nodded as well. The environment is very elegant, without that feeling of being too tacky and rich. Song Minghui immediately took over the conversation. Mr. Wang has a good eye. Just because the environment here is very elegant, and more atmospheric, there are a few old bosses here in Zhonghai who even like to come to our Mountain and Sea Banquet's heavenly private room when they hold a board meeting. Back if you have time, you can also experience it. According to those old bosses said that the feeling of meeting and drinking tea here is very comfortable. All can be called a kind of enjoyment. Ha ha, this falls under the category of carrot and greens to each his own. Wang Yi laughed and shook his head. I'm a person who prefers a more spacious and atmospheric place for meetings and such, like the conference hall at the Shangri-La Hotel, or one of those big showrooms at Four Seas Commercial Real Estate. Mountain and Sea Banquet Tianji private room eating and drinking tea environment first class, but used for meetings and so on. After all, professional not the right a little. You're right, Mr. Wang. Song Minghui nodded while personally pouring tea for Wang Yi. However, the Mountain and Sea Banquet is ultimately your own property, so it will definitely be a bit smoother to use. Then how does Mr. Song know that Shangri-La Hotel and Four Seas Commercial Real Estate are not my properties? Wang Yi smiled and glanced at him. As for Song Minghui, he obviously tasted the meaning of these words at once, and the hand that was originally pouring tea suddenly shook. Mr. Wang, what do you mean? There's nothing else to it, just speaking off the cuff. Wang Yi picked up his teacup and leisurely sipped it. After fully enjoying the flavor of Wayashin de Honpo and slowing down from that wonderful tea aroma, this is when he added, "You guys just pretend you didn't hear anything." Understood. Understood. Although Song Minghui said this on his lips, a flash of horror and shock quickly flashed across the bottom of his eyes, and he became more and more reverent in his gaze when he looked at Wang Yi again. Because as a senior professional manager who can be said to have single-handedly operated the brand of Mountain and Sea Banquet, his business sense, and even the ability to read people's words and colors are absolutely not covered. He could tell. Although Wang Yi seemed to be taking things lightly at this moment, the calmness and composure in his body was definitely not something that could be faked. So, there's no need to wonder. Those words he just said are true. And at the same time, not only Song Minghui, but also the several surrounding vice presidents of the Mountain and Sea Banquet had apparently tasted out some kind of shocking information. When they looked at Wang Yi again, their waists obviously bent lower and lower, and their eyes became more and more humble. Wang Yi could naturally sense the subtle changes in these people's expressions. Scanned the crowd with the loyalty scanning system. After making sure the men's loyalties were in order, they laughed and said, "Everyone relax. I told you it was just a casual conversation. And, as I noticed when I came to the Mountain and Sea Feast, this side is very well run. I'm satisfied." Saying that, seeing that Song Minghui and his party seemed to be about to be modest, he directly added, "Everyone doesn't need to be modest about anything. I've seen all of your credits in my eyes. Keep up the momentum and do a great job. In a few days at most, there will be a huge good news about the Mountain and Sea Banquet. By then the market value and performance of the Mountain and Sea Banquet will surely soar, and your bonuses and dividends will surely follow to another high level." When Song Minghui and the others heard this, they were obviously a bit curious, and one looked at Wang Yi with some disbelief. However, curious as they were still very measured and didn't pry into anything. After cooperating with Wang Yi to complete the handover, and all of them recognized their faces in front of Wang Yi, they respectfully and consciously left together. Song Minghui and his entourage left respectfully, not forgetting to carefully bring up the door of the Mountain and Sea Banquet's heavenly elegant room on their way out. When Song Rowan happened to turn around and come back, seeing that this line of bigwigs from the Mountain and Sea Banquet were obviously treating Wang Yi with more and more reverence at this time, she suddenly looked unable to hold back her surprise for a moment. Waiting until she returned to the heavens-numbered elegant room again, Song Ro looked at Wang Yi again at the first opportunity. Did anything special happen just now? Wang Yi didn't know what she had already realized, and casually laughed. "It's just that I did some handover work with Mr. Song," and casually chatted and praised them a few times. "Then how do I feel that their attitude toward you seems to be a little more polite?" Song Rowan was a bit skeptical. Wang Yi laughed and rued her head. "Probably because you're giving me too much face. Just now, you took the initiative to go to the restroom and leave the space for me and Mr. Song, and Mr. Song even praised you for having eyesight. Don't believe it." Song Ro grunted cutely and lovingly. "You just say these words to make me happy. That classmate of mine, Li Zixiong, I heard someone say before that his father is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Even among our classmates at Huaqing University, he belongs to a very godly group." But just now Song a sentence. He directly scared almost all wet his pants. "People Song can be so polite to you, must be because you show what extraordinary means again. So good?" Wang Yi looked at her with slight approval. "You can even guess these?" Song Ro, however, seemed to not know what came to mind. Her voice was a little unnatural and said, "I'm not a child now. I've been in contact with you for so long. Isn't it only natural to be able to guess all this?" Also, Wang Yi didn't know why she looked like this, but sniffed and naturally glanced at her amazing sin. Little Gentle has indeed grown up. So in the future, we can talk a little more about adult topics that can only be talked about when you've reached the age of 18. Song Rowan actually understood once again for a second. Subconsciously contained the waist again, not to mention that the roots of the ears also brushed to become red. She was probably a little curious, though, although her ears were reddened, she still couldn't help but glance at Wang Yi and whispered, "What kind of adult topic that you can only talk about when you're over 18? Internet cafes, driver's licenses, credit cards, and those Wang Yi winked at her. "According to the laws of our country, adults who have reached the age of 18 can legally enter and exit internet cafes, take a driver's license, apply for a credit card, and so on." "Ha, just this?" Song Render looked stunned. "Seeing that you said it so ambiguously, I thought you were talking about, what is it?" "It's Song Gentle," subconsciously to be out of the mouth. She also thought that Wang Yi is the same as those roommates before their own to drive, but noticed that Wang Yi is a face of playful look at their own after. Immediately blush, a red face whacked him a bit. "You know exactly what I'm trying to say. Bad. Set me up again." "I'm not telling you." Wang Yi laughed out loud. "Obviously, you're the one who thought wrongly. I didn't say anything. If I'm not, I'm not. Song Rouge's face grew redder and redder. Saying that, when she saw that Wang Yi was going to continue flirting, she subconsciously had to go and cover Wang Yi's mouth to prevent him from continuing to say those words that would make her blush and embarrassed. However, what Song Wenro did not expect was that just as she pounced over to cover Wang Yi's mouth, Wang Yi suddenly flicked his head away and dodged. Her hand fell short. Along with her whole body also fell over towards Wang Yi's side. Wang Yi was also a bit caught off guard. Seeing that Song Wenro lost her balance and fell towards her side, he subconsciously wanted to hold Song Wenro's waist and stabilize her body. But before he could help him over, a piece of tenderness wrapped in fragrant wind, directly over. At the same time, the hand he had originally stretched out to prepare to hold Song Wenro's waist was directly plunged into a sea of tenderness. Wang Yi could clearly perceive that just as his own lips were the pupils of Song Rowan, who was close by, visibly shook. And by the time her own hand was also plunged into that sea of tenderness, she was in direct pupil quake. The whole face, too, seemed to be instantly engorged with blood, rapidly becoming red. At this time, a beautiful staff member also walked in with a delicate tray in her hand. Hello Mr. Wang, we are now starting to serve you. When the beautiful staff spoke, probably also noticed the situation inside the private room, originally to the mouth of the word dish immediately put back. Instead, there was a stuttering. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. As she spoke, she hid her eyes and lowered her head, quickly walking out of the heavenly elegant room again. On her way out, she didn't forget to be considerate and help Song Wenro to bring the door of the Tianji private room, which she didn't close when she entered just now. What to do? Half a minute later, Song Rowan, with a flushed face, sat in her seat, her gaze not even daring to look directly at Wang Yi. When the beautiful staff member came in just now, she was on Wang Yi's lips while Wang Yi's hand was resting on her. On it. To say that this was a misunderstanding, not to mention that the beautiful staff member didn't believe it. Even if Song Rowan herself saw this scene, it was hard for her to believe that the two of them hadn't done anything just now. Thinking of the panicked posture of the beautiful staff member on her way out just now, as well as her small gestures when she brought up the heavenly private room, Song Rowan's brain burned again. What had been organized to express a range of emotions such as embarrassment, blushing, overwhelm, etc., ended up being another sentence. What to do? Beside her, Wang Yi, however, looked at her with a helpless face. What else can I do? Things have come to this, I can only cheapen you all. When Song Rowan heard this, she obviously didn't react a bit. Confusion written all over her big watery eyes. What can only cheapen me a bit? My first time has been taken away by you, Wang Yi explained. I'm not pure anymore, so I can only marry the chicken and follow the dog. Song Wenling probably had her brain go down again and simply looked at Wang Yi with a face full of consternation. When Wang Yi saw this, he immediately leaned his body back a bit with an exaggerated and humiliated face. You wouldn't want to disown the account after eating it dry, right? Song Rowan couldn't pick up the words at all. Her eyes were still confused. Wang Yi, however, looked at her with an expression of how can you be like this? The first time of our boys is very precious. What woman would want that without her precious first time? Everyone knows he's a random boy, bottomless and dirty. Now that you've taken my first time, you're not really going to just pretend that nothing happened, are you? You taking the girl's way and leaving the girl with no way out? Song Rowan now, probably finally reacted, blushing and at the same time a little aggrieved. Obviously people are also the first time. Wang Yi still looked at her. So what are you going to do now? Song Ro was stared at by him like this. Her heart panicked a bit again and hurriedly retracted her gaze. I don't know. What do you think I should do? I hear you. What else can I do? Wang Yi seemed to have sighed. Take out your commitment as a third-rate student and excellent class cadre and take charge to the end. Song Rowan had originally heard what he said and subconsciously nodded her head, but when she reacted to what Wang Yi was saying, she jerked her head up to look over again. Wang Yi took her small hand. No need to look. It's just a happy decision. I'll be yours from now on. You remember to answer to me to the end. Song Wenro was probably completely aware of what was going on at this moment. After looking at the small hand held by Wang Yi again, he immediately couldn't help but smile a little. But after only a split second of smiling, she probably felt as if this was too unreserved, and hurriedly tensed her expression again to turn her gaze away. When Wang Yi saw this, he immediately knew that it was a done deal. He also didn't point out Song Gentle's little expression, continuing to flirt with her or anything. Silently taking another sip of tea, he waited until the red flush on Song Rouge's face gradually receded before calling for the staff to reserve the food. And this time, I don't know if it was to avoid suspicion, but the beautiful staff member who had just intruded over here didn't make another appearance. It sort of spared Wang Yi and Song Wenling the embarrassment. Not only that, these staff members should have received professional training when serving the dishes. The dishes were all exquisite and perfectly matched, not to mention that the temperament and dress of the staff members also matched each dish very well. So that's so a meal down. Wang Yi eat very comfortable, not to mention Song Gentle also very rare eat round the small stomach. After having enough wine and food, Wang Yi and Song Wenlang rested for a moment in the heavenly character room, and after thanking Song Minghui and his entourage for seeing them off in person, they simply walked around the landscape area of the mountain and sea banquet, pulling Song Wenro, swaying all the way to enjoy the scenery of the mountain and sea banquet. Wang Yi was originally in an incomparably relaxed mood, but I didn't realize that just as the two of them wandered around the corner of a piece of the lake pavilion, a goblet suddenly fell from the other side of the corner. The hair that was almost sticking to the edge of Song Wenro's hair flew past, and eventually fell hard and rotted on the pillars on both sides of the aisle of the lake pavilion. Song Rowan was obviously startled, and couldn't help but pull Wang Yi's hand fiercely tightened, not to mention the chill that ran through her body as she froze there. Not only that, when Wang Yi looked over, her face was pale. Even after Wang Yi had taken her into his arms, her body was stiff and incomparable, as if she hadn't slowed down yet. At this time, the corner of the lake pavilion also came from a foul-mouthed female voice. Fuck. Really fucking bad luck. What bird people want to let the old lady sleep with? Although I was hidden for a few years before, I was also a first-line star in the beginning, and I want to be accompanied by my mother for one night at a price of $1 million, and I want to send out a beggar. F***CK. Wasted my precious time tonight. Thanks to my special makeup and selling smiles and drinking most of the day tonight. At the same time as the female voice came, Wang Yi also saw a female figure dressed in a very well-behaved and hip-hop style, with a cigarette in her mouth, cursing as she walked around the corner. The female appearance is very familiar. It seems that in the past, it has indeed often appeared in all kinds of brand name endorsements, as well as the curry on the TV variety show. However, Wang Yi didn't care about this at all, seeing that the well-behaved figure seemed to be completely unable to see the two living people. Song Wenro. When he came over, he directly made a gesture to push himself and Song Wenro. He slapped away the other party's hand that reached over to make a gesture to push. Just now, that goblet is what you fell out of? The figure, however, seemed to have completely not expected that his hand would be slapped away, and immediately stood still in front of Wang Yi, looking him up and down with an incredulous face. You dare to hit me with your hand? You're afraid that you don't have some serious illness too? Wang Yi looked at her with a look like he was caring for a retard. It's obviously you who didn't even greet me and my girlfriend before you directly tried to push me and my girlfriend away, and I pushed your hand away, okay? You hit me? The figure directly stretched out a finger to point at Wang Yi this time. The small boss of this shitty place in Shanghai bullied me. Even a roadside cat or dog like you dared to hit me. Wang Yi directly slapped her fingers away. The figure, however, seemed like a cat that had its tail stepped on. You hit me again. I've only been snowed in for a few years. You all think I'm a sick cat, don't you? I'm Wu Xiqian, the big star. You hit me? When Wang Yi heard her introduce herself like this, he finally remembered why this woman looked familiar. Wu Xiqian, not from the Stick Country girl group in the mainland. The first few years of one of the hottest flow star. Finally, because of the gathering of fans J and seduced J female fans, Suk Du was arrested. That? The color of disgust under his eyes grew a bit more intense. I know who you are, but I just want to figure out one thing right now. That goblet just now. Was it you who dropped it? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Wu Xiqian pointedly tried to reach out and push Wang Yi again. However, probably because she thought that when she had the intention to move her hand just now, she would be slapped away by Wang Yi. The hand she had only raised was immediately withdrawn again. I'll drop it if I like. What does it have to do with you? You dropping the goblet originally had nothing to do with me. Wang Yi laughed. Then his eyes turned steeply cold. But this time you damn near smashed my girlfriend. Now. Right now. Right now. Apologize to me. Otherwise, don't blame me. He has been through all kinds of high-end occasions for a long time, and has seen a lot of big waves, and his temperament is already different from the past. So angry, but also a little bit of air swallowed miles like a tiger. When Wu Xiqian was stared at by him like this, it was obvious that her aura weakened a great deal, and her body involuntarily shrunk backward. Seeing this, Wang Yi was about to continue applying pressure when a voice with the charm of an ancient bod suddenly came from the side. Xiqian, what's the situation? At the same time the words came, a middle-aged woman dressed in a very neutral style, twisted her waist and walked quickly to Wu Xiqian's side. As for Wu Xiqian, when she saw the other party, it was as if she had something to fall back on all of a sudden, and she hurriedly said, Sister Marie, you've come at the right time. You don't know, I'm really a tiger being bullied by a dog right now. Tonight I was bullied by a small local businessman in Shanghai, not to mention, Even the little yakuza I met on the road dared to directly hit me. I've lived for 30 years, and there really hasn't been a day that I've been as stifled as today. The one known as Sister Marue. When she heard Wu Xiqian's words, a few moments of anger apparently grew on her face as well. What? You've been beaten up. Saying that, after waiting for Wu Xiqian to nod her head with an aggrieved face, she immediately turned her head to look at Wang Yi. This gentleman, how can we say that our Xiqian is also a big star and a public figure? You hit her with your hands. You must give me a satisfactory account of this matter today? When Wang Yi heard that she indiscriminately let herself give an explanation, he immediately laughed coldly once again. Which one are you? Marue, an agent under Hongxing Film and also Xiqian's exclusive agent. Marue's tone is a bit arrogant. This time, we, Xiqian, are prepared to stand for a new industry chain of China Shipping Airlines as a heavyweight guest. You hit Xiqian in Zhenghai's territory. That's, to put it in a small way, hitting a public figure in the face. In the grand scheme of things, it's a slap in the face of China Shipping Airlines. Wang Yi really didn't think that this matter could actually be related to China Shipping Airlines, and was about to make a move. Unexpectedly, a familiar system beep appeared and, Marie and Wu Xiqian think you're just a nobody. Trigger mission. Manifestation in front of people. Letting Marue and Wu Xiqian know what it means to be a real big brother. Mission reward, $30 billion worth of Dragon Rising Entertainment Group plus Triadic Soldier King's full skill proficiency. Wang Yi involuntarily smiled, but Marie, who was on the sidelines, had clearly misunderstood him. Seeing that Wang Yi even laughed when he heard himself finish those words, his eyes immediately grew a bit more stern. Sir, we're communicating with you in a good voice right now, but if you think we're like this because me and our Xiqian are easy to bully, then I can only say that you're thinking wrong. We, Xiqian, and giants like the China Shipping Aviation Group, are not to be lightly insulted by cats and dogs like you. Wang Yi heard, the smile on his face more flourishing a bit, was about to send words. The arms of Song Rowan at this moment but seems to have reacted as if, very indignant. Snatch White said, you people, you're like a nest of snakes and rats, no different from robbers. Just now, it was obviously Wu Xiqian who suddenly dropped her highball cup, almost directly hitting me and scaring me, as well as her out of sight. Without saying a word, she ran and pushed our, how come in your mouth? It still makes it sound like we're bullying you guys. Marie's expression visibly paused when she heard her say that, especially noticing that Wu Xiqian's eyes also fluttered when she heard this. The tonal expression on her face became more and more sardonic. With her understanding of Wu Xiqian, she didn't need to think about it to know that what happened must be no different from what Song Wenro said. However, on second thought, many of the company's next arrangements are preparing for Wu Xiqian's comeback to make money, and at this time, there absolutely can't be any more scandals on Wu Xiqian, and she is still quickly recovering her cold face. Little girl, our Xiqian is a public figure anyways. You have to talk about evidence when you falsely accuse her. If there's no proof, we're perfectly capable of suing you for libel afterward. So, be careful what you say. Song Gentle naturally knew why she dared to speak like this. Places like the Mountain and Sea Banquet Lake Pavilion are not equipped with security cameras at all. For the sake of protecting the privacy of high-end customers, the other party must have seen this as well to be so arrogant. She was a bit furious. Not only are you no different from robbers, you're also shameless. In all my life, I've never seen people as shameless as you guys. I really don't know how people like you dare to go and be the idols and love interests of so many people. Marue saw that she seemed to take their own no way, as if the bottom of the air more and more full of some. Quite a few high and mighty said, I don't have time for this verbal sparring, but I will reserve the right to follow up and hold you accountable for those words. Now back to your boyfriend hitting Wu Xiqian with his hands. My time and patience is limited. You too, how are you going to give me and our family Xiqian a satisfactory explanation? On the side, Wu Xiqian saw that her agent had the upper hand and followed with a sneer. Originally I didn't take this too seriously, and if you guys had apologized to me earlier, it might have been a big deal. But now, the two of you are actually beating me up again and again, and with such an arrogant attitude. I'm afraid it's hard to get rid of my anger without a few $1 million in emotional damages and medical bills today. When Song Rowan heard this, she was obviously furious again, and subconsciously wanted to get up from Wang Yi's arms to go and argue with them. Wang Yi, however, pulled her back. With that, without waiting for Song Gentle to look over, he gently patted the back of her hand. At the same time, he picked up his cell phone and directly called Yi Qingcheng. Qingcheng, let me ask you something. Is Wu Xiqian the spokesperson for the next industry chain Strategic Cooperation of China Shipping Airlines? Of course not. Our Shanghai Aviation Group's next spokesperson for the new tourism industry chain is Miss Lin Xingqianlin. Yi Qingcheng on the other side of the phone explained that Wu Xiqian is the signing group behind Lin Xingqian Hongxing Entertainment, who hitched a ride to us for free. saying that as long as we give her a chance to appear together with Lin Xingchen. Wang Yi realized what was going on, and after casually sweeping his gaze over to Wu Xiqian's side he said, China Shipping Airlines' next new tourism strategy chain is where China Shipping Airlines' lifeblood will be next. The presence of a bad artist like Wu Xiqian in its endorsement advertisement, even if it's attached for free, will only tarnish it, understand? I see. On the other side of the phone, Yi Qingqing obviously tasted something. Boss, please wait for 3 minutes. I'll tell her to get lost right now. Wang Yi answered, reported his location information, and directly hung up the phone. And Yi Qingqing's efficiency, as usual, did satisfy him. However, after a minute or two of work, a beautiful figure as bright as a star, escorted by a few bodyguards, quickly rushed over to this side. It was clearly Lin Xingchen, who had a previous encounter with Wang Yi in the Changlong Gymnasium, with her agent and her party. When she saw Lin Xingchen come over, Song Roro was obviously a bit puzzled and looked up at Wang Yi. On the other hand, the two of them, Ma Rui and Wu Xiqian, seemed to have seen a leaning on, and hurriedly took the initiative to welcome them. Sister Star, you've come at the right time. Ma Rui was the first to speak. These two youngsters are just too arrogant. You must do us justice. Yes, how can we say that we also came along with you to endorse the new tourism industry chain of China Shipping Airline? Wu Xiqian also looked aggrieved to the core. But these two young men beat me up. Not to mention, they also badmouthed us after knowing our identities. It's like they don't give a damn about me, or you, or China Shipping Airlines. However, to Ma Rui and Wu Xiqian's surprise, Lin Xingchen didn't even look at the two of them. Straight away, he staggered past the duo and walked straight to Wang Yi, bending down and bowing to him. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. It's affecting you and your friends. I'll give you a satisfactory explanation for this. Ma Rui and Wu Xiqian, who were on the side, were stunned to see this scene. Seeing Lin Xingchen's gaze turn, the two of them subconsciously said, Sister Xingchen, you know this one? Saying that, Ma Rui also seemed to have reacted as if she slapped her thigh violently. Oops, if you guys know each other, isn't that a big water rushing over the Dragon King temple? Yes. Wu Xiqian also took over the conversation, with a slightly ingratiating smile on her face. Sister Xingchen, your friend, that's definitely also our friend However, Lin Xingchen's face was like frost. You don't need to rush to climb the relationship. Now, it's already too late. The smiles on Ma Rui and Wu Xiqian's faces froze. I just received a few phone calls, and this time I'm here specifically to deal with this matter. As if he hadn't noticed the reactions of the two at all, Lin Xingchen directly raised 3 fingers. I'll only say 3 words next, and you guys will see for yourselves what comes after that. The first sentence. The spokesperson for the new tourism industry of China Shipping Airlines behind you, and you guys following along on camera is cancelled. What? Just hearing this, Ma Rui sat waxing. Sister Star, this is an opportunity that Si Qian had a hard time getting. The main thing that will determine whether she can make a comeback is the exposure and the reaction to this one. You're directly blocking her comeback path. Wu Xiqian some years ago because of the crime shut in. Online basically belongs to the state of being completely blocked. This time out of prison. It is difficult to get this follow Lin Xingchen together endorsement of the new tourism industry chain of China Shipping Airline opportunity, but also ready to take advantage of the opportunity to look for a comeback opportunity to come. The new tourism industry of China Shipping Airlines, according to the vice president of Hongqing Entertainment, Mr. Liu, is a new capital favorite that will surely be a hit. If Wu Xiqian can ride on this ride, she will probably be able to follow along with the fire, or even return to the peak of her career in the future. Ma Rui originally saw this as the reason why she continued to work as an agent for Wu Xiqian even though she had to give up a lot of high-quality new generation traffic stars. Now, hearing Lin Xingchen say that she wanted to take back such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she really couldn't help but be anxious. And beside her, Wu Xiqian was obviously anxious as well. And when she heard her words, she immediately picked up on them. Yes, Sister Star, it's just a small thing. Furthermore, even if you don't give face to me and Sister Marie, you still have to give face to Vice President Liu behind me. Let me follow you to come along to give China Shipping Aviation Group new tourism project to do endorsement this matter. But he opened the golden mouth. Using Vice President Liu to pressure me? Lin Xingchen laughed, before wiggling his second finger and, as it happens, that brings me to the second thing I have to say. Just now, Vice President Liu also personally called me. He asked me to inform you guys right away that you've been fired from Hongqing Entertainment. As for you not having to meddle with CNA's new travel endorsement, that's what he told me to pass on to you. How is this possible? Ma Rui and Wu Xiqian's first reaction was disbelief. You must be lying to us. Vice President Liu, that is the two of them have been relying on. Before Wu Xiqian made a few problems or also he helped wipe the ass. The two men took out their cell phones to call Vice President Liu at the first opportunity. However, the phone beeps all indicated that the other party had blacked them out. This can't be. Manhwa and Wu Xiqian were as if they had lost their lives, holding their cell phones with somewhat blank eyes. Lin Xingchen, however, turned a blind eye and just continued to shake his third finger. The third sentence. China Shipping Airlines has put the word out. Groups such as China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotel, and Four Seas Commercial Real Estate have already blacklisted the two of you as never to cooperate, and will call on your peers to boycott bad artists like you as well. This, Manhwa was struck by lightning, and her face was deathly white. And beside her, although Wu Xiqian didn't say anything, her eyes were incomparably terrified. At this moment, both of them have obviously understood that they are messing with the person that their backer, Vice President Liu, can't afford to mess with. After taking another look at the indifferent Lin Xingchen, as well as the bodyguard and agent beside Lin Xingchen, Wu Xiqian finally turned her gaze to Wang Yi. With a flutter, he went straight to his knees. The head hit the floor at once. Yes, sorry Mr. Wang, it is I who have eyes to see. I apologize to you and your girlfriend. Manhwa followed suit and knelt down, her head thumping the ground. We know we're wrong. Please, let us live. Wang Yi also ignored the miserable state of Wu Xiqian's duo at this moment, only looking elsewhere with his eyes. Intentionally or unintentionally said, I remember just now someone said that without a few $1 million in medical and mental damages, I'm afraid it's hard to get rid of today's anger. Wu Xiqian, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shivered physically. Mr. Wang, those are all nonsense that I put in my brain. I'm mouthing off. I'm slapping myself. I'll be sure to pay attention in the future. With that, he swung his palm up to his mouth and smacked it hard. Wang Yi smiled and continued. Someone else just said that my girlfriend is slandering, and that she wants to reserve the right to sue my girlfriend for defamation. Mr. Wang, that's my mouth. I'll slap my own mouth too. Sister Manhwa raised her hand in a panic and also slapped at her own mouth. Wang Yi glanced at Song Rowan. One last thing, someone just said that I hit someone, and someone almost smashed my girlfriend. It's us who are brazen. It's us who are acting recklessly. Wu Xiqian and Sister Manhwa have both learned to snatch the answer this time. And without waiting for Wang Yi to finish, another round of slaps were given. After slapping his mouth, he didn't forget to kowtow and apologize towards Song Rowan. We apologize to your friend. Apologize to you too. Wang Yi saw that Song Rowan had already slowed down from her panic at this moment, and at this moment, there was nothing but amazement left on her face, and only then did she point one hand in the direction of the main door of the Mountain and Sea Banquet. Don't show up in front of me again, and even more so, don't let me hear any negative news about you guys again. Get out. Yes, Wu Xiqian and Manhwa didn't have any nonsense. Thank you for your magnanimity. After climbing up from the ground, he didn't even dare to look up at Wang Yi again, and directly disappeared in a sorry state and quickly disappeared in the sight of several people. When the silhouettes of the two disappeared, Song Rowan hurriedly stood up straight from Wang Yi's arms, her face slightly red, and said, they're so exaggerated, they just went straight to their knees. A big star, a famous agent, yeah, scared the hell out of me. Wang Yi actually kind of didn't expect that these two public figures in the entertainment industry, especially Wu Xiqian, a former first-tier traffic star, would act in such a manner. Lin Xingchen, who was on the side, however, shook his head. That's because you guys just haven't been exposed to the entertainment industry. The inner workings of the entertainment industry are so funny a lot of the time. As long as your curiosity is high enough, or your background is big enough, you don't even have to treat these stars like human beings. To make a simple analogy, as far as today's matter is concerned, if Wu Xiqian and the rest of them offended not you, Mr. Wang, but other bigwigs who are familiar with the entertainment industry today, do you believe that those bigwigs can directly let Wu Xiqian eat all the pieces of the goblet on the ground, and Wu Xiqian and the rest of these people will still do it as they are? Song Wenro was obviously a bit staggered. That's also too vicious. Right. These people usually look quite polished, glorious and glamorous. That's all in what ordinary people see. Lin Xingchen shook his head again. In the eyes of capital, traffic stars and whatnot are nothing more than playthings and pawns. This, Song Gentle usually almost do not pay attention to the entertainment circle at this time to hear these gossips, although still some do not hear too much, but was greatly shocked. On the side, Wang Yi was also a bit surprised, but it wasn't really a surprise, seeing that Lin Xingchen was on point and owed his side, apologizing for what Wu Xiqian and the others had just done. He immediately smiled. There's no need to be so polite. This has nothing to do with you, and nothing to do with Hongqing Entertainment behind you. I'm not going to think anything of you guys because of a rat turd or two. Thank you for your magnanimity. Lin Xingchen was obviously relieved to hear this. Otherwise it might not be easy for me to go back later and answer to the Hongxing entertainment side. Wang Yi smiled once again when he heard her being so frank. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with her, he left with Song Wenling, and it was when he was leaving the Mountain and Sea Banquets Lake Pavilion with Song Wenling that the system's beep finally appeared. Congratulations to the host, completing the mission, manifesting himself in front of people, letting Ma Rue and Wu Xiqian know what it means to be a real big brother, receive a reward, Dragon Rise Entertainment Group worth $30 billion. The system has acquired Dragon Rise Entertainment Group for the host, and handled the relevant formalities. Please reserve time in advance within 24 hours for the host to get ready for the handover. After this beep, a metaphysical power quickly surged into Wang Yi's limbs and bones. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the skill Triamphibious Soldier King All-Skill Mastery. At the same time, countless knowledge and techniques about fighting, sneaking and counter-sneaking, ordnance, and so on, were seared into his mind like a dunking. By the time Wang Yi detached himself from that subtle feeling, he was already no different from the world's topmost amphibious soldier king. Wang Yi throws a subconscious straight right hand to the front. The fists were actually sharp, and as far as the eye could see, the fists knew. It can be said that one punch combines the three deadly elements of fast, accurate and vicious. Song Wenro by the side, but she was shocked. How come so suddenly? Wang Yi, are you alright? Of course I'm fine. Wang Yi smiled faintly and ruah her head. Then why did you suddenly throw such a punch? Song Render still looked a little worried, looking Wang Yi up and down. I was thinking that it's fortunate that these people, Wu Xiqian, are sensible, or else I would have had to make them learn what it means to be full of martial virtues just now. Wang Yi smiled and swung another chop forward. This punch, similarly highlighting a fast, accurate and ruthless, even hit a little gas explosion sound. Song Gentle was obviously stunned at once. Wang Yi, do you still know martial arts? It looks so powerful, doesn't it? It'll be 1 billion points. It should be enough to defend yourself and protect you. Wang Yi withdrew his fist blade and humbled himself for a moment. Song Ro, however, was a bit unconvinced. You must be being modest again. That chop just now didn't even look like it would only be a little bit. When I was in college, I took self-defense as a physical education elective, and that instructor of ours was a retired sparring competitor on the national team. She's this good, throwing chops and straight punches that don't come with the same power as you. Wang Yi didn't realize that she was actually still a half-professional, and immediately smiled. This all made you see it? Yes. Song Wenling nodded. And I've also realized now that you've always been particularly modest in your speech and fine-tuned in your information. Why do you say that? Wang Yi once again ruah her head. Because I know you. Song Rendering looks like a matter of course. And before you had a few minutes, to help me in suite to fix the first class of China Shipping Airlines, let China Shipping Airlines Director Office personally butt us. And then after a phone call to let China Shipping Airlines directly break the qualification to give me the opportunity to interview. And you just made a phone call that directly caused China Shipping Airlines to cancel the endorsement signed by Wu Si. After witnessing so many things with my own eyes, even if I'm slow, I can tell that you've got more energy than you usually tell us. Wang Yi smiled. Little Gentle, you're not retarded at all. Or else so many who couldn't get into Huaqing University would have to cry. Look, you're changing the topic again. Song Wenro shook his arm a little cutely. Wang Yi felt the tenderness coming from his arm. Or else, what kind of reaction do you expect from me? I don't know. Song Wenro shook her head. Anyway, I just suddenly thought of these and said so, she said, as if she was a little nervous. Will I look a little too immature like this? Sugar should have seen all of this a long time ago too, but she just managed to hold back and act like she didn't know anything. And a lot of my former classmates that I'd been in contact with before, they used to pretend to be confused when they were in school. Wang Yi felt as if Song Wenro was a bit of a pleasing personality when he was in front of himself. After sensing that she was truly a bit nervous and worried about what she thought of her because of this, he immediately pinched Song Wenro's small cheeks. Compared to the Song Wenro who has a city mind, I still prefer your current state. Dumb and dumber on a daily basis, but more earthly sober than anyone else when it comes to what's right and what's wrong. Cute and cuddly, no head. Really? Song Rouge's eyes brightened noticeably when she received Wang Yi's affirmation. If you don't believe me, I'll touch your conscience and say it again? Wang Yi winked at her. Wang Yi, why are you suddenly like this again? Song Rome looked at where her conscience was, and her face turned a little red again. Wang Yi, on the other hand, couldn't help himself a bit. After seeing Song Wenro completely relax, he directly led her back to the parking lot. What he didn't expect, however, was that just as he was leading Song Wenling back to the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy, he heard a miserable scream from the side. In the midst of the screams, there was also a curse. Asshole, how many times have I told you? Go out and make peace. You went to a prestigious school like Huaqing University for 4 years. How come you just can't learn such shallow truths? Damn it, just a few days back and you're causing trouble for me. I can't wait to beat you to death. And the curses came along with the movement of a belt whipping someone hard. Wang Yi followed the sound and saw that Li Zisheng, who had flaunted himself in front of him before, was squatting in a line next to a caravan and getting smoked. Those of them had already been whipped to the point where they were shivering. It also caused a lot of people to gather around. But the middle-aged man who smoked them seemed to have no intention of stopping at all. But instead, he also smoked harder than once. Wang Yi instantly smiled, glanced toward the middle-aged man, and simply got into the car. Song Rowan, on the other hand, wrinkled her nose adorably and waved her fist fiercely. Well played, serves you right. Let you hurt people with your words and deliberately humiliate my family Wang Yi in public. You. Wang Yi looked at her childish appearance and laughed while starting the car. Li Zisheng's father, that was a special call for me. Why else would it be so coincidental that the location of his lesson man happens to be not far from where I parked? And okay, coincidentally, just as we were leaving the mountain and sea banquet, he said those words to Li Zisheng? Let me guess it's the same. Song Wenro nodded. His father is quite shrewd. It's kind of a variation of apologizing to you and helping you out. And in front of so many people, to give you all the face you deserve. I've never earned my face on my own. Wang Yi smiled and signaled Song Ro to fasten her seatbelt before taking another look at Li Guobin and the other side before directly starting the car to leave. And not surprisingly to Wang Yi, Li Guobin glanced this way, intentionally or unintentionally, as the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy started up. Then, it took out its milk strength and started to whip Li Zisheng's line hard again. Wang Yi smiled once again and ignored these people's small minds, directly sending Song Rowan back to the Shangri-La Hotel. After parting ways with Song Wenlian, Wang Yi was originally prepared to return directly to the Westin Hotel, but he didn't expect to start the car until he vaguely sensed something unusual. In the back, there was a very ordinary SUV that seemed to be staring at his side of the road. Intentionally or not, Wang Yi instantly alert, the first time to note down the other party's license plate number. At the same time intentionally or unintentionally began to go around some of the road to test the rear car. And after some trial and error, his eyes unconsciously sharpened because that suspicious car was actually always dead center in the back no matter how much he circled around it. Obviously, the other person was just following them. Seeing this, Wang Yi made an immediate decision and intentionally controlled the speed of the car when passing a traffic light. As you jammed the point to get under the stoplight, take advantage of the moment when the yellow light turns red and accelerate hard to the front. Then again, Akira's car skills with anti-tracking in full force, directly out of sight of the car behind. When he was completely out of sight of the SUV, Wang Yi originally wanted to do a hunter-gatherer swap to find out who was so bold as to follow him. But just then, Brian suddenly sent a message. Boss, we've spotted a car following you, and we're right behind that car. You please be at ease. Within 10 minutes, we will certainly be able to help you with this little tale. The corner of Wang Yi's mouth immediately hooked, and a bolder idea popped up in his mind, and the gas pedal under his feet naturally loosened up a bit. In the rear of the Volkswagen SUV, a figure with a somewhat grim look saw the Aston Martin pinpointing as it crossed the traffic lights and eventually drifted away. And originally there were still a few moments of stifling, but could not help but slap the steering wheel. But when the light turned green, and he chased ahead at full speed for a while, his look, which had just been somewhat stifled, once again turned into a grim smile again, because the Aston Martin was dead on its feet, choosing to drive in a direction that was just ahead of a forest of rotten buildings. Even if it had just taken the lead, with the unique sound of the supercar's supercar engine, he was easily able to determine the Aston Martin's approximate location. Seeing the Aston Martin slowly slowing down in front of him and eventually laying down, the man immediately sneered, silently extinguishing his headlights. He leaned over carefully, after lurking for a while, and seeing the Aston Martin's parking position from afar, the man originally pulled out his usual butterfly knife, ready to touch over to harvest, when a bright light suddenly hit him. The man almost subconsciously had to twist his head to avoid it while ducking into the rotting building next to him. Just then, however, a bright light struck again from the rotting building he was about to flee. Then, without waiting for the man's brain to turn, 3 more bright lights hit him from 3 other directions. Shit, we've been ambushed. The man knew almost immediately that there was a big problem. While raising his hand to shield himself from the bright direct light, he forced himself to calm down and try to recognize the movements of the people around him by listening to their voices. However, to his surprise, when he heard footsteps approaching and subconsciously prodded out his butterfly knife in preparation for a surprise attack, there was a sudden gust of wind around him, and then, before his butterfly knife could be probed, his whole heart felt as if it had been struck by the front of a car. The entire body flew directly backwards, not to mention that the butterfly knife in his hand, along with the other weapons hidden in his clothes, also fell out. F***ck. What the f*** kind of monster am I facing this time? The moment his eyes were almost blinded by the bright light around him. The moment his body crashed heavily on the ground and his whole heart seemed to have been whacked so hard that it stopped functioning properly. This thought popped into his mind almost at first. However, these are just the beginning. Almost as soon as the man's body hit the ground, a dark shadow quickly scurried over, kicking away the weapons strewn around him in an almost electric flash, while simultaneously ripping off any clothing that might be concealing a weapon, and nimbly tying up his hands and feet. Then, almost as soon as the dark figure had done this, several foreign faces finally appeared in his field of vision. On the other side, Brian's side. After seeing the Hummer nimbly take care of his opponent and disarm all possible threats, Brian instantly smiled, turned off his flashlight, and walked straight over to the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy and gently knocked on the window. "Boss, the little tail has been cleaned up and you can get out of the car now." On the Hummer side, Hummer, Spider, Mechanic, and Owl were all originally staring at the stalker on the ground as well as the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy. But to their surprise, just then, a sudden burst of applause came from the darkness aside, and, not bad, worthy of being Blackwater's elite. The reaction and synergistic combat ability is truly extraordinary. The Hummer and the others were startled, turning their flashlights and tensing their bodies at almost the same time. As a result, they saw that a figure they were familiar with was walking out of the darkness, slowly clapping his hands. Boss, Hummer and the others were stunned. They had just been keeping an eye on Wang Yi's side when they were tracking his little tail behind him. But for all that, none of them, so many of Blackwater's elites, actually knew when Wang Yi had gone around that way. Wang Yi could naturally perceive the shock of Brian, Hummer, and the others. Seeing all these people staring at him dumbfounded, he smiled slightly. "Why all this expression? Am I not even capable of defending myself in your eyes?" When Brian and the others heard this, it was as if they had just come back to their senses, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. "Boss, where is your ability to defend yourself in the slightest? Just now, between the several of us coordinating the battle, we had obviously all lined up our surroundings, but in such a situation, you were able to go around behind us unnoticed. If this gets out, the entire mercenary world will probably cause a stir." Wang Yi could also sense that their words did not seem to be hypocritical, hearing the beeps coming from his mind one after another. "Your strength has deeply convinced Brian. Loyalty +5. Brian loyalty 87. Your strength has convinced the Hummer. Loyalty +5. Hummer loyalty 88. Your strength has convinced the Spider. Loyalty +5. Spider loyalty 88. He smiled slightly and patted Hummer and Brian on the shoulder before turning his attention to the one on the ground. "Enough chit-chat. Let's ask this little tail what's up and why he's following me." Brian and the others were clearly respecting him more and more at this point. Hearing his command, he immediately turned his attention to Hummer. "You're good at this." The Hummer didn't waste too many words and just carried the stalker into the rotten building like a chicken. It was only after 2 or 3 minutes, accompanied by several miserable cries from the rotten building, that he returned again. "Boss, it's been asked out." Wang Yi had already sat down in the front of the Aston Martin at this moment. Hearing him say that, he immediately smiled. "What's the situation?" Hummer muffled his voice. He said that he came from a border city, and that there were some underground channels over there for outlaws like them to take orders for eliminating disasters for others. He received the order from over there and came over to get rid of you. Also, he said there were several similar lists put out over there during the same period. In addition to you, the target person, there are several other cleanup targets in the Middle Sea that should have been put there by the same gold owner. By a murderer to kill me? Wang Yi was a bit puzzled. And the employer was going to kill another group of people at the same time? What kind of people are so mean? I never seem to have offended these types of people in Zhonghai recently. Did I? On the side, Brian and Spider and Owl, however, couldn't help but look at each other. "Boss, we know of someone that you would likely be interested in." "What people?" Wang Yi blurted out, then remembered another question he wanted to ask before. "Also, how did you guys happen to be following me tonight?" Brian glanced at Spider and Owl. "It starts with the duo of Owl and Spider, who have recently captured some news. These news, related to you. Boss, we felt the need to report it to you in the first place. Then again, it was when Spider realized that someone might be trying to make a move on you, the boss, and we've been keeping an eye on this suspicious element." When Spider and Owl heard these introductions from him, they also went to the car and took down a laptop to send it to Wang Yi. "Boss, you'll know if you look at it. This man, all this information. Originally we hadn't thought much about it, but after all the information that has warped out of this little tale tonight, we have every suspicion that the man mentioned in these messages is behind this murder for hire." Wang Yi followed their guidance and saw a name and a series of information. Jiang Yangjia, owner of Yangcheng Tiancheng Security Company, father of Jiang Yaoyang, Zhang Yaoyang's father? Wang Yi immediately twisted his head to look at Spider and Owl and the others. Owl nodded. Yes, boss. It's highly likely that the mastermind behind this murder for hire is this person. Wang Yi looked at her while looking at the information in Spider's computer. Why do you say that? Owl also looked at the computer screen. This information in your hand shows that Zhang Yangjia was born from mixing societies in earlier years, and he was also the bearer of the largest society in the entire Yangqing city, the Black Star Society, in the past. With a watermelon knife, this man was able to kill his way to a fierce reputation in Yangqing some years ago, and is still known as the Zhang Butcher. In recent years, with the Dragon State's crackdown on associations gradually increased, although he successfully cleansed his name and transformed into a legitimate businessman or even a celebrity in Yangcheng. According to some of the words Spider collected on the internet, what he actually does is still some unseemly hooks. Wang Yi finished reading the information in his hands and didn't rush to make any comments, but continued to look at Spider and Owl and said, "What else? Keep talking." Owl didn't rush to answer this time, but looked at Spider first. "You'll report to the boss on this one." Spider nodded and tapped his fingers skillfully on the laptop, and a new folder popped up immediately. "Boss, listen to these recordings and this information." Wang Yi followed her guidance and looked over, and saw that the new folder contained a few video clips in addition to a few audio files. Tap on one of the paragraphs, and a conversation immediately came from it. "Did you find out what I asked you to find out? During this period of time, Zhang Xiao had clashes with those people. Has the information of those people been investigated? Mr. Kong doesn't have much time left for us." Click on the next paragraph again. Zhang Xiao usually contacts too many people and has had friction with too many people. This side has memorized hundreds of names just by communicating with his former henchmen. And it's outrageous. Damn it, all three religions. Boss, this matter simply cannot continue to check down so little time to ask out hundreds of people who may have friction with Zhang Xiao. Continue to ask down. I guess 200 or 300 people cannot fight. Continuing with the next paragraph. Rule out all the ones that, at a glance, are unlikely to have the skills to bring down Kong Xiao. Also, focus on picking some of the stronger ones, especially those who have had friction with Zhang Xiao recently. In total, pick out 5 or 6 of the most suspicious people to come. Put their information summary. Tell me. I take it to Mr. Zhang to determine. Wang Yi listened to all of these audio files. They were all recorded phone calls, and they were quite informative. Didn't really hear any direct correlation to someone getting ready to fuck themselves tonight, though. He clicked directly on the video file behind him, and then, unconsciously, his eyes wavered. On the side, Spider also made a timely introduction. "Boss, these videos are the suspicious candidates that the group in the phone recording just now finally summarized for Kong Yangjia to see." Owl waited until she had finished her introduction, then added, "Zhang Yangjia had been the first to ask the best lawyers in the province to come to Shanghai after Zhang Yaoyang's arrest and imprisonment, trying to exonerate his son, but that barrister failed. It was rumored that Zhang Yangjia was furious at the time, and the first thing he did was to arrange for people to check out all the people who had friction with Zhang Yaoyang." Wang Yi once again looked at the computer screen. What of the video files of himself and Zhang Yaoyang creating friction in the live-fire range again? "I'm also one of his suspects?" Owl and Spider nodded in unison. "At the time when we noticed all this, we originally didn't think much of it, but what I didn't expect was that on the same day that this information was submitted to Zhang Yangjia, several bounties appeared simultaneously in some of the black markets in the border's unregulated areas. The targets of the bounty are all in Shanghai, and the number of bounties is exactly the same as the number of people on the list submitted to Zhang Yangjia." Brian picked up on that. "Combine that with the fact that you encountered a stalker just tonight, boss, and the statement from the tracker just now we can almost make the judgment that it's Zhang Yangjia who is behind this action against you tonight. He wants to get rid of you, and the other 6 suspicious people who are most likely to lead to Kong Yaoyang's imprisonment, and avenge Kong Yaoyang's death." Wang Yi believed in their professionalism and fully recognized their analysis, but his eyes were still unconsciously cold. Just because he suspects that the 7 of us might cause Zhang Yaoyang to go to jail, he's going to hire a murderer to wipe us all out? Does this Zhang Yangjia think he's Yama? So overbearing? What's more, has he forgotten that the reason why his son was sent to jail is that his son himself is so guilty of so many crimes that he deserves to die? The moment his eyes went cold, Wang Yi himself did not even perceive that a might, if any, emanated from him with it. So much so that Brian, Spider, Owl, and the others were unconsciously shaken. "This Zhang Yangjia, can you guys find out more detailed information about him?" Wang Yi's fingers tapped on the computer keyboard. Brian and the others came back to their senses. After stifling a deep breath, Brian took the lead. "Spider, Owl, you two brief the boss." Spider picked up the conversation and turned his head to Wang Yi. "Boss, A lot of news about Jiang Yangjia has been cleaned up in the internet on the Dragon countryside. I've only found a few clues from the extranet. For now. From these clues, this person should be an outlaw whose hands are stained with many lives, and the evil he has done over the years is definitely above Jiang Yao Yang. Owl followed suit and added, I also went through some channels and went to briefly inquire about some information. The information I have learned shows that the Tiansheng security company under the name of this person, Jiang Yangjia, is mainly responsible for helping a super big shot in Lingnan province to deal with things that can't be put on the stage, or clean up trouble. And the main reason why this Jiang Yangjia was able to successfully clear his name some years ago and transform himself into a celebrity in Yangcheng is also due to the superstar from Lingnan province. Who? Wang Yi glanced at the two men. Lingnan province's apparent richest man today. The founder and chairman of the Fuli Real Estate Group. Han Yongkuan. Han Yongkuan? Han's richest man? Wang Yi was slightly surprised. This person's name? For those who had made a living in Zhonghai City or Lingnan province, it was like a thunderclap. The richest man in Lingnan province. A true leader in the province's real estate community. A model for starting from scratch. Even if Wang Yi was just a small person in a real estate company before, he could often see the name on some TVs, news and magazines. This man, and the vicious Jiang Yangjia, can be involved? Owl, however, nodded. I haven't personally verified this information in Goat City, but it should be 9 to 9. The Fuli Real Estate Group under Han Yongkuan, when it was first created, actually had no advantage at all in Lingnan. The reason for the development of the latter is said to be related to the acceptance of Jiang Yangjia, indirectly mastering a group of outlaws in the Black Star Society under Jiang Yangjia's command. Like this? Wang Yi's fingertips once again tapped on the notebook, thinking for a moment before he looked up and once again looked around at Brian and the others. Next then, you will go and do two things for me right away. The first one, I want all the information on Jiang Yangjia, the detailed kind. Plus, it would be nice to turn up those previous convictions of his. Finding out information about Kong Yangjia won't be difficult for us. Brian and the others didn't think twice. However, if we want to turn up those previous cases of his, then we need to take a chance. Judging from Jiang Yangjia's entire course of action for this murder for hire, the man is still very methodical and calculating in what he does, coupled with the fact that he's been cleared for several years, and has the richest man in Lingnan province behind him as a backing. The likelihood that those old case files can be turned over is extremely low. Extremely low. Just do your best. Wang Yi also knew the difficulty of turning out the bottom of the pairing program after so many years, and with the other party being so cautious and having a powerful backer behind them, the focus is still on his full profile, and his movements. Understood. Brian and the others immediately picked up. These aren't hard. In a week's time at the most, we'll make sure you see what you want, boss. Wang Yi nodded. And there's the second one. About what Spider said earlier. About the relationship between Kong Yangjia and Han's richest man. In that regard, I need a definitive message. Brian and the others responded again. Don't worry, boss. Tonight, we'll get right into action. Make sure you check all of this. All of it. Wang Yi nodded again. After pondering a little for a moment to make sure that there was nothing more wrong with his eyes, he then looked once again in the direction of the muffled grunts still coming intermittently from the darkness. That little tail. I'll leave you guys to deal with it. Also, whether or not this little tail is fully confirmed to be the one Kong Yangjia hired for the time being, I'm pretty pissed off that he's secretly checking up on me about it. When you guys go to Yangcheng later, remember to return a gift to Jiang Yangjia for me first. Brian and the others couldn't help but smile when they heard this. Promise to get the job done. When the time comes, we will definitely prepare a great gift for Jiang Yangjia that he will never forget. Wang Yi didn't say anything more, and asked them to inform him of any situation at any time, before drilling into the Aston Martin DBS Queen's secret envoy and leaving first. And as he left, Brian put away the smile on his face and turned to a few of his partners with a serious look on his face. Brothers, next, everyone will have to show their skills and perform well. Otherwise, not to mention that the boss might look down on us. Even our old foreign rivals from before would definitely laugh at us if they knew about it. A small local force, actually sneaking around under our noses to follow our boss. This, for us, Blackwater, is a disgrace. The next morning, Wang Yi had only woken up from his large bed in the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel when he received a message from Brian. Boss, the pigtail is taken care of and clean. Myself, Spider, Owl, and Mechanic, have also traveled all night to this side of the goat. Hummer is still in Zhonghai. He will secretly follow you and be in charge of your perimeter security. Yes, Wang Yi affirmed. Then thinking of the strapped economic state of several of them, he directly added, give me a collection account. Wait until Brian sends a bank account number with a direct hit of $5 million for the campaign. And Brian and the others, clearly surprised again by his largesse, immediately burst into another round of thanks. At the same time, several system beeps emerged from Wang Yi's mind. Your generosity has impressed Brian. Loyalty +1. Brian's loyalty 88. Your generosity has impressed the spider. Loyalty +1. Spider loyalty 89. Your generosity has impressed the owl. Loyalty +1. Owl loyalty 89. Wang Yi smiled and was about to order a customized breakfast exclusive to the Westin Hotel's presidential suite when his phone vibrated again. Yi Qingqing called. Connecting. Yi Qingqing's unique seductive voice came from over there. Boss, this side of China Shipping Airline. We've encountered some situations. What's the situation? Wang Yi asked casually. Ever since the last time Mr. Fong from Four Seas Commercial Real Estate visited our Zhanghai Aviation Group and had a secret talk with Mr. Zhong and Mr. Lu from Shangri-La Hotel, many calls from well-known investment institutions have come in. Yi Qingqing was succinct. Not only that, some local business giants have also made some calls to probe for news. Intentionally or unintentionally. These people are all really well informed. Wang Yi smiled. But shouldn't all this be a good thing? Being noticed by so many large investment organizations and so many local business giants poking around. That means the attention of China Shipping Airlines has increased. It's also enough to show that these large investment organizations and local business giants are starting to pay attention to China Shipping Airlines. That's the situation. Yi Qingqing's voice was somewhat helpless. But the situation now is that those large investment organizations and the local business giants are paying too much attention to us. You may not believe me when I tell you. Since the news of Mr. Fong's third visit to Zhanghai Airlines yesterday to meet with Mr. Zhong and Mr. Lu from the Shangri-La Hotel has spread, there have already been several high-level executives from large investment institutions flying to Zhanghai. Not only that, there are a few heads of enterprises over here in Zhanghai that have good relations with our Zhanghai Airlines, and they've started to run to our group frequently to have tea. So lively? Wang Yi was also a bit surprised this time. What did Mr. Zhong and the others have to say? Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, Mr. Fong, they said that these large investment institutions and the giants of the business community in Shanghai should have guessed the new tourism industry chain that China Shipping Airlines is going to do next. Yi Qingqing's voice had a helpless but somewhat hard to hide excitement. Then again, these large investment institutions and the giants of the business community in Shanghai should all be very optimistic about this new tourism industry chain play. According to the usual playbook of large investment organizations and business giants in Shanghai, they are so eager to come over. Surely they want to come over to see if there are any investment opportunities and take the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Wang Yi was not surprised by this. As a businessman, you can't afford to be unprofitable. After a slight smile, he continued. Then does Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, Mr. Fong, and the others have any ideas? Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, Mr. Fong, they all said that this matter is too big. They still have to ask you to decide. Yi Qingqing said as if she was crying and laughing a little. In the past 2 days, all three of them's phones have been sort of busted. Even I, too, have received many calls from previously familiar or unfamiliar funders and friends. That's why they asked me to give you a call today. Just to ask when you're free these days and get your opinion. Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, and Mr. Fong wouldn't all be waiting over at the China Shipping Airline building at this moment, right? Wang Yi instantly thought of a certain joint. And not surprisingly to him, Yi Qingqing on the other side of the phone really smiled helplessly. Being seen through by you. Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, and Mr. Fong are indeed all sitting in the conference room of the Zhanghai Aviation Building at this moment. A few more heavyweight executives from large investment organizations made their way to Shanghai last night, and they're all holed up here, being happy and in pain. Alright, the situation is all I know. Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. You tell them three to wait for me for about half an hour. I'll wash up and rush over. Saying that, he waited for Yi Qingqing to respond, and then directly hung up the phone, after simply washing up, and taking some sandwiches and milk sent over by the hotel's customer service. He got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model driven by Xiao Wu's driver, and went straight to the China Shipping Airline building. More than 10 minutes later, when the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model began to slow down, Wang Yi caught a glimpse of Yi Qingqing at the entrance of the China Shipping Airline building. She is still a professional dress. Expression cold, as the darkness of the blooming siren rose general, distinct eye-catching at the same time, all body has a penetration of the uninviting aura, and next to her were Zhang Zhicheng, Lu Yuanzheng, and Fong Zhengheng, and then after that, there are the many executives of CNA. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model only drove past when Yi Qingqing was the first to blossom a smile on her face and took the initiative to come over and pull open the door of the rear car seat. Boss. As Wang Yi got out of the car, Zhang Zhicheng, Lu Yuanzheng, and Fang Zhizhang's greetings immediately rang out. Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm sorry to bother Mr. Wang. After the three greeted each other, the many executives of China Shipping Airlines, on the other hand, bowed in unison for a while. Wang Yi could feel that each of these people was very spirited and glowing when they greeted themselves. Obviously, a series of good news from China Shipping Airlines had fully mobilized their passion and sense of achievement. After waving his hand and signaling everyone to be excused, he directly addressed Yi Qingcheng, Lu Yuanzheng, Zhang Zhicheng, Fang Zhenghong and the four. This is not the place to talk. Go to the conference room. Saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the China Shipping Airline building. Zhang Zhicheng and the others naturally didn't need him to say much, and one by one, they immediately followed in his footsteps. A group of people, like a star-crossed moon, followed Wang Yi into the China Shipping Airline building with great vigor. With such a large number of people walking into the elevator of China Shipping Airlines, those people who had been curiously gathered around the entrance of China Shipping Airlines exploded at once. Crap! What is that young man just now? The row is actually so scary. China Shipping Airlines Secretary of the Board, the President, and all of China Shipping Airlines executives actually came together to greet them in order to show their welcome. Damn this period of time China Shipping Airlines fame. A lot of bigwigs in the business world of China Shipping when they come to visit, at most the deputy of Mr. Zhong to come over to receive it, right? This time, China Shipping Airlines has made such a big row to receive this young man. I'm afraid he won't be some top second generation or something like that. In this life, if I can enjoy this kind of treatment once, it really makes it worth my while to die right away. Inside the conference room of China Shipping Airlines, Wang Yi naturally didn't know about the commotion downstairs, but after naturally sitting on the main seat of the conference room, he casually said, "Next time, everyone, don't make such a big show. I just came by to get a brief overview of the situation. It's enough to have Dumpy come by alone and pick it up." Understood. We will definitely keep that in mind in the future. Zhong Zhicheng and the others hurriedly responded. While answering the voice, their gazes subconsciously glanced towards Yi Qingcheng's side in unison. Wang Yi's identity is not what it used to be, and now he is pointing out Yi Qingcheng in front of so many people. That in a way is the recognition of Yi Qingcheng's work during this period of time. In this way, Yi Qingcheng's position in the entire Shanghai Airlines, and even her position and weight in the new tourism industry chain, would probably be raised upwards. Yi Qingcheng understood it the same way. Hearing Wang Yi's words, he instantly couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and gratitude in his heart. When you look at Wang Yi again, you also feel that the more you look at him, the better he looks and the more handsome he is. The heart, it seemed, was starting to beat a bit uncontrollably. Wang Yi actually really just didn't want to draw too much attention to himself with so many well-intentioned people staring at him. But when he heard, "Your recognition has touched Yi Qingcheng, loyalty +2. Yi Qingcheng's loyalty 92, in his mind, and noticed the change in Yi Qingcheng's eyes as he looked at himself, he reacted furiously. One's identity is not what it used to be, and the group of people he was facing on the occasion he was in at the moment were all people with a heart of gold. Wang Yi's heart immediately burst into mute laughter, pretending that nothing had happened. After naturally sweeping the crowd in the conference room, he directly said, "All right, let's not bring up these has-beens. Let's all report back." Exactly. The gazes of the crowd immediately and naturally focused on Zhang Zhicheng, Lu Yuanzheng, and Fang Zhenghong, who were on the left and right sides of Wang Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Zhicheng also glanced at Lu Yuanzheng and Fang Zhizhang, then gently coughed. "Boss, let me be the one to introduce and throw in the towel. I asked you to come over here today for two main things. Actually, the first thing is that I, Mr. Lu from Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, and Mr. Fang from Four Seas Commercial Real Estate have already finalized the plan for the three companies to establish in-depth strategic cooperation. Today, I want to give you the official proposal to look over, and then we'll set a date for the signing of the contract. If the second thing, it's those large investment organizations outside that have come from afar, as well as a few business giants on this side of Shanghai. We don't know how to deal with them, and we'd like to ask you to point out a few pointers." Yi Qingcheng duly presented a beautiful project plan to Wang Yi. When it was presented to him, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Wang Yi vaguely felt that her attitude towards himself had changed somewhat subtly again. When presenting the project plan from the back, his body bent over to his side a bit more than before, not to mention, her eyes seemed to flinch and her ears reddened slightly when the hair that naturally fell as she bent over swept over her ears and neck. Wang Yi just glanced that way. She seemed to get just a little flustered and hurriedly averted her gaze, her breathing a little messy as she straightened up. Wang Yi didn't think too much about it, and after another glance to her side, he withdrew his gaze to look at the project plan. The content of the project plan was much the same as the electronic file draft sent by Yi Qingcheng before. which was only to improve some cooperation details and so on. Wang Yi once again scanned with the system's investment rate board. After making sure it was okay, it just looked up and said, "Just follow this program." As for the time of the official announcement of the signing of China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotel, and Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, you guys just coordinate and discuss it. Do you guys have any ideas? Zhong Ziqing didn't rush to answer this time, but instead, together with Fang Zhizhang, he glanced at Lu Yuanzheng. Seeing this, Lu Yuanzheng straightened up and answered, "Boss, we have an idea. I don't know what you think. Tell me about it." Wang Yi put down the project plan and took a sip of the tea on the table. "I've discussed this with Mr. Lu and Mr. Feng, and we all feel that it's a great time for us to have many large investment institutions and giants of the business world in Shanghai staring at us." Lu Yuanzheng paused for a moment. "Why don't we take advantage of this windfall and directly announce the strategic cooperation of the three, as well as announcing to the public the complete business model of our new tourism industry chain? In this way, these large investment institutions, the probability is that they will once again raise the commercial valuation of our three enterprises. Not to mention that they will probably also quickly help us spread the news to the capital market, acting as a news amplifier for us. In addition, it's likely that our new tourism industry chain model can also take advantage of this win to hit the ground running. Which one of you three came up with this thought first?" Wang Yi swept a glance at Lu Yuanzheng, Zhong Zicheng, and Fang Zhengheng, and not surprisingly to him, Zhong Ziqing and Fang Zhizhang both coincidentally turned their gaze to Lu Yuanzheng. Lu Yuanzheng saw this, but he humbly said, "It was just a whim for me at the time. Later on, it was Mr. Fang and Mr. Zheng who helped me refine my thoughts and helped sort out the pros and cons, which made me firm on this official announcement. So, in a nutshell, this idea is the result of a group effort by all of us." Wang Yi naturally knew that these words of his were humble words. After scanning the loyalty of Lu Yuanzheng, Fang Zhang, and Zhong Ziqing once again, he felt an involuntary pang of emotion in his heart. S-level talent is really still S-level talent. Compared to a plus-level talent, that level is more than one level higher. This idea of Lu Yuanzheng can really be said to be at least a few floors so high. The company has made good use of the timing. No airline group in the market has yet thought of this new tourism mode of in-depth strategic cooperation to open up the whole tourism industry chain. The geographical advantage, the good effect and repercussions generated by the strategic cooperation between China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotel in the front, and the harmony of the people, a few well-known domestic large-scale investment institutions, the executives gathered in Shanghai, and several commercial giants on the Shanghai side are also staring at China Shipping Airlines. Executives gathered in Shanghai. Several commercial giants on the side of Shanghai are also staring at China Shipping Airlines. And China Shipping Airlines is going to unite with Shangri-La Hotel and Four Seas Commercial Real Estate to carry out the news of the depth of joint cooperation among the three groups again. It is entirely about generating maximum publicity with minimum investment and resources. After giving Lu Yuanzheng an approving look, Wang Yi directly said, "This idea is very good. I'm very supportive and very appreciative." Saying that, not waiting for Lu Yuanzheng and Zhong Ziqing and other people to show joyful faces, he suddenly changed his words. "However, if you want our new tourism industry chain to be a hit, these are still far from enough." When these words came out, Zhong Zicheng and Fang Ziqing both stiffened for a moment, and the many executives of China Shipping Airlines in the conference room were obviously a bit confused as well. Only Lu Yuanzheng, as if he had guessed something, suddenly sighed. "Boss, you're right. It's true that the union of our three enterprises alone isn't enough to make the new tourism industry chain a hit. Moreover, it's really not the best time to make a direct official announcement of the specific business model of our new tourism industry chain. But the problem now is that the capital market has already sniffed out some hints and guessed our play. If we don't hurry to make an official announcement, it's very likely that someone else will get there first. By then, if we really let others get a head start in publicizing the new tourism industry chain model, we'll be stand-ins and followers." Wang Yi gave him an approving look once again. "So, I'm going to play a big wave. Unite a number of large-scale new tourism industry chain must large-scale enterprises at once to make official announcements. Build up the momentum completely. Let those who follow and copy, and try to follow and copy have no way to reproduce." Behind Wang Yi, although Yi Qingcheng did not know what Wang Yi was going to do, but looking at Wang Yi's confident appearance at this moment and the domineering aura on his body, if anything, inexplicably his heartbeat accelerated a little again. When looking at his back, his eyes were also unconsciously a little lost in thought. The people in the conference room, on the other hand, were similarly shocked by Wang Yi's words. In the conference room, after a moment of silence, Lu Yuanzheng was the first to respond. "Boss, what do you mean?" Wang Yi smiled faintly. "You guys wait a bit, I'll make 2 calls." Saying that, and ignoring everyone's reaction, He directly dialed Song Minghui's phone number of Mountain and Sea Banquet. Mr. Song, do you still remember the good news that I told you yesterday that Mountain and Sea Banquet will soon usher in? Get ready and come over to the China Shipping Aviation Group. Zhong Jiqing Zhong of China Shipping Airlines, Lu Yuanzhang Lu of Shangri-La Hotel, and Fang Zhengfang of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate are all waiting for you. On the other side of the phone, Song Minghui is definitely also well informed, and actually reacted at once. Boss, what you mean is, there's no need to think too much. They're all your own people. Wang Yi smiled. You should have heard some whispers that China Shipping Airlines, in conjunction with Shangri-La Hotel and Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, are going to make a big move. This is also a very good opportunity for the Mountain and Sea Banquet. I see. Song Minghui's voice was obviously a bit agitated. Boss, you wait for a moment. I'll bring my assistant and rush to the China Shipping Airline building right away. Thanks for the mention, boss. Half an hour at the most. I'll be there. Good. Wang Yi answered and hung up the phone, then looked up at Zhong Jicheng, Lu Yuanzhang, and Fang Zhengzhen. Song Minghui Song from Shanghai Banquet will be here in half an hour. He should understand what I mean, and later on, he will also discuss with you three about the specific cooperation matters of Mountain and Sea Banquet joining this new tourism industry chain as well. You guys can get ahead of yourselves. This was not said lightly, but the entire conference room of China Shipping Airlines was instantly in an uproar. Song Minghui Song of Mountain and Sea Banquet. That's also a fierce man. It's not too much to say that he's the founder of Mountain and Sea Banquet. And Mountain and Sea Banquet, a catering brand, has always combined local specialties very well, with very high grade and excellent reputation, and it is absolutely appropriate for them to join into our new tourism industry chain. However, this Mountain and Sea Banquet brand, not that has been very noble, never before with any brand to engage in any interaction. How today unprecedented to come to our side of China Shipping Airlines to discuss cooperation. Not only were the many executives of China Shipping Airlines in the conference room shocked, even Zhong Jicheng, Fang Zhengzheng, and Lu Yuanzhang were stunned. Boss, are you telling the truth? The Mountain and Sea Banquet is also willing to join us? If that happens, then we'll be like a tiger with wings. Just based on our 4 deep strategic cooperation and joint official announcement, it's definitely enough to cause a stir in the entire capital market of Shanghai City and even the whole country. As for Yi Qingchang, who was behind Wang Yi, she also came back to her senses at this moment, and she likewise looked at Wang Yi with some disbelief. Wang Yi could naturally sense everyone's shock, but he still only smiled faintly. After raising his hand to signal everyone to be quiet first, he then said, "Everyone stay calm. I'll make another call. If you have any questions, everyone wait until I'm done with the call." Lu Yuanzhang and the others immediately nodded their heads, sitting upright and keeping quiet, eyes staring at Wang Yi. Yi Qingchang, on the other hand, gently rushed to add some more fresh tea to Wang Yi. With that, he stood behind Wang Yi in the same quiet manner, watching him move. Wang Yi picked up his teacup and took another sip before directly dialing in Nanzhang's phone. Surprisingly, the call was answered only moments after it was dialed, and as soon as it was connected, and Nanzhang's cheerful laughter immediately came from over there. Wang Yi, what's the matter with calling at this point in time? Wang Yi keenly captured that he focused on emphasizing this time node, and immediately smiled back. Is there anything wrong with this time node, Uncle? I have a friend who said that he saw the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model you were sitting in appearing at the entrance of the Shanghai Airlines building today, and Nanjiang was quite frank. Moreover, I also saw Mr. Lu of China Shipping Airlines, Mr. Lu of Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, and Mr. Fang of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate all coming downstairs specifically to greet you. As soon as Wang Yi heard this, he knew that Nanjiang must have guessed something a long time ago. And after lamenting in his heart that none of these who can make their business bigger are oil-saving lamps, he smiled once again. Uncle N's news, as usual, is still well informed. It's only in these small things that I can know a thing or two, and when it comes to some hidden secrets, I can only rely on guessing. And Nanjiang seemed to mean what he said. Immediately, another turn of phrase reminded. I've heard that many large investment institutions have specifically run to Shanghai for the sake of Shanghai Airlines. And some guys on this side of Shanghai have also begun to pay special attention to Shanghai Airlines. Wang Yi, if you don't want to be in the limelight during this period of time, it's better to try to keep a low profile as much as possible. Those guys have noses, they can be pretty sharp. Wang Yi could hear the goodwill in his words, and after a slight smile, he said, "Thank you, Uncle, and for the reminder. I'll take care of that later. Next, let's talk business. I was also wondering why you're calling me at this time." And Nanjiang didn't have the slightest intention of meeting Wang Yi. Wang Yi didn't beat around the bush when he heard, Uncle N should be interested in China Shipping Airlines as well, right? Everyone who is well informed and knows what has happened to China Shipping Airlines recently is interested in China Shipping Airlines, and Nanjiang words dripping with water. Otherwise there would not be so many large investment institutions not far away to come to Shanghai. Shanghai, those figures in the business world will not have nothing to do every day to go to Shanghai Aviation Group to drink tea. Wang Yi also did not pick up the stubble. Directly said, China Shipping Airlines, soon likely to unite a number of upstream and downstream enterprises, together with the official announcement of the new tourism industry chain news. What? Is the news conclusive? And Nanjiang seemed to be truly shaken this time. And for the first time, a strong emotional fluctuation appeared in his voice. Soon, though, he apparently responded again. Why would you tell me such important news? We've met once though, and we got along quite well when we met at the Zhongding Regal Club before. But I don't think we're close enough for you to tell me such important and secretive information. Doesn't Uncle Lin have a very keen sense of business sense? Might as well take a slight guess? Wang Yi smiled. On the new tourism industry chain, although China Shipping Airlines has penetrated the Shangri-La Hotel and most likely the Four Seas commercial real estate, it is still far from covering the upstream and downstream core industry links of the new tourism industry chain. And Nanjiang actually really started to analyze the. In other words, common sense would dictate that it is simply not the best time for CNA to make an official public announcement of its new tourism industry chain strategy. However, China Shipping Airlines is in a hurry to rush to make an official announcement right at this time. It must be because it has already smelled something unfavorable. So many executives from large investment organizations have flown to Shanghai recently, and so many of Shanghai's bigwigs have their eyes on China Shipping Airlines. China Shipping Airlines is afraid of being seen strategic planning, shortcut to grab the first official announcement, snatched away the first to play the new tourism model of the dividends right. Saying that, and not waiting for Wang Yi to answer, he added, if you're looking for me at this time, it must be that the China Shipping Airlines side also knows that the time for an official announcement is not yet ripe, but there's no time like the present. So, China Shipping Airlines wants to take advantage of the fact that before the official announcement, it wants to try to pull together a group of large enterprises strategically upstream and downstream of the new tourism industry chain first. Wang Yi was truly convinced this time. No wonder Uncle Lin can become the richest man in Shanghai City and the third richest man on the Huruan 100 rich list of Lingnan province. This business sense, and this ability to analyze and judge, is really admirable. I obviously haven't said anything yet, but you're judging by just a few clues. After leaving the Zhongding Regal Club last time, he had Ji Qingcheng help him check a profile of a Nanjiang. Therefore, after that night, Wang Yi knew that Nanjiang was the richest man in Shanghai City and the third richest man in Lingnan province. From that time, he understood why almost everyone in the Zhongding Rich and Powerful Club knew Nanjiang and was so polite to him. This time, he chose to look for Nanjiang because the information showed that apart from being rich, Nanjiang's reputation in the business world had always been very good, and many of the industries under his command could also complement the new tourism industry chain that China Shipping Airline was going to take. At this moment, when he heard Nanjiang's analysis, Wang Yi, in addition to admiring his business skills, felt more and more that he had done the right thing by calling him. With Nanjiang's eyesight, he could certainly see the potential and future space of this new tourism industry chain strategy, and once he was willing to join in as well, it would definitely be a hit when China Shipping Airlines officially announced its new tourism industry chain strategy. These are just insignificant tricks that aren't worth mentioning. On the other side of the phone, Nanjiang's speech was fast. Wang Yi, tell me straight, what exactly do you want to do by looking for me this time? Wang Yi stopped talking nonsense and directly said, Uncle Lin, in roughly half an hour, Song Minghui Song from the Mountain and Sea Banquet will arrive at the China Sea Aviation Group. At that time, Mr. Song will join Mr. Zhong from China Shipping Airlines, Mr. Lu from Shangri-La Hotel, and Mr. Fong from Four Seas Commercial Real Estate to talk about some things. If Uncle Lin is interested in what they're talking about, or if he's also really interested in China Shipping Airlines, he might as well take the time to come over as well. The Mountain and Sea Banquet is also going to join China Shipping Airlines' new tourism industry strategy, and Nanjiang obviously heard the strings at once, and his voice once again appeared to fluctuate emotionally. Then after that, he probably thought for a moment before thundering, I had an important meeting later originally. However, since you're willing to tell me such precious information, Wang Yi, and it's rare to have such a good opportunity, I'll put off this meeting for now. Trouble you to say hello to Zhong Zhong of Shanghai Airlines, Lu Lu of Shangri-La Hotel, Fong Fong of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, and Song Song of Mountain and Sea Banquet for me, and I'll be going over to chime in for a bit in about half an hour as well. As soon as Wang Yi heard his words, he knew what he meant and smiled as he responded with a I will definitely help Uncle Lin to convey the message before hanging up the phone and once again looking up at the people in the conference room. Mr. and Nanjiang, in about half an hour, will also make a personal trip over. This is still a very understatement, but the large conference room of China Shipping Airlines, but all of a sudden a dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Wang Yi. Disbelief filled his face. Wang Yi looked at the crowd, took another sip of tea, and said gently, "What's the problem? Why are they all looking like this?" Lu Yuanzhang and the others opened their mouths and didn't say anything. The many executives of China Shipping Aviation Group in the conference room also looked at Wang Yi with bated breath, not daring to say anything. On the contrary, Yi Qingchang, who was behind Wang Yi, couldn't help but give him a sideways glance when she saw Wang Yi's teacup put down and bent over to pour in tea once again, and softly asked, "Boss, the Mr. and Nanjian and you mentioned, is it the Mr. and we thought of?" Wang Yi twisted his head and glanced at her. "Other than Shanghai's richest man, Mr. Could it be that there's a second Mr. and named in Nanjiang in Shanghai City?" Yi Qingqing's pupils visibly shook tremendously this time. Breathing stuttered involuntarily as well. It was right in Wang Yi's face, and for a moment he forgot to twist it around. Inside the conference room, many executives of China Shipping Airlines were obviously shocked. A hand and foot movement appeared. The entire conference room instantly became a little noisy, not to mention that some exclamations could not help but emerge. "Mr. That's a famous presence in the entire Lingnan province. A true business legend." Previously, even if the Lingnan Aviation Group, such a giant in the aviation industry, wanted to invite him to participate in some business fairs, he refused all of them, but this time, he's actually willing to come to our China Shipping Airlines? This is, truly, incredible. Not only these executives of China Shipping Airlines, Lu Yuanzhang and others were equally shocked when they heard Wang Yi truly confirm their suspicions. "Boss, you're not kidding us, are you? This is a great thing. If Mr. and can also come, even if it's just to participate in the strategic cooperation talks between China Shipping Airlines and the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, foresees commercial real estate, and the Mountain and Sea Banquet, it would be enough to cause a buzz and stir in the business world after the word gets out." Wang Yi retracted his gaze from Yi Qingqing's near-at-hand pretty face and smiled faintly once again. "Do I look like I'm joking with you guys? Completely unlike." The ever-steady Lu Yuanzhang actually waved his hands in succession at this moment, saying somewhat incoherently, "We know that you, boss, definitely won't play this kind of joke with us. It's just that this kind of thing is so shocking that we're so surprised." So, it was a bit of a momentary lapse in response and some slip of the tongue. Wang Yi also waved his hand. "Mr. and Mr. Song will be here in about half an hour, so just remember this and make some preparations in advance. When the time comes, the five of you will sit down and talk about working together, and come up with a concrete proposal to bring to me. About this first thing you all called me over here today. It's settled. Now, let's talk about the second thing you guys called me over for today. What to do about those large investment organizations out there that have come all the way here, as well as a few business giants on this side of Shanghai." And it was with his words that he immediately and clearly heard that another piece of system beeps appeared. "Your energy exceeds Lu Yuanzhang's expectations. Loyalty +3. Lu Yuanzhang's loyalty is 95. Your energy exceeds Cheng's expectations. Loyalty +3. Cheng's loyalty 88. Your energy exceeds Yi Qingqing's expectations. Loyalty +3. Yi Qingqing's loyalty is 95. Your energy greatly exceeds Song Minghui's expectations. Loyalty +15. Song Minghui loyalty 90. The expressions of Lu Yuanzhang and the others who looked his way again clearly grew more and more respectful. Many of the originally excited executives of China Shipping Airlines in the conference room also hastened to collect their emotions and look at him as if he were a god. Yi Qingchang, who had originally bent down fixedly to look at the side of his face, also quickly flashed a foreign color again under her eyes, and then straightened her waist with a slightly reddened face. Wang Yi could clearly perceive that the atmosphere around him had produced some sort of subtle change. Everyone here seems to be more self-centered. He glanced around the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Zhong Jicheng, Lu Yuanzhang, and Fang Zhengzhen, regarding those large investment organizations that came all the way here as well as some of the giants of the business community in Shanghai City. "I don't know the specifics yet. You guys help introduce yourselves and then talk about your respective ideas. Don't worry about anything, just speak freely." And Lu Yuanzhang didn't know what came to his mind. This time he actually didn't pick up the fight. Instead, together with Fang Zhengheng, he first turned his gaze to Zhong Jicheng. Wang Yi noticed the small action of Lu Yuanzhang and Fang Zhengzheng, and immediately looked at Zhong Jicheng as well. "Mr. Zhong has had contact with those large investment institutions and some of the business giants in China? Boss, don't misunderstand." Zhong Jicheng was obviously a bit afraid of being misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, "I was really unable to put it off having to take a shot with them. As you know, in the business world, lo and behold, it's easy for everyone to have common friends and circles again. These people came all the way here with sincerity, and then they had such and such a friend to pull the strings, and there was no way I could completely avoid them even if I kept a tight security every day. Understood. Wang Yi nodded, signaling that he didn't need to be nervous before saying, just tell us what you've learned first. Yes. Zhong Ziqing was visibly relieved, then reported, right now, the main people I've contacted are the vice presidents of the two large investment organizations, the well-known Dragon Shirt Capital and the Tagore Fund in China, as well as the head of Shanghai Leader Investment. When these three people talked to me privately, the main things they wanted to do were similar. There are two main things. One is to find out and confirm the movements or the real strategic plan of China Shipping Airlines. The other is to see if they have the opportunity to invest or participate in the next moves of China Shipping Airlines. And I heard from Vice President Sun of Dragon Shirt Capital and Vice President Li of Tagore Fund that all the executives within their group headquarters should be paying highly close attention to all the movements of our China Shipping Airlines. Wang Yi nodded and smiled slightly. These are pretty much what I expected. With that, he looked at Zhong Ziqing again. What are Mr. Zhong's thoughts on this? Ideas are not there. There are just some analyses that can be used for your reference. Boss. Zhong Ziqing's wording was cautious. Boss, you can listen to it first. Wang Yi nodded again. You say, what China Shipping Airlines is going to do this time is an unprecedentedly huge industry chain. If we can get through all the upstream and downstream links of the whole industry chain, what awaits us will be a market of at least 10 trillion levels per year. Zhong Ziqing was still very careful with his wording, and that $10 trillion market is not just domestic. If this model can penetrate into the global arena, then the market size, moreover, will be taken to another level. Therefore, there is no doubt that the new tourism industry chain strategy is promising and the future is promising. Wang Yi continued to nod. Continue. And not surprisingly to him, as these padding ended, Zhong Ziqing's words began to change. But, I wonder if you've thought about it. Boss, how many core enterprises upstream and downstream of the industry chain do we need to integrate and unite if our entire new tourism industry chain strategy is to really take shape? And how much time and how much energy will it take for these core companies upstream and downstream of the industry chain to reach in-depth strategic cooperation if we rely solely on ourselves? Saying that, without waiting for Wang Yi to ask a question, he went on to add, this time, those who came to Shanghai, in addition to the top domestic investment organizations such as Longshirt Capital and Tagore Fund, there are also quite a few well-known investment organizations, the resources they have at their disposal, as well as some of the well-known projects they have been involved in investing in, including their nationwide connections. For us, all are valuable assets that we are in dire need of, and must have. Wang Yi basically understood what he meant and directly said, so, Mr. Zhong, you have an open mind on this matter, right? If you consider it from a business perspective, I personally tend to think that the pros of opening up outweigh the cons. Zhong Ziqing nodded. Wang Yi was not in a hurry to state his position, and after taking a sip of tea, he looked at Lu Yuanzheng and Feng Jingyi. What about Mr. Lu and Mr. Feng? You two must have deliberated on these matters. What do you think? Speaking from the perspective of 4C's commercial real estate's development, the opening or not opening up of the new tourism industry chain to the outside world actually doesn't have much of an impact on us anymore. Feng Jingyi obviously spoke a bit more cautiously. We'll still listen to what you want, boss. Lu Yuanzheng, on the other hand, seemed to have prepared for this, and directly took out two program plans from the file bag he carried with him and handed them to Wang Yi, after which he earnestly said, personally, I'm also inclined to open up. However, the openness that I understand is open to cooperation, welcoming everyone to join our new tourism industry chain strategic cooperation, rather than taking this project out individually to receive financing from others. Specifically, I've made a couple of proposal books that you can go through first, boss. When Wang Yi took his project plans, he saw two project plans with new project financing program and new project open cooperation program printed on them. Apparently, it was Lu Yuanzheng who had anticipated what might happen today in advance, and had helped Wang Yi make out the two different options. He immediately gave Lu Yuanzheng another silent nod in his heart, and then turned on the investment yield scanning function. But what he didn't expect was that just as he turned on the ROI scanning function, an unexpected system beep appeared. New Project Open Cooperation Program is a Super S-level project planner. Unlocking the project's ROI will cost 100 million. Please ask the host if he chooses to unlock it. Super S-class project planner? Wang Yi's mind stirred as he immediately asked the system. System, what do you mean by Super S-grade project planner? S-level and above business management talents. In the case of timing and people in both, there is a certain probability of inspiration outbreaks. To make the return on investment exceeds the S-level project several times the planning. This type of project planning book collectively referred to as the Super S-level project planning book. The system's response was brief and concise. Super S-class project planners, the final investment reporting yield, are all above 1000%, and It is likely to influence the future direction of an industry. Once it appears and comes into use, it will surely trigger a sensation in the entire industry, and even the entire business world. It's a once-in-a-lifetime program. So fierce? Wang Yi unconsciously glanced at Lu Yuanzhang, then gave the command to the system, unlock, and as he did so, the phone did immediately vibrate twice. WeChat Bank and mobile banking both appeared with a message alerting that the account balance had been deducted by $100 million. At the same time, the system's beep once again followed. Congratulations to the host. Spending $100 million and completing the ROI scan of the Super S-ranked project planner. New project open cooperation program. New project cooperation program. Author, Lu Yuanzhang. S-level elite management class talent. Project planning level, Super S. Estimated investment income. Complete the industrial chain upstream and downstream of the 5 core enterprises. Deep linkage cooperation. Under the valuation of the whole industry increased by 100%. Complete the industrial chain upstream and downstream of the 10 core enterprises. Deep linkage cooperation. Under the valuation of the whole industry increased by 200%. Complete the industrial chain upstream and downstream of the 15 core enterprises. Deep linkage cooperation. Under the valuation of the whole industry increased by 300%. Wang Yi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in the bottom of his heart just by seeing this. Integration of 5 core businesses upstream and downstream of 5 new tourism industry chains will increase asset valuation by 100%? What kind of concept is that? How much is your asset now? If this increases by 100%, how much would that be? Cut to the system interface. Big Brother Play System. Host, Wang Yi. Worth, $168.09 billion. Under the banner of industry, China Shipping Aviation Group. Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, Blackwater International Security Group, Foreseas Commercial Real Estate Group, Zhongding Regal Club, Shanghai Banquet Catering Chain Group, Long Rise Entertainment Group, Skills, Golf Mastery, Akira Mountain Car Skills, and all the skills of a AAA soldier. He himself is already $168 billion out of pocket at the moment. That's a 100% increase, and that's a direct run at over $330 billion. And if it could increase by another 200%, even if the enterprises integrated in the back weren't obtained by completing the system tasks by themselves, the fortune would still be enough to reach the terrifying figure of $500 billion. The richest man in the country is just around the corner. At that thought, Wang Yi immediately looked at Lu Yuanzhang again. This new project open cooperation program is doing very well. When you go back and talk to general manager and the others, and even afterward when you talk to the large investment institutions that come from abroad and the giants of the business community in Shanghai, all of you will uniformly follow this set of plans. In addition, after this matter, you will take the lead. Lao Lu, with Mr. Zhong and Mr. Fong and Mr. Song assisting in charge. Lu Yuanzhang obviously did not expect Wang Yi will be so decisive, and after reading the direct commission, subconsciously have to shirk. Boss, this matter is important. Wang Yi, however, interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Qing Cheng, go make a batch of copies of this program and give everyone here a copy. By the time everyone has read this program, I'm sure you'll all understand why I've made this decision. Yi Qingcheng was obviously curious as well, and after receiving Wang Yi's proposal, she immediately went outside to take care of it herself. And when she quickly returned with a couple of staff members and handed out all these photocopied versions of the program planner, and she took a copy for herself to read through. As expected by Wang Yi, all the executives here who were a bit more astute were deeply shocked and convinced. Everyone looked at Lu Yuanzhang in astonishment. No wonder the boss was so decisive and directly gave the job of leading the charge to Mr. Lu. If this plan is taken out, I'm afraid it will directly cause a stir in the entire business world. No wonder Mr. Lu started from nothing back then, and was able to make the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group into what it is today with his own strength. Even Zhong Zhicheng and Fang Zhizhang unconsciously exclaimed, convinced. It seems that we still need to learn more from Mr. Lu in the future. This planning, if I can write one in my life, I have no regrets in this life. Lu Yuanzhang was obviously a little embarrassed, and when he heard everyone's compliments, he rushed to a burst of modesty. Wang Yi, on the other hand, seeing this scene, just sipped his tea silently. It was only after everyone had pretty much digested it, and there were indeed no more objections, that this was finally clapped. Since everyone has no more opinions, then the second thing that came here today also ends here. The next thing, Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhong, Mr. Fong, you communicate and negotiate to deal with it. If there are any new situations or problems that can't be solved, just have Qingcheng contact me at any time. Saying that, he looked at Yi Qingcheng again and directly got up to leave. Seeing this, Zhong Zhicheng, Lu Yuanzhang, and Fang Zhizhang, unsurprisingly, made a gesture to personally send Wang Yi downstairs again. Seeing this, Wang Yi immediately stopped in his tracks and smiled faintly. Remember what I just said. There's no need to make such a big scene. Just drop it off at the conference room door. Point blank. Make good preparations. Mr. Song Minghui Song, Mr. and Nanjiang and the others should be arriving soon at this moment. Zhang Jicheng, Lu Yuanzheng, and the others immediately stopped their steps and answered in a loud voice. Yi Qingchang was the only one who still quickly followed Wang Yi's footsteps and pressed the elevator in advance in a very measured manner. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't say much and waited until he returned to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized body before nodding at her. You go back as well. Feel free to contact me if there's any situation. Yes. Yi Qingchang's voice was actually a bit inexplicably soft. Wang Yi glanced at her and was about to ask the system if it was an incidental effect of the increased loyalty when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Only after connecting, a competent female voice immediately came from there. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Wang Yi? Mr. Wang? Wang Yi immediately looked at the small Wu driver in front of him, signaling him not to rush the car first, before picking up. I am. Which one are you? Hello Mr. Wang. I'm Huang Wanru from Dragon Rise Entertainment, previously responsible for coordinating the work of Dragon Rise Entertainment. The female voice on the other side of the phone softened a bit. I wonder what time is convenient for you, Mr. Wang? I've taken a few core artists under my command and rushed ahead from the Yangcheng headquarters to Dragon Rise Entertainment Group's office in Shanghai. Long Rise Entertainment's side has also done the handover materials and relevant vouchers, and can go to you, Mr. Wang, at any time to cooperate with you to finish the subsequent handover. Wang Yi thought about it. His landing point was in the hotel, and the staff of the kind of entertainment company Dragon Rise Entertainment were almost all public figures, so it was obviously inappropriate to let them go to this side of the Westin Hotel, which would easily lead to deep digging by paparazzi or reporters. As for the side of China Shipping Airlines, the presence of two big names, Song Minghui and in Nanjiang, one after the other was bound to attract the attention of many business people as well. It certainly wouldn't be appropriate to do the handover over here either, and it would also easily draw suspicion from people with an axe to grind. He simply said, I happen to have some time at this moment. Let me make a trip to the Dragon Rise Entertainment Group's office. Be there in about half an hour to 40 minutes or so. Alright, I'll make some arrangements on my side right away, and I'll be waiting for you anytime. Huang Wanru's voice was respectful. Wang Yi answered and hung up the phone, then directly said to Xiao Wu's driver in front of him, Go to Dragon Rise Entertainment Group's Shanghai office. Driver Xiao Wu immediately started the car in response. Wang Yi, on the other hand, put down his cell phone and his brain worked quickly. Dragon Rise Entertainment Group, the #1 entertainment group in Lingnan, is also considered a top 5 entertainment group in the country, with a handful of famous artists under its banner. However, what makes this entertainment group different from many on the market is that their main artists are all veteran actors or powerhouses. Unlike Hongqing Entertainment, which is one of the top 3 entertainment groups in China, the main revenue relies on traffic stars or streams of fresh meat. Thanks to the strategy of relying on powerhouses or veteran actors for their main artists, Dragon Rise Entertainment Group has a very good reputation both inside and outside the circle. But because the capital market has been more pro-traffic stars and fresh meat in recent years, they have been a bit underwhelming in terms of revenue. From the information found on the internet came up to show that Dragon Rise Entertainment, because of the revenue problem, the first 2 years seems to be a bit of a trend to the market compromise, but also signed a few fresh meat and traffic stars, and gave a considerable amount of resources to hold. One of the typical is a singer called Kim Chan-wing. Before on the toilet stage, it seems that there is a program supporter on the spot to kneel to him on the hot search to come. Between his thoughts, Wang Yi once again opened his cell phone and searched online for news related to Dragon Rise Entertainment Group, and by the time he had searched the internet enough to find out what he wanted to know, he had made up his mind. Dragon Rise Entertainment Group, obviously different from the previous system, rewards those industries. They get their hands on it when the palm of the hand on the line. Such a high-quality asset, a propaganda tool in the field of the internet and culture, must first be corrected a bit, the direction of the right, in order to use more leisurely. Therefore, when the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model drove to the entrance of Long Rise Entertainment Group, and Wang Yi walked into the conference room under the personal welcome of Huang Wanru and other executives of Long Rise Entertainment, he briefly exchanged a few pleasantries with a few people before directly saying, Mr. Huang, do you have a plan on your side for the company's strategic investment direction for the next few years for Dragon Rise Entertainment Group? Huang Wanru and the others had obviously prepared for this, and presented some documents at the first opportunity. Boss, our company's most weighty investment plans for the next few years are all here. Wang Yi picked it up and briefly scanned through it. It was all about the planning of some movie projects, TV series projects, and variety show projects. There is also some star-making program planning in the mix. There are 5 PPPs in total. Scanning. It only cost a few $1,000,000 in total to unlock the ROI altogether. And not surprisingly, Wang Yi expected that one of the promotional planning about Jin Canrong would indeed be a problem. Scanning results show, after the flow stars represented by Jin Sanrong, they may encounter significant policy risks, which will most likely lead to the company's investment to go down the drain or even lose a lot of money. ROI, short-term gain is expected to be $600 million. Long-term gain is expected to be -$1.5 billion, and would result in a valuation drop of about 10% for Dragon Rising Entertainment. As for the other 4 project plans, excluding a drama project that was going to feature Kim Chanwing as the lead, the ROI was pretty good. After reading the system's scanning results and pretending to go through these planning books, Wang Yi was originally about to send a message, but did not expect just at this time, the conference room door was violently bang sound pushed open. A wearing fancy rather a few points of the figure of the effeminate walked in generously. Mr. Huang, why aren't you answering my calls? That's a bit hurtful, isn't it? Huang Wanru, on the other hand, obviously changed her face for a moment. Jin Sanrong, who gave you the guts? This is a conference room. Who gave you permission to just barge in here without saying hello? Apologize to Mr. Wang and all the executives here right now. Then get out. Jin Sanrong, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard those angry roars of hers, and only swept a slightly frivolous glance at Wang Yi in the middle of the conference room. Yo, this should be the general manager Wang that Mr. Huang is talking about. The new boss of our Dragon Rise Entertainment, right? It's just as well. Mr. Huang has been pressing my matter and not taking a stand now. It's good for me to talk to the new boss. Boss, I'm now a top-tier star. Isn't it time to change the contract I signed before? Wang Yi didn't pick up on his words, but looked at Huang Wanru. What's the situation? Asshole. Huang Wanru scolded Jin Sanrong before taking a deep breath and explaining to Wang Yi. This guy is holding Mr. Wang hostage. Originally he was just an unknown Goryeo artist. After we signed him we used all of the company's resources to push him. Only then did we get him pushed from an 18th tier artist to his current 1st tier status. According to the initial contract, we've given him so many resources, and accordingly our company will reap a much higher percentage of revenue sharing from his side. Many of his identities should be tied to the company as well. But before our company executives see he is still quite obedient, and also thought he may be further in the future. The contract of many of the restrictions on him lifted, but also took the initiative to raise some of the percentage of dividends to him. But I did not expect is that this guy turned his head and turned his face. Wang Yi smiled faintly and asked without looking at Jin Sanrong, turning the other cheek? It's just a dog, so what's the point of turning the other cheek? What gives him, TMD, the right to flip out? When Huang Wanru heard this, it was obviously a bit difficult to speak, and she opened her mouth several times without saying anything. On the side, Jin Sanrong heard Wang Yi directly call himself a dog in public, but his face instantly turned red. Seeing Huang Wanru's desire to speak, he laughed coldly. Perhaps I am indeed just a dog in the eyes of capital as well. But, Mr. Wang may not understand that I am now the biggest moneymaker of the Dragon Rise Entertainment Group. If you guys don't agree to change my contract, there are other big conglomerates in the entertainment industry that are willing to help me pay for a breach of contract for me to jump over there after I'm released from my contract. When Huang Wanru heard this, she obviously acquiesced to these facts, and didn't say anything as her aura weakened quite a bit again. Wang Yi saw this but looked at her with a look of realization. Oh, so this is the turning the other cheek ah. Jin Sanrong obviously misunderstood something and looked a bit arrogant. If I jump ship, Dragon Rise Entertainment's revenue in the next few years will be ugly. Mr. Wang must be a smart man. Should you still be able to weigh up which one will make you money? Whether you agree to change the contract you signed for me or whether we all split up? Wang Yi didn't pick up on his words, but instead looked at Huang Wanrong. Is that why you guys are being held by such a contraption? I'm sorry Mr. Wang. Huang Wanrong was probably afraid that Wang Yi would be unpleasant, and hurriedly tried to apologize. Wang Yi, however, didn't wait for her to finish before interrupting with a sharp wave of his hand. Tell him to get lost. I, Wang, lack everything, but the last thing I lack is money, and people who can help me make money. Doesn't he want to terminate his contract? Go find the best lawyer and keep fighting the termination lawsuit with him. Drag him out for 8 or 10 years. Drag him to death. The moment these words came out, not only Huang Wanrong and many executives of Long Rise Entertainment were shocked and unconsciously shaken. Jin Sanrong, who had just been high and mighty, was obviously not expecting it at all either, and his eyes became flustered all of a sudden. Because, for people like Kim Chan-young, the last thing they are afraid of is the liquidated damages when they terminate their contract. As a popular first-tier star, Even if Dragon Rise Entertainment's side of the contract termination liquidated damages are exaggerated, with their money-sucking ability they can completely afford it. Oftentimes, they don't even have to pay for the claim themselves. There are hordes of companies rushing to help them pay for it. But if Wang Yi was going to drag out their termination lawsuit, that would be a big problem. According to the existing entertainment industry management regulations in the Dragon Kingdom, once Wang Yi really let him Jin Sanrong into the termination of the lawsuit, then during the lawsuit, Jin Sanrong is not allowed to have traffic exposure, and also not allowed to accept any commercial endorsements on any variety show, TV series and movies, and so on. His income will go straight to the bottom, and all the traffic exposure will disappear completely. And the most frightening thing is that once this situation lasts a little longer, then his previously accumulated fans and popularity will soon be replaced by other new traffic stars as well. Even if the next company that takes over after the lawsuit is over is willing to put down blood money to push him, he'll have to start over. Therefore, while his eyes were flustered, the bratty expression on Jin Sanrong's face immediately turned into a smile with some curtness as well. Mr. Wang, don't be angry. I just said all that. I was joking with you. Don't be angry. The company has been gracious to me, and Sister Huang and these people have been treating me well, so how could I really do this kind of thing of being gracious? Only then did Wang Yi look at him squarely for the first time. Am I familiar with you? And you're licking your chops to come and joke around? The smile on Kim Chanwing's face froze. Wang Yi, however, just glanced at him and withdrew his gaze, while faintly saying, I still prefer your bratty appearance. Just keep it up and go find someone to arrange the termination. I'll also arrange for an attorney to try to fight this lawsuit to the death of the sea. Jin Sanrong this time and a little Bungbu Live hurriedly apologized. Mr. Wang, just now is my stupid ex. I know wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please give me a chance. I won't do such stupid things in the future. From now on, Mr. Wang, I will never go west if you tell me to go east, and I will never kill a chicken if I am told to beat a dog. Wang Yi also ignored his mouth full of smooth talk and just picked up the tea on the table and took a slow sip. Jin Sanrong, however, rushed to him and bowed once and for all. Mr. Wang, open your golden mouth. Whatever conditions you have, just mention them. I can talk about them. And all that talk about changing the contract before, I take it all back too. Saying that, seeing that Wang Yi remained unmoved, he also rushed to look at Huang Wanru. Sister Huang, you also helped to say something. Dragon Rising Entertainment needs me badly right now, I'm well aware of that. You're under a lot of pressure to run your business and you're short of someone to hold up your end of the bargain. If we really don't have me, Dragon Rising Entertainment is going to have a hard time for a while to follow. Standing on a personal angle, Huang Wanru was actually very disgusted and hated this guy, but considering the company's current situation, she still took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, although Jin Sanrong man is a bit of an asshole, these words are somewhat reasonable. We might as well use him first, so that he can make more money for us and recoup the resources and costs invested in him in previous years. And Dragon Rise Entertainment now really just him so a signboard in Money Tree. If he kicked him out, the next are Dragon Rise Entertainment revenue, as well as a long time in the future with the capital, film and television companies, internet film and television companies to talk about the cooperation of the company's weight. We'll follow the straight line down. Mr. Huang, have you thought about it? Wang Yi interrupted her later words and pointed at Jin Sanrong beside him. Why did he dare to be so arrogant today? Huang Wanru opened her mouth and didn't make a sound for a long time. It's because he knows that you've been harboring this idea, thinking that Dragon Rising Entertainment can't work without him. Wang Yi sneered. But the fact is that Dragon Rising Entertainment really can't work without him? Mr. Wang. Huang Wanru wanted to explain the difficulties of Long Rise Entertainment, but Wang Yi did not wait for her to open her mouth and directly said, no need to say anymore. The earth turns the same without anyone. Isn't Dragon Rising Entertainment's biggest problem right now the lack of a stagehand? Look, I'll go find you guys a more substantial character to come over here. Saying that, without waiting for these people to react, he directly took out his cell phone and called Yi Qingcheng. Help me give Lin Xingchen a call. Just say that I have something good to look for her. I'll wait for her call. And with this call he made only a minute later, an unfamiliar Kyoto number called in. Only after connecting, a female voice as clear as a warbler's cry came from there. Hello Mr. Wang. I heard Secretary Yi say that you have something to look for me. It was clearly the super first-tier beautiful big star, Lin Xingchen, who was in the middle of the day in the entire entertainment circle today and could be called a clear stream in the entertainment circle. Wang Yi has been in contact with these 2 times, and his impression is very good. A female artist who really deserves to be recognized as a virtuous and capable person. Wang Yi also didn't beat around the bush with Lin Xingchen and directly said, does Miss Lin know about Dragon Rise Entertainment? Dragon Rise Entertainment is well known in the circle and has a pretty good reputation, so I naturally know about it. Lin Xingchen sounded a bit puzzled. Why is Mr. Wang mentioning this to me? I'm now the new boss of Dragon Rise Entertainment. Wang Yi's simple sentence made Lin Xingchen, who had been looking unperturbed on the other side of the phone, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Lin shouldn't be too fond of the kind of thing that happened in the last Mountain and Sea banquet, wiping the asses of other bad artists in the company, right? Wang Yi smiled slightly when he sensed the sound of Lin Xingchen's backward breath, and on the other side of the phone, Lin Xingchen was obviously a bit more cautious with her words after hearing his question. On a personal level, I do dislike it. Personally, I prefer to dedicate myself to learning, creating, and then bringing some even better work to the table. But it's only right to eat the king's food and be loyal to him. And it's only right that I work with the company's occasional requests that aren't too difficult for me. When Wang Yi heard this, he felt more and more that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Although he didn't specialize in knowing too much about Hongqing Entertainment's reputation, he had dabbled in checking the relevant information about Dragon Rising Entertainment. This entertainment company, the negative news that has been rumored before, that is really not a star. And the reputation in the entertainment industry can also be said to be quite poor. But even so, listening to Lin Xingchen's words, and then looking at Jin Sanrong's performance on Dragon Rising Entertainment's side, the difference between being a human being and being a human being is really not that big. Thinking of this, Wang Yi simply stated his intention. We, Dragon Rise, are prepared to terminate the contract with Jin Sanrong for a truly virtuous and talented stagehand. Mr. Wang, do you mean that you want to invite me to Dragon Rise Entertainment? Lin Xingchen's voice seemed a bit incredulous. Yes, Wang Yi nodded. What do you mean? On the other side of the phone, Lin Xingchen didn't know what came to mind when he heard this. After saying, wait a moment, I'll find a place where no one else is around to talk to you, there was the sound of footsteps. The sound of footsteps lasted for a while before some gasping breathing sounds were heard, as well as Lin Xingchen's slightly messy voice. I don't know where you received the news from, Mr. Wang, but I do have the intention of changing to a different company, said she, after a pause. I like to make money through my work. But Hongqing Entertainment side is always trying to get me to go on more variety shows, do some movies and TV shows, or take on some commercial endorsements, going for this kind of overdrafting of my reputation to make money. Before, it was fine when there was a more appreciative old boss up there, Sister Jean, who supported me strongly at Hongqing. She was able to help me withstand most of the pressure and help me push out some of the commercial orders as much as possible. But now that she's retired to the second line, the conflict between me and Hongqing Entertainment side is getting bigger and bigger. Like this time, bringing a bad artist like Wu Xiqian along to endorse China Shipping Airlines' new tourism industry chain is a task that the company's decision-makers are becoming increasingly dissatisfied with my style and are forcing on me. Wang Yi was unaware of these original reasons. Hearing that she specifically ran to a place where no one was talking to herself about this, and that when talking about Hongqing Entertainment it was just a sizable statement of the situation, and there was nothing added to discredit the previous company or anything like that. He looked more and more highly at this woman in his heart, and at the same time vaguely tasted something. He smiled slightly. So, the point you're trying to make, Lin, if Dragon Rise Entertainment is really interested in inviting me, I only have one condition, and that is, I hope that Dragon Rise's side can give me more time and space to create, so that I can create as much revenue as possible for the company with my works. Lin Xingchen's voice was earnest and, I can accept business practices in a reasonable sphere and could care less about the promotional exposure and the treatment and whatnot that other celebrities are nickel and diming for. Just so much freedom and space. As long as you are willing to give me that space and freedom, I have the confidence and certainty that I can create far more revenue with my work than I can make by keeping my mind on taking commercial orders. Wang Yi didn't expect her request to be so simple, and immediately smiled again. I also prefer artists who speak with their works. And on the other side of the phone, Lin Xingchen was obviously a bit surprised when she heard this. You mean you agree? I'm at Dragon Rise Entertainment's Shanghai office right now, Wang Yi said and looked at Huang Wanru and the others. The girls from Dragon Rise Entertainment's Mr. Huang are over here as well. You're welcome to come over and sign the new contract now if you can spare the time at this moment. I'm shooting a commercial for the endorsement of China Shipping Airlines, so I'll bring my agent over right after I'm done later. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xingchen's voice was obviously a bit surprised. Thank you, Wang Chengcheng Quan. Saying that, as if she thought of something, she added, but Mr. Wang, I'm now being targeted by one of the higher-ups in Hongqing. If I'm allowed to actually transfer to Dragon Rising, the odds are that that person will make some moves against me and against Dragon Rising. I'm not afraid of these myself, but I just don't know the Dragon Rising side. It's just a small Hongqing Entertainment. Wang Yi didn't put this kind of enterprise with a market capitalization of about $30 billion in his eyes at all, let alone just one of the executives. Come over on time, Ms. Lin. I'll greet Mr. Huang and the girls in advance. Saying that, after hanging up the phone, Wang Yi directly turned his gaze to Huang Wanru beside him. Where's the security here? You can have them drag out the guys who don't belong in this conference room. What we're about to talk about is not appropriate for an outsider to be present. As soon as these words came out, Huang Wanru and the others, who had just heard some of the mere words, were obviously a bit pressed with astonishment. The group of people didn't wait for the security guards to arrive, and after directly holding Jin Sanrong and dragging him out, they looked at Wang Yi in unison. Mr. Wang, the call you just made was to Miss Lin Xingchen Lin? Wang Yi nodded and looked around the crowd. That's her. She has already agreed to join Dragon Rise Entertainment and become our new pillar of Dragon Rise Entertainment. Inside the conference room, there was an instant outcry. My God, this is incredible, isn't it? Lin Xingchen is the most popular and most talked about super tier 1 popularity power superstar in today's entertainment industry. Several domestic entertainment industry head entertainment company, it is said to have been very open priced to dig her repeatedly hit a wall, but now she is actually willing to join our Dragon Rise Entertainment? Huang Wanru was probably a bit confused as well. Her voice was stuttering a bit. Old boss, is this true? Miss Lin Xingchen Lin, is she really willing to join our Dragon Rise Entertainment? If this is true, not to mention one Jin Sanrong, even 10 or 20 Jin Canrongs wouldn't be enough to beat her with one hand. The others responded and hastened to pick up the conversation. Indeed, if Lin Xingchen really joins our Dragon Rising Entertainment, not to mention, our Dragon Rising Entertainment's valuation will at least go up directly by more than 10%, and then when we, Long Rise Entertainment, go to negotiate with the upstream movie and television parties, distributors, and TV stations in the entertainment industry, our weight and status will be able to go directly to another level. Wang Yi didn't rush to answer as he listened to their excited faces. It was only until everyone's emotions had almost calmed down and the conference room had gradually quieted down that he looked around at everyone once again. Ms. Lin has just told me on the phone that she'll be coming over around 1 o'clock. Y'all get ready ahead of time. Especially the contract part, giving her some freedom and space to create more value with her work. Huang Wanru and the others nodded their heads repeatedly. Don't worry boss, we'll make sure to do this beautifully. Personally, I've always loved Lin Xingchen's work, and I believe that her work definitely creates value far beyond what she could have achieved if she had gone all out to take commercial orders. Moreover, her philosophy is indeed completely in line with the line that we, Dragon Rise Entertainment, have been adhering to all these years. Wang Yi nodded and didn't say anything more. After completing the handover and briefly explaining, let me know when you've signed a new contract with Lin Xingchen. He left first. And with Wang Yi's departure, when Lin Xingchen appeared at the entrance of Long Rise Entertainment at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Huang Wanru and a group of other executives of Long Rise Entertainment collectively received him personally. Those well-informed people in the entertainment industry, however, exploded at once. Lin Xingchen appeared at the entrance of Dragon Rising Entertainment? Crap, that's heavy news. There have been rumors before that Lin Xingchen's philosophy and Hongxing Entertainment don't match. And there's also an executive surnamed Zhou in Hongxing Entertainment who has been trying to unsuccessfully subvert Lin Xingchen. At this moment, Lin Xingchen appeared at the entrance of Long Rise Entertainment. It's easy for people to think of him not too long ago. It seems that Hongxing Entertainment even forced Lin Xingchen to piggyback on tainted artist Wu Xiqian when she endorsed one of China's shipping airlines projects. She appeared at the entrance of Dragon Rise Entertainment at this point in time. It couldn't be that she wanted to use the opportunity to express her dissatisfaction to Hongxing Entertainment or simply prepare to transfer to Dragon Rise Entertainment, right? Meanwhile, far away inside the headquarters of Hongxing Entertainment in Kyoto, when Zhou Lian, the new old president of Hongxing Entertainment, heard the news, he couldn't help but fiercely slam the ashtray on the table. Marred, bitch one, and give you face. How dare you go over to Dragon Rising Entertainment? Ask me if I promised or not? On the side, his assistant and confidant was a bit nervous. Mr. Zhou, our people over at Dragon Rise Entertainment have already gotten the exact news that Lin Xingchen has already reached a signing agreement with Dragon Rise Entertainment's general manager Huang and the others. On top of that, Dragon Rise Entertainment has also offered to release their previous stagehand, Kim Chan-rong, from his contract. Looking at this situation, Dragon Rising Entertainment is probably preparing to take Lin Xingchen as their new stagehand. She wanted to leave. Did she ask my opinion? Zhou Lian's face was hazy. Lousy spent so much effort. It was not easy to get that surname Jean in the company to retire to the second line. Now the old man hasn't gotten her yet. Hasn't had enough fun. And she wants to just walk away? Think Hongxing Entertainment is her call? Then what do you mean, Mr. Zhou? The assistant at the side whispered a request for guidance. Give her a call and tell her I'm angry now. Zhou Lian narrowed his eyes. If she is sensible, immediately give me a roll back, wash clean and obediently from me. This time, I can still forgive one or two of the mistakes she made, but if she doesn't know better, then take back all the resources that were originally given to her, especially the endorsements on the China Shipping Airlines side, which is the most heavyweight in the company, and then, use Hongqing Entertainment's media resources to completely ruin her. The assistant also knew why Zhou Lian didn't say anything about dragging Lin Xingchen with the termination lawsuit at this moment. Lin Xingchen, an artist who relies on his works, is completely different from a traffic star or something? Even if there is no film or television variety show or even hot search exposure during the lawsuit, he can continue to gain heat and popularity just by relying on his previous works. And a heavyweight endorsement like the one on the China Shipping Airlines side, which would likely take Lin Xingchen to another level of exposure, would be a completely different story. This kind of heavyweight endorsement, not to mention Lin Xingchen as an artist, was a piece of fat meat even for the major head entertainment companies in the entertainment industry. If Zhou Lian directly withdrew Lin Xingchen's qualification to endorse this project, it was really hitting the snake, directly pressing down on Lin Xingchen's possibility to go further. As for destroying Lin Xingchen with the media, not to mention the media mastered by Hongqing Entertainment, to use a word that is not an exaggeration, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it occupies half of the publicity outlets in the entertainment industry. It would be too easy for them to ruin an artist. With that thought in mind, after answering the question, the little assistant hurriedly went to the side and started calling Lin Xingchen. But what I didn't expect was that before the little assistant dialed the phone, Zhou Lian suddenly spoke again. After you call that bitch, also give a call to Huang Wanru and the girls from Dragon Rise Entertainment. Tell them to remember to me. Lin Xingchen is the meat of my Zhou Lian's fancy. Don't dare to reach out to any artist who doesn't know better. If they want to take food from the tiger's mouth, then they have to think clearly whether they can afford to offend me afterward. The little assistant immediately answered again. And after calling Lin Xingchen, he immediately made another call to Huang Wanru. And just 2 or 3 minutes after the little assistant finished her call, within the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi also received a call from Huang Wanru. Boss, Hongqing's side is calling. What's the situation? Wang Yi went straight to the point. Hongqing's general manager Zhou had his assistant give me a call, saying that mess. Lin is someone he's bound and determined to win, and asked us to think it over before deciding whether or not to sign him as Lin. Huang Wanru's voice was a bit cautious. His assistant just gave Miss Lin a call back. What were the contents of the phone call? Wang Yi continued to ask. MS. Lin was sitting right next to me. Didn't specifically say what the other party said, but her face was ugly. Huang Wanru said and paused for a moment. She should have also been threatened by that general manager Zhou of Hongqing Entertainment. You give her the phone and ask her to speak to me personally. Wang Yi sat up a bit straighter, waiting for Lin Xingchen's voice to come from the other side of the phone. Hey, Mr. Wang. Just call me Wang Yi. Wang Yi cut to the chase with a nod. What did the people over at Hongqing Entertainment tell you? It's no big deal. It's just threatening me with exposure resources and business resources or something. Lin Xingchen's tone was rather calm. Wang Yi, however, estimated that it should not be that simple. What about being more specific? I want the truth. You're my man now, and I can't pretend nothing happened when someone threatened you. On the other side of the phone, Lin Xingchen's heart was inexplicably a little strange when he heard "you're my person now," especially when thinking of Wang Yi's young and handsome appearance, and these several times in Wang Yi contact, Wang Yi repeatedly bring their own surprise, the kind of heart-strange feeling, but also unconsciously more and more prevalent a few points. Subconsciously, her voice took on a few emotions as well. That bastard surnamed Zhou told me to go back and accept his subterfuge. Otherwise, he'll cancel my endorsement for this new China Shipping Airlines project, and also take back all the resources that Hongqing's side is subsequently prepared to invest in me. In addition, he threatened me with those media resources held by Hongqing Entertainment, saying that he would use them to destroy me if I didn't know better. Wang Yi was truly surprised that the other party was actually arrogant to this extent. After a cold laugh, he asked, that one surnamed Zhou, does he come from a big place? His own family history is not particularly outstanding. Lin Xingchen was frank, but he is the new old president of Hongqing elected by Hongqing's board of directors. It's very powerful within Hanstar, not to mention that it kind of represents the collective will of the Hanstar board of directors within the entertainment industry. So, he's a guy who still has a little bit of energy in the entertainment industry. And almost most of the bigwigs in the entertainment industry have to give a few points of face. Just a sounding board pushed out by the entire Hongqing board? Wang Yi sneered once again. I thought how much weight he had. Wang Yi, you mustn't underestimate him either. This person still has a bit of energy. Lin Xingchen was probably afraid of Wang Yi's misunderstanding, and hurriedly reminded him on the other side of the phone. Especially those media resources under Hongqing Entertainment that he controls are very scary, and are almost life-threatening for us artists. Previously, in our company, there was a female artist who was about to be promoted to the first tier because she didn't accept his escort assignment, and it was because he used his media resources to directly ruin her. It was only after the female artist couldn't bear the thought of Netstorm offering herself up and doing everything she could to please him that she was able to escape the nightmare. Wang Yi laughed. I know what you're trying to express, but you'd better put your heart in your stomach. Unless he, Zhou Lian, wants to die even faster, he wouldn't dare use any media resources in front of me. Give your cell phone to Mr. Huang. I'll take care of these small problems. With that said, after Lin Xingchen returned the cell phone to Huang Wanru with confidence, telling Huang Wanru his idea and letting Huang Wanru operate in the way he said, Wang Yi called Yi Qingcheng again, right after the phone call with Yi Qingcheng for about 10 minutes or so. Without Wang Yi's anticipation, a piece of system beeps came out. Your energy is beyond Xiao Xizhen's imagination. Loyalty plus 10. Xiao Xizhen's loyalty 75. Your energy is beyond Huang Wanru's imagination. Loyalty plus 10. Huang Wanru's loyalty is 80. Your energy is beyond Lin Xingchen's imagination. Loyalty plus 10. Lin Xingchen's loyalty is 75. Then, Yi Qingcheng's phone call came with it. Boss, it's all done as you ordered. Wang Yi nodded. How did Mr. Song, Mr. and the others chat over at China Shipping Airlines in the morning? Very pleasant. Yi Qingcheng's voice was obviously a bit hard to hide his excitement when he mentioned this. The Mountain and Sea Banquet Catering Chain Group, which just happens to fill the vacancy of the catering piece of the new tourism industry chain strategy. And Mr. An sighed. As the richest man in Shanghai, his industries are all-encompassing, and also make up for the many shortcomings of Shanghai's new tourism industry chain. They had a very smooth chat with Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, and Mr. Fong, and are still in the conference room at this moment discussing some details of cooperation. Still talking now? Wang Yi was slightly surprised. This has been a conversation for 2 or 3 hours, right? It's mainly Mr. and Mr. Lu talking. Yi Qingcheng was also a bit impressed. General Manager N's eyesight is also very poisonous. He was amazed just by looking at that new project open cooperation proposal of General Manager Lu once. The two met at first sight and had a great conversation about the details of this collaboration that unfolded. It was a bit of an eye-opener for me and Mr. Chung, Mr. Fong, and Mr. Song as we listened from the sidelines. Wang Yi smiled involuntarily at the sound. And Nanjiang was not a talent under his command, and there was no way to utilize the loyalty scanning system to determine what level of talent it was. However, for him to become the richest man in Shanghai City and a big shot in the top 3 of the entire Lingnan province's rich and powerful list, the odds are that he's also an S-class existence. It was not surprising that he and Lu Yuanzhang had met at first sight, and at the same time, he could tell at a glance that Lu Yuanzhang's open cooperation program for new projects was not a bad one. Now that we've had a smoother conversation, have you set a time for a few cosigns and a joint official announcement? This has not been finalized yet. Yi Qingcheng smiled as she said this. Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhong, and Mr. Fong have specifically spoken to me privately, asking me to come and ask for your advice first. Now that everyone's intention to cooperate has basically been reached, we can sign at any time. It depends on what time you think is appropriate. Boss, I'm not that particular. Wang Yi casually opened his cell phone calendar and looked at it. Tomorrow would be nice. You go talk to Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhong, Mr. Fong and the others. I'll be waiting for your good news on TV and the news. Saying that, after Yi Qingcheng responded obediently, he directly hung up the phone. And it was not long after Wang Yi hung up the phone that a piece of heavy news quickly spread in the Shanghai business circle. Mr. Song Minghui Song of Mountain and Sea Banquet suddenly went to China Shipping Airlines in person this morning and chatted with Mr. Zhong of China Shipping Airlines, Mr. Lu of Shangri-La Hotel, and Mr. Fong of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate for more than 3 hours. Shanghai's richest man, and Nanjiang Yan of the Yin Group, also took the unprecedented step of similarly traveling to Shanghai Airlines in person, chatting with Song Minghui Song, Zhong Xiqing Zhong, Lu Yuanzhang Lu, and Fong Zhangfan for more than 3 hours. That afternoon, Long Rise Entertainment's MS, Huang Wanru Huang, likewise took several of Long Rise Entertainment's leading artists as well as Hongqing Entertainment's Lin Xingchen with her and rushed to Shanghai Airlines. Countless speculations began to bubble up in the upper circles of Shanghai. Countless bigwigs who had friends in China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotel, Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, Mountain and Sea Banquet, and Long Rise Entertainment had also started to show their skills, trying to find ways to find out the news. Until the evening of the same day, China Shipping Airlines, together with Shangri-La Hotel, Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, Mountain and Sea Banquet Chain Catering Group, Longsheng Group, and South Border Group, released a statement. China Shipping Airlines Group, Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group, Mountain and Sea Banquet Chain Catering Group, Longsheng Group, and South Border Group will hold a deep strategic cooperation signing agreement in the big conference room of China Shipping Airlines at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. in the conference room of China Shipping Airlines to hold a signing agreement on deep strategic cooperation. The entire Shanghai business community, and even many large investment organizations, only then instantly understood what they were going to do. It was the night of the great earthquake in the business world of China Sea. Countless bigwigs in Shanghai began frantically trying to find ways to contact the executives of the 6 companies involved in this statement. And countless throughout the country has been concerned about the large investment institutions in China Shipping Airlines also heard the wind. The first time after the emergency meeting, sent executives rushed to China Shipping. On the other hand, Kyoto, inside a high-end private club, Zhou Liyan then is steering his horse over Wu Sixian's body. While galloping his horse, he was also like a wild beast viciously smacking the Wu Sixan below him from time to time. Stinking woman, why are you so ungrateful? I can give you more resources and mobilize more media to promote you, but why are you just not willing to obey me? Is that bit of your chastity, that bit of your freedom, really that important to you? Wu Sixian is really a little bit cannot stand it, only to gently whisper to beg for 2 sentences. Mr. Zhou, I am Wu Sixian, you lighten up. Zhou Liyan, however, completely ignored her pleas for mercy, and when he heard her make these noises, he would instead whip a little harder. Shut the fuck up. I said you're Lin Xingchen, you have to be Lin Xingchen now. You bitch, why are you so stupid? Now that you're determined to sign with Dragon Rise Entertainment, I'm really angry. I'll really take back all those resources your company has invested in you, and then use those media resources under my hand to destroy you. Mr. Zhou, I know I'm wrong. Wu Sixan could only go along with Zhou Liyan's mind, substituting for Lin Xingchen's role and begging him for forgiveness. But what I didn't expect was that Zhou Liyan was as crazy as he was, and even sneered when he heard her begging for forgiveness. Only now do you know you're wrong? It's too late. I already gave you a chance to do that when I had my little assistant call you earlier and tell you to come back clean and apologize to me before it was too late. Now, I've gotten completely pissed off and asked the China Shipping Airlines side to change their spokesperson. And you only realize your mistake now? It's too late. Saying that, like a madman again, he fiercely smacked Wu Sixian with a big mouth. You must have gotten the message from the China Shipping Airlines side already, right? Ha 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 ha. I'm telling you, this isn't the end of the story. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to mobilize those media resources to make trouble. Then you'll know what it means to be truly desperate. When Wu Sixian, who was at the bottom, was smacked by Zhou Liyan, she was originally a bit annoyed in her heart and made a gesture to push him away. But when he heard these words after him, he instantly couldn't help but shiver again, and the hand that was already ready to push the person hurriedly retracted, because she knows very well how much those media outlets can kill an artist. Even if you end up in the right place, they will always find an angle to attack and discredit you and mess with your mind like crazy, especially when these media outlets are used in conjunction with a water army. It's an artist's nightmare. Above, Zhou Liyan apparently also sensed her subtle changes, and his face was unconsciously revealing that kind of demeanor of regaining control of everything when, to his surprise, an emergency phone on the side suddenly vibrated. That emergency phone, only his close assistant and very few company executives know. Zhou Liyan no matter what time is carried around. 24 hours to keep on the state. Once ringing inevitably means that there is something big happening. At this moment, hearing that the emergency phone actually rang, Zhou Liyan immediately did not care to engage in any more venting, hurriedly signaling Wu Sixian not to say anything, then climbed up to connect the phone. Mr. Zhou, the situation doesn't seem too good. The legal affairs on the side of China Shipping Airlines sent us a lawyer's letter directly. On the other side of the phone was the little assistant, sounding a little panicked. They said that we had violated the contract by changing the spokesperson without their permission, and demanded that we compensate for all the losses and hold us fully responsible. Zhou Liyan originally thought it was something. When he heard this, he immediately burst into a nameless fire. I'm having a damn good time, and you're making an emergency phone call because of this bullshit? The small assistant on the other side of the phone, at this moment, was probably frightened, and his speech was a bit unclear. It's not that simple, Mr. Zhou. China Shipping Airlines' legal attitude is very tough. What can you do if you're even tougher? It's just a China Shipping Airlines, a company with a market capitalization of only $10 billion or so. Zhou Liyan became more and more annoyed. Is this even a thing? If placed before, this may indeed not be a matter. The little assistant seemed to have finally smoothed out his thoughts at this moment. But the situation is different now. Mr. Zhou, this endorsement is not just for China Shipping Airlines. It also involves Shangri-La Hotel Group and 4Seas Commercial Real Estate Group. The legal affairs of the China Shipping Airline Group have come together with the will of these three groups to hold us accountable. F***CK. Zhou Liyan heard this and then reacted. That's really what happened. What Lin Xingchen originally endorsed was the new tourism industry chain program of China Shipping Airlines. The project, however, was undertaken by China Shipping Airlines Group in conjunction with Shangri-La Hotel Group, 4Seas Commercial Real Estate Group and others. Not just China Shipping Airlines alone. Together, these groups have a market capitalization of over $80 billion. If they join together to hold Hongxing Entertainment accountable, then things, really big At the very least, with his Zhou Liyan status as a mere veteran of Hongxing Entertainment, he couldn't top it. Zhou Liyan sat up straight for the first time, and his voice became serious. Is there any room for maneuvering in this matter? Have you been in touch with the executives at CNA? Also, have you learned about the mentality of the executives over at the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group and the 4Seas Commercial Real Estate Group? They've all been contacted. On the other side of the phone, the little assistant's voice was bitter. They all said that the attitude of China Shipping Airlines would prevail. F***CK. Zhou Liyan couldn't help but burst out another foul mouth. Then how big is our liability for breach of contract roughly? The China Shipping Airlines side said that this new tourism industry chain strategy is of great significance to them. And something like Hongxing Entertainment unilaterally breaking the contract and wanting to replace the spokesperson has had a very significant negative impact on their strategic planning. The little assistant's voice weakened as he said this. So, their claim amount this time is $500 million. $500 million? Zhou Liyan's tone raised a few points. 10 times the endorsement fee. The highest standard of compensation for breach of contract. Are they trying to rob? I can't accept this claim. And the board of directors of Hongxing Entertainment will never allow it. Arrange our legal team right away as well and get ready to go to court against them. The young assistant didn't pick up on this. Just a moment of silence on the other side of the phone. Only then did he whisper. Let's put this matter on the back burner first. There's one more thing, Mr. Zhou. Just now Chairman Zhang called me and asked where you were. In a very heavy tone. Chairman Zhang should already be on his way over to find you at this moment. It seems like it has something to do with Lin Xingchen's matter, as well as your threat to Dragon Rise Entertainment. Zhou Liyan was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with Lin Xingchen's matter? Isn't the company's board of directors also dissatisfied with Lin Xingchen's style of consistently refusing various business activities? If I terminate her contract, I can at least get back the high termination fee, and help the company recover a large amount of cost at once. Also, what's going on here with Dragon Rising Entertainment again? And how is this going to work? However, before he could finish his question, the door to the clubhouse's private room was suddenly kicked open. Kicked open at the same time. A group of men and women then fish in. Leading the way is clearly the chairman of the Hongxing Entertainment Zhang Hongxing, chairman of the board. Several directors. Seeing Zhang Hongxing and the many Hongxing Entertainment board members behind Zhang Hongxing, Zhou Liyan couldn't think too much and hurriedly greeted them. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Hongxing grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table and ruthlessly smashed it down on his head. Zhou Liyan, do you damn well think that our Hongxing Entertainment's life is too long? And wish that Hongxing Entertainment would die earlier? Who wouldn't it be good for you to terminate your contract with? But to go and terminate it with China Shipping Airlines? Who is it bad for you to threaten? But to go and threaten Dragon Rising Entertainment again? Zhou Liyan's head, all of a sudden, blossomed, and a piece of blood mixed with tears rolled down from his head. But Zhang Hongxing, as if he couldn't see it at all, directly and violently kicked him over on the ground. Finally, a foot on his head. Are you full of shit in your head? Zhou Liyan felt as if he was really on the verge of suffocating at this moment. When his head was stepped on under Zhang Hongxing's feet and he saw that Zhang Hongxing and a group of Hongxing Entertainment's directors were filled with anger, he subconsciously said with difficulty, Chairman, I don't know what you're talking about. When I just got the news from my assistant, I was trying to figure out what to do, and I wanted to cut my company's losses as well. Reduce losses, reduce NMLGB. Zhang Hongxing seemed to be enraged and crushed his head hard again. You really do have shit in your fucking head, don't you? Just half an hour ago, China Shipping Airlines, together with 4Seas Commercial Real Estate, Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, Mountain and Sea Banquet Chain Catering Group, and Ann's Group, issued a joint announcement that a few of them are going to reach a deep cooperation on the new tourism industry chain strategy. These several market capitalization combine more than 500 billion enterprises deep joint industry. You lost such an important endorsement opportunity, but also backhandedly to lead the project responsible for the lead of the China Shipping Airline offended? Do you think you're trying to get us killed? Mountain and Sea Banquet Catering and the In Group have also joined forces? Zhou Liyan was truly lacking oxygen in his brain at this moment, and his heart was involuntarily twitching. No wonder Zhang Hongxing and a bunch of Hongxing Entertainment's shareholders all came over. The In Group is a super large enterprise that ranks among the top few in the entire Lingnan province, with a market capitalization of more than $300 billion. They all joined the new tourism strategic industry chain planning of China Shipping Airlines. So you can imagine the weight of this new tourism strategic industry chain and the real energy behind China Shipping Airlines. But now, he actually offended China Shipping Airlines. Zhou Liyan was covered in ice. However, this is not the end. After ruthlessly crushing his head, Zhang Hongxing suddenly bent down again, condescendingly looking at his face with an incomparably grim expression. This isn't all the surprise, you know? This time, China Shipping Airlines, in addition to joining forces with the In Group and these large groups, has also joined forces with a group together to jointly release a statement on the signing of a strategic cooperation. Do you want to guess who the last business they'll be joining forces with will be? Zhou Liyan vaguely guessed the name of a group just by seeing Zhang Hongxing's gesture, but was somewhat incredulous. Opening his mouth, he couldn't get the name out after a long time, and Zhang Hongxing, as if he had guessed his reaction, once again crushed his head. Say it, why don't you dare to say it? Weren't you tough when you had someone call and threaten Dragon Rising Entertainment? Why are you wimping out now? As soon as Zhou Liyan heard this, he knew he had guessed correctly, and his brain swooned again. Zhang Hongxing, however, ruthlessly crushed his head again and violently raised his pitch. It's the fucking Dragon Rising Entertainment. Dragon Rise Entertainment, too, is hitching a ride on the behemoth existences of China Shipping Airlines and the In Group. My people have also inquired that today. Mr. Huang of Dragon Rise Entertainment, with the backbone artists under his command as well as Lin Xingchen, has also gone forward to China Shipping Airlines to participate in the negotiations. How is this possible? Zhou Liyan body a burst of uncontrollable trembling. They are clearly only a domestic second-tier entertainment company. How can you qualify, participate in such a high-profile fair, and also reach a strategic cooperation with these enterprises of China Shipping Airlines? Zhang Hongxing, however, ignored his words and just continued to look at him with a scowl. We don't care what the reason behind all this is. All we know is that you've now caused great trouble for Hongxing, and have also caused Hongxing to provoke a behemoth that Hongxing can't afford to provoke. If we can't gain their understanding as soon as possible, the next few days will be hard for us at Hongxing. Yes, I'm sorry Dongjiang. Zhou Liyan subconsciously apologized. Zhang Hongxing, however, gave him another ashtray. Is it useful to tell me I'm sorry now? Can I fucking defuse the situation Hongxing Entertainment is in right now? Go talk to Lin Xingchen, to Dragon Rising Entertainment, to China Shipping Airlines. They, and that big man lurking behind them, are the ones who can decide your fate. Know that. Saying that, he also seemed a bit exasperated, and slowed down for a moment before continuing. 3 days. We'll only give you 3 days. Within 3 days, if you can't get the other side to understand, you know the consequences. Said. Do not look at the side of the shivering still naked Wu Xiqian. More no longer look at the ground as a dead dog Zhou Liyan, directly in the hands of the ashtray thrown into the trash can, with a group of Hongxing Entertainment's board of directors to go away. Zhou Liyan, on the other hand, was truly like falling into an ice cave, because he knew very well that Zhang Hongxing was very angry and the consequences were very serious. Zhang Hongxing is not a good person. As the chairman of Hongxing Entertainment, he is to help some underground money changers and illegal gangs money laundering started. This guy, that's a being with more heart than the black sharks. He was talking about serious consequences, definitely not child's play. If he didn't want to die, he could only go and find a way to gain the understanding of Lin Xingchen, Long Rise Entertainment, China Shipping Airlines, and that big brother behind this series of events. When he thought of this, he couldn't care less about the blood still rolling down his head and face, and hurriedly picked up his emergency cell phone once again. Xiao Lu, immediately book me a ticket to Shanghai. The sooner the better, preferably one that leaves tonight. Saying that, he waited until the little assistant answered and went to execute it, and then rushed to open the usual cell phone. After calming down a bit, and managing his expression and weighing his words, started calling Lin Xingchen, Dragon Rise Entertainment, and China Shipping Airlines, and it was with Zhou Liyan carefully apologizing over the phone and personally rushing to Shanghai that very night to apologize to Lin Xingchen, Long Rise Entertainment, and Shanghai Airlines, that, the next morning, Wang Yi woke up only when he heard the familiar system beep. Your energy is beyond Xiao Xizhen's imagination. Loyalty plus 10. Xiao Xizhen's loyalty 85. Your energy is beyond Huang Wanru's imagination. Loyalty plus 10. Huang Wanru's loyalty is 90. Your energy is beyond Lin Xingchen's imagination. Loyalty plus 10. Lin Xingchen's loyalty is 85. Then again, A few text alerts for missed calls popped up on his phone, as well as a couple of unread texts. Lin Xingchen, thank you Mr. Wang. Zhou Liyan personally sent over the contract of termination and apologized to me in person. I really thank you. I've been an entertainer for so long. I've never been so decent and unimpressed. I owe you a huge favor. In the future, if there's anything you need me for, just ask, and I'll have absolutely no second thoughts. Huang Wanru, boss. General Manager Zhou of Hongxing Entertainment personally came to Longxing Entertainment to apologize to us. There are still wounds on the body. The person who did it should have struck him dead, and some of the injuries on his body, although treated, were scary for us to look at. Wang Yi looked at these text messages and was trying to find out some specifics, but he didn't expect Huang Wanru's phone call to come back. Boss, Zhang Hongxing, the owner of Hongxing Entertainment, just personally called me as well. Huang Wanru's voice was awe-inspiring, and it was filled with undisguised surprise, obviously shaken by the response and the level of attention given by Hongxing Entertainment this time. Wang Yi, however, was unimpressed and casually asked, "What's he calling for?" Boss Shen came to explain the situation to us. Huang Wanru's voice was still awe-inspiring. He said that he and the board members of Hongxing Entertainment had no prior knowledge of any of these matters this time, and that it was all Zhou Liyan's dictate. In addition, he also said that he and the directors of Hongxing Entertainment apologized profusely for Zhou Liyan doing such a thing. If there is anything we need them to make up for, they are willing to cooperate unconditionally. Is the stance so low? Wang Yi smiled slightly. This Boss Zhang is quite a character. Boss Zhang is indeed a ruthless man is all. Huang Wanru's voice was obviously lowered when she mentioned this. Listening to his words, the injuries on Zhou Liyan's body should be his handiwork. In addition, Boss Zhang also hinted that if we are still angry, we can dispose of Zhou Liyan as we please, and their Hongxing Entertainment side will fully cooperate. Later on, they, Hongxing Entertainment, will fire Zhou Liyan and block this person industry-wide. I can feel Boss Zhang's sincerity. Wang Yi nodded. Still, tell him for me that the next time will not be the last. If something like that happens again, someone threatening my people, or threatening me whether he knows it or not, I will not be lenient. Yes, boss, Huang Wanru responded respectfully. Wang Yi sniffed and directly hung up the phone, continuing to go to unread messages. Yi Qingchang had called a few times before, but at that moment he was still sleeping with his phone off and didn't pick up to hear it. Yi Qingchang probably guessed all of this, and simply left a voice message in WeChat. Boss, Zhou Liyan personally came over to China Shipping Airlines to apologize. Their boss, Zhang Hongxing, also apologized to us and arranged for someone to send us $500 million in compensation for breach of contract. Congratulations on another big win. I still have to prepare for today's joint signing ceremony of several enterprises, so I won't talk to you in detail. I'll report to you in detail after the signing ceremony. The voice was still very light and fast, and there was actually some playfulness in it that Wang Yi had never seen in her before. Wang Yi smiled at the sound, and while turning on the large TV in the living room, he also called out for the exclusive breakfast service of the presidential suite, in the Shanghai TV station. Not to his surprise, there was indeed a live broadcast of the joint signing of a number of companies, including Shanghai Airlines. At 9:30 in the morning, the large conference room of China Shipping Airlines has been oozing with people. Even the aisles in the direction of the entrance were crowded with guests. And this, in addition to some of the celebrity tycoons in Shanghai City, there is no lack of some Lingnan tycoons, investment institutions from abroad, various media reporters, and with such an audience lineup, and such a media lineup, plus Dragon Rising Entertainment star resources plus publicity resources pushing, there is obviously no suspense in the outcome of this official announcement. Whether it was China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotel, Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, Mountain and Sea Banquet Chain Hotel, Ann's Group, or Long Rise Entertainment, all of these enterprises involved in the in-depth strategic cooperation, all of them directly hit the ground running. Wang Yi clearly saw on the live TV broadcast that when Lu Yuanjing and the others completed the signing of the cooperation contract, spoke out the new tourism industry chain strategy together, and officially announced the new Project Open Cooperation Program, almost all the tycoons present were all stirred up, especially when the official announcement was over and Lu Yuanjing and the others were ready to leave the table. The tycoons and even investors who were present were like a tidal wave, instantly surging over to surround them. Even Yi Qingchang, who couldn't hold back her excitement and was ready to take out her cell phone, was blocked by a group of enthusiastic reporters, as well as investors. Wang Yi saw the situation and immediately smiled, estimating that for a moment these people should be temporarily flawless to report the situation with their own. Was about to put down the phone, but to my surprise, a WeChat message popped up. Where did you people go? How many times have I gone to your door and knocked without anyone saying anything? Time to pay the rent, huh? If you don't pay the rent, I'll just open the door and clear things out. Apparently, it was a message from the landlord of the farmer's building he had rented earlier. Wang Yi immediately stopped his movement to put down his cell phone. After a moment's thought, he returned, "I've been out a bit in the meantime, so I'll be back in a bit." After sending the message, he saw that the landlord had sent a bunch of bullshit from Rory again, and he didn't bother. After simply packing up, he let Xiaowu's driver drive and send himself over to the farmer's house he used to rent. When the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom arrived outside a farmer's house in the urban village of Tianhe district, it unsurprisingly caused another stir. Wang Yi didn't care about this either. The narrow driveway of the farmer's house, Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized, cannot be driven in. He directly let Wu driver park the car outside on the main road to wait for themselves. With that, it was straight back into the long-lost rental house to pack up. His graduation certificate, account book, and graduation photos from the old days are all still in this rental house. After gathering up these important things and packing up everything that should be thrown away, ready to be dropped off on the way downstairs, Wang Yi was about to leave. Did not expect the door of the rental house was violently thud 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 thud. That movement with a sledgehammer wall, it almost didn't scare him. After the motion of pounding on the door came, a gruff voice also came from outside. "Open the door. I saw you come back from the building surveillance. Open the door. If you don't open the door and pay the rent, I'm going to break down the door." Wang Yi immediately frowned. After signing the contract to rent this room, he knew that the landlady was mean and pushy, but he didn't realize that the quality of the goods was so low. He picked up 2 suitcases with important items and objects ready to be thrown away respectively, and pulled the door of the room straight open. If you can't talk, talk less. Also, didn't your parents ever teach you before how to knock on a door? Outside the door, a middle-aged woman, Wang Yi's landlord, Shi Yan, obviously did not expect Wang Yi to be so rigid. When he heard Wang Yi's snatch, the movement that was still pounding on the door suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the expression on his face froze for a moment. However, it was only a few moments later that Shi Yan apparently reacted. She pointed at Wang Yi with one hand, her face full of irritation. "Throw your mother, you foreign pouncing guy boy. Who are you talking to? This is my house. What's wrong with me just knocking on the door? If you can't stand it, get out. There are tons of tenants out there waiting to move in. Throw, shame on you." Wang Yi hadn't wanted to bother with her too much, but when he heard her cursing, he immediately put down the 2 suitcases in his hands. And then, a big mouth smacked straight through, waiting until the smoke was finished, only then put the keys, which had all been returned to her ahead of time, back into her pocket, while picking up the suitcase on the floor filled with objects ready to be thrown away, and putting it back into the rental house. Originally, I didn't want to bother with you about these trivial matters, but now, seeing how inappropriate you are, I've changed my mind. My rent, according to the contract, isn't due until next week, right? I'll continue to keep these over here until the last day of rent due, then I'll send someone over to pick them up. Shi Yan had just been confused, covering her already red face and staring at Wang Yi in disbelief. At this moment, when she heard Wang Yi's words, it was as if she had finally reacted, the disbelief on her face quickly turning into a bearish fury. The other hand also subconsciously went straight towards Wang Yi. "Puff guy boy, you dare to hit me? Throw your old." Wang Yi, however, didn't wait for her to finish, and directly threw a straight punch onto the wooden door next to him. The wooden door was instantly pierced. Shi Yan suddenly people also shivered, all to the mouth of the trash talk, immediately shrunk back. "I advise you to be careful with your words." Wang Yi gave her a nuclear goodness smile, and then, in Shi Yan's shivering state, looking once again at the suitcase in the rented house. "Remember, in that suitcase, there's quite a bit more. The day before the rent is due, I'll send someone over to pick it up. If a single bit of the contents is missing, there will be consequences." Saying that, no longer paying attention to the green burst of white on Shi Yan's face, he picked up the suitcase filled with documents and other necessities, and directly walked down the farmer's building. As he walked down the stairs of the farmer's building, Wang Yi originally thought that this matter, basically, would end here. "I expect that trashy landlord should not dare to make any more demons." But what I didn't expect was that only after walking down the last few steps, I heard the clear sound of swearing in dialect coming from the hallway as well as the movement of Shi Yan crying and making phone calls, and then the familiar system beeps popped up with it. "The arrogant local landlord Shi Yan thinks you're a little person from out of town who can be bullied at will. Trigger mission. Hit this low-quality and arrogant landlord hard. Mission reward, $35 billion worth of Zhonghai Specialty Tourism Resort Group plus culinary proficiency." Wang Yi's footsteps lurched. Subconsciously, he glanced up the hallway. At this moment, Yen on the building was also glancing down, as if she was staring at his movements. When she realized that Wang Yi was looking over, she seemed to be still a bit flustered, and hurriedly retracted her gaze and shouted into the phone. Older brother, you guys make it quick. That pouncing guy boy from out of town seems to be leaving soon. You guys might have let him get away if you had been a little later. As soon as Wang Yi heard this stance, he immediately knew that the other party was trying to shake people. Zhenghai, this place, clan power is very strong. The cohesion within the clan and also control, many times than the law or something more customary. And places like urban villages, which were originally places where locals piled up to build their own houses, were originally clannish villages one after another. Yen shook people at this moment. 100% shouting is the brothers and sisters in this clan, or a group of people who have thousands of relationships with the brothers and sisters of the clan. Wang Yi immediately wasn't in a hurry to leave either. Hearing Yen anxiously making call after call upstairs, he simply took out his cell phone downstairs, but what he didn't expect was that right at this moment, Yi Qingqing's phone call came over. Only after connecting, Yi Qingqing's voice that couldn't hide his excitement came from over there. Boss, where are you at this moment? We'll go over to find you. Today our cooperation signing ceremony and strategic official announcement can be said to be a great harvest. Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhong, Mr. Feng, and Mr. Song all want to report to you personally. By the way, celebrate. Wang Yi smiled instantly and looked in the direction of the upstairs. Remember where you first drove to pick me up? That farmer's building in the urban village in Tianhe district? On the other side of the phone, Yi Qingqing's voice was clearly a bit surprised. Why are you over there again, boss? Speaking of which, it's too low profile for you to actually live there before blah. Wang Yi smiled and ignored her, marveling. I'm ready to move out from over there, so I came over today to pack up some things, but there's a bit of trouble over here at the moment, so I guess I won't be able to leave for a while. You guys come straight over here to me. Yi Qingqing seemed to have heard Wang Yi's words and his voice immediately became serious. Boss, what have you encountered? Is the situation serious? I'll immediately inform Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, Mr. Feng and all of them, and then, move all the company's security personnel. Wang Yi smiled lightly. No need to be so dramatic, it's just a local landlord messing around, getting ready to have people round me up right this minute. It's not a big deal. What? Yi Qingqing on the other side of the phone obviously tensed up. They're crazy. Boss, you wait a moment. I'll be right there with my men as fast as I can. With that, the phone couldn't even hang up before there was a sharp kicking of high heels on the other side. Apparently she was in too much of a hurry and ran quickly in her heels. Seeing this, Wang Yi was about to tell her to take it easy when he saw a number of tattooed figures emerging from the surrounding alleys. All of these people were obviously prepared, and not only did they emerge from multiple directions at the same time, they also blocked all of Wang Yi's paths out at once. Not only that, each of them was also looking at Wang Yi in a dangling manner, weighing the baseball bats and other weapons in their hands intentionally or unintentionally. It's still quite a bluff to watch. Just your fucking name is Charlotte. Yuck, Wang Yi Surrounding Wang Yi at the same time, the crowd also walked out of a tiger-backed bald head. The bald man was carrying a meter-long steel pipe on his shoulder, and looked at Wang Yi with a slanted head. You're quite mad, aren't you? A pouncing guy boy from out of town, in our Shijia village's territory, actually dared to slap my sister's face and put words in my sister's mouth? Is this disregarding so many of our brothers and sisters in the Stone family village? Wang Yi didn't panic, he just looked behind him first. At this moment, Yen obviously also knew that the person she was shaking had arrived and had already come down from upstairs. When he saw Wang Yi looking over, he directly and quickly scurried out of the door of the farmer's building and fled around Wang Yi to the side of the bald head. That's him, old brother, that's the guy. You don't know how wild he was just now, slapping me, not to mention scaring me. By the way, he broke the door to our house. This way. Hearing this, the bald head seemed to think of something and smiled before turning to Wang Yi. Things aren't small in that case. Beating, intimidating, destroying other people's property. These can be crimes. Outlander, tell me, do you want a public or private settlement after all this? Wang Yi, looking at their stance, originally thought that they were going to play the kooky thing. At this moment, when he heard them actually ask about the way to deal with it, he immediately smiled. Is it so elaborate? What do you say about your public and what do you say about your private? The bald head shook the steel pipe on his shoulder. Naturally, if it's public, we'll beat you up first to help my sister get rid of her anger, and then deal with it impartially. Call the village's acquaintances in the Public Security Bureau and let them see if they can arrest you for a couple of months or for how long, depending on the specific circumstances. What about private? That would be easier. You follow the rules and compensate us for hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills, emotional distress, lost wages, and damage to the house. and apologize to my sister. And we'll pretend nothing happened. Wang Yi smiled once again at the sound of his voice, daring to say such words. It seems like you guys are set on me. Ha! He originally thought that the other party's words of public and private settlement really let him choose, but he dared to realize that they were all threats and intimidation. Seeing that the bald head and those tattooed figures around him were staring at him with smiles and laughter, he didn't waste any words and directly shot a glance towards a corner not far away. A figure as sturdy as an iron tower immediately slowly emerged from over there. It was clearly the Blackwater Combat Force bearer, Hummer, who had been secretly responsible for escorting Wang Yi. The Hummer's manly physique and exaggerated muscles were still intimidating. When he came out from the hidden corner, even not saying a word was enough to make the bald head and the gang of tattooed guys take 2 steps backward. No one dared to stop him, and the Hummer easily stood behind Wang Yi. Wang Yi could clearly perceive that as the Hummer stood behind him, the faces of the bald man and the others looking at him had obviously changed a bit. At the same time, they seemed to be a bit confused about Wang Yi's identity, and the first time they turned their heads to look at Shurian. Sister, what's this young man's origin? Why is there a Guilo following him? It's not some big shot, is it? Shurian was probably a little scared of the Hummer too, but when he heard his brother's question, he immediately shook his head without thinking. That field boy can't be a big shot. He's been living in my farmer's house for over 3 months and I couldn't know better. Just a little man from out of town trying to make a living. This Guilo doesn't know what's going on, but the odds are that it's just a look-alike, and he's looking for a way to scare us. When the bald man heard this, he was obviously quite relieved, and after a sigh of relief, he skillfully looked around. It's good that it's not a big shot. The surveillance around the area is turned off, right? They must all be turned off. Shurian mentioned this as if she was very familiar with it. I turned it all off when I just called you. What is happening here now is known only to heaven and earth and those of us who are present. So you can let go and do your work. You can count on that. When the bald man heard this, he seemed to have more and more confidence, and after nodding his head, he looked at Wang Yi. Young man, have you considered it? Private or public? Give a specific. Wang Yi looked at the Hummer behind himself. With this bodyguard behind me, are you guys sure you don't want to think of a third way for me to handle this? That Guilo behind you? The bald guy lifted the steel pipe that was carried on his shoulder and waited in his hand for a few moments. It's not quite enough weight to rely on his bare hands alone. That's 8 of us now. 3 baseball bats and 5 steel pipes. Also, all the security cameras over here happen to be malfunctioning a bit again. Wang Yi could naturally hear the threatening implication. He wasn't interested in conversing with the bald guy any further, so he simply turned his head to the Hummer. You heard it all, didn't you? The surveillance here is all turned off. Plus, they say you don't get enough portions. The Hummer sniffed and immediately put on a goofy smile, then surprised him with a lightning strike. In a flash, he snatched the steel pipe from the bald man's hand. The bald man was obviously startled, and when the steel pipe was taken away, he immediately turned white with fear, and subconsciously retreated backwards several steps one after another, until, in reaction, when he saw that the Hummer had stood there motionless after snatching away the steel pipe, and was looking at himself with a smirk. Only then did his face darken again, and immediately waved his hand. MD, scare old man is it? Do it together brothers. Beat me to death. Let them see how powerful our Shurja village people are. With that, he pulled another butterfly knife out of his pocket, flashed the blade, and led the way as he slowly approached the Hummer. And with him taking the lead, the few tattooed men around him immediately all swung steel pipes and baseball bats in unison and swung hard towards the Hummer's side. Even Shurian, taking advantage of the fact that the Hummer wasn't paying attention to her side, picked up a moving brick from the ground in preparation for a sneak attack. Seeing this, Wang Yi wasn't in a hurry and just sat on the suitcase silently watching these people perform. And the result was not what he had expected. Just 10 seconds or so later, accompanied by a burst of wailing and screaming, the Hummer folded back. Boss, it's all taken care of. In accordance with the relevant laws of the Dragon Kingdom, I did not take the lead and fought back in complete self-defense. And, in self-defense, there was no over-defense. Wang Yi swept a glance in front of the whimpering great down a ground. Has been all lost the ability to act guys? Immediately gave the Hummer a look of approval. Well done, and well measured. Double your bonus for this month. Hummer, however, smiled nervously. You're too kind, boss, these are all things I should do. Saying that, he also followed Wang Yi's gaze to look at those people on the ground. What should we do with these people now? Should we call the police for this? Or, there's no rush, play with her. Wang Yi raised his hand to interrupt him. Just now that former landlord of mine made 2 calls out, and a wave of people are only coming now. Now that so much time has passed since she made the call, the second wave is almost here anyways. We'll wait. Yes, Hummer answered and was about to stand behind Wang Yi once again. But I didn't expect that just at this moment. A piece of well-dressed men and women supported an old man with a rather extraordinary temperament, and rushed over to this side with great vigor. The old man leaning on a root inlaid with emerald dragon head walking stick, wearing a tang suit, really a bit of that old-time squire landlord flavor, and originally clustered and assisted him together with those well-dressed generation, after assisting him to the scene, and then so orderly in accordance with the eldest and youngest generation stand good position. That old-timey squire landlord flavor was even more punchy. Winnie looked at this kind of situation and was gauging what this old man and these people were from. Shi Yen, who was originally on the ground holding a brick and wailing, but as if she had found her backbone, she immediately got up from the ground and, "Patriarch, you must stand up for us. This out-of-town pouncing guy boy is really too arrogant. Not only did he hit me with his hands and speak ill of me, but he also beat up several of the backwoods boys from our village, and it's still on the land of our Shurja village. Not only Shi Yen, even the bald guy who had just been so well behaved after being taught to behave by Hummer with his iron fist, also hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Yes, matriarch, when I heard my sister was beaten, I was supposed to bring someone over to negotiate a deal with this out-of-towner in a nice way, but I didn't realize that this outsider would just let the Guilo hit him at the drop of a hat. Look at this. So many of our Shurja village's backwoods boys are still lying on the ground unable to get up from the beating. Winnie then reacted to the fact that this was the patriarch and village head of the Shur family village, and immediately looked right over as well. At this moment, the old man is looking this way, too, while the two, bald head also and Shi Yen, were very humble and bent over in front of the old man, explaining something in a low voice in dialect. Winnie instantly remembered a drama he had watched before that reflected the culture of the clan system in the southern region. It is said that within the clans of many southern cities, the head of a village, the patriarch, is the emperor who says everything in the village. Even if the villagers are told to commit a crime, many of them will do the kind of thing they are told to do. Not only that, but the patriarch of a clan has the same very strong dominance over the clansmen who have already gone out from the village and are now making a name for themselves out there. Now for the first time contacting this magical existence, Winnie was still a bit curious, and was about to survey the old man again, when he saw that the old man seemed to have heard something very angry, and angrily rebuked Shi Yan's siblings with 2 sentences in dialect. Then, Shi Yan's siblings seemed to be terrified, shivering there as they hurriedly rushed at the old man to apologize and beg for forgiveness. The old man, on the other hand, looked at Wang Yi's side once again after it was Shi Yan's siblings who apologized and begged for forgiveness for another while. Backwoods boy, I am the patriarch and village head of the Shi family village, Shi Weikai. I've already understood the cause of the conflict between you and Shi Yan's siblings clearly. Wang Yi was somewhat unable to figure out what he meant, and didn't rush to answer, but just said so non-committally. So, what does patriarch Shi mean? Shi Yan speaks nonsense, whacking the door with all this. Indeed they did not do it properly. Patriarch Shi spoke with a strong middle tone. This I will educate them properly afterward. Also, Shi Yan's siblings surrounded you with weapons. This thing is too much of a misnomer. This, too, they did wrong. Wang Yi knew just by hearing this wording that there must be a twist behind it, and not surprisingly to him, after saying all this, Patriarch Shi really turned his words around. But it's not right for you to hit someone with your hands, and that foreigner behind you, he beat so many of our people, so hard. This, more than anything else. When he said the last sentence, Patriarch Shi even extraordinarily aggravated his tone. Wang Yi smiled faintly. So Patriarch Shi, what do you think the best way to handle this matter should be? Patriarch Shi hadn't even spoken when he saw this bland gesture. The Shi Yen siblings on the side, however, couldn't help but angrily rebuke. How dare you? What kind of attitude is that? This is our patriarch, the highest ranking person in the entire Shi family village. Our patriarch spoke to you in a nice voice and gave you back your face, didn't he? Wang Yi also ignored the 2 men and just looked at Patriarch Shi. Patriarch Shi, what these 2 men are saying, is that your intention as well? Shi Yen, Shi Meng, don't give me the chance to shut up in a hurry. Patriarch Shi immediately stopped the Shi Yen sisters, while a flash of color unconsciously flashed under his eyes as he looked at Wang Yi, because as the village head of Shurja village, over the years, after some of the villagers who went out to make a living became more and more far-reaching, as well as his son in the outside world also made a good living, his eyesight and horizons also followed the uplift of a lot. At this moment, seeing Wang Yi facing such a battle, he was still able to be so light-hearted and had a foreign bodyguard with him. He was almost certain that Wang Yi was by no means the outsider of little consequence that Shi Yan's siblings said he was, but an existence that could not be underestimated. After a foreign color flashed under his eyes, subconsciously, his attitude immediately became cautious. On the side, Shi Yan's siblings were originally still a bit confused when they were angrily rebuked by Shi Weikai. At this moment, vaguely aware of the stone for the opening when looking at Wang Yi. The attitude is obviously also some subtle changes. The body is more involuntary body shock. Because, having lived in Shijia village for all these years, they knew too well but Shi Weikai's habits. Right now, Shi Weikai's change in attitude towards Wang Yi must be because he sensed something and felt that Wang Yi might not be too easy to deal with. What is this situation? When Shi Mang thought of this, he immediately twisted his head to look at his sister and asked in a low voice in dialect. Shi Yan was instantly confused again. I don't know. This pouncing guy boy was indeed poor before. When he first rented my house before, he haggled with me for half a day over $500 a month. Moreover, I've seen him in and out of our village many times before, eating and dressing in poverty. Shi Meng, however, was a bit unconvinced. It can't be. The matriarch's attitude is such that he definitely sees something. What status the patriarch has? Surely he won't be wrong. Shi Yan's brain went blank again. Yes, everyone in Shijia village knew that Shi Weikai's current vision and eyesight were definitely not something that the villagers, could imagine. Over the years, with the countless men and women from the Shi family village out of the black and white in the whole of Zhonghai have made a mark, especially Shi for the opening of their own eldest son Shi Xianfei in the business to do red hot. The family has reached a billion level, and even the richest man in Zhonghai city and hitched so a half a point of the relationship after. Shi Weikai had not only become popular in the black and white circles of the entire Zhonghai city, but even his eyesight and vision had become comparable to some of the bigwigs of Zhonghai city. Right now, since he had clearly reversed his attitude towards Wang Yi, it was obvious that the probability of the situation was the same as what his younger brother Shi Mang had said. Shi Weikai had seen something. Thinking of this, Shi Yan's brain blanked out while inexplicably panicking a bit. Older brother sis, am I in some big trouble this time? Shi Mang actually panicked a bit when he realized this, but when he thought that Shi Weikai's son is now considered a number one person in the whole of Zhonghai, and Shi Weikai and the Shi family village have traditionally been as protective as the other clans, immediately took a deep breath and shook his head. It may not be. Let's just listen to the matriarch and everything. The matriarch will definitely protect us. Shi Yan heard this and reacted along with it. Yes, wasn't what the selfsame patriarch was saying to Wang Yi at this moment just protecting his shortcomings? With Shi Weikai's status and position, hanging him out to dry as an outsider, Wang Yi could not make any waves. She was also relieved at the thought, bending her back a little lower next to Shi Weikai. On the side, Shi Weikai naturally heard the whispered exchanges between the siblings. However, now that he had decided in his heart that Wang Yi was not simple, he didn't dare to put out any more harsh words rashly. After scolding Shi Yan, Shi Mang and the two of them to shut up, Shi Weikai merely moved his dragon head cane, and then said to Wang Yi as calmly as possible, "Late-born boy, our Shi family village is not an unreasonable place. Shi Yan, Shi Mang's siblings have done something wrong. I can have them apologize to you right now, but you also need to give us an explanation for this matter of your people getting their hands dirty and hurting people." Wang Yi could naturally hear that this Shi patriarch had softened his words a bit, and had attributed his side of the story to his own men, apparently even handed himself a ladder. As long as you pick up the slack and go along with it, push the matter to the Hummer's head, and the day will be over. He smiled faintly and said directly, I can see that Patriarch Shi is a reasonable person. Since Matriarch Shi is reasonable, I'm also more than willing to believe that you're just deluded. So, I can now give you a little more time to get to the bottom of the whole thing, and then decide if you want to reorganize your language once more. When Shi Weikai heard this, he was obviously a bit annoyed, and his grip on the dragon head walking stick was involuntarily tightened. Ever since his son hitched a ride with the richest man in Zhonghai city and his fortune surpassed $1 billion, it was the first time he had heard someone dare to talk to him like this. Although Wang Yi seemed to have some connections, but that was too arrogant. On the side, Shi Mang naturally noticed the subtle change in his demeanor, and immediately pointed one hand at Wang Yi once again. Puff guy boy, give face to face is it? Don't think that just because you have some skills, you're great. Believe it or not, you won't be able to leave our Shijia village today. Not only Shi Mang, a group of those well-dressed people who followed Shi Weikai over here, each one of them also stared angrily at Wang Yi. Apologize to our matriarch right away. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. A person from outside, in our Shijia village's territory, has even turned against the heavens. But what I didn't expect was that just when everyone was furious at Wang Yi, a burly figure suddenly rushed in from outside and slapped Shi Mang's hand that was pointing at Wang Yi. Not to mention that he also fiercely kicked him over directly in front of the many people of the Shi family village. While kicking over Shi Mang, the figure also shouted angrily at the Shijiazhuang people in Mandarin with a southern accent. You fucking wanna kill all the Shijiazhuang people who hang out in Zhonghai, the people of the Stone family village. When they saw that someone was actually so arrogant in front of so many people of the Stone family village and still dared to hit people when, originally, they all still had a change of color, and in unison, they were ready to make a move. But after seeing the appearance of the one who made the move, these people's movements immediately stopped, while the expression on their faces quickly became incredulous. Shi Xiongfei, brother Xiongfei, how do you hit Shi Mang? It was clearly this outsider who disrespected your father on our side of the stone village. Also, brother Xiongfei, what did you mean by those words just now? Not only were the villagers of Shijia village puzzled, Shi Weikai himself was also a bit moved. Xiongfei, what in the world is going on? Shi Xiongfei, that is, the biggest pride of the entire Shi family village nowadays. The middle-aged man of the Shi family village who had the best mix in Shanghai, however, did not have time to reply to his father's words and hurriedly snatched his words. Dad, listen to my advice. If you don't want to harm the entire Shi family village, you should hurry up and let the villagers who have guarded the several entrances and exits of the village disperse, and then think about how to punish the Shi Yan siblings. Really, if this goes on, there will be no room for all of us who make a living in Shanghai City. Although Shi Weikai didn't know exactly what the situation was yet, he heard his own most accomplished son say such heavy words to himself for the first time in a rare manner, and he also instantly realized that things were big. Subconsciously glanced at Wang Yi's side, and after taking a deep breath, he hurriedly picked up a cell phone to make a call. As for Shi Xiongfei, he hurriedly walked quickly to Wang Yi, sweating profusely. Mr. Wang, could you please give me some time? I can guarantee with my future in the industry and my name that my father and the others and many villagers in Shijia village are innocent. They are just deluded. As for the Shi Yan siblings, and those outlaws who surrounded you, I will definitely give you a satisfactory outcome. As soon as Wang Yi saw his stance, he knew that this was definitely a sentient and very smart person. Hearing that he was still willing to take the blame for his father at this time, and that he had just dealt with the means so decisively and hotly, Wang Yi immediately nodded his head. Give him a chance and see. Shi Xiongfei saw this, but seemed to be visibly relieved, and immediately bowed to Wang Yi and said, Thank you, Mr. Wang. With that, he turned his head to look at Shi Weikai. Shi Weikai only finished the phone call at this moment, looking at his own son such a big boss or groveling to Wang Yi, probably still a little confused. When he saw Shi Xiongfei looking over, he subconsciously asked again, Xiongfei, what exactly is the situation? Now you can tell Dad and all the villagers about it. Shi Xiongfei didn't rush to introduce Wang Yi's identity, but directly took out his cell phone and played a recording that. This was passed to me by Secretary Yi, the secretary of the board of directors of China Shipping Airlines. She said she was on the phone with Mr. Wang at the time, and ended up recording immediately when she heard something unusual on Mr. Wang's side. The recording started at the exact same stage when Shi Mang brought his men and came over here to surround Mr. Wang. The voices of the Shi Yan Shi Mang sisters in the back threatening, blackmailing Mr. Wang, and flaunting their power in front of Mr. Wang can all be heard clearly. When the many villagers of the Shi family village heard this, they just looked at Shi Yan and Shi Mang for the first time, their eyes somewhat angry. But Shi Weikai, however, captured some important amount of information in his own son's words, and his heart involuntarily shivered. While listening to the contents of the recorded phone call, after secretly sizing up Wang Yi again for a few moments, a layer of fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead even more quickly, especially after listening to the phone recording, found that Wang Yi really from beginning to end are accounted for completely as Shi Yan Shi Mang rely on the home field advantage of the stone village to get into trouble, and even extortion. Shi Weikai is more back or beginning to sweat wet. When Shi Xiongfei put away his cell phone, he looked at Shi Yan and Shi Mang's siblings almost immediately. Didn't the two of you just say that it was the outsiders who acted overbearingly and picked a fight first? But how is it that the recorded phone call is nothing like what you two described? You two, are you trying to deceive me and everyone else in the village? Shi Yan had also been intimidated by Shi Xiongfei's posture in front of Wang Yi. At this moment to see Shi Xiongfei evidence are pulled out, and Shi Weikai at this moment's face is also covered with dark clouds. The two immediately pounced to Shi Weikai kneel down. Patriarch, I was just confused in a moment of anger. Really didn't mean to try to deceive you. Patriarch, you know me. I've always obeyed your orders. Even if I ate a bear's heart, I wouldn't dare to cheat you. Shi Weikai shook his head straight in his heart when he heard this, just as she was about to say something else, while hinting that she should hurry up and apologize to Wang Yi and that Wang Yi was the real principal who could decide her fate. She heard a sudden rush of footsteps coming from the back. There was a lot of commotion, and the people who came seemed to be in a lot more and in a hurry. He subconsciously had to look back. He saw his son, Shi Xiongfei, already looking startled, bending his waist and jogging, taking the initiative to stretch out his hands to welcome him over there. When he saw his own son react so exaggeratedly, Shi Weikai was originally quite surprised, but what he didn't realize was that when he turned his head, he was horrified to find that Shi Xiongfei went over to greet the incoming people with such a low stance. But the incoming gang didn't even look at Shi Xiongfei more than once, and directly ran over to this side. However, Shi Xiongfei did not seem to feel the slightest bit wrong, smiled and withdrew his hand, then nodded his head and explained to the side. Xiongfei, Shi Weikai's dragon head cane in his hand, almost didn't even shake off. His son, Shi Xiongfei, the founder of Xiongfei Trading Company, the existence of $1 billion, that is the highest achievement of the Shi family village for so many years. But now, he and the Shi Xiongfei, whom the entire Shi family village is proud of, actually behave like this? Shi Weikai's heart shivered. Looking at Shi Xiongfei, he originally wanted to ask what was going on, but the many Shijia village villagers next to him, there were a chorus of shocked voices rising and falling. Crap! This beauty! So pretty! Isn't this the one who was on the news of Shanghai TV just this morning? Speaking on behalf of the Shanghai Aviation Group, Secretary Yi of the Shanghai Aviation Group Board of Directors, and the one next to her, seems to be the current head of the China Shipping Aviation Group, Mr. Zhong Xiqing Zhong. Shi Weikai heart and soul, subconsciously recalled in his mind, and then really found that this group of people is exactly the same group of people who made a big splash in the Shanghai TV station and various news today. Yi Qingcheng, the secretary of the board of directors of CNA Group, Zhang Zhicheng, the veteran president of the China Shipping Airlines Group, Lu Yuanzheng, a veteran of the Shangri-La Hotel chain, Justice Fong, CEO of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group, Song Minghui, the boss of the Shanghai Banquet Chain Restaurant Group, Huang Wanru, the boss of Dragon Rise Entertainment, and the middle-aged man that Shi Xiongfei has been following, Nanjiang. Seeing his own son groveling to explain what the one, Shi Weikai is really unconsciously shivered, even if the hand on the crutches are almost directly planted on the ground. And Nanjiang, the richest man in the entire city of Shanghai, the top 3 super big shots in the list of rich people in the entire Lingnan province. His son had been proud to have some connection with the In group under his command before, but now, such a legendary existence, and a bunch of characters who only made a big splash on TV this morning, actually appeared together in an urban village like Shijia village? When he recalled his own son's reaction just now, as well as the series of things that had just happened over here, an exaggerated thought steeply popped up in Shi Weikai's mind. Such a large group of people, couldn't it be, all running for that out-of-town scion? When this idea popped up, Shi Weikai originally thought that it was a bit too much. But what he didn't expect was that before he could run his brain for a few more moments, Yi Qingcheng and the others had already rushed to Wang Yi's front with quick steps. Boss, are you okay? These people didn't do anything to you, did they? As she spoke, Yi Qingcheng was obviously still worried and nervous. While asking questions, his eyes also hurriedly looked up and down on Wang Yi. Beside her, however, Zhong Zhiqing Zhong of the Shanghai Aviation Group, Lu Yuanzhan Lu of the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, Fang Zhengzheng, CEO of Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, Song Minghui Song of the Mountain and Sea Banquet Chain Restaurant Group, and Huang Wanru Huang of the Longsheng Entertainment Group, all had anger flashing in their eyes, especially when they saw the batch of guys with dragon and phoenix tattoos strewn across the ground. Their eyes, moreover, were almost on the verge of spitting fire. Mr. Sure. And Nanjiang's face was also very unpleasant, and for the first time, he called out to Shi Xiongfei, who was next to him. Shi Xiongfei, however, was so scared all of a sudden that his urine almost came out. Mr. You can just call me Xiaoshi. Don't ever call out anything about Mr. Sure, Xiaoshi. As he spoke, he also rushed to the side of his own father to wink, signaling his own father to hurry to severely punish Shi Yan Shi Mang's siblings. While hitting his eyes, he quickly explained towards Nanjian, Mr. Don't be angry for now. We're already discussing the handling plan for this matter. Dad, didn't we just agree to give Mr. Wang a satisfactory explanation? Figured out what to do about it. Shi Weikai on the side naturally knew what to do at this moment. After hearing his son's words, he directly swung the dragon head walking stick in his hand and ruthlessly rushed at Shi Yan and Shi Mang's body and smacked them over. Assholes, the Shi family village was almost killed by you all. The family emphasizes every day that being kind to others and making peace makes money. You've all turned a deaf ear to that, haven't you, asshole? After smoking it, he was obviously still a little out of breath, and leaned on his crutches for a while in the same place, panting heavily. But even so, he quickly glanced around at those behind him. Come on people, Shi Yan Shi Mang's siblings and those involved in today's siege are all disposed of in accordance with the family law for me. Shi Yan Shi Mang's siblings are expelled from the Shi family, and all others involved in today's siege are all given 30 strokes of the cane. After the family law is disposed of, all of them will be sent to the judiciary to be dealt with by the judiciary. After saying that, and ignoring Shi Yan Shi Mang's two crazy people to kneel down and beg for forgiveness for him and Wang Yi, and letting the two people and those guys on the ground to be dragged away. Only then did he turn his head to look at Wang Yi with some nervousness. Mr. Wang, do you think you can still accept this way of handling the situation? Wang Yi could clearly perceive the awe in Shi Weikai's eyes when he looked at himself at this moment. One could also clearly perceive the despair and remorse in the eyes that Shi Yan's siblings looked at him just now when they were dragged away. He was also slightly surprised in his heart, because at the beginning, he originally thought that according to the special nature of the clan system in the Middle Seaside, Shi Weikai and Shi Yan Shi Mang's siblings handed over to the judiciary to deal with it impartially has been considered quite sincere. But I did not expect Shi Weikai actually Shi Yan Shi Mang's siblings, directly expelled from the genealogy of the Stone family village. Expulsion from the family tree is the most severe punishment for a clan member in the clan system area, because that would not only mean that the name would be removed from the genealogy, the family name would be taken away, the identity would no longer be recognized by the clan, and even after death, they would no longer be able to be included in the genealogy, let alone be buried in the family graveyard. In other words, those who were expelled from the genealogy would never again have the opportunity to return to their roots, and would be completely reduced to a person with no roots and no destiny. Therefore, when he heard Shi Weikai's punitive measures, Wang Yi once again had a clearer perception of his own energy. He took a deep breath, looked around the room, and was about to speak. Shi Weikai, who was on the side, but seemed to misunderstand something, suddenly stooped and bowed and, Mr. Wang, if you feel that this is not enough to make you angry, you can feel free to take out any remaining anger on old man me. The clansman made a mistake, and I, as the clan leader, failed to discipline them properly, so I deserve to be punished as well. If you want to take it out on me, I'll admit it all. I only beg you, don't implicate my son Xiong Fei, and millions of innocent villagers of Shijia village. Wang Yi could clearly perceive that when he said this, the many surrounding villagers of the Shi family village obviously tensed up. As for Shi Xiongfei, who had been acting rationally just now, he was obviously a bit flustered at this moment, and subconsciously had to go pull Shi Weikai. At the same time, he looked over to Wang Yi's side with a slight hint of supplication. Wang Yi figured that he was trying to take the blame for his father, and without waiting for him to open his mouth, he directly said, I'm not a devil after all. Since Patriarch Shi is deeply righteous and has dealt with the Shi Yan siblings seriously, this matter will end here. Everyone disperse. Said. Also ignored Shi Xiongfei rushed to bend over to thank him. Shi Weikai and the Shi family villagers unanimously secretly relieved, directly turned his head to look at Yi Qingcheng. Don't worry, I'm surrounded by bodyguards. Nothing's wrong. Yi Qingcheng was obviously really worried about him. Her eyes were a little red. It's good to be fine. When Wang Yi saw her like this, he originally wanted to help her wipe her eyes or comfort her, but when he realized that the eyes of Mr. Zhong and other people around him were looking at himself and Yi Qingcheng, his eyes were already somewhat different. His hand, which had all but reached up, still silently pretended to turn into his pocket for his cell phone. At the same time, he smiled faintly at Yi Qingcheng. Don't worry, my bodyguards are very powerful, and when looking at the world, they belong to the top batch of that kind. Yi Qingcheng did not know whether she had sensed Wang Yi's small action just a moment ago, or whether she was moved by Wang Yi's words. After nodding and also sighing in relief, he took the initiative to help Wang Yi pick up the suitcase aside. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't say anything more to her individually, but turned his head to look at Nanjiang and his party. It's been hard on you guys, Mr. And you've even made a special trip over here. Everyone just finished the conference. Surely they haven't eaten at this moment, right? It just so happens that there's a very good old-fashioned chicken pot nearby. I'm treating everyone to come over and try it. With that, he took the lead and headed out of the townhouse, and Nanjian and the others apparently recovered their smiles at the sound of the voice. Our chicken casserole in Zhanghai City is a masterpiece. This can be had. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've had these since the company got bigger and bigger. Now that I'm following Mr. Wang, I can finally rediscover the old familiar flavor. Wang Yi smiled and followed the crowd as they talked and laughed as they headed to the nearby old firm. I didn't notice that at the entrance of the village of Shijia village, Shi Yan and Shi Mang's siblings watched him leave in a spirited manner, his eyes gradually despairing as he was dragged into the police car. When he entered the familiar chicken pot store, he just heard the system quest completion beep, finally ringing out. Congratulations to the host, completing the mission, ruthlessly hitting the low-quality and arrogant landlord in the face, and obtaining the reward, worth 35 billion Zhanghai Specialty Tourism Resort Group. The system has acquired Zhanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group for the host, and handled the relevant formalities. Please reserve a good time in advance within 24 hours for the host to get ready for the handover. After this beep, A metaphysical power quickly surged into Wang Yi's limbs and bones. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the skill culinary mastery. At the same time, countless knowledge and techniques about fire control, chopping, cooking, plating, and so on, were branded in his mind like an infusion. By the time Wang Yi detached himself from that subtle feeling, he was already no different from the world's topmost master chef. And this feeling that Wang Yi had was clearly not an illusion. Almost subconsciously when he entered that chicken casserole restaurant, he was able to quickly determine by the aroma of chicken casserole in the air what kind of seasoning was used for this kind of delicacy and what ingredients were included in it, especially when it came to eating. In addition to finding it delicious as usual, his brain was also bubbling up with the fire. Pros and cons of these delicacies and such almost without a second thought. Wang Yi was somewhat secretly surprised in his heart. After he happily finished a meal of chicken casserole with a Nanjiang's party, he thanked a Nanjiang's party for the invitation to have tea and directly followed Yi Qingqing to her BMW 5 Series. After encountering so many things over at the rental house today, he hadn't had time to listen to Yi Qingqing's report on the situation after the China Shipping Aviation Group joined forces with many companies to make an official announcement today, and Yi Qingqing obviously knew what Wang Yi meant. After helping Wang Yi close the car door and returning to the driver's seat, he turned on the car's air conditioner and adjusted a temperature that would be more comfortable for Wang Yi. Then he turned his head to look at Wang Yi. "Boss, are you going to rest for a while or are you going to listen to the debriefing now? Let's start now." Wang Yi smiled. What exactly is the situation after the joint official announcement today? Exploded. Yi Qingqing mentioned this with a somewhat exuberant expression. When the joint official announcement was made by Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, Mr. Feng, Mr. Song, and Mr. Un, the scene directly exploded. All the media and investors went crazy when several of our companies finished signing in front of a large crowd of media and spectators and were ready to exit. At that moment, not only Mr. Lu and the others were surrounded by investors and the media. Even I was surrounded by these crazy investors and the media. Wang Yi had seen this scene on live TV in the morning and was not surprised. And then those investors and media reporters asked us many questions. Yi Qingqing's face was a little red with excitement. They asked us if CNA had a financing plan, if CNA was accepting some partnerships outside of the official program and things like that. We've also had people ask us if it's okay for them to jump over to the CNA side now or something like that. Saying that, without waiting for Wang Yi to follow up, she continued to add, more than that, after we had a hard time dealing with the investors and media reporters at the site, there were many more calls coming in like crazy as well. There are well-known investment organizations from around the country, and some well-known business news media. Mr. Lu and the others, as well as my phone, are almost busted. So crazy? Although Wang Yi knew that this official announcement would be explosive, he didn't expect it to explode to this extent. Yi Qingqing, however, had a look of what do you think? There are crazier ones than this. Listening to Mr. N and Mr. Lu, almost all the well-known investment institutions in China have sent people to Shanghai. They all want to get involved. Moreover, it seems that those well-known investment organizations are already preparing to reassess the market value of our companies that participated in the official announcement. Wang Yi wasn't surprised by what she said. However, after hearing her mention that almost all the investment institutions in the country had sent people to rush to Shanghai, she still pondered a little for a moment before asking, "These investment institutions, Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhong, what are they planning to arrange?" What Mr. Lu and the others mean is, just take the open cooperation program that you patted down as the basis, and open into a published chat with these investment institutions. Yi Qingqing replied honestly. Wang Yi nodded. This is quite a good way to handle it. These investment organizations are involved in investing in a variety of industries, and there are certainly many of them that we are still lacking. When Mr. Lu and the others set a time for the appointment, you remember to let me know, and I'll remotely sit in on it as well. Yi Qingqing was obviously a bit surprised to hear this. Boss, for something so important, won't you personally preside over it? This is not a business of hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, but involves a market of hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars. Are you so assured that you will simply leave it to others to preside? When Wang Yi saw her in this state, he also felt a bit amused for no reason, and naturally reached out and pinched her cheeks. You're all my people. What's not to worry about? Plus, it only adds up to a $100 billion market. If just that interest is enough to sour their loyalty, then they are, by definition, too shallow. Yi Qingqing, however, did not expect Wang Yi to pinch her face at all. When she heard his Versailles yet confident statement and looked at his face near her, she blushed and at the same time, a strange feeling inexplicably grew in the bottom of her heart. Unconsciously, the words that were on the tip of my tongue became, "Boss, be careful." Mr. Zhong and the others might not have left yet, but don't let them see it. Wang Yi was greatly shocked even though he couldn't understand. He looked at Yi Qingcheng, who looked more and more attractive after her face was slightly red. What do you mean don't let General Manager Zhong and the others see it? What do you mean? Is it okay as long as Mr. Zhong and the others can't see it? Is it? No. Yi Qingcheng probably also realized that she had said the wrong thing. The face became redder and redder, not to mention that she hurriedly gently slapped off Wang Yi's hand, and somewhat stammered, saying, I mean, boss you don't. This is not good in case people. No. In case Mr. Zhong and the others see it. It's easy to misunderstand something. Good fellow. Aren't you just being here? Wang Yi looked at her with a few more strange eyes. I treat you like a secretary and you want to that what me? A boss. You don't have to say it. Yi Qingcheng's face flushed a few more points. The voice also became extraordinarily shy. If you say something like that again to make people embarrassed, watch out, I'll bite you. Wang Yi took a deep breath. It's come to this. You actually don't refute it? The company has a rule that subordinates are not allowed to boink their bosses. Yi Qingcheng explained in a small voice. You still want to boink me? No, it's not that. Yi Qingcheng's face was now so red that it was almost dripping blood. Boomouth is a dialect of the Lingnan region, and the harmonic word is bargemouth, which means a subordinate can't talk back to his or her superior. Explanation is a cover-up. Wang Yi interrupted her. Boss. Yi Qingcheng was probably really annoyed with shame, and with a red face she really opened her mouth and rushed to bite Wang Yi. Wang Yi, now that he had reaped the full range of skills of the amphibious soldier king, had such a quick reaction speed that he immediately leaned back a bit, perfectly avoiding Yi Qingcheng's annoyance. But what I did not expect was that when Yi Qingcheng so pounced on the air, the figure that was twisted to face Wang Yi instantly lost balance and fell directly toward the center console of the car. Seeing this, Wang Yi hurriedly stopped dodging as well, and instead quickly went to assist Yi Qingcheng's shoulders. However, even so, it still managed to hold Yi Qingcheng's form only a split second before she hit the gear knob of the center console, and, letting her head hit the inside of her thigh. When he supported Yi Qingcheng's form and his hands also sensed the smoothness of Yi Qingcheng's skin, Wang Yi couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. It wasn't that Yi Qingcheng's skin was too attractive, but the feeling of her teeth hitting her thighs so hard was a real jar pain. Outside the BMW 5 Series, a convertible Porsche 911 passes by but is momentarily dumbfounded, because, at this moment, from the outside, it looks like inside the BMW 5 Series, it was just like a super invincible and extremely beautiful woman who buried her head between Wang Yi's legs. Wang Yi, on the other hand, had just leaned his body back and couldn't help but suck in a breath. This car racing, damn, just from the outside looks like inside the Porsche 911. The man looked at Yi Qingcheng's soul-stirring back and figure inside the BMW 5 Series, and his eyes turned red for a moment. The Porsche 911 that had only just arrived seemed to suddenly not smell as good. He'd like to have that experience, too. Inside the BMW 5 Series car, Yi Qingcheng also reacted after a brief moment of panic, especially when she heard the sound of Wang Yi sucking in cool air while her own teeth seemed to be biting into someone's thigh. She instantly tensed up. After lifting her body a little, she subconsciously apologized. Boss, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just that it was so embarrassing for you to say those things that I didn't know what to say back at once, and in my shame I thought of biting you to shut you up. It didn't hurt you, did it? While apologizing with some trembling in her voice, she was probably still very nervous and worried, and hurriedly started to pick Wang Yi's pants, ready to check for injuries. Wang Yi, however, was startled and hurriedly pressed her hand that was grasping the waist of his pants. Forget about wanting to boink me. In broad daylight, you still want to take off my pants? No, boss. I just wanted to see if I had hurt you, Yi Qingcheng hurriedly explained, but it was with this incoherent explanation that she also seemed to react. What he was going to peel off at this moment was actually Wang Yi's pants. Her whole head exploded for a split second. The face, which had just been pale from the near fall, instantly turned red. Maybe, it's time to think about living on a different planet. 2. Yi Qingcheng subconsciously withdrew her hand from Wang Yi's pants waist. Then, hands covered his face. On the side, Wang Yi naturally knew that Yi Qingcheng was just in a hurry to get her hands dirty, and did not think much about it. However, when he saw that at this moment Yi Qingcheng's first reaction was actually to cover her face, instead of climbing up from her own body, he immediately couldn't help but say, while it's true that your shoulders are quite soft and smooth, are you sure you want me to hold them like that all the time? Saying that, waiting until Yi Qingcheng finally let go of one hand to support the center console to sit straight, and was about to continue to flirt with her for a couple of sentences. Unexpectedly, an unexpected system beep suddenly emerged. Congratulations to the host, reaching the trigger requirement. Letting the opposite sex around you for your heartbeat frequency exceeds 130 beats per minute. Successfully unlocked a new feature, the Goodwill Board. At the same time, an attribute bar appeared in Wang Yi's mind. Yi Qingcheng, S-Class Secretary type talent, loyalty 95, favorability 75. Wang Yi was instantly distracted. System, what does goodwill mean? Favorability is the favorability of the scan character towards the host, representing the degree of acceptance of the scan character towards the protagonist as well as the degree of friendliness. The system returned in seconds. The favorability system scans all people the host has come in contact with. So cool? Wang Yi's eyes lit up. And what does 75 favorability mean? The system divides the degree of goodwill based on how friendly and accepting different people are to the host. The system still returns in seconds. If the scanned person's favorability towards the host is 0 to 20, it means that the other person is basically a stranger to the host, with no good or evil. If the other party's favorability towards the host is in the 20 to 40 range, it means that the other party regards the host as an ordinary friend. Between 40 to 60, it means that the other party regards the host as a close friend. Between 60 to 80, it means that the other party has fallen in love with the host and can have some super friendship with the host. Between 80 to 90, it means that the other party has fallen deeply in love with the host and can be driven by the host. Between 90 to 100, then the host is the center of the other's world. 100, till death do us part, willing to be your most faithful servant. Wang Yi couldn't help but be distracted again when he heard this alone. Between 60 to 80, it means that the other party has fallen in love with the host and can have some super friendship with the host. And Yi Qingcheng's favorability towards himself was 75. Wouldn't that mean that she had also fallen in love with herself enough to accept some kind of super friendship with her? So all those suspicions and speculations one had just made were actually right? As long as there's a suitable time, it's completely possible to do whatever you want to Yi Qingcheng? He was about to raise his eyes to look at Yi Qingcheng next to him, when he heard the system beep pop up again. If the scanned person has a negative favorability towards the host, it means that the other person has a bad impression of the host or harbors hostile intentions. A favorability of 0 to -20 or less indicates that the other party is unimpressed with some aspect of the host. The -20 to -40 range of favorability means that the other party will have a poor impression of the host in many ways. Those with a favorability between -40 and -60 means that the other party has an extremely poor impression of all aspects of the host. P.S. There is a certain probability of triggering a system mission when contacting a target with a favorability below -40. Between -60 and -80 favorability, it means that the other party has become hostile to the protagonist, and is likely to do something drastic to the host. P.S. Contacting a target with a favorability below -60 has a higher probability of triggering a system mission. Between -80 and -90 favorability, it means that the other party harbors a deep hatred towards the host, and will 100% act aggressively towards the host, and may even resort to some illegal means. 100% will trigger a system mission. Between -90 and -100 favorability, then the host is comparable to an enemy who kills his father or takes his wife in the eyes of the other party, and the other party will most likely take some extreme and illegal means to target the protagonist. 100% will trigger a system mission. Favorability -100. Immortal. The other party will do whatever it takes to get rid of you. 100% will trigger a system mission, and the one triggered must be a hidden mission. So fierce? Wang Yi's eyes involuntarily fluctuated this time. He had originally thought that this favorability system was just for scanning some girl's favorability towards him, but listening to the second half of the system's introduction, it seems that it can also be used to scan other people and detect how friendly they are to them. Touching a target that has a favorability to you of less than -40 has a probability of triggering a system mission. Then, to understand it in other words, doesn't it mean that if one wants to brush up on the system quests and rewards, one is perfectly capable of approaching more people who have a low level of favoritism towards them? That's a cool feature. It's like a compass-level existence. Wang Yi's mood at this moment was really more excited than when he had just harvested the system. Since harvesting the system, although his status had risen and the rewards he had harvested had been more bountiful than ever, he himself had a feeling that he seemed to have been led by the system all along. The root of this feeling was no other than the fact that he couldn't figure out under what conditions the system would actually trigger the quests, making it so that he could always only go for luck. But now that we have the compass, things are immediately different. He's perfectly capable of taking the initiative. Thinking of this, after withdrawing his gaze from the system interface, Wang Yi almost subconsciously wrapped his arms around Yi Qingcheng and gave her face a big hard kiss. You are truly a blessing to me. Come on, let's go to the Westin. Yi Qingcheng was suddenly hugged by Wang Yi and kissed fiercely. Her brain was already down and she was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, when she heard that Wang Yi actually had to go to the hotel, Her heartbeat completely messed up the beat, and her voice became stuttering. Now, going to the hotel now? Will it develop a bit too fast? I'm not at all prepared. Wang Yi was originally still in extreme exuberance and didn't realize what was wrong with his words, but at this moment, seeing Yi Qingqing's reaction, it was only then that he reacted violently that his words were indeed ambiguous. He instantly laughed. Where did you think you were going? I meant for you to just drive me back to the Westin. Saying that, seeing Yi Qingqing's face so red that it was almost dripping blood, he smiled playfully again. Of course, if you want to go back with me, I wouldn't mind. Yi Qingqing obviously did not dare to take Wang Yi's words at all at this moment. After starting the car red-faced, his heart had been rising and falling violently. Not only that, but when she was driving, she didn't dare to make any eye contact with Wang Yi the entire time. Even when he needed to look at the rearview mirror, he only glanced up at Wang Yi's side very carefully and then hurriedly retracted his gaze. Wang Yi could sense her shyness, and did not continue to flirt, and in the car had repeatedly confirmed with the system some details about the goodwill system and then fell into deep thought. Arriving at the Westin Hotel, when he saw Yi Qingqing once again skillfully getting out of the car and pulling open the door for himself, he glanced at Yi Qingqing's face, which was still slightly red, and directly said, "Let General Manager Lu and the others set up an appointment to meet with all the major investment institutions. In addition, in advance to greet Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhang and them, in the last 1 or 2 days, the site of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Resort Group. There may be people coming to their door to find them to negotiate about the cooperation on the new tourism industry chain. Let them prepare a little bit ahead of time." When Yi Qingqing heard this, she obviously tasted something. "Boss, what you mean by this? Is that you have already taken care of the side of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Resort Group? They can be considered the top tourism-type business in the whole of Shanghai, and they've always had a big rack. Previously, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, and Mr. Fang teamed up to visit and wanted to talk to their principals about cooperation, but none of them came to a successful conclusion. Wang Yi didn't know that there was such a thing, and smiled at the sound. For the time being, it should still be considered unfixed, but it shouldn't be much of a problem. When you go back to the company later, just let Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu know. It's basically just a matter of a day or two before the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group comes to your door." Yi Qingqing saw him so confident, this time seemed to guess what. Eyes momentarily a burst of consternation. "Boss, you should not be." Wang Yi pinched her cheeks. "If a woman is so smart, it will be hard to get married, don't you know?" Disgusting Yi Qingqing was obviously a bit shy again, and gently slapped down Wang Yi's hand, while quickly sweeping around. "So many people." Wang Yi smiled. "Got it. We'll do this later when no one is around." Yi Qingqing didn't know if she was thinking about those experiences in the car just now. Her face reddened once again. Half a day did not stifle the latter. Simply retracted his gaze, quickly got into the car and left. Wang Yi didn't think anything of it, and after watching her shy figure disappear, he turned around and went straight back to the Westin Hotel Presidential Suite. When he returned to the Presidential Suite of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi didn't paralyze himself on the sofa as usual, but the first thing he did was to pick up a pen and paper and sit on the balcony. He had just given serious thought to starting a proactive approach based on the new features of the system when he was in the car. And the first step to being proactive is to have a clear direction and plan ahead. Make a basic guide to action. With this thought, Wang Yi quickly combed through the paper based on the results of the thinking he had just done in the car. A guide to daily actions after possessing the compass. A guide to daily actions after possessing the compass. First of all, clarify the direction and reach out more to those who may trigger the system's tasks. Secondly, make it clear which people are prone to triggering system tasks. As he combed his way to this point, Wang Yi paused slightly before continuing to write on the paper. Based on the description of the system's new function, as well as my own previous experience, there are mainly 2 types of people who are prone to triggering system tasks. 1. The group of people whose favoritism towards themselves is less than -40. 2. The beautiful women around yourself. There's a lot of right and wrong around beautiful women, and there have been several times when quests have been triggered because there were big beautiful women around. When writing here, Wang Yi paused again for a moment, and then replaced 2 pieces of paper, listing the names of people belonging to these 2 categories on them. 1. The group of people whose favoritism towards themselves is less than -40. A difficult boss at Sikuan Real Estate. Macman Kang, already contacted. Can be excluded. B. Ex-colleague, gold-digging woman Hiyali, still in contact. Can be ruled out. Who worked at Sikuan Real Estate. C. An aunt who tried to get herself to give up trying when she was working at Sikuan Real Estate, also contacted. Can be excluded. D. A former acquaintance. On the surface and your brother and sister are good. behind the scenes do not know how to laugh with other people together with you, always cannot see other people good friend. Chen Chao Kai. This one hasn't been contacted yet, but it's been a long time since we broke contact, so you can go back and arrange for someone to check up on him before making a decision. In high school. Just because of their own high school at that time the family's conditions are average, give him too few gifts, has been in the class to find ways to point out the sangha to disparage their class teacher Huang Weidong. This person should still be in his hometown for the time being, and can be disregarded for the time being. In my hometown, there is a distant relative, Wang Dongliang, who hates all relatives because his family has a little bit of money and he doesn't like this one or that one. This person should also be in his hometown, and can be disregarded for the time being. After listing the people that he could think of for the time being, the ones that he had been in contact with, and the ones whose favorability towards him might be lower than -40, Wang Yi focused on the D target, Chen Chao Kai, and drew a circle, marking the key points. Then again, this started with a new sheet of paper listing the second group of people who were prone to triggering the system's tasks. 2. A redoubtable beauty who might let herself trigger the mission. A. Song Gentle, beside the suitor Fang Tiansheng, has been contacted. The university classmate Li Zixiong has been contacted. In the future will certainly attract a lot of admirers and suitors, and activities related to it can be more actively participate in some. B. And Sweetheart, herself had triggered a mission with her previous senior Jiang Yao Yang, who had been contacted. Red-faced scourge-level beauty, and is Anne's group's daughter, the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai. Around the right and wrong certainly cannot be less, and activities related to it can likewise actively participate in some. C. Yi Qingcheng, the beautiful secretary at the level of a scourge, has not triggered any entanglements for the time being. However, with her charisma, there will definitely be no lack of right and wrong around her. There is a huge potential for triggering a mission, so you can pay more attention to it. D. Just went to high school, still youthful and ignorant, the first time to let himself see what is called temperament and femininity, the first experience of youthful budding feeling of the beautiful music teacher. This beautiful woman should not lack of right and wrong around. However, people may still be in the old home, do not consider for the time being. E. Very young, always a bad posture, but also like to molest their beautiful neighbor big sister Lu Tao Yao. This one is also a red-faced scourge-level existence, and good at getting into trouble. Seems like people are also on the Shanghai side? When he finished sketching these, Wang Yi did the same, circling a key mark above the names of Song Rowan, and Sweetie, Yi Qingcheng, and Lu Tao Yao, and then, again, pushed through the thoughts that had been combed through earlier, went back out to relax for a while, then came back and scrutinized it again. After confirming that there was no mistake, then he picked up his cell phone to send a message to Brian. When you go over to Go Town to do your business, also stop by and ask Spider and Owl to check out 2 people for me. These 2 may still be in Shanghai, but exactly, I'm not sure. One is called Chen Xiaokai, graduated from Shanghai University last year, and previously worked as an executive trainee at 1000 Properties. The other is called Lu Taoyao, who came over from Goose Town. After sending the message and seeing Brian's second recall that he would get back to him within 7 days. Seeing that he didn't mention the progress on the Yancheng side, Wang Yi didn't rush to ask anything more and put away his cell phone before looking again at the action guide that he had just combed through. Currently, on the Shanghai side, almost all the people he could think of who might trigger the mission had been contacted. Next, there were only a few red-faced, scourge-level beauties left by his side, as well as his friend Chun Chao Kai, who had been out of contact for a long time, and the neighboring big sister Lu Taoyao from the Goosetown side. Therefore, for a period of time in the back, while waiting for news from Chun Chao Kai and Lu Taoyao, Wang Yi's focus of action should be on contact with the 3 of Song Wenro, and Sweet, and Yi Qingcheng. And just as he was thinking about this, Wang Yi's phone suddenly vibrated. Song Gentle called. Just after connecting, Song Wenro's slightly petulant voice came from over there. Wang Yi, are you free later? What's wrong? Wang Yi smiled. It's that. Song Rowan was obviously a bit embarrassed, her voice a bit delicate. If you're free, can you do me a favor? You say something first, and I'll decide if I'm free or not. Wang Yi still had a smile on his face. Song Ro's petulant tone, however, was obviously a bit heavier. IAU, how are you like this? I'm begging you, okay? If you're willing to do me this favor, if you want me to do anything later, I'll unconditionally promise you once. Really? Wang Yi immediately smiled badly when he heard her say that, and Song Rowan, who seemed to have heard his bad joke, said with a bit of shyness in her voice, first things first, it can't be something too much. Wang Yi was also non-committal, smiling again before answering, a reluctant yes. Say, what is it? I knew my Wang Yi was the best, Mua Song Ro Ro was obviously a bit delighted to hear this, her voice becoming petulant again. It's not really a big deal. It's just that Sweetie and I have a friend who came over to the South China Sea to have some fun. Originally, I made an appointment with her to treat her and her boyfriend to dinner this afternoon, but I didn't realize that today's official announcement on the side of China Shipping Airline was too hot, and our workload has increased dramatically all of a sudden. Now the whole company is working overtime like crazy. I really can't go over to receive, so I want to ask you in sweet. Got it. Wang Yi nodded. Wanted Sweetie and I to help you receive that friend, right? Yes. Song Wenling answered. She has an appointment with us at the Yu Jilan restaurant, just about 6:30 this evening. Wang Yi looked at the time. It was 5 o'clock, and not long before the rendezvous. Why don't you communicate with your friend in sugar, and I'll get ready and head out here. Saying that, he waited until Song Rouge had another burst of thanks before hanging up the phone and having Xiao's driver drive over the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model. When he arrived at the entrance of the Yu Jilan restaurant and met up with Tian, Wang Yi estimated that the Hummer was still lurking around. Simply, he sent him a message, asking him to join driver Xiao Wu and book a table at Yu Jilan as well. After arranging all this, he then stepped through the door of the Yu Jilan restaurant with Sweetie. And just as Wang Yi and Sweetie stepped through the door of the Yu Jilan restaurant, the boss of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group called to hand over the phone. Wang Yi sniffed and casually responded twice, telling him to come find himself over here at the Yu Jilan restaurant, and hung up the phone. When he hung up the phone, he originally wanted to ask in sweetness if the friend he was going to receive today had arrived yet. A beautiful woman in a slightly cool dress stood up inside the restaurant and waved at the two of them. Sweetness, this way. That beautiful woman's voice was extraordinarily coy, and the beckoning motion did not know if it was an illusion, but it also made Wang Yi feel a bit sympathetic. Walking over with Tian, she also looked Wang Yi up and down very nonchalantly. Then she turned her gaze back to Tian. This is the gentle friend? It looks, minus a little handsome, like it's pretty ordinary. Ha! When Wang Yi heard this, he didn't rush to make a statement and just smiled in response. And Sweetie, however, gently patted that beauty. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Yi is very uncomplicated. Saying that, he first helped introduce Wang Yi. Wang Yi, this is Gentle and I's friend over in Kyoto. Sister Wang Wenting Wang. Sister Wang is the standard rich white girl. Besides, when we were in Kyoto before, we kinda took care of me and Gentle. Wang Yi nodded and smiled at Wang Wenting once again. As for Wang Wenting, when she saw his smile, although she also returned a smile, the smile was clearly somewhat perfunctory. After laughing, she didn't even bother to greet Wang Yi, so she turned her gaze to Tian once again. My boyfriend is still waiting on the seat. Let's go over together first. Sit down and then catch up over a meal. When Wang Yi saw this, although he still didn't say anything, he vaguely tasted something. When he followed in Sweetheart and Wang Wenting to a window seat, he directly used the system's goodwill scanning system. Wang Wenting, favorability -50. And also just as he turned on the system scan, the duo of Wang Wenting and Sweetie had already stopped next to a table by the window. On one of the seats at the table was sitting a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed as an extraordinarily gentleman. It should be Wendy Wang's boyfriend. Wang Yi saw this and scanned along. A message immediately followed. Feng Tianqi, favorability -40. He couldn't help but smile at once. It looks like his previous action guide was pretty accurate. Today, the odds are that we're going to run into a bit of right and wrong. And the truth was pretty much as Wang Yi expected. Right after the four of them took their seats and Sweetie went to the restroom for a bit of business, Wang Wenting's face immediately turned from sunny to cloudy, not to mention, she also intentionally or unintentionally shot a wink towards Feng Tianqi's side. When Feng Tianqi received her wink, it was as if she had prepared for it, and she smiled haughtily at Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, get acquainted. Feng Tianqi, Wenting's boyfriend, now working as an investment manager at Kyoto Investment Bank. I don't know where Mr. Wang has been employed? Wang Yi also returned a smile. High wouldn't count. Right now it should be considered jobless. Saying that, he casually asked, today is still a working day. Shouldn't Mr. Feng be quite busy at this moment? How come he has time to come to this side of Shanghai? When Feng Tianqi heard Wang Yi call himself jobless, a smear of contempt clearly flashed under his eyes, and the smile on his face became a few points more perfunctory. This time, I'm just following the company's executives to come over on a business trip and handle a bit of official business, said the man, and said no more. Wang Wenting on the side, however, seemed to be a bit displeased. What are you hiding for? You're still afraid of hurting Wang Yi's self-esteem? Isn't it just that this time the Shanghai Aviation Group on the Shanghai side has risen to prominence, attracting the attention of almost all the well-known investment organizations in China at once, and you, as the investment manager, Followed the vice president of the Kyoto Investment Bank to come over to pay your respects? It's a job offer you got on merit. It's not a scandal, so why don't you say so? Feng Tianqi heard this, although the mouth is modest. Hey, are just luck. Mentioned this for what? But the faces clearly some cannot hide the satisfaction. Seeing this, Wang Wenting didn't say anything more, but only looked at Wang Yi once again. Zhonghai Aviation Group. You should know about it, right? Wang Yi nodded. This time, China Shipping Aviation Group has joined hands with a number of well-known enterprises in this side of Shanghai to jointly engage in a new tourism industry chain strategy. Wang Wenting's expression was cold. The entire capital market was stirred up, and almost all of the country's well-known investment organizations all came to Shanghai. And those who are honored to be selected by the investment institutions and follow the executives of the investment institutions to come to Shanghai and participate in this visit to Shanghai Aviation event. Each of them is the best and outstanding. So many people in the investment institutions. My boyfriend, Feng Tianqi, is one of the entourage of the Kyoto Investment Bank, and is very high up in the entourage of all of them. Wang Yi didn't know what exactly she was trying to express and still just nodded. Wang Wenting, however, continued to look at him. He's only 31 this year, and he's already an investment manager at a Kyoto Investment Bank. Once the Kyoto Investment Bank can successfully reach a partnership with China Shipping Airlines this time, the probability is that he will be able to go further within half a year after he goes back. By then, the annual salary will start at least $2 million, and the annual dividends from the investment will be more than $1 million. When Wang Yi heard this, he began to vaguely hear some hints. However, he wasn't in a hurry, and the smile remained on his face. Just be quiet and watch you guys pretend. Wang Wenting, however, as if she didn't notice the subtle change in Wang Yi's complexion, looked around again. This Yu Jilan restaurant, Michelin 2-star, per capita consumption from 300. You've probably never set foot in it before today either, right? And my boyfriend, on the other hand, can set me up anytime I want it. Wang Yi took a sip of the lemonade on the table and picked up her words for the first time. So, after all that, what is MS Wang trying to convey? My boyfriend is a standard human high-quality male. Wang Wenting stared at Wang Yi, and that's just my boyfriend. It's all up to that level. Gentle is so many times better than me, and so young. She definitely deserves better. So, Wang Yi put down his teacup and smiled once again. If you still have that shred of conscience, stay away from her. Wang Wenting's expression was serious. Stop pestering her. You don't deserve her. Saying that, without even waiting for Wang Yi to answer, he directly said, I have often heard Gentle mention you before, and I know that you are childhood friends, and that the probability is that she also has some ignorant feelings for you. But the reason for all this is that she's still too young, still too innocent. You're really not good enough for her as a high school educated human low-quality male whose last job was a real estate agent for a small real estate company and is now jobless. Wang Yi smiled at the sound and was about to listen to what else could come out of this dog's mouth, when two laughs suddenly came from a side table. The laughter was loud and clearly directed at Wendy Wang and her boyfriend. After the voice came over, there were two other figures that walked directly towards this table over here. Wendy Wang clearly frowned when she saw this. However, after noticing that one of the two men who laughed had an extraordinary bearing, and the other was a foreigner who was as sturdy as a tower of iron in his fury, she still put away that smirk. What are you laughing at, gentlemen? The foreigner didn't say anything and silently stood beside Wang Yi, while the other young man in a suit who was just laughing remained smiling. I just heard the funniest joke in the world. And then, it suddenly occurred to me that there is an apt idiom in our dragon kingdom called having eyes but not recognizing gold and jade. It's very appropriate to give it to both of you. With that, he also followed the foreigner and stood on the other side of Wang Yi. When Wang Wendian heard this, she was obviously a little upset again. However, she probably hadn't noticed what the actions of the foreigner and the young man in the suit meant, and simply frowned at the sound. What do you mean by that? Did we say anything wrong? Wang Yi couldn't help but laugh a little when he heard this. He glanced at the young man in the suit A.K.A. Wu's driver and the Hummer next to him, and didn't rush to say anything. After silently drinking water, as if this matter has nothing to do with himself, continued to open the theater mode. For his part, driver Xiao Wu seemed a bit speechless, his expression exaggerated as he looked at Wang Wenting. My God, can't you even understand such straightforward words? For that matter, do you have the nerve to feel good about yourself and evaluate whether someone else is worthy of MS Song Gentle? Did Fish Liang give you the courage? That can be extremely hurtful and insulting. Wang Wentian's face instantly turned red. She slammed the table and stood up with a scuffle. What are you talking about? Beside him, that Feng Tianqi, who had previously maintained a reserved stance, similarly followed suit and stood up, looking at driver Xiao Wu with a mischievous expression. I advise you to be careful with your words. Be careful with your words, driver Xiao Wu sneered. Am I not right? You two have eyes that do not recognize the golden jade. The real big brothers sitting in front of them are not aware of it, but also put there to feel good about themselves. What is this if not a joke? When Wang Wenting heard this, she seemed to react to what was going on, and with a somewhat strange expression, she pointed at Wangy. Big brother is sitting in front of us? You mean him? Bullshit. Put your hands down. Before she could finish, the Hummer, who had been silent, suddenly let out a low growl, while roaring lowly. A fierce aura, if any, was released towards Wang Wentian. Wang Wenting was obviously startled. Before pointing at Wang Yi's hand hurriedly retracted, not to mention that her body also involuntarily shivered. Driver Xiao Wu was obviously a bit shocked at the sight, after looking deeply at the Hummer, which then looked at Wendy Wang once again. To put it mildly, if you hadn't doggedly messed with our boss today, I wouldn't even look at someone like you more than once. Your boss? Wang Yi? Wang Wenting was as if she had heard a heavenly story. Forgot to introduce myself. Driver Xiao Wu sneered once again. I'm China Shipping Airlines Super VIP Line No. 1 specialist, specializing in picking up and dropping off some of China Shipping Airlines Super VIPs, and now I'm President Wan's exclusive driver. This foreigner next to me is Mr. Wang's exclusive bodyguard. If according to your previous statement, Mr. Wang is driven around by me in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, and protected by foreign elite bodyguards, he's much higher than your boyfriend who you call a high-quality human male. Boyfriend that you call a high-quality human male, he's much higher level than your boyfriend. Wang Wenting was completely unconvinced. An exclusive driver for a super VIP of China Shipping Airlines with a bodyguard? Why don't you blow it up a bit more and simply say that Wang Yi is the owner of China Shipping Airlines? What roots does he not know? I'm Song Gentle's good friend over there in Kyoto. I know exactly what he did before and what he's doing now that he's a hobo. Once again, Driver Wu burst out laughing. Without waiting for her to finish, she directly interrupted. You should stay away from MS. Song Gentle in the future. Really, you don't deserve a friend like her. People with eyes like yours will only hold her back if they continue to pester her. Saying that, without waiting for Wang Wenting's face to turn blue and her body to tremble with anger, she wanted to retort. Directly take out the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model car keys. At the same time light up the record of Wang Yi transferring money to himself to let himself and the Hummer together into Yujilan while eating and waiting for himself. This is the voice record and transfer record of Mr. Wang letting me come in for dinner with his bodyguard when I sent him over just now. Also, these are the keys to Mr. Wang's Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model. That car is now parked in front of the Yujilan restaurant. Do you want me to take you guys out to take a look and brighten up your 24K titanium dog eyes? This is impossible. Wang Wentian looked at the two items and subconsciously shook her head. She was from a privileged family, so she could naturally recognize that this Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model car key that Xiao Wu's driver was flashing was real. But subconsciously, she still didn't want to believe that these could be true. Seeing that the eyes of Xiao Wu's driver were full of contempt when he looked at her, her expression quickly began to change constantly, and her face quickly turned from green to red then back to iron blue. Seeing this, Wang Yi was about to watch what kind of fun reaction she would have next. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice suddenly came from the sidelines and, "What's wrong with you guys? Why does the atmosphere seem a little weird? Did something happen while I was in the bathroom?" It's Sweetie and who's returned from the restroom. Seeing that Tian looked a bit confused, Wang Yi smiled slightly and was just about to reply. Wang Wenting, however, immediately ran over and said with a horrified look on her face, "Sweetness, this Wang Yi person is too scary. You guys must stay away from him in the future. It's just a dinner out with you." And he actually hired 2 actors to play his chauffeur and bodyguard, and rented a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. People like this are too calculating and unscrupulous. When Tian heard this, she obviously became more and more confused. What are you all talking about? Sister Wang? What the hell just happened? How did you know that Wang Yi hired actors and rented cars? When Wang Wenting heard this, she obviously feared that Wang Yi would snatch the opportunity to answer. So she hurriedly added more fuel to the fire by describing what had just happened. After describing it, she even said with an extraordinarily exaggerated expression, "Scary, isn't it? This guy, he thought we didn't know his roots. Actually hiring actors and renting cars. Too thoughtful and nasty." However, Tian silently pushed away her hand that was resting on hers, her face dark. "Sister Wang, Wang Yi didn't offend you, did he? And did you ask Gentle what he meant before you said those things? If you haven't asked Gentle's meaning, what qualifications do you have to say such harsh words to Wang Yi?" Wang Wenting probably didn't expect her to react this way, and immediately froze for a moment. "I'm also doing this for Gentle's sake." And Tian sniffed and immediately moved away from her a bit. "If you think so, then I think driver Xiao Wu just got that right." Saying that, He also added with a serious face, "What I told you when we just met. Wang Yi is not simple, but you're still stubborn and vicious. Your vision really doesn't deserve a friend like Gentle." Now, Wang Wenting's face was really stiff. She looked at Tian with some disbelief. Tian, Feng Tianqi contacted Wang Yi's landlord only 2 days ago. His landlord has said that Wang Yi is just a very ordinary, out-of-town laborer who came to Shanghai to work. You guys, you shouldn't be fooled by him. And Sweetheart, however, shook her head once again, as if she was completely disappointed. Sister Wang, in the future, you'll more than stop pestering Gentle, and we'll have less to do with each other. I can tell you very clearly that driver Xiao Wu and that foreign bodyguard are definitely not actors. Also, that Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom out there is definitely not a rental car of any kind. All of this, I can be sure as well as certain, is true. How is this possible? Wang Wentian's face turned pale, but that's not the end of it. Hummer, who hadn't been saying much, suddenly smiled nervously at this time as well. I just forgot to introduce myself. My name is Valen, codename Hummer, former instructor for the Rice Seals. I should still be able to search for me on some of the official websites in Rice. When these words came out, not only did Wang Wenting's expression change once again, but Feng Tianqi on the side couldn't help but retort. Impossible. Are you kidding me? Navy SEALs? That's the most elite special forces in the entire country of me. It's considered a top-notch existence in the whole world. How could an instructor of this level of special forces condescend to work as a bodyguard for someone? With that, he took out his cell phone at the first opportunity and retrieved it online. He had gone to study in the United States before, so he was really too familiar with all of this. Since Hummer dared to blow such a cow, he had to hammer it on the spot. However, and so on through the cross-border software, boarded the official website of the United States, also really searched out a large Hummer information. He was originally also sure that the words immediately stopped. There was also an involuntary shiver in his body. Seeing this, Wang Wenting, who was next to her, also saw that something was wrong and rushed over. What's wrong? Did you find out anything? Feng Tianqi, however, seemed to be stupid and didn't dare to say anything. After swallowing hard, he handed over his cell phone. Although Wang Wenting was a bit puzzled by his reaction, she still took the phone and looked at the screen, and it was with this look that her body, likewise, gave a huge jolt. Then, as if she too had seen some spectacle, she jerked her head up to look at the Hummer. How is this possible? Seeing this, Unsweetness naturally knew that they were afraid that what Hummer said was true, and likewise looked at Wang Yi with some surprise. Although she had always known that Wang Yi was very uncomplicated, she really didn't expect that it would be this fierce. What a former instructor of Navy SEALs, an existence of this level, was actually willing to work as a bodyguard for him? Wang Yi could naturally sense in Tian's surprise, seeing that things had developed to this point, and there was still no beep that triggered the system quest to appear. He was too lazy to get involved with people like Wang Wenting Feng Tianqi. After sending a text message to Yi Qingcheng, asking her to kick Kyoto Investment out of the list of investment organizations that China Shipping Airlines would invite next, she said to Unsweetness, "Let's sit at a different table." And Sweetie clearly understood his words as well. Looking at the two of them, Wang Wenting Feng Tianqi, whose face was green for a while, he directly said, "You guys take care of yourselves." Saying this, he walked over to Wang Yi with a slight apology and followed his footsteps to sit together at another empty table. When Wendy Wang heard this, it was clear that she was still trying to fight for something, but before he could open his mouth, Feng Tianqi just answered a phone call and his face completely changed. Then, very terrified, to Wang Yi side-glanced, as if seeing a ghost, so that Wang Wenting hurriedly shut up, pulling her head down to the restaurant door outside to run. Yu Jilan Restaurant. Many diners have been paying attention to this side of the movement at this moment to see him move so exaggerated. Suddenly all astir. What's going on? This couple wasn't quite confident just now. How come they've changed like a different person in the time it takes to answer a phone call? I see they're all dressed like an upper-class person too? What's going on? Was there something mysterious in that phone call? Or did that young man with the foreign bodyguard behind him just now have some kind of scary background? While the commotion was going on, many of the diners couldn't help but secretly turn their gazes to Wang Yi's side. And Tian also noticed Feng Tianqi's reaction just after receiving the call, especially this glance towards Wang Yi's back. At this moment, perceiving that quite a few diners also looked over, he immediately couldn't help but wonder, "Did you just do something?" I saw Feng Tianqi's face turn white with fear after he answered a phone call. Then he glanced your way and hurriedly ran away. And when he ran, he seemed to deliberately keep his head down, as if he was afraid you'd see him. Wang Yi was looking at the menu. Smell didn't think much about it and casually replied, "He is following the vice president of Kyoto Investment Bank this time to specifically visit China Shipping Airlines." And in Sweetheart, who apparently instantly understood what he meant, said with some consternation, "So that's how it is. Then I probably know why he reacted the way he did. That phone call just now. 7 out of 10 was his leader calling for accountability." Winnie laughed and didn't point out that her words exposed that she had known her identity for a long time, and asked casually after ordering, "Is the one called Wang Wenting close to gentle? It belongs to a relationship that is just slightly better than ordinary friends." And Tian Tian seemed to have guessed what Winnie wanted to ask and took the initiative to introduce. "When I first went to Kyoto in the past, I made friends by chance. Her family lives near Huaqing University, and when her family's industry needed some of Huaqing University's student resources in the past, Gentle and I didn't give her a lot of help. Gentle and I don't owe her." Wang Yi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. When the food comes up, it's time to start savoring it in earnest. And Sweetie, however, seemed to be curious about him. Frequent glances his way several times while eating. When Wang Yi finished enjoying the food and put down the cutlery, she also couldn't help but look at the Hummer and Xiaowu driver's table again. "That, Wang Yi, was that former instructor from the Navy SEALs just now really your bodyguard?" Wang Yi also looked over at the Hummer and asked rhetorically, "What's the problem?" And Tian Tian shook her head hurriedly. "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a bit curious. I've been in contact with quite a few very powerful and rich people with my dad before, but none of their bodyguards seem to have such high standards. There are only a handful of elite foreign security companies that can afford to hire some of the best security companies in the world to be their bodyguards." Wang Yi smiled. "I happen to have just a little convenience in this area. Just right?" And Sweetie, however, looked a bit skeptical. A new way to express high emotion? Wang Yi was non-committal. And Sweetie, however, seemed to grow a few percent more curious. Once again, he sized him up before saying, "Gently, this is kind of a fool's errand. When we were at Huaqing University before, a few of my roommates and I were originally worried for her, afraid that she would be cheated or something. I didn't realize, in the end, that the clown was myself." Wang Yi still didn't answer and just looked at her. And Sweetheart's ability to control her emotions was obviously excellent as well. And after just a sentence or two of emotion, she returned to her natural self. "I'll truthfully tell Gentle later about what happened over at the Yu Jilan restaurant tonight. Also, there's another thing I heard my dad mention in passing. I don't know if I should give you a heads up." "What is it?" Wang Yi asked subconsciously as he saw that she seemed to still be a bit hesitant. At the same time, using the good sense system, he also tried scanning Sweet Anne. Then his eyes, for a moment, froze involuntarily. "Sweetie Anne, favorability 65. 65 favorability? According to the system's division of goodwill, goodwill between 60 to 80 again means that the other party has liked himself. And Sweet Anne has a favorability rating of 65 for herself. Doesn't that mean that she has also fallen in love with herself and is okay with having some blah 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 with her? System, are you serious?" Wang Yi asked the system such a question for the first time. It was clear that he hadn't had much contact with Unsweetness himself. And the most outrageous thing is that Unsweetie is Song Gentle's best friend. Okay? The system, however, remained in the same posture of a service machine that was not emotionally available. The data system synthesizes multiple dimensions to arrive at an assessment conclusion, with an error rate of no more than 1 in 10,000. Wang Yi instantly stopped asking more questions, only looking at Tian Tian's eyes, which unconsciously became bizarre. And Sweetie, however, as if she didn't perceive Wang Yi's eyes to be different, she just said with some entanglement, "I also don't know if it's right or wrong to tell you this right now. My dad probably hasn't thought through exactly how he's going to handle the situation either. Before I say anything, you have to promise me that whether or not my dad ends up mentioning this to you, you won't reveal to my dad or anyone else that you've heard about it beforehand. Okay? So secretive?" Wang Yi's eyes became more and more bizarre for a few moments, and at the same time, he was also a bit curious. "What exactly is it? Tell me. There's an underground queer in Vegas you know about, right?" And Sweetheart began with a rhetorical question. "Seems like I've heard of it a bit." Wang Yi nodded. "I heard that it's the one that sets and maintains the rules of the gambling industry in Vegas? It's almost understandable." And Sweetheart sipped some water. "And what I'm about to say has to do with the Vegas leader." After seemingly weighing the wording for a moment, this was followed by, "The leader of Vegas, according to the rules, is actually elected once every few years, and every election is jointly organized by Lingnan Province, Xinjiang and Vegas. Among them, each of the 3 major families in Vegas has 1 vote. Each of the 4 major families in Xinjiang has 1 vote. Lingnan's Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce has 1 vote. Pengcheng Chamber of Commerce has 1 vote. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce has 1 vote. And Lingnan's top 3 ranked tycoons have another vote each. There are a total of 13 votes." Saying that, without waiting for Wang Yi to ask a question, he continued after a slight pause and said, The industries related to Vegas are very exaggerated in scale and the profits behind them are terrifying. With just the little local power in Vegas, there's no way to eat or fully digest it. So, all along, the gaming industry over there has actually been in the hands of the 3 big families in Vegas, the 4 big families in Hong Kong, and in conjunction with the head tycoons in Lingnan. This was the first time Wang Yi had heard of these hidden secrets. However, hearing this, he could probably taste something. The profits of Vegas are so exaggerated. The identity of the Vegas quintessence must have a rather terrifying gold content. Very scary. And Tian nodded seriously. You should know about Jiang Half City, the patriarch of the Jiang family in Shangjiang, right? The former richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Or even the richest man in Asia, the ruthless man who holds almost half of the economic lifelines of Shangjiang. Even their family covets this king of gamblers title very much. Wang Yi now had a clearer idea of the weight of the title king of gamblers. That guy Jiang Half City. Although his reputation has been crumbling over the years, but no one can deny that it's business sense and business acumen. That is absolutely called 1 in a million. With his eyesight and business acumen, if he was all set on this Vegas leader title, then the value of this item was naturally self-evident. Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately thought of a deeper point. Since the title of Vegas leader is elected by a total of 13 votes from Vegas, Hong Kong, and Lingnan, and the title of Vegas leader has so much weight, then each of these 13 votes is eligible to vote. That's right. And Sweetie gave him an approving look. Every voting qualification is significant. Everyone who is qualified to go to the polls will also surely make a name for themselves in the business world of Lingnan, Xianjiang and Vegas. And that's one of the things my dad he struggles with. Wang Yi didn't rush to answer, but just quietly looked at Tian. And Sweetheart didn't hide anything and continued. My father is the richest man in Zhonghai, the 3rd person on the Huru 100 richest rich list in Lingnan province, the president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, and the vice president of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Of the 6 votes to qualify for the Lingnan region, the vote to qualify for this vote from the China Sea Chamber of Commerce is entirely up to him, and the vote to qualify for the vote on the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's side is also decided by him with a great deal of say in the matter. He should just be torn right now about whether or not to help you operate to come up with a voting qualification, and also, if he wants to help you operate a voting qualification, whether it's better to go on the side of the Central Sea Chamber of Commerce or the side of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. When Wang Yi heard so many introductions in front of her, although he also guessed a little bit, but at this moment, when he heard the last sentence and Sweetie said, he was still slightly surprised. No way? And Sweetheart, however, gave Wang Yi a somewhat strange look in her eyes. It's come to this. You don't still want to continue acting, do you? My dad guessed it all. Not only the Zhongding Regal Club, the Zhonghai Aviation Group, the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, and the Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group. All of these industries are also yours, right? Wang Yi didn't answer, and Sweetheart didn't seem to be surprised by his reaction, and just continued. Based on these industries alone, your worth must be above $100 billion. Ranking in the top 10 of the Lingnan province sublist of the Huru 100 richest list is no problem at all. Within the boundaries of Zhonghai City, it is estimated that the wealth is second only to my father. Totally good enough to take up a vote. Wang Yi still didn't answer, and Sweetie said this, but once again gave him a somewhat different look. And on top of that, my dad also said that he now owes you at least 3 favors. This precious voting qualification. If he does not want to find a way to operate one for you, he is too much in his heart. Owe me 3 favors? Wang Yi naturally picked up the conversation, incidentally digressing from the topic he had just talked about, as if she also saw his intention. And Sweetheart looked at him again before answering. The first favor was the time she dined at the Zhongding Regal Club. At that point, you candidly helped my dad confirm some of his analysis of China Shipping Airlines, which allowed my dad to get out ahead of his 5% stake in Ridge Air. This conversation helped my dad avoid at least $1 billion in losses. Wang Yi nodded his head. It seemed to be so. This and that. China Shipping Airlines has been enjoying a good run of good news, rising reputation and increasing valuation. It is normal for Lingnan Airlines, with which it has been in competition, to see its valuation plummet accordingly. That bit of information from himself, which allowed Nanzhang to offload his shares in Lingnan Airlines even though he did, was indeed considered to have sold him a favor. At that thought, he asked, what about the second favor? The second favor, naturally, is the matter of you wholly acquiring the Zhongding Rich Club? And Tian drank some water to moisten her throat. At that time, you fully acquired the Zhongding Regal Club, which instantly brought my father $10 billion of liquidity and greatly enriched his capital pool. It's a big favor for the businessman. 2. Wang Yi nodded again. What about the third favor? Zhonghai Airlines' new tourism industry chain strategy cooperation opportunity. and Sweetheart's eyes were a bit complicated. Regarding this, my dad even said that it's a heavenly favor that he would find it hard to return. He said that this time, An's group was able to join the new tourism industry chain strategy before China Shipping Airlines officially announced it, and that it would bring at least a 30% valuation boost to An's group afterward. This favor, it's really too big, too big. Wang Yi did not expect that this matter in Nanjiang had taken it as a favor. His previous invitation to Nanjiang to participate in the cooperation was only in consideration of the fact that Nanjiang, as the richest man in Shanghai and the third-ranked tycoon in Lingnan province, did have quite a few industries under his command that could have a complementary effect with Shanghai Airlines' new tourism industry chain, and that in Nanjiang's own reputation was also very exaggerated. At that time, he kind of borrowed some of Nanjiang's power to help build momentum for China Shipping Airlines when it made its official announcement, and Sweetheart saw that he didn't say anything, but seemed to misunderstand something. You don't have to think about denying it. My dad has many friends in the investment world, and he said all these things prudently many times before he said them. Anyway, if there weren't any difficulties that he just couldn't overcome, one of the 13 qualifications for the gambler's push ballot in the near future would belong to you 100% of the time. When the time comes, there will definitely be a lot of interest groups looking for you, so you can prepare a little bit in advance. It was only then that Wang Yi realized why she had been so reticent before saying this information. Thank you for telling me that. He thanked Sweetie seriously, but I didn't expect Sweetheart to turn her words around. You don't have to be in a hurry to say thank you. I actually have a selfish reason for saying this. I even hid such secret information from my dad. Shouldn't you show the same and answer some of my questions? As she spoke, she also glanced at Wang Yi if she had any deep meaning. Wang Yi was alerted in an instant. What doubts? You? What exactly is your identity? And Tian lowered her voice, her gaze fixed on Wang Yi. Nothing identity Wang Yi did not think twice. Just an ordinary family origin. The back took some great luck, only to have today's some small achievements only. I believe you. And Tian was obviously a bit annoyed, and actually raised her mouth in a cute manner and punched Wang Yi's shoulder. You can't have a word of truth. I'm risking being lectured by my dad by sneaking such a big secret to you, yay. Wang Yi looked at her small fists with an odd expression and didn't say anything. And that was why. And Sweetness seemed to have reacted to the fact that the gesture she had just unintentionally exuded seemed a bit too intimate. The originally sweet face immediately surfaced a touch of pink, not to mention that the beeping action also hurriedly retracted. As she withdrew it, she seemed to sneak in a deep breath. Then she got up quickly and said, I've got something to do later, so I'll be going. Bye. Wang Yi didn't say anything more as he watched the figure of Sweetie fleeing in distress. Only, the heart couldn't help but lie down for a moment. No way. No way. And Sweetie wouldn't really like herself too, right? After buying the bill back to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model, and after making a handover with Zhou, the general manager of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group, and instructing the other party to go and talk to Shanghai Airlines about cooperation, Wang Yi temporarily put the moths on Sweetness behind him for the time being. After combing his thoughts a little, he made a call to Yi Qingcheng. Qingcheng, remember to say hello to Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu and the others later. Mr. Zhou from the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group is going to pay them a visit. Let Mr. Zhong, Mr. Lu, and the others make preparations in advance. Yi Qingcheng on the other side of the phone clearly understood in seconds. After sucking in a mouthful of cool air, he asked with a voice that could not hide his shock. Boss, you really took down the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group. Ha? Bay slot. Do not 6. Wang Yi didn't hide too much from her, and Yi Qingcheng obviously sucked in another breath of cool air when she heard him actualize it. Too ferocious. From taking down China Shipping Airlines to the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, to Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, to the Mountain and Sea Banquet Group, to the Dragon Rise Entertainment Group, to the China Sea Specialty Tourism and Resort Group. How long has this taken in total? It's less than a month, right? Wang Yi smiled. It's not like it's your first day following me. Is it weird? Weird. It's weird, alright boss. Yi Qingcheng's tone was a bit agitated. All these industries together are giants with a market capitalization of over $160 billion. Based on these assets alone, you'll be able to enter at least the top 5 even in the rich and powerful list of Lingnan province. It's only the top 5. Wang Yi laughed. It's not like it's an extraordinary achievement. Don't mention it. Get to business. I often feel out of place with you because I'm not Versailles enough. Yi Qingcheng whispered in a broken voice on the other side of the phone. And then, as if she had only just responded, Boss, do you have any other orders? Wang Yi automatically ignored the first half of her sentence and directly said, It's nothing too big. It's just for you to turn around and help me gather some information on the previous Vegas leader selections. By the way, Help me go collect some more information about the 3 big families in Vegas and the 4 big families in Shangjiang. Yi Qingcheng also resumed her working condition at this moment, not asking more questions in the slightest. Understood. Later on, after relaying for you the news that Mr. Zhou of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Resort Group is coming to Mr. Liu and Mr. Zhong and the others, I'll go ahead and start making some arrangements. Boss, do you need this information urgently? It's not too urgent. Just stop by and help me collect them when you're free. Wang Yi responded. And then, after waiting for Yi Qingcheng to express her understanding, she continued to jump to the next thing. Have Mr. Liu, Mr. Zhong and the others set a time to invite those investment institutions to talk? It's roughly scheduled for 9:30 tomorrow morning. Yi Qingcheng paused when she said this. Originally I was also going to make a phone call to you to report the situation. However, now I wonder if the situation will change if Mr. Zhou of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group also joins the new tourism industry chain strategy. There's no need to think so complicated. Follow the previous plan. Wang Yi was incredibly confident. Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group, as well as Mr. Zhou, will all cooperate fully. Remember to let me know what's going on in real time at the fair tomorrow. I'll keep following up remotely. Understood. Yi Qingcheng answered once again. I'll go and make arrangements. With that, not a moment's effort after hanging up the phone, a link was sent to Wang Yi. Boss, this is the HD real-time surveillance with intercom in the conference room. After Wang Yi clicked in to take a look and saw that he could indeed see the situation inside the conference room, and could also clearly hear the voice of Yi Qingcheng, who was fighting in the conference room and waiting for his reply. Instantly, she gave her back. Good job. Plus, it's all been great lately. Double your bonus this month. After sending the message, see Yi Qingcheng again camera a burst of ecstasy, and repeatedly send messages to himself to thank. He did not say anything more. A slight smile and then let Xiaowu driver drove himself back to the Westin Hotel. When he returned to the Westin Hotel, he saw that it was already very late, and Wang Yi originally thought that this was the end of the day. But what I didn't expect was that only when I took a good bath. Song Wenling's phone suddenly called over. As soon as she connected, Song Wenro was still in a hurry. Wang Yi, where are you now? I'll go over to look for you. Westin Hotel. Hearing Song Rowan ask so urgently, Wang Yi answered first before asking, what's wrong? Song Rowan, however, didn't seem to be listening to the phone anymore, and after a sound of tapping on the screen came from the receiver, there came another question from her. Is it that super 5-star hotel just a kilometer away from Shanghai Aviation Group and by the sea? Yes. Wang Yi listened to her eagerness, so he didn't ask what was going on anymore. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be right there. Song Rowan didn't explain much, and after finishing again in a hurry, there was another trotting sound on the phone. What's the situation? Wang Yi was a bit confused, seeing that she actually couldn't even hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone and blow-drying her hair again, she instantly changed into a baggy dress, getting ready to go downstairs to pick up Song Wenling. As for Song Render, it seemed to move faster than Wang Yi thought, and not even 10 minutes of work had been spent on another phone call. Wang Yi, I've already seen the Westin Hotel's building. There's about 1 or 2 more minutes estimated to arrive. What room are you staying in? I'll go up and find you. She was still panting as she spoke. There was also the sound of the wind whistling through the phone's earpiece. Wang Yi guessed that she had swept the shared bicycle and was selling it to the side, so he immediately said, no need to be in such a hurry. You slow down. I'm going downstairs now. Let's meet in front of the hotel. Saying that, without waiting for Song Rowan to respond, she took her cell phone and went out of the presidential suite. When he walked out of the presidential suite and down the elevator of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi was originally going to ask Song Wenling on the phone where she had arrived, but he didn't expect that before he could ask. Outside the hotel, there suddenly came a sharp sound of brakes, and then, there was a gentle, frightened voice of Song on the phone. Gentle, what's going on? Wang Yi was instantly startled. While clutching his cell phone, he took off running outside the Westin. When he ran to the door of the Westin Hotel, he was relieved to see that Song Rowan was still unharmed. Only the shared bicycle on the side had been knocked off and deformed, and a Lamborghini that had rushed into the fountain in front of the hotel was parked next to it. Slowing her pace, she walked over to Song Wenro. Scared me. With all the commotion just now, I thought. Song Ro, however, seemed to be frightened, and as soon as she jumped into his arms, her body shivered for a while. I'm scared to death too. If I hadn't ducked fast just now, this car would have hit me just now. It's still going so fast. What? Wang Yi had just thought that the Lamborghini was just passing by Song Wenro, and now that he heard this, his face immediately sank. This car just almost hit you? Song Ro curled up in his arms, shivering while nodding her head gently. I just stabilized the shared bicycle, and I was going to tell you that I've arrived. But this car rushed over like crazy. Although at the last minute, it seemed to react and hit the brakes in an emergency. But if I hadn't rushed out of the way, it would have run right into me. Wang Yi glanced at Song Wenro's back, and his face instantly grew a few points colder. Behind Song Rowan, could be the Westin Hotel's fountain pool. There was no road at all. This Lamborghini, even after slowing down as it rushed this way, also broke right through the entire wall of the hot spring pool. You can imagine how crazy the speed of the car was just before it didn't brake. On the contrary, the white-haired one in the Lamborghini supercar didn't seem to have any self-awareness. As he pushed open the door of the Lamborghini and staggered out of the pile of airbags, he just spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped the blood on his head before viciously saying, "Fuck, what a fucking bad luck to have a brain flutter at this time. Caused me to crash my car. Looks like you still can't knock too much of this new stuff in the future. The drug is too potent." After cursing, he seemed to be oblivious to what was going on around him, and bypassed Wang Yi and Song Wenro, ready to walk away. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't say much and took a step to block his way. The white hair is definitely a proud character for a long time. After noticing that someone in front of him blocked the road, his footsteps only paused for a moment, and a hostile gas flashed under his eyes. Then he violently swung his fist and blasted over. Song Wenro did not expect this person to be so ferocious, and actually directly fought at the drop of a hat, and subconsciously blanched, her heart bursting with worry and anger on Wang Yi's behalf. However, before her brain could turn around, a hand unexpectedly probed out and directly clamped down on Whitehair's mid-air fist. And then, a big mouth, hard on the face of the white hair. Song Render instantly froze, because, she saw clearly, the owner of these two hands was clearly Wang Yi. He actually again white hair under the eyes of stunned. Raw clamp white hair out of the fist wrist, the other hand after slapping white hair. Not waiting for white hair and Song Wenlang reaction it, and backhand a big mouth pumped over. Pop. Very crisp and loud. Whitehair's head was jerked around 90 degrees at once, and just as Song Wenling was fuming, Whitehair's entire body, however, seemed to be drained of spirit. With red eyes, he slowly twisted his head around, and after spitting another mouthful of blood foam, he directly glared ferociously at Wang Yi. F***ck. Wang Yi, however, didn't wait for him to finish his sentence, and smacked him hard with another big mouth. He, for one, hated trashy people who were full of shit when they were clearly in the wrong. Especially since the one in front of him was obviously still stoned and nearly hit Song Wenro. He was completely a fighter amongst the garbage people. Trash's mom opens the door for Trash. Trash is home kind of thing. White hair, however, seemed to be completely surprised that Wang Yi would be so fierce. Once again his head was jerked all the way back 90 degrees before he spat blood again. Old man. Pop. Wang Yi was ruthless and directly interrupted his spellcasting. ITM. Pop. You. Pop. I. Pop. After a dozen slaps in a row, Whitehair's face completely swelled into a pig's head before Wang Yi let go of the hand clamped on him and pushed forward in a smooth manner. The Whitehairs went limp and took a few steps straight back, falling on the ground. However, at this time, he was probably scared by Wang Yi, and although there was still a glint of hatred in his eyes as he fell to the ground, he didn't dare to spew garbage when he looked at Wang Yi after all. When Wang Yi saw this, he took a deep breath. Can we talk properly now? Whitehair nodded. Did you take drugs? Wang Yi asked directly. Whitehair nodded subconsciously, but when she responded, she hurriedly shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. I just haven't had much rest in the last few days. I'm not in the best of spirits, and I just didn't pay attention for a second while I was driving. Wang Yi laughed, quite vigilant, but there's no use not admitting it. The lab section over at the Bureau of Public Safety shouldn't care if you admit it or not. Hair residue from being high can be tested within 6 months. When Whitehair heard this, his eyes apparently became fierce again. You want to make things worse? Do you think tonight is a small matter? Wang Yi looked at him with a caring retarded gaze. Instead, Whitehair narrowed his eyes and said in a gloomy voice, isn't it just that he almost ran into your horse? Now isn't this still a hit and nothing happened to the person? Are you sure you want to make a big deal out of this? Wang Yi didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He directly picked up his head and threw it directly into the fountain pool. Sober up before you talk. Instead, Whitehair's entire body exploded. After being thrown into the fountain pool, rolling a few times in the pool, and finally standing still, he stood straight at the first time with his breath as thick as an ox, pointing one hand at Wang Yi. You're fucking looking for death, aren't you? Okay, I'll satisfy you. You wait. With that, just standing there in the middle of the fountain pool, he quickly pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and called, Dad. I was in front of the Westin Hotel and I was beaten like a dog. Brother sure. In front of the Westin Hotel. Bring more people here. Remember to bring the guys again. I'm going to get a son of a bitch killed today. For sure. The kind that Jesus couldn't keep even if he came. When he finished the call, he was still as mad as hell, violently reaching out and pointing at Wang Yi once again. I wasn't going to make a big deal out of it. At most, in a few days when I'm free, I'll find someone to waste the hand you hit my old man with today. But now, I've changed my mind. Wang Yi just looked at him coldly. White hair, however, still had red eyes. I'm going to get you killed tonight. Just you wait. Later, when the people come, let's see how I'll pay back the humiliation I just suffered tenfold and 100-fold. Saying that, as if he had also thought of something, he violently turned his gaze towards Song Roran again. More than kill you. Don't you care about this woman? Later on, I'm going to forcefully JJ her directly in front of your corpse, so that you can't even die in peace. Wang Yi nodded, and without hanging up the phone that was in the recording state, after putting the cell phone into his pocket, he directly lifted his leg and took off his shoes. And then, not waiting for the white hair to react, fiercely jumped into the fountain pool, carrying the shoes and ruthlessly pumped over. This time, Wang Yi really didn't hold back in any way. Just a shoe sole pumped over, a mouthful of blood carrying a few teeth flew out, and the whole of white hair, all at once, drew up from the fountain pool accompanied by, the body flew upward diagonally for a full half-body height, feet all out of the water, and only then as a deep water bomb thumped back into the fountain pool, there was an amazing splash. The moment Wang Yi finished smoking, he anticipated this scene and had already exited the fountain pool, waiting to see the white hair in the fountain pool or confused for a while, and then only on his hands and knees from the bottom of the pool up. A burst of crazy coughing choking water when, which dropped shoes, put back on. At the same time, looking at him coldly, he said, with your ability, I don't know if you can get me killed, but what I can tell you very clearly is for those words you just said, you're dead anyway. Your dad is Jesus couldn't stop it. This time, Whitehair was probably really scared by Wang Yi. Although his face was swollen into a pig's head and one side of his face was extraordinarily puffy, he didn't dare to speak out of turn. While standing in the depths of the fountain pool, he silently covered his face while grimacing and rubbing the bloodied corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Wang Yi was about to return to Song Raowen's side. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, deep in the depths of his mind, the system beep actually appeared. Sun Xing suspects that you are pretending to be X and doesn't believe that you are capable of curing him, triggering a new mission to cure him ruthlessly on the spot. Mission reward, Horuan 100 richest list worth $40 billion. So this guy is just hunkering down for now, ready to branch out again when the call arrives? As he thought about this, Wang Yi was considering whether or not to send a message to Hummer to ask where he was. Unexpectedly, several high beams in succession suddenly hit from the rear. Meanwhile, the roar of a car emerged from the rear. Then again, 3 vans were seen pulling up quickly not far behind. Wang Yi immediately stopped his thoughts and turned his gaze to the vans. At the moment when Wang Yi looked over, the white hair, who had just been coy and obedient, really seemed to think that he had done it again, and walked out directly from the fountain pool, not to mention that his eyes had once again become ferocious. Sorry, my friends have arrived and it looks like they're going to disappoint you. Before your harsh words are fulfilled, my friends may have to get you killed. Ha 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 ha. Saying that, as if Sun Xing still had some kind of bad taste, he looked at Wang Yi with a slightly teasing look. Know where my friends and them are coming from? Brother Shi, the one who came out of the Shi family village, a resounding figure in the Zhonghai land. He is nicknamed Stone Sledgehammer, and what he is best at is hammering other people's limbs. When Wang Yi saw the 3 vans coming, he was afraid that what might happen next would scare Song Wenlian and pull her over. At this moment, after hearing Sun Xing say that what he called out to him was actually someone from the Shi family village, the movement that was ready to pull Song Render immediately stopped. At the same time, the expression on his face became playful, but when Sun Xing saw the scene, he seemed to misunderstand something, and the teasing color on his face became a little more intense. You know Jiang Yaoyang, the famous underground world leader in Zhonghai? Brother Shi was previously the second most powerful underground force in the whole of Zhonghai, and now that Jiang Yaoyang has fallen into the net, in the entire underground forces of Zhonghai, Brother Shi is the rightful number 1. So powerful? Wang Yi couldn't help himself somewhat. Then I really need to see it. When Sun Xing heard this, he was probably a bit unresponsive for a moment. He slowed down for a moment before giving Wang Yi a thumbs up and nodding his head repeatedly. Very good. Bold enough. It's all come to this, and you're still pretending to be an X. Arrogant enough. Don't pee your pants later, ha. That said, he was about to describe the situation to the lead man who had gotten out of the van, but he didn't expect that Brother Shi, who usually called him brother and was so powerful, to push him away and directly hunch over to meet Wang Yi's side. Sure, Sun Xing was momentarily confused, but Shi acted as if he couldn't hear him at all. Not only did he take the initiative to welcome him, but he also hurriedly pulled out a cigar and lighter from his pocket and nodded to Wang Yi with a flattering face. Mr. Wang, it's really you, isn't it? I just thought it looked familiar all the way over here when I drove by and rushed over to say hello. I didn't realize it was such a coincidence. Wang Yi had already recognized that this guy was one of the group that had followed Shi Weikai earlier. Seeing him trying to hand himself another cigar and light his own fire, he instantly smiled. After gesturing for the other party to stop, he asked, "Are you the Shi brother that Sun Xing talked about? The one who wants to kill me for him?" Shi was clearly horrified at this. The hand holding the cigar and lighter was shaking, not to mention that his voice was shaking for a while. "What are you talking about, Mr. Wang? I was just passing by this way and saw the likeness of you and came over to say hello and greetings only. What Sun Xing Li Xing? I'm not familiar with any of them at all." Wang Yi smiled once again and looked at Sun Xing, who was still confused. "Really? Then why is this man still greeting you so warmly?" Cold sweat immediately came down on Shi's brain, and his voice shook even more. "I really don't know him well. It's just that he's come to me a couple times before to even things out, and he's been pretty generous whenever he's invited us. After a while, I just thought of him as a client." Wang Yi still had a smile on his face. "Client? That's fine. That's a relationship I recognize. Now I'll just ask Dash. What are you going to do about the fact that your client was high on drugs, drove fast, almost hit my girlfriend, beat me up, and threatened to kill me?" said the man, looking at Sun Xing once again. As for Sun Xing, at this point, he seemed to still be in shock and confusion. Looking at this side of Shi's stance when he faced Wang Yi, his eyes dumbfounded yet. It wasn't until Shi, along with the dozens of people in the 3 vans, looked over as well, as if they had only come back to their senses. "Sure." Wang Yi sniffed and also looked at Shi. Shi seemed to have goosebumps all over his body at the moment. When he heard Sun Xing greet him, he directly flew over with a kick. "Don't call me brother Shi. I'm not that familiar with you." Sun Xing seemed to be more and more confused some. After the person was kicked and staggered a few steps, he looked at Wang Yi blankly again. Brother Shi, however, seemed to be startled again, and directly snatched the baseball bat in the hands of a nearby brother, splitting his head and smashing it over. "I've fucking told you, don't call me Shi. You want to die yourself. I fucking want to live. Don't drag me down." When he did it, odds were that he had struck hard, and Sun Xing soon crouched down holding his head and screaming miserably. But even then, he didn't stop. Instead, while laying down a hard hand, he secretly observed this Wang Yi's reaction. On the side, many of the incoming and outgoing guests who had been attracted by the commotion here before instantly realized something when they saw this scene. One looked at Wang Yi with a slight shock. By the looks of it, this handsome guy, he's come from a lot. This Shi brother who beat up people can be considered a number 1 in Zhonghai, and has always been a character who dares to kill and break in. But after seeing this handsome guy, meek as a sheep not to mention, instead of beating to death the white hair who shouted at him to come, even Song Rowan, who had sweated for Wang Yi when she saw so many people getting out of the car aggressively before, was a bit stunned in her eyes at this moment, although she had known before that Wang Yi was popular in Zhonghai's high society. But he really didn't know that Wang Yi had such a reputation in the underground world of Zhonghai. Unconsciously, Song Wenro looked at Wang Yi with a little more color in his eyes. On the side, Wang Yi didn't notice the subtle change in Song Rouge's expression. When he realized that Shi had hit Sun Xing, he was obviously showing his attitude while clearing his name with Sun Xing. He was about to speak when he did not realize that he had vaguely perceived some movement again. "It looks like another convoy is on its way." Subconsciously, he then looked once again at Sun Xing, who was holding his head and crouching on the ground, wailing, "You called someone else? Your father?" As he spoke, his eyes turned to the direction from which the commotion had come. When Sun Xing heard this, he just continued to hold his head and wail, and did not say anything. But Shi unconsciously stopped his movements and followed suit, glancing in the direction Wang Yi was looking. "Mr. Wang, what have you found?" "There's a convoy that's coming this way." Wang Yi retracted his gaze. Shi, however, grew a bit more confused. "Where is it? How come I didn't notice any movement?" Wang Yi didn't explain either. After harvesting the full range of skills of the king of tri-amphibious soldiers, his hearing, eyesight, and perceptual abilities had all gained a significant boost. It's not unusual to find information that regular people can't. When Shi saw this, he was thinking about listening more carefully, but he didn't think. A light was literally hitting the corner of the road ahead, and then a swath of headlights that followed. Looking at that, there were at least a dozen cars, a convoy indeed. Crap! Shi was creeped out and unconsciously turned his head to look at Wang Yi. God! Mr. Wang Yi, however, ignored the gazes of either shock or admiration from Brother Shi and the group of manpower that Brother Shi had brought with him. After looking at Sun Xing again, he casually asked, "What's this guy's story?" Looking at him, Rampant for sure, not a day or two. Is his dad good? His father is the vice president of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Resort Group. Sure, bent over, in charge of the group's external security. Around every tourist attraction, there tends to be a lot of right and wrong with local residents and between local powers. So the concierge in charge of external policing is basically a half-black, half-white group of people running things. And it goes without saying that the concierge of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group, as the largest tourism group in Shanghai, is unique in the whole of Shanghai. It was the first time Wang Yi knew about these doorways. So from what you're saying, his father was a fierce man too? Sure nodded. It's cute. Or a black and white kind of slugger. If he really goes out of his way to play with fire and merge, the concierge department of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group that he has in his grasp can definitely hang me, my brethren. And if he plays white, as the vice president of a large conglomerate with a market capitalization of more than $30 billion, he can also casually play us all blacks to death. Wang Yi was enlightened, thinking again for a moment before asking, how much do you know about this man? His father? Not much contact. Sure, replied honestly. None of the ones we hang out in are really a circle. His kind is sort of a half-dozen celebrities who have played black and managed to clean up their act, and those of us who are still mudbloods and too low in their eyes. Wang Yi was in no hurry to answer. Sure didn't need him to ask. So he continued, regarding what I know about Sun Xing's father, I've mainly just occasionally mentioned it elsewhere or heard it from the side of the people under my hand. The man doesn't have a good reputation anyway, and has never been very disciplined in his actions. Likes to get high and drink, not to mention seems to have a bit of a strong J fetish and has no boundaries in what he does. Wang Yi's eyes chilled slightly when he heard this. Sure seemed to have sensed it as well, and coughed gently, coming a little closer to Wang Yi before lowering his voice. There were some rumors on the road before. Ahem. It's just a rumor, huh? Just listen to it, Mr. Wang. Wang Yi nodded, signaling sure to speak. The rumor in the road is that Sun Xing was once drunk and accidentally leaked out some of the things he had committed in the restroom, and was filmed by a young man squatting in the restroom. When Sun Xing found out, he made a setup with his dad, fucked the young man hard, and then countered by sending the young man to the police station under the name of extortion. Then after that, Sun Xing's father and son realized that the young man's sister was very young and pretty, and set up a trap to trick that young man's sister out of it, and the father and son went at it together and wheeled the man out. Sure's voice remained lowered. Wang Yi's eyes, however, went completely cold. This news of yours, is it fidelity? Sure hesitated, as if he was torn about something. However, when he perceived Wang Yi's appalling eyes, he probably reacted again to what he was surrounded by. After shivering once again, he hurriedly nodded his head. Although it's a rumor, but judging from my understanding of Sun Xing's father and son, the true situation should be 8-9 to 1. At that time, some of the more gossipy people under me even went to inquire about it, and at that time, there was indeed such a pair of siblings that fit the rumors. After the accident, that sister couldn't take the shock and jumped off a building, and her brother hung himself. Good. Thank you, Brother Sure, for telling me this. Wang Yi smiled and patted Brother Sure's shoulder. Sure, however, felt a bone-chilling chill, and immediately shivered again, his waist unconsciously following Wang Yi's beat again and bending down a bit. Mr. Wang, you might as well call me Little Rock. I can't afford it if you call me Brother Sure. Can't really afford it. Wang Yi, however, ignored his reaction, and after walking aside, he directly called General Manager Zhou of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Group. On the other hand, downstairs of the Shanghai Aviation Group, Mr. Zhou Shanha Zhou, the president of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Group, was being amazed at Wang Yi. When he had previously gone forward to the Yu Jilan restaurant to hand over to Wang Yi, although he was also shocked that his new boss was only in his 20s, he hadn't lost his temper too much. But just now, in the conference room of the China Shipping Airlines building, during the process of talking about the new tourism industry chain strategy cooperation with Mr. Liu, Mr. Zhong, and other bigwigs, when he learned that Wang Yi was actually also the boss of a series of giants such as China Shipping Airlines, Shangri-La Hotel, Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, and Mountain and Sea Banquet, he was truly stunned. Only 20 years old, actually full control of a group of giant groups that add up to more than 1,000 large tens of billions of assets. It's not even human. It's godlike, okay? Therefore, at this moment, he was truly devoted to Wang Yi. When he sat in his car again, he couldn't help but give Wang Yi a call to report his work and express his admiration. But what I didn't expect was that just then, the phone vibrated. The caller ID is also the boss. Zhou Shanha immediately took out his best mental state and was the first to connect. Boss, good evening. May I ask if there are any new instructions? When he answered the phone, Zhou Shanha originally thought that Wang Yi was calling at this time. probably to ask about the situation where he was talking about cooperation with groups such as China Shipping Airlines and Shangri-La Hotels, but he was just weighing his words, thinking about how to do a good job of reporting while at the same time expressing his admiration for Wang Yi without a trace. What Wang Yi said next, however, made his body instantly fall into an ice cave. Mr. Zhou, do you know someone named Sun Xing? Just now, this guy got high on drugs and drove fast, almost hit my girlfriend, and called someone and threatened to get me killed. Now, not only did he call in a bunch of socialites, but he also shouted over Vice President Sun of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Group as well as the concierge. Zhou Shanha's breath instantly stuttered. Scalp exploded. It took a full moment before he came back to his senses. Boss, where are you now? I'll be right there, and I'll call Sun right away. Saying that, when he learned that Wang Yi was right in front of the Westin Hotel, which was a little more than a kilometer away from here, Zhou Shanha hurriedly yelled at the driver as fast as he could. Fuck, son of a bitch named Sun. Quick, turn around and go to the Westin. It has to be fast. After yelling, he rushed to call Vice President Sun, but Vice President Sun didn't know if he simply didn't have a cell phone with him, and actually went completely unanswered. Zhou Shanha's back, all of a sudden, was wet with sweat. At the entrance of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi, however, was unaware of Zhou Shanha's actions, and after directly hanging up the phone, he turned to look at Sun Xing's side. By this time, the dozen or so SUVs had stopped. From the car down, in addition to the lead that looks a little sinister middle-aged man, the rest of the dozens of men wearing suits and ties are all bandits. Even the dozens of people under Sher's command unconsciously moved out of the way of the encirclement kind of thing when they saw it. Obviously, these were the ones that Sher was talking about. Sun Xing's father Sun Mingyuan and the members of the concierge department of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group. When he saw Sun Xing on the ground, who was crouching with his head in his hands and had already been beaten to a somewhat unrecognizable state, a flash of hostility was evident in Sun Mingyuan's eyes. Who moved? And as he said this, the dozens of men in suits behind him moved in unison. It was as if he was ready to attack the group as soon as he gave the order. Sher was probably a little scared when he saw the situation. Mr. Sun, your son was the one who messed up first tonight and spoke out of his mouth. What I'm asking is, who moved? Sun Mingyuan, however, directly interrupted him with a domineering stance, said, and swept his eyes around the crowd present. I'll count 3 counts of time. Anyone who just laid a hand on my son, step forward at your own risk, or you will identify them to me. Otherwise, after the 3 count, I'll treat all of them as accomplices. When Wang Yi heard him being so arrogant, he didn't wait for the crowd to make things difficult for him, so he sneered. So arrogant, does your father know? When Sun Mingyuan heard this, but as if he instantly guessed something, his eyes fiercely narrowed. You're the one who moved? As he spoke, he also drew a telescopic stick directly from his waist and flung it away fiercely. Get on your knees. Hold out the hand that just hit someone. Otherwise, don't blame me for screwing your whole family. Wang Yi's eyes went cold. Aren't you a bit too arrogant and conceited? I'm talking to you from a position of strength and status. Sun Mingyuan weighed the telescopic stick in his hand, but what I didn't expect was that a furious voice suddenly rang out from the back. You don't have the qualifications, nor do you have that kind of strength and status, asshole. The words were accompanied by a flurry of hand-to-hand movement around them. When Sun Mingyuan heard these movements and voices, he was just thinking about what kind of person could break through the protocol department's blockade to get close to him. When he saw a familiar figure with bloodshot eyes walking over quickly, and those hand and foot movements around, it was clearly the members of the concierge department of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group who had put away their weapons and were rushing to greet that person with their hands and feet. Mr. Zhou, what wind blew you over? Sun Mingyuan hurriedly collected the violence on his face to greet him. Zhou Shanha, however, directly gritted his teeth and said, Mard, don't bullshit me. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other, and you're no longer with the Shanghai Specialty Travel and Resort Group. Saying that, and ignoring the stunned gazes of Sun Mingyuan and the members of the rear concierge department, he quickly walked to Wang Yi and said with 100,000 points of tension and respect, Mr. Wang, I've come in time, haven't I? Those 2 assholes, they didn't hurt you, did they? When Zhou Shanha's words came out, the crowd around him, who had originally been constantly speculating about Wang Yi's identity, instantly went prone again. This is Mr. Zhou Shanha Zhou of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Resort Group, the head of a giant conglomerate with a market capitalization of over $30 billion. I can't believe I have such respect for this little pretty boy too. Holy crap, this youngster, what the hell is this? Sun Mingyuan, on the other hand, as if he instantly thought of something, his face changed violently. At the same time, his voice unconsciously trembled a little as he looked at Zhou Shanha. Mr. Zhou, this is what you said before. The new of our China Sea Specialty Tourism and Resort Group. Zhou Shanha, however, glared at him angrily with eyes as if he was going to eat him alive. Shut up, there's no place for you to speak now, and get this in your head. From now on, you're no longer a member of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group. Sun Mingyuan, however, did not see the slightest bit of the dominance and arrogance that he had when he was just a moment ago. Not only did he not retort with half a sentence, but his expression was quite horrified. Mr. Zhou, just now it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know that this is that Mr. Wang in your mouth. Just got a call. My son said he was being beaten like a dog over here, and when I got on top of it I rushed my tone a bit. If I knew that this is Mr. Wang, even if I were given 10 more guts, I wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Zhou Shanha, however, completely ignored his reaction. After seeing that Wangi didn't say anything, and that there were no signs of anything unusual on Wangi, he just secretly sighed in relief, and then quickly said, Mr. Wang, please give me 3 minutes of your time. I will definitely give you a satisfactory outcome. Wangi remained silent and watched him perform. Zhou Shanha seemed to read him as well. After taking another deep breath, he let the concierge hold down Sun Mingyuan, and then he turned his gaze to Shi. Mr. Shi, you were called over by Sun Xing? Shi obviously knew him as well, and as soon as he heard this, he quickly waved his hand. Mr. Zhou, don't misunderstand. Originally I was called over by Sun Xing's call, but when I came over here and found out that Mr. Wang was also over here, I gave up the ghost. I've cleared the air with Sun Xing. Zhou Shanha seemed as if he didn't care about his reaction at all, and after hearing this he just nodded his head gently before saying, you should know quite a lot of details about Sun Xing's drug addiction, and also quite a lot of his shitty things, right? I don't touch these things, but there are indeed quite a few brothers under my hand who know something about Sun Xing getting high and buying drugs. Shi answered cautiously. Zhou Shanha, however, nodded his head once again and said in an extraordinarily calm and overbearing tone, then do me a favor later. It's kind of my way of giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Later, when my friends from the Public Security Bureau come over, you find a few resourceful people to be Sun Xing's tainted witnesses. Once Shi heard that, he probably subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, when he perceived the if anything, fierce aura on Zhou Shanha's body, he was obviously somewhat abashed again, and the expression on his face immediately changed. Where are your words, Mr. Zhou? We are lawful citizens, and it is our duty to cooperate with the public officials. You're welcome. On the other hand, when Sun Mingyuan and Sun Xing heard this, they were both instantly terrified. Mr. Zhou, do you really want to do such a desperate thing? We already know it's wrong. What does Mr. Wang want from us? Can't we just do it all? Zhou Shanha shot a glance toward the assistant next to him. Tell them all to shut up. Saying that, and ignoring the assistant instructing the concierge staff to physically help Sun Xing and Sun Mingyuan shut up, directly dialing a phone. Gao bureaus, I want to call the police. When these words came out, not only Sun Mingyuan Sun Xing's father and son's bodies trembled, their faces instantly turning deathly white. Even Shi, who had made himself as non-existent as possible on the side, subconsciously turned his head to look at Zhou Shanha, his face full of disbelief, because being the kind of jugglers that they are, they all know better than that. Zhou Shanha personally called the police, and the average person to call the police. That's a big difference. Shanghai characteristics of tourism and vacation group. Is the whole of Shanghai a famous big group? Zhou Shanha himself as its head, not to mention in the Shanghai business community and folk quite prestigious. Even in the official system is also absolutely a party figure. For such a person to personally call the police, not to mention the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, even the Public Security Office in Lingnan would 100% handle it as a major case of the highest priority and importance. Even, it is highly likely that the Parliamentary and Political Bureau in Shanghai and even the Parliamentary and Political Office in Lingnan are personally concerned. In this way, even if Sun Xing's father and son were no longer handy, with their previous misdeeds, they were afraid that they would have to be completely cool. When he thought of this, Shi unconsciously broke out into a bit of a cold sweat at his back, somewhat glad that he had just fortunately agreed to Zhou Shanha's proposal in time. While celebrating, he also unconsciously looked deeply at Wangi, who had been silent. In his heart, he had a deeper perception of the terror of this one's position. On the other side, just as Zhou Shanha made this call, Wangi also finally heard the system beep. Congratulations to the host, completing the task, ruthlessly treating Sun Xing on the spot, and reaping the reward, the Heruan 100 list worth $40 billion. The system has fully acquired Heruan report for the host and has completed the relevant procedures. Please reserve time in advance within 24 hours for the host to prepare for the handover. Upon hearing these system beeps appear, Wangi didn't bother to stay here any longer. and after briefly greeting Zhou Shanhe, he pulled Song Rawan into the Westin Hotel. And that is, as he pulled Song Rawan away, the crowds that had originally gathered around to watch were obviously quite in awe of him, and immediately consciously made way for a spacious path. Not only that, but everyone threw glances of envy and admiration his way. On the contrary, it was Song Won-ro who seemed to be a bit unnatural. When Wang Yi was pulled back to sit down on the sofa in the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel, he couldn't help but tilt his neck to take a good look at Wang Yi, his eyes a little strange. Wang Yi, you're really unfathomable now. Every time I feel as if I know you well enough, you always surprise me with something new. The previous connections over at China Shipping Airlines, then the ability to pay money back there, and the god-awful golf skills at the Zhongning Regal Club. Wang Yi laughed as he brought her a bottle of juice. Unpredictable. Isn't that usually only used on girls? How come it's only for girls? Song Gentle should have been a bit unresponsive at first, her eyes confused for a moment. But when she waited for a few moments, she probably reacted, and her face immediately floated a layer of pink. You people, why are you driving at the drop of a hat? Wang Yi pretended to be puzzled. Why am I driving? Didn't they say that a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea, and that unfathomable is the most appropriate way to describe a woman? Song Gentle didn't retort this time. Just with a red face, he gently gave Wang Yi a punch. Then lower your head and drink your juice in silence. Wang Yi let her whack a bit. See, the topic successfully diverged. Also followed the drink some juice. Then only cut to the chase. Just out of that gear still almost asked it. Is it something important that you came over to me in such a hurry tonight? Look at you getting all hot and bothered on a bike. Song Ro heard him mention this, as if he also remembered a little. Suddenly looked apologetic for a moment and said, I came here specifically to personally say sorry to you. Sweetie has already told me all about what happened over at the Yuzelin restaurant. I'm really sorry. I was just going to ask you for a favor and introduce my sidekick to you in the meantime. Wang Yi sniffed and immediately gently rubbed her head. For that matter, wouldn't it be better to tell me on the phone? Getting all hot and bothered. I thought something big had happened and was shocked. This is a heavenly thing in my eyes. Song Won-ro, however, looked serious. I don't like people speaking ill of you, much less tolerate people telling you very excessive things. Wendy Wang and the others said that kind of thing. And whether you care or not, I'm angry and pissed off. So as soon as you got off work, you rushed over to me to apologize? Wang Yi rubbed her little head once again. Song Ro nodded, her expression still somewhat guilty. I just blacked out all of her contact information. Wang Yi naturally understood what she meant by this. After looking at the girl with a slight heartache, she softly said, You don't have to be in such a hurry in the future. You know, I believe you, like you believe in me. When Song Won-ro heard this, her eyes clearly lit up for a moment, and there was a lot more color in her eyes when she looked up at Wang Yi again. Wang Yi met her gaze and gently nodded his head. Really, tablemate, you're so nice. Song Render was clearly poked and prodded for a moment. Surprisingly, he lunged into Wang Yi's arms. As for Wang Yi, he was caught off guard by such a ball-carrying collision, and almost had his entire body lying directly on the sofa, wrapping his arms around Song Won-ro. When he sensed Song Won-ro's nervousness and excitement, he immediately gently patted her back twice. Relax. I don't blame you for what happened today. With that, the words changed. But in the future, remember to say hello to me before you hit someone with the ball. It's so foul. A little topsy-turvy. When flirted with by him like that, Song Tenderness obviously got it again for a second, glancing at her amazing sin that, taking another look at her own posture at this moment as she pounced on Wang Yi. After she blushed, she hurriedly got up and said somewhat incoherently, That, I just rode my bike so hard and sweated so much that my clothes are a little stinky. I'm going to take a shower first. Saying that, she didn't dare to look at Wang Yi and turned her head to hurry towards the restroom. Wang Yi, however, looked at her back and his pupils involuntarily shrunk violently. Alone, hotel, shower first. Hiss. Tonight, is this the rhythm that will open itself up to a hunting moment? Wang Yi looked at Song Gentle's back and subconsciously turned on the favorability scan. Song Gentle, 85% favorability. 85? Wang Yi's breath instantly stuttered. According to the system's grading standards, a favorability between 80 to 90 means that the other party has fallen deeply in love with him or her and can be driven by him or her. So, tonight, one is really allowed to gallop. When Song Render walked out in her bathrobe like a lotus flower, Wang Yi tentatively patted the spot next to his own. As a result, Song Wenling really did sit over obediently. Fresh out of the shower, her face was still flushed. Wang Yi immediately just can't help but breathe again. You are ready to take this test, cadres? Song Gentle, however, didn't say anything. After sneaking a peek at Wang Yi's face and eyes, just reach right in and turn off the living room light. Only a nightlight was left on. As soon as Wang Yi saw such a prelude, even if he was a beginner again, he understood that he should strike at this moment. The moment of the hunt has officially begun. The next morning, when he got up from the quilt in a refreshing manner, Wang Yi still had the feeling that it was like a dream. Looking at Song Render beside him, who was still asleep, he got up and actually had a rare urge to sprout a different kind of impulse. The moment the impulse was born, Wang Yi did as he said, and immediately had the exclusive butler of the Westin Hotel's presidential suite bring himself some ingredients. Then, with ease, start cooking the pasta. As the noodles were being cooked, Song Won-ro probably smelled the aroma and cutely shrugged her nose as she got out from under the covers. At the moment she drilled out, she probably hadn't noticed how seductive she was at the moment, and just looked at Wang Yi's side with a slightly budding look. It smells so good. Honey, did you make it? Wang Yi nodded and laughed while admiring her beauty. Didn't I tell you before that I'm delicious down there? Just in time for you to experience it all at once. When Song Ro heard this, it seemed that she was instantly reminded of last night's madness, and her watery little face instantly turned red. Not only that, but her body, too, seemed to have some tendency to turn pink. Seeing this, Wang Yi was a bit curious and subconsciously looked at it more. And it was at this point that Song Rendering seemed to have reacted as if she hadn't worn, since she turned off the light last night. Scrambling, he wrapped his little quilt tightly around himself again. Then, turning his back, he hurriedly dressed. Wang Yi didn't flirt with anything when he saw this, and while letting her move, he incidentally brought 2 bowls of noodles and a cup of secret brown sugar ginger tea to the table. When she washed up and sat over, she naturally rubbed her little tummy. Is it still behaving? Song Gentle's face was still a little red. However, there was no intention of rejecting Wang Yi for being so intimate, and after nodding she said, very well behaved. Nothing uncomfortable for the time being. Wang Yi smiled at the sound and subconsciously looked at her face. Wang Yi couldn't help but pinch her face again. Specially cooked a love noodle. Try it. This is the first time I've ever cooked. When Song Ro heard those words in front of him, she was still a bit hot, but when she heard that this was actually Wang Yi's first time to cook, she instantly felt happy again, and hurriedly turned her gaze to the loving breakfast on the table. And it was after seeing what that loving breakfast looked like that she wet the corners of her eyes all at once. Loving pasta with all the ingredients she loves, and it looks colorful. Also, there's a nice looking cup of warm brown sugar water next to it. Table mate, you're really good. Song Render immediately booped Wang Yi, then rushed off to get my cell phone and seriously took pictures of these things. I'm so happy. Wang Yi helped her wipe the corners of her eyes. Laugh if you're happy. What's with the crying, silly girl? And, eat it while it's hot. Eat and then drink the brown sugar ginger tea on the side. Song Wenling hurriedly nodded her head. Wait for the photo to be taken and carefully start tasting. Then again, her eyes blinked and lit up again, like a little hamster who'd found a treasure. While picking at the noodles his eyes shone as he looked at Wang Yi. Good times. My god. Honey, you're really great. I've never had noodles this good before. Although Wang Yi has mastered the culinary arts proficiency, this is still the first time to test the water. Sniffing also followed a taste. Then again, he also couldn't help but see a light before his eyes. Instantly understanding Song Rouge's feelings, the system's reward. It smells so good. After eating a whole portion of noodles and drinking the soup with it, Wang Yi actually had a feeling that he had not finished yet. And Song Gentle, probably the same. After eating noodles and drinking brown sugar and ginger tea, she actually hung on to Wang Yi like a little wombat. Really good times, ah dear. And that brown sugar ginger tea, the ginger flavor was completely removed. Make a good entrance. It warms the little tummy after drinking it too. When Wang Yi heard this, he originally subconsciously wanted to rub her little tummy again. But when his hand went that way, Song Wenling was hanging on to his neck and shaking it, and his hand was brought. Hiss. When he touched then again, Wang Yi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Gentle. It must be hard for you to endure humiliation every day, right? Between Song Wenro and Wang Yi, even though they had already been honest with each other. When she heard this, it was obvious that her face was still a bit untenable. The small, white, watery face turned red all of a sudden. The body also visibly tensed for a split second. Table mate, you gadfly. I'm telling the truth. How is it that I'm a gadfly? Gadfly anyway. The blush on his face, with it, grew a little more pronounced. Trying to be bad in broad daylight, Wang Yi saw that she was shy and didn't try to tease her anymore. He just smiled lovingly. Understood. Think again at night. Song Ro was said so, obviously more and more embarrassed. Hurriedly let go of him, then pretended what happened. Put away the dishes to go clean up. Seeing this, Wang Yi gently rubbed her head. Don't worry about these. The hotel room service will clean everything up. Go and mind your own business? Song Rowan was obviously a bit surprised to hear this. Can it still be like this? The base fuck of these high-end hotel presidential suites. Wang Yi smiled. The personal butler that comes standard here will help take care of everything. Anything is just a service call away. And they can take care of it for us. Even if I need it, they, the beautiful housekeepers, can even provide escort service. Is this the legendary banknote ability? The strange knowledge seems to have increased again. Song Wenling was a bit staggered. After taking the dinner plates to the kitchen and briefly clearing the table, he stopped bothering to follow up. But even that shows her care and attention. As she cleared the dining table, she consciously cleaned the floor near Wang Yi, and incidentally helped Wang Yi straighten the quilt and sofa. Very diligent, well-behaved, and virtuous. Wang Yi was somewhat moved by the sight. Seeing her organize all that, and by the way, pack up the garbage in her room, and change her clothes to get ready to leave for work. At that moment, he softly said, "If you're not feeling well, don't go to work. I'll communicate on your leader's side. No discomfort, tablemate." Song Roran, however, curved both eyes into a crescent moon and crooked her head with a smile. "I ate the universe's superbly delicious noodles in the morning, and loving brown sugar and ginger tea, and now I'm all warm and fuzzy. Besides, there's another very important fair over at China Shipping Airlines today, and all my co-workers are making a concerted effort to prepare for it. I'm going to be a deserter at this point because of something so trivial, and that's too much of that." Wang Yi saw her say this and didn't persuade anything else, but just pulled over and gave her a bite. Then again, the first call was made to get the Wu driver to come and drop her off. Song Wenro was obviously also extraordinarily happy when she heard these arrangements from Wang Yi. Before leaving the door, he also stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to mua a bite of Wang Yi with a red face. Only then did he joyfully close the door and leave. Seeing this, although Wang Yi did not specifically send her downstairs, he stood on the balcony and watched her get on the car. Only when the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customization started up and Song Rowan sent another message did she turn around and head back to the living room. He turned on the projector that was linked to the monitoring of the meeting room of China Shipping Airlines, and at the same time dialed Yi Qingqing's phone number. Yi Qingqing is apparently on standby as well. Wang Yi's call was answered in seconds before he dialed it. At the same time, her soft and charming voice that could not hide its seductive charm came with it. "Boss." Wang Yi looked at the image on the projector and said directly, "What's the situation?" Yi Qingqing obviously understood what he was asking, and immediately replied softly, "After we widely invited the investment organizations to come together to negotiate with China Shipping Airline, everyone's reaction was far more intense than we imagined. Although we have an appointment with the major domestic investment institutions, it is at 9:30 this morning, unified in the meeting room of China Shipping Airlines to meet with all the investment institutions to openly negotiate. But the fact is, after we officially sent out the invitation yesterday, several of the most well-known investment organizations came to visit China Shipping Airlines site overnight." "So positive?" Wang Yi was slightly surprised. "These are nothing." Yi Qingqing was obviously also surprised when she mentioned this. "There are even more exaggerated ones. You know Dragon Shirt Capital, one of the top venture capital organizations in the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom. Last night it was the vice president of Dragon Shirt Capital, Li Changyang, who personally brought someone to pay a visit. During his visit to us, when he learned that the Shanghai Specialty Tourism Resort Group also joined our new tourism industry chain strategic cooperation last night, he also remotely convened a meeting of Longshirt Capital's executives at the first opportunity, and collectively adjusted the valuation of our enterprises participating in the new tourism industry chain strategic cooperation upward by 50%. Wang Yi nodded. Li Changyang, the vice president of Longshirt Capital. This person is still quite famous. Many of the internet companies and emerging industries that we have invested in before are slowly emerging over the years. In the investment world of the Dragon Kingdom, and even in the business world, it is considered a resounding presence. It's not surprising that a guy like him has a sharper nose and moves faster. What is Mr. Li's intention for their visit? Wang Yi asked directly. What Mr. Li and the others mean is that if this new tourism industry chain project needs financing, they are very happy to participate in the investment. Yi Qingqing's introduction was brief and concise. They originally valued the single project, the new tourism industry chain strategy, at $100 billion. But after learning last night that the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group had also joined this industry chain, the valuation of this project was raised to $150 billion on the spot. Mr. Li's hopes to participate in the next project, taking about 10% of the financing, hoping that we finance it and he participates in the investment? Wang Yi smiled at the sound, thinking about peaches. Who doesn't know that this project is the hen that lays golden eggs at this time, and financing them is not the same as letting us give away the opportunity to make money? Exempt. On the other side of the phone, although Yi Qingqing was already familiar with Wang Yi's wealthy and generous stance, she was still stunned for a moment when she heard Wang Yi's overbearing reply. However, Her ability to control her emotions was also very good, and she returned to her natural self after a few moments. Mr. Lu and the others are also aware of your intentions, boss, and have likewise rejected Mr. Li's proposal. And then after, our dragon country, the same famous Tagore Fund also came to visit last night before and after the feat. On our new tourism industry chain project single offer 160 billion want to invest in Mr. Lu they also resolutely rejected. Wang Yi was not surprised by this. Well done. Tell Mr. Lu and the others. Money, I have plenty, but excellent programs like this one are once in a lifetime. Understood, Yi Qingcheng answered before continuing. I'll go and convey it to Mr. Lu Zhang after the call later. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Wang Yi thought for a moment. There are no instructions, but there are a few words that you should remember to convey to Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhang and the others. The first one. Regardless of how big those investment institutions that came and how big the lead person of those investment institutions that came over to participate in the negotiation is, let Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhang and the others remember that these people are now here to have a request. Secondly, that open cooperation program of Mr. Lu paired with the new tourism industry chain strategy has an unlimited future. And when talking about cooperation, this is the truth and the bottom line. Yi Qingcheng obviously understood Wang Yi's meaning, and immediately responded with a very serious, understood, I'll convey it at once. Saying that, as if he was still a bit emotionally uncontrollable, he suddenly added softly, Boss, you are really excellent. Why do you say that? Wang Yi asked casually. Yi Qingcheng's voice, however, was a bit strange, with so many big-name domestic organizations gathered together. Honestly, Mr. Lu and the others should all be under pressure. I could feel before that Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhang were nervous when they kept rehearsing constantly. And I myself, although I also boasted that I had seen a lot of wind and waves before, I was equally nervous in front of a fair of this level. When Wang Yi heard this, he realized what she was trying to say. After a slight smile he said, it's just a matter of the authorities being in the dark and the onlookers being in the dark. Go for it. Aha! Yi Qingcheng answered visibly and heavily. We will, boss. With what you just said, I'm not nervous at all now. I'm going to convey this to Mr. Lu Zhong and the others. They will definitely have a much stronger bottom line after hearing this as well. Wang Yi smiled at the sound, and not much more. After putting down his cell phone, he turned his attention more to the large screen of the projector. At this moment, the meeting room of China Shipping Aviation Group has been filled with people. Moreover, each and every one of them, singled out individually, can be regarded as a dignified figure in the investment world, especially sitting in the conference room under the podium. The first row of those, Dragon Shirt Capital Vice President Li Changyang, Tagore Fund Vice President Qian Wansong, Innovation Capital's Vice President Lu Qingqing and others is the investment community in the presence of the Big Brother level. Usually go anywhere, are the existence of being sought after by people. It was precisely for this reason that all the staff of China Shipping Airlines responsible for the reception in the conference room, and even Lu Yuanzhang and Zhong Jiqing on the podium, were slightly nervous in their hearts, though everyone pretends to be calm on the surface, but their hearts were actually taut, because they all know it very well. The domestic investment community, excluding a few investment institutions that are not genetically aligned with the strategy of the new tourism industry chain, almost all of them sent people over. Today's meeting room of China Shipping Airlines Group is said to be a convergence of the entire Dragon Kingdom, half of the investment community. It was, truly, an event. Every move each of them makes can have a butterfly effect. Caution must be exercised. On the podium, consciously seen a lot of big waves Zhong Jicheng. This moment even cannot help but heart straight drum. Looking at the familiar Lu Yuanzhang, Fong Zhengyi, Song Minghui and the others beside him, he took a deep breath before rushing to lower his voice and said, Old Lu, Old Fong, Old Song later on, why don't you open the show? Seriously, I'm really stressed out at this point, more so than when my wife was in the operating room giving birth. Although Fong Zhengyi and Song Minghui were a bit better, their faces were also a bit pale, were also a bit panicked. The investment organizations of half of the Dragon Kingdom are all here to grab and give away money. You're asking us to turn them down, and to be honest, I'm a little bit guilty of that. Saying that, the two of them looked at Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, why don't you come and give us a sample? Lu Yuanzhan was originally very confident, but by so many partners so muttered, also inexplicably a little nervous. However, he was, after all, personally appointed by Wang Yi, the leader of the new tourism industry chain strategy. It's still not a good idea to show your face. At this moment, Mr. Zhong, Mr. Fong, Mr. Song, and the others all finally dropped their gazes onto his body, and he immediately forced himself to calm down and said, then it would be good for me to open the show later on. The new tourism industry chain strategy is surely a hen that lays golden eggs. Even if we reject the funds that these investment organizations are rushing to send up, as long as we give them some opportunity to join in and get rich together, they certainly won't miss it. Although Zhong Zicheng, Fang Zhengzheng, Song Minghui, and the others knew that he had a point, they still subconsciously said, but the problem now is that it's just afraid that these investment organizations won't be happy about it. What if they still want to lie down and make money? Simply throw money in and wait for the revenue to come in, and don't want to grapple with the idea of having some of the industries under their command linking up with us and making that kind of hard money? When the time comes, so many top domestic investment organizations, that energy. Lu Yuanzhang actually had some concerns in this regard at this time, although he was very optimistic about his proposal book, and this new tourism chain project, but really face such a battle, and personally face so many top domestic investment institutions executives, or cannot help but some bottom line. And just then, Yi Qingqing finally walked in and was holding a cell phone that was in the middle of a call. Seeing this, Lu Yuanzhang subconsciously asked, how is it, Secretary Yi? Does the boss have any new instructions? When his words came out, Zhong Zicheng, Fang Zhengzheng, Song Minghui, Huang Wanru, and Zhou Shanhe were all obviously quite expectant, and similarly looked at Yi Qingqing. The boss asked me to pass on 2 words to you. Yi Qingqing's voice was lowered and, the first one, never mind the size of those investment organizations that are coming, the size of the leaders of those investment organizations that are coming over to participate in the negotiations. All of these people are coming to you now with a request. Secondly, that open cooperation program of Mr. Lu paired with the new tourism industry chain strategy has an unlimited future. And when talking about cooperation, this is the truth and the bottom line. Also, the boss had a line that he said when he was talking to me. He said, money, he's got it. When Zhong Zicheng and the others heard this, it was obvious that they all instantly realized what Wang Yi meant. Right, this time when I got nervous, I actually forgot about these key issues. Now, it's these top domestic investment organizations that are begging for us, and we're the masters. Also, since this new tourism industry chain project is led by us, it's a gift for them if we allow them to join in and give them the opportunity to make money. Lu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, couldn't help but smile, and then regained his vigor once again. And the most important point, that is, what we should remember behind us is a powerful and godly boss. When Lu Yuanzhang's words came out, not only Zhong Zicheng and the others unconsciously had their bodies shaken, even Yi Qingqing couldn't help but breathe in a stagnant awe. Yeah, at this moment, they represent more than just the groups under their respective command. 2. Behind them is a powerful and mysterious boss. How much money did Wang Yi have? And just how many cards did he have? To be honest, even Yi Qingqing, who prided herself on already being very familiar with it, did not dare to make any assertions at all. And just what she knows now. 1. China Shipping Aviation Group, with a market capitalization of $13 billion. 2. Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, with a market capitalization of $26 billion. 3. Foreseas Commercial Real Estate Group, with a market capitalization of $40 billion. 4. Shanghai Banquet Restaurant Chain Group, with a market capitalization of $20 billion. 5. Long Rise Entertainment Group, with a market capitalization of $30 billion. 6. Zhenghai Specialized Tourism and Resort Group, with a market capitalization of $35 billion. All of this adds up to $1,640 billion. And according to last night's Dragon Shirt Capital Vice President Li Chengyang, Zhenghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group also joined the new tourism industry chain. The entire industry chain upstream and downstream business valuation at least 50% higher. Then Wang Yi was worth more than $2,460 billion with these 6 industries alone. At least it can be ranked in the top 2 of the rich list of Lingnan province and the top 10 of the Huru 100 richest list of the rich and powerful in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, as soon as the thought came to this point, Yi Qingqing took a deep breath before lowering his voice once again. Bosses, I have an immature little proposal. Secretary Yi, go ahead. Lu Yuanzhang had completely recovered his previous spirit at this time. Yi Qingqing saw this and directly said, I propose that this time, we simply treat this new tourism industry chain project of ours as a large group with a market capitalization of $250 billion to start with to negotiate cooperation with various investment institutions. According to Longshirt Capital's prediction, once the capital market knows that the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group has also joined the new tourism industry chain cooperation, the valuation of all of our companies participating in the new tourism industry chain project will increase by at least 50%. It makes sense for our group involved in the new tourism industry chain project to embrace the group as a group with a market capitalization of $250 billion to talk to them about cooperation. Zhong Jiqing and the others had apparently recovered their bottom at this time, and immediately answered at the sound of their voices. Agreed. A valuation of $250 billion, which is a figure recognized by the capital market. We've put ourselves on this level, and rightfully so. On the other side of the cell phone, inside the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi was relieved when he heard this through Yi Qingqing's phone call. Though, however, it still coughed gently, signaling Yi Qingqing to pay attention to his words before saying, "Be bold. You don't have to think of it as $250 billion. Just stand up to a $300 billion valuation. Later on, you will inform Lu and the others, so that the various investment institutions will first quote a price for the collective valuation after everyone has embraced the group, and then go and talk to them about cooperation according to the height of the minimum 300 billion group." When Yi Qingqing heard this, although she was surprised, she still conveyed it to Lu Yuanzheng, Zhong Jiqing and the others in the first place as it was, and Zhong Jiqing and the others were obviously surprised and skeptical when they heard this. When the fair officially started, after Lu Yuanzheng's opening speech, according to Wang Yi's instructions, first asked each investment institution to estimate the value of the group hugs participating in the new tourism industry chain strategy. Everyone looked quite nervous. Yi Qingqing could clearly perceive that Zhong Jiqing and the others' breathing had stopped for a few beats as they waited for offers from various investment organizations. Even Lu Yuanzheng himself, who had been acting very confidently, had some sweat on his forehead. She was unconsciously a little nervous as well, and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the surveillance camera. Behind the surveillance camera, inside the living room of the Westin Hotel's presidential suite, Wang Yi was not taking it seriously at all. Seeing that in the meeting room of China Shipping Airlines, all the investment organizations were constantly busy making phone calls or on-site accounting, while Lu Yuanzheng and others were waiting for the answers nervously. He was just slowly sipping the champagne that came standard in the Westin Hotel's presidential suite while admiring the multitude of people over at the China Shipping Airlines conference room. On the other hand, Zhongding Regal Club, a VIP golf course. When he heard his men report that the major investment organizations were conducting a collective valuation accounting of the groups involved in the new tourism industry chain project, such as China Shipping Airlines, and Nanjiang also stopped playing golf, turning back to his seat in the lounge area. He quietly waited for further news from the phone while starting to savor the tea that Sweetie had made on the side. Beside him, and Sweetheart probably saw that her father was also a bit nervous and expectant at this time, and waited until Nanjiang put down his teacup, and added new tea for him at the first time before whispering, "Dad, in your opinion, what kind of offer will the major investment organizations estimate to give in the end?" When Nanjiang heard her ask this, he didn't answer right away, but instead asked a rhetorical question. "Didn't you learn a lot of things in the law firm and on my side during this period of time? How about, you guess first?" When Sweetheart heard this, she was obviously torn for a moment before she said with less certainty, "I don't necessarily know everything, so don't laugh at me if I guess wrong, Dad." And Nanjiang smiled and gave her an encouraging look. "But there's no harm in saying it." It was only at this time that Tian nodded. "Didn't you say yesterday, Dad, that the Shanghai Characteristic Tourism Resort Group also joined the new tourism industry chain strategic cooperation?" And then Mr. Li of Longshirt Capital raised the market valuation of all the enterprises integrating into the new tourism industry chain strategic cooperation by 50% on the spot? New tourism industry chain strategic cooperation enterprises by 50%? According to the style of these investment institutions like Longshirt Capital, the figures they gave before formally participating in the financing must have been on the conservative side or even deliberately low. I'm reasonably confident that there's quite a bit of room on top of that valuation boost of 50%. And Nanjiang nodded and took a sip of tea before saying, "Not bad. This analysis is very sensible. Continue." And Tian received his encouragement, obviously getting more and more confident, and continued to analyze. "When I heard those news you said last night, I checked some of Dragon Shirt Capital's investment cases overnight, and based on the analysis and summary of these cases, I found that Longshirt Capital, especially Mr. Li Chang Yangli, they often can adjust the valuation of the target company they are interested in investing in downward by about 30% before the formal financing. For one thing, this is a convenient way to leave yourself wiggle room when formally negotiating a financing partnership. For another, it's a way to catch the other side off guard with a higher financing offer if an exempt competitor shows up." And Nanjiang gave him a slightly approving look. "Continue." "So, based on some of the intelligence I heard from your side from Dad before, as well as the information I accessed last night," and Sweetheart paused, "Longshirt Capital's overall valuation for the new tourism industry chain project deeply involved in the group's overall valuation should actually be adjusted upward by 65%. the combined valuation of Shanghai Aviation Group, Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, Four Seas Commercial Real Estate, Long Rise Entertainment Group, Mountain and Sea Banquet Restaurant Chain Group, and Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group. All of these were originally valued at more than $1,640 billion. If the overall valuation of these groups is adjusted upward by another 65%, then the final offer from Longshirt Capital should be above $270 billion. When An Nanjiang heard this, he directly couldn't help but applaud. Very good analysis. It seems that a lot of thought went into this internship and study. When An Sweetheart received her father's affirmation, although she was a bit pleased, she still seemed to be curious. Dad, according to your estimation? And Nanjiang shook his head. I'm actually a little unsure. Because I'm not in the investment world. Although I know that this new tourism industry chain strategy combined with that program planning done by Lu Yuanzhang is a masterpiece, but I can't say how much the valuation of this project in the capital market can reach. Dad, you have many friends in the investment circle, don't you? And Sweetheart pursued. And Nanjiang smiled again and shook his head. Those friends from the investment circle are now sitting in the conference room of China Shipping Airlines. They are also looking for opportunities to join CNA's new tourism industry chain strategy, or to become a partner of CNA's new tourism industry chain strategy. Do you think that they will be willing to give us the true bottom line before their purpose is accomplished? And Sweetheart was obviously taken aback when she heard this. Dad, aren't your friends all over the four seas? And Nanjiang, however, took a sip of tea and said slowly, right now half of the investment circle of the Dragon Kingdom is in the conference room of China Shipping Airlines. And Tian's eyes instantly went wide. Is that so exaggerated? And Nanjiang nodded again. Seriously, it's the first time I've seen this kind of pomp and circumstance in all the years I've been traversing the business world. So yeah, I have reason to suspect that later on, when the various investment organizations actually offer their prices, it might be even more exaggerated than what we're analyzing right now. More exaggerated than the offer of $270 billion? And Sweetheart's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Then according to what you mean, Dad dash, based on these businesses alone, plus the industries of the C.D. Rich Club, wouldn't Wang Yi's fortune go straight to $300 billion? That can't be right. And Nanjiang actually found it a bit unbelievable. But thinking about all the years of experience I've had dealing with these friends in the investment community, still taking a sip of his tea, he said seriously, as unbelievable as that conclusion is, there is no doubt that it will happen 7 out of 10 times. I don't understand the logic of evaluation in the investment world, but I know too well the style of my friends who do. There's no other business or program group that has made such a big deal out of them before this. Therefore, I have every reason to believe that this time they are very optimistic about the future prospects of the new tourism industry chain project led by China Shipping Airlines. But that's too much, and Tian was still a bit in disbelief. How old is Wang Yi? He's the same age as me and Gentle, just 22 or 12. At that age, the wealth alone that we know of is close to $300 billion. And Nanjiang didn't answer. And sweet but still excited. What we know alone is close to $300 billion. Dad, what is the concept of $300 billion? Not to mention you, the richest man in Shanghai, the richest man in Lingnan will be changed. Even, he can go straight to compete for the top 3 or 4 places on the Huru 100 richest list of the rich and powerful in the Dragon Kingdom. When An Nanjiang heard this, he was originally about to relieve her and let her calm down. But I did not expect just at this time. There has been no movement in the phone. Suddenly came Rode hard to hide the shock of the voice. The scene began to quote Mr. Un. And Nanjiang immediately stopped his words while signaling and Tian to be quiet. What's the situation? The voice on the other side of the phone was shocking. The first offer was made by the one sitting in the first row at the scene. The top 10 investment organization in Dragon Country. The Vice President of Innovation Capital. Lu Qinxing. Their hug offer for the several enterprises participating in the new tourism industry chain in-depth cooperation this time is $300 billion. The conference room at China Shipping Airlines is now a complete sensation. And Nanjiang was also a bit confused. Are you sure? It's $300 billion? Okay, the voice on the other side of the phone seemed to swallow. Mr. Lu just confirmed it again in person. Many of the small and medium-sized investment organizations on the scene now are all blowing up. There are still people cursing Mr. Lu's mother. And Nanjiang was somewhat speechless, and was about to ask about the movements of other investment institutions when he didn't expect another exclamation to come from the other side of the phone. Mr. Mr. Qian Wansong Qian of Tagore Fund has also stood up to make an offer. Mr. Qian from Tagore Fund. The offer is higher than Mr. Chun from Innovation Capital. Their hug offer for the several enterprises participating in the new tourism industry chain in-depth cooperation this time is $3,150 billion. $315 billion? And Nanjiang was a bit numb. This figure Is Qian Wansong a trustee? Mr. Qian is serious, Mr. The voice on the other side of the phone apparently swallowed hard again. Mr. Shen just said that if the several enterprises participating in the new tourism industry chain in-depth cooperation this time are willing to open up their financing, they are willing to use the offer of $315 billion to directly eat 10% of the financing share at once. The kind you can sign a financing contract for right now. Moreover, the $31.5 billion in cash will be credited to the project team's account within 7 days. Crazy, and Nanjian was all a bit out of sorts, and was about to go on about something when, unexpectedly, a crouching sound simply came from the other side of the phone this time. Crap, Mr. These investment institutions are afraid that they are all really crazy. Just now, Li Changyang, vice president of Longshirt Capital, also quoted, Longshirt Capital's hug offer for the several enterprises participating in the new tourism industry chain in-depth cooperation this time is $330 billion. It's a full $70 billion higher than what was revealed last night. And Nanjian didn't say anything else this time, but just stood up from his seat in a mischievous manner. On the side, and Sweet heard this series of exaggerated figures originally was shocked to the brain lack of oxygen it. At this moment, being so agitated by such a drastic movement of his father, he was instantly startled and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong, Dad?" And Nanjiang had already lost his temper at this moment, after getting up and pacing back and forth for several laps, and then seemingly only reacting to it. He took a sharp deep breath and looked at Tian. While China Shipping Airlines fair is still open, let's make a trip there as well, to give China Shipping Airlines' new tourism industry chain another boost. Saying that, and not having time to replace the golf clothes on his body, he hurriedly ordered his assistant to prepare a car. On the other hand, in the conference room of China Shipping Aviation Group, as the three largest investment organizations finished quoting their prices, Zhang Zhicheng, Fang Zhengzheng, Song Minghui and others on the podium were all dumbfounded as well, when listening to the many investment organizations on stage cursing Dragon Shirt Capital, Tagore Fund, and Innovation Capital. Everyone was in a dream world. Even Lu Yuanzhang, who was already confident, had some heat in his brain at this moment. For, on hearing one exaggerated offer over another from Innovative Capital, Tagore Fund, and Longshirt Capital, he had determined for sure as well as certain that the spring that belongs to China Shipping Airlines, to the Shangri-La Hotel chain group, and to all the deep strategic cooperative enterprises in the new tourism industry chain has come. All of them on this boat have made a new piece of history at this very moment. It's not just Lu Yuanzhang. Through the surveillance in the meeting room of the China Shipping Aviation Group, within the living room of the presidential suite of the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi could clearly see. At this moment, almost all the staff members of China Shipping Airlines who were present at the meeting went crazy. Even some of the heads of small and medium-sized investment organizations on the scene were all caught off guard. Yi Qingqing's voice was also a bit stuttered and incoherent when she spoke on the other side of the phone once again. "Old boss, did you hear everything? A valuation of $330 billion. Longshirt Capital, for this hug offer for the several enterprises participating in the new tourism industry chain in-depth cooperation, is $330 billion. Wang Yi smiled slightly and took another sip of champagne. Said, waiting to hear Yi Qingqing again cannot help but excited a burst of incoherence. He did not rush to pick up the words, waiting until Yi Qingqing completely finished expressing those emotions. The shock and excitement in her heart were expressed. Only then did she calmly say, "Let Mr. Lu, let go of screening partners. And that's just the first step in a long journey. Keep it going, let it go. $1 trillion market capitalization, just around the corner." On the other side of the phone, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but suck in another breath when she heard this though. But this time, there was no more doubt. Because, she was truly and completely convinced of Wang Yi and his vision and vigor. After reporting the situation at the scene with Wang Yi and when she had calmed down a bit more, she went to convey his will for him at the first opportunity. And just after she went to convey those words, Wang Yi clearly saw on the projector that Lu Yuanzhang and the others' complexions all clearly fluctuated. And then, a dense sea of system beeps bubbled up with it. Your vision and vigor exceeds Lu Yuanzhang's expectations. Loyalty +1. Lu Yuanzhang loyalty 96. Your vision and vigor exceeds Yi Qingqing's expectations. Loyalty +1. Yi Qingqing loyalty 96. Your vision and drive exceeds Zhong Qicheng's expectations. Loyalty +5. Zhong Qicheng's loyalty 93. Your vision and vigor greatly exceeds Song Minghui's expectations. Loyalty +5. Song Minghui loyalty 95. Your vision and vigor greatly exceeds Fang Justice's expectations. Loyalty +8. Fang Justice's loyalty 90. Your vision and vigor greatly exceeds Huang Wanru's expectations. Loyalty +10. Huang Wanru's loyalty 90. Your vision and vigor greatly exceeds Zhou Shanhe's expectations. Loyalty plus 15. Zhou Shanhe's loyalty 90. At the same time, Wang Yi's system attribute panel also changed. Big Brother Play System. Host, Wang Yi. Worth, 410.9 billion. Under the banner of industry, China Shipping Aviation Group, Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, Blackwater International Security Group, Foreseas Commercial Real Estate Group, Zhongding Regal Club, Shanghai Banquet Catering Chain Group, Longsheng Entertainment Group, Zhonghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group, Horuan 100 Rich List. Skills, Golf Mastery, Akina Mountain Car Skills, King of the Triad Full Skills, Culinary Mastery, Activated Features, Loyalty Scan, Investment Rate Assessment, Favorability Scan. As the system's previous conclusion when scanning Lu Yuanjing's Super S-level project plan, once the new tourism industry chain strategy coalesced 5 essential enterprises in the upstream and downstream of the industry chain, the valuation of all enterprises participating in the new tourism industry chain strategy in-depth cooperation was increased by at least 100%. Increased by 100%. His wealth, which had reached a staggering $401 billion. According to the latest edition of the ranking of the rich list, his wealth, not to mention the richest man in Shanghai, the richest man in Lingnan, even if it is the second of the Horuan 100 wealthy list of the Dragon Kingdom list, are absolutely stable. It was just one step away from the throne of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. It's only a difference of a few tens of billions. If one can trigger a few more missions, or be a little more daring and harvest a few more companies that can coalesce into the new tourism industry chain strategy, easily surpassed. Thinking of this, Wang Yi unconsciously a burst of refreshing, and then looked to the projector. Those of the flurry of disturbances actually feel that everything is so smooth. When the negotiation on the side of China Shipping Airlines was successfully concluded, and Yi Qingcheng once again gave him a meticulous report of the results over the phone, he simply waved his hand in a bold manner. Take out $1 billion and reward all the staff involved in the new tourism industry chain regulation strategy this time. Then, ignoring Yi Qingcheng's shock and surprise, he directly hung up and turned off the projector. However, what Wang Yi did not expect was that this call from Yi Qingcheng was just the beginning. Right after he hung up Yi Qingcheng's phone call, calls from Lu Yuanzhang, Zhong Jiqing and others soon followed. Even, right after he had managed to finish answering the calls from Lu Yuanzhang, Zhong Jiqing, and a series of other henchmen, and Nanjian actually called in person as well. Only when the phone was connected, and Nanjiang's enthusiastic voice came from over there. Wang Yi, what time is convenient later? Let's have dinner together. By the way, there's something rather important to talk to you about in private. For the record, it's definitely good. As soon as Wang Yi heard this, he remembered that Tian had tipped him off only a short while ago. Seeing that this moment is already almost the point of lunch, one's own lunch happens to be not settled. Immediately smiled and said, Uncle, and set a restaurant. My lunch happens to be not arranged yet. When Nanjiang heard this, his voice obviously grew a bit more enthusiastic. That would dare to be good. There's a tea spot in Shanghai that does very authentic dim sum and Cantonese food. White Swan Restaurant. Wang Yi, you come straight over. I'll have someone say hello to the boss over there later. Alright, I'll go over there. Wang Yi had also heard a lot about this restaurant's reputation. The White Swan Restaurant, though, is no Michelin restaurant, much less a Black Pearl. However, in the hearts of the old men of Shanghai and even Lingnan, it was an existence like the White Moonlight, definitely high class in Cantonese cuisine proper. Let's meet at the White Swan Restaurant later to talk. And Nanjiang was also a man of thunder and lightning. I've already asked my assistant to contact that side. When we arrive, Wang Yi, you can just say you're looking for me. The owner of the White Swan Restaurant side will make the arrangements himself. Good. Wang Yi answered and stopped talking nonsense, hanging up the phone, and then called Xiao Wu. For this kind of semi-business occasion, it's more appropriate to have a chauffeur and ride in a business-oriented car like the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized Model. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized Model arrived at the White Swan Restaurant. Wang Yi had thought that he still have to be the same as usual, into the restaurant after the report on the head of the people will lead themselves to the private room. But what I didn't expect was that when the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized Model had only parked at the entrance of the White Swan Restaurant, there was a man in a suit who looked like he had a rather unimpressive demeanor speaking into the intercom, saying something, and then, he quickly walked towards the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized Model side, and pulled open the door for him one step ahead of Xiao Wu's driver. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Wang Yi Wang? It was the first time Wang Yi had encountered such a battle, and he was slightly uncomfortable. And you are? The man in the suit immediately performed a gentleman's salute and invited Wang Yi to get off. Hello Mr. Wang. I'm the manager of the White Swan Restaurant, instructed by our boss to be in charge of greeting you specifically at the entrance. Our boss is waiting too. He'll be right out. What's the point of being so polite? Wang Yi checked the favorability of the person in front of him. After seeing that his favorability towards him was 35, which was a very safe value, he was about to ask driver Wu to arrange a lunch as well. There was a sudden cacophony of noise from inside the White Swan restaurant. Then, two familiar figures, followed by a Maitreya Buddha-like middle-aged man and a group of presumably watching diners came out together. It was clearly the duo of An Nanjiang and An Sweetie. When he walked out, An Nanjiang was still very cordial and walked directly to Wang Yi and gave him a ride on his shoulder. Coming. Ha, it just so happens that Sweetie has made tea as well. Let's go up, drink slowly and talk. Wang Yi could sense that An Nanjiang's attitude towards himself was already different, but he still couldn't help but smile. Uncle An, you're too polite. What's all the fuss about? It's just having dinner together and talking. And Nanjiang, however, returned a smile. After all, it's an invitation for you to eat. The etiquette should still be there. It's not much of a row. It's this White Swan restaurant's boss Su. He heard that it's my friend and specially arranged a little extra. As he spoke, the Maitreya Buddha-like middle-aged man who had been following behind him and in Tian then took the initiative to extend his hands. Hello Mr. Wang. My name is Su Baiwei, the head of the White Swan restaurant. Nice to meet you. Wang Yi checked his favorability and after seeing that his favorability towards himself was also relatively safe, he immediately returned a smile. Hello boss Su. You're too kind. As he spoke, he also shook his hand not so gently. Then, after seeing the obvious trend of more and more diners and passers-by gathering around, he immediately signaled driver Xiao Wu to go and arrange for lunch on his own, and followed An Nanjiang into the restaurant. The crowd of onlookers obviously recognize An Nanjiang and Su Baimi, see An Nanjiang and Wang Yi side by side into the restaurant. Immediately all spontaneously make way. At the same time, the eyes of some strange look at the Su Baimi with An Nanjiang Wang Yi behind, until the four figures completely into the White Swan restaurant, and even stepped into the White Swan restaurant's White Swan room, and Su Baiwei just like a waiter's posture. Personally for the An Nanjiang Wang Yi and Sweet three people after the service, consciously exit the private room. The crowd couldn't help but roar, as if they'd just come back to their senses. Crap! And Nanjiang, the richest man in Shanghai, the top three of Lingnan's rich and powerful list personally came out to receive them. Boss Su Baiwei of the White Swan restaurant, the orthodox heir to the Cantonese cuisine and a billionaire, willingly accompanied and personally served them. This kind of treatment may not be available even to the biggest leaders in Shanghai City. This young man bulled his mom to open the door for Bull. Well to the house inside the White Swan private room. Although he didn't know about all the talk outside the White Swan winehouse, Wang Yi could probably guess something. When everyone was seated, and after also drinking a few mouthfuls of the tea that An Sweetness had brewed, she smiled at An Nanjiang and said, Uncle An, it's better not to be so polite in the future. A big celebrity like you is so absorbing. I like to muffle development. And Nanjiang also seemed to have thought of something and smiled at the sound. I'll pay attention to it in the future. Saying that, he waited until An Sweetie added more tea to Wang Yi and himself before he said, it's mainly because there's too much heavy news received today. All of a sudden, the brain is a little spinning. Negligence. Wang Yi also knew that An Nanjiang had good intentions. He could see An Nanjiang's favorability towards himself. 55. The value of treating himself as a close friend. After taking another sip of tea, he laughed. No harm. Just be casual in the future. We can't afford to be like this between us. That's how it is. And Nanjiang said and raised his teacup. In lieu of tea, here's a toast to you. Congratulations. Your fortune has officially exceeded $330 billion. Become the new richest man in Shanghai City, and rank second on the list of wealthy people in Lingnan province. Wang Yi was a bit dumbfounded and clinked glasses with him. Uncle, and you're the richest man in Shanghai. It used to be, but now it's not. And Nanjiang shook his head. After finishing his tea, he picked up his teacup again. Another toast. Here's a drink to thank you, Wang Yi, for giving me such a great opportunity to join China Shipping Airlines' new tourism industry change strategy at the best possible time. This time, after the collective offer of various domestic investment institutions on the new tourism industry strategy of deep participation in the enterprise came out, we, Anne's group, hitched a ride, and the valuation also winded up by 50%. Now, my wealth has grown by $80 billion along with it, and I've managed to move up from the third place on the explicit Heroin 100 richest list of Lingnan province's tycoons to the second place. Wang Yi hadn't paid attention to this before, and now that he heard him point it out, he frankly accepted his tea offering. After clinking another glass with him, he also laughed and said, that's also because Uncle N's own eyesight and vigor are sufficient. At that time, I also simply nodded and invited Uncle N to come over for a chat. If someone else was in your position, They may not have this determination and vigor to sign deep cooperation agreements with groups like China Shipping Airlines that night. And Nanjiang, however, waved his hand. You don't need to be modest either. You gave me this opportunity, and some key information about the program, and you helped me to determine my judgment. These are a couple of heavenly favors that I have to keep in mind. Saying this, he once again personally filled a cup of tea for Wang Yi. I won't say anything too sensational. I'll see you at the thing. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Wang Yi listened to his thrust and continued to clink glasses with him before saying, Uncle Lin specifically asked me out today. I don't think, just to tell me that. Do you? And Nanjiang finished the tea in his cup. Of course not. How can I come over empty-handed to thank you? So, after much deliberation, I've decided to give you a great gift. When she heard this, and Sweetheart, who had originally been silently brewing tea next to her, had a face that was clearly a little unnatural. After stealing a sheepish glance at his own father, he also rushed to give another nervous glance. It was only after determining that Wang Yi's face was as usual and did not expose the possibility that he had tipped off the others in advance that he secretly poked a sigh of relief and continued to make tea as if nothing had happened. Wang Yi also sensed those small movements of an Tian. Although his heart was instantly in the right place, he played along with the pretense of curiosity and said, A great gift? Yes. And Nanjian nodded, his expression clearly all the more solemn. The leader of Vegas, Wang Yi, you should know, right? I've heard something. Wang Yi glanced at an Tian once again as he answered, and Sweetheart this time, clearly perceived his gaze, and her ears instantly turned a little red. And Nanjiang, however, didn't realize it in the slightest and just continued to go on over there. The new Vegas leader selection is about to begin, just within the week, and out of the 13 votes of eligibility for electing the Vegas leader, exactly 6 of them are held on our side of Lingnan province. Wang Yi naturally retracted his gaze from an Tian's side. This I know. Every qualification for a push ballot is very precious, to put it in a non-exaggerated sentence. And Nanjiang added, each of these push votes is worth more than $10 billion. During the past Vegas leader push, there were some Vegas leader contenders who offered tens of billions of dollars or more in exchange chips for a push vote. Now that the currency is devalued like crazy after inflation, a push vote will only be worth more. Wang Yi nodded. Although he knew what an Nanjiang would say next, he still followed his lead and picked up where he left off. Tens of billions of dollars for a push vote. It is indeed precious. But it doesn't seem like any of this has anything to do with me. What's Uncle Lin telling me all this for? And, not surprisingly, upon hearing him ask that, and Nanjian did smile a little. Because I don't think it's really justifiable if you don't get one of the 6 votes in Lingnan. Wang Yi deliberately showed some surprise. Uncle Lin, what do you mean? And Nanjiang nodded seriously. Of the 6 votes in Lingnan, according to the usual practice, 3 votes go to the top 3 tycoons on the Lingnan province tycoon list, each with 1 vote. The other 3 votes, 1 vote to Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, 1 vote to Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, and 1 vote to Pengcheng Chamber of Commerce. And the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce was run by me, and I still have some weight on the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's side, so it's not something particularly difficult if I want to run a qualification for you. It's up to you to decide which avenue you prefer to go through and which Chamber of Commerce you'd like to use to qualify for a referral. And Sweetheart, who was on the side, couldn't help but sneak another glance at Wang Yi, saying that Ning really could act. If not for the fact that he had spoken to Wang Yi beforehand and was very sure that he was fully informed of this information, he was afraid that he would have been fooled by his acting skills. One big pig's hoof. Thinking of these, and Tian was originally about to add tea to an Nanjiang, but when she suddenly realized the amount of information in Nanjiang's last sentence, her original action of adding tea instantly paused, and her eyes unconsciously changed, because, at this moment, her dad, and Nanjiang, was actually talking about seeing which channel Wang Yi preferred to go through, giving the right to choose completely to Wang Yi. Instead, he told Wang Yi how difficult it would be for him to go through these 2 channels, and then told Wang Yi how much difficulty he had overcome to help him secure a qualification. Subconsciously, and Sweetheart looked at Nanjian. That's not at all like his dad's usual style with his partners. Instead, it was more like dealing with a close friend or some worthy superior. On the side, Wang Yi naturally noticed the drasticness of Sweetie's reaction in this instant, seeing that Nanjian had spoken so lightly, and that he was actually directly letting himself choose, and that it was completely different from what Sweetheart had said when she informed herself before. He was also slightly surprised. What's the difference between going through the 2 channels, the Central Sea Chamber of Commerce and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce? If you look at it purely in terms of votes, the 2 votes carry the same weight, and Nanjian spoke meticulously. But if you look at the voting qualifications themselves, going Ridge Chamber is certainly a better qualification than the Central Coast Chamber. The qualification of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's votes means the recognition of the entire Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's board members, and the weight of the person being elected is definitely a magnitude heavier over in Vegas and Shangjiang than the voters elected by a municipal chamber like Shanghai. Saying that, he paused. Moreover, going with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's push qualification, it's also easy to open up influence in the entire upper circle of Lingnan afterward. Wang Yi didn't have much to pursue at this stage in terms of opening up influence or anything else. Even more, he now preferred to develop obscenely for a while longer, so as not to attract too much attention and be put under a magnifying glass to study it and find out what's going on. Thinking of this, he immediately asked again, then if I were to take the qualification to be elected by the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, Uncle Lin, there should also be no small amount of resistance, right? Such a push qualification would mean at least $10 billion in value. And Nanjiang smiled. Behind every recommended qualification, there must be an interest group supporting it. If I were to put it in the past, it would indeed take a lot of effort for me to get such a qualification in the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. But now, with the valuation of our group rising by 50%, my voice and weight will also rise. If you want to run the Ridge Chamber of Commerce side of the voting qualification for you, you basically just need to give the competitors some appropriate favors. And that's enough. Then I'll use the voting qualifications of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Wang Yi immediately made a decision. When Nanjian heard this, he probably tried to persuade him. Wang Yi immediately smiled again when he saw this. Still, I prefer to develop in a muffled manner. And Nanjian stopped talking at this point, taking another sip of tea as if to realize. Also, for you to go the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce and go the recommendation qualification of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce may not be much different. Then this is settled. I'll call a meeting with the directors of the China Sea Chamber of Commerce after dinner later, and elect you as the representative of the China Sea Chamber of Commerce to participate in the vote for the Vegas leader. Wang Yi picked up his teacup and toasted in Nanjiang as well. Uncle Lin has a heart. I can't believe I was remembered for such a good thing. It should be. And Nanjiang seemed to sigh a little when he said this. On this side of Shanghai, after all, you're also the only fierce dragon. Wang Yi could vaguely hear that he seemed to have something in his words. What does Uncle Lin mean by that? I actually had a bold vision once before when I was drunk. And Nanjian lowered his voice a bit and, if only we had more strong men in the Middle Sea, or if we had more strong friends we could trust, perhaps we can just round up the 6 votes from Lingnan province. Wang Yi's eyes twitched as he looked at Nanjiang, and Nanjian, probably knowing that he understood what he meant, lowered his voice some more and said, if we wrap up the 6 votes in Lingnan, just pull in another vote for Vegas or Hong Kong dash. Then, we can just elect one of our own to go up as the Vegas leader. Wang Yi was also a bit impressed, but on the surface, he had a calm demeanor and didn't say much. And Nanjiang, on the other hand, seemed to have opened his words, and with a look of excitement that was a bit hard to hide, he said, do you know how exaggerated the annual profits of Vegas are? A good friend, who was in management at the Lisboa Casino in Vegas before, revealed a statistic to me. Their Lisboa Casino alone has a daily water flow of over $1 billion. And if they run into any major events, that figure can be at least 2 to 3 times higher. So exaggerated? It was the first time Wang Yi had heard these hidden secrets, and he was really a bit shocked. Nowadays, he had more and more large groups under his command, so he naturally knew what the concept of more than $1 billion of water flow a day was. To put it simply and bluntly, even if the domestic internet field revenue is now the most fierce cash cow enterprises, such as the market value of more than 4 trillion Penguin Group, a day of global revenue is almost the same figure. Moreover, a large portion of this data goes to costs such as research and development, labor, materials, and taxes. The final gross profit may not be much, and Nanjiang, however, laughed and shook his head. This is nothing yet. Within the gambling city, there are 7 others as dense as the Lisboa Casino. Wang Yi was really a bit moved this time. No wonder a ballot qualification for a Vegas leader can be sold for more than $10 billion. The profit point of Vegas, it's exaggerated. And Nanjiang continued his introduction. Fixed draws aside, a casino's profits of tens of millions of dollars a day are considered gross. The real ferociousness is to do the article in the betting game. Since ancient times there is the saying that 9 out of 10 bets are lost. Just think about who the 9 that is lost to. Wang Yi nodded. He knows this too. Casinos are never afraid of you winning. They're just afraid you won't show up, because as long as you're here, no matter how much you win today, he has 1,000 ways to make you spit it out with interest tomorrow. Buying is never as good as selling. Therefore, it can be imagined that a large part of the $1 billion of daily water flow in the Lisboa Casino must eventually flow into the pockets of the bookmakers. And apart from the ones I mentioned above, there are many other aspects that can be camped as well. Ananjian continued his presentation. When a guest arrives in Vegas, For example, they can't simply go to the poker table and play a few hands, can they? They have to eat, drink, and clothe themselves, and some have to order any special services. All this oil. Wang Yi listened to his introduction and didn't rush to say more, until he finished in one breath, and with a slight sigh began to lament again. If only there were one or two more raptors like you in the Middle Sea. This just popped up. What are the exact rules for voting for the Vegas quartermaster? When in Nanjiang heard Wang Yi's question, he seemed to be a bit unresponsive for a moment as to why he asked. Still, just a few moments later, it was knowingly introduced. It's just the easy kind. No candidates, 13 votes, you can vote for anyone you want. The one who ends up with the most votes is the new Vegas leader. Not setting up candidates? Wang Yi was really a bit moved this time. However, he didn't show it in a hurry. He just looked thoughtful. A few moments later before continuing. And about the ballots. Is there any restriction that a person can only have one vote to qualify for a ballot or anything like that? When in Nanjiang heard this, he also seemed to think of some joints for a split second and jerked his head to look at Wang Yi. Eyes fluctuated for a while before regaining their calm like, that's not true. Among the last previous Vegas quintessential vote, the richest man in Lingnan at the time had 2 votes at the same time just because he was also the president of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. The 4 big families in Hong Kong and the 3 big families in Vegas all recognize these. With that, he added with intent. Also, regarding this voting qualification, the 3 voting qualifications excluding the Central China Sea Chamber of Commerce, Lingnan Chamber of Commerce and Pengcheng Chamber of Commerce cannot be changed once they are finalized. But the voting qualifications of the top 3 of the Lingnan Rich List can be changed at any time. As long as someone can squeeze into the top 3 of the Lingnan Rich List, they can replace the one who was squeezed out of the top 3 of the Rich List at any time, and exercise their voting rights. As soon as Wang Yi heard this, he knew that in Nanjiang was reading his mind, and immediately smiled. I see. Thank you Uncle An for clearing up the confusion. When in Nanjiang saw him respond like this, it was as if he had finally confirmed his speculation. After a moment of slight contemplation, he simply picked it out. Wang Yi, you have an idea? Wang Yi at this time for Vegas and Shangjiang and even Lingnan, a few other candidates who have the qualifications to vote are not yet understood, and do not dare to put words too full. For the time being, it is not an idea. Just learning about it first, just in case. And Nanjiang nodded at the sound of his voice. That's good. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Saying that, as if he thought of something else, he once again lowered his voice and added, however, if you want to be taken by surprise, you'd better make some more preparations. Though from an official point of view, there's no way to find out the depth of your connections to many big businesses. But once you get the recommendation from the China Sea Chamber of Commerce and become one of the 13 votes to elect the new leader of Vegas, there are bound to be a lot of people who will immediately start investigating and analyzing you. Wang Yi hadn't thought of this joint yet, and at the sound of his voice, he looked at in Nanjiang with some curiosity. And an important point in these people's analysis is to refer to the intelligence of their friends who work within the Huruan 100 list. And Nanjiang reminded, the noses of the staff in this list are all recognized as sharp. They provide high-end business intelligence that can often go a long way toward influencing everyone's judgment of a business or even a wealthy individual. So if you want to do a good job of keeping it a secret, you'd better find a way to get some help over there to cover it up too. Wang Yi was slightly dumbfounded. Huruan 100 rich list? Wasn't this a reward that he had only recently reaped? Things seemed to be getting interesting and Nanjiang, however, seemed to misunderstand something. Seeing Wang Yi's silence, he immediately continued with his science. They do the rich list after all. For a lot of information and intelligence in the business field, the ability to collect and sort out and analyze it is definitely stronger than almost any independent group or company on the market by more than 1 degree. Also, their intelligence system has always been as comprehensive as possible to cover all business sectors, all entrepreneurs. Wang Yi didn't rush to answer, and Nanjiang, however, reminded, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of information about you should also be on top of the Huruan 100 richest list's desk right now. Even, most likely, they've also analyzed that you have an extraordinary relationship with a series of groups such as the China Shipping Airlines Group, the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, and the Four Seas Commercial Real Estate Group. Plus they have a handful of friends on the official side. Wang Yi then nodded. Understood. I'll make some arrangements. And Nanjiang sniffed but seemed to have the intention to help him. Took the initiative to say, Huruan 100 richest list side, want to hide some information or some effort, because when they do an analysis of a person's profile, it's often a whole team that goes to work in concert. So if they want to hide it and keep it secret, it's best to go the upper route and have the higher-ups in their group pressurize them downward or something like that. Wang Yi, if you're not familiar with that side, I can help you get a line. The person in charge of the Lingnan sublist of the Huruan 100 rich list Monsieur and I have a good relationship. Wang Yi, however, waved his hand and smiled faintly. Don't bother Uncle An, said, ignoring the disbelief in Nanjian's eyes. Directly picking up his cell phone, he walked out of the White Swan elegant room and made a call to the person in charge of the heroine report of the 100 richest people, who had called himself only in the morning to request a handover. When he finished the call and returned to his seat again, he then said to Nanjian, who looked somewhat puzzled, it's already done. On the side of the heroine report, the staff members responsible for collaborating in the investigation of my information have all signed a confidentiality agreement, and the relevant information has all been destroyed. The information and files on me over there are no longer available. And Nanjian was obviously surprised when he heard this. Directly signed a confidentiality agreement, and all the relevant information was destroyed and deleted? Who are you calling here? The head of the Lingnan sublist of the heroine 100 rich list. Mashes, he doesn't even have this right. Wang Yi smiled faintly. The head of the heroine 100 richest list. By Xiaoshang. 100 Xiaoshang. 100 chief? And Nanjian was obviously getting a little more surprised. You still know him? This is not a good to deal with the Lord before we Lingnan province's richest man, and a few top domestic tycoons want to ask him to help. Not on the heroine 100 wealthy list. People are completely unwilling to take care of. One phone call from you, and he orders his men to sign a non-disclosure agreement and destroy all your information and files? Wang Yi smiled. Technically speaking, I should be his boss now. And Nanjian's expression visibly solidified. And on the side, and Sweetheart, who had been silently brewing and pouring tea, her body suddenly stiffened. Wang Yi, however, brushed it off and didn't say anything more. After finishing his cup of tea again, he laughed and said, let's not get into the nitty-gritty. Uncle An and Sweetie should both be hungry, right? Let's eat. I've long admired the White Swan restaurant's Cantonese cuisine and tea time, and today I finally got to feast on it. It was only after being brought up by him that Nanjiang seemed to come back to his senses. After looking deeply at him once again, he immediately said to Sweetness, Wang Yi is also right. Let the waiter serve the food. Everyone eat first. And Sweetheart hurriedly answered. And after putting down the teapot, she went to call the waiter. When the waiter started to serve the food, and Sweetie followed suit and sat down to enjoy the food together. Wang Yi could clearly feel that Nanjiang and Sweetie's father and daughter, once again, were clearly subtle in their attitudes towards themselves again. Especially Sweetie, who had secretly glanced at herself several times in between meals. Wang Yi didn't point out these details either. Only after he finished enjoying the food over here did he look at Nanjian once again. Uncle An, this time, when will the Vegas leader selection officially begin? Voting eligibility list, confirmed by tomorrow evening. And Nanjian's voice was soft. The pushing event, on the other hand, is in the evening 3 days later, the Lisboa Hotel in Vegas. At that time, the top 3 of the Lingnan rich list, representatives from the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, representatives from the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, representatives from the Pengcheng Chamber of Commerce, people from the 4 major families of Shangjiang, and people from the 3 major families of Vegas are all going to be there. Wang Yi nodded, remembering these details before asking, when is a better time for us to leave? I have a bit more things to arrange in advance and friends to visit over there, so I'll probably go over tomorrow. And Nanjiang smiled warmly. As for your words, it's up to you to make your own arrangements. Just be there when the official push conference is held. Wang Yi nodded again and was about to respond when Nanjiang added, however, I personally suggest that you still arrive before the night after tomorrow. A little contact and familiarity with all parties ahead of time could be very beneficial to walking around the business world and doing things in the future. And the Vegas site itself, it's pretty good for an occasional visit. Wang Yi could hear that this was a heartfelt message from Nanjiang who didn't treat himself as an outsider. Immediately, he smiled at Nanjiang. Thank you, Uncle An, for reminding me. Then I will make some arrangements in advance when I go back and leave the day after tomorrow. And Nanjian returned the smile. My personal phone is on 24 hours a day. So if there is anything else you want to know or if you need me to provide assistance, feel free to contact me at any time. Wang Yi answered. And after listening to Nanjiang chat about some more Vegas gossip, he then got up to take his leave. When he left the White Swan restaurant and went back to the Westin Hotel, he was thinking about the news about Vegas and Xinjiang in his mind. But he didn't realize that driver Wu, who was in front of him, suddenly spoke out and said, Boss, someone is following us. Wang Yi looked back at the sound and quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. The White Swan restaurant is on the outskirts of the city. The road back to this section of the road belongs to a relatively cold section of the road. The road would have been little car. And behind the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom Model, a battered van with an obviously blocked license plate was nipping at the heels. Driver Wu was probably a bit nervous at the moment. And after realizing Wang Yi's gaze, he hurriedly said. This car has been following us since shortly after we came out of the White Swan restaurant. At first I thought I was overthinking it, but after seeing this car follow us all the way for so long, all at almost the same speed as us, I'm pretty sure I didn't guess wrong. Wang Yi nodded and picked up his cell phone to send a message to Hummer. The Hummer should be just a short distance away and returned the message in seconds. Saw the boss. You can find an out-of-the-way place to park now. Easy to do. Wang Yi saw the message and looked up again at the road and the van behind him. Driver Xiao Wu, however, was clearly a bit nervous. Boss, do you want me to call the police? Though I'm also from the army and can double as a bodyguard. But it looks like the other side has a lot of manpower and came prepared. Wang Yi waved his hand. Turn left at the intersection ahead and drive towards that forest. When Xiao Wu's driver heard his order, he was obviously a bit puzzled, and immediately said after driving the car over, Boss, the road in the woods is complicated. Once we drive in, it's going to be a lot harder if we try to leave. Especially the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom Model body is also particularly long. In the woods is not good to move around. Maneuverability will be greatly reduced. I'm not trying to run. Wang Yi smiled and waited until the car drove into the woods before directly signaling Xiao Wu's driver to stop. Driver Xiao Wu was obviously a bit confused when he heard Wang Yi's series of commands and now this. Not running? Of course we can't run. Wang Yi pulled open the car door and narrowed his eyes. People have followed us all the way this far. How hurtful it is for us to leave like this. With that, he stepped right out of the car and just leaned against the body to look in the direction of the entrance to the grove. The van did follow all the way in as well. After noticing that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized Model was actually parked in the grove, and that Wang Yi was leisurely leaning against the door waiting for them, the van slowed down slightly for a moment. Then, as if he understood something, he scurried to the front of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized Model not far away with another sharp kick of the gas pedal. Then with a magnificent flip, he brought the body directly across to a stop, blocking the way of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customs escape at the same time. Wang Yi didn't care when he saw this scene and just silently leaned against the car door and watched. The driver, Xiao Wu, however, was obviously very nervous, and at the first opportunity, he pulled open the driver's door and followed him out as well. While walking out, he also pulled out a baton from the place where the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized Model put the customized umbrella, and protected Wang Yi's body with a stony face. Boss, I'm not sure what your intentions are, but I'm sorry. For your safety I still took the liberty of telling Secretary Yi about the situation just now. Although Wang Yi knew that driver Xiao Wu meant well and was satisfied with his reaction, he sniffed and just patted his shoulder. And then with a slight smile, call Secretary Yi again. Don't let her worry. I'm just trying to catch a fish, he said, looking over to the van once again under the confused gaze of Xiao Wu's driver. At this moment, the van's door had pulled open after blocking the way out of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom Model. Three rather tough-looking men jumped out of the car. The movement is very sharp. Wang Yi could tell at a glance that all three were definitely practiced, especially the inch-haired middle-aged man who led the way. Not to mention his sharp movements. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. 100% a master. Seeing that the three were approaching his side unsuspectingly, Wang Yi quickly swept a glance at the clothing of the several people. After determining that there was absolutely no possibility of hiding a gun or anything like that on the three of them, he simply stood up straight. We haven't met before, have we? Who told you to come here? The strand of inches in the lead didn't say anything, but behind the inches, a man with long hair and slanted bangs smiled grimly. Very crazy, are you, kid? Think you're a big shot with a little money? At a time like this, you're still talking like a drag? The moment the words fell, he suddenly raised his foot in a dry manner and made a gesture to violently kick over to Wang Yi's side. He struck without warning, and his movements were so agile that Xiao Wu, the driver behind Wang Yi, was obviously startled. He was about to rush up and protect Wang Yi. But before he could begin to make a move, a scene unexpected to him and Lu Hainan appeared. The seemingly harmless Wang Yi actually moved like electricity the moment slanting Lu Hai kicked out. A backhand clamped down on slanting Lu's thigh and lifted it upwards in a smooth motion, while simultaneously going in for a close-quarters knee strike. Between the flashes of lightning, only a fracture sound was heard, and Lu Hainan fell down stiffly while maintaining his open-legged stance. As he fell, he probably couldn't stand the pain and rolled around on the ground in a sweaty heap, covering his crotch and maintaining an open-legged stance. In his mouth was a heartbreaking scream. The gesture made the man feel pain just watching from the sidelines. Driver Xiao Wu subconsciously turned his head to look at Wang Yi. When she saw him as if nothing had happened, just standing peacefully in front of her, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide all of a sudden. In this instant, he finally realized why Wang Yi had just said those words. As for Wang Yi's opposite side, the inch head and the other man with a Mohican hairstyle, their eyes obviously changed when they saw this scene. He drew a butterfly knife from the back of his waist at the first opportunity. his body tensing. So he's a practiced fighter. No wonder he's so confident. Behind him, the man with the Mohican hairstyle, on the other hand, swallowed his saliva and directly fished out a folding knife from his pocket, looking at Wang Yi with a clearly solemn look, because in just a moment's time, both he and the inch-headed duo could see that Wang Yi was not only a practitioner, but also definitely a tough guy. Although Lu Hainan's mouth stinks, but that is their old friend. Before in Kyoto's sparring circle also a bit famous ruthless, but Wang Yi, in just a single glance, had left Lu Hainan powerless to fight back. Obviously, Wang Yi's strength definitely messed up Lu Hainan and him by more than one level. Wang Yi could also sense the tension of the inch and mohawk-haired man. After gently adding a kick, kicking the slanted bangs guy on the ground out of range of a possible sneak attack on himself, he looked at the inch-haired guy once again. You two have a chance while I'm still angry. Confess honestly, who sent you? The inch-haired man's eyes were obviously confused for a split second when he heard this. Who the hell is the villain between the two of us? As he said that, he seemed to be a bit annoyed again. You're a bit too wild before your time. Wang Yi looked at this situation, immediately did not have too much interest to continue to talk with them, directly looked at the back of the van in a corner of a glance. Over there, the Hummer that had already received Wang Yi's instructions and had been silently following behind saw this and immediately stepped out. I'll leave it to you. Wang Yi didn't say much when he saw him come out. On the other hand, the inches opposite Wang Yi, as well as the man with the Mohican hairstyle, all looked startled. Especially the man with the inch head had goosebumps all over his body. Because, as the master of the Mohican hairstyle man and the man with bangs, and the existence with the strongest combat power among the three, before he followed Wang Yi's Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customized model into the woods, he had alerted the surrounding area and checked the surroundings. Under these circumstances, the Hummer actually managed to stick to their backs silently. It's something that's just fine to think about. Cho, be careful. This is likely to be a tough guy. After lowering his voice to remind the Mohican hairstyle man, he subconsciously gripped the butterfly knife tightly, and in the process, took out a finger tiger from the other pocket and put it on. The whole man was like a panther poised to strike, staring firmly at the Hummer. Obviously, it was ready to go all out and aim for a kill. Driver Xiao Wu should have his brain completely spinning at this moment, when he saw that both the inch and the Mohawk man looked tense, as if they were ready to lay down the law. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva and whispered to Wang Yi, "Boss, should we help? I see these two thugs. They don't seem too simple. And, on top of that, they all had murder weapons in their hands." Wang Yi, however, smiled faintly. "No need. Just a bunch of dirtbags," said the man, just leaning against the car door, watching the inches and the mohawked man move. These guys with the inches and the mohawked haircut guy are definitely very experienced veterans. Upon receiving Inch's reminder, the man with the mohawked hair instantly pulled away from him. Then, the two of them were in a horn's position, and together they slowly approached the Hummer with great understanding. When Driver Wu saw this scene, he was so obviously nervous that he couldn't help but swallow again, and his hands gripped the baton a little harder and harder. But just as his nerves were straining, thinking that a bloody battle was bound to follow, a scene unexpected to him appeared. The Hummer actually made the first move the moment the inch and the Mohawk man closed in. His sturdy and majestic body that looked like an iron tower did not have the slightest feeling of clumsiness, but instead was as agile as a spirit monkey. The first time he struck, he clamped down on the Mohican-haired man's wrist that was holding the dagger, stabbing at him first, and in the process got in close for a heavy tan elbow strike, straight to the mohawked man's head. In just a single glance, he broke the arm of the Mohican hairstyle man, not to mention that he also dislodged his dagger, sending his body flying out horizontally for a couple of meters as a result of the heavy blow. And at the same time of defeating the Mohican man, seeing that the inch-haired man took the opportunity to make a surprise attack, the finger tiger only poked him in the armpit, and the butterfly knife swiped directly at his waist, and the Hummer didn't seem to be panicked at all in general. The body was closed back at a weird angle, perfectly avoiding the two killing moves of the inch-haired man in the moment, and a straight stomp countered the past. The strength of the inch-haired man, while it was true that he was a cut above the Mohican hairstyle man as well as the man with bangs, crossed his arms to block at the first opportunity, but being hit by this kick, the whole person was still like being charged by a fierce bull, and his face changed dramatically as he was directly kicked out. Anything further back, there's no suspense. The Hummer caught up with the inch-haired man and added a roundhouse kick before the inch-haired man flew several meters backwards and landed on the ground, never able to get up again, crushing control of the position. When Driver Xiao Wu saw this scene, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Wang Yi again, his mouth already completely closed. Wang Yi, however, was not the least bit impressed, and gently patted his shoulder again, saying, "Remember to call Secretary Yi, don't let her worry," and then he walked over to the Humvee, kicking all the weapons of the three on the ground aside in the process. They just acted uncooperative. You figure out a way to get them to cooperate. I need to know which one of the unafraid arranged for them to come over. Hummer obviously understand Wang Yi's meaning. Directly make up 2 feet. Crushed the inchman's hands. A hand carrying his collar, such as lifting chickens generally to the back of the van. But what I didn't expect was that the inchman seemed to have been scared out of his wits, and didn't wait for the Hummer to go over it, rushed to Wang Yi and wailed, "Bro, I had a bad attitude just now. I apologize. Just ask whatever you want to know, and I promise to cooperate properly. There's really no need to use any more tricks." Wang Yi burst out laughing. Wasn't that just fine? The inch-haired man obviously didn't dare to refute anything. Although the pain was so intense that he was sweating profusely and his body was spasming, he still had a slightly ingratiating smile piled on his face. Bastard! Wang Yi shook his head and shot a glance towards the Hummer. When the Humvee dropped him like a dead dog, it asked, "Who sent you?" The inch-haired man looked like he was really scared out of his wits and immediately said honestly, "Feng Tianqi. Or rather, it's the two of them, Wang Wenting and Feng Tianqi. They said that you made them lose face in front of their friends, and caused Feng Tianqi to receive a big disciplinary action over at the Kyoto Investment Bank. So they asked me to bring my 2 disciples over to help and teach you a hard lesson." "It's actually these two?" Wang Yi was a bit surprised. "How did they let you teach me a lesson?" "What they mean is, let's catch a chance to beat you up real bad and then we'll make a run for it." The inch-haired man was very cooperative. With that, he also looked to the van next to him. That's the one they supplied. From what they're saying, the car's license plate is fake and so is the owner's information. "We're from out of town again. As long as after beating you, this car to find a big river to throw away or thrown to the waste car treatment plant to dispose of a little bit, we then far away. This thing will be unknown to the ghost, and also has nothing to do with them." "Good. Very good." When Wang Yi heard this, although there was a faint smile on his face, a chill quickly flashed under his eyes. On the side, driver Xiao Wu could vaguely sense Wang Yi's anger. After shivering, he couldn't help but whisper, "Boss, Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting, are they the pair of dogs from the last Yu Jilan restaurant? They're 2 outsiders, and they don't seem to be from anything particularly big, do they?" Wang Yi looked at driver Wu. "What do you have in mind?" Seeing this, driver Wu immediately added, "It's not easy to get a car with fake license plates and owner information in such a short period of time. Moreover, with the level of those 2, Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting, I feel that I shouldn't be able to think of such a fine detail either. Those who can make this kind of deployment and arrangement are at least well versed in the art to do so." Wang Yi sniffed and looked at the inch-haired man. The inch-haired man was obviously shivering a bit at this moment, and waved his hands after noticing Wang Yi's eyes. "Brother, what I said is true, 1,000 times true. If there's a single false statement, let me be struck down by heaven and have a child without an asshole." Really? Saying that, as if he had thought of something else, he looked at driver Xiao Wu again. However, what this brother said is also very right. It's true that Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting alone can't design such a well-thought-out plan, but this Feng Tianqi has someone behind him. His father is the vice president of Kyoto Investment Bank. He knows a lot of friends from the 3 religions since he was a kid, and these plans are most likely coming out with the help of his friends around him. Wang Yi really didn't know that Feng Tianqi had this background. Isn't Feng Tianqi the investment manager of a Kyoto Investment Bank? He can become the manager of the Kyoto Investment Bank because his father is the vice president of the Kyoto Investment Bank. Inch sniffed with some disdain and, this guy used to be a jerk in Kyoto, and his dad paid big bucks to send him out for gold plating before putting him in a Kyoto Investment Bank. I knew him a long time ago. He's the one who contacted me this time and asked me to make a trip from Kyoto, so I came all the way here specifically. Got it. Wang Yi was now completely clear about the beginning and end. After letting Hummer keep an eye on these people from Inch Head, he directly walked to the side and picked up his cell phone to call Yi Qingcheng. On the other side of the phone, Yi Qingcheng was probably still in a hurry for him, and asked after seconds of connecting the phone, "Boss, how are you doing? Was there any danger?" Driver Xiao Wu said. Wang Yi could feel her concern and immediately said in a warm voice, "I'm fine. Those rotten tomatoes and rotten bird eggs don't threaten me yet." At ease. On the other side of the phone, Yi Qingcheng was obviously relieved before asking, "What the hell is going on? Who is so bold as to stalk you in broad daylight and try to commit murder?" Wang Yi looked at Inch and the others. "You remember Kyoto Investment Bank, right? These are the people that an investment manager from a Kyoto Investment Bank teamed up with his girlfriend to find. Prepare to smack me around." Yi Qingcheng was obviously extraordinarily angry. "The people of Kyoto Investment Bank are trying to die. I'll go contact Mr. Liu, Mr. Zhong and the others." Wang Yi was non-committal and waited until Yi Qingcheng angrily went to contact Zhong Zicheng and the others, then directly hung up the phone and looked at the Hummer. "Take a break. It should be soon." With that, He resumed his seat back inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan special customization model and casually played with his phone. On the other hand, China's Shipping Airlines Group, with the end of the morning for the cooperation of major domestic investment institutions to discuss the entire group up and down the original is still a busy. Zhang Jicheng, Lu Yuanzhang and others are still scrambling to discuss one cooperation after another. But just as Lu Yuanzhang, Zhang Jicheng and others were discussing and studying the letters of intent submitted by one domestic investment organization after another, bang, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Lu Yuanzhang, Zhang Jicheng, and the others subconsciously frowned, and they all looked over in unison. And it was with such a look over that they realized that the one who had suddenly barged in was actually Yi Qingcheng, who had always handled things steadily and maturely. Moreover, at this time, Yi Qingcheng looked hurried, not to mention that it was hard to hide a trace of anger between her eyebrows. Lu Yuanzhang and the others immediately thumped inexplicably in their hearts. After putting down the work at hand, he hurriedly asked, "Secretary Yi, did something happen? How do you?" Yi Qingcheng didn't bullshit about anything, and after glancing around at the several big group bosses present she directly said, "Mr. Wang has just been blocked by someone. The other party's tactics are very old-fashioned. The outsiders invited to run Mr. Wang, not to mention the means of destroying the chain of evidence, have been arranged. If it wasn't for the boss being escorted by a high-ranking person, the odds are that this moment would have been murderous." The entire conference room was in an instant of commotion. "Who the hell is so bold? I'll kill him." Lu Yuanzhang was the first to burst out in anger, directly slapping the table and standing up. "Secretary Yi, what's the situation? Who is so dogbold?" Zhang Jicheng followed suit and stood up with a gloomy face. Although Fang Zhengyi, Song Minghui and the others didn't speak in a hurry, they likewise all stood up and looked at Yi Qingcheng with faces as gloomy as water. They were all very clear that without Wang Yi, there would be no such thing as their present day. If there was no Wang Yi, there would certainly be no future for them after that either. Anyone who dared to touch Wang Yi would simply be standing in their way and making an enemy of all of them. Seeing this, Yi Qingcheng also gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Wang said that it was an investment manager from the Kyoto Investment Bank. Feng Tianqi. I'll call Vice President Feng of the Kyoto Investment Bank." Zhang Jicheng immediately pulled out his cell phone. "Do you want me to transfer the concierge department of the Shanghai Specialty Tourism and Resort Group over?" Zhou Shanha, on the other hand, looked at the several old bosses with a gloomy face. "Our 4C's Commercial Real Estate Security Department isn't a vegetarian either." Fang Zhengyi also pushed down his glasses, the same fierce aura flashing in his eyes. Lu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, had a gloomy face and shook his head. "If I remember correctly, that little investment manager surnamed Feng seems to be the son of Vice President Feng of Kyoto Investment Bank?" The many veterans stopped moving in unison for a moment when they heard his words. Yi Qingcheng sniffed and also looked at the man who was already the backbone of the new tourism industry chain. "What do you mean, Mr. Lu?" Lu Yuanzhang lowered his voice and said, "Hasn't the Kyoto Investment Bank always wanted to squeeze into our cooperation circle to get a share of the pie? And their president has personally called to express his sincerity. Strike the snake 7 inches. Even Mr. Wang's idea dares to be hit. Let's give them something tough and let them know what it means that heaven's authority cannot be violated." Yi Qingcheng already vaguely understood what he meant, and immediately her eyes twitched. "What do you mean, Mr. Lu? Let's jointly issue a statement to the public." Lu Yuanzhang's eyes were fierce, openly crusade against the criminal behavior of the Kyoto Investment Bank. On the other hand, in a presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel in Shanghai, Feng Xiaowei of the Kyoto Investment Bank is sitting on the balcony with a sad face. Seeing this, his secretary, not caring that the pajamas on her body were not yet fastened, gently stepped over and massaged his temples. Mr. Feng, still having a headache about working with China Shipping Airlines and other group hugging projects? Feng Xiaowei felt the gentle hand of the female secretary and slightly relieved some of his frown. Yes, the child is not competitive and has offended someone who should not be offended. This matter is afraid to be a bit difficult to deal with. I've tried every possible way to communicate with CNA's executives over the past 2 days, and I've been met with a closed door. The female secretary sniffed as if she was also a bit worried. In that case, wouldn't you be very passive, Mr. Feng? Over at the Kyoto Investment Bank headquarters, they've been ordering us to make sure we take the cooperation of the new tourism industry chain project held by a series of groups such as China Shipping Airlines. If we can't make a breakthrough, the headquarters side may have to punish us. Feng Xiaowei shook his head. More than just some chastisement. I just got a call from that shareholder behind me. People have clearly stated that if I don't get this done, my future path in Kyoto Investment Bank will basically be cut off. The female secretary seemed a little surprised to hear this. Is it that serious? The shareholders over at the headquarters, they value this cooperation opportunity so much? That's not all. Feng Xiaowei shook his head again. You all must not know yet. Just after learning of the collective valuation of China's shipping airlines and other holdout companies by Longshirt Capital, Tagore Fund, and Innovative Capital, the top domestic investment institutions, the directors in the group urgently convened a new board meeting. At the board meeting, the directors, based on the information they have inquired about from various sources, have classified the new tourism industry chain project jointly created by China Shipping Airlines and other groups as an S-rated project. S-rated project. The female secretary obviously also knew the significance of this rating in the Kyoto Investment Bank. Doesn't that mean dash? Over at headquarters, there's already a collective view that this is a once-in-a-lifetime super-quality project? Yeah. Feng Xiaowei nodded. That's why I have a headache. On the headquarters side, the project is a must-have. While on our side it's hard to move an inch. If this doesn't work out, when the president of the Kyoto Investment Bank retires in the future, I'm afraid his position will be that rival of mine. The female secretary sniffed a moment of silence. Feng Xiaowei, however, seemed to have thought of something, and after another long sigh, his words changed. How about Tianqi? He didn't go out to mess around again in the past 2 days, did he? The female secretary, as if she had just slowed down, busily answered. He was honest after you taught him a lesson last time. But, when Feng Xiaowei heard this he vaguely had a bad feeling and immediately asked, but what? But, the female secretary was hesitating how to express it, when the cell phone placed on the bedside table suddenly rang. Feng Xiaowei immediately waved his hand. Go answer the phone first, he said, waiting until the female secretary went to answer the phone, looking away once again. I was about to sigh again when I didn't realize that the female secretary's voice suddenly came from the back in a loud and frightened voice. What? Turning his head to look over, he saw the female secretary was looking his way, her face pale as a sheet. When she answered the phone, her body seemed to still be shaking and her eyes were beyond terrified. Feng Xiaowei's heart-bad premonition immediately grew stronger. What is the situation? Who called? Your hardcore crony, Mr. He. The female secretary's voice shook a little. He said that just now China Shipping Airlines has jointly issued an announcement with Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group, Foresees Commercial Real Estate Group, and all the other enterprises involved in the new tourism industry chain in depth cooperation, crusade against the lawlessness of a manager surnamed Feng on the investment side of our Kyoto, who hired and instigated lawless elements to threaten important executives in the new tourism industry chain project. Now all the major investment organizations that are still in Shanghai have blown up. What? Feng Xiaowei man was also instantly energized and violently stood up from his seat. What the hell is going on? Manager Feng of the Kyoto Investment Bank. Isn't this just reading off the ID number and saying it's my son Feng Tianqi? The female secretary looked a little more and more frightened. Looking at Feng Xiaowei's furious appearance, he seemed to be torn for a moment before violently flopping down and kneeling to Feng Xiaowei. Mr. Feng, I want to review to you. I shouldn't have gotten soft and helped manager Feng hide you. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that things would turn out like this. At that time, Manager Feng also just said that he wanted to export his anger. Feng Xiaowei's blood pressure shot up at this point. He was holding on to his chair with some faintness, his eyes reddening as he looked at this woman, his closest confidant, with a voice of unmistakable grief and indignation. And, say, what the hell is going on? The female secretary was obviously truly afraid, and hurriedly said, last time Manager Feng caused you trouble. After you grounded him, he has been unable to hold his tongue. And then he told me that it had made you angry, too. And he wanted to help you give it out. And then after that, he got a friend who was an insider and devised a seamless plan dash. I see that plan is indeed flawless, should not go wrong, had wanted to wait until this is done and then give you a surprise. You guys, Feng Xiaowei felt a bit of heavenly rotation at this time. All of you, up and down, are afraid that your brains are full of shit. Shanghai, that's someone else's territory, okay? And what makes you guys think that what you can think of will not be thought of by others? The female secretary was prostrate on the ground shivering, not daring to say anything at all. Feng Xiaowei, however, was almost on the verge of freaking out. After slapping the chair he was holding on to hard a few times, his voice was almost hoarse. Do I owe you guys from my past life? You're going to wreak havoc on me like this. China Shipping Airlines jointly with the Shangri-La Hotel Chain Group and all other enterprises involved in the new tourism industry chain depth of cooperation jointly issued a statement that this is something to die for. I understand. The female secretary remained prostrate on the ground, her body constantly shaking. Yes, sorry Mr. Feng, I originally wanted to take the heat off you too. Now TMD don't mention this to me again. Feng Xiaowei was like a frenzied beast. Speak, that bastard Feng Tianqi. What on earth did he do? The female secretary's voice took on a sobbing tone. He found a few friends from Kyoto who are very good at learning sparring, and got a black car with a fake license plate to follow whiny. The original idea was that after teaching that Wang a hard lesson, those responsible for the errand would destroy the vehicles and go far away. Stupid. Stupid to the core. Feng Xiaowei's eyes were on the verge of tears, and he was about to continue asking for some details when he didn't realize that his phone was also ringing. The caller ID showed that it was clearly his biggest reliance in Kyoto Investment Bank, the shareholder of Kyoto Investment Bank. Mr. Wang. Feng Xiaowei hurriedly suppressed the anger in his heart and replaced it with a calm and humble posture as much as possible. Picking up the phone, Mr. Wang, any new instructions? But what I didn't expect was that only after this was transmitted, a cold laugh immediately came from there. Instruction. How dare I instruct you, Mr. Feng, your good son, Mr. Feng, is someone who dares to get even the executives of China Shipping Airlines' new tourism industry chain project. If I'm just a small shareholder of Kyoto Investment Bank, if I come to instruct you, won't I be killed by someone your son finds? Feng Xiaowei really had goosebumps now. The whole person was also like falling into an ice cave. He panicked and lowered his waist. Mr. Wang, listen to my explanation. I definitely didn't mean that. And Feng Tianqi would definitely not dare to have such thoughts. Please Kyoto Investment Banks. However, Mr. Wang on the other side of the phone didn't give him a chance to defend himself at all, and interrupted after another sneer. Feng Xiaowei, you don't need to tell me this. It's too late, you know? It's happened. The Kyoto Investment Bank's side of the business community's credibility has now hit rock bottom, and countless accountability calls have all been made to the cell phones of all the shareholders. Within an hour. If you can't calm the anger of these holding groups of China Shipping Airlines and give this matter a perfect ending, all the shareholders of the Kyoto Investment Bank will surely take you father and son, alive, swallowed, alive, stripped. With that, and a snap, he just hung up. Feng Xiaowei kept his position on the phone, his body cold. It was only after a good while, when the sound of a horn vaguely came from downstairs, that he slowly lowered his hand with stiff movements, and twisted his head with difficulty to look at the female secretary. Where is that sinner? Take me to him. Hurry, now. The female secretary scrambled up and made a show of going to change her clothes or something, but Feng Xiaowei yanked her back. It's a matter of life and death. There's no time. With that, he pushed her in the direction of the presidential suite door, and likewise followed in his pajama slippers. On the other hand, in a small forest along the way from the White Swan restaurant back to the Westin Hotel, Wang Yi soon received a call as well. On the phone, Yi Qingqing's voice was clearly pressing fire. Boss, Feng from Kyoto Investment called to apologize. He asked where you were now, and he said he would take his son and go over to apologize to you in person. You can do whatever you want with it. Wang Yi reported his location information over. Tell the Feng family's father and son that I'm already a bit tired. I'll be over here for another half hour at the most. Yi Qingqing obviously understood his meaning as well, and immediately responded. I'll pass it on to them. Then, follow Mr. Zheng, Mr. Liu and the others, and go over to be a witness as well. Wang Yi was non-committal and waited until he hung up the phone before casually playing with his cell phone once again. It was only after 20 minutes or so, with a rush of cars coming from outside the van blocking the road, that he put down his phone and stepped out of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom. At that moment, outside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized model, the Hummer was leaning against the van in a bright and loose manner, with its gaze intentionally or unintentionally staring at the three people of the inch-haired man on the ground. Driver Xiao Wu, holding his baton, had been guarding the side of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Custom model. On the other hand, the 3-inch-headed men on the ground were in agony, and one of them was busy tending to their respective wounds. When he saw Wang Yi stepping out of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Special Customized model again, the inch-haired man was obviously a bit afraid and subconsciously shrank back a bit, while at the same time being a bit nervous. He couldn't help but sneakily observe Wang Yi's expression after shrinking his body for a bit. Brother? No, big brother. So, can I ask? When can we leave? Wang Yi didn't reply in a hurry either, but just gave him a smiley look. Inchman but seems to have some heart hair, eyes more and more timid, voice also more and more nervous. I have no other meaning is to ask. My 2 apprentices and I, were both a bit badly injured, and I'm afraid that if we go to the hospital late these injuries won't be treated well. At that time, in case the injury is troublesome, big brother, you guys aftermath work to deal with, but also more complicated is not it? What's the matter? Do you guys still think that we still have to give you a good aftertaste? Wang Yi still had some playfulness on his face. The inch-haired man, however, hurriedly waved his hand. It's not that. I mean, although big brother you and your bodyguard are very powerful, but Feng Tianqi's father and son's energy is not ordinary. This matter even if you turn around and call the police, the probability is that they can also find a way to suppress it. And then, odds are, They're going to hold you guys on a charge of negligent homicide or something and make you responsible for our damages and medical bills. So scary. Ha, the playful color on Wang Yi's face grew a bit more intense. According to you then, am I not still passive now? Turning back, even if we call the police, we still have to look at Feng Tianqi's father and son's face? As outrageous as it sounds, it's pretty much the same thing. The Inchman had a sincere look on his face and, the energy of the Kyoto Investment Bank, is still quite large. Feng Xiaowei as the vice president of the Kyoto Investment Bank, that energy and influence and connections, not to mention, things like today, even if it happens in Shanghai, not Feng Xiaowei in their Kyoto home turf, the odds are that they have a way to make a big deal out of it. I don't believe it. Wang Yi shook his head and turned his head to look at the back of the van. There, a Mercedes-Benz S600 and a Mercedes-Benz S350 were stopping their cars, and then a figure wearing pajamas and stepping on hotel slippers was running this way at a fast pace, and behind that figure, a pretty girl also wearing hotel pajamas and stepping on slippers was escorting two of Wang Yi's old acquaintances this way along with several black-clad bodyguards. Further back, a familiar BMW 5 Series headed a convoy that was also winding its way this way. He smiled slightly and looked at the inch-haired man on the ground once again. Shanghai City doesn't allow the existence of such a bully. When the inch-haired man heard his words, he originally wanted to introduce Wang Yi again to Feng Xiaowei's father and son's energy and strength in Kyoto, but at this moment, he also heard the commotion at the back of the van. Subconsciously, he also turned his gaze over, and then, his expression, visibly, froze, because right at this very moment, Inch clearly saw that Feng Tianqi, who he had just blown off his bullishness, was being pushed over with his head pressed down in a blood-stained mess, and the one who pressed Feng Tianqi's head, it was clearly the one whom Inch was quite in awe of, Feng Xiaowei, the vice president of the Kyoto Investment Bank. And the most outrageous thing is that Feng Xiaowei is actually wearing the pajamas and slippers of the Shangri-La Hotel at this moment. Looking at that situation is that the clothes did not have time to change before rushing out. When the inch-haired man noticed this level of detail, his face froze while he hurriedly turned his head to look at Wang Yi. Dare I ask, brother, what kind of a mortal are you? My humble self. I don't change my name when I walk. Wang Yi smiled slightly. Surname Wang. Single name one word E. The inch-haired man swallowed hard. Got it. Remember. Wang Yi, however, ignored his reaction and only looked towards Feng Tianqi's father and son, as well as Wang Wenting, who was brought by the black-clothed bodyguard behind the father and son. Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting had obviously seen Wang Yi as well, and at the moment, their faces were both very embarrassed and wretched, not daring to make eye contact with Wang Yi at all. On the other hand, beside them, Feng Xiaowei gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around fiercely, ruthlessly giving each of these two a big mouth. Then again, before bending down to Wang Yi's body, "Hello Mr. Wang, my name is Feng Xiaowei." This time, the Kyoto Investment Bank led a team to visit the head of the China Shipping Aviation Group in Shanghai. What manager Feng and his girlfriend did, I've already heard from my man and went to severely punish the pair of scum at the first opportunity. I'm really sorry for you. Wang Yi could tell that Feng Xiaowei had really put in some deadly force with this slap, and had actually swollen both Feng Tianqi's and Wang Wenting's faces with a single slap. However, his face did not change in the slightest, just as if he could not see the miserable state of this pair of dogs and men at this time. He said, "Things have already developed to this point. There is no need for Mr. Feng to say any more words of apology. Just tell me straight out what you're going to do about it." When Feng Xiaowei saw that Wang Yi had such a high stance and seemed to have no intention of letting himself and Feng Tianqi go, he was originally a bit confused about Wang Yi's weight. But when it was noticed that Yi Qingcheng, Lu Yuanzheng, Zhang Zhicheng, Song Minghui, Feng Zhenghong, and all the other persons in charge who were involved in the new tourism industry chain project had actually followed them here, he immediately involuntarily trembled in his heart and put his posture to the lowest. "How do you want to solve it, Mr. Wang? I pulled this pair of scum in front of you in the first place today, just to be at your disposal. Even if you want to beat the two of them to death alive today, I absolutely have no second thoughts." Wang Yi smiled faintly. "Beat them both to death? Mr. Feng is overstating it. I'm not that mean." When Feng Xiaowei heard this, he thought that there was still room for things to be eased, and was about to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But to his surprise, Wang Yi turned his head to look at the inch-haired man, and suddenly came out with a sentence. "When Feng Tianqi was looking for you guys in the very beginning, did he say how he wanted you guys to teach me a lesson?" The inch-head obviously also saw at this moment that Wang Yi was the most bullish presence here, and immediately said it. He said he was going to smack your mouth, that you annoyed him when you smiled. Then his girlfriend, Wendy Wang, said she was going to break your legs so you wouldn't have to run to them again. Feng Xiaowei inexplicably had a bit of a numbscalp and raised his hand, making a gesture to hit Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting again. However, without waiting for him to make a move, Wang Yi had already spoken again. Mr. Feng, it's only fair to return the favor in the same way, right? Feng Xiaowei's body instantly trembled. Slightly incredulous, he twisted his head to look at Wang Yi. Mr. Wang, just do what Mr. Wang said. A voice that couldn't hide its anger suddenly came over. Immediately afterward, he saw Yi Qingcheng, Lu Yuanzheng, Zhong Zicheng and the rest of the group fish into the room. If you, Mr. Feng, can't lay your hands on him, then I'll call right now and have that Mr. Wang behind your investment bank in Kyoto come. If Mr. Wang can't lay his hands on it, then I'll go ahead and call the head of the Kyoto Investment Bank, Dong Huang, to come. If Dong Huang can't get off his ass either, then I'll mess up Kyoto Investment Bank and do it myself. There was a thunderous anger in his voice. It was as if Lu Yuanzheng, the leader of the new tourism industry chain project today, was speaking. At the same time as he sent the words, he was absolutely serious, and also directly picked up his cell phone and dialed the phone of Huang Dong, the head of the Kyoto Investment Bank. As soon as Feng Xiaowei took a look at this situation, he knew that he had underestimated Wang Yi's weight and the trouble his sinful son had caused. Seeing that Lu Yuanzhang was about to lift his cell phone and talk to Huang Dong, he didn't have the slightest hesitation anymore. Fiercely snatching the baton in the hands of a black-clothed bodyguard, he directly jumped up and ruthlessly slashed at the backs of Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting's duo. "Two assholes, why don't you kneel down for me?" Saying that, when Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting wailed and tremblingly rushed to Wang Yi's side and knelt down, raising the baton once again, he deadpanned towards Feng Tianqi's mouth and face. Until it was smoked, Feng Tianqi was covering his mouth and face. His fingers were full of blood and tears prostrate on the ground. Only then did he turn his head to look at Wendy Wang. Wendy Wang is probably pissing herself with fear at this point. The skirt she was wearing was wet, not to mention the fact that her entire body was shaking like crazy as she knelt on the ground and looked at Feng Xiaowei. "Uncle Feng, I know I'm wrong. Wang Yi, I know it's wrong too. Please, 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 let me go." However, Feng Xiaowei seemed to be unable to see or hear. Walking over to her, she took a deep breath before having two bodyguards hold her down and pull her legs out from under her skirt. Then again, a hand raised the baton to its highest point. As the baton fell heavily, a crisp bone-cracking sound appeared, accompanied by a pig-killing scream bubbling up. The inch-haired man and his two disciples also couldn't help but tremble, subconsciously moving farther away. When he looked at Wang Yi again, his eyes were filled with fear in addition to respect. Wang Yi, however, did not seem to perceive the change in these people's expressions, nor did he perceive the remorse and fear on the faces of Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting. In general, when Feng Xiaowei was sweating profusely, the whole person as if he was deflated to put down the baton, he just lightly said, "Mr. Feng, this kind of thing can't happen a second time, understand?" Feng Xiaowei was obviously really afraid of Wang Yi at this time as well. After dropping his baton and shivering, he responded in a panic, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang, there won't be a next time. After today, I will personally keep an eye on this rebellious son every day. If he says or does anything unruly again, I'll be the first to break his dog's legs." Wang Yi responded in a nonchalant manner. Another glance at the van blocking the road in front of him. "Move this one out of the way. Tired from being over here for so long," said Feng Xiaowei, waiting until Feng Xiaowei's hands and feet went to move the car. Then he looked at Yi Qingcheng and Lu Yuanzheng and the others. "Everyone go back and continue to be busy. The new tourism industry chain project team over there is exactly the critical juncture of cooperation with all parties." Yi Qingcheng and the others were no procrastinators. After seeing that the problem was solved, he looked deeply at Feng Tianqi and Wang Wenting on the ground, then nodded at Wang Yi and quickly left. And after they left, they apparently did something else. In the afternoon of the same day, the chairman of Kyoto Investment, Mr. Huang Dong, led the collective shareholders of Kyoto Investment to personally arrive at China Shipping Airlines. At the same time, Kyoto Investment issued a public announcement to the public. Because of private moral issues, Kyoto Investment Vice President Feng Xiaowei resigned. Kyoto Investment's investment manager Feng Tianqi was fired. Even when Wang Yi was resting at the Westin Hotel, he received a condolence call from a Nanjiang, and Nanjiang probably inquired about something. And after caring about Wang Yi's situation on the phone, he also implicitly stated that if Wang Yi was not relieved his side could help again. Wang Yi smiled, thanked him for his kindness, and hung up after thanking him for his concern. When he hung up the phone, he saw that Yi Qingcheng had also sent some information about Vegas and the Vegas leader, so he casually flipped through it, and wait to look around and realize that Vegas, in addition to being a gold-digging place, has a lot of good food and fun to offer, and in a way, also exotic. After he immediately made a mental movement and directly sent a message to Song Rowan. "You've been interning for so long, you haven't had much of a break or gone out to play, have you?" He, Why such a coincidence? Song Render quickly messaged back. I just finished handling part of my work, and I just happened to pick up my cell phone ready to ask what you're doing. Ha ha, maybe it's called having a heart-to-heart. Wang Yi teased before continuing to ask, when do you have a vacation? After you finish these 2 days again? You'll have 3 days of vacation starting the day after tomorrow. Duckson when Rose Tone was lighthearted. What's up, dear? Do you have any plans? Or is there some fun place you can recommend? I'm going to Vegas tomorrow to do some errands over there. Wang Yi quickly typed. I just looked up the information on Vegas and realized that there's quite a lot of good food and fun over there. It just so happens that I don't have too many things to be personally involved with in Vegas, and I have enough time to spend over there. So I came by to ask you and see if you had any vacation time. If there's a vacation, we'll hang out there together while I run errands. Wow, Vegas? I've long heard that the egg tarts and beef mince over there, as well as some of the Michelin restaurants, are the best in the world. Song Wenling obviously knows something about that side, too. Sweetie and I and several of my roommates even discussed earlier that we must find a chance to try it after we earn money from our jobs. However, if I decide to go now on short notice, it seems a bit too late to get a Vegas pass. This should be trivial. Wang Yi hadn't gotten his own Vegas pass yet. Previously, when in Nanjiang talked to himself about the qualifications for the Vegas quartermaster vote, he didn't mention these links either, so I guess it wasn't considered much of a hassle. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to Tian, asking about this aspect. And soon enough, Sweetie's reply perfectly confirmed his suspicions. Voters who qualify for the Vegas Quester push ballot are free to enter and exit Vegas without a Vegas pass, and can bring an accompanying group of up to 10 people with them without a pass. Wang Yi immediately added another sentence to Song Rowan. When the time comes, I'll have someone go and say hello and it'll be fine. Wouldn't this be a bit troublesome for you, dear? Song Ro was obviously a little embarrassed on the other side of the cell phone. I feel bad for troubling you all the time. What's the trouble? Wang Yi smiled faintly. I'm going over there to run some errands, so it's just as well that I can bring a team over. Team members can all travel together without a Vegas pass. I'm estimating now that there are only 2 people I'm going to bring there this time for the time being, and there are still 8 spots open. So, Song Wen-ro was obviously a little jumpy. Then I'll go over to Vegas to look for you after vacation the day after tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll treat you to good food and fun. I've made quite a bit of chump change coming out of this internship. Yeah, it's a deal. Wang Yi didn't push back on her kind words. I answered this, and after consulting with Tian about how to submit the entourage list and all this, I directly dialed a phone number to Yi Qingcheng. Ask her to accompany herself on a trip to Vegas and book a flight and her own itinerary and all that. Yi Qingcheng probably knew what it meant to have the qualifications to vote for the Vegas quartermaster. Received a phone call from Wang Yi. Over there sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and enough silence for a long time before easing his mind. Then, after clarifying some details and requirements of the trip with Wang Yi, this was the first time to make arrangements. And with such a right-hand man in Sasuke, Wang Yi experienced for the first time what it was like to charter a private jet. With Yi Qingcheng and Hummer in tow, he only felt refreshed when he came down from the Airbus A320 private jet. The first time I've ever been on an airplane I was so comfortable. However, before he could feel more of this wonderfulness, a sharp voice suddenly came from the back. Those 3 guys in front, get the hell out of my way. Don't block my family's little swallow's path. When she looked over at the sound, a beautiful woman in a luxury suit with thick powder on her face was getting out of a helicopter and looking at this side with a disgusted look on her face. Behind the beautiful woman, there are also 8 tiger-backed black suits and sunglasses bodyguards. Probably a little bit of originality. Wang Yi turned around and pointed to his nose. Are you talking to us? If it's not you or who else? Stinking stupid bee. The beautiful woman was full of contempt, and then looked to the ground with an anxious face. Quick, hurry up and get out of the way. Not in the way of my little swallow. Hurry up. Wang Yi heard this guy so uneducated, originally already in the heart of some anger, and then wait to notice that the beauty of the focus of the gaze is a big dog, and that big dog also sprinted, opened its bloody mouth, and violently pounced towards Yi Qingcheng's side. Almost by reflex, he kicked straight through. With a bang after seeing that big dog fly out, he subconsciously brought Yi Qingcheng behind himself. Yi Qingcheng was probably scared by that big dog at this time. Her face was a bit white, and her body collapsed tightly when she was pulled behind Wang Yi. After Wang Yi noticed this, he was about to relieve her twice when a scream suddenly came from the front. Son of a bitch, how dare you kick my dog? At the same time as the scream came, he saw that beautiful woman, as if she was crazy, rushed to the big dog and wrapped her arms around it to touch the spot where it had been kicked. The moment he touched the dog with one of its ribs broken, and the big dog was obviously frightened by Wang Yi and didn't dare to grunt loudly anymore. She immediately turned her head to a few black-clothed bodyguards, her eyes spitting fire as she pointed at Wang Yi. Get me this stinking idiot. Wang Yi immediately frowned. By now he had noticed that the large, obviously aggressive dog was completely off-leash. The action of it pouncing on Yi Qingqing just now had greatly threatened Yi Qingqing's personal safety. But in this case, it's just as well that the dog's owner can't realize her mistake. But she's still full of shit. Seeing the 8 tiger-backed black-clad bodyguards aggressively surrounding him, Wang Yi directly looked at the Hummer. Over to you. Saying that, ignoring the gazes of these 8 black-clothed bodyguards who wanted to eat people, he walked directly to the woman who was hugging the big dog and looked at her condescendingly. Apologize. As if she had heard a heavenly story, that beautiful woman pointed at her face with an incredibly exaggerated look. You're asking me to apologize? On what grounds? Just because you keep your dog without a leash? Just because your dog almost hurt my friend? Wang Yi looked at her coldly. I haven't even said that you and your friend are blocking my family's little swallow's way. The beauty snorted coldly. My little swallow is a purebred Afghan hound. Or the rare bloodline kind. An existence with millions of dollars. Your friends aren't worth as much as my dog. You just kicked my dog. I want you all dead. Wang Yi's eyes grew a little colder. What did you say? I'll give you one chance to rephrase it. Say it again. Didn't you get it? The beautiful woman gritted her teeth. I said your life and your friend's life is not worth as much as my family's dog. The last thing I need is money. Even if I kill you two today, it's only a compensation of $1 million or so. I can afford it. Wang Yi was really angry this time. Hearing the long-lost system beep emerging from his mind, Wang Yun thinks you guys are insignificant. Triggering a new quest to punch him in the face on the spot. Letting Wang Yun know what it means to be a true heavyweight. Mission reward. Palace Hotel worth $45 billion plus 1,000 techniques mastery. He directly grabbed Little Swallow's dog's leg and viciously jerked it towards Wang Yun's face. To be honest, even though the triggered system quest and the quest reward given by the system this time smelled good, he really didn't want to beat this bitch with his own hands. He was afraid of getting his hands dirty. Wang Yun, however, obviously did not expect that Wang Yi would be so brutal. She almost went berserk when she was jerked back by the dog's leg, nearly falling to the ground. After covering her face while cradling the dog in her arms, she once again looked at the black-clad bodyguards pointing at Wang Yi. You're all deaf and blind. Get him for me. Immediately. Immediately. Upon receiving her command, the 8 black-clad bodyguards apparently reacted as well, and in unison, they touched their waists. From there, they drew telescopic batons and stun guns and such. However, before they could get close to Wang Yi again and flash their fangs, a figure as stout as a tower of iron crossed over with a naive smile on his face. A kind reminder not to make a fool of yourself. While coming across to stop their form, the Hummer gave a polite reminder, but those 8 black-clothed bodyguards obviously misunderstood this as a scorn and provocation. After their faces chilled, the 8 of them moved in unison. The telescopic baton flung away and the stun gun turned on. Together, they mobbed the Hummer's side. On the side, although Yi Qingqing had seen Hummer more than once before and knew that Hummer's strength was extraordinary, she didn't know exactly how powerful he was. And when she saw the scene at the moment she was originally a little worried. But what he didn't expect was that just at the moment the 8 people moved, the Hummer actually exploded with a speed that didn't belong to a lanky body like his at all. The fist is like a tiger descending a mountain. And the momentum is like lightning. In 3 tries, they had all 8 black-clad bodyguards armed with telescopic batons and stun guns, all of them drying out. Not only that, but he even had the strength left over to disarm the gang of armed threats with a flick of the wrist. Yi Qingqing was instantly stunned. In an instant, she also suddenly understood why Wang Yi had been so cloudy and counter-relieved her when he encountered any crisis before. On the other hand, Wang Yun, who was in front of Wang Yi and was holding her big dog in anger, was a bit dumbfounded. After seeing Wang Yi's bodyguard, single-handedly and with his bare hands, solve his 8 elite bodyguards, the rage on her face obviously stiffened for a moment. When she looked at Wang Yi again, there was also unconsciously a bit more caution in her eyes. Wang Yi, however, ignored this. Seeing that she was holding Little Swallow and consciously trying to distance herself from him, he just remained in that condescending stance. And, I don't like to say the same thing twice. Apologize. Wang Yun definitely wasn't stupid enough to be completely brainless either. After holding Little Swallow again and taking a step back, she looked at Wang Yi cautiously. Who are you? What do you want? I'm warning you, the man behind me can scare you to death when I tell you. Wang Yi sniffed but was a bit disappointed. What I wanted to hear was not this sentence. With that, he grabbed the dog's leg again and flipped his hand to whip it back again. Little Swallow was definitely frightened by Wang Yi at this time. When Wang Yun was jerked to a scream, his body almost fell. He also his body hairs stood up, directly took the opportunity to break away from Wang Yun's embrace, staggered and shrank to the back of the position of squatting a long way away. Over there, looking at Wang Yi for a while, shivering not to mention, but also whimpering as if begging for mercy in a small voice. But but it seems that there is no dog this kind of awareness. In again stabilized the figure. The whole person with to go crazy in general. Teeth and claws on the side of Wang Yi pounced over. Seeing this, Wang Yi just dodged lightly and avoided her surprise attack. Wang Yun, on the other hand, did not seize the momentum and directly pounced on the ground and chewed a dog's ass. Asshole, I'll fight you, asshole. In this way, she obviously became more and more frantic, and after she managed to get up from the ground, she cloaked her head and wanted to pounce on Wang Yi's side again. In all my life, I've never had such a big loss. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you today, stinking asshole. Wang Yi wasn't at all flustered when he saw her madness. With a hook of his foot, he hooked up a telescopic stick as soon as he could, fished it out in a smooth manner, and then skillfully threw it away. And then after playing a beautiful stick flower, he just quietly looked at her. And it was with such a series of actions that Wang Yun probably reacted to the fact that the man in front of her seemed to be not to be messed with. The claws that were originally waving away gradually dropped, not to mention the original ferocious expression on his face, which also gradually converged. The movements of those who were about to pounce again were all withdrawn. The atmosphere, even a little awkward. Wang Yi weighed the throwing stick in his hand and smiled involuntarily. Wang Yun, however, scrunched her neck as if she was a bit scared. I told you so. You can't afford to mess with the people behind me. Don't mess around if you don't want to be sunk to the bottom of the ocean and eat sand. Wang Yi raised his throwing stick and was about to remind her that this was not what he wanted to hear either when a low roar of suppressed anger suddenly sounded from the back. Stop! A low growl came along with a commotion. Isn't that the who? The one who often appeared on Lingnan TV and some newspapers before. The chairman of Lingnan Airlines, Lu Shifeng Lu Dong? During this period of time, Lingnan Airlines has been pressed by its former far inferior competitor, China Shipping Airlines, and several programs and financial columns have been dedicated to interviewing him. And Wang Yun, who had just been cowering in fear, was obviously as if she had seen a savior, and her face instantly regained its divinity. As soon as Wang Yi saw this situation, he knew that 9 out of 10 of this cargo's dependents had come. Not only did the originally raised stick not retract, but it also slightly increased its strength and swiped at the hand she was pointing at. A wailing sound immediately pierced the sky. At the same time, Wang Yun was still covering her arm, looking at Wang Yi with murderous intent and disbelief. Did you really think I was joking about what I said? Dong Lu has already opened his mouth. And you're still so rampant? Not only her, the one who had just voiced out to stop Wang Yi was obviously completely enraged as well. The anger on her face was almost overflowing as she walked over quickly. I don't care who you are. I need an explanation for what just happened. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s, dressed in a tang suit, and appeared to be very elegant based on his attire alone. But his pair of triangular eyes and thin, bony mouth and face gave him a menacing look. Wang Yi had just heard some of the murmurings and knew where this person came from, and was about to respond when Yi Qingcheng at the back suddenly came over. Boss, be careful. This is Lingnan Airlines chairman Lu Chengfeng Lu, whose fortune is more than $50 billion, ranking in the top 10 of Huruan's list of Lingnan's rich and famous. Plus he's been sinking in the Lingnan business world for many years, and he has extensive connections in both black and white in Lingnan and in the boundaries of Vegas and Hong Kong. Wang Yi responded and was about to indicate that he knew, when Yi Qingcheng added, also, and most importantly, it's that Lingnan Airlines has always been a competitor of our China Shipping Airlines, and during this period of time, because of the overwhelming power of China Shipping Airlines, Lingnan Airlines stock price has been down for several days in a row, so he's very hostile to us, the people of China Shipping Airlines. Some reports show that he has more than once blasted our China Shipping Airlines in public, saying that we are evil or something. Wang Yi now sort of knew the ingredients of this Lu Shifeng. Seeing this guy with a bunch of people over there in a commanding stance towards himself, he smiled slightly. Lu Dong, today this should be something you have to give me an explanation for. Lu Shifeng had already recognized Yi Qingcheng, and had also noticed that Yi Qingcheng obviously respected Wang Yi, but when he heard Wang Yi's words, he still snorted coldly. What a big mouth. What kind of status do you have, also worthy of letting me, Lu Shifeng, give you an explanation? And don't go out and ask around about the reputation of my Lu Chengfeng in Lingnan and the 3 places of Vegas and Shenzhen. Wang Yi was now more and more clear about this guy's ingredients. Engaged the good sense scanning system, scanned the guy, and, after seeing that this guy's favorability towards himself was actually as low as -50, he smiled once again. Isn't it just a small Lingnan Airlines chairman? Listening to you, if you didn't know better, you'd think you were the head of Vegas. If I remember correctly, Lingnan Airlines stock price has been slashed all this time, and Lu Dong's fortune has fallen from 50 billion to 25, right? Hitting people without hitting their faces, scolding people without revealing their shortcomings. Lu Shifeng was poked at wounds in public like this. and was also insinuated to be scolded as a 250%. His breathing was a bit messed up at once. His eyes rounded as he stared dead at Wang Yi. You called me a 250? Wang Yi looked innocent. Am I wrong? Your original worth is $50 billion. Lingnan Airlines stock price cut 50%. Is not from 50 billion to 25? Lu Shifeng obviously couldn't get a breath in again. His face was all red. And, it seems that you sincerely don't want to be nice today. Well, in that case, I'll satisfy you. Let you know what it means that even a tiger will not be bullied by a dog. And that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. As he spoke, he also pulled an old-fashioned cell phone right out of his pocket and made a gesture to make a call. But what I didn't expect was that at this time, a cacophony of noise once again came from not far away. At the same time, a neutral voice came over. I'm afraid that Lu Dong didn't figure out who was the tiger and who was the dog, who was the camel and who was the horse. Wang Yi could hear that the voice was very familiar, and his face instantly smiled. And the crowd at the back, as if a heavy bomb had been thrown in. There was also a sensation far beyond that which had just occurred when Lu Shifeng appeared, along with that middle heavy voice. Crap, isn't this the one who has been the most popular over in Lingnan during this period of time? That Mr. And Nanjiangyan, president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, vice president of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, the richest man in Shanghai, the actual second person on the Huru 100 rich list Lingnan rich list. This is a heavyweight. During this period of time, Mr. And divested from Lingnan Airlines and switched to betting on China Shipping Airlines' new tourism industry chain project, and his fortune soared by more than 50%, which created a good story in Lingnan's business community. He's actually here, and it seems like it's still on fire against Lu Shifeng Ludong. Without the slightest surprise, it was in Nanjiang who had received the landing time of Wang Yi's plane before and came over. Wang Yi followed the sound and saw that in Nanjiang was leading in Tiantian, with a large number of noble men and women clustered behind him heading this way. When he noticed his gaze, and Nanjiang also displayed a very different attitude from the one directed at Lu Shifeng, and took the initiative to extend his hand with a face full of spring. Mr. Wang, it's been hard on you, to specifically trouble you to come all the way here for the matter of the Vegas quartermaster election. I've put you through this. Wang Yi could naturally understand that in Nanjiang was deliberately pointing out his own identity and carrying a sedan chair for himself. He immediately smiled slightly and also shook in Nanjiang's hand heavily. Uncle and is polite. It's only right that it's an honor to be a part of this Vegas quartermaster election thing, and you made a special trip over to pick it up. That's what really suffered. And not surprisingly, with this back and forth between him and in Nanjiang, the surroundings suddenly roared again. The crap! I dare say this pretty boy is a superstar. To be qualified to participate in the voting of the Vegas quintessence, this is a damn sight higher than Lu Shifeng, the downtrodden chairman of Lingnan Airlines. That weight is indeed not 1 star higher. Even when Lu Chengfeng was at the peak of Lingnan Airlines, he couldn't catch up with others. Not to mention the fact that Lingnan Airlines is still going downhill now. In that case, Mr. And was really right in that sentence just now. Lu Shifeng said that even a tiger will not be bullied by a dog, and that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. So who is the tiger and who is the dog? And who is the camel and who is the horse is not yet known. As for Lu Shifeng, his face instantly became unsightly, because if that had been said by someone else, he might have had a little bit of backbone to retort or two, but it was in Nanjiang who spoke. The second person in Lingnan province is rich and powerful ranking today. The first person in Shanghai's rich and powerful ranking, and in existence whose connections in Lingnan aviation and even in the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce far exceeded his. If he dares to refute it, he will 100% only make a fool of himself. Seeing that in Nanjiang and Wang Yi were so cordial, and that Wang Yi was actually one of the voters for this time's Vegas leader, he had to squeeze out a smile while his face was ugly. So it's Mr. An's friend, one of the contenders for the Vegas quintessence this time. Mr. And is also a friend of mine. Mr. Ryu, isn't this a big flood? Wang Yi just laughed when he saw him concede so quickly. So soon the water is so big that it's rushing to the Dragon King temple? Didn't Mr. Lu just say that my status is not worthy of asking you for an explanation? Old eyes are dim. I didn't see. Clearly for a moment it is my fault. I apologize to General Manager Wang. Lu Shifeng even shortened his waist at this time. His face was filled with a pleasing smile. Later on, when Mr. Wang goes to the Palace Hotel, despite the consumption, it's all on someone Lu's account. Consider it a little token of appreciation from someone named Ryu. There's no need for these. Wang Yi waved his hand. Let's talk back to the topic. This beautiful woman had a vicious dog that almost ran across the street, climbed and bit indiscriminately, and almost hurt my friend. Afterwards, she not only didn't admit her fault, but also made wild remarks, saying that the dog she had was worth more than the 2 lives of my friend and me combined. and even had her bodyguards take action and shouted at us. What is Lu Dong going to do about this? Lu Shifeng was obviously familiar with that beauty style, and it wasn't the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. Hearing Wang Yi's words, although his face was embarrassed beyond measure, he did not go to that beautiful woman to verify anything. After just giving Nanjiang an awkward glance, he directly yelled lowly at that beauty, "Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Wang?" And Mr. Wang's friend, the pretty girl, however, seemed a little not particularly afraid of him, nor particularly willing. Although he looked at Wang Yi with some timid eyes, he covered his arm and stood opposite Wang Yi squirming for half a day, but he did not spit out a word. Still, it was only after Lu Shifeng made a phone call and gave her another hard slap and whispered to remind her of something that she seemed to have received the signal of some more powerful presence that, obediently, he bent down and apologized to Wang Yi and Yi Qingcheng. After apologizing, Wang Yun's face was unsightly and obviously had no face to stay here any longer, and made a gesture to leave. Wang Yi, however, smiled coldly. An apology and that's it? In your eyes, am I, Mr. Wang, so easy to get rid of? Wang Yun's face obviously became more and more ugly. Her eyes still had some angry look. What else do you want? I should be the one to ask you this. Wang Yi raised his pitch a bit. Do you still want to go? When Wang Yun heard this, she probably remembered the fear that she had just been dominated by Wang Yi in the Hummer again, and immediately looked at Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng probably didn't expect Wang Yi to be so rigid, and his face was a bit unsightly. After stepping aside and calling whoever he was calling again, he suddenly clenched his teeth and, fiercely at Wang Yun, it was a few big mouths. Bitch, a mouth deserves a beating. If you ever talk out of turn again, I'll break your mouth. Wang Yun obviously did not expect Lu Shifeng to suddenly lay a harsh hand on herself, and after a scream, she immediately pointed angrily at Lu Shifeng as well. Lu Shifeng, you, Lu Chengfeng, however, glanced at her angrily. Me what me? These slaps were given by me on behalf of someone else. The one behind you told me to tell you to behave yourself from now on. If you give him any more trouble, he'll kill you himself. And these words are obviously very intimidating. Wang Yun, just still angry figure, immediately shrink back, not to mention, the eyes also became timid all of a sudden. Lu Shifeng, however, didn't pay any more attention to her reaction, and after palming his lips, he just looked at Wang Yi with a leathery smile. Mr. Wang, do you think you're still satisfied with this way of handling the situation? If it's still not satisfactory, just ask and I promise to do it, until you get all your anger out. Wang Yi had already tasted something by now, seeing that arrogant and domineering woman, and even that wanton dog with nothing but fear in his eyes when he saw himself again. He smiled faintly. Director Lu is a smart man, so I won't make things difficult for you today. Take her and the dog. Also, remember to control the dog. Lu Chengfeng's complexion was a bit gloomy, and after answering, he directly led Wang Yun and the dog away. On his way out, he didn't even mean to greet Nanjiang and Wang Yi. Moreover, when he waited until he walked out some distance, he also made a phone call to no one in the first place. Check someone for me. Wang Yi, suspected involvement with China Shipping Airlines. It's very close to Yi Qingcheng, the secretary of the board of directors of China Shipping Airlines, and the relationship with Nanjiang is extraordinary. As for Wang Yi's side, Wang Yi also saw that Lu Shifeng was not the one behind Wang Yun. Lu Shifeng's appearance this time, more acting, should be a spokesman role. Thinking of the unwilling eyes of this guy when he was leaving, he couldn't help but pry while getting into the car with Nanjiang. Uncle N, what's that Wang Yun's origin? And Nanjiang smiled. The fact that you ask this means that you definitely don't understand what Lu Feng's ingredients are either. Listening to Uncle N's meaning, there's really something wrong with this person, Lu Shifeng? Wang Yi instantly heard the strings. There is a problem, and it's still a big kind of problem. Although Nanjiang's face was still smiling, there was some hard to conceal anger under his eyes. This guy is a typical two-faced person. In the past, when Lingnan Airways was sailing along, he was hiding deeper, and several directors of Lingnan Airways and I didn't see it. But some time ago Lingnan Airlines was badly hit by China Shipping Airlines. He messed up and exposed a lot of things at once. What about the specifics? What did he do? It was the first time Wang Yi had seen Nanjiang unable to hold back his anger, and became more and more curious. And Nanjiang, however, seemed to be getting more and more angry at the mention of this. You surely know about that chaos that lasted for a long time in Shangjiang before, right? It was during that time that Willow Wright had backstabbed and injected money into the illegal organizations that were promoting all that chaos. Also, we only learned this time. Lingnan Airlines has been suppressing the volume is obviously not the same as it is the same level of China Shipping Airlines. Also because China Shipping Airlines has a very strong self-research and manufacturing capabilities and does not accept foreign investment into the foreign capital, does not want to such a dragon country enterprises to develop. And all these hidden secrets? Wang Yi really didn't know about this. Is Lu Shifeng a dragon kingdomer or a foreigner? That's why I said that this guy is simply a two-faced person. And Nanjiang sneered. He was still very moral and magnificent when he was in the mainland before. But after all this time with some of his affairs being exposed in a small circle, and after I got some friends to make multiple inquiries to corroborate, I've been completely sure. He's a dog of the Zhang family in Shangzheng, and he's not even the dog of the Zhang family's principal. He's just the dog of the Zhang family's third youngest. So, all those rotten things he did actually have the Zhang family behind them again? Wang Yi seemed to have discovered something remarkable all of a sudden, and in Nanjiang's words also confirmed his speculation. Those things may not have been directed by the Zhang family, but the Zhang family's third youngest, as his master, must have played a dishonorable role in it as well. So, in a way, all this shit has nothing to do with the Chang family either. Saying that, as if he had thought of something else, and Nanjiang added, "Didn't you just ask what Wan Yun was from? She is actually one of the mistresses of the Zhang family's third youngest." One of 36 mistresses. Wang Yi not only understood, but was also greatly shocked. One of the 36 mistresses? This third young master of the Zhang family, he really knows how to play. The gossip is that the third youngest member of the Zhang family's body has collapsed just because he likes to play with women. And Nanjiang coughed lightly. Now it's all supported by the sea dog pill. Ahem. Ah, 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 ah. The trail lace. At the risk of asking, how old is the Zhang family's third youngest? Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. After this year, it's only 30, and Nanjiang coughed softly again. Soon, he should come forward to you deal with as well. He, of his own accord, is looking for me? Wang Yi was a bit unresponsive. I forgot to introduce you to some insider information about this push before, and Nanjiang gently nodded. The Zhang family's third youngest, also known as Zhang Zhangwei, is one of the strong contenders this time. Wang Yi glanced at Nanjiang, and Nanjian, however, nodded seriously. There were some vague news that came out before, but I didn't dare to confirm it without my people being in Vegas. After getting over to this side of Vegas early yesterday and specifically walking around, I've basically been able to determine that the Zhang family, this time, intends to push Zhang Zhangwei out to compete for the position of Vegas leader this time. It was then that Wang Yi realized why Nanjian had to come to this side of Vegas early, and why he was only telling himself this at this time. He must have done quite a bit of preparation over the course of the day and night. After looking at this dedicated elder with slight admiration, he took over the conversation. Does the Zhang family have such a big appetite? We definitely cannot let this happen. And Nanjiang's face was a bit serious. What the Zhang family has been doing in Shangzheng and even on the mainland over the years is indeed too outrageous. And the wolfishness of this person, Zhang Half City, has been gradually exposed over the years. Therefore, the attitude of me and a few friends on the Lingnan side is clear. Zhang Zhangwei must not be allowed to be elected. Wang Yi nodded. Therefore, whether it was out of family and national feelings or from the perspective of personal interests, he also supported the attitude of Nanjiang in a general direction. However, since the Chang family dares to make such calculations, with the style of this old fox, Zhang Half City, and the Chang family's influence in Hong Kong and Vegas over the years, they are afraid that they are very well prepared. Aren't they? Wang Yi asked. The situation is indeed a bit unfavorable, and Nanjiang's expression remains somewhat serious. From what I've inquired everywhere in the past day and night the 4 votes from Shenzhen, it's already certain that they will all go to Zhang Zhangwei. As for the 3 votes on the Vegas side, excluding the Zhu family's vote which will definitely go to Zhu Wangui, the Xu family's contender this time around, among the other 2 votes, there is 1 vote with an ambiguous attitude, and there is also a high probability that it will also go to Zhang Zhangwei. Doesn't that mean that Zhang Zhangwei has all but locked in at least 5 votes now? Wang Yi was also a bit surprised. According to Nanjian's words, and the information he had previously checked from Yi Qingqing on the previous Vegas push, this was quite a remarkable handiwork. After all, a Vegas push vote is worth more than $10 billion. Before the selection of the Vegas leader had even begun, the Zhang family had directly locked in 5 votes, and even one of those votes was obtained from the Vegas side of the table. This preparation can really be described as very thorough. Put it in the middle of past Vegas quartermasters push and it's basically a lock to win outright. What is our Lingnan side, as well as the Zhu family on the Vegas side, going to do in response? Wang Yi subconsciously asked. And Nanjiang did not rush to answer, but lowered his voice and reminded. The Zhu family is truly rooted. The ancestors of the Zhu family in earlier years when the Dragon Kingdom was still in its beginning stages of founding, all of them had shed blood and built up their achievements. Even during those years when the Dragon Kingdom was in a difficult situation, the Xu family did their best to contribute a lot to the country, and Xu Wangui, is the archetype who has been working for the country all these years, as well as the next heir of the Zhu family's family head. Wang Yi probably understood in Nanjiang's intentions of looking around. Uncle, and what you guys mean is that you want to push this Xu Wangue? The Xu family, as a typical rooted family and one of the three major families in Vegas, and the Zhang family have always been at odds, and Nanjian added once more, before picking up the conversation. If there's no better option, what we mean on the Lingnan side is that we all pool together to support Zhu Wangue, with our 6 votes from Lingnan, plus 1 vote from the Zhu family. Even if the one with an ambiguous attitude in Vegas ends up choosing Zhang Zhangwei, we'll still be able to crush him. Wang Yi nodded. This is indeed feasible. Saying that, without waiting for Nanjiang to answer, he turned his words around and, but what if, on our side of Lingnan, someone has also been taken down by the Zhang family in advance? This kind of situation, it shouldn't be possible. And Nanjiang's first reaction was to shake his head. The Zhang family can even manage to get the families on this side of Vegas. So how can Uncle Lin be sure that the 6 voting delegates on this side of Lingnan are ironclad? Wang Yi seemed to be smiling. Doing sales in the past 6 months, he can be said to have seen a lot of human warm and cold, seen more people's hearts dangerous. He didn't believe that each of the 6 voters in Lingnan would be able to hold the line if Zhang's family was based on sufficient leverage. And Nanjian, however, said without thinking, because it involves an unspoken rule that has been in place for years in the Vegas push. On our side of Lingnan, there has always been a bottom line that we should never vote for those with evil intentions, especially those with two-faced tendencies. Otherwise, within the Lingnan business community, everyone will be executed. Only then did Wang Yi understand why he dared to be so certain. In the previous Vegas quintessence push, has there been no problems on the Lingnan side? All the way through the storm for decades, the selection has been held more than 10 times. There have been a lot of fluctuations on the Xiangjiang and Vegas side, but Lingnan, there has never been any problem. And Nanjiang was certain and at the same time somewhat proud. The outside world has all marveled more than once, saying that we are united and principled. This time, the wolfish ambition of Zhang Zhangwei or the Zhang family is obvious to anyone. At this juncture of great right and wrong, the 6 votes on Lingnan side, moreover, will not make any mistakes. Wang Yi also hoped that this was the case in his heart, but he didn't refute him anymore, just smiled and tried. Uncle Lin, do you think I'm considered a better choice than Zhu Wangue? When Nanjiang heard this, he seemed to be a little surprised, but also seemed not to be surprised. You really have some ideas? If you really want to go as this Vegas quintessence, then I'm sure it's fine on my end. A couple of votes on the Ridge side, odds are we can fight that too. Wang Yi smiled. When you say it like that, I'm really a bit moved. We have 6 votes in Lingnan alone. If I just lock in those 6 votes, wouldn't that be a clean sweep over Jiang Zhangwei? And Nanjiang's eyes glowed a bit. How about it? Do you want to rush a wave? If you have an idea, I can go and do a little work for you later. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce side of the representative, needless to say, with me good can wear a pants. Pengcheng Chamber of Commerce side of the representative is one of my project partners, Lingnan's richest man. This guy is Lingnan this side of the example. Surely also have to take care of the overall situation. Lingnan rich list of the second person is me. This vote is also attributed to you, and Lingnan rich list of the third person, but also my friend for many years. The third on the list is my friend of many years. Wang Yi only now reacted to why Nanjiang just stood out to support himself. Lu Shifeng behind the clearly standing Zhang Zhanwei also dare not refute the slightest. The former richest man in Shanghai and the second richest man in Lingnan. His connections and heritage are really strong. There seemed to be no head honcho in the entire Lingnan province that he didn't know well. Seeing that Nanjiang was truly willing to push himself, Wang Yi's heart was also slightly moved. I just had a brainwave of an idea. Now that I think about it, I still know too little information about this Vegas quartermaster push. Uncle Lin will wait for me all night first. Wait for me to get some more information. I'll give you an answer in the morning. And Nanjiang was definitely moved in this regard, and waited until the Rolls-Royce Phantom special customized model drove to the entrance of a hotel that was comparable to a palace, and gently patted Wang Yi's shoulder. I'm really optimistic about you, and I absolutely believe in you. Let me know ahead of time if you do plan on that. I, for one, will do everything I can to help you. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Wang Yi could feel his thoughts and returned a smile before making a gesture to get out of the car. But what he didn't expect was that right at that moment, a familiar system beep appeared. Congratulations to the host. He hit Wang Yun on the spot, completing the mission and reaping the reward. The Palace Hotel worth $45 billion. The system has acquired the Palace Hotel for the host, and handled the relevant formalities. Please reserve time in advance within 24 hours for the host to prepare for the handover. Then there was another rush of warmth into one's limbs, warming one's body all over. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the skill 1000 techniques mastery. At the same time that the system beep appeared, countless techniques, tips, and tricks about the thousand arts were all poured into Wang Yi's mind. By the time Wang Yi detached himself from that subtle feeling, those things seemed to be engraved into his bones, and he was already no different from the king of thousands who had been immersed in the art of thousand techniques for decades. As he got down from the Rolls-Royce Phantom J Extended Edition, Wang Yi looked around the bustling and exotic streets of Vegas and involuntarily smiled. He had only been in Vegas for a short time, and the system had sent him the thousand techniques mastery. I'll have to do it when I get the chance. And also just as he followed a Nanjiang off the bus, an elegant figure full of nobility, flanked by a group of men and women wearing badges appeared behind him. Mr. Wang, welcome to the Palace Hotel. The elegant figure even mildly took the initiative to greet him as he walked over. Wang Yi was slightly surprised to hear that this young man he had never met before actually knew him, and after returning a hello, he glanced at Nanjiang with a slight sense of puzzlement, and Nanjiang seemed to have read Wang Yi's eyes as well, and immediately lowered his voice to introduce. This is called Zhu Reverse. The Palace Hotel is the property of the Zhu family, and he'll be the one in charge now. It's almost always hard to keep news, big or small, here in Vegas out of the ears of their people, and he probably knows what just happened over at the airport. Saying that, he also shook hands with Zhu Reverse in a very cordial manner even as he reached over. Seeing this, Wang Yi consciously scanned it with the goodwill scanning system. After seeing that Zhu Hui's favorability towards himself was actually as high as 40, almost on the verge of treating himself as a close friend, he waited until Zhu Hui finished shaking hands with Nanjiang and also put his hand out, and immediately returned a smile. Shaking hands with the other party, hello, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Reverse was very polite. After shaking Wang Yi's hand with just the right strength, he took the initiative to hand over a black and gold card. Mr. Wang shouldn't have landed yet. I took the liberty of arranging an imperial suite for Mr. Wang. I don't know if it's to Mr. Wang's liking. In addition, this black and gold card is the intention of our family, and I would like to ask Mr. Wang, these outstanding compatriots from the mainland, to accept it. With this card, you can enjoy the highest courtesy and cost level discounts when you spend money at any of the Zhu family's subordinate industries in Vegas. Although Wang Yi could see that this person was harboring goodwill towards himself, he didn't expect the other party to be so generous once he made a move, and subconsciously looked at Nanjiang again. And Nanjiang, however, didn't seem the least bit surprised, but instead smiled and said, this is also a token of appreciation from the Zhu family. So if Mr. Wang has nothing to be jealous of, just accept it. For all the previous candidates in our Lingnan who were eligible to vote, the Zhu family would arrange for someone to send a gold card. Good. Then thank you, Mr. Zhu, and thank you all the sentient compatriots of the Zhu family. Hearing him say that, Wang Yi smiled. After receiving the black gold card, seeing that Yi Qingqing's eyes on the side clearly shook, Wang Yi did not mention the black gold card again for the time being. Under the gazes of many incoming and outgoing guests who were either shocked or envious or curious, following Zhu Reverse and Nanjiang into the Palace Hotel, finally bidding farewell to the two of them, and returning to the Imperial Suite, he then glanced at Yi Qingqing. Qingqing, you just seemed surprised when you saw Zhu Reverse presenting the Zhu family's black gold card? Yi Qingqing at this time apparently also did not have the scruples when outsiders were present, carefully mentioning that Wang Yi adjusted the cushions on the sofa and then directly said, because I have previously checked some of the information on Vegas. The Zhu family has always been very friendly to their compatriots from the mainland though, and they also love the outstanding talents coming over from the mainland. But as far as I know, in previous years, even when they faced many prominent businessmen in Lingnan province who had the qualifications to push for the Vegas leader, most of them only sent silver or gold cards. Only the richest man in Lingnan in the past, and the richest man in Lingnan recognized by their Zhu family, would they send someone to deliver a black gold card, like this? Wang Yi's eyes twitched and he thought of a lot at once. Today, over at the airport, Wang Yun and I only briefly had a dispute for a short while, and the Zhu family got wind of it, and even precisely knew the route, destination, and arrival time at the hotel for Mr. N and I to come to Vegas. Just now at the entrance of the Palace Hotel, under the eyes of everyone, Mr. Xu sent me a black gold card of the Zhu family. I'm afraid that those who have the intention to door have also received the news. The waters are deep on this trip to Vegas, and the fact is just as Wang Yi expected. Just as he guessed that there are bound to be a lot of people who are interested in noticing the details of the Zhu family sending the black gold card. In the Sky Garden suite of the Province Hotel, which is the same name as the Palace Hotel in Vegas, Zhang Jinwei, who is wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looks quite elegant, directly threw the basic information about Wang Yi, which had only been found out by his subordinates, into the garbage heap. The Xu family in Vegas has a news network in the mainland that's no better than our Zhang family. They're all willing to send black and gold card people. Just this, you tell me that it's from an ordinary family in Goosetown. Not long ago it was a small real estate company sales. This information is not an insult to my intelligence. Immediately fire the asshole who submitted this information up here. And then replace him with someone with a quicker brain and quicker hands before you go back to it. And next time you hand this kind of information up, you can pack up and get out too. And beside him, the 12th assistant who had served him this year, winced with an involuntary shudder. Shivering, after a moment's reprieve, that assistant still answered and immediately went out to make a call with trepidation. When she went out, Jiang Zhengwei immediately took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his brow fiercely. On the side, Lu Chengfeng saw this situation, and knew that the Jiang family's third young man was again encountering troubles, and hurriedly bent down and asked in a low voice, "Jiang, young man, is there anything I can do for you?" Jiang Zhengwei shook his head. "It's about the Vegas quartermaster ballot. You can't help for now." Lu Chengfeng, as his hardcore dog leg, knows a lot of hidden secrets. Sniffing the voice, he guessed something at once. Is it the Vegas Gao family with ambiguous attitude? Has it rejected you again? Jiang Zhengwei nodded. There are more differences within the Gao family right now. The younger generation of the Gao family, mostly taken care of by us, are willing to accept our conditions. But there's a group of more stubborn old men who say they don't agree with our Jiang family getting their hands on Vegas. What did those old codgers disagree with because? Lu Shifeng picked up the conversation. What else could it be because of? Saying something like the Jiang family made a mess of Hong Kong, and not wanting Vegas to follow in Hong Kong's footsteps or something like that. Jiang Zhengwei's eyes were a bit violent. A bunch of old codgers. If it weren't for the fact that they are now in need of help and it happens to coincide with the sensitive period of the selection of the Vegas leader, I would have to arrange for a few people to fix them up properly. TMD. 3 times I've been nice to them, and I've given them face. Lu Shifeng didn't dare to pick up the conversation. Then what are you going to do now? Young Jiang, just a stalemate? That naturally can't be. Jiang Zhengwei shook his head. We're working on a solution. Let's see if we can figure out the weaknesses of these old guys and break them down one by one. Now in my hands, there are only 6 votes in total. It's not secure enough. As long as there's a 1 in 10,000 probability, I must not give up the votes in the hands of the Gao family or Wang Yi. Lu Chengfeng was thoughtful. I don't know much about the Gao family's side, but I do have some ideas about Wang Yi's side. Jiang Zhengwei obviously came to his senses when he heard this, and immediately put his glasses back on to look at him. Tell me about it. That information that the people under your hand just sent is definitely packaged or disguised. Lu Chengfeng had a certainty on his face. Jiang Zhengwei was non-committal. Lu Chengfeng also did not sell any secrets. Straight to the topic. I told Jiang Xiao 3 points just went to the airport site to deal with a little trouble for you. When I observed the details, Jiang Xiao, you will understand. You say. Jiang Zhengwei narrowed his eyes. The first point is that Yi Qingcheng, the secretary of the board of directors of the China Shipping Aviation Group, who has a very special status, actually followed Wang Yi to Vegas this time. Lu Chengfeng's voice was lowered. Moreover, I noticed that Yi Qingcheng is very respectful towards Wang Yi. That kind of attitude can completely rule out a couple relationship between the two. Instead, it's more like a subordinate treating a superior. That's a detail that's well worth savoring. How is it worth savoring? Jiang Zhengwei asked, even though a glint of essence flashed across his eyes. Has Jiang Xiao forgotten that Lingnan Airlines, under my command, is the biggest competitor of the China Shipping Aviation Group? Lu Shifeng sat closer. As the saying goes, the one who knows a person best is often his competitor. I have scrutinized the many details of the period of time during which China Shipping Airlines suddenly rose to prominence, and then I found 2 suspicious points. First of all, China Shipping Airlines underwent a mysterious shareholding change before its sudden rise to prominence, and no official information on the new shareholders can be found that way. Secondly, with the volume and strength of China Shipping Airlines, it was originally not qualified at all to take the deep cooperation agreements of a series of big groups such as Shangri-La Hotel and Four Seas Commercial Real Estate. But after China Shipping Airlines experienced a magical change of equity, this kind of thing happened. The essence in Jiang Zhengwei's eyes intensified. So, what are you trying to say? I suspect that Wang Yi is the mysterious new boss of China Shipping Airlines, the one behind the new tourism industry chain strategy that set up China Shipping Airlines with a series of big groups such as Shangri-La Hotel Group and Four Seas Commercial Real Estate. Lu Chengfeng looked at Jiang Zhengwei seriously. This deduction. When I was over in Lingnan, I didn't dare to be sure. So I didn't dare to talk nonsense to young Jiang, so as not to influence your judgment. But today at the airport in Vegas, noticed Yi Qingcheng's attitude towards Wang Yi, and also noticed 2 other details. 1. Wang Yi, an unknown character, actually had an elite foreign bodyguard by his side. 2. And Nanjian's attitude towards Wang Yi was very cordial and completely peer-to-peer. I'm almost certain of it. Wang Yi, Even if he's not the mysterious new boss of China Shipping Airlines Group, definitely occupies an important position in China Shipping Airlines and even in the new tourism industry chain strategy that's been in the limelight lately. Hearing this, Zhang Zhangwei obviously thought a lot at once. Then according to you, this young man, I'm afraid that his origin is not small. Being able to hide the company's shareholding change information indicates an unusual relationship or identity. Being able to occupy an important position in the new tourism industry chain strategy indicates that there will be no shortage of money. This kind of person, I'm afraid it's not easy to handle. Nonetheless, Lu Chengfeng, however, shook his head before giving a mysterious smile. In my opinion, he's actually a lot better to handle than the Vegascow family. Because, just in the little time I had contact with him at the airport just now, I discovered an Achilles heel in him. Ha! Zhang Zhangwei obviously came to life and sat upright in an instant. Lu Chengfeng once again came a little closer to Zhang Zhangwei. Young and vigorous, Zhang Zhangwei thought it was something, and when he heard this he immediately cheered. That's it? Can you call yourself a young man if you're not exuberant? However, that is to say, after finishing these, he seemed to have realized something all of a sudden again, violently twisting his head to look at Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng smiled and nodded. Today at the airport, after I found out that he was actually one of the voters for the Vegas quartermaster, I originally gave him enough face to minimize my attitude. According to reason, mature and smooth businessman, this time will certainly also go along with the steps down. Do people leave a line? The future is good to see each other. But Wang Yi obviously doesn't understand this, and must ask Wang Yun to give another explanation, to get all his anger out, to get all his face back before he can do so. Zhang Zhangwei thought of what Lu Shifeng reported when he called himself at that time, and also involuntarily smiled. So, anyway, this person doesn't lack money and his origins are not small, so I guess it's hard to impress with unusual means or chips. Lu Shifeng paused. Why don't we utilize his weakness to pit him? Zhang Zhangwei had a smile on his face as he waited for his post. Lu Shifeng, on the other hand, also had a slightly sinister look on his face. Make a game to provoke him. With his youthful exuberance and good looks, he's 100% in. At that time, let's purposely make the stakes a little bit bigger, and provoke him to put that one vote of the Vegas leader's elective qualification as a bet. The smile on Zhang Zhangwei's face grew a little thicker. The gambling experts on this side of Vegas. I'll arrange for someone to give a greeting later. All of these people, all of them can be your helpers. Lu Chengfeng quickly nodded. Just in time. The world knows that Lingnan Airlines, and China Shipping Airlines are now like water and fire. Today over at the Vegas airport, Wang Yi made me lose face again. It makes perfect sense for me to act irrationally. Zhang Zhangwei was really moved this time. After patting Lu Shifeng's shoulder, he pushed his way through. Let go and do it. If you win the Wang Yi one, turn around and get your hands on the position of Vegas leader, and get you some privileges in Vegas as well, so that you can qualify to come in and get a piece of the action too. Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng was obviously extraordinarily excited, and hurriedly got up and bent down to bow. Thank you, young Zhang, for raising your love. I will do my best. Zhang Zhangwei was satisfied with his reaction, and with a gentle smile he said, I'll have someone keep an eye on Wang Yi's every move. By the way, have someone give a shout out to all those gambling masters in Vegas. You prepare in advance. It seems that this time, things will have to be done more carefully. Inside the imperial suite of the Palace Hotel, Wang Yi didn't know that he was being counted on, but his eyes just flickered for a while. In addition, it's still necessary to find a way to learn more about the intelligence on the Vegas side, especially the situation of the 4 voters on the Lingnan side excluding Uncle and I before we can do so. Otherwise it's too much trouble to try to do something about it when you know nothing about it like that. Yi Qingchang also realized the depth of the water over here, and gently massaged Wang Yi's temples after walking over. Boss, is there anything I can do to share your worries? Wang Yi thought for a moment and decisively said, Mr. And just told me quite a bit of inside information about this Vegas quintessence selection in the car. But because of the time problem, he only picked the highlights to speak about a part of it. In that case, you go find General Manager and Sweetie in a while, and ask them to help compile another copy of the details of the other 4 voters on the Lingnan side out. Also, it's best to have a little more detailed information on the 3 big families over here in Vegas as well. Yi Qingchang was not an indecisive person, and after sniffing and massaging Wang Yi's head for a while, she answered, I'll go and do it. In addition, I also know quite a few friends in Lingnan. When the time comes, I will also find these friends to understand the implementation. Try to put together the most detailed information for you, boss. Wang Yi felt more and more that this S-class female secretary was excellent at this time, and gave her a satisfied look. After pinching her face, you also pay attention to rest. Don't tire yourself too much. Okay. Although Yi Qingqing's face was a little red, She didn't have any intention of rejecting it at all, and after answering softly, she gently exited the imperial suite. Wang Yi saw the situation, also did not go to what nonsense, was about to close his eyes to continue to sort out the thoughts. The phone suddenly vibrated. Brian sent a message. Boss, is it convenient for you to answer the phone at this time? Wang Yi immediately brightened up. I almost forgot that I had such a fine group of men under my command. These people this period of time is not in Lingnan's provincial capital side. On behalf of their own to Zhang Yangjia return the gift. In the meantime for their own check Zhang Yangjia these people's information, with their professionalism and level. After this period of investigation, they must also have a not so shallow knowledge of many situations over in Yanchang. Thinking of this, Wang Yi directly sat up straight and dialed Brian's phone. Brian was obviously on the other side of the phone waiting for Wang Yi's return call. And the call was answered before he dialed. Boss, I heard from Hummer that you're over in Vegas right now, about to take part in the voting for the new Vegas leader. I have two pieces of good news, and one piece of information that may well be useful to you in electing a new leader for Vegas. Which would you like to hear first? As soon as Wang Yi heard this, he knew that there must be something fierce on his side, and immediately smiled. Tell me one line at a time. I happen to have some time at this moment. Okay, Brian responded. I'll start with number one then. Regarding Zhang Yangjia's, we've already established that the assassin over in Zhanghai last time was the one he arranged to hire in the border area. Apart from that assassin, he also had a few assassins arranged at that time to assassinate all the people who had conflicts with Zhang Yaoyang in the month before he was imprisoned. So ferocious? Wang Yi laughed. There are actually people in Lingnan who are this dense. He's supposed to be an old hand at this, and he hasn't handled any of these things himself. Brian explained. We were also able to finally confirm that he had arranged it by stringing together some clues. Also you would never have guessed that this madman, just because his son, Zhang Yaoyang, was sentenced to death, literally killed off all the people that Zhang Yaoyang had a grudge against during that time. The other assassins his men hired to operate in the Middle Sea all got it. Wang Yi's eyes moved slightly. Then I hate this number even more. We also guessed that you, boss, would surely hate this guy, so this time we returned an elaborate gift to this guy for the boss. Brian's smile was a bit wicked and Zhang Yangjia is usually very fond of horse racing, and he himself has raised a sweat-blood BMW of the high-purity bloodline breed of BMW, which he has always loved. Early this morning, we taxidermied that horse and hung it over his bed. Until now, that Mr. Kong is so excited that his hands are shaking and he can't get up from his hospital bed. As soon as Wang Yi heard this, he knew what these guys had done, and immediately smiled. This is indeed good news. And the second piece of good news? Brian seemed to smile back when he mentioned this. Didn't you give us two instructions when you arranged for us to go to Sheepshead at the time? The first one, to get all of Kong Yanjia's information, the detailed kind. The second one, it would be great if we could turn over those previous cases of his. We've already collected all the information about him, and those case files about him. After these 10 years of whitewashing and maneuvering, it's true that they're basically all cleared out just as we predicted. But just today, after Zhang Yangjia was shocked and made a series of irrational moves, we accidentally found out that he had the first and last of an extermination case from more than 10 years ago that hadn't been completely cleaned up. With that, he continued after a pause, and according to Spider, Owl and the girls who went to verify some information today, they found that the impact of this case is still very bad. If we can find out what's going on, Zhang Yangjia will surely die a horrible death. Even that richest man in Lingnan, Han Yongkuan, behind him, will be very heavily implicated. Wang Yi smiled again. This is also good news. Keep checking. Feel free to tell me if you need anything. Good. Brian's tone was also extraordinarily relaxed. Next I'll report to you, boss, about an unexpected piece of news we harvested last night. This is the news that should serve you best at this stage, boss. Before we get to that, let me check with you, boss. There's no one else around you, right? No. Go ahead. Wang Yi replied. Good. Brian answered again before saying, when we hacked into the security system of Han Yongkuan's manor yesterday, we originally wanted to keep an eye on Kong Yanjia's every move, but I didn't expect it. But I accidentally captured a scene of your Mr. Who is the third on the list of Lingnan's rich and powerful, as well as Lingnan Airlines Lu Chengfeng, Lu Dong, gathered in Han Yongkuan's parlor. The full video in question. I've asked Spider to send it to you, so you can open your mailbox to receive it. Boss, Han Yongkuan, Mr. Who, and Lu Shifeng gathered in Han Yongkuan's family parlor? Wang Yi was a bit puzzled. And at this point in time last night, Lu Shifeng came here on behalf of Zhang Zhangwei, the third youngest member of the Zhang family in Xiangjiang. Brian mentioned. Their conversation was very informative. I can't express myself clearly in 3 sentences, and it might affect your judgment. Boss, Boss, you'll understand it all after you watch the video in its entirety. Good. Wang Yi sniffed and stopped talking nonsense. After hanging up the phone, he received the video file sent by Spider and directly clicked on it. And it was with this video so clicked on that his pupils instantly and unconsciously shrunk. In the images captured by the surveillance cameras, Han Yongkuan, General Hu, and Lu Shifeng were actually talking about the Vegas Kaiser vote. Wang Yi just subconsciously turned down the volume after his pupils shrunk. And then, continuing to watch the surveillance footage carefully. In the picture, Han Yongkuan, Mr. Hu, and Lu Shifeng were seated separately, with Han Yongkuan clearly occupying the main seat. Mr. Hu, on the other hand, occupies the accompanying seat. The visitor should be Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng didn't have too much to say, and directly cut to the chase after being seated for a short while. Mr. Han, this time Jiang Xiao hopes to play it safe and lock in at least 6 votes, now that the 4 votes from Shangjiang have been taken. And Yang Jiang from the Vegas side has also taken 1 vote. The biggest risk factor is on the Lingnan side. You and Mr. Who are both members of the Jiang family, so you have to do something at this time. Han Yongkuan sat in the first seat, looking composed. This time, the Jiang family has put down such a large amount of blood, wanting to take the position of the Vegas leader. We definitely need to help. There's no need for Mr. Lu to ask for this. I took it into consideration when Yang Jiang talked to me on the phone earlier, but after all, I'm sitting in the position of the richest man in Lingnan, and I can't go against the unspoken rules of voting for the Vegas leader on this side of Lingnan. Otherwise, it's a small thing for my own heart and soul to be ruined, but it's not worth it to affect the Jiang family's planning and layout on this side of Lingnan. And beside him, that Mr. Hu said as if he had made up his mind about something. I'm ready to emigrate abroad after cashing out anyway. I'll take care of this violation of the unspoken rules of the Vegas quartermaster vote. When the time comes for me to settle abroad, I won't be affected in any way, even if I'm criticized by 1,000 people on this side of Lingnan. Saying that Mr. Hu also paused. When will the money that young Jiang promised to acquire those assets under my name arrive? All three are obviously very familiar with each other, and what they have to say is openly spoken. Even the various conditions of whose total cash out of the conversation is very straightforward. Wang Yi repeatedly watched this video a few times, and after sending a message to Brian, praising them for the information they provided this time, he immediately made another call to the person in charge of the Huru 100 richest list. Send me a copy of the details of the top 5 of the Lingnan rich list. After making the call, and waiting until he had skimmed through all of Han Yongkuan's and general manager Hu's information, Wang Yi basically had a number in his mind. When Yi Qingcheng returned and brought the relevant information organized by An Nanjian's side, he just simply went through and synthesized it and asked, "Where are they now, Mr. Mr. and just went back to his room to rest for a short while. Yi Qingcheng honestly replied, "Right now it's in another imperial suite not far from your room. Take me over there." Wang Yi brought his cell phone with him and thunderously got up and went out. Waiting to follow, Yi Qingcheng knocked open the door of An Nanjiang's room, and saw that An Nanjiang was drinking tea in the living room, and there was no one else in the living room except for An Sweetie who was making tea. He sat across from An Nanjiang with a big smile and directly clicked on the screen captured by the surveillance and handed it to An Nanjiang. And Nanjiang obviously still knows nothing about it. Seeing Wang Yi handing over his cell phone is still a bit confused. "What's wrong?" Wang Yi quickly said while signaling him to look at the monitor. "Xu Wangui has already lost." What? When these words came out, not only An Nanjiang was a bit surprised, even An Sweetheart, who was making tea, and Yi Qingcheng, who had followed Wang Yi over, were all stunned. What's the situation? Didn't Zhang Zhangwei just lock in 5 votes? And how did Xu Wangui lose? Wang Yi signaled Yi Qingcheng and An Sweetie to watch the surveillance together as well. After the three of them finished watching the video, their faces were all cloudy for a while before they said, "Now do you understand why I said that Xu Wangui has already lost?" On the Lingnan side, Mr. Whose vote has been taken by Zhang Zhangwei, guaranteed 6 votes now, and Nanjiang's face turned blue. Who millionaire? Is he crazy? Those who do such things as turn their backs on the country at such a juncture are going to be left in infamy for years to come. Does he think that because he transferred his assets out of the country, he can pretend that nothing happened? And Sweetheart and Yi Qingcheng were also furious. This guy, he's so not something, and they're actually going to deceive us first, pretending to be united with us, and then backstabbing us at the last minute of the vote. The heart is dirty. Although Wang Yi was also angry, he just looked at An Nanjiang and said, "This is not the time to talk about this. Things have come this far. We need to come up with a countermeasure. I have a way to backstab General Hu and Zhang Zhangwei when he's ready to backstab us." And Sweetheart and Yi Qingcheng were obviously a bit confused when they heard this. But An Nanjiang seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Yi for a moment before saying, "But you're worried that in addition to Mr. Hu, there are still people on the side of Lingnan's team who have also secretly fallen to the Zhang family, right? Wang Yi nodded. He has the means and the certainty that he can top the HU vote. However, he was afraid that there were still people on the Lingnan side who would fall back. In that case, even if he tops off Hu's vote, it will serve little purpose, and Nanjiang seems to be a little less confident at this point as well. Once again, he pondered for a moment before saying, then why don't I call all of my friends from this side of Lingnan over, so we can all familiarize ourselves together. By the way, let's try and see what we can try and find out. Wang Yi wanted this effect. His favor scanning system is the best pointer, and he did want to test the waters and reconfirm a few things. He immediately nodded. Uncle An, you arrange it. More than 10 minutes later, excluding Han Yongkuan, who wouldn't be arriving in Vegas until tomorrow, the other 3 Lingnan voting representatives all arrived at An Nanjiang's room. Yip Man Yuan, the executive vice president of Lingnan Chamber of Commerce and ranked 9th on the list of Lingnan tycoons, voted on behalf of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Guo Pengcheng, the new president of the Pengcheng Chamber of Commerce, 3rd on the Pengcheng Rich List and 10th on the Lingnan Rich List, voted on behalf of the Pengcheng Chamber of Commerce. Who millionaires ranked 3rd on Heruan 100 list of Lingnan tycoons. When these 3 people arrived at the door of An Nanjiang's room, and Nanjiang all brought Wang Yi to receive them personally, and also seriously helped each other all sit down for an introduction. Yi Wenyuan and Guo Pengcheng obviously know a little bit about Wang Yi, and when they heard An Nanjiang's help with the introduction, they all took the initiative to extend their hands, and also sent Wang Yi their personal business cards. Wang Yi also took the opportunity to scan with the favorability scanning system, and both of them had a favorability of 40 or so towards themselves, a very safe number. As for Hu Millionaire, although he was also polite to Wang Yi on the surface, the favorability scanning system showed that the other party's true favorability was -20. Obviously, this guy had really gone over to Zhang Zhengwei's camp. However, even though he had discovered all this, Wang Yi did not rush to speak, waiting until An Nanjiang invited everyone to be seated, and Sugar served tea to everyone, and after everyone had exchanged pleasantries with each other, he then pretended to ask for advice. Mr. Yi, Mr. Hua, Mr. Hu, there are rumors out there right now that Zhang Zhengwei of the Zhang family in Shangjiang has locked up the 4 votes in Shangjiang and the one on this side of the casino in advance. What do a few of the old bosses think about this? Guo Pengcheng should be a violent temper. Once he heard this, his face turned red. That goes without saying. Surely we can't let the Zhang family's gang of contraptions succeed in their wolfish ambitions. Isn't the current state of Hong Kong caused by this group of goods who give birth to children without any fart yen? TMD. Still trying to bet on the city. Want to fart, eat it. Yuan's face was also a bit gloomy. Mr. Was words are rough. We really can't let the Zhang family scourge Vegas again. The unspoken rules of electing the Vegas leader on our side of Lingnan are always remembered. This time, if there are no surprises, I suggest that the 6 votes from our Lingnan will collectively vote for Zhu Wangue. When Hu Million heard Guo Pengcheng cursing the Zhang family, although his face was a little unsightly, he also followed Yi Wenyuan's words. I also agree with General Manager Hu's proposal. Zhu Wangue is now the strongest competitor of the Zhang family's 3rd youngest. If the 6 votes from our Lingnan vote for him together, even if the 3rd youngest member of the Zhang family takes the vote of the Gao family in Vegas later, he'll still be a sure winner. Wang Yi did not hurry to state his position at this time, just deliberately frowned and said, this is fine, but nothing will go wrong, right? On this side of Vegas, it's reasonable to say that it's also the Zhu family, the Gao family, and the Wu family's 3 big families that are attacking and defending each other and are solidly entrenched. But now it's frozen and the Zhang family has taken a vote. Our side of the Lingnan. Definitely not on Lingnan's side. Guo Pengcheng was still the first to pick up the conversation. You're still young, Mr. Wang. You may not understand the situation in Lingnan. If anyone on Lingnan's side dares to break the rules, I'll dare to get him killed at the voting site without waiting for the end of the Vegas head vote. Hearing this, Hu Wanliang was obviously a bit uncomfortable, and after twisting his body a bit, he picked up, Old Gua, you restrain yourself, don't make it look like a Black SE club. Plus, how could 6 votes on the Lingnan side go wrong? That is, Mr. Wang, this kind of young man will think of these have no. So many years of wind and rain. You see Lingnan's side of the ticket which time out of the problem? Yi Wenyuan seemed to have tasted something at this moment. However, after glancing at Hu Millionaire and echoing a sentence, he looked at Wang Yi and An Nanjiang intentionally or unintentionally. When everyone had finished talking about this and reached a smooth agreement, when An Nanjiang sent Hu Million away, he then lowered his voice and said, Nanjiang, Xiao Wang, we are several of our own people. Just be honest, you guys, call us over here temporarily in the middle of the night, and so suddenly some test. Did something unexpected happen? Wang Yi, based on the scanning results of the favorability system and the conversation he had just had basically determined that he and Guo Pengcheng were good citizens, and signaled Ji Qingqing to close the door of the room before turning his gaze to Nanjiang. As for Nanjiang, he didn't talk too much nonsense, signaling everyone to take their seats again before going straight to the point. Hu Million has turned against Jiang Zhangwei. Chang's family is ahead of schedule to lock in at least 6 votes. Zhu Wanggu, it's hard to win against him. What? Yi Wenyuan was obviously a bit surprised, and dabbed up from his seat. Although Hu Millionaire is a bit cunning, he shouldn't have no sense of the big picture at all, right? The hot-tempered Guo Pengcheng also frowned. His first reaction was to express his skepticism. Mr. Could there be any misunderstanding in this? And Nanjiang didn't rush to speak, but looked at Wang Yi first. When Wang Yi saw this, he knew it was time for him to make his entrance and seal the deal. He smiled slightly and clicked on that surveillance video of the secret conversation in the Han family's living room, signaling Yi Wenyuan and Hu Millionaire to watch it. When the duo finished watching the video, their faces were incredibly ugly before they said, strictly speaking, it's not just Hu Millionaire who's fallen on his sword, but Han Yongquan is already a member of the Jiang family as well. Therefore, all of you had actually better prepare your hearts for the fact that at the critical moment, Mr. Han might also vote for Jiang Zhangwei with the votes he has in his hands. Assholes. Yi Wenyuan's face turned blue. How could they do such a thing? I'm going to grab Hu Million over right now and chop him up on the spot. Guo Pengcheng, however, was still so explosive. After the whole person, like a raging mad bull, angrily stood up from his seat. Roll up your sleeves and make a show of charging out. Mr. Guo, be at ease. Wang Yi, however, pulled him. When Guo Pengcheng looked over with an angry face, he gestured for him and Yi Wenyuan to sit down first before saying, isn't the reason why he didn't poke him in front of everyone just now because he didn't want to scare the snakes? This is the time if you rush out and grab him and beat him up. Even though we've gotten rid of the anger, don't we also scare the snakes and let Jiang Zhangwei know that we already know his bottom card? Although Guo Pengcheng was hot-tempered, he was definitely a coarse outside and fine inside character. As soon as he heard this, his eyes twitched. Mr. Wang, if you say so, do you have any ideas? Yi Wenyuan also followed and sat down again, carefully sizing up Wang Yi. No wonder Mr. Who has such a high vision, is full of praise whenever he mentions you. This calm and steady temperament is worth learning from. Mr. Wang, I can also see that from the beginning to the end you appear to be in control. Just tell me what you're going to do. And Nanjiang was also secretly a bit shocked when he saw that Wang Yi had just become the main person in charge of the small meeting without saying a word. After coughing gently, he looked at Yi Wenyuan and Guo Pengcheng and said, Old Yi, Old Guo, you are both people I trust before I am willing to reveal this to you. When Yi Wenyuan and Guo Pengcheng heard him snatch his words, they were originally a bit puzzled, and their gazes shifted between Wang Yi and Nanjiang. And Nanjiang continued without waiting for the two to ask. Let me put it bluntly. Strictly speaking, Wang Yi should be the richest man in Lingnan province. However, because he didn't want to make a spectacle of this, he greeted the heroine list of the rich under his command and hid the relevant information and personal data. So, Mr. Wang can directly reveal his identity as the richest man in Lingnan on the heroine 100 richest list at the critical moment of voting and top off Hu Millionaire's eligibility to vote? Yi Wenyuan guessed the key point at once, his eyes looking at Wang Yi with surprise and shock. That's a good move. Guo Pengcheng also clapped his hands and laughed. Hu Millionaire and Jiang Zhangwei, these bastards, want to backstab us at the critical moment of the vote, so let's do a reverse backstab and fuck him to death. When the time comes, the faces of people like Jiang Zhangwei and Hu Millionaire will definitely look good. Ha 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 ha. And Sugar and Yi Qingcheng, also completely unaware that Wang Yi still has these calculations, sniffing the same voice are somewhat surprised, following everyone's eyes as they turned to Wang Yi. Their eyes involuntarily glowed for a while. Wang Yi, however, appeared to be very bland, and after meeting everyone's gazes with a slight smile, he said, this is still one of them. Based on that alone, one may not be able to win against Jiang Zhangwei. One can only say that it's 50-50 with him. What's really heavy is that I still have its 2 and its 3. Yi Wenyuan and Guo Pengcheng had obviously been completely convinced by him at this moment, and at the sound of his voice, they immediately sat upright and waited earnestly for his latter article. And Nanjiang, on the other hand, was also a bit curious, and similarly stopped drinking tea and looked at Wang Yi as well. Wang Yi didn't sell the story either. I'll start with the second, the one for the Vegas High family. That's a ticket I'd like to fight for. However, I don't know much about the environment on this side of Vegas, especially on the Gao family side. And Nanjiang didn't pick up the conversation indiscriminately at this time, but looked at Yi Wenyuan. Old Yi and the Gao family have a good relationship. Old Yi, do you understand the situation over there? Speaking of which, I'm also quite curious. Zhang Zhangwei was able to take down the Wu family, but why couldn't he take down the Gao family? Yuan heard that this was in Nanjiang asking questions for Wang Yi, and after taking a sip of tea he said frankly, our family and the Gao family are family friends. I can really give a more definitive answer to that one. The reason is actually somewhat close to the situation on our side of Lingnan. The hearts of the older generation of the Gao family have always been on the mainland, and there's no way for them to accept something like the Zhang family putting their hands into Vegas. Therefore, even though the chips offered by Zhang Zhangwei impressed many of the younger generation of the Gao family, the older generation of the Gao family strongly disagreed to vote for him. Only then did Wang Yi understand the joints, and after a few moments of deliberation, he continued to ask, then, with Mr. Ye's understanding of the Gao family, is it likely that the Gao family will vote for Zhu Wangue? Yuan smiled visibly bitterly at the mention of this. This one is a little fucked up again. To put it mildly, the Gao family's representative for this vote is the Gao family's next family head heir, Gao Jinping. Gao Jinping had a feud with Zhu Wangue some years ago, and both of them have been going toe-to-toe in Vegas for many years because of it. Guo Pengcheng seemed to have thought of something as well. I know about this too. It's really fucked up. The two of them, Gao Jinping and Zhu Wangue, were high school classmates, college classmates, and even went to the same university to study abroad, and then fell in love with a girl at the same time while studying abroad? I heard that Gao Jinping originally put that girl as the heart of the white moonlight, but with Zhu Wangue. Gao Jinping has always thought that Zhu Wangue and their own is considered to be the hatred of the wife. Wang Yi was also somewhat dumbfounded. The hatred of taking away his wife. This is going to make Gao Jinping go and vote for Zhu Wangue. The difficulty is afraid that it is not half a star. However, this made one's chances even better. After a moment of slight contemplation, he continued. So, Mr. Yi and Mr. Hua, what you're saying is that the high probability is that the Gao family won't vote for Zhu Wangue either? Yuan nodded. Between the Gao family and the Zhu family, there was a very unpleasant falling out in the beginning because of the matter between the duo of Zhu Wangue and Gao Jinping. And on top of that, a lot of people in Vegas know about it, too. Letting Gao Jinping vote for Zhu Wangue would be very bad for the Gao family's face. Guo Pengcheng followed suit and picked up the conversation. So, Mr. Wang, if you want to fight for the Gao family's votes, the difficulty factor will be very high. Mr. Yi and the Gao family have such a deep friendship for so many years. And when he went to negotiate with the Gao family side and asked them to give the ticket to Zhu Wangue, he touched his nose. Mr. Wang, you are an outsider, and you don't know them well. You want to do their work. Wang Yi was originally not in a good position to open his mouth. At this moment, when he heard Guo Pengcheng bring the topic here, he immediately smiled. But what if what I'm trying to fight for is for them to vote for another person? Another person? Guo Pengcheng was obviously a bit confused and looked at Wang Yi once again. And not only him, even Yuan, and Tian, and Yi Qingcheng, all looked over rather puzzled. The only one who had anticipated this step was in Nanjiang. After a quick glance at the scene and some quick combined thoughts, he unconsciously got a twinkle in his eye. Then, it also looked at Wang Yi with some anticipation. Wang Yi also sensed in Nanjiang's eyes, and after glancing around at the few people present with a slight smile, he landed his gaze on Guo Pengcheng and Yuan. Someone has to sit at the head of Vegas, so why can't it be me? Guo Pengcheng was obviously shocked by these words, and while his pupils shrunk violently, his body quickly tilted back a bit. As for Yuan, although he was quite a bit more composed, his expression was also clearly stunned for a moment. As for Yi Qingcheng and Sweetheart, not to mention, they were dumbfounded when they heard such a stone-cold statement from Wang Yi. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't rush to say the latter. After waiting for a few seconds, Guo Pengcheng and Yuan probably both finished digesting the amount of information contained therein. He then slowly continued to say, Mr. Yi and Mr. Hua can count the number of votes on our site. Guo Pengcheng is still so wide open. Sniffing the voice immediately calculated. 1 vote for Mr. 1 vote for Mr. Yi, and 1 vote for me, plus 1 vote for you, Mr. Wang, and the 1 vote you can squeeze out of Hu Million to take as the richest man in Lingnan on the Huruan 100 list at the critical moment. At least 5 votes. Yuan's eyes also flashed with a burst of essence. Zhang Zhangwei is only 5 votes after losing Hu Million as his insider. In this way, Mr. Wang's opening game can be a 50-50 match with him and Nanjiang asked for him what he was too embarrassed to say later. Wang Yi, what benefits can you bring to everyone when you let them elect you? As a rule, the total annual profit of Vegas starts at roughly $400 billion, of which the Vegas leader takes a 30% share. The remaining 70% share is split between the other 12 votes. This year Zhu Wangue, in addition to its own roots, are red, but also promised the Lingnan side, an additional 6% dividends to the Lingnan of you share. Wang Yi smiled faintly. 6 points. On average, everyone in Lingnan can get an extra percentage point of revenue sharing. And if I'm elected, I can get everyone here an additional 2 percentage points of revenue sharing. Is this sincerity enough? When these words came out, both Yi Wanyuan and Guo Pengcheng were clearly moved, their eyes unconsciously brightening. A 1-point dividend. That's at least $4 billion a year in net profit sharing. And that number is not set in stone and can be expected to rise year after year. And Nanjiang, on the other hand, seemed a bit surprised. We're each getting 2 more points. You still want to take the Gao family's vote? Then wouldn't you have to give up 8 points of your favor and risk offending the Chang family to death? Yi Wanyuan and Guo Pengcheng were rattled by such a point. Obviously also thought of something. Some hesitation. Yes, in this case, Mr. Wang, what do you figure? The Vegas quintessence only has a total of 30 points in dividends. And after you split 8 points, that leaves you with 22 points. You have 2 votes. According to the number of votes are able to get about 12 points of revenue. For the sake of an additional 10 points of revenue, go to offend the Jiang family to death. More or less a little bit uneconomical, right? Wang Yi could naturally hear their concerns, and with a slight smile he said, I want to hold 3 votes myself. Then again, the Vegas leader's cut is 30%. The other 12 votes split 70% of the proceeds split, and my other 2 votes excluding the guaranteed votes split another 12% or so. That leaves me holding about 34% of the Vegas dividend for myself, even if it's divided among the seniors at 8%. When Yi Wanyuan and Guo Pengcheng heard this, they were clearly dispelled and their eyes lit up once again. But in Nanjiang, somewhat surprised, looked at Wang Yi again. You dare to think? Wang Yi smiled, knowing that he was sticking up for himself, and immediately said, not only do I dare to think about it, I also dare to do it. And Nanjiang secretly gave him a thumbs up, but his face feigned seriousness. I have complete trust in your character and position. If I vote for you, it's not against the rules of the Lingnan side, and the chances of winning are indeed greater than Zhu Wangue. But after all, this is a big deal. A little carelessness may let the Jiang family have their way. You have to give us a pill of peace of mind. Wang Yi naturally heard that, and Nanjiang was again passing words to himself. Seeing Yi Wanyuan and Guo Pengcheng both looking over with an expectant face, he also knows that he is away from wanting to fight for the votes of these 2 people, only lacks a foot in the door. Immediately after a slight smile, Mr. Yi, Mr. Guo want to be fixed in mind is actually also simple. Remember what I just said, that in addition to 1 and 2, I have 3 left unsaid? The people present were obviously very curious, and although they knew that everyone was caught up in Wang Yi's rhythm, they all willingly watched him, waiting for his post. Its 3 is technically also divided into 3 small parts. Wang Yi was concise. The first one, the Hai family's vote, I want to get my hands on it. The second one, the Chu family's vote, I want to get my hands on it too. Third, I want to get another vote from Jiang Zhengwei. The few people in Nanjiang's room were clearly confused, including in Nanjiang, who knew of Wang Yi's scheming early on. At this time, he was somewhat skeptical that he had heard wrong. The Gao family's vote is understandable. That vote for the Zhu family is understandable. Xu Wangui's chances of winning are almost 0 now. Let them choose our people. Let's let them eat more favors, they'll most likely be able to accept it. But getting a vote from Jiang Zhengwei, are you serious? After all, the friendship between Yi Wanyuan and Guo Pengcheng and Wang Yi was not so deep, but they didn't dare to speak so blatantly. But what their eyes expressed was more or less the same meaning. Wang Yi, however, was not the least bit impressed, and said unhurriedly, you guys don't want that look. Let me briefly mention a few points, and surely you must think that this is entirely possible. Saying that, seeing that everyone was looking at him, he continued. The first one, Jiang Zhengwei must be counting this vote in my hand now as well. The second one, with Jiang Zhengwei's relationship with Lu Shifeng, he must know that I'm not short of money or easy to bribe. Third, I had another run-in with his horse, his lapdog, today and embarrassed him. Guo Pengcheng seemed a bit hesitant when he heard this. The reasoning is this. However, the energy and heart of Jiang Zhengwei and the Jiang family, that is extraordinary. If he's really going to make a setup to count on you, how do you have the assurance that you'll be able to counterpit the other side? Yi Wenyuan, however, his eyes moved. I have a lot of friends over here in Vegas. Before I came over today, I did hear the wind. Someone secretly sent out a message to let all the experts in Vegas go home and shut down for the past 2 days. Strictly forbidden to help anyone out. I was wondering which of the big families on this side of Vegas was blowing and preparing for something. Now it seems possible that there is something to do with all this. Something to do with it. And Nanjiang also nodded slightly. I have also heard such whispers. And I have heard that Lu Shifeng secretly visited a master of the 1,000 arts in Vegas only a short while ago. With that, he looked at Wang Yi again once he made eye contact with Yi Wenyuan and Wu Pengcheng, combined with Mr. Ye's information dash. It looks like Zhang Zhangwei is preparing to let Lu Shifeng, at the gambling table, get you that vote. He's used similar tricks before, and he's never failed to screw rich businessmen from the mainland who come over to play. Wang Yi did not rush to answer at the sound of his voice, but his mind unconsciously moved again. He had originally proposed these as just a rough idea and a course of action. Specifically Zhang Zhangwei how to plot this vote in his hands. The other side will set up what kind of bureau. These he was originally prepared to slowly figure out, slowly to understand, and then make plans. But I didn't expect that each of these people, and Nanjiang and Yi Wenyuan, were so capable. In 3 words, so much hidden information was actually revealed and summarized. If Zhang Zhangwei is really ready to pit himself at the gambling table, one has only just reaped the system reward of 1,000 techniques mastery. Wouldn't the other side be on the wrong end of a gun? Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately stood up and smiled faintly at Yi Qingcheng. How can I not go to the casino to have some fun after all the trips to Vegas? It just so happens that the timing is right now. Qingcheng, you accompany me to the next Xiangjing Daji city. Yi Qingcheng was obviously a bit confused when she heard that Wang Yi actually cued himself at such a critical juncture. And immediately she gave a little bit of a laugh. Then, almost unconsciously, he blurted out, "Boss, aren't you chatting with Mr. Yi, and Mr. Hua about Zhang Zhangwei setting up a scheme to mess up your vote? What's with the sudden jump to wanting to go to the casino and have some fun?" And Nanjiang and Yi Wenyuan and the others were also caught a bit off guard, and they looked at Wang Yi with the same bewilderment. Wang Yi blinked at the sight. If I don't go to the casino, how will Zhang Zhangwei have a chance to pit me? And how will I have a chance to pit him back? Saying that, and ignoring Yi Qingcheng's and Sweetheart's consternation, he once again turned his head to look at Nanjiang and Yi Wenyuan and Wu Pengcheng. Mr. Yi, Mr. Hua, you guys can just drink tea over here and wait for the news. Later on, promise to put on a good show for you. Let you, henceforth, swallow your hearts back in your stomachs. When Wang Yi led Yi Qingcheng out of the front door of the Palace Hotel, Yi Qingcheng was obviously still a bit confused. Boss, do you want to take the initiative to jump into the setup set up by Zhang Zhangwei, Lu Shifeng and the others, and then counterattack to kill them off guard? Pretty much. Wang Yi nodded without doing much explaining. Yi Qingcheng, however, seemed to be a bit worried, but didn't Mr. Yi and just say that all of the experts on the Vegas side have now received wind that they won't be coming out? And I've heard that Lu Shifeng is an old gambler, with a fairly high level. And he seemed to be quite famous among the amateur players on this side of Vegas in the past. You haven't even touched these things before, and you can't find an expert to help you. Will it be a bit risky? Wang Yi could hear that she was concerned about herself, and after gently pinching her face, he said, "Don't you know your boss yet? When have I ever fought an unprepared battle? Put your heart in your stomach. I'll take Zhang Zhangwei's vote, and Jesus can't keep it. I say." Is this saying the most arrogant words with the calmest gesture? Yi Qingcheng looked at Wang Yi's posture and was unconsciously mesmerized for a while. Wang Yi, however, had already walked towards the Xiangjing Grand Casino. This casino, which is renowned all over the world as one of the top few casinos in the whole of Vegas, does have quite also something. From the outside, it looks like a huge gold swallowing beast, and the casino's huge and imposing gate is clearly the gold swallowing beast's open and closed mouth. Every high-end atmospheric welcome neatly pushed open the door. Welcome to receive guests into the gold swallowing beast, mouth open and close as if they want to swallow the gold of the 4 directions. Although Wang Yi didn't understand feng shui metaphysics, he knew at a glance that this kind of casino must have been designed by a feng shui master. And within the Shanking Casino, the design has clearly been put together. The entire casino interior space, compared to the Palace Hotel but also a few points of luxury not to mention, the interior of the gold and paper drunk than the effect presented in the movie actually have more impact. Even with Wang Yi's eyesight today, he couldn't help but be a bit shocked when he first stepped into this place, and behind him Yi Qingcheng, obviously more and more top, subconsciously whispered, "No wonder over the years, so many domestic famous entrepreneurs come to Vegas will lose their sanity. There is no lack of this side of the trillions of their own family property squandered, and finally caused the group bankruptcy, the family's death. A place like this is indeed hell in the guise of heaven, not to mention those who like to gamble. Even someone like me, who has always known that gambling should not be dabbled in, can't help but want to go dashing a few times." Wang Yi almost felt a bit like that. However, he didn't say much, waiting for the beautiful waitress wearing a rabbit ear maiden costume with a sexy and revealing figure to come forward and help introduce some of the situation in the casino and do some guidance. He went to exchange 10 million chips just like any other newbie player. Pretending to be casual, they played at baccarat, slot machines, and craps in separate gambling games. And not surprisingly for Wang Yi, just after he had led Ji Qingqing to play for more than 10 minutes in a row with both losses and wins, Lu Shifeng similarly appeared over here with a beautiful assistant. When he appeared in the Xiangjing casino, he seemed to really realize that he didn't know that Wang Yi was over here, and asked his assistant to go ahead and exchange the 50 million in chips. When the assistant came back with the chips and led the assistant to the craps area, which happened to be no more than 10 meters away from Wang Yi's side in the moment, it was only then that he stood with a somewhat unexpected gesture and looked over at Wang Yi. Mr. Wang? Wang Yi had been pretending to experience the casino's gambling game while staring at him intentionally or unintentionally after he entered the Xiangjing casino. At this moment, when she heard him call out to herself, she also had the gesture that she had only just noticed him. Mr. Lu Shifeng's face was obviously a bit unsightly at this moment. After glancing around as if to make sure that he hadn't attracted too much attention, he took his assistant with him and walked quickly to Wang Yi's side, lowering his voice and saying, Mr. Wang is hiding deep enough. Wang Yi was a bit puzzled. What's hidden deep enough? Relationship with China Shipping Airlines. Lu Chengfeng sneered. Does Mr. Wang think that I, Mr. Lu, am a fool? Today, over at the airport, after losing face on Mr. Wang's side, I was the first to check out some of Mr. Wang's information. Then I found out that, dare I say it, you're the shareholder, or one of the shareholders, behind China Shipping Airlines that screwed me and our Lingnan Airlines. Wang Yi was non-committal. It's useless if you don't take a stand. Lu Shifeng, however, once again sneered. This great beauty beside you, the famous Shanghai Aviation Group's one cold female secretary Yi Qingcheng, is proof of that. Wang Yi followed suit and glanced at Yi Qingcheng, before smiling faintly and saying, So, what is Lu Dong trying to convey by saying this? Is it to get me in trouble? Lu Chengfeng shook his head, his eyes somewhat gloomy. After all, this is the Grand Casino of Xiangjing, the territory of the Zhu family of Vegas. Even if I'm not afraid of death anymore, it's impossible for me to mess up here. But you guys have caused our Lingnan Airline stock price to slash, and my personal value has fallen by more than $25 billion. I can't swallow this. Wang Yi remained calm. And then? I want to get these losses back. Lu Shifeng stared viciously at Wang Yi. Follow the rules of Vegas. When there's a dispute, settle it at the gambling table. Dare you? And just as Lu Chengfeng was staring viciously at Wang Yi, on the other side, inside a set of imperial suites at the Palace Hotel, a voice also appeared on Nanjian's phone. Then Lu Shifeng really appeared and went to find trouble with Mr. Wang. Guo Pengcheng sniffed and immediately sat upright, whispering, Here it comes, Mr. Wang is preparing to play lure the snake out of the hole. However, there is a risk that you could fold yourself in this way if you're not careful. Lu Shifeng's level of gambling skills is notoriously powerful in the circle of amateur players. Yuan, on the other hand, thought of a deeper point. These are all afterthoughts. I'm thinking more about another issue right now. If Mr. Wang is easily provoked by Lu Shifeng at this time and enters Lu Shifeng's trap, will it instead arouse Lu Shifeng's suspicion? After all, although Lu Shifeng can find trouble with Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang doesn't have the responsibility or obligation to play with him. And Nanjiang also thought of this, and said with slight concern, I hope that Mr. Wang will take this into consideration as well. If one agrees to Lu Shifeng too easily and just falls into the other party's trap, it is indeed likely to trigger Lu Shifeng's vigilance. Although surnamed Lu's is a two-faced person, but the mind is still quite meticulous. Once sniffing out some traces of words will certainly change tactics. Inside the Xiangjing Grand Casino, Wang Yi naturally couldn't follow Lu Shifeng's rhythm so well. Hearing such a remark from him, he immediately laughed. Mr. Lu, are you too anxious to go out today and forgot to bring your brain? You Lingnan Airlines are not as good as others, and your future prospects are looked down upon by the capital market. That's your own problem. What does it have to do with me and China Shipping Airlines? You hate me unilaterally. So what kind of dispute is it with me? Saying that, and ignoring Lu Shifeng's increasingly gloomy and auburn face, he directly led Yi Qingcheng to a new craps betting table to play. When placing a bet at this table, Wang Yi had the sense to test it again, and found that his proficiency in the art of millennium was really as steady as a match. Not only can you help yourself to hear the number of points of the dice by listening to the sound alone, but you can also shake out the number of points as you wish, and even help yourself to engage in some fabulous thousand tricks to change the number of points after the. He unconsciously smiled again inside. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that while Lu Shifeng's face was gloomy, the bottom of his eyes vaguely relaxed a bit, and after once again bringing his beautiful assistant over, he pretended to be impatient and directly brought Yi Qingcheng to change to a new gambling table. That is, with the duo so action, the Palace Hotel's presidential suite. The news immediately reached the ears of Nanjiang and others. Mr. Wang directly scolded Lu Shifeng, almost to the point of directly saying that Lu Shifeng is a brakeman. In addition, Mr. Wang also pointed out the crux of the problem, that Lu Shifeng has a one-sided hatred for him, and that he doesn't have to care about the rules of settling disputes at the gambling tables of any casinos. Now Mr. Lu seems to have let his guard down a bit and is once again stalking over with his little assistant. Huo Pengcheng sniffed. His face could not help but burst into a wacky smile. This Mr. Wang is really completely out of order, straight to the point of tearing up the truth. Yi Wenyuan was also a bit emotional. It seems that we were the ones who were overly concerned. Mr. Wang has done this thing even more beautifully than we imagined. This reaction he's having right now is completely in line with the domineering and youthful personality he displayed when he was at the Vegas airport in the beginning, and it makes perfect sense. And Nanjiang similarly flashed a flash of approval in his eyes. In this way, with Lu Shifeng's character, I'm afraid that he'll be much less wary of Wang Yi. Now, he'll definitely want to drag Wang Yi to the gambling table more and more. I just don't know. By what means will he get Wang Yi on the gambling table? With that said, almost subconsciously, he once again turned his gaze to the handset of his cell phone, which was on speakerphone. They weren't the only ones. At the same time, there were people within the dispatch room of the Grand Casino in Shangjing, and within the Sky Garden suite of the Province Hotel, all of whom were paying close attention to the entanglement between Wang Yi and Lu Chunfeng. Upon noticing that Lu Shifeng had once again approached Wang Yi, only to be directly avoided by Wang Yi, who even glared at Lu Shifeng. Inside the dispatching room of the Shanking Grand Casino, an expensive man with thick eyebrows put down the champagne in his hand and looked at the surveillance screen with a slight smile. Then he said to the large group of attendants clustered behind him, "Didn't you guys just ask me when I was going to help Wang Yi? Now, the time has come. It's our turn." While in the Sky Garden suite of the Province Hotel, Zhang Zhangwei put down his cell phone and directly walked out the door of his room, saying to a group of attendants already waiting at the door, "Zhu Wangue from Old Zhu's family must have found this perfect opportunity to sell Wang Yi a favor and has already brought his men out of the casino dispatch room. This, right here, is a great opportunity for us to step in and make things bigger. As long as things get big, the matter between Wang Yi and Lu Shifeng will become a dispute between me and Zhu Wangue. And even if Wang Yi doesn't want to take care of Lu Shifeng anymore, he'll have to go along with him on the gambling table." Inside the Shangjing Grand Casino, Wang Yi was unaware that there were already two groups of people running towards him. Seeing that Lu Shifeng's vigilance towards him had been minimized, his brain quickly turned. Now in this situation, he waited for Lu Shifeng to post over again, and accepted his invitation to gamble in the right direction. But if you want to make the matter of accepting the bet seem more logical, there had better be another opportunity to push it. And this opportunity, preferably of the kind triggered by an outsider. Where to go to find such an opportunity? Wang Yi is brainstorming it. Lu Shifeng once again dogpile pasted over. "Mr. Wang, my words have been put here today. I won't rest until you let me get this out of my system today." Wang Yi's eyes were cold and he was about to teach him a lesson when a sudden cacophony of noise came from not far away. Crap! It's the person in charge of the Grand Casino of Shangjing, Xu Wangue of the Zhu family of Vegas. One of the heavyweight contenders for this Vegas quintessence. What's he doing out here at this hour? At the same time as the noises came, he saw a stout man with thick eyebrows and an ironic-looking aura walk over surrounded by a group of people. As he walked over, he smiled kindly at Wang Yi before turning his gaze directly to Lu Shifeng. "Mr. Ru, I've seen what happened in the dispatch room. You and Mr. Wang are both outstanding entrepreneurs in Lingnan, dignified figures. There are any problems to sit down and chat privately is not good. Why do you have to make it so ugly? There are so many guests present, from all over the country. How do you want people outside to look at you if you let them see it and pass it on?" Lu Chengfeng obviously understood Zhu Wangui's intention to help Wang Yi. His face was a little unsightly, but he still hardened his heart and said, "Young Master Zhu, I don't want people to look at me as a joke either, but I really can't bear this. You don't know how many days and nights I haven't been able to close my eyes during this period of time just because of the China Shipping Airlines matter. It's a good day to have such an opportunity." When Zhu Wangu heard that he still dared to top his own words, he was obviously a bit displeased, and his eyes directly went cold. "Mr. Lu, I'm looking at you as a compatriot from the mainland, but I'm talking to you nicely now." Pestering other guests on the boundaries of the Fragrant Capital Grand Casino. According to the rules of the Fragrant Capital Grand Casino, we are entitled and have the right to expel you. Think about it. When Lu Shifeng heard this, the cold sweat on his forehead immediately came down, not to mention that his legs and feet were vaguely trembling a bit. It looks as if it's a bit of a pressure top, but I didn't expect that just at this moment. In the direction of the entrance of the Fragrant Capital Grand Casino, there was suddenly another burst of noise. Then, an aristocratic figure with a cigar in his mouth and a windswept trench coat, flanked by a host of men and women in black suits, strides over. While walking over, the figure also laughed out loud, disregarding the sight of the surrounding people. Yu Zhu Wang returns are as nosy as ever. I know you like your compatriots from the mainland, but there's no need to pull the plug so much, is there? Bullying Mr. Ryu with no one behind him? And as this figure walked over and went toe-to-toe with Zhu Wangue, the gazes of many of the surrounding gamblers obviously gathered. A murmur of voices bubbled up with it. It's the third youngest of the Zhang family from Shangjiang, Zhang Zhangwei, another strong contender for the Vegas leader this time. Zhang Zhangwei and Zhu Wangue have never been on speaking terms, and this time they are rivals for the Vegas leader. So the two of them were already on fire. Zhu Wangu supports that little pretty boy, and Zhang Zhangwei's appearance at this time makes it clear that he's here to back up Mr. Lu. Not only inside the Hong Kong Grand Casino, inside the presidential suite of the Palace Hotel, and Nanjiang and the others were also unconsciously shaken. Guo Pengcheng stood up from the sofa at the first time. Now, things are big. Originally, Zhu Wangui's appearance was already an unexpected factor that might have interfered with Wang Yi's plan. Now that Zhang Zhangwei has also popped up, I'm afraid Wang Yi's side is in big trouble. Yi Wenyuan also looked grave. Originally, if Lu Shifeng had pestered Wang Yi alone, Wang Yi would still have a choice, but now Zhu Wangue has come out to help him, and Zhang Zhangwei has also come out to support Lu Shifeng. What originally belonged only between Lu Shifeng and Wang Yi has all of a sudden turned into a battle between the duo of Zhang Zhangwei and Zhu Wangue, and Nanjiang then took a deep breath. This time it was indeed a bit ill-considered. Zhu Wangue and Zhang Zhangwei are competing at this critical juncture. It's bound to be a winner and a loser. Now, Wang Yi has been set on fire. There's no way back. Saying that, he and Guo Pengcheng and Yi Wenyuan coincidentally looked at the phone that was on speakerphone again. Let's hope he's lucky enough to get through this crisis. But Wang Yi sighed. After realizing that Zhang Zhangwei had only appeared on the scene, he was in a tit-for-tat battle with Zhu Wangue, but he couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Because, the opportunity that he had just been thinking about had appeared. Seeing the surrounding more and more gamblers look over, and Zhu Wangue and Zhang Zhangwei between the gunpowder smell more and more thick. Lu Zhanfeng just like after having to rely on once again to restore the bottom. Wang Yi also had a cold look in his eyes, and after signaling Zhu Wangue that he didn't need to stand up for himself anymore for the time being, he turned to look at Lu Chengfeng. I wasn't going to make a bigger deal out of it today, but by the looks of things, certain people seem to be taking this humility as a sign that I'm a bully. Just as well, if you don't want to play, I'll play along. When Lu Chengfeng heard this, a flash of joy was evident in the bottom of his eyes, but his face still had an angry posture. Mr. Wang, you don't have to say such things either. It's Ridge Air, and me, who have been the biggest victims during this time. If I don't get a vent, I might even go crazy. Wang Yi, however, was too lazy to listen to his hypocritical words and directly interrupted. There's no need to tell me this. Keep it simple. How do you settle disputes at the gambling table? How do you rule and play? Mr. Wang, did you not understand this at all before? When Lu Shifeng heard this, there was some hidden joy in his eyes, while Zhu Wangue and Yi Qingcheng, who were on the side, could not help but be a little worried. Especially Zhu Wangue, who obviously thought of more clues at this time, immediately pulled Wang Yi aside. Mr. Wang, I've heard Uncle Lin mention you many times before, and I don't think of you as an outsider, so I'll just come right out and tell you. Tonight you and I are afraid that we've both been counted in, and together we've entered the trap set by Zhang Zhangwei. Wang Yi naturally knew that he was being counted, but he was a bit confused as to why Zhu Wangue said that he was also being counted. Seeing that Zhu Wangue looked somewhat grave and apologetic, he immediately asked, why did General Manager Zhu say that? Zhu Wangue was clearly the type of character that was more forthright, and after taking a deep breath, he replied, I noticed it when Lu Shifeng pestered you tonight. At that time, all I wanted was to wait until the conflict between Mr. Lu and you intensified to come out and help you solve the trouble and sell you a favor in the process, but I forgot to think about it. Lu Chengfeng will come out to find trouble with you tonight. It's Zhang Zhangwei's authorization. Zhang Zhangwei is bound to be staring at the side as well. I'm standing up for you at this time. But instead, I'm giving Zhang Zhangwei the opportunity to make things worse. I'm going to stand up for you at this time, but I'm giving Zhang Zhangwei a chance to make things bigger. Only then did Wang Yi realize that there was such a hidden agenda behind the fact that the two of them would be so coincidental to make an appearance at this note at this time. Seeing that Zhu Wangu looked at himself with some hidden apologies under his eyes, he immediately asked, so, what does Zhu mean by pulling me over here at this time? The apology under Zhu Wangui's eyes grew a little thicker. For one thing, it's me who wants to apologize to you. I didn't think this through for a moment, and I'm sorry indeed that I put you in the spotlight. After this, I will find a way to make it up to you. Mr. Wang, Wang Yi didn't expect this kind of unexpected joy pouring out Zhu Wanggui as a favor for nothing, but he didn't rush to speak. Zhu Wanggui, however, continued. Secondly, I'm trying to advise you not to follow Lu Shifeng's rhythm. Right now, although the matter between you and Lu Shifeng has escalated into a battle of wills between Zhang Zhengwei and I, you mustn't have any psychological burdens because of this. I've heard rumors before that someone from the Zhang family has released a message to the experts in Vegas in advance, telling these people not to make any moves in the next 2 days. I originally didn't think much of it, but now it seems that it's aimed at you. This time, they must have made a foolproof plan. Wang Yi did not expect that he would even tell himself all about these things, and his impression of this Xu family's great young man suddenly grew a few points better. Zhu Wanggui, however, didn't seem to perceive that Wang Yi wasn't the slightest bit amused, and continued to analyze over there. Though I have quite a few gambling experts on my side that can be transferred at any time at your disposal when you need them. But judging from the fact that Zhang Zhengwei even figured out my course of action tonight, he must have also figured out in advance which gambling masters I have at my disposal, and made preparations in advance as well. If I let these masters come at your disposal, it is likely, again, to fall into his calculations. Wang Yi smiled slightly. So, Mr. Zhu, what you mean is dash. Let me preferably ignore Lu Shifeng's provocations tonight, and refrain from answering them altogether, or, even if I do answer them, I shall never pretend to be an outsider, and meet him personally at the gambling table to win or lose? Zhu Wanggui nodded. Alright, I get it. Wang Yi smiled once again. Thank you Mr. Zhu for telling me this information now. Saying that, he didn't say anything more and reappeared in front of Lu Shifeng. At that time, Lu Chengfeng saw Zhu Wangge pull Wang Yi aside and quietly talk a lot, and was a bit afraid that Wang Yi would be woken up by Zhu Wangge at this time. Seeing that Wang Yi was back again, he was about to make a couple of conspiratorial remarks to stimulate Wang Yi again. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi directly said, "Say, what are the specific rules for resolving disputes on the gambling table, and how do you play?" At the same time he spoke, he also ignored the stunned eyes of Zhu Wanggui at the back, and sat down on the side of the craps table that had already been emptied. Lu Chengfeng was immediately and unconsciously stunned. At the same time, his eyes glanced towards Zhu Wanggui's side. When he noticed that Zhu Wanggui's expression was also somewhat stunned, he then hurriedly coughed lightly. The rules are simple. We, as the two parties in dispute, can choose to play the game in person, or we can choose to appoint one person each to play the game. 2 out of 3, the bet is over and the dispute is terminated. Wang Yi didn't answer and directly continued to ask, "What about the bet?" Regarding the bet this time, I want to play something big. Lu Shifeng smiled. I just don't know if Mr. Wang dares to follow. Wang Yi looked at him expressionlessly. Oh, how big? $10 billion. Lu Shifeng stared at Wang Yi's expression. On the other hand, Zhu Wanggui, who was on the side, was suddenly struck by a blank look. All of a sudden, as if he had tasted something, he violently twisted his head to look at Lu Shifeng, as well as Zhang Zhengwei, who hadn't uttered a word for some time behind Lu Shifeng. I can kind of see what you guys said about not being able to swallow your fortune plummeting by more than $20 billion is fake. And wanting to get that Vegas leader's vote in his hand is real, right? 10 billion bets is exactly the value of a Vegas push vote dash. Zhang Zhengwei, Lu Shifeng, you guys are playing a good game. On the side, when the many gamblers heard this, they were obviously in a bit of an uproar. Crap, is this thing so complicated? Then isn't everything that happened up front just a prelude? The real main event has just begun? I said how come the timing of Lu Shifeng and Zhang Zhengwei's appearances are both so skillful, and they're hot on the trail of that little pretty boy. When Lu Chengfeng heard this, he was obviously a bit flustered and subconsciously looked at Zhang Zhengwei. Zhang Zhengwei's face is also a bit ugly at this moment. When she noticed his gaze, she directly said to Zhu Wanggui, "You really are just as nosy as before, and you can't pretend to be confused at all. Alright, I'll make a note of tonight. I hope you don't regret it after tomorrow night. Mr. Zhu," he said, making a gesture to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Lu Shifeng immediately knew that he was seeing things fall apart and was preparing to retreat. He looked a little embarrassed and withdrew his gaze, originally ready to follow his footsteps and leave this side together. But I didn't expect that just at this moment, a voice with a slight hint of annoyance suddenly came over. "Come when you say come, leave when you say go. Have you asked me what I mean?" Then, he saw that the expressions of the many gamblers around him had clearly become bizarre. Lu Chengfeng subconsciously turned his head to look over, and sure enough, the one who had spoken was Wang Yi. He was looking at the two of them, himself and Zhang Zhengwei, with a sullen face. Zhang Zhengwei, apparently, was also a bit stunned, stopping his steps and looking at Wang Yi's side with eyes that were a bit dumbfounded. Lu Chengfeng was also a bit confused and looked over at Wang Yi once again. What does it mean? Wang Yi, however, seemed to be enraged and directly slapped the table and stood up. I said, "You guys come and go as you please. Did you ask my opinion? Each and every one of you. You think you're great. You're smart. You're winning, right? All of you are counting on me. What Lao ZTM is most displeased with is your kind of unself-conscious guys." Now, the crowd became more and more confused, but vaguely, it seemed as if something had become clear. Yes, in this setup, Lu Shifeng had counted on Wang Yi, Zhang Zhangwei had counted on Wang Yi, and even Zhu Wanggui had so much as counted on Wang Yi. Anyone else standing in Wang Yi's position would be afraid of blowing up. What's more, now things are exposed. Zhang Zhangwei and Lu Chengfeng also so unself-conscious. As with nothing happened, with Wang Yi to explain the meaning of the word are not going to go. What the hell? What young and vigorous young man can endure such humiliation? Wang Yi also seemed to have really stormed out, slapping the betting table with a thud. Didn't you guys want to count me out in the betting game? Well, let's bet then. Let's see if you're more skillful, or if I'll break all the laws with one force and kill you all. Lu Chengfeng also thought of the cause of Wang Yi's rage at this moment. Seeing Wang Yi's posture that had lost his wits at this point, his heart instantly burst with ecstasy. You're asking for it. Saying that, he also flew to sit opposite Wang Yi. I'll put up $10 billion in bets on your eligibility for that one vote in the Vegas leader election. Dare you? Wang Yi really on the head. Did not hide the sneer. Only 10 billion, what do not dare? Aren't you losing $25 billion? Why don't you just play a little bigger? Just round up a little bit and bet $30 billion directly. You and I will each put up one vote for the Vegas push for leader, plus $20 billion in assets, just for this bet. Saying that, ignoring Yi Qingqing's panic and dissuasion at the back, he directly ordered her to go and prepare the $20 billion worth of equity transfer documents. Lu Shifeng could completely see that Yi Qingqing's dissuasion and panic at this point was clearly from the heart. Immediately, he exchanged a look with Zhang Zhangwei. When he received Zhang Zhangwei's permission and authorization, he immediately slapped the table at Wang Yi in a tit-for-tat manner as well. I'm afraid of you. One vote for the Vegas Questers push plus $20 billion in assets. Bet you. With so many people watching, I'm sure you wouldn't dare to renege on your debt. Inside the Grand Casino Xiangjing, Zhu Wanggui saw things develop to this point, although he had the intention to persuade Wang Yi to be rational. However, he thought that he was also a part of Wang Yi's scheme, and to some extent, Wang Yi's anger just now was vaguely related to these, and he was also a bit afraid that he would try to persuade Wang Yi at this time. But instead, he further provoked the other party. He had no choice but to look at Wang Yi with a slightly apologetic look and silently withdrew the hand that had originally reached over and was ready to pull Wang Yi. Inside the Palace Hotel, Guo Pengcheng, Yiwan Yuan, and in Nanjiang were completely unable to sit still. Guo Pengcheng couldn't help but pace up and down in the living room. Smashed, this is completely played out. Mr. Wang has obviously lost his mind and completely fallen into Lu Shifeng's trap, and judging from the news just returned from the scene, Lu Shifeng and Zhang Zhangwei are again prepared. Yi Wenyuan followed suit and stood up. It is truly irrational for Mr. Wang to raise the stakes at this time. We absolutely can't sit back and watch him be counted out by Zhang Zhangwei and Lu Shifeng just like that. Even more so, we can't watch Mr. Wang lose this push vote for Vegas leader. And Nanjiang, on the other hand, directly put away his cell phone. After all, the matter started because of us, and Wang Yi came from our Lingnan. In all reason, we can't just sit around over here at this point. Call up Who Millionaire, let's take a trip together and see if we can cancel this bet. Saying that, he rushed over to the Xiangjing Grand Casino in a flurry of wind. It was the first time that Sweetie, who had been making tea for them, had seen her father so out of sorts, although she was also a bit worried about Wang Yi, and followed her father's footsteps to the Xiangjing Grand Casino, but for some reason she always had a feeling. At this moment, it seemed to be the same as the scene where Wang Yi acted as Zhang Yaoyang before, and inside the Grand Casino of Xiangjing, Wang Yi had the same feeling, seeing that everyone around him already thought he had lost his mind. While sneering in the bottom of his heart, he interrupted Yi Qingqing's dissuasion once again and slammed a $20 billion worth of equity transfer that she had prepared onto the gambling table. This, and a vote for my Vegas quester, completes my bet. Mr. Ru, what's yours? Lu Chengfeng had received Zhang Zhengwei's authorization at this moment, and immediately also had someone prepare a $20 billion worth of Lingnan Airlines equity transfer, and similarly placed on the gambling table. This, $20 billion in assets. There's also a ballot for the Vegas quester, and this Jiang Daosher helped me out. When the time comes, whoever you want to choose, this vote will be arranged by Jiang Shao to vote for you. Wang Yi naturally could not trust him so easily. Smiling, he looked directly at Zhang Zhangwei. Mr. Lu's words, really? The one he bets on, you put up for him? Zhang Zhangwei nodded and said boldly, I'll pay for him. Everyone on the scene can testify to that. Wang Yi sniffed, still somewhat uneasy, and looked at Zhu Wangue again. In here, there shouldn't be any more pits, right? Since Jiang Zhangwei has opened his mouth, he won't play any tricks. Zhu Wangue shook his head. The face of the Jiang family is far too important than a single push vote for the Vegas leader. So many people are watching, and there are so many camera equipment on the scene. If Jiang Zhangwei dares to cheat, the elders of their Jiang family will beat him to death alive. That's something you can count on. When Wang Yi heard this, he stopped asking more questions and turned his gaze to Lu Shifeng. No problem then. Let's begin. Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng obviously had some undisguised joy on his face. His voice was much lighter. Remember, 2 out of 3. Once the bet is formed, no one is allowed to renege on the deal, or else it will not be tolerated by Vegas. Wang Yi looked at him with a cold smile and didn't bother, waiting until Lu Chengfeng asked Jiang Zhangwei to consult with him, and Jiang Zhangwei and Zhu Wangue negotiated an impartial lottery. He then asked as if he remembered something. Speaking of which, I've never played a 2-player pair game of Sickbo before. This kind of betting method, that is, guessing the size, usually the big gambling table. Everyone can guess the big and small, according to the points open to determine the win or lose. But now 2 people play against each other, so how to count who wins and who loses? Can't a round of shaking the dice at the end of the round one side chose big or small, the other side can only choose not the same, right? And Nanjiang, Yiwan Yuan, Hua Pengchang, and Hu Millionaire were arriving from the Palace Hotel. Several people had originally held some expectations for Wang Yi, fantasizing that he might be some kind of casino veteran, but now that they heard him actually ask such a basic question, the last trace of hope in the bottom of their hearts immediately vanished. Seeing that the bet had already been established and was about to begin, their faces immediately became incredibly ugly. As for the crowd that had originally gathered around inside the fragrant capital casino, the eyes that looked at Wang Yi again clearly changed from weird to dismayed. There were even many people who couldn't help but cast envious gazes at Lu Shifeng, because just from the point of view of this question raised by Wang Yi, this wave, Lu Shifeng would basically be a sure win. $20 billion in equity, plus an inestimable value of the Vegas quartermaster's push vote. Just give it to him. This wave, if you put it in the game, it's called a delivery. This little pretty boy, even asking this kind of question, a proper newbie no doubt. This guy, Lu Shifeng, is going to win the hemp. The crowd couldn't help but whisper. Lu Chengfeng himself was somewhat stunned. After determining that Wang Yi's expression did not look like a fake, he said with some suppressed ecstasy under his eyes, "This is simple. According to the rules of Vegas, in a craps match, both players can bet big or small at the same time. On top of that, both players guess another point when they press large or small, and if both guess large or small, it's up to whoever's point is closer to the sum of the points on the 3 dice that are eventually opened." Wang Yi now sort of understood. The daily game of Sickbo is simple. The dealer shakes the dice and the players guess big or small. There are 3 dice in total, and the points that eventually add up are called small if they are 4 to 10, and large if they are 11 to 17. If all 3 dice have exactly the same number of points, it's a leopard. The current 2-player game is based on this type of play, with a little bit of detail added for guessing specific points. He nodded. No problem. You may begin. Lu Chengfeng couldn't wait for it, and immediately said to that sexy dealer, "Start." The sexy lotter sniffed and first handed the dice and the gambling equipment to Wang Yi Lu Shifeng to check each of them. After confirming that there was no mistake, then he skillfully copied the dice cup, gave it a fancy shake, and then, not too gently, slapped it on the gambling table. "2 honored guests, please place your bets." Wang Yi had already heard that this hand was 3, 4, 5, 12 big ones. When he noticed the ambiguous smile of the sexy lotter looking at himself and Lu Shifeng, he didn't rush to place his bets, but looked at Lu Shifeng first. Lu Chengfeng was obviously not a person who made a name for himself either. With a furrowed brow, he seemed to ponder for a few moments before he pressed his chips on big. Pressing the size, he deliberated for a moment before adding, "Large, 14 points." Wang Yi sniffed, and seeing that he and the sexy dealer looked over together, he also placed his bet on big. At the same time, understatement, 13 o'clock. At the back, when Nanjiang's group saw him being so casual, each of them could not help but be a little nervous. Hastily calling Yi Qingcheng aside, "Secretary Yi, Mr. Wang can't do this. It's so casual. We can't stand to look at our hearts. You've got to persuade him. You've got to get him to take it seriously." Although Lu Shifeng's character is not good, that hand of gambling is still famous in the amateur circle. Yi Qingcheng was actually worried to death. After hearing the words of Nanjiang and the others, they immediately had to get behind Wang Yi and remind him of 1 or 2 things. But what I didn't expect was that Jiang Zhangwei, who hadn't uttered a word for some time, suddenly said, "Once the betting game has begun, no outsiders are allowed to approach or interfere." At the same time as he spoke, two other burly figures came out of some of his entourage behind him to block Yi Qingqing's front path. Yi Qingqing immediately looked at An Nanjiang and the others as if seeking help. However, before An Nanjiang could respond, Wang Yi at the gambling table had already taken the lead. "It's not the last minute yet. What's the panic?" Yi Qingqing's original movement of looking at An Nanjiang and the others was immediately lurched. Then, all of a sudden, all of the previous legendary experiences on Wang Yi popped up in his mind. Seeing this, Wang Yi didn't say anything more, but turned his gaze to the sexy lotter. "Can we open it?" The sexy lotter nodded her head, and then looked at Lu Shifeng. "What do you mean, Mr. Lu?" Lu Chengfeng didn't rush to answer, but looked at Wang Yi with a smug smile. "You're quite confident. I don't suppose you realize that I've been nicknamed Smooth Talker in the amateur player community for all the years I've been playing in Vegas? You're going to lose this game today." With that, he looked to the sexy dealer. "Open it." The sexy Lotus officer sniffed without any nonsense whatsoever, and directly uncovered the gum compulsion. 3, 4, 5, 12 big ones. Mr. Wang pressed for 13 points, which is closer to the result. First round, Mr. Wang wins. The smugness on Lu Chengfeng's face stiffened for a moment. Looking at the 3 dice on the table, the entire expression on his face was as if he had just eaten Shang. Wang Yi, however, smiled slightly and looked at his expression and said, "What did you just say, Mr. Lu? You're nicknamed Smooth Ears? I'm going to lose this game. I'm sorry, I haven't been hearing very well lately. Why don't you speak louder and repeat it again?" Lu Shifeng's face immediately became more and more ugly by a few points, and all of a sudden, the entire Shanking Grand Casino was quiet. Countless gamblers who had previously thought that Wang Yi was giving away his head in this wave couldn't help but gulp furiously for a while. "It's fucking, like, a little weird. Huh? Isn't Lu Shifeng a casino veteran, and nicknamed Shunfeng Air, notorious for his high level of skill? How do you start the game and lose to what clearly seems to be a munchkin little pretty boy?" Outside the gambling game, Zhang Zhangwei, who stood not far away behind Lu Chunfeng, was still smoking a cigar, but his face was also a bit gloomy. The cigar was obviously burned a good deal and should have popped ash, and he had forgotten to go through the motions. The eyes just stared fixedly at Wang Yi. As for An Nanjiang and the others, they were obviously a bit stunned. Looking at Wang Yi's face, he won the game with an understatement. And then remembering that before Wang Yi came out from the suite of the Palace Hotel, he had clearly said that he wanted to go fishing and invite them to watch a good show, they could not help but develop a bold and even somewhat grotesque idea. It can't be that this is all in Wang Yi's calculations, right? As for An Sweetheart and Yi Qingqing, at this time, they were completely sure. This guy, he must be acting again. Shit. Simply too capable of acting. Knowing that he has this traditional artistic ability, but still being fooled by his acting skills. Big liar. For a while, the atmosphere in the Grand Casino of Xiangjing, which had originally felt that Wang Yi was giving away his head in this wave, had vaguely changed in a subtle way. On top of the gambling table, although Wang Yi could perceive the subtle changes in the atmosphere around him, he was not moved in the slightest. Seeing that Lu Shifeng was obviously nervous, and his forehead was breaking out in a cold sweat, he smiled slightly and then asked, "How about Mr. Lu, can we start the second game?" Lu Chengfeng, however, didn't pick up on his words, but wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I was a bit hasty just now. I actually forgot that this is a big bet that involves tens of billions of dollars. For this game, I propose that we change the rules a little bit. After the Dutchman shakes, both of us will go up and shake once, and then guess the size and the number of points. With such a big bet involved, it's ultimately important to get involved in shaking the dice yourself to feel a little more at ease." Wang Yi put away the smile on his face and directly interrupted him. "What do you mean? Is Mr. Lu looking at the situation and trying to renege on his debt?" No. The cold sweat on Lu Shifeng's forehead grew a bit more. "I definitely didn't mean that. I mean, with a bet this big, it's better for everyone to have a go at it themselves. I'll take the score for that round just now." Zhang Zhangwei, who was on the side, also picked up the conversation. There were indeed such cases in previous gambling settlement disputes. If the stakes set by both sides are too large, you can change the rules of the competition to a different set of rules, with each side having a set of gambling equipment, and after shaking the dice within the designated time, the competition will be the size of the points shaken out by both sides. The one with the most points wins. When Lu Chengfeng heard his master speak, he nodded his head and was about to answer. Wang Yi, however, sneered and looked directly at Zhang Zhangwei. "I remember someone just said that once the betting game starts, no one is allowed to approach or interfere? What? Is the rule that it only restricts others and excludes yourself?" Lu Chengfeng immediately stopped the words that reached his mouth. At the same time, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Jiang Zhangwei. After noticing that Jiang Zhangwei's eyes had obviously become extraordinarily dangerous the first time he was publicly hit in the face like this, and that many of the gamblers around him were also somewhat stunned and couldn't help but laugh, a chill ran through the bottom of his heart. Hurriedly, he withdrew his gaze again, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Jiang Zhangwei, on the other hand, his face darkened as he crushed the cigar in the palm of the black-clad bodyguard beside him, and with a grim smile on his face that he couldn't hide, he said, "That's certainly not true. The rules are applied equally. Even if it's me, if I make a mistake, I'll be punished just the same. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, if I do it again. I don't need Zhu Wanggui to drive me away. I'll leave Xiangjing Grand Casino on my own." You can't hide the eyes of someone you want to kill. Wang Yi could perceive Jiang Zhengwei's eyes that almost wanted to kill himself right now, but he still smiled slightly at the sound of his voice. That's okay, after all. A Vegas Quintessentials push vote plus a $20 billion equity contract is no small amount, and it's understandable to be a little anxious. I forgive you. Saying that, no longer paying attention to Jiang Zhengwei's eyes that increasingly wanted to kill and the stunned and even shocked gazes of the people around him, he once again looked at Lu Chengfeng. As much as I dislike your impromptu mention of the rule change thing, I also hate how shameless you guys are. But, admittedly, there's still so much truth in your proposal. So, let's follow Jiang Sanshao's words for the second round. Let's each have a set of gambling equipment, each with their own skill. Shake the dice, and compare the size of the points. Saying that, without waiting for Lu Shifeng to answer, Wang Yi's eyes turned cold. However, let's say the ugly words in front. This kind of thing can be done once, but not again. If Mr. Lu wants to pull any more tricks later, well, then, don't blame me for being rude. At the same time, an aura, if any, pressed towards Lu Shifeng. It was also at this point that Lu Shifeng probably finally realized that what he was sitting in front of was most likely the mastermind or one of the masterminds behind the scenes that had crushed Lingnan Airlines. After some cold sweat broke out on his forehead again, he panicked and answered, "No more, no more. This is definitely the last time. I promise." Wang Yi also ignored his panic and twisted his head to look at the sexy lotter. "Go get 2 new pairs of gambling equipment over for us." The Lotus officer immediately nodded his head and owed his body, and under the supervision of both Zhu Wanggui and Jiang Zhengwei's men, he fetched 2 new pairs of gambling equipment. Gambling equipment is tabled and exchanged for verification by both parties. Only after each other were sure that there was no mistake, did the sexy lotter speak again. Since the 2 old bosses have no more objections, then, the second game, officially begins. Lu Chengfeng sniffed, directly and fiercely copied the dice cup, lightly shaking it for a while. While shaking, he was still keeping a close eye on Wang Yi. It wasn't until the set of moves was complete and the dice cup was finally snapped and slammed down on the gambling table that he smiled grimly and, "I'm shaking it, it's your turn," said, uncovering the dice cup. 3 sixes, 18 points. In one fell swoop, he shook out the highest point number of the 3 dice. The surrounding area was in an uproar. This guy, he's really something. 18 points. That's a level comparable to some of the best in the gambling world. No wonder they dared to make this hand. Based on this point count alone, he's 100% sure this hand, and Nanjiang and the others, too, couldn't help but tense up once again. Although from Wang Yi's performance just now, it seems like he isn't really a casino munchkin either. But this time, I'm afraid it's going to be a bad one. The highest number of points on 3 dice is 18. Even if Wang Yi's level is high, at most he'll be able to tie with Lu Shifeng. Even Yi Qingcheng and in Sweetness, at this time, were somewhat unsure of how Wang Yi should break the game. Both women looked at Wang Yi with some urgency, their palms unconsciously clenching. Only Jiang Zhangwei, when he saw Lu Shifeng shake out this number of points, his face was relieved. Then, gesturing for his assistant to relight a cigar for himself, he squinted and smoked beautifully. Wang Yi took in all of these people's reactions. Seeing that Lu Shifeng was already winning, the people around him also looked like they would lose. With a slight smile, he picked up the dice cup and just shook it a few times with such a seemingly simple shake. Shake, shake, and then snapped it on the betting table with a nonchalant snap. "Sorry, it looks like I'm still the winner of this round." Lu Chengfeng didn't believe any of this at all and looked at the dice cup Wang Yi had fastened on the table. "Are you kidding me? You can beat me on my 18 points? If you can beat me like that, eat these 3 dice." Wang Yi didn't bullshit with him about anything and directly uncovered the dice cup. "These are all your own words. I didn't force you. Eat, I'll eat you." Lu Shifeng originally subconsciously had to spray trash talk. However, after seeing the number of points that Wang Yi had shaken out, all the trash talk that was on his lips stopped at once. At the same time, the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. And not only him, But the sexy lotter who was originally serving them on the side could not help but open her mouth wide as well. The expression was incomparably exaggerated as he looked toward Wangi.